Chapter 1 Encounter. Xiaoyu, wait for me. The young man gasped for breath as he called out to the lively figure not far ahead. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoyu turned back, playfully making a face at him, and chided, "Hawa, why are you so slow?" At that moment, they found themselves amidst an expansive expanse of snow, surrounded by a pristine white landscape, where the brilliance reflected by the glistening snow appeared particularly dazzling. This soul beast is incredibly formidable, even with a martial spirit. We are powerless against it. Xiaoyu complained, frowning, and no sooner had she spoken than the ferocious soul beast launched an attack. The young man hastily raised his weapon, attempting to fend off its fierce onslaught, but ultimately found himself outmatched. The soul beast leaped suddenly, evading his defense, and pounced upon him with lightning speed. Recognizing the imminent danger, the young man wasted no time, swiftly brandishing his weapon and thrusting it fiercely toward the soul beast. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated, followed by a dazzling light that unexpectedly revealed a century-old soul ring. Faced with such a rare and precious opportunity, the young man did not hesitate to kneel and begin absorbing the immense power contained within the soul ring. Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Hawa, look, there's someone over there." Hawa followed her for Shang, puzzled, and asked who would be here on such a cold day. Xiaoyu blinked and replied, "Look, he's absorbing the soul ring." Hawa nodded and stepped toward the young man who was engrossed in his cultivation. As Hawa approached and scrutinized the individual, he remarked, "He looks familiar, he must have just broken through his cultivation." At that moment, Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the soul beast on the ground, and she gasped, "Hawa, look!" Hawa focused intently and was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, a century-old soul beast. He actually killed it all by himself. And it's a century-old Qiyu Jinjia." The young man slowly opened his heavy eyelids, his vision gradually clearing, and was astonished to find two strangers standing before him. Xiaoyu gently waved her hand and smiled, saying, "You've finally awakened." The young man, looking perplexed, nervously inquired, "Who are you?" Xiaoyu quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. I am Jinyu, and this is Jiang Hao. May I ask your name?" The young man relaxed slightly and replied, "My name is Tang Xing." "So it's Tang Xing. How did you end up here all alone?" Jiang Hao asked with curiosity. Tang Xing took a deep breath and explained, "I have just become a soul master and heard that there might be a suitable soul ring for me here, so I took the risk to come and search." Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "But isn't that too dangerous? Aren't you worried about encountering any unforeseen circumstances?" Tang Xing, however, shrugged off the concern, resolutely stating, "It's all right, I believe I can handle any challenges that come my way." Jinyu gazed at Tang Xing and suddenly inquired softly, "What about your family? Are they aware of your presence here?" A fleeting shadow of loneliness crossed Tang Xing's eyes as she replied in a hushed tone, "I have no family. I've lived alone since childhood." Upon hearing this, Jinyu felt a pang of empathy and quickly apologized, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bring this up. I hope I haven't upset you." Tang Xing gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down her delicate cheeks. Observing this, Jinyu felt a surge of compassion and comforted her in a tender, caring voice, "Why are you crying? Please don't weep, you're still just a child. Come now, I have some delicious candy. A sweet treat will surely lift your spirits." Standing nearby, Jiang Haoyan was moved by the scene unfolding before him. He approached and softly said to Jinyu, "Let me console her, Jinyu." Tang Xing, "It must be very difficult for you to be here alone. If that's the case, come along with us, we will take good care of you." Jinyu and Jiang Hao led Tang Xing to a quaint little eatery. Jinyu remarked, "You must be hungry. Boss, please bring us 3 servings of golden fragrant fish rice." "Certainly," replied the boss. Jiang Hao interjected, crossing his arms, "Jinyu, why not ask her what she wants to eat?" Tang Xing quickly waved her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Anything is fine, I'm not picky." Then a troubled expression crossed her face, "But I have no money." Jinyu crossed her arms and smiled gently. "All right, look at you, appearing so destitute. I shall cover it." The boss soon brought their orders, saying, "Here you are, esteemed guests. Enjoy your golden fragrant fish rice." Jinyu smiled slightly at Jiang Hao before turning to Tang Xing and softly asking, "By the way, Tang Xing, why are you hunting soul beasts alone? Even if you've just awakened, it's unwise to recklessly pursue soul rings. Has something happened?" A glimmer of pain flickered in Tang Xing's eyes as she replied, "2 days ago, a band of scoundrels invaded my home and slaughtered my entire family, including my mother. I am the sole survivor. I vowed that when I become a soul master, I will exact vengeance for this blood-soaked tragedy." Upon hearing this, Jinyu could not help but sigh. Alas, the dead cannot be revived. Please accept my condolences and try not to grieve too much. Let me give you something good. For now, let us eat." After their meal, Jin Yu and the others ventured into a small grove. Turning to Tang Xing, Jin Yu spoke earnestly, "You must be homeless now." Tang Xing nodded silently. Jin Yu continued, "Then why not join the Yin family? This way, you will have a place to stay, and it will also aid in your growth. Additionally, you can learn the purple extreme magic eyes and the illusory soul shadow." Listening to this offer, Tang Xing's face lit up with joy. "Yes, I would like to join. I have nowhere else to go." Jin Yu replied, "That's the spirit. Come along, Jiang Hao." She then called out loudly, "Aunt Jiang, are you here?" Jiang Yu greeted them warmly. "Ah, Jin Yu is here. Please have a seat." "Jiang Hao, why didn't you give me a heads up? Who is this?" Upon seeing Tang Xing, Jiang Yu thought to herself, "This young one bears a striking resemblance to brother Tang Yin." Jin Yu spoke, "Aunt Jiang, this is Tang Xing. His family's door was." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu affectionately said, "Child, from now on, you shall reside in my home. Jiang Hao, you must take good care of Tang Xing. Do you understand?" Jiang Hao patted his chest and replied, "Mother, you can rest assured." Jiang Yu kindly inquired, "Tang Xing, would you like to attend school with Jiang Hao?" Tang Xing exclaimed with excitement, "Is that really possible?" Jiang Yu smiled and affirmed, "Of course. If you wish, I will escort you to school tomorrow. By the way, if it pleases you, I would like to adopt you as my godson. What do you think?" Overcome with emotion, Tang Xing knelt down with a thud and said, "Thank you, godmother." Jiang Yu quickly helped him up, saying, "Get up, there's no need for such formality." Jiang Yu held Tang Xing's hand tightly, and suddenly, a mysterious yet familiar aura surged within him. He couldn't help but show a look of suspicion, whispering, "This aura feels so familiar." "Tang Xing, what is your martial soul?" Tang Xing was taken aback, noticing Jiang Yu's puzzled expression, and replied candidly, "My martial soul is the spirit eye. Is there something wrong?" A hint of curiosity sparkled in her clear eyes. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering, "Is it merely the spirit eye? Yet, I have a feeling there lies another power hidden within you." With that, he gazed intently at Tang Xing, attempting to uncover more clues. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing decided to reveal her true strength. She lightly raised her right hand, and a brilliant light suddenly burst forth, followed by a dazzling golden soul ring materializing before them. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he fixated on the golden soul ring that in an instant. It was as if he traversed time and space, witnessing a familiar figure from the past who had once wielded such a soul ring. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "Tang Xing, you must never casually display this soul ring in public, unless you find yourself in a life-and-death situation that leaves you no choice." Tang Xing, bewildered, eagerly asked, "Why? What is so special about this soul ring?" She simply could not comprehend why Jiang Yu placed such importance on it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu slowly replied, "Now is not the time for explanations. When you eventually ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor, I shall reveal the entire truth to you. Until then, focus solely on your cultivation." His tone was particularly grave, as if he bore a significant burden. Though Tang Xing still harbored numerous questions, she recognized Jiang Yu's seriousness and refrained from pressing further. She nodded resolutely, stating, "All right, I understand. I will strive diligently to become a Soul Emperor as soon as possible." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Jiang Yu standing alone in contemplation. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Tang Xing's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, igniting an inexplicable flame within her, leaving her restless. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Jiang Yu stood quietly on the balcony, gazing into the distant skyline with a bewildered and profound expression as the echoes of his conversation with Tang Xing replayed in his mind. "Tang Xing, Tang Yun," she whispered softly, as if to etch the name deeply into her heart. "They both share the surname Tang. Could it be merely a coincidence? Or is there some intricate connection between them?" Recalling the moment earlier that day, when Jin Yu had revealed to her the origins of Tang Xing, Jiang Yu couldn't help but furrow her brow, lost in contemplation. According to Jin Yu, Tang Xing was the sole survivor of a tragic massacre. What secrets and stories lay hidden behind such a sorrowful fate? The more Jiang Yu pondered, the more she felt the gravity of the situation, sensing that there were many undisclosed intricacies awaiting discovery. She quietly resolved to uncover the nature of the relationship between Tang Xing and the Tang family, as well as the true cause behind that horrific massacre. As dawn broke, the sun ascended slowly from the horizon, resembling a gigantic golden disk suspended in the sky. Sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating the entire world. In this enchanting moment, Jin Yu embarked on a journey to the seaside with Tang Xing upon their arrival at the shore. Tang Xing was awestruck by the vastness of the ocean before her and exclaimed, "Sister Jinyu, are we really going to travel by boat?" Jinyu smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, we shall traverse the ocean on this shuttle boat to reach Linghai Academy." She pointed towards a uniquely designed vessel in the distance, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yet, doubts lingered in Tang Xing's heart, prompting her to inquire further, "But I recall that Aunt Jiang was supposed to go to Linghai Academy. Why is it now us?" At that moment, a voice interjected. It was Jiang Hao, who approached to clarify. "The situation is as follows. My mother had originally planned to go herself, but an urgent matter arose, preventing her from doing so. Therefore, she entrusted me with an important card to pass on to you." Tang Xing, upon hearing this, hurriedly shook her head in refusal. No, I cannot accept such a precious card." She understood the significance and value of this gift and felt unworthy to receive it. However, Jiang Hao's expression turned serious as he earnestly stated, "If you do not accept this card, you will not be able to enter Linghai Academy smoothly. Moreover, as long as you possess this card, even the principal will treat you with the utmost respect." Tang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Is it truly that powerful? Does that mean you hold a high status at school, to the extent that even the principal must show you respect?" Jinyu, smiling from the side, added, "Of course. Jiang Hao is quite a renowned figure at the academy." Tang Xing blinked in curiosity and turned to Jinyu, asking, "Sister Jinyu, what is your relationship with Brother Jiang Hao?" A blush crept onto Jinyu's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with sweetness as she gently replied, "As for Jiang Hao and me, we are lovers." Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Tang Xing instantly understood, her face breaking into a knowing smile. Jinyu smiled gently and continued, "By the way, Tang Xing, this book contains the secrets of the purple extreme magic eye and the soul bewitching illusion. You must take good care of it. As for the Yin family techniques, Hao will personally impart them to you." "All right." Tang Xing nodded obediently. At that moment, Jiang Hao spoke up. "Tang Xing, pay close attention." And no sooner had he spoken than his hands began to move with a mesmerizing swiftness, at times light and graceful, at others powerful and fierce, leaving onlookers in awe. His palms seemed to transcend the very air itself, becoming almost transparent, as he demonstrated. He explained, "This is the invisible hand." He then proceeded to showcase the unique Yun family skill, the formless fist, along with the 10 directions mysterious needles from the techniques of unraveling. Each punch and palm strike he delivered was imbued with boundless power and variation, flowing seamlessly like a river, devoid of any hint of hesitation. Tang Xing's eyes were fixed on Jiang Hao's every movement, as if he intended to etch each minute gesture into his memory. His gaze radiated an unprecedented focus and admiration, reflecting an insatiable yearning for Jiang Hao's art. As Jiang Hao's movements unfolded, Tang Xing hesitated not to follow his lead. Though they were aboard a boat, Tang Xing, with his unique insight, conjured a palpable aura of strength within the confined space. Surrounding tourists were taken aback by this sudden display, some unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Jinyu observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he softly remarked, "Quite commendable. Your talent is remarkably high. To master this in such a short time is indeed impressive." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing blushed, bashfully scratching his head. Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, look at you, even shy?" A faint smile graced Jinyu's lips. At that moment, Jiang Hao added, "Excellent, Brother Tang Xing. In such a brief period, you have already grasped half the techniques. With continued effort, you shall undoubtedly surpass me in the future." Tang Xing, filled with excitement, grasped Jiang Hao's hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, Brother Jiang Hao. Without your personal guidance, how could I have learned this?" Jiang Hao smiled in response. "No need for thanks." Just then, Jinyu interjected, "Look, we are nearing our destination." Chapter 2. Linghai Academy. Jinyu gazed at the building before them and softly said, "We have arrived. Tang Xing, you must have heard some tales about Linghai Academy, haven't you?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, "Linghai Academy? I seem to have some impression, but I am not entirely clear on the details." Jinyu nodded with a smile and continued, "Indeed, it is that very Linghai Academy. It is far more than an ordinary institution. It is steeped in numerous legendary stories. So, Brother Tang Xing, are you interested in hearing more?" A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Tang Xing's eyes, and he quickly responded, "Of course. Please, Brother Jinyu, tell me all about it." Jinyu inhaled deeply, his voice gradually deepening as if to transport the listeners to a distant epoch. At the inception of Linghai Academy, the conditions were exceedingly arduous, and the institution's financial resources were alarmingly scant. Nevertheless, they unhesitatingly dispatched personnel to assist those afflicted by ailments. Yet, no one could have anticipated that a pivotal turn of fate would manifest during that year's enrollment. Pausing momentarily to build suspense, Jin Yu continued. Tang Xing, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on. And then? What transpired? With a satisfied smile, Jin Yu elaborated. Among that year's new students emerged a prodigious youth named Tang Yin. He courageously led his class to participate in a prestigious elite competition in that contest. They seemed to be favored by the gods of war, advancing resolutely and effortlessly overcoming all obstacles. After a relentless series of fierce confrontations, they ultimately claimed the crown of the elite competition. From that moment forth, Linghai Academy underwent a profound transformation, gaining widespread acclaim. Furthermore, Senior Tang became a legendary figure in the annals of the academy. The voice of Jin Yu began to rise in pitch, her emotions increasingly fervent as she continued. Yet who could have anticipated that? Just as they basked in the glory of victory, the 5 great families would dispatch their minions to forcibly abduct Senior Tang's beloved girlfriend. In the face of such despicable acts, the esteemed mentors of Linghai Academy stood undaunted, resolutely stepping forward to engage in a cataclysmic and breathtaking battle against the 5 families. Thus, Linghai Academy found itself entangled with this formidable force. The 5 families, harboring insidious intentions, sought to annihilate Linghai Academy entirely. However, due to the recent triumph of Linghai Academy in the grand competition, which had garnered widespread admiration and respect, the 5 families were hesitant to act rashly against it. As time flowed inexorably, when Senior Tang and his companions completed their studies and stepped beyond the gates of their alma mater, they scattered like stars across the sky, embarking on their own unique journeys. During this period, a mysterious and unfathomable force quietly emerged, that of spies from the 5 great families. The origin of these infiltrators remained shrouded in secrecy, yet they successfully ignited the flames of war between the Lingdo Empire and the Tianqian Empire. This gripping conflict swept in like a tempest, leaving both powerful empires severely wounded amidst the chaos of bloodshed. Just as the situation reached a critical impasse, the 5 families seized the opportunity to launch a brazen surprise attack. In this dire moment, the valiant Senior Tang, without hesitation, led 7 exceptionally skilled spirit practitioners into the fray. They struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the enemy's defenses with overwhelming force, like a blazing sun. They cast boundless light upon the darkness, dispelling the shadows cast by the 5 families. Regrettably, amidst that life-and-death struggle, Senior Tang's beloved girlfriend tragically fell, leaving this world forever. Yet, under Senior Tang's relentless efforts, the smoke of war that enveloped the 2 empires gradually dissipated. Ultimately, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, they achieved a grand unification, establishing a vast and powerful empire, now renowned as the Tianling Empire. Due to the profound loss of his beloved, Senior Tang ultimately chose to follow his love and concluded his illustrious and magnificent life in a tragic manner. His remarkable achievements shine like the most resplendent stars in the night sky, illuminating history with their brilliance. The splendid accomplishments of Linghai Academy today owe much to the silent toil and selfless dedication of Senior Tang Yun in his earlier days. Jin Yu inquired, "How is it? Junior brother Tang Xing?" Tang Xing replied, "I have also heard of Senior Tang Yun's legendary deeds." Jin Yu continued, "Jiang Hao, please take Tang Xing to register." Jiang Hao nodded and led Tang Xing to the registration hall, where the students, upon seeing Jiang Hao, respectfully bowed and said, "Senior Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao responded, "I am here to assist my junior brother with his registration." The students replied, "Very well, Senior Jiang, please hold on a moment." Jiang Hao then said, "Tang Xing, let us proceed. Your dormitory is in Building 2, Room 202. Remember this. Here's your key. Please take care of it." Tang Xing accepted the key and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Jiang." Jiang Hao replied, "No need for formalities. We are like family. So let us not be so distant." Jin Yu expressed her astonishment, saying, "Junior brother, your homeroom teacher is actually Su Qi, that stern old woman." "I lament for you." Xiao Xing Tang Xing asked, "Why is that?" Jin Yu replied, "Su Yi is the most formidable teacher in the external class. It is said that none of her students have achieved favorable outcomes. May you take care, little Tang Xing." As Tang Xing arrived at the door of his dormitory, he noticed an elderly man shielding his face with a fan. Tang Xing approached the old man briskly and said, "Good day, sir. Could you please direct me to Building 2, Room 202? The old man lowered his fan, revealing his aged visage, and replied, Just go right and up the stairs. Tang Xing said, "Thank you, sir." As Tang Xing stepped through the dormitory door, he was greeted by the spacious and elegantly arranged interior. 2 large beds and a private bathroom. Wow. Is every dormitory like this? He exclaimed. With his roommates yet to arrive, he decided to take the initiative to tidy up. Without delay, Tang Xing set to work, scrubbing every corner until it sparkled with pristine cleanliness. Afterward, he began to cultivate his soul power, murmuring, "Under the influence of the purple extreme demon eye, I can sense a breakthrough in my soul power. I must express my gratitude to Sister Jinyu." However, at that moment, he felt a gnawing hunger and resolved to head to the dining hall. The moment Tang Xing stepped into the cafeteria, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The spacious and luminous hall featured rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs resembling an immense banquet hall. Elegant chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space. The walls were adorned with exquisite murals, vividly lifelike, making one feel as though they were in a sanctuary of art. This cafeteria was truly akin to a grand palace. Tang Xing could not help but exclaim in awe. He was profoundly impressed by the grandeur of this place, silently marveling at the school's dedication and care for student life. Subsequently, Tang Xing approached the ordering window and said to the lady inside, "Excuse me, could I please have 2 portions of chicken feet?" The lady smiled gently, carefully retrieving 2 perfectly cooked chicken legs from the warming box. The chicken legs were a rich golden hue, exuding an enticing aroma, appearing utterly delectable. The lady's movements were soft and graceful, as if she were presenting 2 precious pearls, and she delicately placed them before Tang Xing. Tang Xing gazed at the delectable feast before him, nearly salivating with anticipation. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks to the auntie and eagerly seized a chicken leg, devouring it with fervor. The meat was succulent and juicy, an exquisite delight that left him yearning for more. Tang Xing approached the table, clutching his meal, and devoured it with the ravenous zeal of a hungry tiger. After finishing, he leisurely strolled through the college park before returning to his dormitory. Upon entering, he noticed the dormitory light shining brightly like a dazzling star and remarked, "My roommate has arrived." He hurried to the door, only to be taken aback upon discovering that his roommate was a girl, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Stammering, he asked, "Did you happen to take a wrong turn?" The girl calmly replied, "Are you not aware that the dormitory houses both a male and a female?" A look of confusion spread across Tang Xing's face as he muttered, "Oh, is it truly like that?" Undeterred by his bewilderment, the girl continued speaking with an air of composure. "Listen carefully. I have 3 conditions that must be met if you wish to reside in this dormitory. First, no pets are allowed. Those little creatures will only create chaos in our living space. Second, you are prohibited from disrobing within the dorm. Otherwise, I shall regard you as nothing less than a rogue. Lastly, henceforth, all cleaning duties will fall solely upon you. Is that acceptable?" Tang Xing instinctively scratched his head and countered, "What if I refuse to accept these conditions? What then?" The girl's gaze shifted dramatically. Her once gentle expression transformed into one of fierce intensity, akin to that of a ferocious tiger. With a threatening tone, she fixed her steely eyes on Tang Xing and inquired, "Are you dissatisfied or seeking to provoke me? Or do you truly intend to engage in a physical confrontation?" In the face of such fierce questioning, Tang Xing exhibited no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, he straightened his neck defiantly and replied, "If it comes to blows, then so be it. I shall not fear you." They stood poised outside the dormitory, locked in a tense standoff, as if a tempest were about to erupt. At last, the battle cry sounded, and they embarked on a thrilling contest. Lan Xiao's gaze was resolute, her eyes radiating an unwavering confidence and determination. Her voice was melodious and sweet, reminiscent of a lark taking flight. "Before we engage, let us first become acquainted. My name is Lan Xiao, a level 23 assault-type soul master." Tang Xing nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his demeanor composed and serene, exuding an aura of unwavering stability. He then spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "I am Tang Xing, currently a level 12 control system battle soul master." Upon hearing Tang Xing declare his rank, Lan Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. She exclaimed, "What? You have already reached level 12? Yet, before her astonishment could fully dissipate, Lan Xiao unhesitatingly launched her attack. Her movements were as swift as lightning, her martial arts strikingly fierce, imbued with an unparalleled force as she charged towards Tang Xing. Faced with such an abrupt onslaught, Tang Xing appeared momentarily taken aback. Lan Xiao's fists rained down upon him like a tempest, each blow carrying immense power. Tang Xing was jolted by the sheer intensity of the assault. Causing him to stagger backward, his body involuntarily propelled away. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a gentle countenance sat quietly in a worn chair, observing the unfolding events. He muttered to himself, "This child's physical condition is truly abysmal. Nevertheless, the cloud sect's technique, the soul-confounding illusion, is indeed rather intriguing." Tang Xing was acutely aware that engaging in close combat with his opponent would be exceedingly disadvantageous. After considerable contemplation, he resolutely decided to alter his battle strategy. Suddenly, Lan Qiu lunged at Tang Xing like an incredibly ferocious tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. In the face of such a fierce assault, Tang Xing did not hesitate to unleash his most formidable skill, the mental gaze. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lan Qiu effortlessly countered Tang Xing's psychic onslaught. He swiftly summoned the formidable power contained within his martial soul, easily withstanding the tumultuous waves of Tang Xing's mental assault. A profound sense of defeat and despondency surged within Tang Xing. Could this truly culminate in failure? Absolutely not. I must exert every ounce of effort, rise to the occasion, and refuse to concede. Surrendering would leave me devoid of dignity. At that very moment, a miracle unfolded. A brilliant golden light suddenly emanated from his forehead, revealing a mysterious and powerful eye. Simultaneously, his already formidable spiritual martial soul erupted with an unprecedented surge of energy, creating a breathtaking visual impact that was utterly overwhelming. This sudden and invincible force surged towards Lan Qiu like a tidal wave, rendering her defenseless as she was violently pushed back against the wall of the dormitory. The abruptness and intensity of the force caused Lan Qiu to stumble, her feet losing balance, making her sway precariously as if she might fall from a great height at any moment. In that critical moment, Tang Xing unhesitatingly extended his hands, using all his strength to firmly grasp Lan Qiu's delicate and helpless hand. At that instant, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them fell into an eerie silence. Lan Qiu gasped, "Why are you saving me?" With unwavering resolve, Tang Xing replied, "We are classmates, not enemies. The 3 conditions I promised you are not insurmountable. Please respect me. We are equals, and mutual respect is the foundation of our interaction." Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Lan Qiu felt as though she had received a profound revelation, her temper gradually subsiding as she softly said, "All right, I was wrong earlier. I apologize." Noticing Lan Qiu's acknowledgement of her mistake, Tang Xing chose not to say more, quietly returning to his dormitory and collapsing into slumber. The following morning, the alarm clock in the dormitory rang. It was 7 o'clock, and there was only an hour left before class. Just before class began, Tang Xing hurried to the classroom and immediately took her seat upon seeing her designated spot. At that moment, a slender figure with a cold expression approached the podium and announced, "I am your homeroom teacher, Su-yi. Those who have fought, please stand." After her words, only 2 students rose. She then inquired, "Only 2? The rest of you, proceed to the playground and run 100 laps." At this juncture, a perplexed student asked, "Teacher, we didn't fight. Why must we run?" Sui replied with authority, "Because in my class, I am in charge." A series of soul rings shimmered around Sui, revealing a 10,000-year black soul ring, a soul sage. The classroom erupted in gasps of astonishment, prompting everyone to rush outside. Sui called Tang Xing and Lan Qiu over to inquire about the reason for their altercation. Tang Xing reported, "Teacher, we are roommates, and we fought over a trivial disagreement." Upon hearing this, Sui remarked, "Roommates fighting? How delightful. Now, off you go to run." Lan Qiu intended to confront her, but Tang Xing pulled her away. Lan Qiu, confused, asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Xing advised, "Do you truly believe you can confront her or defeat her?" After contemplating Tang Xing's words, Lan Qiu conceded, "You are right. I was too impulsive." Lan Qiu continued, "In the future, if anyone bullies you, just invoke my name. There are few of equal standing who can rival me." Tang Xing chuckled, "But you just lost to me not long ago." Unable to counter this, Lan Qiu sprinted ahead. The classmates gradually slowed their pace, with Lan Qiu being no exception. Tang Xing found it increasingly difficult to keep up, at which point the Jade Heart technique within him began to manifest, and he felt his stamina rejuvenating. However, in an unexpected turn, he stumbled, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden mishap left all the onlookers in stunned silence. Yet, Tang Xing did not succumb to despair. With remarkable tenacity and resolve, he swiftly rose from the ground, gritting his teeth and continuing to push forward. Just as he was about to falter again, Lan Qiu, quick-witted and agile, reached out to steady him, firmly declaring, "Fear not, I am here with you. We shall move forward together." Tang Xing nodded in gratitude, running alongside Lan Qiu. Inspired by Tang Xing's indomitable spirit, the other classmates gathered their courage and followed suit, completing the remaining distance together. As time slipped away, some classmates, lacking stamina, struggled to keep pace with the leading group. Just when Tang Xing felt utterly exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Lan Qiu unhesitatingly activated her martial spirit, grasping his arm tightly, providing him with strength and support. Observing this, Sui wore a satisfied smile, softly exclaiming, "Indeed. The mightiest golden dragon of this continent lives up to its name." Shortly thereafter, Sui eliminated several lagging students. Upon entering the classroom, she approached Tang Xing with a serious demeanor, commanding, "Stand up and report your soul power level." Tang Xing complied, standing tall and responding clearly, "Yes, teacher. My soul power is at level 12. Chapter 3. Fever. Sui stated gravely, "Indeed, though he is a special student of the academy, he will still be eliminated if he does not pass my test. Do you understand?" Class dismissed. As the bell rang, students vacated their seats and exited the classroom. Tang Xing silently followed Sui to her office. Upon entering, Sui gestured for him to sit and then said, "Tang Xing, release your martial spirit." Tang Xing nodded, closed his eyes, and focused. Suddenly, his eyes transitioned from their original bronze hue to a brilliant blue gold, emanating a powerful aura. However, at that moment, he sensed his martial spirit was being suppressed by an unseen force, inciting an impulse to worship. He felt alarmed, unsure of the significance of this phenomenon. Sui quietly observed Tang Xing's transformation, acutely aware of the anomaly in the aura surrounding him. Soon after, a dazzling yellow light emanated from her, and a golden soul ring materialized before her. Gazing at the soul ring, Sui contemplated, "This century-old soul ring seems extraordinary. The power it harbors far exceeds that of a typical soul ring. Could it be that Tang Xing's martial spirit possesses a unique ability, capable of eliciting such a profound reaction?" Contemplating this, Sui resolved to delve deeper. Taking a deep breath, she softly addressed Tang Xing, "Attempt to control your martial spirit and see if you can resonate with this soul ring." Upon hearing her words, Tang Xing endeavored to stabilize his mind, striving to establish a connection with the yellow soul ring. Moments later, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he discovered that when his martial spirit came into contact with the soul ring, a remarkable resonance indeed emerged between the two. This resonance imbued him with a sense of a formidable power surging forth, as though with a mere nudge, he could unleash tremendous might. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Suyi's eyes as she realized that Tang Xing's martial spirit likely harbored immense potential. Perhaps, through careful cultivation and training, he could aspire to become an exceptional soul master in the future. "Well done, Tang Xing," Sui nodded in satisfaction. "From this day forth, you must dedicate yourself to your training and enhance your abilities. I have faith that you will become a source of pride for the academy." Upon hearing Suyi's encouragement, Tang Xing felt a surge of determination. He recognized the weight of the responsibility he bore and understood that only through relentless effort could he realize his aspirations. Henceforth, Tang Xing devoted himself to rigorous training, consistently pushing beyond his limits. Meanwhile, Sui invested even more effort, guiding him on how to harness the power of his martial spirit and master various combat techniques. Through the combined endeavors of teacher and student, Tang Xing's prowess flourished. Gradually, he emerged as a standout within the academy, garnering considerable attention. All of this was made possible by Suyi's discerning eye and meticulous mentorship. In the days to come, Tang Xing would continue to forge ahead, seeking ever higher realms. He looked forward to the day when he could stand at the pinnacle and showcase his true brilliance. Although the color of his martial spirit was yellow, it bore a faint golden hue. Could it mean something? "Tang Xing, your martial spirit is rather extraordinary. It must be a mutated spirit, and your spiritual eyes are not singular," Sui remarked. Tang Xing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Not singular? Could it be dual?" Sui continued, "Indeed, spiritual eyes are inherently rare, especially considering your constitution is not particularly robust." Tang Xing responded, "Teacher Su, I will strive diligently." Sui added, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone just yet, understood?" To which Tang Xing replied, "Understood." As classes concluded, Tang Xing contemplated seeking out Lan Qiu for some amusement. At that moment, Cheng'an approached Lan Qiu with a playful grin, saying, "Hey, beautiful, could I have your contact information?" Lan Xiao shot him a murderous glare. Her tone icy as she retorted, "Scram." Not dissuaded by her demeanor, Chang'an intended to engage her further when a male figure suddenly appeared before Lan Xiao. "You finally emerged. What did the teacher want with you?" she inquired. Tang Xing recalled Su Yi's admonition, "Do not tell anyone about this matter." He then replied, "The teacher mentioned something about running for class committee." Lan Xiao expressed her disappointment. "Oh, is that all? I thought it was something entertaining." Tang Xing gazed at Lan Xiao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lan Xiao, sensing Tang Xing's gaze upon her, playfully remarked, "You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you?" Tang Xing replied with a calm demeanor, "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Lan Xiao chuckled softly and said, "You truly are a simpleton." "No. It would be more accurate to call you a blockhead." Heh. Her tone carried a hint of teasing affection. However, Chang'an, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, "Hey kid, who do you think you are? How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Do you have a death wish?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing could not help but snort disdainfully. He turned his gaze sharply towards Chang'an, his eyes ablaze with fury, and questioned, "Your woman? Lan Xiao, pray tell. When did you become his woman?" Lan Xiao was taken aback by Tang Xing's inquiry and hurriedly waved her hands in a gesture of explanation. "Tang Xing, please do not misunderstand. I do not know him at all. He is spouting nonsense. You must believe me." Chang'an, noticing that Lan Xiao did not side with him, felt even more incensed. He shouted once more, "You insolent brat. Do you have a death wish for daring to oppose me? Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, he advanced menacingly towards Tang Xing, seemingly intent on confrontation. However, a commanding aura emanated from Tang Xing, suppressing Chang'an's martial spirit and rendering him immobile. Chang'an, astonished, exclaimed, "Why can I not summon my martial spirit?" After Tang Xing and Lan Xiao departed from the teaching building, Tang Xing inquired, "Why are the dormitories arranged with one male and one female?" Lan Xiao replied, "This is due to the division of the academy into inner and outer gates. The outer gate dormitories consist of one male and one female, whereas the inner gate accommodates male-male and female-female arrangements. You should be content with that." Tang Xing pondered for a moment before asking, "Since the academy is divided into inner and outer gates, there must be many skilled individuals. Where did you hear about this?" Lan Xiao, taken aback, responded, "I heard it from the senior students." Tang Xing further queried, "Are there any requirements to enter the inner gate?" Lan Xiao explained, "One must become a soul emperor before the age of 20 and attain the rank of soul master by the age of 13. By the way, how old are you?" Tang Xing replied, "I am 9 years old." Upon hearing his age, Lan Xiao proudly displayed his soul rings, revealing 2 yellow rings, and said, "I am 10. 1 year older than you, and I am already a level 23 great soul master. Besides soul power, there are additional prerequisites. One must attain the status of a core disciple in the outer gate and win the championship in the freshman competition to enjoy special privileges. You don't have much time left. Focus on your cultivation and strive to enter the inner academy together. By the way, there is a theoretical class this evening. Are you interested in attending?" Tang Xing nodded and then proceeded to cultivate. Tang Xing's mindscape suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon, and he felt an intense heat surging through his head, as if it might ignite. He endured the searing sensation, gritting his teeth and holding on. Lan Xiao, perceptive as ever, sensed the unusual temperature in the dormitory and, filled with urgency, rushed to Tang Xing's side. Upon discovering him in a state of cultivation, a sense of dread washed over her. She reached out to touch his forehead and gasped in astonishment. "Why is it so hot?" This troublesome fellow always caused her such worry. There was no choice but to sacrifice her own comfort. Resolutely, Lan Xiao immobilized Tang Xing and carefully carried him back to bed. She pondered to herself, "If I go to class now, who will take care of him?" Determined, she murmured, "It's just one class. For a genius like me, missing it won't matter. First, I must bring down this fever." Lan Xiao hurriedly stepped into the courtyard and approached the well. She lowered a bamboo basket into the water, preparing to fetch some. When she felt strength in her hands, she effortlessly pulled the basket back up. With swift steps, she returned to the dormitory. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Lan Xiao, what are you doing?" Exasperated, she replied, "Do I need to report my actions to you?" The person hastily responded, "I don't care what you're doing. Have you forgotten about tonight's theory class?" Lan Xiao gazed at him, unruffled, and said, "I have other matters to attend to. Tonight is off." He was taken aback, exclaiming, "Off? You dare to stand up my master. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With unwavering confidence, Lan Xiao retorted, "You? Teach me a lesson? Even if your master were here, he would have to show me some respect. You are not worthy. Leave before I lose my temper. How arrogant. Tonight, I shall test your true abilities. Manifest your martial spirit. He shouted in fury. Lan Xiao merely scoffed. Isn't that courting death? With that, she conjured a spear in her hand and thrust it toward him. A tremendous explosion ensued, capturing the attention of everyone in the academy. He stared at the weapon in Lan Xiao's grasp, astonished. That's the golden dragon spear. No wonder Hua Xin, alerted by the commotion, hurried over and said, Miss Lan, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure to discipline him. Please, have mercy and do not hold it against him. The rebellious disciple added respectfully, I'm sorry. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. Lan Xiao looked at Tang Xing's handsome yet pale face and shook her head helplessly, softly saying, All right, let this matter rest. With that, she picked up the bamboo basket filled with various herbs and ingredients and headed back to the dormitory. Upon her arrival, she gently set the basket down and carefully retrieved a soft handkerchief from within, soaking it in a basin of clean water for a while. Once the handkerchief was thoroughly wet, Lan Xiao delicately lifted it and tenderly pressed it against Tang Xing's forehead. She sat quietly by his bedside, silently guarding him, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry and concern. She murmured softly, Tang Xing, you certainly know how to trouble me. You always leave me in a state of worry. Yet I understand that you are not in control of your circumstances. I hope you recover swiftly this time. Lan Xiao's voice was so faint that it seemed only she could hear it. Her gaze remained fixed on Tang Xing's face, as if she were trying to decipher the thoughts hidden deep within. As moments ticked by, Lan Xiao sat motionless, her heart silently praying for Tang Xing's swift recovery. However, he truly appeared to be alone. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. How could he possibly be of divine descent? She had heard from her teacher that the spirit control department was extraordinary, with remarkably high spiritual power. This individual must possess an extraordinary martial spirit. That night, when I awakened my martial spirit, he was able to push me back several meters. My martial spirit is a golden dragon. What martial spirit could possibly intimidate a dragon? It shouldn't be so. He is so young, how could he be a deity? He certainly harbors many secrets. Never mind, pondering won't yield results. I should see how he is faring. Lan Xiao held a white handkerchief in her right hand and gently placed it on her forehead. The moment it made contact, she quickly recoiled, exclaiming, So hot. Why is the temperature still rising? She furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, This is bad. If this continues, it won't do. I must hurry to the inner courtyard and seek the teacher's guidance. With that, she rose unsteadily and made her way toward the inner courtyard. With each step, she felt a heaviness in her head and legs, as if the entire world were spinning around her. Yet, she steeled herself and quickened her pace. Finally, at the entrance of the inner courtyard, she spotted her teacher, who was busily engaged in work. Lin Qing, what brings you here tonight? Inquired a woman dressed in a red dress, her face shaped like an almond and her eyes cold. Lin Qing replied, Shouldn't I be here? Yi Yusen, stop wearing that stern expression. Just as they were about to speak, a voice interrupted. Teacher, please help my friend. Lan Xiao exclaimed urgently. Lin Qing stepped forward to assess the situation, exclaiming, So hot? What on earth happened to Lan Xiao? She recounted the events to Lin Qing, who contemplated for a moment before stating, This seems to be a case of excessive training. However, he must remain here for observation for a while. With that, Lin Qing activated her spirit ring to provide treatment. To her astonishment, Lin Qing gasped, thinking to herself, This is not good. Is he absorbing my spiritual energy? It was truly perplexing. Why did it feel as though my spiritual power was being drawn by an invisible force, completely beyond my control? Lin Qing quickly summoned her martial spirit, attempting to break free from the entanglement, only to find that the mysterious force remained firmly ensnared around her. What a formidable technique! She could not help but marvel. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even with my strength, I cannot easily escape his grasp. It seems he possesses an extraordinary background or has encountered remarkable fortunes. No, I cannot remain passive. I must devise a way to retaliate. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Qing concentrated intently, summoning every ounce of his soul power, prepared to engage in a fierce contest with his opponent. Chapter 4. Healing after a moment of contemplation. Yi Yusen's eyes brightened, and she suggested, Why don't we place him in the Spirit Sea Lake and see what happens? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing reacted as if ignited by a spark of dynamite, passionately retorting, What? You actually want to throw him into the Spirit Sea Lake? Have you lost your mind? We absolutely cannot jump to conclusions before ascertaining the facts. Yi Yusen, undeterred by Lin Qing's reaction, calmly turned her gaze to the side and addressed Jin Xiu, saying, Lan Xiu, why don't you return to school for now? Also, please request a leave of absence for your classmate from your teacher. If necessary, I can personally visit your class. She then inquired, by the way, who is your homeroom teacher? Lan Xiu replied softly, it's teacher Su Yi. Hearing this name, Yi Yusin's face broke into a relaxed smile, and she nodded in satisfaction, saying, oh, it's teacher Su Yi. That makes everything much easier. It was evident that Yi Yusin possessed a certain level of understanding and trust in teacher Su Yi. Perhaps it was this familiarity with her character that allowed Yi Yusin to confidently send Lan Xiu back to request leave. Lin Qing, with a resigned expression, remarked, he truly is a remarkable individual. I am exceedingly curious about his training methods, to the extent that I felt compelled to call for assistance. Yi Yusin, astonished, inquired, how many people did you summon? Who are they? Lin Qing replied with a mysterious smile, hee, I won't tell you just yet. You will find out soon enough. Before long, two figures gradually approached, ultimately halting at Lin Qing's location. They then entered the room together. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Yi Yusin gasped. The individuals who have arrived are from the Spirit Sea Pavilion. It's Elder Shu and Sister Ling. Observing this, Lin Qing hurriedly called out, teacher, please come and take a look at this young man. Upon hearing Lin Qing's call, Elder Shu quickly approached and promptly employed his soul power to examine Tang Xing's physical condition. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Tang Xing began absorbing Elder Shu's soul power. Elder Shu immediately sensed something amiss, exclaiming, this young man is still absorbing my soul power. He is truly remarkable. Consequently, Elder Shu decisively ceased the flow of his soul power, and Tang Xing likewise halted his absorption. Lin Qing, anxious, questioned, teacher, what is happening? What on earth is going on? Elder Shu, with a calm demeanor, replied, this young man is no ordinary case. His condition can be described as an excessively turbulent mindset during cultivation, akin to being scorched by fire. This has generated heat within his body, rendering him unconscious. Yet, subconsciously, in an effort to protect himself, he has succumbed to this state. In simpler terms, he has overexerted himself in his training. However, since fate has brought him before me, I certainly possess the means to resolve this. Elder Shu continued, Qing'er, prepare to place him in the Spirit Sea Lake. Upon the utterance of these words, astonishment enveloped the crowd. Lingxi, with wide eyes, exclaimed, Elder Tree, is this truly wise? Elder Tree resolutely replied, I have made my decision. The assembly proceeded to Linghai Lake, where Elder Tree declared, place him upon the water. Tang Xing was gently set upon the surface of Linghai Lake by Yi Yusin. And as if the waters had sensed the presence of prey, they surged forth like a famished tiger pouncing on its quarry. Lin Qing, bewildered, inquired, Elder Tree, what is transpiring? Elder Tree, equally perplexed, admitted, I am at a loss. I have not activated the formation. The waters of Linghai Lake enveloped Tang Xing tenderly, akin to a mother's embrace, gradually cleansing his being. Yi Yusin, taken aback, discerned an anomaly in Tang Yun's soul power and shouted, his soul power is escalating 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Has it halted at level 18? In that instant, the ancient Lingjin tree atop Linghai Lake awakened as if roused from slumber, unleashing its vitality to nurture Tang Xing ceaselessly. Elder Tree, unable to contain his excitement, proclaimed, the Lingjin tree has intervened. This individual must be cultivated with utmost care. Upon returning to the classroom, Lan Xiu noticed the absence of a classmate and remarked, Lan Xiu, where has Tang Xing gone? Rising, Lan Xiu responded, Teacher Su. Tang Xing has fallen ill and has gone to the inner courtyard for treatment. No sooner had he spoken than the department head entered class 1, announcing loudly, Teacher Su. Your student Tang Xing is currently receiving treatment in the inner courtyard. I have come specifically to inform you. Furthermore, the dean has decided to grant him the status of core disciple ahead of schedule. At this revelation, the once quiet classroom erupted in fervent chatter among the students. Core disciple? Isn't that akin to being a core disciple from the outer courtyard? What? How is this possible? Another student sighed in disbelief. Suddenly, the department head released a formidable aura, akin to a mountain pressing down on fragile eggs, rendering the noisy students speechless. The students gasped in astonishment. 7 rings. Soul Sage. The department head continued. I am aware of your thoughts. Tang Xing has been personally chosen by Elder Tree. I trust you all recognize who Elder Tree is. The assembly was struck with profound shock. Even Teacher Su was left dumbfounded, inquiring, Qindong, what is happening? Elder Tree personally selected him? But Tang Xing is unwell. Lan Xiao, clarify the situation. Before the classmates, Lan Xiao vividly recounted, that day, I waited for Tang Xing to return to the dormitory before he began his cultivation. While I went to take a bath. Upon finishing my bath, he was still immersed in his practice, so I sat on the bed for a while. Suddenly, the entire dormitory felt as though it had transformed into a vast steamer, the temperature rising rapidly. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and upon touching his forehead, I discovered he was burning with fever quite severely. I intended to cool him down with cold water, but unexpectedly, it only exacerbated his fever. In desperation, I dashed to the inner courtyard in search of a teacher's assistance. By chance, I encountered Teacher Lin Qing and then returned. Teacher Su, having heard of someone falling ill due to cultivation, realized that in all her years, she had never encountered such a peculiar circumstance. Even the department head, Qindong, wore an expression of astonishment. Tang Xing was absorbing the life essence of the Lingjin ancient tree when, suddenly, a dazzling brilliance erupted from his forehead, resembling a radiant star. A peculiar soul bone gradually materialized, as if it were sprouting from his brow. Elder Shu widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the soul bone atop Tang Xing's head. Murmuring, a soul bone? How can this be? He is merely 10 years old. The soul bone, seemingly alive, swiftly merged with Tang Xing's body. Witnessing this scene, Elder Shu was profoundly astonished. Even as a super Douluo, he found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. It was indeed a rare occurrence for Elder Shu to encounter someone he could not easily subdue. An elderly man, wielding a feather fan and holding a gourd in his mouth, remarked, Elder Shu, you have company. I did not expect this boy to possess a soul bone. Elder Shu continued, this familiar aura seems reminiscent of a past encounter. Nevertheless, he tossed the gourd towards Tang Yuan, from which 3 drops of liquid cascaded down, nurturing Tang Xing's entire being like precious nectar. Tang Xing felt the searing sensation within him recede like the ebbing tide, and now it was time to witness his fortune. Elder Su spoke in a calm tone. In an instant, Tang Xing fused with the soul bone, and during this process, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. You have been coming to see him for nearly 4 days now, Elder Shu remarked. Lan Qiu replied, I am merely concerned for him. Elder Shu, with a knowing smile, teased, little Lan Qiu has grown up and begun to care for others. I believe this young man would make a fine son-in-law. Lan Qiu immediately understood, her face gradually reddening like a ripe apple as she retorted, Grandpa Shu, you're insufferable. I just have feelings for him. Elder Shu continued to jest. Then why not be with him? Rest assured, with me as your grandfather and the support of the Linghai Pavilion, you are well protected. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, splashing the lake waters as a figure emerged. Lan Qiu squinted and exclaimed, Tang Xing? As he emerged from Linghai Lake. Lan Qiu instantly embraced him tightly, resembling a koala. Elder Shu, witnessing this, couldn't help but jest. Young people really know how to have fun. Tang Xing turned to the elder and politely greeted, Hello, Grandpa. Lan Qiu playfully scolded, What on earth is wrong with you? You made it seem as if I were on the brink of death. In a huff, she added, Isn't it your fault? You were training like a madman and ended up with a fever. Tang Xing suddenly recalled, right? During my training, it felt as though my head was aflame. And it was quite distressing. Just then, a commotion arose outside Linghai Lake, prompting Tang Yunxing and Lan Qiu to investigate. Jiang Hao angrily shouted, Step aside, or I will create chaos at Linghai Pavilion. The guard replied, No one is permitted to enter Linghai Lake without Elder Shu's command. As Jiang Hao prepared to strike, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu emerged at that moment. Upon seeing Tang Xing, Jiang Hao exclaimed, Tang Shidi, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would have caused a scene at Linghai. Jin Yu added, As long as you're fine, you can participate in the freshman competition. Tang Xing inquired, What is the freshman competition? Chapter 5, The appearance of Su Yin. Jin Yu explained, The freshman competition is specifically held for newcomers. This competition will also serve as the external branch's examination. If you perform well, you could become a core disciple of the Outer Academy. Tang Xing respectfully replied, Thank you. Sister Jin Yu. She responded, No need for thanks, and I hope you all achieve great results in the freshman competition. By the way, today Jiang Hao may receive a disciplinary notice. Goodbye. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu returned to the classroom, where Su Yi was conducting a lesson. Tang Xing called out, reporting, interrupting her. Su Yi glanced at Tang Xing and replied, Quickly take your seat. The freshman competition is approaching in a few days. Tang Xing, be prepared. And Lan Qiu, you too. I have 3 spots available. Feel free to try. As long as you pass my test, the spot is yours. At that moment, a girl stood up and said, Teacher Su, I would like to give it a try. Sui regarded her determined expression and said, All right, but I must remind you. There is only one chance. The girl responded, I understand, Teacher Su. Sui promptly led the girl into the simulation chamber, stating, This time, I will project the visuals onto the classroom screen. Su Yin, make sure you think carefully. Su Yin tossed her hair and dashed toward the first challenge. Upon reaching the entrance of the first challenge, Su Yin stepped inside. She gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to the flow of the air. Suddenly, a flurry of flying daggers came at her like a tempest. With a swift turn, Su Yin deftly evaded the onslaught. Tang Xing, watching the screen, marveled at Su Yin's quick reflexes. Next, a multitude of daggers rained down, yet Su Yin immediately showcased her exquisite footwork, gliding through the attacks like a phantom. A prompt sounded, signaling her successful passage of the first challenge. Tang Xing, astonished by Su Yan's movements, exclaimed, Could this be the illusory phantom? No. It's a soul skill. How remarkable that she can integrate a soul skill into her steps. Truly formidable. Upon entering the second challenge, Su Yin observed a small orb flitting about like a sprite. Fixing her gaze on the challenge ahead, she leaped toward the orb, only for it to elude her grasp. The timer on the wall accelerated, and as it approached halfway, Su Yin steadied herself, focusing on the orb's trajectory. Like a keen hunter, she pivoted sharply and successfully captured the orb, advancing through the second challenge. With determination, Su Yin surged into the third challenge. However, she soon realized something was amiss. She attempted to break through the obstacles, but failed repeatedly. Recognizing the anomaly, she calmed herself and scrutinized her surroundings. Su Yi remarked, What a promising talent. Though a bit impatient, Su Yin decisively summoned her martial soul and began to weave melodic notes. Her music sliced through the surrounding energy barriers like a sword, gradually revealing the exit. The classmates gasped. She passed all 3 challenges. Incredible. Emerging unscathed, Su Yin was met with Su Yi's smile as she said, Congratulations, Su Yin. You have successfully passed the test. This spot belongs to you. Su Yin, Lan Qiu, and Tang Xing will represent our class in the competition. Victory is the only option. Do you understand? Tang Xing will serve as captain. Take some time to get to know one another. Class dismissed. Excitedly, Su Yin approached Tang Xing and said, Hello. I am Su Yin, soul power level 21, and my martial soul is the Emerald Jade Harp. Hearing Su Yin's soul power, Tang Xing smiled and replied, Hello. I am Tang Xing. My martial soul is the Spirit Eye, and my soul power is around level 18. Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment, Level 18? Tang Xing continued, Indeed. I just broke through yesterday. Su Yin pondered within herself, Teacher Su, that formidable figure, must have her reasons for appointing Tang Xing, who is at level 18. As the team captain, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Tang Xing, filled with curiosity, inquired, Su Yin, what are your first and second soul skills? Su Yin obediently replied, My first soul skill is the melody of Emerald, which enhances the frequency of my string pulling and boosts my teammates' attack power. My second soul skill is the Emerald Soul Melody, which also elevates my own attributes while doubling the effect of the melody for my allies. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing praised, Your soul skills are remarkable. They can provide assistance to Lan Qiu. My role will be to control the entire battlefield. Tomorrow, we shall prepare accordingly and proceed with our plan. Su Yin remarked, I didn't expect you to have so many ideas. Just then, a voice called out, Tang Xing. So this is where you are. It was Jinyu, and Tang Xing, taken aback, responded, Sister Jinyu, what brings you here? Jinyu replied, I know you are undergoing the new student assessment tomorrow, so I brought the combat attire that Aunt Jiang prepared for you. Make sure to perform well. Aunt Jiang will be watching your match, so give it your all. She added, By the way, Tang Xing, have you ever considered earning some money? After a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing said, I have thought about it, but I'm unsure how to go about it. Jinyu encouraged, Then think about what skills you possess. Tang Xing recalled how his mother had taught him to roast chicken legs and suggested, Could roasting chicken legs be a way to earn some money? Upon hearing this, Jinyu exclaimed with excitement, Absolutely. The assessments are all held in the morning. So how about you join me to sell chicken legs in the afternoon? Tang Xing responded joyfully, What a splendid idea. Jinyu then asked, Tang Xing, since you can roast chicken legs, why not give us a demonstration first? That way, we can ensure a good price. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing replied, All right, Sister Jinyu, I shall prepare the ingredients right away. However, I lack the necessary tools. With a flourish of her hand, Jinyu dismissed the concern, saying, a trivial matter. You focus on the ingredients. Let Jiang Hao handle the tools. Jiang Hao shook his head in resignation and turned to gather both the ingredients and the tools. Jinyu then turned to Lan Xiu and Su Yan, smiling warmly greetings. You must be Tang Xing's classmates and teammates. I am Jinyu. Lan Xiu quickly responded, hello. We are not only classmates with Tang Xing but also roommates. Jinyu replied, I am aware. The dormitory in the foreign languages department pairs a male and a female. The young man walking behind me earlier is my boyfriend. Rest assured. I have no intention of vying for your man. After all, Tang Xing is my brother. As soon as she finished speaking, a blush crept onto Lan Xiu's cheeks. Noticing her shyness, Jinyu teased, I did not expect you to be so easily flustered. At that moment, Jiang Hao had set up the roasting rack, and Tang Xing returned with the ingredients. He placed the chicken legs on the grill, and soon, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. Jinyu, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, wow, it smells amazing. Tang Xing, is it almost ready? Tang Xing replied, Sister Jinyu, it will be ready shortly. He then presented the grilled chicken legs to the four of them, announcing, all right, everyone, please have a taste. Jinyu took two without hesitation, passing one to Jiang Hao. Tang Xing observed Lan Xiu, who, feeling a bit shy, took one. Su Yan, however, bit into hers without any hesitation, exclaiming, this is absolutely delicious. After taking a bite, Jinyu echoed her sentiments. Wow, is this really chicken leg? How can it be so delectable? It's not greasy at all, and the flavor is just perfect. Tang Xing, with your culinary skills, you could certainly command a good price. Jiang Hao chimed in, Tang Xing, no, calling you junior feels too formal. I'll simply refer to you as Tang Xing or brother. Jinyu agreed, that is fitting. Tang Xing responded, no matter how you address me. I will always be your Tang Xing. Then let us prepare to open tomorrow. Su Yan suddenly stood, exclaiming, class monitor, I must confess something. I possess a twin martial soul. Everyone gasped in astonishment, with Tang Xing shouting, what? A twin martial soul? Indeed, my second martial soul is the amethyst illusion butterfly. Chapter 6. Freshman Assessment. Tang Xing contemplated. The dual martial soul is an exceedingly rare phenomenon on the continent. Senior Tang Yun was a dual martial soul. And to his astonishment, Su Yan also possessed a dual martial soul, indicating boundless potential. Tang Xing addressed Su Yan, saying, there is no need for any apologies. You are a dual martial soul. During the assessment, do not reveal it too readily. By the way, does your second martial soul possess any offensive abilities? Su Yan replied, my second martial soul, the amethyst illusion butterfly, has attacking capabilities, specializing in agility and assault is not an issue. Tang Xing joyfully exclaimed, with Su Yan's dual martial soul. We are one step closer to victory. Time swiftly passed to the following morning, when the academy announced, all participants, please proceed to the designated venue. Tang Xing accompanied Lan Xiu and Su Yan to the site. At the assessment center stood an instructor who addressed the students, greetings, everyone. I am your assessment instructor for the next 2 days. You have been assigned to Group 13, consisting of 6 teams in total. Now that everyone is present, let me explain the rules before we commence. This assessment will consist of group battles of 3 members each. Freshmen are prohibited from using customized soul guidance devices, while other weapons are unrestricted. Although the assessment requires all participants to give their utmost, malicious harm is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, even if you defeat your opponent, you shall be deemed a loser. Do you all understand? The students replied in unison, we understand. The instructor continued, very well, let the assessment officially begin. In the first round, we have Class 1's Tang Xing, Lan Xiu, and Su Yan against Class 3's Huang Chun, Meng Yi, and Tong Ge. Step forward. As Tang Xing and his teammates approached the arena, the instructor declared, the assessment starts now. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Tang Xing activated his yellow soul ring, summoning his spirit martial soul, while Lan Xiu revealed her 2-century-old soul rings, causing a dragon's phantom to materialize. Su Yan also unveiled her 2-century-old soul rings, summoning her martial soul, the Emerald Jade Harp. Huang Qin and Ming Yi exhibited their 2-century-old soul rings, unleashing their silver wind blades, while Tong Gu summoned a martial soul that astonishingly resembled a cake with a single century-old soul ring. Huang Qin and Ming Yi devoured the cake and swiftly charged at Lan Xiu. Su Yan immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Emerald Melody. Realizing Su Yan's intent to assist Lan Xiu, Tang Xing promptly activated his first soul skill, Mental Detection Sharing. Tang Xing swiftly perceived Huang Chun and Meng Yi's movements. While Lan Xiao adeptly evaded their assault, she then unleashed her first soul skill, Golden Dragon Claw. Huang Chun declared, "Do you think it ends here?" First soul skill, Windless Blade. Tang Xing unleashed the full power of her spiritual gaze, rendering Huang Chun unconscious, while Lan Xiao's Golden Dragon Claws forced Meng Yi and Tong Gu out of the arena. The examination instructor declared, "The victors are the Tang Xing team." After leaving the assessment venue, Jin Yu awaited Tang Xing outside the school. Jiang Hao approached, saying, "Ah, so you are here. I have been searching for you." Tang Xing, spotting Jiang Hao, replied, "Brother Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao chuckled and responded, "I came to find Jin Yu and you. Aren't you both headed to sell chicken legs? I can ensure your safety." Tang Xing respectfully acknowledged, "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Tang Xing and Jin Xiu collaboratively maneuvered the vehicle into a prime position. As Tang Xing commenced grilling chicken legs, Jin Yu and Jiang Hao began disseminating flyers. Jin Xiu produced a large loudspeaker, attempting to activate it with a press, but it emitted no sound. Jin Yu seized the loudspeaker, gave it a shake, and after a brief adjustment, it emitted a beep. Jin Yu casually tossed it aside and placed the price tag in front of the grill. Time gradually passed, with Jin Yu decrementing the price by 1 copper coin at each interval, ultimately converting it to a complimentary tasting. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao happened to stroll outside with Su Yin and fortuitously spotted Tang Xing setting up the stall. She approached and inquired, "What seems to be the issue? It appears you haven't sold anything. Allow me to assist." Tang Xing observed the unfolding performance as Lan Xiao took a bite of the chicken leg. At that moment, a man in a suit appeared behind Lan Xiao, watching her savor the chicken leg. He asked, "Excuse me, miss, is this chicken leg delicious?" Lan Xiao replied, "Indeed. It is exquisite. This establishment's chicken legs are incomparable to others. Sir, you should give it a try. We are currently in the tasting phase. If you miss this opportunity today, it may not come again. Seize the moment while there are fewer people and sample it before deciding whether to purchase." Tang Xing, seated in the corner, stifled a laugh. The gentleman, unable to resist Lan Xiao's persuasive charm, gazed at the chicken leg before him and took one. He bit into it, his eyes lighting up. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "This is incredibly delicious. Boss, I would like 10 portions, please." Tang Xing was taken aback and said, "All right, please hold on for a moment." Nearby, his classmates were drawn to the uncle, who was offering free samples. One student picked up a chicken leg, scrutinizing it closely and remarked, "Isn't this just an ordinary chicken leg? How much can there be to eat? Let me give it a try." After taking a bite, he was momentarily stunned and then exclaimed, "The flavor is extraordinary." He immediately dashed to the uncle's side and shouted, "Sir, I would like 2 portions." The other classmates followed suit, eagerly sampling the chicken legs, and soon formed a line, patiently awaiting their turn. Lan Xiao assisted Tang Xing, while Jin Yu and Jiang Hao, upon seeing the crowd, quickly joined in to help until the last piece was sold. Afterward, Lan Xiao complained, "We worked hard this morning to win the first round, and now we have to sell chicken legs with him. It hardly seems fair." Jiang Hao replied, "I heard Tang Xing's brother mention that you won the first round, and he went off to buy something." Tang Xing arrived at the stall and encountered the first customer. The uncle remarked, "What a coincidence." He tossed something to Tang Xing, who opened it in astonishment. It was a golden spirit coin. When Tang Xing looked up, the uncle had vanished without a trace. Tang Xing returned to her stall, holding the items she had purchased. Upon seeing Lan Xiao, she remarked, "You have worked hard today. Please take a moment to rest." After speaking, Tang Xing heated the remaining chicken legs and placed them on the table, saying, "Enjoy them while they are warm." She then brought out a large plate and set it before Lan Xiao, declaring, "This is for you." Jin Yu and Jiang Hao observed Tang Xing, with Jin Yu unable to restrain herself from saying, "It seems, dear Tang Xing, that you are on the lookout for a sister-in-law." Lan Xiao's face flushed as she replied, "Sister Jin Yu, brother Jiang Hao, we are still young. We cannot entertain such thoughts just yet. We all understand." Jin Yu remarked, and Jiang Hao added, "Today, we heard that you all passed the first round of assessments. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate Tang Xing and the others, wishing you continued success." Tang Xing stood up and said, "Thank you, brother Jiang Hao, for your blessings. I appreciate it." Raising her cup, she downed its contents in one swift motion. That evening, as Tang Xing and her companions reveled in their feast, Su Yin recalled, "By the way, I just leveled up today." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We now have a greater chance of success." Jin Yu inquired, "So Su Yin, what level are you currently at?" Su Yin replied, "I am at level 22. Jiang Hao then asked, Tang Xing, what level are you at? Tang Xing responded, I am only at level 18. As Jin Yu prepared to enjoy a chicken leg, she overheard Tang Xing's remark, what? You've leveled up 6 times in such a short period? Oh, how envious. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao remarked, I find it a bit awkward to call you that. I shall continue to refer to you as my junior brother. Tang Xing reassured him, it's all right. However you choose to address me, you will always be my brother Jiang Hao. Jin Xiu clapped her hands, exclaiming, excellent. Well said. As Lan Xiu rose and headed towards the dormitory, Tang Xing noticed her departure and turned to Jiang Hao and Jin Yu, saying, Brother Jiang Hao, Sister Jin Yu. I shall take my leave now. With that, Tang Xing hurried after Lan Xiu, calling out, Lan Xiu, wait. However, Lan Xiu paid no heed as she swiftly made her way back to the dormitory. Chapter 7. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Tang Xing returned to the dormitory, inquiring with concern. Lan Xiu, what troubles you? I am fine, just sleep quickly. There's an assessment tomorrow, Lan Xiu replied nonchalantly. Tang Xing intended to ask more, but after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and returned to slumber. The following day, after enduring 5 rounds of fierce competition, the announcement came through the broadcast. Tang Xing's team had achieved the most outstanding results in their region during the previous 5 rounds. Thus, they would represent their area as the seed team, the first to compete in the first match of the 6th round. In the first match of the 6th round of Area 13, Tang Xing's freshman class faced off against the Tianluan team from the 9th class. As Tianluan emerged, he displayed a dazzling array of lightning, proclaiming, Tianluan, level 22 Great Soul Master. Bai Ji promptly revealed her soul ring and her swan spirit. To Tang Xing's astonishment, Bai Yi also possessed the swan spirit. Twins. This could prove challenging, he thought. Maintaining his composure, Tang Xing introduced himself. Class 1, Tang Xing, Lan Xiu, Su Yan. I look forward to your guidance. The assessment commenced as the instructor noted both teams were prepared. Bai Ji swiftly unleashed her martial spirit, initiating a disruption. First soul skill, sound wave. This formidable sound wave significantly affected Tang Xing's team. We must interrupt her, Su Yan. Tang Xing commanded decisively. Su Yan immediately summoned her Emerald Jade Harp. First soul skill, Voice of Emerald. Her soul skill rivaled Bai Ji's, and she confidently declared, My Voice of Emerald not only enhances attack power but also counters sound-based soul skills effectively. Noticing her sister was at a disadvantage, Bai Yi exclaimed, Sister, let me assist you. First soul skill, Sound Wave. Instantly, waves of sound swirled across the arena, with both sides refusing to yield. Su Yan launched another strike. Second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. The powerful blow she unleashed surged forth like a torrential wave, forcing the Bai sisters back. In this breathtaking moment, Su Yi gazed at Su Yan's performance, marveling, her martial spirit must be extraordinary. Tianluan charged forward with determination to defeat Su Yan. Tang Xing swiftly activated his spirit eye, restricting Tianluan's movements. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu prepared to deliver a decisive punch. At a critical moment, Bai Ji transformed instantaneously, intercepting Lan Xiu's attack. Bai Ji then unleashed her second soul skill, White Feather. Protect Su Yan, Tang Xing exclaimed, as countless feathers soared towards him. Lan Xiu promptly activated her second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body, remarking, Is that all? Tang Xing, witnessing Lan Xiu effortlessly neutralize the strike, praised, as expected of the Golden Dragon, truly formidable. At that moment, a thunderbolt unleashed by Tianluan was also successfully thwarted. Behold my first soul skill, Thunder Burst, Tianluan shouted. Yet the formidable dragon might released by Lan Xiu sent him staggering back several meters. Bai Yi called out, Sister, Tianluan, let's use our martial spirit fusion. Tianluan replied, All right. Assemble. In an instant, the positioning of the three changed dramatically, causing Tang Xing to feel unease. This situation seems unusual. The trio unleashed their martial spirit fusion, leaving the onlookers astounded. They are only at the second ring, yet they can perform a triad fusion technique. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Yi gasped in astonishment. The fusion technique of the 3 individuals presents quite a dilemma. Tang Xing, observing their combined soul skill, decisively declared, Provide full support to Lan Xiu. Su Yan swiftly extended her hand to the zither, softly intoning, first soul skill, Emerald Sound, second soul skill, Emerald Melody. At that moment, the summoned fusion spirit was none other than the Thunder Swan, which darted toward Lan Xiu like a bolt of lightning. Lan Xiu was still gathering strength. He must not be allowed to succeed. Tang Xing shouted. Without delay, Tang Xing harnessed the power of his spiritual eye, manifesting it to counter the Thunder Swan. However, the relentless assaults from the Thunder Swan caused Tang Xing immense agony, shattering his spiritual manifestation. Clutching his mouth, he coughed up blood. As the Thunder Swan prepared for another powerful strike, it shattered Tang Xing's spiritual manifestation into fragments. Just as the Thunder Swan was about to charge at Tang Xing, a colossal dragon's tail suddenly lashed out, repelling the Thunder Swan several meters back. A golden dragon silhouette emerged, emitting a deep roar that startled the Thunder Swan into a cacophony of honks. Seeing Tang Xing drenched in blood, Lan Xiu's fury ignited. How dare you harm Tang Xing? You seek death. A long spear coalesced in his hand, and in an instant, Lan Xiu transformed into a golden dragon spear, subsequently shifting into a magnificent golden dragon. The golden dragon radiated an overwhelming aura, akin to a war deity descending from the heavens. With blinding speed, the golden dragon charged at the Thunder Swan, which, sensing the impending threat, immediately summoned heavenly thunder. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck the golden dragon like silver serpents. The golden dragon let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, causing the heavenly thunder to gradually dissipate. Seizing the moment, the golden dragon pressed the attack, swiftly lunging at the Thunder Swan. Following a series of explosive clashes, Tian Luan and the Bai sisters lay on the ground, unconscious. At this juncture, the examination instructor announced loudly, "The victors are Tang Xing's team." Su Yi hurried to the scene to assess the students' injuries. Su Yin anxiously inquired, "Teacher, how is the situation?" After her examination, Su Yi replied, "Tang Xing is largely unharmed, but Lan Xiu is exhausted and will require some time to recover." Su Yin pondered, "What will we do for the upcoming matches?" Tang Xing rose to his feet and declared, "Su Yin, we must rely on ourselves from here on." As they prepared for the next match, Su Yin suggested, "Should I activate my second soul?" Tang Xing quickly responded, "No, it's too early to reveal that. It will complicate future battles. However, I have a plan." After hearing Tang Xing's strategy, Su Yin agreed. In the ensuing 4 rounds, Tang Xing and Su Yin exhibited remarkable synergy. In the final match, Tang Xing utilized the Yun family's agility to triumph over his opponent, leading Tang Xing's team to an impressive 10 consecutive victories. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. "Congratulations to Tang Xing's team for winning the championship in Area 13. Su Yin exclaimed, "Today's battle was exhilarating. Class leader, you owe me a feast." "Certainly," Tang Xing replied. Noticing that Lan Xiu had remained silent, he inquired, "Lan Xiu, what troubles you?" Lan Xiu reflected, "I am contemplating the first round of matches this morning. Their triune fusion technique was formidable. Even if I had summoned the draconic aura within me at that moment, I doubt I could have matched such explosive power. That strike could rival a Soul King. Could it be due to Su Yan's enhancement?" Tang Xing remarked, while Lan Xiu responded, "It should be." Upon hearing Lan Xiu's words, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. If only the three of us could achieve a martial soul fusion. An idea struck Tang Xing, and she suggested, "Indeed, you two should give it a try. Perhaps success is within reach." "I am referring to a Trinity martial soul fusion," Su Yan clarified. Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, stating, "The martial soul fusion technique requires an exceptionally high level of compatibility, and the synergy must also be impeccable. It is not as easy to accomplish as one might think." However, Su Yan remained undeterred, continuing, "How can we know the outcome without attempting it?" Tang Xing and Lan Xiu nodded in agreement, and the three of them settled on the ground, sitting cross-legged to begin channeling their soul energy. Utilizing the Jade Heaven technique, Tang Xing summoned her soul power, and suddenly, the martial souls of the three were revealed. Subsequently, 3 distinct martial souls began to merge, gradually forming a vague silhouette, flickering in and out of visibility. Tang Xing opened her eyes, astonished, and exclaimed, "We succeeded." Su Yan and Lan Xiu, too, opened their eyes and simultaneously gazed at Tang Xing, their cheeks subtly flushed. Su Yan, feeling a surge of power within her, remarked, "I sense a formidable force coursing through me." Tang Xing affirmed, "This must be the power of martial soul fusion. We can use it to accelerate our cultivation. Does that mean our martial soul fusion will be even easier?" Su Yan said excitedly. Tang Xing nodded. And Su Yan urged Lan Xiu, "Lan Xiu, let us give it a try." With deep breaths, Su Yan and Lan Xiu cautiously activated their soul power, attempting to intertwine and converge their energies. However, as time passed, they found themselves unable to perceive the anticipated force of fusion. Su Yan furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Lan Xiu, and inquired, Tang Xing, what is happening? Why can't our soul powers merge smoothly? Her voice bore a hint of anxiety and confusion. Lan Xiao, equally troubled, fell into contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, responding, I am uncertain as well. Logically, our soul power attributes should complement each other. Yet the current situation is quite peculiar. After reflecting for a while, Su Yin suddenly recalled having heard about potential reasons for failed soul power fusion. She proposed, could it be that our mindsets are not sufficiently aligned? Or perhaps some external factors are interfering with our soul powers? Lan Xiao nodded in agreement with Su Yan's hypothesis. He said, that is possible, but we need to investigate further. Perhaps we should adjust our mindset and attempt it anew. Thus, Su Yin and Lan Xiao closed their eyes, clearing their minds and striving to achieve tranquility. They channeled their soul power once again, sensing the subtle connection between them. This time, they distinctly felt the flow of soul power becoming much smoother, but at a critical moment, an invisible force seemed to hinder their further fusion. Su Yin and Lan Xiao exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. Su Yin sighed. Very well, Tang Xing, let us give it a try. Tang Xing grasped Su Yan's hand, initiating their attempt at martial soul fusion. Suddenly, their martial souls appeared behind them. Tang Xing's spirit eye martial soul and Su Yan's purple crystal illusion butterfly martial soul gradually drew closer, as if destined to meet. Their fusion was successful, resulting in a martial soul that resembled a butterfly awakening, radiating a mysterious luminescence. Once the fusion form was dispelled, Lan Xiao approached slowly and said, Tang Xing, let us give it a try as well. Joined hand in hand, they began the fusion anew. Lan Xiao's golden dragon martial soul manifested instantly, while Tang Xing's spirit eye martial soul darted like lightning to the dragon's forehead. The eyes of the golden dragon and the spirit eye on its brow activated their abilities simultaneously, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lan Xiao was momentarily stunned, leading to an immediate disintegration of the fusion. Supporting Tang Xing, Lan Xiao inquired, are you all right? Tang Xing waved her hand reassuringly and declared, I am fine, Lan Xiao. Let us name this martial soul fusion technique Might of Gold. Lan Xiao nodded in agreement, while Su Yin jested, what about the three of us? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing replied, let us call it Transformation of the Purple Spirit Butterfly Dragon. Chapter 8. Advancement in the Assessment. Tang Xing exclaimed with delight, marvelous. We possess 3 martial soul fusion techniques. These are indeed our 3 trump cards. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Lan Xiao gazed at Tang Xing, seemingly having made a certain decision. The following day, an announcement resonated throughout the freshman assessment area. Class 1 of Year 1, please enter. The elimination round will commence shortly. Participants are reminded that friendship comes first and competition second. Class 1 of Year 1 will face Class 8 of Year 1. Both sides, please take the stage. Tang Xing was the first to step onto the stage, proclaiming loudly, Class 1, Tang Xing, Level 18 Control System Soul Master. Following suit, Lan Xiao announced, Class 1, Lan Xiao, Level 23 Assault System Weapon Soul Master. Su Yin then chimed in, Class 1, Su Yin, Level 22 Support System Weapon Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Qi Ming, undeterred, declared, Class 8, Qi Ming, Level 25 Assault System Weapon Soul Master. The 2 others from the back followed suit. Class 8, Jian, Level 24 Defense System Weapon Soul Master. Class 8, Ning Shui, Level 31 Support System Weapon Soul Master. The competition commenced. With a sharp command from the referee, Ning Shui immediately unleashed her martial soul. A tiered tower of glazed tiles appeared before everyone. Observing Ning Shui, the homeroom teacher Su Yi remarked, Ning Shui hails from an extraordinary lineage. She possesses the 7 treasures glazed tile, the foremost support weapon soul of the Douluo continent. Indeed. Su Yi, shall we place a wager? Came a piercing voice. Su Yi snorted, Zhu Hong, what do you wish to wager? A soul bone, Zhu Hong replied. Qi Ming rose and charged at Lan Xiao, who met the challenge with her golden dragon spear. Guan swiftly advanced towards Tang Xing, while Su Yin activated her martial soul to block Guan's approach. The spectators were left astounded by Su Yan's display, including Su Yi and Zhu Hong, who were equally taken aback. Zhu Hong exclaimed, how is this possible? Wasn't her martial soul the emerald jade harp? How could it transform into a goose? Lin Qing, feeling bored in the infirmary, decided to take a stroll and fortuitously arrived at Tang Xing's assessment site, saying, oh, isn't this the little one? This girl's martial soul seems reminiscent of my sister's. In the next moment, Lin Qing uttered a phrase, and Lin Shi appeared. Lin L remarked, no, Her martial soul is quite unique. Even my martial soul, the Azure Wave Swan, feels somewhat subdued. Lin Qing inquired, Sister, are you returning home today? Lin nodded, yes. I just got back today. I intend to claim that girl. At that moment, Su Yin summoned her first soul skill, Emerald Protection. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing activated his purple extreme demon eye and spirit eye to immobilize Guan. Subsequently, Tang Xing employed the Yun family technique to send Guan flying. Fortunately for Guan, being a defense-type soul master, he was not knocked out. Tang Xing, astonished by Su Yin's martial soul, exclaimed, Is she not a dual martial soul? Could it be that she possesses a triple martial soul? First soul skill, Starfall. Qiming elegantly wielded his Star Will Spear and shouted. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. Upon seeing this, Lan Qiu immediately released her skill to defend herself. As Lan Qiu activated her second martial soul, Qiming smirked. Finally, are you ready to get serious? First soul skill, Golden Dragon Stab. After finishing his words, Qiming added with a grin, just as I wished. First soul skill, Starfall. First soul skill, Heavenly Shield Formation, Guan called out. Ningxue chuckled lightly. Let us bring this to an end. 7 treasures glazed tile. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. In an instant, Qiming's soul power surged, and he effortlessly pushed Lan Qiu back. Qiming laughed and said, Lan Qiu, you are formidable, but this is where it ends. Second soul skill, Starfall Heavenly Slash. Lan Qiu, feeling the pressure, roared, Do you think I lack teammates? Second soul skill, Emerald Light. Second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. Su Yin exerted her strength, shattering Gu in shield formation in one fell swoop. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon's Descent. Lan Qiu swiftly executed a strike, directly nullifying Qiming's second soul skill. Guan quickly reacted. Second soul skill, Shield of Dawn. Following a powerful explosion, Guan sustained injuries and shouted, Qiming, unleash that move. Qiming and Guan began to merge, and Tang Xing instantly comprehended their intention. They were to employ a martial soul fusion technique. Lan Qiu, quick as a flash, urged, We must do the same. Second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. Su Yin promptly unleashed her soul skill, while Ningxue swiftly intoned 3 days of soul. Both sides completed their fusion at an astonishing pace. Zhu Hong was taken aback upon witnessing the martial soul fusion technique of Class 1, exclaiming, Wow! Your class actually possesses a martial soul fusion technique. However, when it comes to the quality of martial souls, Qiming's Star Wheel Spear is the heir to the Stellar Spear of the Nine Ming family, a relic from 10,000 years ago. Though the Star Wheel Spear is the first form of the Stellar Spear, its quality is unquestionable. Meanwhile, Guan's Shield of Dawn also traces back to the Shield Douluo of millennia past. Do you think that the diminutive young golden dragon can withstand such power? Sui chose to disregard her, directing her gaze towards the core area, addressing Qiming and Guan, martial soul fusion, spear and shield advance. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu shouted in unison, martial soul fusion, might of gold. The two martial soul fusion techniques clashed. The dragon's eyes of the golden dragon activating their skill, emitting a resplendent golden light. In an instant, they immobilized the opposing martial soul fusion technique, Ningxue included. The supervising teacher declared, Congratulations to Tang Xing's team from Class 1 for their victory. Tang Xing remarked, Let us quickly restore our soul power. We have another hard battle this afternoon. Su Yin nodded in agreement, while Lan Qiu suggested, How about we try harnessing the power of our cultivated martial soul fusion? Tang Xing pondered for a moment and proposed, Let us name it the power of celestial spirits. Lan Qiu instinctively touched her abdomen and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them sat cross-legged to replenish their soul power. As afternoon approached, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The crisp voice of referee Ding Xin resonated across the playground. Team Tang Xing from Class 1 will face Team Sun Xiaokong from Class 6. Both teams, please take the stage. Upon hearing this, Ding Xin, standing nearby, furrowed her brow in concern and said to Sun Xiaokong, Xiaokong, the opponent does not seem easy to handle. However, Sun Xiaokong merely smiled slightly, exuding confidence, as he patted Ding Xion's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I will take care of Lan Qiu, and the other two will rely on you. Rest assured, we shall emerge victorious. With that, a glimmer of determination and confidence flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath and encouraged everyone. All right, folks, it is our turn to showcase our abilities. Let us give our all for the glory of our class. With that, he led his teammates onto the arena with a vigorous stride. Both teams took to the stage, Tang Xing, Class 1, Level 18 Control System Battle Soul Master. Lan Xiao, Class 1, Level 23 Assault System Weapon Soul Master. Su Yin, Class 1, Level 22 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Tang Xing introduced, Class 1 Year 6. Sun Shokong, a 24th level Aggressive System Weapon Soul Master. Class 1 Year 6. Ling Feng, a 25th level Aggressive System Weapon Soul Master. Class 1 Year 6. Ding Xin, a 23rd level Support System Weapon Soul Master. The assessment commenced. The assessment instructor announced, and Ding Xin stepped out from the crowd. Taking a deep breath before softly reciting an incantation, first soul skill, Power of the 7 Stars. As her voice fell, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from her being. Empowered by this force, Sun Shaokong immediately summoned his martial soul and launched an attack towards Lan Xiao without hesitation. Seeing this, Lan Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He brandished his long spear and engaged in fierce combat with Sun Shaokong. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, and for the moment, the outcome remained uncertain. Sun Shaokong, aware that he faced a formidable opponent, did not falter. Instead, he bellowed, truly impressive. Lan Xiao, however, if you believe you can defeat me solely with that golden dragon spear, you are sorely mistaken. Prepare yourself for my first soul skill, Purple Gold Frenzy. With that, Sun Shokong swung his staff, unleashing a tempest of strikes towards Lan Xiao. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Lan Xiao chose not to evade but to activate his second soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped Lan Xiao, rendering him akin to a war deity descended upon the world. Each of Sun Shaokong's blows, though formidable, was deftly avoided by Lan Xiao. Sun Shaokong pondered in confusion. Why can he evade my ferocious attacks with such precision? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of Tang Xing beside him, signaling towards Ling Feng. In a flash, Sun Shaokong realized the situation. Ling Feng let out a soft shout. Summoning his martial soul, a sword emanating a sharp aura manifested in his hands. Su Yi gasped in astonishment. It is indeed the heavenly spirit sword. This young man must possess an extraordinary background. As Ling Feng chanted an incantation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Spirit Sword Strike. The heavenly spirit sword transformed into a brilliant beam of light, hurtling towards Tang Yun. Faced with such a fierce assault, Tang Yun did not dare to delay. He immediately activated his first soul skill, Emerald Protection. A layer of green light materialized, enveloping him securely. However, Ling Feng sneered, "You are fortunate. But whether you can evade my attack this time remains to be seen." As he spoke, he channeled his soul power again, executing his second soul skill, Spirit Sword Continuous Slash. In an instant, countless beams of sword light rained down like a torrent, presenting an overwhelming offensive. Tang Xing swiftly activated Purple Extreme Demon Eye, her eyes shimmering with purple light, as powerful mental energy was released through her spiritual gaze, forming a mysterious skill that shot forth, striking Ling Feng with unerring accuracy. The impact of this strike caused Ling Feng's assault to falter, resulting in several missed strikes against Tang Yun. Meanwhile, Su Yin, witnessing the tense situation, could no longer contain her fury and boldly unleashed her second soul skill, Emerald Radiance. A dense wave of green light burst forth from her, resembling a resplendent green moon, crashing down upon Ling Feng with unparalleled might. Ling Feng was unexpectedly forced back several meters by a powerful tremor. At the same time, Sun Shokong seized the opportunity to swing his long staff, striking Lan Xiao with such force that she was compelled to retreat repeatedly. Following that, he abruptly flicked his wrist, hurling the staff like a javelin, aimed directly at Tang Xing's back. Chapter 9. The semifinals of the assessment. Suddenly, Lan Xiao shouted, "Tang Xing, be careful." Tang Xing reacted swiftly, evading the attack with a quick sidestep. However, the staff pursued him relentlessly, seemingly harboring a particular animosity towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing's mind raced as he devised a clever plan. He deliberately led the stick to follow him, sprinting wildly until he reached Ding Xin. Upon witnessing this, Ding Xin regarded Tang Xing with palpable disdain, silently pondering, what tricks could he possibly conjure? At that moment, Tang Xing playfully made a silly face at Ding Xin before spinning around and dashing away. Seeing this, Ding Xin let out a sigh of relief, believing Tang Xing was merely bluffing. To her astonishment, the stick suddenly changed direction and soared straight towards her. Just as the stick was about to strike Ding Xin, Ling Feng decisively swung his sword to intercept the lethal blow. Simultaneously, Sun Shaokong hastily retrieved the stick back into his grasp. Infuriated, Ding Xin resolved to take action rather than remain passive. She summoned all her strength, unleashing her second soul skill, 7-star blessing, along with her first soul skill, 7-star power. In an instant, both Sun Xiaokong and Ling Feng felt their soul power and attributes double, an unending surge of strength enveloping them. Undeterred by such formidable foes, Su Yin and Lan Qiu demonstrated remarkable synergy, launching the martial soul fusion technique, Swan Dragon Transformation. This technique wielded astonishing power, hurtling towards Sun Xiaokong and his companions with unparalleled momentum. Ultimately, this overwhelming strike successfully propelled Sun Xiaokong and his group out of the arena. Victory belonged to their brave and indomitable team. The venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Tang Xing's successful advancement to the semifinals. Tang Xing exclaimed, "Well done. Let us go. Tonight we shall indulge in roasted chicken legs to celebrate." Accompanied by Lan Qiu and Su Yin, Tang Xing led them to his modest stall. Upon arriving, he spotted two familiar figures and, upon closer inspection, shouted, "Brother Jianghao, Sister Jinyu, you have come." Jianghao responded, "Jinyu and I are here to congratulate you on advancing to the semifinals, my young junior. My mother will attend the semifinals specifically to watch you. Make sure to perform well." Jinyu added, "Brother Tang Xing, as you approach the semifinals, exercise caution. I have heard that C2U, Xie and Li Fei from your cohort are quite formidable, and they too have reached the semifinals. Be vigilant, dear brother. Pay particular attention to Li Fei and Xie." Tang Xing nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Sister Jinyu, since we are here, let's enjoy a chicken leg before departing." Jinyu joyfully bounced in response, exclaiming, "Wonderful. At last, I can savor the culinary skills of my brother Tang Xing." With that, Tang Xing proceeded to the grill to ignite the fire and prepare the roasted chicken legs. Together, they shared a delightful meal, basking in happiness. As the dawn of the following day arrived, the semifinals commenced. A woman clad in a crimson dress gracefully approached the competition stage. Suddenly, a lone sheep appeared, prompting the onlookers to perform a respectful gesture. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for such formality. Please continue." Her voice resonated, reaching every ear in the left arena. Once she completed her transformation, Tang Xing immediately recognized her. The woman in red addressed the crowd, "Greetings, I am Yi Yusen, the Dean of Linghai Academy. The talents of this year's newcomers are remarkable. I shall be observing your competition, and I hope you will surprise me. Let us begin the drawing of lots." Tang Xing pondered. Why did the dean grant special privileges to his godmother? Was it because the competition screen had begun to rotate, ultimately halting on the confrontation between Tang Xing's team and Sitiu's team? Yi Yusen remarked that as soon as Sitiu emerged, Tang Xing felt an unsettling familiarity in his presence. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Situ Feng, who had once perpetrated atrocities against the Tang family, must be one of his. This enmity, he vowed, would not go unavenged. The competition commenced. The assessment teacher announced, Class 1, Sitiu, a level 25 Assault Spirit Master, Class 1, Mengya. A level 23 Control Spirit Master, Class 1, Xie, a level 24 Agility Spirit Master, Class 1, Tang Xing, and level 18 Control Spirit Master, Class 1, Lan Qiu. A level 23 Assault Spirit Master, Class 1, Su Yin, a level 22 Support Spirit Master. At Situ's command, Mengya charged forward. First spirit skill, Foxtail. A colossal foxtail shielded Tang Xing and his allies. Lan Qiu scoffed, "Is that merely a tail grab? Watch this." As Lan Qiu prepared to unleash his spirit skill, Situ's attack swiftly struck before Tang Xing and Lan Qiu could react. Su Yin immediately activated her first spirit skill, Emerald Shield, faced with relentless assaults. In a fleeting moment of defense, Lan Qiu thrust his spear towards Sitiu. Seeing the spear aimed at him, Sitiu deftly retracted his skill, narrowly evading the attack. Sitiu taunted, "Lan Qiu, do not assume I will spare you because of your connections. This is an assessment, and I shall show no mercy." First spirit skill, Skyward Blade. Unflinching, Lan Qiu countered. First spirit skill, Golden Dragon Stab. The two engaged in an exhilarating exchange. Mengya lunged at Su Yin once more. Second spirit skill, Enchantment. Under the influence of the enchantment, Su Yin succumbed to a stupor. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Qian unleashed his first skill, Multiple Rings, followed by his second skill, Locking Rings, ensnaring Su Yin completely. Mengya attempted to cast her enchantment on Tang Xing, but he activated his spiritual eye martial soul, the purple extreme demon eye, returning the enchantment upon her. Dazed, Mengya collapsed to the ground, while Tang Xing skillfully evaded Xie Qian's spirit skill. At that moment, an unsettling vision of the previous purple light flashed in Tang Xing's mind. He realized the formidable nature of Xiaqian's spirit skill, capable of immobilizing Lan Qiu. Just then, Situyu executed a swift sidestep and initiated his second spirit skill, circular slash. Lan Qiu, unable to evade, felt a surge of despair. Yet, in this critical moment, Tang Xing dashed forward, unhesitatingly positioning himself before Lan Qiu. He activated his intangible hand, employing the unique techniques of the Yun family to counter this lethal strike. Situyu, taken aback, expressed surprise in his eyes, but his lips curled into a mocking smirk. Not bad. Prepare to face my first spirit skill, Skyward Blade. Second spirit skill, circular slash. In an instant, countless sharp blades swept in like a torrential storm, accompanied by colossal wheel slashes, all aimed at Tang Xing. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Tang Xing exerted every ounce of his strength to employ the Yun family techniques, deflecting these attacks one by one. However, the sheer number of flying blades was overwhelming. Despite Tang Xing's formidable prowess, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand all the assaults. As time wore on, his body endured relentless slicing from the blades, each injury exacerbating his condition, causing his wounds to widen. Blood stained his garments, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ultimately, Tang Xing could no longer bear the mounting pressure, and his first spirit ring suddenly flared to life, accompanied by a radiant burst of light. An immensely powerful force erupted from within him. At that moment, a mysterious silhouette manifested around him. Jiang Yu, witnessing this spectacle, felt an exhilarating rush of emotions as she murmured, could it really be him? In that fleeting instant, she glimpsed a familiar and long-anticipated figure. Lan Qiu's eyes widened in horror as she beheld the ghastly wounds covering Tang Xing's body, her heart swelling with rage and sorrow. She could scarcely fathom the torment Tang Xing had endured to hold on thus far. Just then, Situyu coldly declared, "Enough, it is time for this to end." Second soul skill, circular slash. Gasps echoed among the crowd. Everyone understood the immense power of this move, and it seemed Tang Xing would be hard-pressed to resist it. Beside him, Xiaqian ominously asserted, "With this strike, Tang Xing is bound to either perish or be gravely injured." However, just as Situyu prepared to unleash his attack, a mysterious and formidable golden dragon materialized before Xiaqian. The dragon, with its fearsome claws bared, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the arena. This roar was akin to a thunderclap, leaving everyone in awe, especially Situyu, whose ears rang painfully, nearly rendering him deaf. Observing this, Lan Qiu wasted no time in awakening the long-dormant power of her ultimate light, executing her secret technique, Golden Dragon Domination. With a fierce cry, an apocalyptic energy erupted forth. This force surged like a tempest, sending both Situyu and Xiaqian reeling, their bodies battered and bruised. Seeing this, Lan Qiu promptly relinquished her transformation and rushed to Tang Xing's side, carefully lifting him. At this moment, Tang Xing lay unconscious but was still breathing. The assessment teacher approached, announcing, "Tang Xing's team has emerged victorious." Upon hearing this news, Lan Qiu finally exhaled, her eyes gleaming with joy. Though the battle had been brutal, they had ultimately triumphed. Nearby, Li Fei concluded his match as well, and Ziyan remarked, "They actually defeated Situyu, but he is gravely injured." Li Fei replied, "They are indeed remarkable." Worthy opponents. Lan Qiu, her face etched with urgency, implored the dean, "Dean, I beseech you, please grant us some time to recover. One of our teammates has sustained grave injuries, and the situation is exceedingly critical. Please, I implore you." The dean, gazing at his beloved disciple's earnest plea, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yu interjected, saying, "Dean, if my memory serves me correctly, there is typically a 30-minute break reserved during the finals. Let us grant them this half hour, and allow me to attend to the injured." At that moment, Lin Lu, standing nearby, chimed in, "Why not let me accompany you?" Jiang Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, she and Lan Qiu made their way to the lounge. In the lounge, one could see the extraordinary spirit Doa Jiang Yu at an impressive level of 99, alongside Lin Lu, who stood at the pinnacle of level 97. Together, they combined their soul power, exerting their utmost efforts to heal the injured Tang Yun. In the blink of an eye, a miraculous transformation occurred, and Tang Yun's severe wounds astonishingly healed. Tang Yun slowly opened his eyes and beheld Jiang Yu before him, exclaiming, "Godmother." His voice resonated with profound warmth and gratitude. Chapter 10. The final assessment. Lin Lu was taken aback upon hearing Tang Xing refer to Jiang Yu as godmother. Jiang Yu responded, "You should rest and replenish your soul power. There is another match to come. She then inquired, earlier, when you were clearly struggling, why did you persist? Tang Xing replied, because the situation was urgent, I had no choice. Jiang Yu gently stroked Tang Xing's head and said, above all, you must protect yourself. Only by ensuring your own safety can you safeguard others. Do you understand? Tang Xing nodded and affirmed, I understand. Jiang Yu held out a bottle of water to Tang Xing, saying, drink this. It will not only heal your injuries but also expedite the recovery of your soul power. At that moment, the dean entered the lounge and approached Lan Qiu, who was recuperating. Not wanting to intrude, she turned her attention to Lin Lu and inquired, how is he? Is his injury severe? Dean Yusin's voice carried a note of concern. Lin Lu replied, Dean, Tang Xing's injuries have healed. The time is drawing near. Dean Yusin remarked. Tang Xing opened his eyes and spoke, all right, Dean. He arrived at the competition venue, where Li Fei remarked, Brother Tang. It appears your injuries have nearly healed. I hope you can bring your full strength for our match. However, I value friendship above competition. He continued. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Fei, a 25th level agility system soul master from class 1, year 7. Wang Yang added, I am Wang Yang. Also from class 1, year 7, a 25th level power system soul master. Following suit, Xian introduced herself, I am Xian, a 31st level control system soul sovereign from class 1. Year 7. Tang Xing was taken aback, thinking to himself, what? A 31st level? Previously, Ning Shui was also at 31. I must not be careless. He introduced himself and his teammates. I am Tang Xing from class 1, year 1, an 18th level control system battle soul master. This is Su Yin, a 22nd level support system soul master, and Lu Ming, a 23rd level power system soul master, both from class 1, year 1. The competition commenced. At the instructor's signal, Tang Xing immediately activated his first soul skill, mental detection sharing. Li Fei was astonished, exclaiming, you unleashed a soul skill right from the start? Tang Xing felt a sense of pride within, thinking, this soul skill is quite extraordinary. Li Fei signaled Xian, who promptly unleashed her martial soul and soul skill. First soul skill, Starry Sky Binding. The starlight shot toward them like arrows, yet they effortlessly evaded it. Wang Yang charged forward with his blade, shouting, first soul skill, Blazing Slash. Blue Qiu was equally unyielding, bellowing, first soul skill, Golden Dragon Stab. The exchanges between the two sides created a lively spectacle. At that moment, Li Fei swiftly maneuvered behind Tang Xing, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he secretly gathered soul power, preparing to launch a surprise attack that would deliver a fatal blow to Tang Xing. However, Su Yin had already sensed Li Fei's intentions. Without hesitation, she activated her second martial soul. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from her, akin to the rise of a brilliant sun. Li Fei felt the pressure emanating from Su Yin, yet he did not falter. Instead, a smirk of surprise appeared on his lips as he remarked, a twin martial soul? I never expected you to possess such a trump card. But that is all right. We have one too. With that, Li Fei summoned forth another hidden martial soul, radiating a mysterious and powerful light, as if it contained boundless strength. He then began to chant an incantation, unleashing his second soul skill, Radiant Storm, Shadow Moonstorm. As his words echoed, two terrifying energy whirlwinds erupted from his two martial souls. The Radiant Storm shot upwards like a brilliant beam of light, illuminating the entire battlefield, while the Shadow Moonstorm expanded rapidly like a dark shadow, carrying an overwhelming force that threatened to consume everything. The two opposing forces intertwined and collided, creating a breathtaking tempest of energy. Suddenly, two razor-sharp emerald soul blades surged towards Su Yin, whipping up fierce winds, as if they intended to tear her apart. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Su Yin displayed no signs of fear. Taking a deep breath, the soul power within her surged forth instantaneously. With a commanding voice, she invoked her second soul skill, Purple Butterfly Light, Emerald Light. As her words resonated, a formidable aura erupted from her being. The resplendent purple radiance intertwined with the luscious emerald glow, dazzling like the brightest stars in the night sky. These two potent waves of soul energy surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, colliding violently with the two emerald soul notes. In that fleeting moment, the heavens shifted in hue, and the entire space was enveloped by the violent fluctuations of energy. Yet, Li Fei's soul skill crumbled under the weight of such terrifying power, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Seeing the dire situation unfold, Xian realized that he could no longer conceal his true strength. With a decisive thought, he activated his second martial soul, Instantly, a mysterious and profound red light emanated from within him, blazing like a burning flame. With a low exclamation, he invoked his first soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves Healing. Rapidly forming hand seals, countless blood-red maple leaves cascaded from above, fluttering down upon his teammates. These leaves, imbued with a rich essence of life, healed their wounds in the blink of an eye, revitalizing their spirits. Tang Xing and others were utterly astonished at the sight before them. Their team astonishingly possessed 2 dual martial souls. It is well known that individuals with dual martial souls are exceedingly rare, each one a remarkable prodigy. The emergence of 2 such extraordinary talents in this very team was simply unfathomable. However, Su Yin was not daunted by the prowess of her opponents, rather, it ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit within her. With an icy gaze fixed upon her adversaries, she gritted her teeth and declared, "What of having 2 dual martial souls? Let us just fight. Witness my second soul skill, Emerald Melody." As her words fell, Su Yin summoned her soul power once more, and a stirring and resplendent emerald melody erupted forth. This enchanting melody resonated like a celestial hymn, yet embedded within it was an inexhaustible intent to kill and overwhelming might, instilling terror in all who heard it. Lan Xiao, sensing an increase in power and preparing to give her all, was suddenly taken aback to see Wang Yang unexpectedly turn and dash back. She turned to Tang Xing, her face a mask of confusion, and inquired, "What on earth are they planning to do?" Tang Xing shook his head, a hint of perplexity etched upon his face, indicating his own bewilderment. He immediately called out loudly for Lan Xiao and Su Yin, swiftly rushing to their side, exclaiming, "We must unleash the spirit fusion technique." This declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, leaving each individual in a state of astonished disbelief. They could not help but exclaim in awe, "Heavens! Are they not mere mortals? How could they possibly execute such an extraordinary triad spirit fusion technique?" At that moment, Su Yi's heart brimmed with joy and relief. She fervently praised, "This is simply marvelous. You have successfully manifested the triad spirit fusion technique, truly deserving of being my exceptional students." Her eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction. Subsequently, Tang Xing, Su Yin, and Lan Xiao collaborated seamlessly, initiating the spirit fusion process. They focused intently, channeling their soul power. Their synergy so profound it seemed as though they shared a singular consciousness. As time elapsed, the 3 formidable spirits gradually intertwined, coalescing into a force capable of unparalleled destruction. Meanwhile, Ziyan's expression turned grave as she began to chant an incantation. First soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, Healing. A cascade of crimson light emanated from her, gently showering her comrades like a delicate rain. She then invoked her next skill, second soul skill, Blooming Rain of Red Leaves. An even greater brilliance illuminated the battlefield, reminiscent of a resplendent flower in full bloom. Finally, Ziyin unleashed her ultimate technique, third soul skill, Embodiment of the Rain of Red Leaves. Her essence intertwined closely with her allies, facilitating a remarkably fluid exchange of soul power among them. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Wang Yang diligently amassed their strength. Observing this, Tang Xing suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Oh no, they are engaging in spirit fusion. We must act swiftly." The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment. The triad spirit fusion technique? Such a formidable skill leaves everyone utterly astounded. Tang Xing and Li Fei stood poised for action, their presence exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of towering mountains and deep abysses, as if boundless energy was on the verge of erupting forth. In this critical moment, Tang Xing suddenly bellowed, "Martial soul fusion, purple spirit butterfly dragon transformation." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, deafening and infused with unparalleled might. On the other side, Li Fei appeared visibly flustered, yet gritted his teeth and shouted his own martial soul fusion technique. Martial soul fusion, Radiant Shadow Moon. As their voices echoed, 2 immense waves of soul power erupted simultaneously, colliding with the swiftness of shooting stars. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, tumultuous winds roared, and the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder. A cataclysmic roar reverberated as colossal energy burst forth, unleashing a blinding shockwave. This shockwave surged like a tidal wave, its terrifying force beyond imagination. The first to bear the brunt were Li Fei and the other 2, who had no time to react before being violently hurled from the arena by this ferocious power. As Tang Xing and his companions released their formidable martial soul fusion technique, their bodies wavered and sank to the ground, as if every ounce of their strength had been expended. Yet, amidst this exhaustion, Tang Xing stood resolutely at the center of the arena, his gaze unwavering and filled with confidence. At that moment, the academy's president approached, his face aglow with satisfaction and praise. With a solemn and resonant voice, he proclaimed, "Congratulations! The Tang Xing team from Class 1 has achieved the remarkable honor of becoming the overall champions in this year's freshman assessment." This announcement reverberated throughout the campus like a thunderclap, swiftly followed by the jubilant sounds of the school's broadcasting system. "Congratulations! Class 1, Tang Xing's team has triumphantly secured the title of champions in the freshman assessment through outstanding prowess and a spirit of unity." The faculty and students alike were enthralled by this exhilarating moment. Erupting into applause and cheers, Tang Xing, enveloped by the fervent atmosphere, felt a surge of pride and joy within him. He recognized that this was not merely a personal accolade but a testament to the collective efforts of his team. Amidst the cheers, he cast a grateful glance towards his teammates. Together, they had endured countless training sessions and challenges, fostering trust and support that culminated in their current victory. In this moment, they collectively reveled in the hard-earned honor, solidifying their resolve to pursue even greater heights in the future. With a serious expression, the president gathered all participants of the assessment and declared, "I hereby announce the successful conclusion of this year's freshman assessment. The reward for the first-place team is an invaluable soul bone. Please follow me to claim this honor that rightfully belongs to you." Once again, heartfelt congratulations to the Tang Xing team. Subsequently, the president began to announce the names of the core disciples from the external academy: Lan Xiu, Su Yin, Situ Yu, Mengya, Xie Qian, Li Fei, Wang Yang, Zi Yin, Sun Xiaokong, Ling Feng, Ding Xian, Qi Ming, Ning Shui, and Guan. As for those who did not make the core disciple list, you will still be able to enjoy the privileges of core discipleship temporarily. Upon hearing this, a wave of intense dissatisfaction and disdain surged within Tang Xing. He pondered to himself, "Why is this so? I participated in the assessment as well, yet I am only granted a temporary core disciple status. Perhaps it is due to the uniqueness of my martial soul." Just as he was lost in thought, the president added, "The temporary core disciple privileges will conclude at the end of this academic year." At that moment, Lan Qiu felt perplexed by the previous special approval for Tang Xing's core disciple status. Unsure of the reasoning behind such a change, she gently tugged at Tang Xing's sleeve. Noticing this, Su Yin swiftly reached out to grasp Tang Xing's arm, hoping to uplift his spirits. Next came the thrilling class allocation segment. The homeroom teacher for Class 1 is Ms. Wu Xian Hang, and the roster includes Tang Xing, Su Yin, Lan Qiu, Li Fei, Wang Yang, Zi Yin, Situ Yu, Mengya, Xie Qian, Qi Ming, Ning Shui, Guan, Sun Xiaokong, Ling Feng, and Ding Xian. Well, everyone should return to the teaching building in an orderly manner under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers according to the latest class assignment. Tang Xing, could you three come over here? The dean personally addressed them. Thus, Tang Xing and the others followed the dean to his office. Upon entering, the dean retrieved a soul bone from his drawer and said, "Children, this is a special reward prepared for you. Look, this is the soul bone from the left leg of the void enlightenment. You three can discuss amongst yourselves how to allocate it." Just then, Tang Xing suddenly spoke up. "Dean, I would like to request a leave to go out. Since I have reached level 20, I need to acquire a soul ring." The dean nodded in agreement. "Very well. However, I will arrange for a teacher to accompany you for safety." Yet, Tang Xing quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No need for that, Dean. I have already made arrangements with someone to accompany me. Rest assured." Upon hearing this, the dean chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu silently speculated. It is likely that Tang Xing has arranged for Jiang Hao and Jin Yu to accompany him. Once the matter was settled, Lan Qiu returned alone to the classroom. At that moment, Su Yin was in dire need of that soul bone to enhance her strength, so she unhesitatingly took it for herself. Tang Xing exited the gates of the academy, embarking alone towards the soul-hunting forest. After taking just a few steps, he spotted a languishing soul beast collapsed on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck it down and seated himself to absorb the soul ring. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Lan Qiu was suddenly beset by an inexplicable sense of unease. She immediately dashed over to Jiang Hao and Jin Yu to inquire whether Tang Xing had accompanied them to hunt the soul beast. Jiang Hao replied in the negative. Upon hearing this, Lan Qiu's mind spiraled into chaos. She anxiously exclaimed, "Tang Xing has already reached level 20 and logically should be out training. Yet he mentioned having an agreement. I assumed it was with you both. Could it be that he has ventured forth alone?" Jiang Hao decisively resolved to seek assistance from his mother, while Jin Yu took the lead. accompanying Lan Qiu in search of Tang Xing's whereabouts. After Tang Xing successfully absorbed the soul ring, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, gripping him tightly and furiously demanding, "You audacious brat! How dare you unilaterally absorb my soul beast? You are courting death." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed a malevolent force into Tang Xing's body. In excruciating agony, Tang Xing could not help but scream. At that moment, Tang Yin sensed the unusual situation and rushed over. Lan Qiu also arrived on the scene just in time to witness the mysterious figure abandon Tang Xing, leaving behind a chilling remark. "You can wait to clean up this little brat's mess. He won't survive for long." With that, he departed swiftly. Chapter 11. Spirit Martial Soul. Lan Qiu, witnessing Tang Xing's wretched state, felt as if darkness had suddenly engulfed her, the entire world spinning around her. She fixed her gaze on the figure responsible for this calamity, etching it deeply into her memory. Simultaneously, Jinyu also took note of the unfolding situation. Jiangyu and Jianghao quickly caught up, and Jiangyu immediately spotted the unconscious Tang Xing on the ground, unhesitatingly scooping him up. Shortly thereafter, Jiangyu returned to her garden at an astonishing speed. Upon entering the garden, Jiangyu carefully placed Tang Xing into the water pool, then immediately summoned her soul power, continuously channeling it into Tang Xing's body. She murmured to herself, "Once again, this vile aura, it is utterly detestable." At that moment, Lan Qiu, Jinyu, and Jianghao also arrived at Jianghao's garden. Jianghao anxiously inquired, "Mom, what has happened to Tang Xing?" Jiangyu reassured, "Do not worry, children. You should return to class. I will take care of Tang Xing." However, upon seeing Tang Xing's current state, Jianghao felt a mix of laughter and tears. He exerted all his strength to channel soul power into Tang Xing, hoping to lend a helping hand. Jiangyu furrowed her brow and said, "Indeed. This is the same evil aura. Logically, this aura should have been completely eradicated by Brother Tang thousands of years ago. How could it reappear?" Nevertheless, the most pressing concern was to awaken Tang Xing. Yet, without the assistance of the ultimate light this time, the recovery would likely be somewhat slower. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance emanated from Tang Xing's head, and a translucent soul bone slowly emerged. Jiangyu focused intently and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that really a soul bone? And 100,000-year soul bone at that? How is this possible? How could a mere child possess such a precious treasure? Could it be that he is a reincarnated soul beast?" Contemplating this, Jiangyu resolved to investigate further. He promptly activated his unique ability, the Yin-Yang Eye. Directing his gaze upon Tang Xing and meticulously scrutinizing his physical structure, after a thorough examination, Jiangyu furrowed his brow and remarked, "It truly is not a reincarnated soul beast. But from whence did this soul bone originate? This child harbors too many enigmas." Jiangyu fell into deep thought, pondering whether Tang Xing possessed a remarkable lineage or extraordinary fortune, or perhaps a formidable power was safeguarding him. Regardless, this secret held an irresistible allure for him. It appeared that unraveling this mystery would necessitate further observation and exploration. Suddenly, Tang Xing seemed to be stimulated by something, his body trembling violently as he cried out, "It hurts. Mommy, my eyes hurt." Witnessing this scene, Jiangyu's expression shifted dramatically, and in a state of urgent panic, he shouted, "Tang Xing, do not fear. Your mother is here." Such a trivial amount of malevolent energy dares to be so audacious. Before the words had left his lips, Jiangyu unhesitatingly unleashed his most formidable technique, the Tai Chi True Body, hoping to suppress the rampant evil force within Tang Xing. However, unexpectedly, the malevolent energy proved to be exceedingly cunning, skillfully evading Jiangyu's attacks and refusing to reveal itself easily. Just as the evil force was preparing to invade Tang Xing's body once more, an astonishing transformation occurred. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from within Tang Xing, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In the next moment, Tang Xing's entire being radiated a dazzling brilliance, the light akin to a burning sun, forcefully expelling all the malevolent energy hidden within him. The forces exuding endless darkness and evil seemed to encounter their nemesis, dissipating into thin air under the resplendent golden light released by Tang Xing. This mysterious and potent golden radiance surged forth continuously from Tang Xing's being, swiftly converging upon him. As time passed, the golden light gradually coalesced into a unique form. It resembled a magnificent suit of armor, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. It also appeared as a lively creature, brimming with vitality and vigor. Jiangyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary martial soul? My goodness! It is an exceedingly rare twin martial soul. Moreover, from its appearance and aura, it seems to be an entirely unprecedented spirit martial soul. A surge of indescribable shock and excitement welled up within him, as what he beheld was utterly astonishing, surpassing all his previous realms of understanding. Tang Xing opened his eyes, a golden light shimmering within them. Gratefully, he exclaimed, "Mother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have perished long ago." With a gentle touch, Jiangyu caressed Tang Xing's head and softly reassured him, There, no more tears. Everything is all right now. Be a good boy." She then produced a soul power orb and said, "You have just awakened your martial spirit. Let us measure your soul power." As Tang Xing placed his hand upon the orb, an astonishing number, 33, materialized before him. In disbelief, he gasped, "Level 33? Could there be an error?" Jiangyu encouraged him, "Try to unleash your elemental martial spirit, channel it, and see if you can summon a soul ring." Tang Xing swiftly unleashed his spirit, and in the next moment, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized. Filled with uncertainty, he inquired, "Mother, is it not peculiar that I have soul rings immediately upon awakening my spirit?" Jiangyu chuckled softly. "For an ordinary person, it might seem unusual, but you are different. Do you recall the first time you showcased your soul rings to me? That was no ordinary soul ring. It was unique to spirits. In other words, it manifested the moment you awakened your Lingmu spirit. You may wonder why it did not appear earlier. That is because it existed in an energy form, lacking a vessel. Once you obtained the soul rings, it then took on the form of a soul ring. Therefore, you were born with innate full soul power. And with your cultivated soul power, achieving level 33 today should not astonish you. Moreover, your spirit does not require special training. It will automatically accumulate soul rings. You need only focus on cultivating your Lingmo. Now, come, my dear, let us venture forth to hunt for soul rings." Jiangyu led Tang Xing to the southern part of the soul hunting forest. The moment they set foot on this land, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged within Tang Xing. He gazed intently, a flicker of doubt creeping into his heart. Where is this? Could it be the day of annihilation? That familiar sensation felt amiss. He distinctly remembered arriving here alongside his mother, yet now found himself alone in this place. Could it be? Upon this realization, Tang Xing dared not delay, immediately employing his ultimate skill, the purple extreme magic eyes, to perceive the surroundings. After meticulous observation, enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, this place is a powerful illusion. Now that he comprehended the truth, he had to devise a means to break free from this predicament. Just as Tang Xing pondered how to unravel the current dilemma, he suddenly witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. His mother was suffering at the hands of an adversary. In an instant, fury and sorrow intertwined within him. Unable to suppress his inner turmoil, Tang Xing rushed toward his mother within the illusion without hesitation. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not reach anything within the mirage. Watching his mother endure torment before his eyes while feeling utterly powerless drove Tang Xing into a state of madness. Enraged, he resolved to shatter the illusory barrier with reckless abandon, determined to combat this vile mirage with his own strength. Thus, Tang Xing attacked the illusion like a frenzied beast. Unleashing a barrage of blows, he struck with all his might, yet every hit seemed to collide with mere air, yielding no effect. Nevertheless, he persisted, continuing to vent the fury within him, as if only through this release could he alleviate some of his anguish. At that moment, Jiangyu also found herself ensnared in an illusory realm. Suddenly, the visage of the one she yearned for, Lan Tian, appeared before her. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Lan Tian, I miss you so dearly." The illusionary Lan Tian replied tenderly, "I long for you as well, Jiangyu. Come, let us depart together, shall we?" Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Jiangyu followed Lan Tian and ascended the swaying swing. Perched upon it, Jiangyu gazed deeply at Lan Tian and inquired, "Lan Tian, have you been well these days?" Upon hearing this, Lan Tian displayed a slight expression of bewilderment and retorted, "Jiangyu, why do you ask such a question?" Jiangyu let out a gentle sigh and elucidated, "After all, with my heart tethered to yours, it is only natural for me to worry about your well-being." Before her words could fully dissipate, a gasp of astonishment escaped Lan Tian's lips, as he was struck by incredulity. It turned out that Jiangyu had risen from the swing, resolutely declaring, "Do you think that this mere illusion can confine me?" A hint of a smile graced Lan Tian's lips as he chuckled lightly, responding, "I did not expect you to see through it, but it matters not. Since that is the case, you may enjoy your twilight years here." However, undeterred by Lan Tian's provocation and threat, Jiangyu radiated an unparalleled aura of strength, embodying the unique pressure of a tidal Douluo. In an instant, the once mighty soul beast crumbled beneath this overwhelming force, easily captured by Jiangyu. Subsequently, with a mere flick of her wrist, she effortlessly shattered the illusion. When she regained clarity of her surroundings, she found Tang Xing glaring with eyes wide open, his face a mask of indignation. Observing this, Jiangyu stepped forward and tenderly stroked Tang Xing's head. Remarkably, Tang Xing's fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Jiangyu fixed her piercing gaze upon the soul beast before her and coldly announced, "You have two choices, either perish immediately or become his soul ring." The soul beast seemed to comprehend Jiangyu's words, bowing deeply twice in submission, indicating its willingness to become Tang Xing's soul ring. Witnessing this, Tang Xing unhesitatingly sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. As time passed, at last, Tang Xing successfully completed the absorption. Then, Jiangyu inquired of him, "What precisely is your third soul skill?" Tang Xing smiled faintly and replied, "My third soul skill is called Eye of Data. It can accurately analyze everyone's weaknesses, skills, and personality traits." Upon hearing this, Jiangyu nodded in enlightenment, praising, "I see. No wonder you were able to simulate it so vividly within the illusion." However, Tang Xing regarded Jiangyu's praise with a hint of confusion. Yet he refrained from asking further, patiently awaiting her continuation. After gathering her thoughts, Jiangyu returned to the matter at hand, looking at Tang Xing earnestly and asking, "Tang Xing, now that you have acquired the soul ring, may I boldly inquire a few questions?" Tang Xing nodded gently in agreement, with eyes filled with affection. Jiangyu spoke softly, "Child, how could you venture alone to hunt for a soul ring? Are you not aware of the perils that soul beasts pose? Have you suffered any grievances at the academy?" Tang Xing lowered his head and softly replied, "Indeed, there were some issues during the freshman assessment. Due to my own reasons, I ultimately failed to be selected as a disciple of the outer academy. Feeling somewhat dejected, I decided to come out and reflect alone. By chance, I wandered into this forest, hoping to acquire a soul ring." Jiangyu gently stroked Tang Xing's hair, comforting him, "Little Tang Xing, it's all right. Not being selected this time does not signify anything. We can continue to work hard. If there is another opportunity to hunt for a soul ring, remember to tell your mother." Tang Xing raised his head, gazing curiously at Jiangyu, and asked, "Mother, what is your current cultivation level?" Jiangyu smiled and replied, "Me?" Tang Xing nodded vigorously, eager to know the answer. Thus, Jiangyu decided to demonstrate her prowess, slowly releasing her soul rings. 4 black soul rings and 5 red soul rings shone brilliantly, leaving Tang Xing utterly astonished. Then Jiangyu proudly declared, "I am a level 99 super Douluo." At that moment, Tang Xing was completely taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a long while, he came to his senses and murmured, "Mother is actually a super Douluo. No wonder even the academy director holds you in such high regard. It turns out you possess such terrifying strength." Jiangyu gazed at Tang Xing in amazement and praised, "Achieving the level 33 soul master at only 10 years old. You are truly a prodigy." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing said, Mom, I'm heading to the academy now." Jiangyu responded, "I'll accompany you." She led Tang Xing to Linghai City and then said, "Come, I'll take you to buy some things." Approaching a small stall, Jiangyu inquired, "Boss, how much for this lucky bag?" The vendor replied, "Not expensive, 10 copper spirit coins each." After paying, Jiangyu handed the lucky bag to Tang Xing and then took him to Linghai Academy. At that moment, upon seeing Jiangyu arrive at the academy, the director immediately approached, humbly saying, "Senior, you have arrived." Jiangyu spoke, "I brought my son to school. Is that all right?" The director quickly waved his hands, "No problem." Jiangyu smiled at Tang Xing, saying, "Make sure to attend class diligently." Tang Xing nodded in agreement, "All right." He called out from outside the classroom, "Here to report." Wu Xi and Heng softly replied, "Come in." Once Tang Xing was seated, Wu Xi and Heng began to introduce himself. "Hello, classmates. I am Wu Xi and Heng. Before we begin, I must establish a rule. Everyone must recognize those I endorse. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." In Chapter 12, the core disciples of the Inner Academy. Wu Xi and Heng, with a smile, elegantly wrote the names of the candidates for class leader on the blackboard: Lan Qiu, Tang Xing, Situyu, and Li Fei. However, when Situyu caught sight of Tang Xing's name on the list, a wave of doubt and dissatisfaction surged within him. He stared wide-eyed at Wu Xi and Heng, unabashedly voicing his skepticism. "Teacher, what are you thinking? Why should Tang Xing have the qualification to run for class leader?" Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Lan Qiu, beside her, slammed her palm upon the table, rising in indignation to question, C2U, what do you mean by that? Her gaze was piercing, fixated on C2U as if she wished to penetrate his very soul. Following suit, Qiming chimed in, indeed. Who does Tang Xing think he is? He is merely a soul master with a single ring. If you possess the ability, let us engage in combat and ascertain who is superior. With that, he menacingly waved his fist. In a fit of rage, Wu Xian Hung bellowed, silence. Tang Xing, you shall address how this matter should be resolved. Tang Xing abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes resolute as he declared, Teacher, I am willing to accept his challenge. Subsequently, Tang Xing and Qiming proceeded to the soul fighting arena. Upon their arrival, the entire first class had already gathered. Qiming announced loudly, a level 25 assault-type weapon soul master. Yet, in the face of his provocation, Tang Xing remained steadfast. Confounded, Qiming questioned, why have you not yet summoned your martial soul? A faint smile graced Tang Xing's lips, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as he replied with an authoritative tone. Dealing with you requires no invocation of my martial soul. Before he had finished speaking, Qiming lunged forward, spear in hand, striking towards Tang Xing like a bolt of lightning. In that critical moment, Tang Xing swiftly conjured a uniquely designed firearm from his grasp. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape, while Qiming stood in utter disbelief, exclaiming, Star Wheel gun. But his martial soul is clearly not the spirit eye. How can this be possible? Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdain as he remarked, what is impossible about this? Prepare to face me, grasping the spear with poise. His movements flowed like a serene stream, each thrust infused with a piercing momentum, meticulously targeting Qiming's limbs. In response to Tang Xing's onslaught, a flicker of rage ignited in Qiming's eyes as he bellowed, Humph, you foolhardy wretch. Since you insist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that proclamation, he unleashed his second soul skill, Starfall Heaven Slash. In an instant, a colossal spear shadow materialized, radiating unparalleled might as it lunged fiercely towards Tang Xing. This spear shadow seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the void, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. Yet, Tang Xing merely cast a fleeting glance, retorting with a cold smirk, do not be too complacent. The final victor remains to be seen. In the next moment, an astonishing transformation occurred. The seemingly ordinary star wheel spear in Tang Xing's grasp erupted in resplendent brilliance, swiftly morphing into a mysterious weapon resembling a spear, aglow with golden luminescence. With a graceful flourish of the gilded spear, Tang Xing effortlessly dismantled Qiming's second soul skill. Qiming, taken aback by this turn of events, was momentarily stunned. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he brandished his spear once more and charged at Tang Xing. The two became enmeshed in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. At that moment, Qiming's fury reached a boiling point, and through clenched teeth, he shouted at Tang Xing, Tang Xing, do not revel in your triumph. My background far surpasses yours. You are merely a weakling. After listening to Qiming's words, Tang Xing refrained from further discussion. He slightly closed his eyes and began to recite an ancient and mysterious incantation. As the incantation resonated, a dazzling radiance suddenly emanated from Tang Xing, and a colossal phantom appeared behind him. The apparition resembled a mighty war deity, exuding an aura that deterred direct gaze. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Tang Xing, sweeping towards Qiming like a tidal wave. Faced with such terrifying force, Qiming found himself utterly powerless, instantly subdued, his body rendered rigid, unable to move even a finger. What is happening? Why can I not move at all? As if invisible eyes are fixated upon me. Qiming exclaimed in terror, his voice laden with despair and confusion. In that instant, he realized that the seemingly ordinary youth before him was far beyond his imagination. Just as Tang Xing prepared to eliminate Qiming, the latter suddenly bellowed, how can a mere level 18 practitioner like you defeat someone of my level 25 prowess? I simply cannot comprehend. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Tang Xing's mouth as he replied, but regrettably, I am no longer that insignificant level 18 character. It is worth mentioning that through diligent training, I have successfully broken through to level 33. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Xing abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a piercing gaze. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly released all of his soul rings. In an instant, the entire arena was illuminated by the brilliant and colorful soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. This extravagant display left all present in awe, murmuring amongst themselves, wasn't he just level 18? How has he suddenly become a formidable soul master? This is truly inconceivable. Has he been concealing his strength all along? Standing nearby, Su Yan, who had been observing for quite some time, was equally astonished. She widened her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself, "L-In-Chi, look quickly. Our class leader has actually ascended to the rank of Soul Master. How impressive." In the face of the crowd's astonishment and skepticism, Tang Xing paid little heed. He stepped forward, his figure darting towards Qiming like a specter. Then, raising his right arm, he struck with tremendous force, unleashing a gale that howled past. A resounding thud echoed as Qiming was sent flying for several meters, ultimately crashing to the ground, unconscious from the severe blow. With a somber expression, Wu Xinheng escorted the class back, then solemnly stated, "I have previously emphasized that no one is permitted to question the teacher's choice of candidates. I now officially announce that our class leader is L-In-Chi, with Tang Xing serving as the vice leader." Upon hearing this news, Situyu was the first to voice his discontent, glaring as he inquired, "Teacher, on what basis have you made this arrangement? Why is L-In-Chi appointed as class leader?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiet Xin chimed in, "Indeed, teacher, we fail to comprehend the reasoning behind your actions." Immediately after, Guan, unwilling to be outdone, added, "And what about Tang Xing? How did he become the vice class leader? On what basis is this decided?" In an instant, the classroom erupted in chatter, all eyes fixated on Wu Xinheng, eagerly awaiting a reasonable explanation. However, Wu Xinheng merely gazed silently at the group of students before him, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a whip appeared beside Situyu, striking him mercilessly, producing a sharp crack. Xietian and Guan suffered the same fate, contorting in pain, yet daring not to retaliate. Wu Xinheng stood expressionless at the side, his gaze cold enough to freeze the very world. He spoke with indifference, "You have two options, either leave the class voluntarily or wait to be expelled by my hand." Situyu, suppressing his agony, retorted angrily, "This is corporal punishment. What kind of teacher treats students like this?" Yet, Wu Xinheng simply replied, "It seems you wish for me to take matters into my own hands." Upon hearing this, Situyu panicked, realizing that this teacher was not to be trifled with. He hastily changed his tone, saying, "If we must go, then we shall leave the class immediately." At that moment, Wu Xinheng turned to the corner where Qiming sat and coldly remarked, "Qiming, you should also leave this class. Ningshui, your two elder brothers are departing. Do you believe you can remain here?" Clenching her teeth, Ningshui felt tears welling in her eyes. Silently, she rose and trudged toward the door, each step akin to a stab to her heart, yet she resolutely exited the class. Wu Xinheng stood up, his voice booming, "Excellent. I want to reiterate. If anyone dares to confront the class leader or vice class leader again, you will face my wrath. I shall not show mercy, understand?" The entire class responded in unison, "Understood." Wu Xinheng then sat down, casually declaring, "Class dismissed," as he began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave. Lan Qiu glanced at Tang Xing, a curious smile gracing her face as she softly said, "Did you know? Teacher Wu just had your back." After a pause, she added, "By the way, how did you suddenly become the Soul Master? Please, share your story with us." Shuiyan beside her eagerly echoed, "Yes, class leader, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us everything." Faced with their eager inquiries, Tang Xing took a deep breath and began to recount his extraordinary experience. "Actually, after the freshman assessment concluded, I discovered that my soul power had reached level 20. Consequently, I decided to venture into the forest in search of a suitable soul ring. As I stepped into that mysterious realm, I unexpectedly encountered a critically endangered soul beast on the brink of death. At that moment, I did not ponder much and allowed it to assimilate within me. However, just then, a soul master emanating a sinister energy appeared, with astonishing speed. He subdued me and began to erode my body with that malevolent force." As he recounted this, Tang Xing's voice grew slightly somber, as if reliving that painful memory. He continued, saying, "Fortunately, at a crucial moment, my godmother arrived just in time to save me. Moreover, she employed a unique method to enhance my soul power, which enabled me to attain my current state. However, there remains a secret regarding this matter, and I hope you can keep it for me." Lan Qiu and Su Yan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying in unison, "Rest assured, class leader, we will keep it strictly confidential." With their assurances, Tang Xing finally exhaled in relief and lowered his voice to reveal the secret he had long kept buried in his heart. Tang Xing took a deep breath and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "In truth, one significant reason I have attained the rank of Soul Master is that I possess a second martial soul. Moreover, What makes it even more extraordinary is that I am a rare twin martial soul bearer. This matter holds great importance, and currently, only the three of us are privy to it, so I implore you to keep this secret." Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, confidently patting her chest and assuring, "Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I shall not utter a word." Beside her, Lan Xiu eagerly echoed her sentiment, promising to keep Tang Xing's secret under wraps. With a smile, Wu Xinheng approached Tang Xing and said, "Tang Xing, please step forward. The other students may return to the classroom." Tang Xing felt a twinge of confusion but obediently followed Wu Xinheng into the office. Once inside, Wu Xinheng straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as she addressed Tang Xing. "Tang Xing, after our careful observation and assessment, I hereby announce, in my capacity as both your homeroom teacher and a Sea of Spirits practitioner, that you have been selected as a core disciple of the Inner Academy. From this day forth, I shall personally mentor you, and no one will dare to bully you again." At that moment, Tang Xing deeply felt the warmth emanating from Wu Xinheng, reflecting inwardly, "So, Teacher Wu has such a gentle side. She isn't always so stern." Then, with curiosity, Tang Xing inquired, "But I haven't even entered the Inner Academy yet. How could I suddenly become a core disciple?" Wu Xinheng smiled gently and explained, "This is because once you pass the entrance examination, you will naturally become a core disciple of the Inner Academy. You must understand that even within the Inner Academy, many students have yet to be selected as core disciples. This coveted position is actually determined through discussions among the elders of the Sea of Spirits Pavilion. Therefore, you must strive diligently in your cultivation." Tang Xing nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "Will Lan Xiu and Su Yin be able to accompany me into the inner courtyard?" Wu Xianheng replied, "Certainly, that is not a problem at all. However, the prerequisite is that they must also meet the corresponding requirements." Tang Xing, with a face full of suspicion, inquired, "Teacher Wu, what specific conditions must be met?" Wu Xinheng slightly furrowed her brow and responded with a serious tone, "According to the regulations of the external department, you must elevate your cultivation level to 20 by the next semester." However, she had not anticipated that these children would indeed accomplish this feat, yet it still fell markedly short of her expectations. After speaking, Wu Xinheng gently waved her hand, signaling Tang Xing to proceed to class, while she lingered for a moment before following. Observing Tang Xing's retreating figure, Wu Xinheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As a wave of anxiety and concern surged within her heart, Tang Xing slowly entered the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on an empty seat, towards which he made his way. Once comfortably seated, he noticed that Lan Xiu was sitting beside him. As if sensing Tang Xing's arrival, Lan Xiu turned her head and, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, inquired, "What did Teacher Wu summon us for?" In response to Lan Xiu's question, Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a trace of mystery, but he refrained from answering directly, playfully teasing, "Hee, don't rush, I'll tell you later." At that moment, Wu Xinheng entered the classroom with measured steps and proceeded directly to the podium. Once she had taken her position, she spoke in a serious tone, "Students, the finals are approaching. During this holiday, I expect each of you to elevate your soul power to level 20. If anyone fails to achieve this, there will be no need to attend my class anymore. Additionally, Lan Xiu and Su Yin, please come to my office after class. Now, let's begin." As Wu Xinheng's words echoed through the room, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. However, amidst the lecture, two students, Li Fei and Ziyan, exhibited exceptional diligence. They listened intently to the explanation, frequently jotting down notes, as if eager to imprint every word from the teacher into their minds. At that moment, Sui, who was observing from the shadows, also took note of Li Fei and Ziyan's hard work and dedication, nodding to herself with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Finally, when the class concluded, Lan Xiu and Su Yin were called to the office together. Upon entering, Wu Xinheng regarded them with a serious expression and declared, "You two must elevate your soul power to level 30 during this holiday. This is not merely a suggestion, it is an important assignment I have given you. I will be checking your progress regularly, so do you understand?" Faced with Wu Xinheng's stern inquiry, Lan Xiu and Su Yin dared not show any signs of negligence. Responding in unison, "Understood." They then exited the office. Meanwhile, Tang Xing had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing them emerge, he hurried over and asked, "What did Teacher Wu say to you?" Lan Xiu replied candidly, "Teacher Wu has asked Su Yin and me to raise our soul power to level 30 during the holiday." Hearing this, Tang Xing patted his chest reassuringly, saying, Don't worry, we can utilize the power of Xingqiu to expedite our training. I'm sure we will reach our goal swiftly. At that moment, Li Fei approached and suggested, Tang Xing, after the break, shall we have a friendly match? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xing agreed, sure, I'm all in. I plan to elevate my soul power to level 30 for a fair competition with you. Li Fei responded with confidence, absolutely. Lan Qiu then inquired, what are your plans for the break? If you have nowhere to go, you can come home with me. Tang Xing quickly interjected, no need. I'll be going to Brother Jiang Hao's place. Don't worry. Su Yan chimed in, you two, class monitor and vice monitor. See you next semester. After bidding farewell to Su Yan, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu made their way to the bus station. Lan Qiu reluctantly said, I'm leaving now. After finishing her words, she boarded the vehicle and waved goodbye to Tang Xing, only to find herself secretly weeping afterward. Chapter 13. The auction house in the early hours of dawn, before the sun had risen, its rays filtered through the window, illuminating the 18th floor of the building. Lan Qiu slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the grumbling of her stomach. She hastily rose and made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, her gaze fell upon the cake resting on the dining table. Unable to contain her eagerness, she seized the cake and indulged in it voraciously. After satisfying her hunger, Lan Qiu meandered around the house. To her astonishment, she found the home devoid of anyone else, prompting her to seize the moment to commence her training. However, just as she immersed herself in her practice, an excruciating pain suddenly surged within her abdomen. She was forced to cease her training, clutching her belly tightly in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. It hurts so much. Why is it so painful? Could it be the cake? Lan Qiu groaned in agony, her hands caressing her stomach, hoping to lessen the torment. At that moment, the hurriedly returning Yi Yusin heard the commotion and rushed to Lan Qiu's side, inquiring, Lan Qiu, what has happened? Why do you look this way? With great effort, Lan Qiu replied through gritted teeth, I can hardly bear the pain in my stomach. Yi Yusin, her face marred with skepticism, pressed further. How can you be afflicted with such unbearable abdominal pain out of the blue? The image of the expired cake flashed through her mind, and she exclaimed, could it be that you actually consumed that cake? Lan Qiu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just then, a mysterious and peculiar green energy surged into Lan Qiu's abdomen like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the pain in her belly significantly diminished, and she began to feel a semblance of comfort returning. Lan Qiu then saw a familiar figure appear before her. Hey, little Lan Qiu, we meet again, Lin Qing waved. To which Lan Qiu joyfully replied, Sister Lin Qing, what brings you here? Lin Qing smiled and said, your master summoned me to accompany him to the Tianling auction house. Would you like to join? After a moment's contemplation, Lan Qiu responded, I would like to go. She glanced at Yi Yusin, who, with a resigned expression, replied, go ahead. It's not as if I'm stopping you. Meanwhile, in the cultivation simulation chamber of the Jiang family, Tang Xing was fully engrossed in his training. Suddenly, a powerful and grand energy erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion that shook the very core of his being. As this energy surged, a mysterious and ancient divine spear imprint emerged on his forehead. The spear gradually became clearer until it was fully revealed before Tang Xing, showcasing its splendid golden exterior and unparalleled majestic form. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yu was engulfed by astonishment and bewilderment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. The sacred celestial spear. Could it be that he is truly the descendant of Brother Tang? And even more so, his biological son? If my memory serves me correctly, that must be the case. Unless I can break through to the divine level and become a divine king, perhaps then I might unveil the secrets shrouded in him. Jiang Yu's emotions grew increasingly fervent. He was filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding Tang Xing's origins. This sudden revelation made him aware that immense potential and unknown powers lay hidden behind Tang Xing. To unravel this mystery, he must tirelessly enhance his own abilities and strive toward a divine realm. At that moment, Jiang Yu resolved to devote himself more earnestly to nurturing Tang Xing, aiding him in uncovering his latent potential and exploring the enigmatic secrets of his lineage. Simultaneously, he secretly looked forward to the day when he would ascend to the status of a divine king, enabling him to truly comprehend all the secrets that Tang Xing harbored. Time passed quietly, and after a brief interval akin to the brewing of tea, Tang Xing finally completed this arduous yet significant journey of cultivation. It was then that Jiang Yu approached gracefully, inquiring softly, Xing, would you accompany me to the Tianling shopping mall? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded without hesitation. expressing his eagerness to join. He then smiled and replied, "Coincidentally, I had the same intention. Firstly, I wish to purchase some necessities. Secondly, I would like to select a communication device for you. This way, our connection will become even more convenient and seamless." Jiang Yu felt a warmth swell within him, deeply touched and grateful for Tang Xing's considerate care. Thus, the two set off hand in hand toward the Tianling shopping mall, engaging in cheerful conversation and envisioning a bright future together. Upon their arrival at the Tianling shopping mall, Jiang Yu carefully observed Tang Xing before stepping into a boutique. He addressed the shopkeeper, saying, "Good sir, do you have any small-sized garments suitable for him?" As he spoke, he gestured toward Tang Xing. The shopkeeper understood immediately and promptly retrieved a small-sized outfit from the shelf, indicating to Tang Xing that he could try it on in the fitting room. Tang Xing accepted the garment and entered the fitting room to change. Before long, Jiang Yu selected 5 or 6 different styles of clothing and shoes for Tang Xing to try on one by one. After each fitting, Jiang Yu attentively observed and offered his opinions. Ultimately, when Tang Xing donned a blue and white jacket, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded approvingly and declared, "This is the one. Please package it along with the others he tried on." The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "Certainly, madam." The total for these garments amounts to 300 gold spirit coins. Jiang Yu casually produced a red card and handed it over, stating nonchalantly, "Please charge this." Upon seeing the card, the shopkeeper's excitement rendered him momentarily speechless. This is a supreme red card. Fewer than 3 individuals in the entire Tianling Empire possess such a card. Could it be that you are the one? I shall fetch the manager immediately. With that, the shopkeeper hurried off to find the manager. Shortly thereafter, a well-dressed gentleman approached briskly, wearing a broad smile as he addressed Jiang Yu. "Esteemed lady, it is an honor to meet you. Since you utilized a supreme red card, we are required to consult our superiors. Please bear with us for a moment." Jiang Yu responded with an air of indifference, "No matter." She appeared unfazed by the minor interruption, continuing to wait calmly. At that moment, the manager was wholly focused on attending to the esteemed guest before him. With a beaming smile, he addressed the guest, "Mr. Chen, what a pleasant surprise to see you today. Please, allow me to offer you a taste of my cherished tea." Just then, a loud and urgent voice shattered the tranquility. "Manager Wang. Manager Wang." It was a waiter calling out in a frenzy. The manager's expression soured in an instant, and he turned angrily to the waiter, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you not see that I am entertaining an important guest? Such a lack of decorum is unacceptable." Seeing this, Mr. Chen quickly interjected with a smile, "No need to worry, let her speak." The waiter, somewhat relieved, hurriedly explained, "It is just that a lady with a supreme red card has just arrived at our establishment." Upon hearing the term supreme red card, both Manager Wang and Mr. Chen were taken aback. Manager Wang could scarcely believe his ears and urgently inquired, "Are you sure you did not miss?" The waiter nodded emphatically, "I am certain. There is no mistake." At this moment, Mr. Chen's face also took on a serious demeanor. He spoke slowly, "If this is true, then this lady must be the one in question, for she has lived for nearly 30,000 years. He then rose, saying, "Let us go and meet her." With that, Mr. Chen stood and walked alongside Manager Wang toward the shop's direction, while the waiter followed closely behind, guiding them to the mysterious lady's location. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, as if time itself had frozen, with everyone's hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Mom, I'm so hungry. How much longer must we wait to leave this place?" Tang Xing lamented, rubbing her growling stomach and looking up at her mother, Jiang Yu, with a pitiful expression. Jiang Yu glanced at Tang Xing's adorable demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reached out to gently pat Tang Xing's little head, responding tenderly, "Just a little longer, dear. If you are truly famished, you may go nearby to buy some food, but please do not stray too far. Understood?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman approached slowly. As he drew near, the crowd could finally discern his features. The old man looked at Jiang Yu and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is you. I am Chen Xin, a descendant of Chen Ming. It is a great fortune to meet our esteemed ancestor today." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left in astonishment. Chen Xin was renowned for his high moral standing and was one of the largest shareholders in the business world. Even the master of Tianling Temple regarded him with deference. The fact that such a distinguished figure now addressed Jiang Yu as ancestor underscored her extraordinary status and formidable prowess. In an instant, the crowd began to speculate about Jiang Yu's true identity, simultaneously realizing that she was undoubtedly an exceedingly formidable and enigmatic presence. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Jiang Yu addressed Chen Xin, inquiring, Are you perhaps a descendant of Qin Ming? Qin Xing trembled slightly, responding with a quiver in his voice. Indeed. But Qin Ming is actually my grandfather. Jiang Yu smiled reassuringly at him, saying, there's no need to be anxious. I merely came here to select a few garments. Yet I find myself unable to process the payment. What do you think we should do now? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Qin Xing's face as he softly replied. There's no need for concern, esteemed guest. Manager Wang, please grant this distinguished patron a black-level card immediately, ensuring that she enjoys a 50% discount on all future visits to our establishment. Allow me to cover this occasion, so you needn't incur any expense. Jiang Yu coldly remarked to Qin Xing. Then I shall rely on you. Premier Qin. I would also appreciate your assistance in procuring a communication device for my son. Qin Xing assured her that it would be no trouble. Before long, all the items that Jiang Yu required were procured. Manager Wang, while handing over the goods, remarked, this model is the pinnacle of communication devices this year. I trust you will accept it graciously. Jiang Yu examined the item carefully and immediately recognized its exceptional quality, accepting it with pleasure. Subsequently, she proposed, shall we proceed to the auction house now? Qin Xing nodded, personally escorting Jiang Yu and Tang Xing to the auction venue. Along the way, Tang Xing curiously inquired, Mother, why are we going to the auction house? Jiang Yu smiled and explained, today is the day for auctioning rare treasures. And the place we are heading to is the largest auction house in the Tianling Empire, known as the Tianling Auction House. Shortly after, Qin Xing reminded them, Ms. Jiang, we have arrived at our destination. With a smile, he added, I have arranged a VIP room for you. Please follow me. With that, he gestured elegantly, guiding Jiang Yu and Tang Xing toward the VIP chamber. At that moment, Lan Xiu's gaze was inexplicably drawn to a young boy within the VIP room. She stared at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its source. Sensing Lan Xiu's unease, Yi Yusin turned to her with curiosity, asking, what's wrong? Lan Xiu? Do you recognize that little boy? Lan Xiu slightly shook her head, softly replying, it's nothing. Perhaps it's just my imagination. However, her eyes remained fixated on the boy, as if she were searching for some elusive answer. Observing this, Yi Yusin refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to silently accompany Lan Xiu as they entered the VIP room together. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the auction event. I am your host, Meow Meow, and it is my honor to stand before you today to preside over this spectacular auction. Now, the first item we present to you is the 9-star lantern. This exquisite lamp is crafted by a 6th-tier artifact master. It is said to possess a remarkable detection capability, able to disperse fog within a 100-meter radius and reveal any concealed objects. Furthermore, it can be appreciated and handled as a delicate ornament in daily life. The price is set at a reasonable 1,000 gold spirit coins. Of course, each subsequent bid must not be less than 100 gold spirit coins. Now, dear guests, please commence your bidding. 1. 500 gold spirit coins. 1. 600 gold spirit coins. 1. 700 gold spirit coins. 3. 000 gold spirit coins. When this figure was proclaimed by a certain buyer, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned towards this lavish bidder. 3. 000 gold spirit coins. Once. 3. 000 gold spirit coins. Twice. 3. 000 gold spirit coins. Thrice. As the auctioneer's gavel came down with a resounding thud, the transaction was declared successfully completed. A new item gradually ascended on the display stand, and the auctioneer's voice resonated. The next treasure to be showcased is the Heavenly Water Pill. This elixir offers immense benefits to soul masters. Even ordinary individuals can enhance their physical health by consuming it. For soul masters, it could elevate their soul power by 1 or 2 levels. Moreover, it possesses the miraculous effect of refining the body and spirit, enabling a complete transformation. This divine object is priced at 5,000 gold spirit coins, with each bid requiring a minimum increase of 500 gold spirit coins. Esteemed guests, please place your bids. With the auctioneer's introduction, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Everyone was captivated by the wondrous effects of the Heavenly Water Pill, eager to participate. In a flurry of intense competition, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire ultimately secured the Heavenly Water Pill at a high price. A look of triumph adorned his face, as if he could already envision his future strength. Meanwhile, other participants displayed expressions of envy, quietly lamenting their insufficient resources to compete. The atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly fervent, with each item sparking considerable interest. Behind this spectacle lay countless stories and intrigues. 5. 500 gold spirit coins. 6. 000 gold spirit coins. 6. 500 gold spirit coins. 7. 000 gold spirit coins. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "That is indeed a remarkable item. I must have it, Uncle Yang." The mysterious man spoke with unwavering determination, while Uncle Yang raised his stone tablet and announced, 9,000. Once again, silence enveloped the room until the figure of 20,000 resonated like thunder throughout the auction hall. Uncle Yang glanced at the man and declared, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 45,000, 80,000. The man, filled with frustration, suddenly reconsidered and said, "How amusing, Uncle Yang. Let us not compete any further. We shall concede it to him. 80,000 gold spirit coins, once. 80,000 gold spirit coins, twice. 80,000 gold spirit coins, thrice. Sold." The host, resembling a judge, brought down the gavel as Yusun sweetly addressed, "Senior." Jiang Yu had anticipated their arrival and quietly urged, "Please, take a seat." Upon noticing the next item, Jiang Yu's brows furrowed tightly, resembling a twisted pastry. Chapter 14. Soul Core Pill. Yusun and Lin Qing approached Jiang Yu's private room. Just as they neared the entrance, two burly security guards extended their hands to block their path. "You cannot enter," one guard stated expressionlessly. Yusun frowned slightly but remained composed. Calmly, she retrieved the token from her bosom and displayed it to the guard. Upon seeing the token, the guard's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Exchanging glances with his companion, they silently stepped aside, allowing Yusun and Lin Qing to pass. Upon entering the room, Yusun respectfully bowed to Jiang Yu and softly spoke, "Senior." Jiang Yu shifted her gaze from the teacup and hand to Yusun, her tone gentle yet unpretentious. "Now that you are here, please sit. Today, I am no longer the unparalleled Douluo, nor the foremost individual of 1,000 years. At this moment, I am merely an ordinary mother. So there is no need for you to be so formal." Next, the most precious item of the auction was about to be unveiled. It was a divine artifact, personally appraised by the vice president of the Celestial Spirit Association. This divine artifact was named the Seven-Colored Spear, valued at a staggering 80 million gold spirit coins. Each bid must exceed a minimum increment of 10,000 gold spirit coins. Meow Meow elaborated on the artifact displayed on the screen. However, to everyone's astonishment, not a single individual in attendance raised a bid. Suddenly, the words "auction closed" echoed like thunder throughout the venue, leaving everyone in shock. The speaker was none other than Jiang Yu, seated in the VIP area. The staff hurriedly relayed this development to the host, who cleared his throat and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this item has been closed for bidding. Our auction concludes here. We hope to see you next time." As the words fell, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. People whispered among themselves, speculating why Jiang Yu had abruptly closed the bidding for this divine artifact. Some believed she deemed the price excessive, while others conjectured she had a special purpose for the spear. Yet, many were filled with curiosity about the enigmatic Jiang Yu, wondering about her identity, which granted her such power and wealth to halt the auction of such a precious artifact. As the crowd gradually dispersed, this extraordinary auction came to a close. Nevertheless, tales of the seven-colored spear and Jiang Yu became a topic of fervent discussion among people. Perhaps, in the near future, these mysteries would be unveiled. With that, the host took the auction item to the VIP area. Rushing to the section, before Meow Meow could speak, Jiang Yu inquired directly, "The seven-colored spear, from where did you acquire it? Please answer truthfully." Suddenly, a man clad in black appeared before Jiang Yu and said, "Your Excellency, she is unaware of the matter. If you have any inquiries, allow me to provide the answers." Jiang Yu gestured towards the screen and inquired, "From whence does the seven-colored divine spear originate?" Tang Xing had never witnessed her godmother in such a fervent state, and she couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The manager, visibly trembling, uttered, "This seven-colored divine spear was unexpectedly acquired from the ruins." "Ruins? Are you referring to the southern wilderness?" Jiang Yu's eyes brightened as she urgently inquired. The manager, realizing the significance, nodded fervently, replying, "Your Excellency is astute. It is indeed that enigmatic southern wilderness." Eager to curry favor with Jiang Yu, he hastily added, "Your Excellency, if you find this artifact to your liking, allow me to present it as a gift." However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's fury erupted, her aura intensifying dramatically. She exclaimed, "A gift? Humph. A millennium ago, the seven-colored Douluo united with the Taiji Douluo, and later, the seven-colored Douluo ascended to the divine realm with the aid of the seven-colored divine spear. I am the Taiji Douluo of that era. As she spoke, Jiangyu summoned her martial spirit, unabashedly releasing a formidable pressure. Instantly, everyone present felt the oppressive force, rendering them nearly breathless. Faced with Jiangyu's ire, the manager was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, "Your Excellency, please, this should naturally be returned to you." At that moment, the president of the auction house hurried over, his face etched with respect, saying, "Elder, please, do not be angry. We stumbled upon this seven-colored divine spear in the southern wilderness and had not yet properly processed it before it was taken for auction without authorization. We assure you that we will impose strict penalties regarding this matter. It is indeed fortunate that we can return this artifact to its rightful owner today. To express our apologies, please accept these 2 soul core pills, a bottle of 10 water pills, and this piece of supreme light left arm bone. These are my personal treasures. I hope you will accept them." Jiangyu pondered that since Lan Qiu had not yet fully integrated, it would be most fitting for Tang Xing's spirit martial soul to utilize the supreme light left arm bone. Thus, she replied, "Very well, I accept." With that, Jiangyu effortlessly took possession of the seven-colored divine spear. As she held the 2 soul core pills in her hand, her gaze resolute, she addressed Yi Yusin, "Yusin, please give these 2 soul core pills to Lan Qiu and Su Yin. They will require them. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Upon hearing Jiangyu's words, Yi Yusin regained her composure, exclaiming in surprise, "So these 2 soul core pills were prepared specifically for Lan Qiu by you?" A wave of emotion surged within her heart. At that moment, Tang Xing, sensing her mother's emotional shift, quickly comforted her. "Mom, please don't be unhappy. We will be just fine." Jiangyu smiled gently, stroking Tang Xing's head, replying, "Yes, my little Tang Xing is the most understanding." However, just as they were about to depart, a sudden voice called out, "Please, ladies, wait." Jiangyu's heart tightened, sensing ill intent from the newcomer. Furrowing her brow, she gravely inquired, "May I ask what business you have?" Before them appeared a mysterious man, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He spoke slowly. "Are you interested in the seven-colored divine spear? If you wish to uncover more about this matter, then follow me." Jiangyu, though somewhat skeptical, decided to accompany the man out of curiosity for the seven-colored deity. The man in black, noticing Jiangyu's following, expressed a glimmer of surprise and admiration in his gaze, stating, "Well, quite impressive. You truly are remarkable, worthy of being his wife. Now listen closely, for I am about to divulge something of utmost significance. The divine realm has ceased to exist, however, in order to protect this continent. The seven-colored deity bravely ventured into the chaotic currents of time and space alongside the Dark Legion. Yet, his divine spear remains behind on this land. I have been entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding this place under his command. By lineage, perhaps I should address you as Aunt Jiao." Upon hearing this, Jiangyu's heart trembled in astonishment as she inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The man in black slowly removed his hat, revealing a familiar visage directed towards Jiangyu. She gazed intently and exclaimed, "Heavens! It's you, Jean Lin, you rascal. It has indeed been a long time. I never imagined you would grow so tall." Her voice brimmed with surprise and nostalgia. With a smile gracing his face, Jean Lin replied warmly, "Aunt Jiang, it seems inappropriate for us to stand here chatting. Shall we find a more suitable place for a detailed conversation?" No sooner had he spoken than Jiangyu vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing in her home. Jean Lin surveyed the surroundings before asking, "Aunt Jiang, how has my sister been faring lately?" Jiangyu smiled gently, responding, "Rest assured, Jean Yu is currently studying alongside my son at Zhuang Linghai Academy." Upon hearing this, Jean Lin nodded and remarked, "My sister has always gotten along splendidly with your son. Jiang Hao, they played together quite well. By the way, who is this young man beside you?" Turning to follow his gaze, Jiangyu smiled and explained, "Oh, he is my newly adopted son." Jean Lin could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Aunt Jiang, you have adopted a son." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Jiangyu's piercing gaze, causing him to promptly close his mouth, too intimidated to utter another word. Tang Xing gazed curiously at the unfamiliar figure before her and inquired, "Mother, who is this person? How do you know him?" Jiangyu smiled gently, stroking Tang Xing's head, and replied, "My dear, I do indeed know him. His name is Jean Lin, and he is the child of my fourth brother. Moreover, he is quite an extraordinary warrior." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. At that moment, Lan Xiao was wholly absorbed in merging the power of the golden dragon spear, seemingly isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, Yi Yusin entered the room, her gaze settling on Lin Qin as she softly spoke. Lin Qin, I need to step out for a moment. Please keep an eye on Lan Xiao and ensure his safety until I return. With that, she swiftly turned and darted off in a particular direction, her figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Qin nodded, acknowledging her task. She quietly approached Lan Xiao's side, silently guarding him and observing his progress and merging with the power of the golden dragon spear. As time ticked by, the atmosphere around them felt exceptionally tranquil, with only the faint energy fluctuations emanating from Lan Xiao's body indicating the significance of the endeavor he was undertaking. Meanwhile, Su Yin sat quietly at home, fully concentrating on stabilizing her cultivation level. Just then, a soft, rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing the sound, Su Ting rose without hesitation and promptly made his way to the door, opening it to reveal a visitor. Upon recognizing the guest, his face lit up with surprise, followed by a warm greeting. It is an honor to welcome the esteemed dean to my humble abode. Please, come in. However, Yi Yusin quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, No need. I merely stopped by to deliver the soul core pill. After saying this, she gently handed the soul core pill to Su Ting and turned to leave. Su Ting looked at the soul core pill in his hand, feeling a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He took a deep breath and then walked over to sit beside his sister Su Yin. Su Yin looked at her brother with curiosity, softly asking, Brother, who was that person? Su Ting snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, It was the dean of your academy who brought the soul core pill. Perhaps it can assist you in merging those two martial souls. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly questioned, Is that true? Does this soul core pill truly possess such miraculous effects? Su Ting affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, encouraging her, Indeed. However, you will only know its true efficacy through your own experience. I believe that with your talent and determination, you will undoubtedly succeed in merging those two martial souls. In this critical moment, Su Yin did not hesitate to swallow the soul core pill. Instantly, she felt a surge of energy swelling within her, as if it were attempting to break free from the confines of her body. She immediately summoned her martial soul power, striving to quell the restless force. Yet, at that moment, a powerful energy erupted unexpectedly, catching Su Yin off guard. Her consciousness began to blur, as if she were being swept into an unknown realm. Meanwhile, Tang Xing sensed that his will was gradually detaching from his body, drifting toward a mysterious realm. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an extraordinary space. The scene before him was astonishing, yet there was no time for contemplation, for he noticed Su Yin was in peril. Without hesitation, Tang Xing rushed forward, exerting all his strength to assist Su Yin in stabilizing her soul power. With Tang Xing's aid, Su Yin gradually regained her composure, her previously turbulent soul power steadily calming. She slowly opened her eyes and exclaimed with delight, Brother, it seems I have broken through to Soul Master. Upon hearing this news, Su Ting was overcome with ecstatic joy. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, That's wonderful, sister. You have finally surpassed your limits. Now, let me take you to find the most suitable third soul ring. As he spoke, he grasped Su Yan's hand tightly. However, Su Yan appeared hesitant, her tone laced with uncertainty as she said, Brother, truly, it's unnecessary. I feel as if this third soul ring has been bestowed upon me by my martial soul. Su Ting, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of confusion. But soon he regained his clarity, suddenly realizing, of course, how could I have been so oblivious? Your martial soul must have already merged with the emerald jade harp. So what exactly is the essence of this third soul ring? Su Yin promptly released her soul rings, revealing a dazzling combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Su Ting then inquired, What is the skill of your third soul ring? Su Yin swiftly replied, It is emerald protection. Su Ting, astonished, remarked, Remarkable. It can directly attach a soul skill to another martial soul. Chapter 15. The friendly match. After uttering those words, Su Ting found himself momentarily stunned, realizing the implications of his statement, which hinted at a terrifying and unimaginable existence. Just then, he recalled another matter and quickly added, Oh, by the way, tomorrow marks the start of your school term. Make sure to prepare well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin silently stood up and slowly walked towards her room, as if the entire world was reduced to her solitary silhouette. On the following morning, sunlight poured over the entrance of Linghai Academy, and students began to enter the campus in succession. In room 202 of dormitory 2, Lan Xiao had already arrived, quietly meditating on her bed. Time slipped away quietly, and Lan Xiao gradually opened her eyes, gazing at the door as if anticipating someone's arrival. She pondered inwardly, strange, why hasn't that fellow Tang Xing arrived yet? Just then, a crisp knock echoed through the air. Lan Xiao hurriedly rushed to open the door, only to be met by Su Yin. She exclaimed in surprise, Su Yin? How is it you? Su Yin pouted in complaint, what's wrong? Am I not welcome? You want to even let me in to sit down? Lan Xiao warmly greeted. Ah, Su Yin, please come in and make yourself comfortable. Noticing the absent-minded expression on Lan Xiao's face, Su Yin couldn't help but tease her, asking with a smile. What's the matter, my dear class monitor? Are you missing the vice monitor? Lan Xiao's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of crimson as she shyly retorted, of course not. Su Yin was about to continue her playful banter when a sudden knock at the door interrupted her. Without hesitation, Lan Xiao approached the door and opened it, immediately spotting Tang Xing standing outside. With a smile, Tang Xing announced, Lan Xiao, I'm back. Eagerly, Lan Xiao pulled Tang Xing into the dormitory. Upon entering, Tang Xing was surprised to find another person present and exclaimed, Su Yin, what are you doing here? Su Yin smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, Why, can't I come? Tang Xing, appearing indifferent, looked at Lan Xiao and then produced a dazzling right arm bone from her bosom, urging, Lan Xiao, quickly take this radiant right arm bone and absorb it. Gratefully, Lan Xiao accepted the soul bone, murmuring a soft thank you. She then began to absorb the soul bone, and before long, she had successfully completed the process. Upon witnessing this, Su Yin pouted and complained, I'm so jealous. Tang Xing chuckled and reassured her, all right, don't fret. Next time, I'll find a suitable soul bone for you. Su Yin, still persistent, insisted, let's go eat now. I'm about to starve. Tang Xing turned to Lan Xiao and asked, what do you think, Lan Xiao? Are you hungry? Lan Xiao patted her stomach and honestly replied, yes, I am a bit hungry. Thus, Tang Xing tightly grasped Lan Xiao's hand, and they began to walk slowly toward the cafeteria. Su Yin shook her head in resignation but quickly caught up, and the three of them headed to the cafeteria, eager to indulge in a delightful meal. Upon arrival, Tang Xing handed the menu to Su Yin and Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao took the menu and carefully browsed through the dishes, selecting several of her favorites, while Su Yin excitedly ordered several home-style dishes, clearly intrigued by the offerings. As Tang Xing observed the manner in which they placed their orders, a subtle smile of tranquility graced her lips, her heart secretly relieved. It was fortunate that she had her mother's card. Otherwise, she would have faced a substantial financial burden today. At that moment, Tang Li's gaze fell upon them, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation, as if recalling something of great significance. Shortly thereafter, the waiter began to bring forth the ordered dishes one after another. The three of them gathered around the table, ready to indulge in the sumptuous lunch, while Tang Xing also partook with great relish. However, just as they were savoring their meal, a sudden glint of cold light flashed through the air, and a sharp blade hurtled towards Tang Xing with alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, Tang Xing extended her hand and deflected the blade away. At that instant, a figure entered through the doorway. It was Li Fei. He approached Tang Xing, looking at her intently and said, Tang Xing, do you remember the matter we discussed previously? His voice bore a note of seriousness, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Tang Xing gazed at Li Fei, her eyes filled with determination as she declared, of course I haven't forgotten. As soon as they finish their meal, we shall spring into action. Without hesitation, Li Fei replied, very well, then I shall indulge in the exquisite delicacies first. At that moment, Lan Xiao gently tugged at Tang Xing's hand. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, so, what shall we do next? Tang Xing smiled and responded, soon. We shall engage in a fierce showdown. Remember? Last semester, we agreed that the three of us would face off against Li Fei and his companions. With pride swelling in her chest, Lan Xiao raised her chin confidently and proclaimed, we are certain to emerge victorious in this match. After all, your second martial soul is of a quality far superior to his twin martial souls. I once read in an ancient tome that the spirit is a martial soul unique to the elven lineage. Yet those who successfully awaken the elven martial soul are exceedingly rare. However, over 30,000 years ago, Senior Tang exhibited a similar elven bloodline. Furthermore, Senior Tang harnessed this unique lineage to its fullest potential, ultimately ascending to the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, I have indeed heard tales of Senior Tang's remarkable deeds. Yet, even when you mention them again, it still leaves me utterly astounded. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a figure appeared before them. It was none other than Li Fei, who, with a serious expression, called out, Tang Xing. Tang Xing raised his head and nodded slightly at Li Fei, indicating his readiness. Subsequently, the two companions behind Li Fei moved towards the center of the soul arena alongside Tang Xing's partners. Once they were positioned, Li Fei cleared his throat and proclaimed, Tang Xing, for today's battle, I hope you will give it your all. Allow me to share that during the summer break, I dedicated myself to rigorous training and have successfully elevated my soul power to level 30. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang Xing's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. He replied, very well, in that case, I promise to fight with all my strength. However, to ensure fairness, what do you think about both sides refraining from using soul fusion skills? Before he could finish, Li Fei interjected, what do you mean? Are you belittling me? Tang Xing immediately understood and hastily clarified, that's not my intention at all. If you find it objectionable, then let us agree that both sides may use soul fusion techniques. But with a restriction on my side, the three-person soul fusion technique shall not be permitted. Would that suffice? After a moment of contemplation, Li Fei nodded in agreement. With his consent, a transparent defensive barrier rose around the soul arena, enveloping everyone inside. Li Fei took the lead, stating, I am Li Fei, a level 32 agile attack-type soul master. Following him, Xian asserted, and I am Xian, a level 34 control-type weapon master. Wang Yang chimed in, and I, too, am a level 31 powerful attack-type soul master. Upon hearing this, other classmates rushed over in excitement. Lan Qiu immediately grasped Tang Xing's intention and called out, Lan Qiu here. I am the level 32 powerful attack-type soul master. Su Yin, not to be outdone, unleashed her soul and announced, Su Yin, reporting as a level 32 agile attack-type soul master. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Tang Xing's lips as he confidently declared, Tang Xing here, a level 36 control-type soul master, ready to fight alongside you all. The crowd was taken aback, especially when they witnessed Xian unleash his formidable third soul skill. Starry Skymark, prompting gasps of astonishment. Tang Xing, clearly understanding Xian's intent, promptly activated his first soul skill, mental detection sharing. Just then, a shadow darted forward with the stealth of a specter, targeting Su Yin, none other than Li Fei. Su Yin was unfazed and immediately summoned her second martial soul, preparing for an intense confrontation with Li Fei. However, the battle took an unexpected turn, just as Su Yin and Li Fei were fiercely engaged. A chain suddenly snaked around Su Yin like a venomous serpent, rendering her incapable of movement. Meanwhile, Xian seized the opportunity to charge towards Lan Qiu. Upon noticing this, Lan Qiu immediately summoned his golden dragon spear and thrust it fiercely towards Xian. However, an astonishing event transpired. Just as the golden dragon spear was about to strike Xian, his body inexplicably vanished into thin air. It was then that Lan Qiu realized he had been deceived. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Tang Xing, and it was none other than Wang Yang. With a thunderous shout, Wang Yang proclaimed, Third Soul Skill, Blazing Blade. As his voice resonated, an intense wave of heat surged forth, as though the very fabric of space had ignited. Yet, at that moment, Tang Xing's eyes shimmered with a violet glow, reminiscent of two enigmatic gems radiating brilliance in the darkness. In the next instant, a blue flame shot towards Wang Yang with the swiftness of lightning. A look of disbelief washed over Wang Yang's face as he exclaimed, How is this possible? How could you possess my soul skill? His eyes widened in astonishment as he attempted to comprehend the unfolding events, yet the blue flame approached too swiftly for him to evade. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Tang Xing and Wang Yang locked eyes, filled with confusion and shock. They both realized that this confrontation had transcended their expectations, and the ensuing developments would determine the trajectory of their fates. Tang Xing smiled faintly and softly spoke. This is because I have activated my second and third soul abilities. As she spoke, Lan Qiu, wielding a dragon spear, lunged towards Wang Yang with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he unleashed his first soul ability, the Golden Dragon Thrust. Wang Yang, undeterred, brandished his flame blade, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Lan Qiu's Golden Dragon Spear. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Tang Xing had been secretly gathering her strength, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Yang. However, just as Tang Xing's attack was about to descend upon Wang Yang, Li Fei suddenly appeared, swiftly intercepting Tang Xing's assault. With a smile gracing his face, Li Fei called out to Tang Xing, Let us settle this once and for all. Li Fei, harnessing his unique twin martial souls, instantaneously divided the battlefield into two distinct realms. At this moment, Tang Xing found herself in a predicament, and had no choice but to summon her second martial soul. Sensing Tang Xing's transformation, Li Fei immediately unleashed an overwhelming aura, descending upon her like Mount Tai crushing an egg. Tang Xing dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, swiftly coalescing a resplendent sphere of light and hurling it forcefully towards Li Fei. However, Li Fei's reaction speed was beyond imagination. He almost instantaneously devised a countermeasure, promptly unleashing his first soul skill, Radiant Slash. This formidable ability exuded an astonishing might, accompanied by a fierce momentum and brilliant luminosity, akin to an unparalleled sword. Racing towards Tang Xing with a piercing roar. Faced with such a relentless assault, Tang Xing did not dare to underestimate the situation. He summoned the energy within his being with utmost dedication and subsequently unleashed his second soul skill, Elven Dominance. Simultaneously, Li Fei, refusing to be outdone, recognized Tang Xing's extraordinary prowess and understood that he must exert himself fully to have any chance of success. Therefore, without hesitation, he activated his second soul skill, Radiant Tempest. This technique surged forth like a torrential storm, bearing immense power and destructive force, causing the entire battlefield to tremble in its wake. In a moment of sheer terror, Li Fei cried out at the top of his lungs, "Ziyin, hasten to amplify my power." Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyin promptly utilized her third soul skill, Rain of Crimson Leaves, followed by her second soul skill, Blooming Rain of Crimson Leaves. Empowered by this formidable enhancement, Li Fei swiftly initiated the fusion of their souls. Witnessing this scene, Lanxia was consumed by urgency and shouted, "Quickly, Tang Xing! We must initiate the soul fusion at once." Tang Xing, not daring to delay for even a moment, immediately activated his first soul skill, Sacred Light Wave of the Elves. This powerful radiance instantaneously shattered Su Yan's bindings. Tang Xing then called out, "Amplify my power." Su Yan, understanding his intent, swiftly employed her third soul skill, Light of Emerald, followed by her second soul skill, Emerald Soul Melody. Simultaneously, Tang Xing commenced the release of his third soul skill, Transformation of the Elven Light Deity. At this moment, the atmosphere of the battlefield reached a pinnacle of tension, as if the very air had solidified. Both sides exerted their utmost effort, striving for victory in this intense confrontation. Chapter 16. The culprit. Tang Xing recalled the words spoken by Jiang Yu. "Mother, to what level of cultivation can I compete?" Jiang Yu scrutinized Tang Xing thoughtfully and replied, "With your current abilities, you can easily handle opponents within the 30th level. Your cultivation is now sufficient to contend with the Soul King. Of course, should you encounter any exceptional circumstances, do not shy away. Face them with all your might. If you come across formidable adversaries such as a Soul Emperor, you possess the strength to engage them as well. Thus, your limit for challenging higher ranks is the Soul King. Moreover, if your opponent is merely an ordinary Soul King, they would pose no threat to you. However, should you confront a prodigious Soul King, you must exercise caution. Do you understand?" After Tang Xing acquired a formidable amplification, Li Fei had also completed the accumulation of his strength and unleashed his ultimate move, Radiant Shadow Moon, towards Tang Xing, unyielding. Tang Xing countered with his own attack, Elven Holy Light Wave. Under the immense pressure of Tang Xing's powerful assault, even Li Fei could no longer hold his ground, leading to the dissolution of their martial soul fusion. Observing this development, Tang Xing promptly retracted his soul skill. At that moment, Li Fei profoundly realized the disparity in strength between himself and Tang Xing. He rose to his feet and sincerely remarked, "Class leader, from this day forth, let us interact as friends. You shall be the leader, and I will follow your lead." Tang Xing readily accepted, responding, "Very well, it is settled." Li Fei gazed thoughtfully at Tang Xing, as if gaining a deeper understanding. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "By the way, leader, how have you prepared for the upcoming entrance examination?" With unwavering confidence, Tang Xing replied, "As for me, I am already assured of victory." Li Fei hesitated again before speaking. However, Lin Qian and Huang Quan from Class 2 are indeed quite formidable opponents. Yet, Tang Xing beamed with delight as he responded, "All right, I appreciate your input. Li Fei, could you kindly gather detailed information on the two of them for me?" Nodding in agreement, Li Fei promptly turned to prepare the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Lanxia stood nearby, her face etched with confusion, unable to comprehend Tang Xing's intentions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Tang Xing, what exactly are you aiming to achieve?" Tang Xing did not directly respond to Lanxia's inquiry, but instead smiled and took her hand, leading her into the CAF adjacent to the dining hall. Upon entering the CAF, Tang Xing found a vacant seat for Lanxia and gently reassured her, There's no need to rush. Just sit down and remain calm. With that, she settled into the chair across from her. As time flowed by like a swift current, after a period of contemplation and accumulation, Li Fei finally compiled the detailed information on Lin Qian and Huang Quan, personally presenting it to Tang Xing. As she received the documents, Tang Xing quickly perused through them, while Li Fei elaborated on the circumstances of the two individuals beside her. Lin Qian, merely 13 years of age, had already attained the remarkable realm of a level 33 defensive soul warrior. He hailed from a mysterious and secluded sect, boasting a profound background. On the other hand, Huang Quan, at the tender age of 12, possessed the cultivation of a level 32 auxiliary soul warrior, as Li Fei introduced him to Tang Xing. As Tang Xing listened to Li Fei's account, a flicker of doubt arose within her. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "However, I distinctly recall not encountering them during the previous freshman assessment. What is the explanation for this?" Li Fei hastily clarified. "The matter is as follows. Within our Linghai Academy's external department, there exists a genius ranking. At that time, the third position was held by Situ, followed by Lin Qian in fourth and Huang Quan in fifth, with a certain Xiet Qian occupying the sixth rank. During the final elimination round of the freshman assessment, Situ happened to cross paths with Lin Qian and Huang Quan. However, Situ is known for his ruthless and cruel methods. He even inflicted injury upon Lin Qian and Huang Quan's sister, thereby sowing the seeds of deep enmity between them." As he spoke, Li Fei's tone was imbued with a sense of regret and helplessness. Tang Xing seemed to comprehend the words spoken by the other party, his mind racing with thoughts until a plan quickly formed. He then spoke. "I have a solution, Lan Qiu. You all should return to rest. I shall be back shortly." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qian was keeping company with Yi Xian. Lin Qian gently inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Yi Xian shook her head and replied, "It doesn't hurt, brother Lin Qian." Lin Qian softly caressed Yi Xian's head in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Tang Xing arrived at their location. Huang Quan slowly emerged, scrutinizing Tang Xing from head to toe, and then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "What brings you, the champion of the freshman assessment, here? Pray, do enlighten me on your purpose." Tang Xing replied with a cheerful smile, "I never expected you to recognize me. Therefore, I shall not beat around the bush and will speak plainly. I have heard that your sister has been poisoned by Situ, but despite your extensive search, you have yet to discover a cure for her." Huang Quan displayed a scornful expression and coldly retorted, "Could it be that you possess a solution?" Tang Xing responded with unwavering confidence, "Indeed, I do have a remedy." Just as the words left his lips, Lin Qian suddenly burst forth from the side, anxiously inquiring, "Is what you say true?" Tang Xing confidently declared, "Of course. If you don't believe me, then I shall take my leave." At that moment, Yi Xian slowly emerged from within and called out, "Wait a moment." When Tang Xing turned to gaze at Yi Xian, his mind abruptly went blank, and he silently marveled. Wow, her eyes are so large, and her face is quite round. In particular, her visage strikingly resembles that of my childhood companion. However, as Yi Xian looked at Tang Xing, a sudden and intense pain gripped her mind. Observing this, Lin Qian and Huang Quan hurriedly supported Yi Xian. Lin Qian turned to Tang Xing and said, "All right, please come in." Tang Xing observed the profound anguish of Yi Xian, his heart overflowing with urgency and concern. Without hesitation, he softly began to sing a familiar melody, hoping to alleviate her suffering through the power of music. As Yi Xian listened to Tang Xing's voice, her previously taut nerves gradually began to unwind. The enchanting melody flowed like a crystalline spring, seeping into the depths of her soul, soothing her pain. With the continuation of the song, her mind seemed liberated from the torment of agony. She slowly closed her eyes, entering a tranquil and comfortable state, ultimately drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Qian and Huang Quan witnessed this touching scene, feeling genuine admiration and awe for Tang Xing's performance. The talent and kindness displayed by Tang Xing left a profound impression on them. Tang Xing did not pause in his haste. He swiftly retrieved his precious elixir and carefully administered it to Yi Xian. Then he summoned his formidable martial spirit, channeling an unceasing flow of soul energy to accelerate her recovery. Tang Xing unleashed his unique skill, the ultimate light. Radiant beams of brilliance surged forth from him, akin to the first rays of dawn, warm and teeming with vitality. These luminous streams coalesced into a formidable flow of energy, penetrating into Yi Xian's being, expelling every vestige of lingering toxins. Under the illumination of the ultimate light, the toxins within Yi Xian had nowhere to conceal themselves, and were compelled to emerge from her body. They transformed into minuscule particles, gradually dissipating into the air, as if they had never existed at all. Tang Xing's diligent efforts have finally borne remarkable fruit. Yi Xian's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her breathing became steady and even. Observing Yi Xian's gradual recovery, Tang Xing felt a surge of comfort and contentment within. He understood that his sacrifices were not in vain. Yi Xian would once again embrace health and vitality. Tang Xing slowly opened his weary eyes, inhaling deeply before softly stating, "She requires a period of tranquil recuperation, and I too should take my leave." However, just as Tang Xing turned to depart, Huang Quan swiftly extended his arm, obstructing his path. In his hands, Huang Quan delicately cradled a large and enticing meat dumpling. Smiling as he presented it to Tang Xing, saying, "You have expended a considerable amount of soul energy. Do indulge in this, for it will restore your vitality instantaneously." Tang Xing displayed not a trace of hesitation as he took the enticingly fragrant meat dumpling into his hand, biting into it without a moment's delay. Instantly, a rich and delectable flavor enveloped his palate, captivating him entirely. With each chew, Tang Xing distinctly sensed a powerful energy surging into his body, as his previously depleted soul force astonishingly began to rejuvenate at an extraordinary pace. Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Huang Quan, exclaiming in disbelief, "Your abilities are truly extraordinary. They could easily rival the 7 treasures glazed pagoda." Upon hearing Tang Xing's praise, a hint of pride crept onto Huang Quan's face as he replied with a self-satisfied grin, "Of course." Lin Qian slowly rose, his gaze steady as he looked at Tang Xing and inquired, "Tang Xing, feel free to state your conditions, as long as it is within my capabilities. I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Tang Xing smiled faintly, yet her tone conveyed a hint of indifference as she remarked, "In truth, there are no particularly special conditions. I merely hope that you will join my team. I trust you are all aware of the regulations regarding the entrance examinations, correct? Each team must consist of 7 members, and as it stands, Li Fei has already joined my ranks." Upon hearing the name Li Fei, Lin Qian's eyes flickered with surprise. He was undoubtedly familiar with Li Fei, the prodigious talent ranked 2nd on the genius list. This development undeniably bolstered the team's strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian replied without hesitation, "Very well, I am willing to join. Let us reconvene at a later time." He understood that this would be an immensely challenging opportunity. Yet it also represented an exceptional chance to enhance his own abilities. Huang Quan opened his mouth, slowly articulating, "Then, what shall become of Xiano? Are we to leave her here alone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "How about this? I will call Uncle Chen and ask him to come take care of Xianer. Please wait a moment." With that, Lin Qian turned and departed to make the call. Huang Quan stood there, lost in thought. Soon, he mused, "It is indeed wise to have Uncle Chen come." He then shifted his gaze to Wan and said, "Since he has agreed, I shall join as well. However, the benefits must not be diminished." A smile crept onto Wen's lips as he readily replied, "Rest assured. With me around, your share is guaranteed. We shall divide it equally." Tang Xing, exuding confidence, patted her chest and assured them. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Tang Xing. Instinctively alert, she spun around, only to find an elderly man, his face etched with the ravages of time and weariness, gazing at her in silence. Tang Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment as he scrutinized the enigmatic elder before him, yet his mind bore no recollection of their acquaintance. However, Uncle Chen's gaze towards Tang Xing conveyed an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths at some remarkable moment in time. Uncle Chen softly murmured, "Have we met somewhere before?" This sensation was peculiar, and his voice was imbued with both perplexity and curiosity. Tang Xing shook his head in bewilderment, responding, "I don't believe I have encountered you before." He genuinely could not recall any prior interaction with the elderly man. Uncle Chen furrowed his brow, seemingly straining to recollect something. He murmured to himself, "Yet, this feeling is undeniably intense, as if there exists some form of connection between us." Tang Xing felt a sense of bewilderment, beginning to doubt whether the elderly man had mistaken him for someone else or was merely experiencing a hallucination. However, the sincerity in Uncle Chen's expression suggested he was neither jesting nor speaking nonsense. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a hint of chill. Tang Xing couldn't help but shiver, and a wave of unease surged within him. Who exactly was this unfamiliar elder? Why did he evoke such a peculiar sensation within him? Tang Xing resolved to calm himself and sought to engage Uncle Chen in a more informative dialogue. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Good sir, may I ask your name? Perhaps we can uncover some clues from this point." Uncle Chin nodded slightly and replied in a measured tone, "My surname is Chin. You may call me Uncle Chin. As for other matters, I find myself unable to recall at the moment." Tang Xing nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. He pondered that perhaps this was merely a serendipitous encounter. It was possible that Uncle Chin had seen someone resembling him in some distant place, thus leading to this illusion. However, just as Tang Xing was about to depart, Uncle Chin suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment, young man. Although I am uncertain whether we have truly met before, I must say you evoke a sense of familiarity within me. Should fortune smile upon us and allow for another meeting, I sincerely hope we can engage in a meaningful conversation." Tang Xing halted his steps, glanced back at Uncle Chin, and with a smile replied, "All right, Uncle Chin. If fate allows, I shall converse with you more next time." With that, Tang Xing turned and departed, leaving Uncle Chin standing alone. His gaze still fixed on the retreating figure, the questions in his heart lingering unbidden. Lin Qian shouted loudly, "Uncle Chin, over here." Upon hearing Lin Qian's call, Uncle Chin responded, "Sure, I'll head over now." Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement. He felt an inexplicable sense of oddity, yet could not articulate precisely what it was. Lin Qian ushered Uncle Chun into Yi Xian's room and lowered his voice, saying, "Uncle Chun, I entrust Yi Xian to your care." Uncle Chun, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Where are you going then?" Lin Qian replied, "I must hurry to the entrance examination with Huang Quan." Just as he finished speaking, Tang Xing suddenly burst into the room as if struck by a realization. Lin Qian quickly added, "Besides, you have raised Xian'er since childhood. When it comes to taking care of her, you possess far more experience than I do." Tang Xing gazed at Uncle Chin, attempting to call out, "Steward Chin?" This utterance struck like a thunderbolt, piercing through Uncle Chin's heart. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter incredulity. For in this world, only 4 individuals would address him in such a manner. The first was the late master of the house, the second was the deceased mistress, the third was Yi Xian, and the fourth was none other than Tang Xing. Trembling, Uncle Chin scrutinized the young man before him, his gaze fraught with confusion and astonishment, as if attempting to ascertain whether he was indeed seeing correctly. Upon recognizing Tang Xing's features, he suddenly became agitated, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "You are Xian'er, Master Tang Xing?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing could no longer contain his tears, which streamed forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Choking back sobs, he implored, "It is I, Steward Chin. Who was the perpetrator that murdered my family?" Each word cut like a knife, deeply wounding Tang Xing's heart. His eyes brimmed with anguish and fury, an urgent desire to uncover the truth surging within him. Steward Chin inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to quell the tumult within his soul. Gritting his teeth, he spoke deliberately. "It was the Situ family and the Qianfeng family. How could they be so ruthlessly cruel as to slay the master, the mistress, and over 130 members of our family?" Uncle Chin lamented, overwhelmed with grief and unable to hold back his tears. Upon receiving this news, Tang Xing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, the flames of rage erupting within him like a volcano. He could not accept the harsh reality that his beloved parents, along with so many innocent kin, had met such a tragic end at the hands of their enemies. The intertwining of anger and sorrow caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and when he learned that the perpetrators were indeed the Situ family, a figure immediately surfaced in his mind, Situ Yu. Tang Xing harbored an intense loathing for Situ Yu, fully aware of his insidious nature and ruthless tactics. Their past was marred by numerous frictions and conflicts, and now, both old grievances and new animosities surged within him. Tang Xing silently vowed to ensure that Situ Yu would pay dearly, avenging the loved ones he had lost and his fallen kin. At this moment, his eyes blazed with boundless hatred and resolute determination. The fiery wrath within him seemed capable of reducing his enemies to ashes, and even the most gruesome of fates would not quell the fury in his heart. Standing nearby, Lin Qian was taken aback by the scene, profoundly shaken. He cautiously stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Tang Xing's shoulder, his voice low yet steadfast as he offered solace. "Tang Xing, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even after a decade, we must exercise patience and await the opportune moment to ensure that those vile beings face the consequences of their heinous deeds. I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you, united in our quest for justice for our departed loved ones." Lin Qian's words were like a gentle spring breeze, slightly alleviating Tang Xing's inner turmoil and rage. Turning to face Lin Qian, Tang Xing's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Their gazes met, conveying mutual trust and support. In that moment, they were as closely bonded as brothers, united in their pledge to fight for justice. Tang Xing cast a grateful glance at Lin Qian. Yet his heart had long been consumed by the flames of vengeance. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "Thank you, Lin Qian. However, this deep-seated enmity must be avenged by my own hand. I shall personally send these scoundrels to hell." With that, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Tang Xing seemed to have already surmised the identity of Yixian. When Huang Quan learned of this revelation, he too was struck with profound astonishment. Tang Xing turned to Lin Qian and said, "Then let us meet at the assembly point tomorrow." Lin Qian nodded slightly in agreement, and together with Huang Quan, they departed to return for rest. Tang Xing returned to the CAF, where she found only Lan Xiu present, and inquired, "Where has everyone else gone?" Lan Xiu, upon seeing Tang Xing's return, replied, "They have left ahead of time." Tang Xing keenly sensed that Lan Xiu had been waiting for quite a while and asked with concern, "Lan Xiu, are you hungry?" Lan Xiu gently nodded in response. Understanding her unspoken need, Tang Xing took Lan Xiu's hand and led her to her food stall, preparing to craft a generous meal to ensure that Lan Xiu would be thoroughly satisfied. After a while, a delicate aroma began to waft into Lan Xiu's nostrils. The scent was not overpowering, yet it was undeniably enticing, as if an invisible hand were gently tugging at the strings of her heart. Intrigued, Lan Xiu stood up and followed the direction of the alluring fragrance. She beheld Tang Xing approaching her, carrying a bowl of food, adorned with a gentle smile. As Tang Xing reached Lan Xiu's table, she carefully placed the dish down. Lan Xiu gazed intently at the bowl, which was brimming with fluffy white rice, garnished with golden fried eggs and a few succulent chicken feet, exuding an irresistible aroma. The presentation was undeniably appetizing, provoking a mouth-watering reaction from Lan Xiu. He could almost envision the delightful sensation and flavor of the first bite. With great care, Lan Xiu lifted some of the dish to his lips. But after only a few chews, he suddenly froze. Tang Xing, noticing Lan Xiu's abrupt stillness, gently shook her shoulder with concern. Lan Xiu, awakening from his reverie, hurriedly explained, "I'm fine. I was simply so captivated by how delicious your cooking is that I momentarily lost focus. I truly apologize." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a slight sense of satisfaction and smiled as she said, "As long as you enjoy it, take your time and be careful not to choke." However, it seemed that Lan Xiu did not heed Tang Xing's words. As if under a spell, she rapidly devoured the food on the table, leaving nothing behind. After finishing her meal, Lan Xiu scarcely had time to exchange a word with Tang Xing before hastily returning to her dormitory, where she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep slumber, preparing to embrace the arrival of the next day. The following morning, a delicate mist enveloped the sky, resembling a thin veil draped over the earth. A warm beam of sunlight streamed through the window, akin to golden strings of a lute, gently cascading upon Tang Xing's bed. Tang Xing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze ensnared by the sun that had just risen beyond the window. That radiant orb appeared as the most resplendent jewel in existence, emanating boundless light and strength. Tang Xing gazed upon it in silence, a profound sense of urgency surging within him. He was acutely aware that time flowed like a swift river. If he did not seize the moment to elevate himself, his aspirations would remain unattainable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing rolled out of bed, his movements swift and decisive. He approached the elevated platform beside his bed and settled himself down with unwavering resolve and focus. He softly murmured to himself, "I nearly missed the training session for the purple extreme demon eye. Now, I have uncovered the connection between the family of Situ and the perpetrator responsible for my parents' demise, as well as the enigmatic Qianfeng clan. Yet, as I stand now, I am far too feeble, lacking the strength to exact my vengeance. However, I vow that one day, I shall transform myself into an indomitable force, ensuring that they pay the price for their heinous deeds." Tang Xing's voice emanates an unwavering determination, akin to a sharp sword that cleaves through the thorns and obstacles ahead. He comprehends that achieving one's goals is no simple feat, yet he possesses the requisite courage and tenacity to confront every challenge. In this world brimming with trials and opportunities, it is only through relentless effort and self-transcendence that one can ascend to the pinnacle and gaze down upon all beings. Tang Xing inhaled deeply, recalibrating his mindset before immersing himself entirely in the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. As time elapsed, beads of perspiration gradually emerged on his forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute and piercing. At last, Tang Xing completed his training for the day. He rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff body, and without hesitation descended the stairs, poised to partake in the entrance examination. In his heart, He believed that only by relentlessly enhancing his strength could he swiftly achieve his goal of avenging his parents. This entrance examination represented a pivotal step towards ascending to a higher realm. Tang Xing stood in the square, observing Lan Qiu and Su Yin, along with Li Fei. A voice reached Li Fei's ears, prompting him to turn around and exclaim, "Lin Qian." It seemed a thought struck him, and he added, "You must be here to find Tang Xing." Just then, Tang Xing appeared, and Li Fei, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Tang Xing cast a sharp glance at Li Fei, who immediately fell silent. Suddenly, the director's deep and authoritative voice resonated. Silence, like a clap of thunder. It shattered the bustling atmosphere of the estate. In an instant, everyone seemed to be enchanted, falling quiet and directing their gaze toward the director. At that moment, Yusin stood quietly in the center of the venue, her voice clear and resolute as she announced, "The school assessment is about to commence. I urge all class supervisors to diligently fulfill their responsibilities." She then invited the chief coordinator of the assessment to elaborate on the specifics of the evaluation. As Yi Yusin's words faded, the chief coordinator stepped forward, his demeanor serious and solemn. Clearing his throat, he began, "The assessment will take place in the Death Desert, where you are required to seek various grades of ore, including low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade minerals. The higher the grade of ore you find, the greater the score you will achieve. Therefore, I encourage everyone to strive for the higher grades. Now, please form groups of 7, allowing combinations with other classes as desired." As soon as he concluded, the venue erupted into lively discussions. Students eagerly exchanged ideas, strategizing on how to assemble the most formidable teams to excel in this assessment. After Tang Xing exchanged glances with Li Fei and the others, she began to take her position. The director observed that the students had formed their lines and shouted, "Class teachers, please escort the students to their destination. Once you arrive, refrain from intervening and leave the scene. There are special vehicles waiting outside." With a serious expression, Wu Xinheng addressed Tang Xing, saying, "Tang Xing, this deadly desert is fraught with hidden dangers. It is truly a perilous journey, filled with constant threats. Once you enter, exercise utmost caution and remember to protect yourselves. Do you understand?" Tang Xing, with unwavering determination, looked at Wu Xinheng and replied, "Rest assured, Teacher Wu, I will safeguard myself. Please have faith in me." After Wu Xinheng led Tang Xing and the others onto the vehicle, she encouraged them to take a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Tang Xing closed her eyes and fell into deep contemplation. "Li Fei, come quickly and take a look," Zian suddenly exclaimed with excitement, for she had spotted the breathtaking scenery outside the window. Following the direction of Zian's pointing finger, Li Fei gazed in awe at the spectacle before him. Born into a wealthy family, Li Fei had never had the opportunity to witness such beauty, and in that moment, he exclaimed, "Wow, Zian, look at those butterflies. They seem to be dancing." Throughout the journey, Li Fei and Zian reveled in the enchanting views outside, and gradually, weariness overcame them, leading both to unknowingly drift into slumber. Zian lay quietly in Li Fei's embrace, and the entire cabin enveloped itself in an extraordinary silence. As Tang Xing's meditation came to an end, the designated vehicle arrived at their destination. After the 7 of them disembarked, Wu Xinheng addressed them, saying, "Once you enter, exercise caution. I shall remain here, awaiting your return." Suddenly, a colossal spaceship materialized above Wu Xinheng, gently descending to the ground. The rear compartment of the vessel opened, revealing an array of students, who gradually disembarked and ventured into the treacherous Death Desert. Observing the throng of individuals entering, Tang Xing called out, "Let us proceed as well." He waved farewell to Teacher Wu, who responded with a subtle smile. As Tang Xing approached, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar surge of energy fluctuations. This power stirred an unusual sensation within him, yet he chose to conceal his feelings, merely furrowing his brow. Beside him, Lan Qiu noticed the change in Tang Xing's expression and, filled with concern, inquired, "Tang Xing, what troubles you? Have you discerned something amiss?" Tang Xing quickly shook his head and reassured, "I am perfectly fine. I merely sense that there may be some rare ores present in this vicinity. Everyone should remain vigilant." At that moment, Lin Xian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "My rock dragon shield martial soul possesses the ability to sense special ores. Perhaps it can assist us in locating them." Upon hearing this news, Tang Xing's heart swelled with joy and excitement. He swiftly directed his gaze toward Lin Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration and appreciation. "Marvelous. Then it shall be your task to utilize your martial spirit to seek out those ores, Lin Xian." Tang Xing exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. He then turned to Li Fei and the others, issuing a command, Li Fei and the rest of you. Remain vigilant and keep a close watch on the flanks to ascertain whether any soul beasts are approaching. Should you detect any danger or unusual occurrences, you must sound the alarm without the slightest hesitation. Simultaneously, Tang Xing shifted his attention to Ziyin, advising, Ziyin, stay closely behind Lin Qian. The moment you identify any rare ores, commence the extraction without delay. Remember, swift action is imperative. We cannot afford to miss any opportunity. Having conveyed these instructions, Tang Xing took a deep breath, fully concentrating on his surroundings, prepared to respond to any potential developments. Hearing Tang Xing's directives, the group nodded in understanding. At this juncture, Huang Quan spoke up, inquiring, what about me? What should I do? Tang Xing pondered for a moment and then replied, Huang Quan, you are responsible for the auxiliary tasks, ensuring everyone's safety and the supply of resources. Should anyone sustain injuries or require assistance, you must provide help promptly. Upon hearing Tang Xing's arrangements, Lan Qiu could not help but interject, Tang Xing, what about me? I too wish to contribute in some way. Tang Xing gazed at Lan Qiu and smiled. Lan Qiu, remain by my side. Your healing-type martial spirit can provide essential support for everyone, just in case. Moreover, should danger arise, you will be able to safeguard yourself promptly. Once the tasks were allocated, the group immediately sprang into action. Lin Qian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stood still, initiating the release of his martial spirit. His spirit manifested as a petite and exquisite squirrel, emanating a gentle glow. As he summoned his spirit, Lin Qian cautiously extended his hands, gently placing his palms upon the ground, intently attuning to the essence of the surrounding minerals. His expression was one of profound concentration, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just himself and the hidden ores beneath the earth. Simultaneously, the other team members remained vigilant, armed and alert. They scrutinized their surroundings, ready to react at the slightest hint of disturbance to ensure the safety of Lin Qian and their fellow comrades. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu closely trailed behind Lin Qian, ever prepared to offer their support. Both seasoned warriors, their gazes were sharp and steadfast, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. In this perilous cavern, they understood the necessity of unwavering focus to guarantee the successful completion of their mission. Tang Xing cautiously caressed her soft hand and gently remarked, let us proceed to the left ahead together, paving the way for everyone. However, Su Yin displayed a look of disdain, emitting a series of disapproving clicks. Huang Quan, with a wry smile, replied, I seem to catch a whiff of sour dumplings. And indeed, I'm feeling quite sour myself. Tang Xing, with an air of resignation, sighed and said, enough of this. Stop dawdling and let us move swiftly. As Tang Xing stepped into the peripheral area of the Death Desert, Lin Qian abruptly halted, alertly exclaiming, wait, it seems there is something here. Upon hearing this, Ziyin and Huang Quan immediately commenced their excavation. Halfway through their efforts, a cluster of shimmering gemstones gradually came into view. Tang Xing fixed his gaze in astonishment and exclaimed, it's intermediate, or let us continue digging. In no time, the ore on the surface was fully revealed. Tang Xing swiftly retrieved his storage device, meticulously collecting these precious minerals. Meanwhile, Huang Quan unearthed an object resembling pincers. Finding it unyielding, he stepped inside the pincers, only for them to suddenly snap the iron shovel in two. From the sand emerged a scorpion, prompting Tang Xing to shout, quick, leave the pit. The scorpion leaped out of the deep hole, pursuing Tang Xing and his companions. Observing the creature, Tang Xing assessed. Its cultivation level should be around 6,000. It can be confronted. Unleash the martial spirit and prepare for battle. The first soul skill, Radiant Slash. With a fierce shout from Li Fei, he swung his sword with vigor, yet missed completely. In response, Ziyin promptly activated her second soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves. In an instant, countless red leaves descended like raindrops, bestowing Li Fei with formidable enhancements. Empowered, Li Fei surged towards the scorpion like an arrow released from a bow, while simultaneously, Ziyin unleashed her first soul skill, Celestial Binding, followed swiftly by her second skill, Celestial Horizon. Tang Xing marveled, it's my first time witnessing her use her second soul skill. At that moment, Lan Qiqi seized the opportunity while the scorpion was distracted, stealthily firing a shot from behind, inflicting great pain upon the creature. However, the scorpion reacted swiftly, its massive pincers clamping down on Lan Qiqi's crimson umbrella before violently tossing her aside. As the scorpion prepared to launch its tail stinger at Li Fei, Lin Qian intervened, deploying the rock dragon shield and chanting, "First soul skill, copper wall barrier." The rock dragon shield emitted a radiant glow, forcefully repelling the scorpion's tail. Unyielding, the scorpion ready to unleash its venomous stinger, targeting Tang Xing. In a panic, Tang Xing shouted, "No!" Chapter 18. Crisis. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, standing protectively before Tang Xing. The azure needle shot forth like lightning, piercing through Lan Qiqi's body in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing leaped forward without hesitation. Concurrently, Su Yin activated her third soul skill, Emerald Light, along with her second soul equipment, Emerald Soul Melody. Yet unexpectedly, another surge of powerful energy flooded into Tang Xing's body at that very instant. Tang Xing sensed the surge of power coursing through him, instantly awakening his latent potential. He unleashed his third soul skill, the Starry Sky Mark, and immediately followed it with his second soul skill, the Rain of Red Leaves. In an instant, countless red leaves blossomed in the air, creating a vibrant and breathtaking spectacle. Following this, Tang Xing unleashed the full force of his light element. He invoked his third soul skill, the transformation of the elven deity, as well as his third soul skill, the sacred wave of the elven spirit. The dazzling radiance sparkled like stars, illuminating the entire space. At that moment, Tang Xing's prowess was fully showcased. Under the full brunt of Tang Xing's assault, the scorpion was finally vanquished. Tang Xing held onto Lan Qiu tightly, while Huang Quan swiftly prepared a detoxifying shrimp dumpling. Without hesitation, Tang Xing summoned his ultimate light, exerting all his strength to heal Lan Qiu's wounds. As Tang Xing focused intently on her recovery, the sky soon began to darken ominously, shrouded in a murky haze. As if foreboding something dreadful was about to occur, Su Yin perceptively sensed the anomaly and cautioned, "The air around us seems somewhat off. Everyone should be vigilant." Just then, Lan Qiu suddenly coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was nestled in Tang Xing's warm embrace, a shy blush instantly adorned her cheeks. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lan Qiu chose to remain quietly in Tang Xing's arms. Meanwhile, Su Yin remained steadfast at her post, vigilantly observing the surroundings. However, unexpected events often arise without warning. Just as everyone was distracted, Li Fei quietly appeared behind Su Yin and gently called out, "Su Yin." Upon hearing the voice, Su Yin turned around and immediately understood his intent. Thus, she intuitively retreated to the ground for a brief respite. Li Fei sat quietly upon a large stone, his thoughts seemingly drifting to distant realms. At that moment, a crisp voice came from behind him, "Li Fei." He turned to see that it was Zi Yin. His face revealed no hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He smiled and graciously offered her a seat beside him. Zi Yin quickly sat down, unable to contain her excitement, and exclaimed, "Li Fei, that was quite a close call today." Her tone carried a blend of relief and reflection. Li Fei nodded silently, gently stroking his hand while musing, "Indeed, it's fortunate that everyone is safe." Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Zi Yin suddenly recalled something significant. She lifted her gaze to Li Fei, curiosity mingling with concern, and asked, "Li Fei, do you remember what you said in front of my parents?" Her eyes conveyed anticipation and doubt. Li Fei smiled slightly and replied without hesitation, "Of course I remember. I will uphold my promises." His gaze was resolute and confident, inspiring trust in those around him. Yet, just as their conversation unfolded, Li Fei's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he looked ahead. He then shouted loudly, "Wake up. A sandstorm is approaching." His voice reverberated through the air, rousing those around him who were still at rest. Lin Qian dared not hesitate for a moment, promptly raising his shield high, forming a formidable fortress. With a serious expression, he called out to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, this fortress can withstand no more than 2 hours." Yet, before his words could fully settle, a tempestuous sandstorm unexpectedly ushered in a metallic storm. The metallic tempest surged forth like a raging tide, mercilessly battering the bastion that Lin Qian had painstakingly constructed. Amidst the heart-stopping impacts, the fortress began to emit creaking sounds. As the once solid walls gradually manifested cracks, each fissure resembled a grotesque wound, instilling a sense of dread. As time progressed, the cracks continued to widen, as if on the verge of shattering, exposing those within to imminent peril. Lin Qian's eyes widened as he fixated on the precarious fortress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Inside the spacecraft, Director Chen and Yi Yusen were intently monitoring Tang Xing and his companions through the surveillance screen. Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "2 types of storms." Yi Yusen immediately began to enlighten him. The Death Desert is aptly named for the myriad of storm types it harbors, along with the exceedingly terrifying soul beasts. These soul beasts possess formidable strength. Their mere presence is enough to instill fear without a single strike. However, this situation presented an opportunity for Tang Xing and his team to grasp the significance of teamwork, honing their abilities to respond in extreme conditions. Director Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Yusin's perspective. He understood that under such harsh circumstances, only a united and cooperative team could survive. Whether Tang Xing and his companions could successfully overcome the challenges would depend on their embodiment of this spirit of teamwork. In that moment, both Director Chen and Yi Yusin hoped fervently that Tang Xing and his companions would emerge from this trial even stronger. Tang Xing addressed Lin Qian, inquiring, "Lin Qian, is your martial spirit truly capable of digging holes?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Lin Qian himself felt uncertain, yet he responded with tentative enthusiasm. "Let me give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he initiated an assault on the ground beneath him. With a surge of energy, the rock dragon shield seemed to sense its master's intent and promptly began its excavation work. Observing this, Lin Qian exclaimed with excitement, "Ha ha, it actually worked." He added, "Just give me a moment." Before long, he shouted again, "3 people can come down now." Tang Xing turned to the 3 girls behind him and said, "Lan Xiao, Su Yin, and Ziyin, you may descend first." Upon hearing this, Ziyin immediately protested, "Why should we go down first? Don't underestimate us." However, Tang Xing did not allow her the chance to finish her thought, interrupting her with commanding authority, "That is an order. If you choose not to follow my arrangements, then I shall not concern myself with your decision." Ziyin was taken aback by Tang Xing's assertiveness and, left with no choice, obediently began her descent down the rope. Next, Tang Xing turned to Huang Quan, stating, "Huang Quan, it is your turn." Huang Quan, bracing against the sting of the wind and sand on his face, nodded in response. All right. At that moment, Lin Qian called out once more, "One more person." Before he could finish, Huang Quan leaped without hesitation into the swirling vortex below. Simultaneously, Li Fei turned to Tang Xing, anxiously suggesting, "Boss, perhaps you should go down first. I have a feeling my soul skill might possess some efficacy against this storm." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing immediately shouted, "No, this is far too dangerous. It must not be done. Hurry, get down." Frustrated, he realized that he had no choice but to resort to the transformation of the spirit light god. However, just as Li Fei prepared to leap down, Tang Xing's transformation was abruptly undone, his body swaying perilously, on the verge of collapsing. In a moment of crisis, Lan Xiao swiftly intervened, catching Tang Xing and preventing him from falling to the ground. Suddenly, a deep and imposing voice resonated, "Light and shadow storm." This voice erupted like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Immediately, a formidable wave of energy surged forth like a torrential flood, colliding violently with the metal storm. In an instant, a multitude of dazzling, colorful sparks erupted, reminiscent of fireworks blooming in the night sky, captivating and mesmerizing all who beheld it. At that moment, Huang Quan did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate technique, Thunderstorm Slash. His weapon shimmered with blinding lightning, exuding an aura capable of annihilation. As it cleaved down fiercely towards the Golden Army, the Golden Army was struck by this blow, forced to retreat repeatedly, caught in a state of utter disarray. Tang Xing's visage was marked by an expression of profound concern as she widened her eyes, fixating intently on the battle unfolding ahead. At that very moment, a colossal desert storm appeared abruptly behind Han Fei, catching everyone off guard with its ferocity. Just as it seemed Han Fei would be swept away by the tempest, Ziyin rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. He summoned every ounce of his strength to thrust Li Fei forcefully out of the storm's grasp, while he himself resolutely faced the terrifying sandstorm. Li Fei watched helplessly as Ziyin endangered himself to protect him, an indescribable sorrow surging within him. He cried out in despair, "No," his voice resonating with hopelessness, as if it could rend the very fabric of the universe. Just when Ziyin sensed he was on the brink of being engulfed by that mysterious force, Tang Xing extended her hand without hesitation, pushing Ziyin towards Li Fei. While she herself was consumed by the storm, Li Fei was taken aback, utterly unprepared to discover that it was Tang Xing who had been swept away. And Ziyin had not anticipated that the one he believed was doomed was none other than Tang Xing, with whom he had quarreled moments before. In that instant, Chongyan finally grasped Tang Xing's intent. Lan Xiao, witnessing Tang Xing being drawn into the storm, was frantic and prepared to plunge into the mysterious force. Su Yan, noticing her distress, quickly intervened, urging, "Lan Xiao, please calm down and listen to me. Among us, only I possess the ability to fly. Allow me to rescue Tang Xing while you remain here to recuperate. Is that agreeable? Though Lan Xiu was filled with reluctance, she could only nod in acquiescence. Su Yin unfurled her wings and sped towards the heart of the desert storm. Concurrently, Tang Xing sensed her approach and called out, Su Yin, fly in a counterclockwise direction. We shall execute a pincer maneuver. No sooner had she spoken than Su Yin flapped her wings, harnessing the force of the clockwise winds to propel herself. At that moment, Ziyin understood the urgency of action. He swiftly unleashed his third soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves Possession. Following that, he activated his second soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, Blossoming Power. Finally, he invoked his first soul skill, Rain of Red Leaves, Healing Surge. With the release of the series of soul skills, Su Yin felt her attributes significantly enhanced. Suddenly, she realized the source of the overwhelming power. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yin accelerated, dashing towards the storm's core like a bolt of lightning. Inside, Tang Xing began to channel his own elemental light energy, Holy Light Wave. Launching a full-scale assault, a radiant beam shot directly towards the storm's center. Su Yin immediately followed suit, employing her third soul skill, Purple Butterfly Shield. Creating a formidable layer of defense, she then activated her first soul skill again, Blade Wings, Butterfly Spiral, unleashing a whirlwind of sharp butterfly wings. Through the unwavering collaboration of Tang Xing and Su Yin, they ultimately dispelled the immense storm. Exhausted from the excessive exertion, Tang Xing collapsed onto the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Yin hurriedly rushed forward to assist Tang Xing, guiding him back to a safe area. Lan Xiu, seeing the scene unfold, unhesitatingly leaped toward Tang Xing, enveloping him tightly in her embrace. Tang Xing, feeling the warmth of Lan Xiu's hold and the warmth of her tears, gently raised his hand to tenderly wipe her cheek, offering comfort with the words, "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Meanwhile, Ziyin swiftly took action, employing her unique healing techniques to wholeheartedly mend Tang Xing's wounds. Huang Quan, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the formidable soul skill, Super Recovery Dumpling. This soul technique transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring directly into Tang Xing's mouth. Under the concerted effort of their healing, Tang Xing gradually regained vitality. At last, he slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers felt the weight that had burdened their hearts finally lift, and expressions of joy spread across their faces. Director Chen on the spacecraft, observing the performance of Tang Xing and Su Yin, widened his eyes in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "To think it could be utilized in such a manner? This far surpasses my expectations." Standing beside him, Yi Yusin, having witnessed the entire process, was overcome with admiration. Finally understanding why the esteemed elders of Linghai Pavilion unanimously recommended Tang Xing as a core disciple of the inner court. This young man not only possesses extraordinary talent, but is also quick-witted and exceptionally clever. He is destined to become a formidable figure, leading the tides of change in the realm of cultivation. Upon awakening, Tang Xing rubbed his eyes and, still in a state of drowsiness, inquired, "How long have I slept?" Lan Xiu gently replied, "Just half an hour." Lin Xian glanced at his bag, which he had been collecting for quite some time, and then remarked, "Tang Xing, we are still halfway to our objective." Tang Xing's gaze shifted toward the deep pit, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, and he exclaimed, "It seems there are ores in that deep pit. Let us go take a look." Lin Xian eagerly ventured into the pit, shouting with excitement, "There is so much! All high-grade ores." Su Yin and Li Fei descended to begin mining, while Huang Quan and Ziyin were instructed to transport and gather the materials. Before Tang Xing could finish his sentence, Ziyin quickly interjected, "You and Sister Lan Xiu should rest well. We will handle the remaining tasks." Tang Xing's demeanor towards Ziyin had notably improved. She smiled and nodded. This time, Ziyin took the initiative to say to Huang Quan, "Let me handle the transport. You focus on gathering." Huang Quan understood Ziyin's intentions and nodded in agreement with a smile. Throughout the course of their work, Ziyin exerted the most effort, which did not escape Tang Xing's notice. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What a tenacious and delightful little girl." Upon returning to the spaceship with the other 6, Tang Xing addressed Director Chen, saying, "Director Chen, we are here to submit our tasks." With that, Tang Xing unveiled all the ore they had collected. Director Chen, upon seeing the bounty, was taken aback, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, exclaiming, "So much." Following this, all the students submitted their tasks and received corresponding evaluations. The students were like fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment, anticipating Tang Xing's results. Just as Director Chun was about to announce that Tang Xing would not be assessed, the students expressed their bewilderment regarding his statement. Chapter 19. Class of Specificity. The students were abuzz with chatter about Director Chun, who remained impassive and said, "Since you were so eager to know, let me clarify it for you." With that, he activated the playback and played the sound of the metallic impact following the storm's collision with the fortress. Li Fei, hurry down. This is bad. The transformation time is about to end. In the cave, Lan Xiao had already burst into tears, choking on her words as she lamented. We cannot lose him. Tang Xing gazed at the scene before him, a profound sense of contentment swelling within his heart. However, his classmates were engulfed by an overwhelming bitterness. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. The individuals within the cave soared into the air. Li Fei shouted, "No more hesitation. Let us confront it head-on." Martial soul fusion, light and shadow storm. Simultaneously, Huang Quan displayed equal resolve, unleashing a fierce attack, thunderstorm slash. At last, through their combined efforts, the metallic tempest was successfully dissipated. Yet, none could foresee that in the very next moment, a desert storm would surge unexpectedly from behind Li Fei. In a critical instant, Ziyin swiftly propelled Li Fei out of harm's way. As the storm loomed to engulf Ziyin, Tang Xing unhesitatingly pushed her away and signaled Su Yin to initiate a rescue. Ultimately, through their harmonious collaboration, the desert storm was quelled. At that moment, the students fell into deep contemplation. From these two harrowing incidents, they profoundly understood the rationale behind Tang Xing and his companion's decision to refrain from scoring. Had anyone else ventured forth, they would likely have succumbed to the peril of losing their lives. Yet, Tang Xing had ensured the safety of all. A responsibility and capability that commanded the admiration of everyone present. Sun Shukong approached Tang Xing quietly, sincerity emanating from his words as he said, "Class leader, we were in the wrong. We should not have doubted you. I hope you can show magnanimity and overlook our previous mistakes and accept me once more." His words were imbued with genuine remorse and contrition. Tang Xing gazed steadfastly at Sun Shukong and declared, "All right, let us strive together. But you must first apologize to Director Chen." Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in utter astonishment. Sun Shukong inhaled deeply and slowly approached Director Chen. His steps were somewhat heavy, yet each stride radiated determination and courage. When he stood before Director Chen, he lifted his gaze. Sincerity and earnestness emanating from his eyes as he spoke. "Director Chen, I am truly sorry. I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive my impulsiveness and ignorance." This utterance was akin to a gentle spring breeze, dissipating the tension in the atmosphere. The classmates echoed in unison, "Director Chen, we are sorry." Their voices reverberated throughout the space, seemingly banishing any lingering misunderstandings and grievances. Director Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated Tang Xing's unwavering support for Sun Xiaokong, nor the collective apology from the students. At that moment, a profound sense of emotion surged within him. Subsequently, Director Chen smiled and patted Sun Xiaokong on the shoulder, signifying his acceptance of the apology. He then led the students aboard the spacecraft, preparing for their journey back to school. As the spacecraft traversed the cosmos, it carried the group of young scholars on their return voyage. On board, the students animatedly discussed the recent events, expressing admiration for Tang Xing's actions and deepening their understanding of one another's friendship. This experience not only taught them the courage to admit their faults but also illuminated the strength found in unity. After witnessing the performance of Tang Xing and her companions, Wu Xinheng felt an irresistible impulse welling up within him. He resolved to personally visit Class 2 to uncover the secrets it harbored. Thus, he hastily departed from his office, heading towards Class 2. Upon arriving at the entrance, he fortuitously encountered the class instructor, Jilan. He called out to her with a hint of urgency, "Teacher Jilan, please hold on." Upon hearing his voice, Jilan halted, her lustrous black hair cascading around her. She turned with a look of curiosity, her gaze resting upon Wu Xinheng as she inquired, "What is it, Teacher Wu? Is there something you need?" As Wu Xinheng beheld Jilan's captivating visage and her clear, water-like eyes, he felt a sudden flutter of nervousness, his heart racing involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure before responding, "Well, Teacher Jilan, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Could you accompany me to my office?" Jilan nodded slightly in agreement. Wu Xinheng promptly opened the door to his office and courteously invited her inside. Once they had entered, he closed the door behind them, and the room fell into a serene silence. He hurriedly fetched a chair for Jilan, who accepted it without hesitation and inquired, "Teacher Wu, what is the reason for summoning me?" Wu Xinheng got straight to the point, stating forthrightly, I hope to transfer Lin Qian and Huang Quan from your class to mine, if that is permissible." Upon hearing these words, Zhilan furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Could you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Wuxinheng seemed to have anticipated Zhilan's question. Responding with an air of calmness, "The reason is quite simple. They are all exceptionally talented students. Moreover, considering the content of today's live broadcast, I trust you have some understanding of the situation. I would never leverage my position to suppress others, so I hope you will contemplate this matter carefully, Teacher Zhilan." Zhilan was acutely aware of Wuxinheng's intentions and, with a resolute tone, presented her condition. "Very well, but I have one request. I need you to petition Director Chun for the establishment of a specialized class. This way, we can bypass the amalgamation process altogether. Furthermore, when we reach the 3rd grade, there will be no need for any further merging. After all, we must merge eventually. It would be more prudent to resolve this sooner rather than later. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Wuxinheng immediately grasped Zhilan's intent and readily replied, "No problem. I will take care of this matter and communicate with the director." With a light step, Wuxinheng approached the door of Director Chen's office, gently knocking. "Come in," came a deep yet amiable voice from behind the door. Wuxinheng pushed the door open and entered the room. There sat Director Chun at his desk, engrossed in grading an article. Upon noticing Wuxinheng's entrance, he smiled and inquired, "Ah, Teacher Wu, what brings you here?" Observing Director Chun's busy demeanor, Wuxinheng hesitated momentarily but summoned the courage to speak. "Director Chun, I would like to apply to join the specialized class." Upon hearing this, Director Chun abruptly halted his pen, questioning whether he had misheard. Ceasing his work, he fixed his gaze on Wuxinheng and asked, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?" Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Wuxinheng clearly reiterated, "I wish to apply to join the specialized class." A flicker of surprise and confusion crossed Director Chen's face. He set his pen down, leaned back in his chair, and scrutinized Wuxinheng, seemingly pondering the rationale behind this request. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Teacher Wu, what prompts such a notion? Could you provide me with a detailed explanation?" Upon hearing Wuxinheng's request, Director Chen suddenly felt his legs weaken, and with a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "Wuxinheng, are you absolutely certain you haven't lost your mind? Do you realize what qualifications are required to become a teacher in the specialized class? One must possess an excellent teaching certification. Do you have one?" In the face of Director Chen's skepticism, Wuxinheng remained composed. He leisurely retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to the director. As Director Chen took the document and examined it closely, his eyes widened in astonishment. And he exclaimed, "Good heavens, where on earth did you acquire this?" However, Wu Xinheng did not respond to his inquiry, merely stating with a hint of indifference, "Do not ask so many questions. It suffices that I possess it." Director Chun, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, "What difference does your certification make? Only exceptionally gifted students may enter the elite class. Even if your classmates possess such qualifications, they must undergo a series of rigorous assessments and evaluations before applying for admission to the elite class." Wu Xinheng nodded slightly, her tone resolute as she declared, "No problem. Tomorrow I will lead my classmates to participate in the assessment, and at the same time, Teacher Zhilan's class will also join." Director Chen suddenly grasped the reason behind Wu Xinheng's application for the elite class. He pondered silently. Undoubtedly, this must be that little girl's misguided idea. With a serious expression, he delivered a stern ultimatum. "Very well, we shall proceed to the advanced testing station tomorrow for the aptitude assessment." Wu Xinheng stood her ground, responding with an air of confidence, agreed. With that, she decisively turned and left, leaving behind a poised silhouette. In a hurried manner, Wu Xinheng returned to her office and joyfully exclaimed to Zhilan, "Fantastic. We've finally succeeded. Tomorrow we will participate in the assessment. I must quickly inform our classmates." Upon receiving the message from Teacher Wu, Tang Xing wasted no time and promptly mobilized everyone to gather in the classroom. Standing at the podium, Tang Xing directed each student with utmost seriousness, ensuring that all were seated calmly. She surveyed the room, confirming that no one was overlooked, and then called out loudly, "Everyone, please settle down. Teacher will be here shortly." Before long, Wu Xinheng burst into the classroom with vigor, her face radiating excitement and anticipation. As she entered, she eagerly announced, "Classmates, tomorrow we will use the advanced testing station for your aptitude assessment. This test is of utmost importance, as it will determine your eligibility for the elite class. This is a rare opportunity and a true evaluation of your capabilities. Therefore, I hope everyone will give their all and perform at their very best." At her words, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into a flurry of whispers and chatter. Silence. Wu Xinheng's voice rang out suddenly, like thunder echoing overhead. The cacophony dissipated instantly, with students promptly closing their mouths, afraid to make another sound. Observing the now quiet classroom, Wu Xinheng nodded in satisfaction and continued, I understand that everyone has been under considerable academic pressure lately. So I have specially granted you a day off today to adjust your state of mind. Upon hearing this news, the students' faces immediately brightened with joy. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Some students could not help but cheer, and the entire classroom was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. Wang Xinheng smiled at his classmates, aware of how rare this break was for everyone. He hoped they would make the most of this day, relaxing and rejuvenating their spirits to better face the upcoming academic challenges. Lan Xiu cautiously inquired, Tang Xing, do you have time now? Without hesitation, Tang Xing replied, of course. What's up? Lan Xiu, slightly bashful, invited, would you like to go out and have some fun tonight? At that moment, Ma Guan suddenly interjected, hey, where are you two planning to go without me? Lan Xiu looked at him with mild exasperation and said, we'll take you along. But I just haven't decided where to go tonight. As everyone pondered, Su Yin proposed, how about we visit Linghai City? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded eagerly in agreement, saying, that's a splendid idea. Lan Xiu promptly responded, all right then, it's settled. See you tonight. Later that evening, the three of them arrived at Linghai City. As soon as they arrived, Su Yin became animated and said, by the way, do you know the history of Linghai City? Lan Xiu replied, I know a little, but not everything. Su Yin cleared her throat and began, listen closely. 30,000 years ago, Linghai City was an independent entity. However, due to the changes in the continent over those 30,000 years, another land emerged in Douluo continent, known as Stardust Continent, which is now the Stardust Empire. The Stardust Empire sought to unify the continent, but at that time, a powerful force pushed the invaders back. And it was here that war came to an end. Following the reconstruction by Linghai Academy, this place became the property and territory of Linghai School, making it a domain of Linghai Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang Li displayed a contemplative expression and slowly remarked, so, the entire Spirit Sea belongs to the Spirit Sea Academy? At that moment, Lan Xiu returned with some food. Gazing tenderly at Tang Xing, she softly said, Tang Xing, you should take the first bite. Tang Li was somewhat taken aback, but eventually opened her mouth, allowing Lan Xiu to feed her. Nearby, Su Yin observed this scene and couldn't help but feel a twinge of discontent, snorting softly, you two are truly something. Just then, Huang Quan and Lin Qian happened to stroll down the street. Huang Quan spotted Tang Xing at once and exclaimed excitedly, Tang Xing, what a coincidence. Tang Xing was not surprised by this and smiled at Huang Quan, saying, Huang Quan, I have a task to assign to you. Huang Quan's expression shifted to one of reluctance, mumbling, no way, we just met and you're already giving me a task. I really can't deal with you. Tang Xing was aware of what he was about to articulate, yet he continued, first, allow me to finish. Your task is to let Mo Su Yin truly understand who you are. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if he had already glimpsed some potential future. He was acutely aware that this mission would not be an easy one for the other party. But he believed that only in this manner could he genuinely assist Mo Su Yin. In the ensuing moments, Tang Xing elaborated on his thoughts and plans in detail, hoping to earn the understanding and support of his companion. Chapter 20. The night market. Su Yin and Huang Quan were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Huang Quan could not help but exclaim, you must be mistaken. Meanwhile, Su Yin's cheeks had already flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly chided, Tang Xing, how can you speak so absurdly? However, Tang Xing merely chuckled, unfazed, and continued, I am not speaking in jest, Su Yin. Do you not think Huang Quan is quite handsome? Her words ignited a fire within Su Yin, causing her already heated cheeks to burn even more, rendering her increasingly bashful. The air seemed to be imbued with an ambiguous atmosphere, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. Huang Quan wore a subtle, enigmatic smile, akin to an elegant leopard. As he gradually approached Su Yin, he softly introduced himself, hello, I am Huang Quan. If it pleases you, you may call me Brother Huang. As Su Yin lifted her gaze, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, stirring a wave of inexplicable nervousness within her. Nonetheless, she bravely reached out, grasping Huang Quan's hand as if it were her last lifeline. Taking a deep breath, as though infusing herself with a refreshing stream, Su Yin firmly held Huang Quan's hand and, with a slightly trembling voice, uttered, hello, I am Su Yin, The moonlight tonight resembles a crystal-clear spring, flowing gracefully through the night sky. I wonder if you would like to join me in admiring this splendid nocturnal landscape? Huang Quan offered a gentle smile and nodded in agreement. Thus, hand in hand, they ventured towards the serene and enchanting scenery. They strolled along the winding path, the moonlight cascading upon the ground like shimmering silver frost. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound, as if nature were orchestrating a symphony just for them. Su Yin felt the warmth of Huang Quan's palm, gradually relaxing her demeanor as she began to share her insights and aspirations about life. He listened intently, occasionally interjecting with remarks that rendered their conversation more fluid and natural. On this delightful evening, they reveled in the splendor of the starry sky, with stars sparkling like diamonds and the moon radiating a silvery glow. Surrounded by an array of breathtaking sights, in that moment, it seemed as though their souls drew closer, a silent understanding blossoming between them. As time passed, their exchange grew increasingly profound, and their topics of discussion widened. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, yet they remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in each other's company and dialogue. This night would become an unforgettable memory for Su Yin and Huang Quan, akin to the brightest star in the sky, forever shimmering in their hearts. Tang Xing and Lin Qian coincidentally arrived at the outdoor sitting area of a restaurant. Upon seeing the woman beside Lin Qian, Tang Xing, filled with concern, inquired, "How's your injury?" Yu Xian nonchalantly replied, "I have almost recovered. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Tang Xing." The term Brother Tang Xing struck him like a bolt from the blue, piercing through his thoughts. In that instant, Tang Xing was reminded of the past sister Xian. It has been a long time. This very phrase resembled a sharp sword that burst within Yi Xian's heart. She vividly recalled that only one person could address her in such a manner. Tang Xing. Yi Xian finally remembered that the person before her was indeed her childhood companion. Brother Tang Xing. Tang Xing smiled and nodded in affirmation. Yi Xian began to scrutinize Tang Xing closely, realizing that his appearance had changed little since their childhood. "Brother Tang Xing, I never expected to see you again after all this time," Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky. Subsequently, she eagerly inquired about Tang Xing's experiences over the years and the reason for his arrival at Linghai Academy. Tang Xing's face radiated with a joyful smile as she eagerly urged, "Dear sister, let us not dwell on my matters. Pray, share your experiences. How did you manage to survive that calamity? Subsequently, how did you arrive at the Linghai Academy? Moreover, how did you come to meet Lin Qian and the others?" At that moment, the restaurant staff fluttered in like butterflies, inquiring greetings. "May I take your order?" Tang Xing gazed at the staff, her starry eyes sparkling with light, and softly requested, "Please bring the menu." The staff's gaze shifted to a nearby table, where the menu rested steadily. She gracefully approached, retrieving it like a delicate butterfly, and presented it to Tang Xing, taking the menu. Tang Xing casually glanced over it before asking, "Lan Xiu, what would you like to eat?" Lan Xiu, unreserved, effortlessly selected 4 dishes from the menu. Tang Xing then handed the menu to Lin Qian and the others, saying, "You may choose as well." Lin Qian accepted the menu, casually ordering a few dishes before tossing it back to the staff with a playful urgency, urging, "Hurry up, please." Tang Xing gazed at Yu Xian with eager anticipation, his eyes seemingly delving into a mysterious treasure, yearning to uncover all that had transpired in her life over the years. His heart brimmed with curiosity and concern, akin to a ravenous wolf longing to hear a complete and captivating tale from her lips. Before long, the staff presented an array of exquisite dishes. Bowing respectfully as they said, "Please enjoy your meal." Lan Xiu looked at the table laden with culinary delights, nearly drooling in anticipation. Observing her gluttonous demeanor, Tang Xing jested, "You are, after all, a young lady. Could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint?" Unfazed, Lan Xiu retorted, "What need is there for restraint at mealtime?" Humph. Noticing her voracious appetite, Tang Xing advised, "Take your time. Fortunately, Su Yin, that glutton, isn't here. Otherwise, this feast would be devoured in an instant." At that moment, Su Yin, sneezing repeatedly, caught Huang Quan's concern, who asked, "Are you coming down with a cold?" Su Yin shook her head, mumbling, "No. It's undoubtedly someone speaking ill of me behind my back." Yu Xian inhaled deeply, as if attempting to calm the tumult within her heart. Yet her eyes still shimmered with pain and fury. She spoke slowly. "On that fateful day, my entire family was subjected to a horrific massacre, and I, fortunate enough to survive in my mother's warm embrace. At that moment, Butler Chen risked his life to pull me from her arms. The bloody scene remains vividly imprinted in my mind. Every detail, every drop of blood, is etched deep within my memory, an indelible source of anguish. Her voice grew increasingly impassioned, trembling involuntarily, as if she were reliving that dreadful nightmare. However, Lin Xian, beside her, offered immense comfort and support. He silently grasped her hand, imparting warmth and strength, providing Yi Xian with a glimmer of solace. Once she steadied herself, she took a deep breath and continued, "What transpired next still haunts me. During my escort, Butler Chen encountered members of the Sidhu family. Clutching me tightly, he sprinted with all his might, but alas, we were soon surrounded by their overwhelming numbers. Without hesitation, Butler Chen unleashed his most powerful 8 attacks, striving to breach their blockade and escape their pursuit. At that critical moment, Lin Xian fortuitously descended from the mountain on his training journey. Observing the dire situation, Butler Chen fled desperately for a considerable distance. Only when he realized they no longer pursued us did he finally exhale in relief, leading me to a safe haven for a brief respite. However, we never anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable soul beast, having already expended a significant amount of soul power in the preceding battle. Butler Chen was powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as the soul beast lunged towards me. In that critical moment, Lin Qian and Huang Quan appeared just in time, rescuing us. Since then, I have lived and grown within the sect of Lin Qian. As for how I came to Linghai Academy, it was merely a continuation of my journey alongside them. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's face revealed an endless sorrow, and he could only sigh silently. His thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling another significant matter, murmuring to himself, "Tomorrow, I must go to the advanced testing platform." At that moment, Su Yin and Huang Quan approached, smiling as they remarked, "I told you, their ISNTA shadow in sight." Seeing Su Yin come over to inquire, Tang Xing hastily asked, "Su Yin, are you aware of the matters concerning the special class 1? Su Yin raised her chin, responding with full confidence, "You have indeed asked the right person. Listen closely, the history of Special Class 1 can be traced back to the Linghai Academy over 30,000 years ago. It is said that this class was established specifically to cultivate exceptional talents, and one might even consider it a second inner academy. Once students enter Special Class 1, they are trained according to the requirements of the inner academy." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of disdainful amusement as he casually remarked, "What is there to fear?" He appeared to regard this so-called elite class with indifference, as if he were fully prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Tang Xing spoke with unwavering confidence, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, as long as you follow my arrangements, I will shoulder all responsibilities, regardless of the circumstances we encounter." At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, prompting Tang Xing to suggest that they return to rest. Su Yin nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then. Let us admire the lanterns for a while before heading back." Upon hearing about the lanterns, Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "It has been ages since I last saw the lanterns." Just then, Lan Qiu gently grasped Tang Xing's hand and advised, "In that case, let us go take a look. After all, we should allow ourselves some leisure today and not overexert." Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement and followed them to the bridge. At that moment, a wondrous scene unfolded as the lanterns on the water began to rise slowly. Su Yin tightly gripped Huang Quan's hand, taking small hurried steps forward while urging, "Hurry, hurry. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Meanwhile, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu strolled leisurely among the myriad of lanterns. These lanterns seemed to possess a life of their own, as they brushed past the pair, purposefully creating an invisible barrier between them. However, as time progressed, the lanterns gradually shifted positions, unveiling a vast panorama. Lan Qiu gazed silently at Tang Xing, the moment resembling the beauty and warmth of newlyweds just after their wedding. Su Yin observed the two with envy evident in her eyes. Tang Xing, feeling somewhat disoriented, struggled to find the right words. After a while, he finally regained his composure and softly remarked, "Lan Qiu, you are truly beautiful." This statement caught Lan Qiu by surprise, as it was the first time she had heard such a direct compliment from Tang Xing. A blush crept onto her face, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Tang Xing's eyes. Just then, Yixian dashed over like a gust of wind, exclaiming, "Brother, so this is where you are." Her sudden appearance shattered the previously awkward atmosphere, bringing a lively energy to the scene. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing immediately distanced himself from Lan Qiu. Night Xian, observing this, gently smiled with a hint of mischief, saying, "Brother, I shall take my leave now. You enjoy your time with Sister Lan Qiu." As Tang Xing watched Night Xian's retreating figure, he sighed helplessly and turned to Lan Qiu, stating, "We should head back as well. We need to rise early for the advanced testing platform tomorrow." Lan Qiu nodded in agreement, and the two walked side by side on the journey home. The atmosphere somewhat delicate. After a brief silence, Lan Qiu suddenly posed a question, "Tang Xing, if one day at the Spirit Sea Lake matchmaking event you had to choose a partner for life, whom would you select?" This question caught Tang Xing off guard, causing him to pause and sink into contemplation. After a moment's silence, he slowly replied, "Well, regarding this matter, I'm not entirely certain. However, if I were truly to choose a lifelong companion, I would hope to find a gentle and charming girl who can genuinely trust me, respects me, and treats me well. Of course, this is merely my current thought. After all, it is rather early to be discussing such things. My primary focus now is to diligently cultivate and improve myself." Upon hearing Tang Xing's response, Lan Qiu nodded thoughtfully, as if she had reached a certain conclusion in her mind. Before long, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu returned to their dormitory. Without further ado, they lay down on their beds and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the earth as Wu Xianheng led a group of students towards the inspection area. Simultaneously, Jilan guided the students of Class 2 to the venue. Wu Xianheng gazed at the vibrant students before him, a swell of responsibility rising within him. Turning his head, his gaze met Jilan's. She approached him with a smile and softly remarked, "Teacher Wu, the inspection area will first assess their basic data and personal profiles before commencing officially." Wu Xianheng nodded, indicating his understanding. At that moment, Jilan retrieved a small, exquisite gift from her storage device and presented it to Wu Xianheng, saying, "This is a token of appreciation. I hope you accept it." Wu Xianheng gazed at Jilan. Her skin as delicate as mutton fat jade, and the sincerity reflected in her eyes was profoundly moving. Faced with such a Jilan, the typically aloof Wu Xianheng found himself touched. He accepted the gift, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Teacher Ji. Your efforts are appreciated." Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding seemed to permeate the air. The surrounding students watched curiously, yet no one dared to disrupt this tranquil moment. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, with only the exchange between Wu Xianheng and Jilan remaining, akin to the first rays of sunlight in the morning, warm and gentle. Wu Xianheng offered Jilan a slight smile, while she felt her heart racing, silently contemplating, "Surely, I did not misjudge this." He smiled at me, which was quite unexpected given his usual aloof demeanor. Jilan immediately interrupted her own thoughts, admonishing herself, "Jilan, what are you thinking? How could you possibly have feelings for Wu Xianheng?" "No, absolutely not." At that moment, a young man wielding a mysterious fan spoke up, "Teacher Jilan, having affection for someone is as natural as adoring the blossoms of spring. If you like someone, pursue them boldly. Do not wait until they are lost to learn to cherish them." A woman adorned with a gourd at her waist chimed in, "Brother, you are right. Teacher Jilan, rest assured, I will speak to my grandfather about this. You need not worry on that front." The boy with the fan was currently undergoing an evaluation by Tang Xing. He gazed thoughtfully at Tang Xing's assessment report, murmuring to himself, "Is this the demeanor of a champion in the new student competition? Quite intriguing." Chapter 21, Siblings Reunited. Tang Xing stands at a height of 1 meter 67 and weighs 52 kilograms. All other metrics indicate that she is in perfect health. Once the physical data of the students from both Class 1 and Class 2 were meticulously compiled, Wu Xinheng led the students of Class 1 towards the advanced testing platform. Upon encountering such sophisticated equipment, the students could not suppress their astonishment. The apparatus not only possessed a striking appearance, but also exuded an aura of futuristic technology. As if they hailed from another realm, they stood silently, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence, igniting a sense of anticipation for the impending examination. Wu Xinheng called out loudly, "Everyone, gather around. Form a line immediately, one by one for the testing. Teacher Ji, please hold on for a moment. Once my class completes their tests, your class may follow suit." As Wu Xinheng's words fell, he gestured for Xin to come over promptly. Xin, as if awakening from a dream, hastened to the testing device and took her position. With Xin in place, the machine began its comprehensive assessment of her. In a short while, the screen displayed a series of data: name, Xin, soul power, level 34, martial soul, Wudong staff, starry sky staff, martial soul quality, intermediate. Congratulations, you meet the criteria. You are eligible to enter Class 1. Upon seeing this result, Xin's heart swelled with joy. She understood that gaining entry into Class 1 signified a higher caliber of learning environment and more rigorous training demands, but it also heralded greater opportunities and challenges awaiting her. Wu Xinheng was equally pleased with Xian's performance. After all, as an exemplary student, Xian had displayed formidable strength and potential, warranting enhanced guidance and attention. The announcement from the machine left everyone in astonishment. The prospect of entering Class 1 was indeed intriguing. Discussions erupted among the crowd, while a boy from Class 2, wielding a folding fan, murmured to himself, "Indeed, gaining access to the inner academy may be relatively simple, but entering Class 1 is no small feat. My grandfather once mentioned that Class 1 was proposed by the second elder of the Linghai Academy. Truly, the wisdom of the immortal is remarkably advanced." In the next moment, Sun Shaokong stepped forward, prompting the machine to announce again. Name: Sun Shaokong, Soul Power, Level 32, Martial Soul, Purple Gold Staff, Martial Soul Quality, Intermediate. Following him, Ding Xin approached, and the machine promptly reported. Ding Xin, Soul Power, Level 29, Martial Soul, 7-star Flower, Martial Soul Quality, Intermediate, barely qualifying for Class 1. At that moment, two figures hurriedly approached, breathless from their haste. Suddenly, Jiang Hao appeared before everyone and remarked, "There are conditions to enter Class 1, you know." Upon hearing that voice, so familiar it could not be more so, Tang Xing immediately turned and rushed towards its source. When he reached Jiang Hao, his heart swelled with excitement and joy, leaving him somewhat breathless, yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. "Brother Jiang Hao, it has been such a long time," Tang Xing exclaimed, his voice brimming with the exuberance of reunion. Jiang Hao, upon seeing Tang Xing, similarly displayed a joyful expression and responded, "Haha, it has indeed been a while, my brother." Tang Xing's gaze soon fell upon the individual beside Jiang Hao, and he instantly recognized her as Jinyu. With a smile, he greeted her, "Good day, sister." However, it appeared that Jinyu was oblivious to Tang Xing's salutation, responding not at all. Jiang Hao, noticing the awkwardness of the moment, swiftly intervened to clarify, "Your sister isn't in the best of spirits today. Look over there at that classmate. He is a living example. His soul power is merely at level 22, and the quality of his martial soul is exceptionally low. In such cases, he is bound to be eliminated." As the students approached the testing phase, anxiety filled the air, each one hoping to secure a place in the prestigious first class. Yet, the reality proved to be harsh. Through rounds of selection and elimination, numerous students were forced to leave disheartened. Nevertheless, despite the fierce competition, around 10 outstanding individuals successfully navigated this daunting trial. At that moment, only 4 students remained in the first class: Li Fei, Su Yin, Lan Qiu, and Tang Xing. They stood resolutely, their eyes brimming with confidence, seemingly prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the days to come would present further difficulties and pressures. Yet these trials also heralded opportunities for growth and exploration. Without a word, Su Yin dashed forward, her movements as swift as a bird in flight, taking her place on the testing platform. As she did, the large and enigmatic testing device emitted a low hum, followed by a clear announcement. Su Yin. Soul Power Level 32. Martial Soul, Emerald Jade Harp, Purple Crystal Illusion Butterfly, Martial Soul Quality, Intermediate. At that moment, Li Fei was also swept up by the atmosphere, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He stepped forward, darting like a flash of lightning to the testing platform. Upon his arrival, the device activated, commencing a thorough scan and evaluation. Moments later, a startling revelation ensued as the device announced, Li Fei, Soul Power Level 32, Martial Soul, Radiant Dagger, Shadow Moon Dagger, Martial Soul Quality, Advanced. The term advanced resonated like thunder, leaving all present profoundly astonished, even the seasoned staff members displaying expressions of disbelief. It is known that when ordinary individuals awaken their martial souls, the quality typically hovers around the intermediate level. Even the rare phenomenon of dual martial souls is generally classified as intermediate. After all, the testing device is designed to accommodate only souls of divine quality and below. In other words, those who awaken divine martial souls are destined to become godlike beings. One staff member, his voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "This is nothing short of a miracle. Such a high-quality martial soul transcends our previous understanding. It not only signifies immense strength but also foretells that this young man will possess boundless potential." Another staff member stepped forward, adding, "Moreover, this advanced martial soul quality meets the standards of divine martial souls, making it exceedingly rare and precious. Such talent is truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence." A man clad in exquisite garments, standing tall like a pine, gazed down from an elevated position upon the magnificent Linghai Academy, his eyes sparkling with contemplation. He murmured softly, "Is this indeed the academy where my esteemed father once studied? It truly possesses an extraordinary aura. Now that I have arrived, I shall pay a visit to my sister." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a flash, akin to a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky, and instantly soared above the inner courtyard of Linghai Academy. However, just as Jean Lin prepared to descend, he suddenly discovered a figure blocking his path ahead. Jean Lin's expression shifted momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, offering a faint smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed sir, please hold on. I humbly salute you." The figure before him was none other than Xia Ming, who floated serenely in the air, his gaze as tranquil as water. He regarded Jean Lin and slowly inquired, "What brings you to our academy?" Xia Ming pondered inwardly, "What a formidable presence. This man is indeed a divine-level martial artist, and his cultivation appears to surpass my own by considerable measure. Curiously, why does he deliberately suppress his own power?" In response to Xia Ming's inquiry, Jean Lin maintained a posture of utmost respect, slightly bowing as he earnestly articulated, "I have come to your esteemed academy solely to visit a friend. I would be most grateful for your assistance. Additionally, if it is not too much trouble, might I inquire as to your esteemed name?" Xia Ming introduced himself. "I am Xia Ming, the head of Linghai Pavilion. If you are seeking someone, please follow me." Together, Jean Lin and Xia Ming descended to the ground, where Xia Ming posed another question, "Whom are you seeking? I can guide you to their precise location." Without hesitation, Jean Lin responded, "Jean Yu." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming promptly dispatched someone to gather relevant information. Shortly thereafter, the deputy pavilion master, Bo Xian, approached and stated, "Jean Yu is at the advanced testing station." Jean Lin replied, "Then I kindly ask you to lead me there." Consequently, the deputy pavilion master personally escorted him to the testing station. Along the way, Jean Lin mused to himself about the myriad secrets that seemed to shroud Linghai Pavilion, and he felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation regarding Jean Yu's presence. At last, they arrived at the site of the advanced testing station. At that moment, Lan Xiu stood quietly within the testing apparatus, and as a crisp announcement resonated through the square, the voice echoed, "Lan Xiu, level 32, martial soul, golden dragon, martial soul quality, high." Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd collectively questioned whether their ears had deceived them, for this marked the second high-quality martial soul they had encountered that day. Awe and murmurs erupted, and the atmosphere became extraordinarily lively. Meanwhile, Jean Lin hastened towards the testing station's periphery and quietly addressed Bo Xian beside him. "I would appreciate it if you could bring her out." Observant staff members immediately recognized Bo Xian's arrival and respectfully greeted, "Deputy Pavilion Master." Following a slight nod of acknowledgement, Bo Xian turned to command, "Please bring Jean Yu out." As soon as the words were spoken, the staff member dashed into the testing room like an arrow released from a bow, inquiring loudly, "May I ask who is Jean Yu?" Upon hearing her name called, Jean Yu promptly raised her hand in response. Soon, the staff member located Jean Yu and escorted her out of the testing room. The moment she stepped outside, her gaze fell upon a man before her. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her, prompting Jean Yu to softly ask, "Have we met before?" Jean Lin regarded the woman before him with a serene expression and slowly replied, "You are Jean Yu, correct? You share the surname Jean, and by a curious coincidence." "So do I. Do you believe this is merely a coincidence?" Yet, the reality is far more intricate. At this moment, you should be able to sense the phoenix power within you stirring restlessly, causing you considerable discomfort. But fear not, I shall assist you in calming this force. His voice was calm and resolute, as if everything lay within his command. With that, Jean Lin began to channel his energy, continuously infusing Jean Yu with the phoenix power. Simultaneously, he softly urged, "Do not resist this power, try to embrace it. Have faith in yourself, and do not fear, for your brother shall always be by your side." As the phoenix energy flowed into her, Jean Yu distinctly felt a potent and pure force coursing through her being. Gradually, her previously chaotic aura began to stabilize, and miraculously, she recalled fragments of forgotten memories. Jean Yu gently opened her eyes, rising from the ground, her gaze shimmering with surprise and emotion. She softly addressed Jean Lin, "Brother, it has been so long." Though her voice was faint, it brimmed with sincere feeling. Seeing his sister restored to her former self, Jean Lin's face radiated joy, and he nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. He then approached the control panel to examine Tang Xing's data. Tang Xing, Soul Power Level 36, Martial Soul Spirit I, Fairy. And the martial soul quality is classified as super. A wave of confusion and astonishment swept through everyone present as they exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the significance of this super. Suddenly, a staff member exclaimed with fervor, "Super! It is indeed super! This indicates the mysterious power he is developing. This young man is simply a prodigy." One must understand that high level already signifies the threshold of divine martial souls, while super denotes a transcendence beyond divine martial souls. This astonishing revelation left the crowd in uproar as whispers of admiration for Tang Xing's talent and potential echoed throughout the room. Who could have imagined that within this seemingly ordinary youth lay such immense energy and capability? The onlookers were left speechless, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. Just then, it was the turn of the second-class students to step forward for testing. Without hesitation, Suhi approached and embarked on his testing journey. Douluo, Soul Power Level 44. His martial soul is a healing gourd, and it is of high quality, the testing official proclaimed with excitement. Before the crowd could fully recover from their astonishment, another student named Su Chuan stepped forward to undergo the test. Su Chuan possessed an impressive soul power of level 45. His martial spirit was the Wind Bell Fan, also a high-grade martial spirit. The tester's voice resonated once more, seemingly intent on conveying this astonishing news to everyone present. However, at that moment, no one could maintain their composure any longer. The unfolding events left everyone deeply shaken, their hearts brimming with admiration and envy for these two prodigious youths. Jiang Hao approached the testing device, and as a flash of light illuminated the scene, the device announced, Jiang Hao, Soul Power, Level 46, Martial Spirit, Rainbow Sprite Horse. Martial Spirit Quality, High Grade. Upon hearing this outcome, Su Chuan felt a pang of emotion, silently lamenting, truly deserving of being the top student from the outer academy. At this moment, Jinyu slowly approached and stood before the testing device. After a brief pause, the device chimed again. Jinyu, Soul Power, Level 45. Martial Spirit, Fire Phoenix, Martial Spirit Quality, High Grade. Observing this result, Jin Lin also stepped forward to take a glance, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. However, all of this was closely observed by the Vice Master, who immediately turned and dashed away, heading straight for the Master's location. Upon encountering the Master, the Vice Master spoke rapidly, "Master, we cannot allow Jinyu to leave the academy. She is an exceptionally rare talent, and we must retain her and nurture her properly." His tone was urgent, as if fearing the Master might overlook this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, the Master furrowed his brow and inquired with curiosity, "Why? Is there some hidden reason behind this?" The Vice Master hastily explained, "Jinyu's brother is a divine-level powerhouse. We cannot let her go easily. We must devise a strategy to keep Jinyu here. Only in this way might we leverage her brother's strength to elevate our sect's power to new heights." However, before he could finish, a figure appeared like a specter. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Yu. He spoke bluntly, "Vice Master, I suggest you save your breath. You will not be able to keep her. Moreover, if we were to discuss lineage, he is not merely your junior, to put it bluntly. He could be considered your ancestor. Remember, he is mine, and no one shall entertain any ulterior motives." Jiang Yu's words resonated with gravity, akin to thunderclaps in the ears of the two masters. The atmosphere grew eerily silent as both masters stood in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Xiaoming, recalling something, said, "Pu Xian, go summon the elder and the council members for a meeting." Pu Xian immediately set off to gather them. Jiang Yu interjected again, "Xiaoming, I know you are usually meticulous, but your affairs with her should also be handled delicately." Xiaoming looked innocent. "I also wish to expedite our wedding arrangements. But she has taken offense and gone to the outer academy to become the chief physician, pursuing her ideals." Jiang Yu teased him. "Who told you not to appease her?" At the inspection platform, Wu Xinheng has successfully completed the application process for a specific class and has qualified to serve as the class supervisor. Unsurprisingly, Jilin also seamlessly ascended to the role of deputy class supervisor. Shortly thereafter, Wu Xinheng personally led them to their newly assigned classroom. The deputy had summoned everyone to the meeting hall within the inner court, where Xiaoming sat at the center and spoke first. "The reason for gathering you all is to discuss a matter." The deputy had opened the files of everyone in the specific class, and upon reviewing them, the attendees were left in disbelief. Elder Shu spoke up, "Since they have become part of the specific class, let us train them according to the standards set for disciples of the inner court. For instance, we could have them challenge the Lingai Tower." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded in agreement. In that case, let us proceed as Elder Shu has suggested. I wonder if anyone else has additional proposals? If not, we shall adhere to this plan. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu Xinheng hurriedly entered the room, holding a recently received directive from higher authorities. His expression was grave as he glanced at the assembly and quickly approached Xiaoming, handing him the document. Wu Xinheng took the directive and began to read it intently. As time passed, his brow furrowed, and a hint of concern emerged on his face. With utmost seriousness, Wu Xinheng addressed the students. Attention, everyone. The higher leadership of the academy has mandated that you challenge the Linghai Tower. As his words fell, the classroom erupted in a flurry of astonishment, with the students displaying expressions of shock. Lan Xiao and Li Fei exchanged glances, pondering anxiously, is the academy attempting to impose pressure on us? Yet, amidst the sea of astonished gazes, only Tang Xing appeared notably composed. He suddenly raised his hand, prompting Wu Xinheng to nod in acknowledgement, granting him the floor. Standing up, Tang Xing directly inquired, Teacher Wu, may I ask what purpose the Linghai Tower serves? Tang Xing's inquiry pierced through the previously boisterous atmosphere like a sharp sword, plunging the entire classroom into an immediate silence. All eyes were fixated on Wu Xinheng, awaiting his response. Yet, under the collective gaze, Wu Xinheng remained unfazed. He gradually began to elucidate. The Linghai Tower is a significant trial ground of our Linghai Academy, having been passed down through countless generations, with a history spanning over 10,000 years. Now, let us proceed there together. With that, he stepped out of the classroom, leading the students toward the direction of the Linghai Tower. Upon arriving at the exterior of the tower, Wu Xinheng, with a serious demeanor, reiterated his caution. Once inside, you must exercise utmost caution at every turn. The interior is fraught with the unknown and peril. You must remain vigilant and cannot afford to be complacent. Remember, safeguarding your own well-being is paramount. Subsequently, they commenced the search for their respective Linghai Towers. Meanwhile, Tang Xing found himself standing before the legendary tower that had been passed down through generations. This sight filled Wu Xinheng with profound concern, and even those lurking in the shadows of Linghai Pavilion were taken aback. Zhang Ruiying's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, he actually chose to challenge that storied tower. Is he not aware of the dangers it harbors? This is sheer madness. Her voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion. Beside her, Xiaoming silently observed Tang Xing, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. He seemed to be pondering something, yet did not exhibit the same level of shock as Zhang Ruiying. Perhaps he harbored a different expectation or perspective regarding Tang Xing. Tang Xing cautiously stepped into the first level of the tower, and suddenly, the surrounding environment began to undergo strange transformations. His nerves instantly tensed, and he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Do not be alarmed. I am the guardian of the first level of this tower. As the words echoed, a long-haired woman adorned in resplendent violet attire materialized before Tang Xing. Her silky tresses cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, accentuating her alluring figure. However, when the guardian beheld Tang Xing's visage, she was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, how could it be you? Her eyes brimmed with incredulity and astonishment, as if she had encountered an unexpected figure. Tang Xing, perplexed by this sudden reaction, sensed a unique recognition or connection from the guardian towards him. He endeavored to glean further clues from her expression and tone while simultaneously feeling an overwhelming curiosity about this enigmatic place. Tang Xing gazed at the woman before her with a look of bewilderment, inquiring with curiosity, Sister, have we met before? I seem to have no recollection. The guardian of the tower stared intently at Tang Xing, her brow furrowing as she endeavored to recall. In her mind, she pondered, how peculiar it is. This child bears an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yun in her youth. Could there possibly be some familial connection between them? Tang Xing, filled with curiosity, continued to inquire. Guardian sister, how do you intend to assess my abilities? The guardian, somewhat impatient, replied, my name is Suimo. As for the assessment, it is quite simple. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you passage to the first level. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly activated her martial spirit without hesitation. However, Suimo suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed in surprise, wait, your martial spirit should be elemental or the Lingyuan sword. How could it possibly be the Lingmu? Tang Xing, bewildered by the question, reciprocated with confusion. Why would my martial spirit be any of those? I am equally uncertain. Suimo widened her eyes, perplexed, and asked, who exactly is your father? Taken aback, Tang Xing's eyes flashed with astonishment before she firmly responded, My father is undoubtedly Tang Xing. What is there to doubt? Suemo shook her head in disbelief, her tone resolute. That is absolutely impossible. You two bear such a striking resemblance. How could Tang Xing be your father? Are you perhaps adopted? Tang Xing's expression turned somewhat grim as she bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions. After taking a deep breath, she said, Senior, please refrain from making unfounded assumptions. It may merely be a coincidence. We simply happen to bear a slight resemblance. If you must seek a rationale to explain this, it certainly should not be the absurd notion of adoption. Her voice carried a hint of anger, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Suemo appeared oblivious to Tang Xing's discontent, persistently probing. Then, can you provide me with a plausible explanation? Why is there such a striking similarity between you two? Tang Xing furrowed her brow tightly, feeling a wave of helplessness as she thought how stubborn this person was. Nonetheless, she suppressed her growing ire and coldly responded, Senior, I have made myself abundantly clear. I am indeed the child of Tang Xing, and that is an undeniable fact. If you insist on pursuing this matter relentlessly, then feel free to proceed. I am more than ready. With that, she resolved internally to ensure that the other party would not prevail. Suemo, vexed, exclaimed loudly, Very well. If that is your wish, then let it be as you desire, starlight transforming into the sea. As his words echoed, a dazzling array of colors suddenly erupted beneath Tang Xing's feet, as if the entire space was illuminated by boundless starlight. Standing amidst this vast sea of stars, Tang Xing closed her eyes tightly, her hands interlocked. A surge of formidable energy emanated from within her. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent golden orb of magic coalesced between her hands. This orb radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding a heart-stirring aura. At that moment, a mysterious and indistinct figure suddenly materialized behind Tang Xing. Though only a vague silhouette was discernible, Suemo instantly recognized that the figure was none other than Tang Yun. Tang Xing resolutely hurled the golden orb of magic forward. In an instant, the orb emitted a searing radiance, reminiscent of the first light of dawn. Piercing directly through Suemo's sea of starlight, Suemo sighed inwardly, fully aware that he could no longer withstand this formidable force. Thus, he decisively declared, I concede. You must leave at once. With that, he waved his hand, opening a passageway to the outside world. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing exhibited no hesitation and transformed into a streak of light, racing swiftly towards the passage. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished at the passage's end, leaving Suemo standing contemplatively in place, gazing in the direction of her departure. After careful consideration, Suemo resolutely declared, There is absolutely no chance of error. Following his words, Tang Xing cautiously approached the second level. As soon as she entered the second level, an overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped her, as if she were immersed in an endless night. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, prompting her to activate her martial soul, seeking to perceive the movements around her through its power. At that moment, a pair of enormous black hands suddenly emerged from the shadows, lunging towards Tang Xing with a swiftness that rendered her momentarily stunned. However, her reflexes were remarkably sharp. She swiftly sidestepped, deftly evading the onslaught of those hands. Yet, to her astonishment, the owner of those hands turned out to be a formidable adversary, Imotan. Seeing his attack fail, Imotan immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Abyssal Ma. In an instant, a black vortex materialized before Tang Xing, emanating a chilling aura. Faced with such a potent skill, Tang Xing dared not underestimate it. Without hesitation, she activated her first soul skill, Elven Holy Light Wave. A dazzling brilliance erupted from her, and a radiant beam, akin to a meteor, streaked through the void, hurtling directly towards the black vortex. The collision produced a thunderous explosion. The might of Tang Xing's Elven Holy Light Wave was astonishing, forcing the concealed Imo-Tan into the open. With a thunderous roar, Imo-Tan exclaimed, You little rascal. You certainly show no mercy. Tang Xing regarded Imo-Tan with a frigid gaze, a hint of disdain curling her lips into a slight smile as she retorted. Show no mercy? It seems rather you, esteemed senior, lurking in the shadows to harm others, embody the so-called prowess of a master? Imo-Tan's expression shifted slightly. Yet he soon regained his composure, clearing his throat to announce, I am Imo-Tan, the guardian of this second level. I advise you to take a moment to rest. Those above are not to be trifled with. In your current state, pressing onward will only bring you further suffering. Tang Xing listened to Moten's words, slightly furrowing his brow as he pondered internally. He recognized the truth in Moten's statement. He had just emerged from a fierce battle, his physical and spiritual energies considerably depleted. Forcing himself to advance at this moment could indeed lead to peril. After careful consideration, Tang Xing resolved to heed Moten's advice and chose to rest in place to regain his composure. He found a relatively safe spot to sit down, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate his inner energy. As time passed, his breathing gradually steadied, and the spiritual energy within him slowly rejuvenated. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the tower, and upon closer inspection, it was Su He. From the shadows, Su Lao shook his head and remarked, "Su Lu, this child's temperament is still too impetuous." Shortly thereafter, Su Chuan also soared out, and Su Lu immediately caught him, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Xiaobin suddenly turned to Zhou Tian and proposed, "Zhou Tian, shall we place a wager?" Zhou Tian inquired on what. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobin replied, "I bet that the one who has been passed down through the generations within will not withstand the fourth level." Zhou Tian pressed further, "And if he does endure?" Xiaobin confidently declared, "If he perseveres, I shall serve as his bodyguard for a day. Otherwise, the same applies to him." Agreed, Zhou Tian readily accepted Xiaobin's terms. One by one, others emerged from the Lingai Tower, including Jiang Hao, Jinyu, Xiyun Qian, Huang Quan, Ziyin, and Yi Xian. Su Chuan remarked to Jiang Hao, "You also emerged from the fifth level." Jiang Hao smiled and replied, "Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult." Meanwhile, Lan Xiu was engaged in a fierce struggle at the fourth level, never anticipating the formidable guardian of the tower. As Lan Xiu attempted to strike with his weapon, he was unexpectedly countered by a soul technique that sent him hurtling out of the tower. Su Yin promptly caught Lan Xiu and asked, "Are you all right?" Lan Xiu nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Li Fei was also embroiled in a fierce battle, having been struck out by the guardian of the fourth level. Now, only Tang Xing remained. Upon opening his eyes after a period of rest, Tang Xing realized he had arrived at the third level. The guardian of the third level, named Ting Feng, remarked, "You have finally awakened. Do not fear. I am the guardian here." Tang Xing introduced himself, saying, "I am Tang Xing. Please guide me, senior." Ting Feng summoned several whirlwinds, respectfully stating, "Very well. As long as you can endure for a while, I shall let you pass." As the whirlwinds surged toward Tang Xing, he employed a soul technique to absorb them all, leaving Ting Feng astonished. Ting Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You can actually utilize Moten's soul technique." Tang Xing smiled mysteriously, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and softly replied, "That's a secret, SHH." Ting Feng seemed to develop a keen interest in Tang Xing, and with a wave of his hands, ferocious whirlwinds surged toward Tang Xing, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Unfazed, Tang Xing once again unleashed the abyssal maw, the black vortex effortlessly devouring the whirlwinds. Seeing this, Ting Feng felt a pang of frustration and resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Wind Shadow Heavenly Calamity. As his soul power surged, a formidable energy coalesced in his hands, transforming into a tempest that surged toward Tang Xing. However, Tang Xing merely smiled faintly, for he knew that the moment he had been awaiting had finally arrived. Just as the Shadow Wind Heavenly Calamity was about to strike Tang Xing, Tang Yuan, standing beside him, unhesitatingly unleashed his first soul skill, the Spirit Holy Light Wave. This resplendent beam of light shone like the dawn breaking at daybreak, illuminating the entire space. It collided head-on with the Shadow Wind Heavenly Calamity, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The two immense forces counteracted each other, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Tang Xing and Tang Yuan exchanged a glance, a subtle smile flickering in their eyes. They had successfully neutralized the attack of the Shadow Wind and demonstrated their prowess. Ahead lay even greater challenges, yet they were thoroughly prepared. Under the full force of Tang Xing's relentless assault, the attack from the Shadow Wind vanished without a trace, as Tang Xing's fierce offensive bore down upon him. In a critical moment, he astonishingly halted his attack with remarkable speed. The Shadow Wind, feeling somewhat ashamed, conceded, "This time, I have indeed lost." He then silently opened the passageway to the fourth level. Tang Xing took a deep breath and rushed towards the fourth level with great speed. Upon entering this level, he was immediately astounded by the scene before him. Wow, what a breathtaking sight! The interior of the tower is entirely different from the exterior, he exclaimed. Lush forests surrounded him, making it feel as though he had stepped into an immense woodland. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The trees grew with an unusual vigor that struck him as rather peculiar. Tang Xing resolved to unleash his inaugural soul skill, detection. As the essence of his soul surged forth, he released his perceptive powers, only to be astounded by the outcome. The vastness of this fourth layer was beyond his expectations. It seemed as though his detection abilities could not fathom its limits. He pondered to himself. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Welcome to the fourth layer. I am the guardian of the tower, Golden Ape. Tang Xing abruptly turned to behold a colossal golden ape standing before him, smiling as it introduced itself. The golden ape unceremoniously interrupted Tang Xing's musings, brandishing its golden staff with the swiftness of a tempest, aiming directly at him. Tang Xing swiftly evaded to the side. Yet the golden ape relentlessly pursued him, intensifying its onslaught with each passing moment. Tang Xing understood that continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. He decisively unleashed his most cherished skill, the Wind Shadow Heavenly Calamity. Instantly, a tempest enveloped him, forming a powerful cyclone in an effort to thwart the golden ape's pursuit. Observing this, the golden ape's lips curled into a slight smirk as he swung his golden staff with ferocity, effortlessly dispersing Tang Xing's soul technique. With a mocking laugh, he proclaimed, "Impudent youth, you possess some merit. However, this is far from sufficient. Prepare yourself. First soul skill, transformation into wood." Before his words fully dissipated, the surrounding forest appeared to be enchanted, rapidly morphing into countless robust wooden vines that ensnared Tang Xing's form like serpents. Trapped within, he found himself struggling to break free. Just as the golden ape assumed Tang Xing was rendered powerless, he detected a glint of cunning in Tang Xing's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing began to chant softly, and a brilliant wave of elven holy light surged forth, striking the golden ape with precision and sending him flying several meters away. The golden ape steadied himself in midair before descending gracefully to the ground. He placed a hand on his chest, sensing the lingering energy, and could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Nevertheless, the arrogance on his face remained undiminished, igniting his fighting spirit even further. "You are indeed impressive, young one. But this ends here. Prepare for my fourth soul skill." With a thunderous roar, the golden ape radiated dazzling golden light, clearly poised to unleash an even more formidable attack. Would Tang Xing be able to withstand this onslaught? Tang Xing unhesitatingly interrupted the path of the golden ape, who was gathering strength, exclaiming, "Senior, please wait a moment. Is it not excessive for one so seasoned to employ the fourth soul skill against a mere junior?" The golden ape, however, merely smirked with disdain, responding, "Humph, should you manage to endure my fourth soul skill for a single minute, I shall permit you to advance to the next stage. But if you cannot withstand it, I suggest you leave post-haste." Upon hearing this, a fervent spirit of defiance surged within Tang Xing. He understood that this would be a formidable trial, yet he was resolute in his belief that he possessed the strength and courage to confront the challenge. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze upon the golden ape, indicating his willingness to accept the test. As the golden ape unleashed his fourth soul skill, the very air around them grew taut with tension. The overwhelming waves of soul power surged toward Tang Xing like a tempest. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of his soul power to counter it. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity, each moment a grueling ordeal. Tang Xing felt immense pressure gnawing at his body, yet he steadfastly clung to his inner conviction, refusing to surrender easily. At last, the minute elapsed, and Tang Xing successfully withstood the onslaught of the golden ape's fourth soul skill. Though utterly exhausted, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in his eyes. The golden ape regarded this indomitable youth before him and could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. Nodding, he remarked, "Well done, young one. You have passed the test. Proceed to the next stage, and I wish you luck." Without hesitation, the golden ape commenced gathering his strength anew, swiftly proclaiming, "Fourth soul skill, spirit with killing formation." Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tang Xing found himself with no retreat. He steeled himself, resolutely employing his ultimate techniques. Third soul skill, elven light transformation. Second soul skill, elven dominance. Tang Xing, fortified by these two formidable enhancement skills, valiantly withstood the terrifying assault of the golden ape's fourth soul skill. However, the golden ape, noticing that Tang Xing possessed merely 3 soul rings, could not help but feel a flicker of doubt, contemplating whether to show mercy. At that moment, despite enduring immense pain, a mysterious eye suddenly manifested on Tang Xing's forehead. Concurrently, his spirit and martial soul began to gradually materialize, as if an overwhelming force was surging forth from within him. Remarkably, this enigmatic power shattered the golden ape's fourth soul skill with sheer force. The golden ape stood in stunned disbelief, his expression momentarily frozen, yet he quickly regained his composure. He gazed at Tang Xing, observing that at this very moment, Tang Xing's spirit-eye martial soul seemed to undergo a wondrous transformation. Each time Tang Xing unleashed his martial soul anew, a unique eye would appear upon his forehead. The golden ape, unfazed, calmly stated, "You have won. Depart now." His voice carried an ineffable sense of admiration and poignant reflection. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He took a deep breath and, with his weary body in tow, began to depart slowly. This breathtaking battle had subjected Tang Xing to an unprecedented trial, granting him newfound insight into his own potential. Tang Xing unhesitatingly dashed into the room. The golden ape pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself, "What an extraordinary genius." However, the power he exudes feels eerily familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. As the light of the fourth lighthouse extinguished, the fifth lighthouse immediately illuminated, signifying that Tang Xing had successfully passed the fourth trial. Xiao Bin, with a look of dejection, remarked, "Very well, I concede defeat. I shall accept the consequences of my wager." Tang Xing arrived at the fifth level, when suddenly, a tumultuous wave surged towards him. Reacting swiftly, he adopted a frog swimming stroke and struggled to return to the surface. Upon finally reaching a relatively calm area, he discovered a patch of land across that he could stand upon. Elated, Tang Xing prepared to leap ashore, only to be unexpectedly dragged back into the water by a formidable force. The frigid seawater relentlessly battered his body, leaving him dizzy and eventually leading him into unconsciousness. In Tang Xing's mind, the words echoed repeatedly, "Tang Xing, reflect upon your memories." Suddenly, a resounding and clear voice pierced through, declaring, "Tang Xing, awaken swiftly." This voice seemed to possess a magical power, penetrating layers of fog and striking deep within Tang Xing's heart, within the realm of his consciousness. He silently responded to the voice, "I have already tried my best." Yet, the voice persisted, urging him, "Tang Xing, think once more. What is the true purpose of your existence? Before the final moment arrives, you must not surrender so easily. You are meant to realize the power that lies within you and to unleash it to its fullest potential." Tang Xing fell into deep contemplation, reminiscing about the warm moments spent with his parents and the profound love and protection he felt for his sister. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute, and he murmured to himself, "Indeed, I shall avenge my parents and safeguard my sister. I cannot falter here." At that moment, a surge of fierce determination welled up within him, awakening what seemed to be a latent power. He resolved to confront challenges without fear, pressing forward to prove his worth through action. Lan Ming gazed into the water, murmuring, "It seems he can no longer endure. Perhaps it is time to bring him out." Just as she prepared to transport Tang Xing, the surface of the water began to churn violently, a faint light flickering. In the next instant, Tang Xing shot out of the water like an arrow, his eyes scanning the surroundings with piercing intensity. Upon spotting someone, he wasted no time in unleashing a powerful move, Spirit Holy Light Wave. This formidable beam of energy surged directly towards Lan Ming, who quickly reacted by concentrating her energy to manipulate the surrounding seawater into a solid shield. However, to her astonishment, the skill Tang Xing had unleashed contained an immense force that was unstoppable, shattering her meticulously constructed shield in an instant. Lan Ming's gaze turned icy as she faced Tang Xing, unhesitatingly invoking her fifth soul skill, Water Spirit Shadowless Sword. A streak of blue water light shot forth like lightning, carrying a fierce sword aura that bore down upon Tang Xing. Tang Xing, unwilling to show any signs of negligence, swiftly activated his third soul skill, the Eye of Spiritual Data. Simultaneously, he also invoked the transformation of the Spirit Light God, accompanied by the holy light wave of the spirits. Yet, despite exerting all his efforts, the vast disparity in soul power between the two opponents rendered Tang Xing's skills effortlessly shattered. In desperation, he resorted to his second soul skill, the Compound Eye, the Spirit Wood Killing Formation. Alas, his Spirit Wood Killing Formation proved far too fragile to withstand the formidable fifth soul skill of Lan Ming. In an instant, the Spirit Wood Killing Formation was obliterated into mere fragments. Tang Xing remained undeterred as he swiftly conjured a colossal halberd in his grasp. With a vigorous swing, he unleashed a move known as the Elven Sky Slash. This strike bore an astonishing power, cleaving through Lan Ming's fifth soul skill with formidable force. Immediately thereafter, Tang Xing wielded the halberd once more, executing another dazzling maneuver that radiated blinding light, rendering Lan Meng nearly unable to open her eyes. When Lan Meng finally reopened her eyes, she discovered Tang Xing, halberd in hand, pointing directly at her. An unfamiliar sensation surged within her, as if the scene before her was eerily reminiscent of something from her past. Just as Lan Meng prepared to inquire, she suddenly realized that this individual was not the person she had once known. Stunned, she queried, "Pray tell, what is your true name?" "I am called Tang Xing," he replied succinctly. However, due to his precarious physical condition, Tang Xing staggered and began to fall backward. Quick as a flash, Lan Meng extended her hand, catching him just in time. Meanwhile, as she gazed intently at Tang Xing, a wave of astonishment washed over her. It was indeed peculiar, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yun in his youth, perhaps even more strikingly handsome. Furthermore, the halberd he had just wielded seemed hauntingly familiar, though she could not immediately recall its origins. Tang Xing slowly opened his eyes, awakening from a deep slumber, feeling a powerful force surging within him. He carefully attuned himself to this energy and was astonished to discover a remarkable transformation in his soul power. "It seems my soul power is on the verge of reaching the 40th level threshold," Tang Xing murmured, his eyes shimmering with delight. He had never anticipated achieving such a breakthrough in such a brief span of time. At that moment, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Congratulations, Tang Xing," Lan Meng said, having approached him at some point, her smile radiating warmth. Tang Xing suddenly rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Lan Meng, his face etched with guilt. "I apologize, esteemed senior. I failed to control my power just now," he murmured, his voice tinged with melancholy. Lan Meng gently patted Tang Xing's shoulder, offering solace. "It is quite all right. You have performed admirably. However, you must remember that when you find yourself unable to rein in your strength again, do not forcefully suppress it. Instead, allow your inner instincts to guide you. At the same time, learn to identify your opponent's weaknesses, ensuring a decisive strike." Tang Xing lifted his head and earnestly nodded, signifying his comprehension of Lan Meng's guidance. With gratitude in his gaze, he silently vowed to strive for self-improvement, determined not to disappoint her expectations. "Thank you, esteemed mentor. I will cherish your teachings and continuously refine myself," Tang Xing declared resolutely. Lan Meng smiled and nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her eyes. She recognized that Tang Xing was a person of great potential. With a little guidance, he would undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional soul master in the future. Tang Xing smiled gently and said, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, sister." A trace of smugness appeared on Lan Meng's face as she softly replied, "My name is Lan Meng, remember it well." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing did not hesitate and rushed into the rear. Once inside, he was astonished to discover a plethora of oddly shaped stones piled together in a remarkably peculiar manner. Tang Xing curiously surveyed the peculiar stones, pondering to himself how strange they appeared. Suddenly, those previously motionless stones came to life, launching an assault towards him. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, Tang Xing immediately activated his defensive measures. As time progressed, the number of stones increased, and he began to feel the strain. Nevertheless, he remained composed, quickly devising a strategy to counter the onslaught. After a brief moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. He suddenly conceived a plan. He began to manipulate his light elements, channeling them into a formidable force, which he then unleashed upon the advancing stones. The light elements surged forth like a torrent, colliding with the stones and producing a cacophony of sound. Under the impact of the light elements, some stones were obliterated, yet many continued their relentless assault. Undeterred by this, Tang Xing persistently released the light elements, engaging in a fierce contest against the stones. Jing Tai, with eyes wide in fury, summoned an enormous rock, exerting all his strength to hurl it towards Tang Xing. As Tang Xing witnessed the colossal stone hurtling towards him like a meteor, a fierce anger ignited within him, and he exclaimed, "What an incessant nuisance! Watch how I shall respond." First soul skill, Elven Holy Light Wave. As he uttered the incantation, a dazzling Elven Holy Light Wave erupted forth with astonishing might, charging directly at the massive stone. In an instant, the stone shattered into countless fragments upon the impact of this overwhelming force. However, Zhang Tai was not dissuaded. He swiftly approached Tang Xing like a bird in flight, then unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. To Zhang Tai's astonishment, Tang Xing stood firm and unyielding, completely unmoved. Zhang Tai marveled, "What a resilient physique." Tang Xing displayed unwavering determination as he conjured a brilliant azure energy sphere in his right hand, while his left hand cradled a resplendent orb radiating golden light. With resolute courage, he confronted Zhang Tai, simultaneously unleashing both formidable energies. Tang Xing's dual assault was akin to a tempest, striking with precision and force, sending Zheng Tai crashing violently against the wall. Tang Xing gasped for breath, pondering to himself, surely this time it must succeed. However, when he focused his gaze, his eyes suddenly widened in terror as he exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 24. The soul-sending ring. Zheng Tai emerged from the swirling smoke, a confident smile gracing his face as he remarked, "You clever lad, your calculations are quite astute. Unfortunately, my defenses are as solid as rock, impenetrable as a fortress, and not something you can easily breach." Tang Xing was not intimidated by Zheng Tai's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, employing his unique spiritual vision to scrutinize Zheng Tai's defenses. After a brief moment, a cold smile crept into his heart, for he discerned that Zheng Tai's so-called formidable defenses were not without flaws. At that juncture, Tang Xing suddenly spoke, "Senior, how about we engage in a wager?" Zheng Tai, intrigued by the proposition, inquired with curiosity, "Oh, what terms do you propose?" Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing boldly articulated his conditions. "If I can endure for the duration of a burning incense stick under your command, you shall allow me to depart." "What do you say?" Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Zheng Tai could not stifle a laugh. He deemed the young man exceedingly arrogant for uttering such grandiose claims. With a sneer, Zheng Tai retorted, "You are rather overestimating yourself, aren't you? Not to mention enduring a burning incense stick. I doubt you could withstand even a single strike of mine. How about this? If you can endure my sixth soul skill, I will grant you your freedom. What do you think?" Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement. Without hesitation, Zheng Tai unleashed his sixth soul skill, the meteorite crash. Witnessing this move, Tang Xing was overwhelmed by a sense of deception, yet he did not falter. Swiftly, he activated his third soul skill, the spirit light transformation, alongside his first soul skill, the spirit holy light wave. However, Tang Xing's assault upon Zheng Tai's sixth soul skill yielded no significant effect. In that moment, a phrase spoken by Lan Meng echoed in his mind. To seize the opponent's weakness is to secure victory with a single strike. With a spark of inspiration, Tang Xing devised a plan. He then unleashed a formidable skill, the spirit killing formation. This technique surged forth like a torrential flood, assailing Zheng Tai's sixth soul skill. Under the relentless assault of the spirit killing formation, Zheng Tai's sixth soul skill began to visibly diminish. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing decisively summoned the spirit holy heaven spear, thrusting it with the force of a thunderstorm towards the shrinking meteorite crash. A deafening explosion ensued, and amidst the aftermath, Tang Xing courageously surged forward. Observing Tang Xing's performance, Zheng Tai's face broke into a satisfied smile as he softly remarked, "Well done. You have demonstrated remarkable prowess. So, do you wish to continue the challenge?" Tang Xing gently shook his head and replied, "No. Having come this far is already a testament to the favor and support of my predecessors. I believe it is best to conclude here for now. When I am adequately prepared, I shall return to challenge once more." Upon hearing Tang Xing's response, Zheng Tai felt a deep sense of reassurance in his heart. He promptly waved his hand, opening the passage to the outside world. At this moment, the onlookers outside were left utterly astonished. A sole master of the third ring had managed to reach the sixth level. Zhou Tian marveled in disbelief, his voice brimming with astonishment. Xiao Bin immediately echoed, "He has truly set a new record for the academy." Just then, Tang Xing slowly emerged from the tower. The instant he appeared, Li Fei dashed forward, exhilarated, and exclaimed, "Boss, you are absolutely incredible." Tang Xing smiled at Li Fei, a glimmer of confidence and pride flickering in his eyes. He understood that although his challenge had halted at the sixth level, it nonetheless attested to his potential and strength. In the future, he would undoubtedly strive tirelessly towards loftier aspirations. Tang Xing smiled modestly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely had good fortune." However, Li Fei wore an expression of disbelief and said, "Boss, you have shattered the academy's records." Tang Xing appeared somewhat indifferent to the situation. He shrugged lightly and remarked, "If it needs refreshing, so be it. Through this challenge, I have come to realize that I still have numerous shortcomings. I must strive even harder in the future." "Well said," Wu Xinheng exclaimed, applauding as he approached Tang Xing. Upon gazing at him, Wu Xinheng was astonished to discover that Tang Xing's soul power had indeed reached level 40. Subsequently, Wu Xinheng gathered all the other classmates and returned them to the classroom before calling Tang Xing aside to inquire, "Tang Xing, has your soul power truly reached level 40? Tang Xing nodded slightly, and Wu Xianheng led him into the soul-hunting forest. At that moment, A look of disdain filled Tang Xing's face as he pondered inwardly. Just moments ago, I was in the classroom. How could I have found myself here in the blink of an eye? Just as Tang Xing was about to voice his inquiries, Wu Xianheng brusquely interrupted him, directly asking, "What type of soul beast do you require for your soul ring?" After a brief contemplation, Tang Xing replied, "Perhaps something of the spiritual type." Hearing this response, Wu Xianheng was taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, he said, "Very well, let us proceed." Thus, Wu Xianheng guided Tang Xing as they searched the area. Suddenly, a cacophony of intense combat reached Tang Xing's ears, piquing his curiosity. He stealthily concealed himself within the underbrush and observed intently, discovering a flying mantis engaged in fierce battle with a peculiar creature. This creature bore antlers and a rabbit's head, presenting an utterly bizarre appearance that left Tang Xing bewildered. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, Wu Xianheng realized that Tang Xing had mysteriously vanished. Utilizing his formidable search abilities, he scoured the surroundings but found nothing, muttering to himself, "How peculiar. Where could he have gone? Could it be that an unparalleled powerhouse resides in this area?" Tang Xing watched in dismay as his beloved mantis was vanquished by a formidable spirit beast. At that moment, the victorious creature turned its attention to Tang Xing and approached him directly. Sensing danger, the mantis immediately spread its wings and flew in front of Tang Xing, attempting to shield him. However, the spirit beast did not attack Tang Xing. Instead, it continued its advance. Without hesitation, Tang Xing lunged at the approaching beast, striving to halt its advance. The spirit beast effortlessly stood tall and unleashed a strike, severely injuring the mantis, rendering it nearly immobile. Just as Tang Xing stood in stunned silence, the spirit beast astonishingly spoke. "Thank you, young man." Tang Xing, taken aback by the unexpected voice, leapt in fright and stammered, "You can talk?" This sudden turn of events left him utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that a spirit beast could converse like a human, let alone express gratitude towards him. Doubts began to creep into his mind, making him question whether he was ensnared in a hallucination. Yet the reality before him felt all too tangible. A blend of confusion and fear swelled within him as he pondered what might occur next. The spirit beast nodded, and Tang Xing gazed at it in disbelief. He attempted to engage it in further conversation, but the beast interjected, "Hurry, absorb this spirit beast." With no time to waste, Tang Xing launched a final attack on the spirit beast and promptly seated himself to begin absorbing the spirit ring. Before long, the spirit beast returned with another. Addressing Tang Xing, "You have awakened. This one happens to be a mental-type spirit beast, perfectly suited as your fourth spirit ring." It urged him, "Quickly, absorb it." Left with no choice, Tang Xing complied with its instructions. After a brief interval, he successfully absorbed the spirit ring and stood ready to inquire about the spirit beast. However, before he could utter a word, it preemptively spoke, "You need not be surprised. I know your questions, but first, allow me to change my appearance." Immediately, the spirit beast began to transform. Its radiant glow gradually receded, replaced by a gown as pure as snow. It resembled a celestial being, gracefully standing upon the ground. The white garment swirled like mist, gently caressing the earth, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. The design was simple yet elegant, exuding both refinement and opulence. The hem danced softly in the breeze, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Most captivating of all was her slender waist. The contours were delicate and fluid, hinting at boundless grace and charm, resembling a work of art that evoked admiration. As one gazed upward, her eyes sparkled like the vast night sky, twinkling with brilliant luminescence. Each blink seemed to unleash a multitude of stars within her gaze. This beauty transcended the limits of language, ensnaring all who beheld it in an inescapable allure. Her lips curved into a subtle smile, forming a playful arc that added an extra touch of charm and allure. That cherry blossom-like mouth, red as a gemstone, vibrant and luscious, evokes an irresistible desire to savor its sweetness. Tang Xing was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. His eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly ajar, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was only when Bai Yi greeted him that he snapped back to reality. "Hello, my name is Bai Yi," came the melodious and enchanting voice of Bai Yi, akin to a celestial melody. Tang Xing swallowed hard and stammered, "Hello, I am Tang Xing. It is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, Tang Xing's heart brimmed with excitement and curiosity, for he understood that he had encountered a truly extraordinary being, one named Bai Yi. Tang Xing swiftly composed herself, stating, "Greetings, I am Tang Xing." "What a splendid name." She continued, "Oh, I nearly overlooked the matter at hand. I was once a guardian spirit beast of the elven clan, but our previously serene existence was shattered by a malevolent organization. The situation was dire, despite my utmost efforts. I could only rescue a fraction of my kin, while the rest fell victim to unspeakable cruelty. As for how I came to know you, it is because your being harbors the purest essence of elven blood. I was resting here when I was ambushed by a flying mantis, engaging in a fierce battle. Then you arrived. Come with me. Bai divulged everything in one breath. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where are we going?" Bai responded with alacrity, "Of course, we are going to meet your kin. However, your elven bloodline has yet to awaken, so we must hasten." Before Tang Xing could articulate his thoughts, Bai grasped his hand and swiftly led him away. They arrived at the deepest recesses of the soul-hunting forest, where Tang Xing stood in astonishment, clearly unable to fathom the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Wu Xian Hung was already in a state of anxious urgency, unable to delay any longer. He launched an attack without hesitation. At that moment, two soul beasts materialized before them, issuing a stern warning. "Humans, what do you intend to do?" Yet, Wu Xian Hung merely uttered two words, "Release him." These words acted as a spark, igniting the fury of the two soul beasts. One of them quickly regained its composure and replied, "Are you referring to that young lad? Rest assured, he is currently quite safe and in no immediate peril." Upon hearing this, Wu Xian Heng felt a slight relief but continued to press, "How can you be so certain?" Before he could finish, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. "Human, Feng Shui speaks true. The youth you are concerned about is indeed unharmed, so there is no need for worry." Hearing this, Wu Xian Heng exhaled a long breath and said, "Since your majesty has spoken, I shall refrain from further discourse. However, should you dare to harm him, our Spirit Sea Academy will not let this matter rest." With that, Wu Xian Heng turned to leave. As he departed, the emperor succumbed to slumber once more. Feng Shui, however, wore a troubled expression, murmuring to himself, "Ever since that harrowing battle concluded, the emperor's health has deteriorated, growing increasingly frail. His heart is laden with worry and unease." As if foreseeing the myriad challenges that lie ahead, Tang Xing forcefully shook off Bai Yi's hand, anxiously exclaiming, "I can't. My teacher is looking for me. If I disappear for too long, he will worry." Bai Yi quickly reassured her, "Do not fret. I have already entrusted someone to explain the situation to your teacher. Everything will be fine." With that, Bai took Tang Xing's hand and led her into the clan. Upon seeing a stranger enter, the clan members displayed expressions of indifference. Tang Xing, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why do these people seem so angry upon seeing me?" Sighing, Bai Yi explained, "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? One of the reasons our clan has faced slaughter is due to outsiders acting as spies." Hearing this, Tang Xing felt a wave of sorrow for these individuals. Bai Yi guided her along a different path to avoid unnecessary trouble, and upon reaching the chief's doorstep, he called out, "Grandfather Chief, I have returned. And I bring someone with me, come and see." Tang Xing closely followed Bai Yi into the house, and as the chief caught sight of her, he suddenly appeared dazed, trembling as he uttered, It's you." Chapter 25, Awakening the Bloodline upon witnessing the chief collapse. Bai hurriedly extended his hand to help him up, inquiring with concern, "Grandfather Chief, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" The chief steadied himself. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at Tang Xing, saying, "Child, I find this rather peculiar. Who is your father?" Excitedly, Tang Xing responded, "Do you know my father?" The chief smiled gently, his tone brimming with confidence as he replied, "Indeed, although we met only once, I remember it vividly. His name is Tang Tangyun, correct?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, his mind engulfed in a haze of confusion. He pondered silently within himself. The Linghai Tower? The elders had indeed mentioned it before. It is true that I share a father-son relationship with Senior Tang Yun. But how could this possibly be? Tang Xing steadied himself and respectfully addressed the clan leader. "Grandfather clan leader, I believe you may have made an error. My father's name is Tang Zhong, not Tang Yun." However, the clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The elven blood coursing through your veins is the most compelling evidence. This bloodline is unparalleled, and the fact that you have even awakened your martial soul is remarkable." "Haha, little Bai. So it seems you wish for him to awaken the true power of his bloodline." Bai quietly nodded, indicating his tacit agreement. Upon hearing the elder's words, Tang Xing felt as though he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, rendering him utterly speechless. His heart began to wrestle with tumultuous emotions, thoughts surging like a tempest. How could this be? Is it possible that my lineage is truly in question? For years, I have believed that Tang Xing was my biological father. An array of questions flooded his mind, leaving Tang Xing in a state of profound confusion and bewilderment. The elder instructed Bai Yi to prepare certain items, then approached Tang Xing, speaking with earnest gravity. My child, I understand that your heart is undoubtedly filled with doubt and perplexity, but there is no need for haste. Everything will naturally find resolution. I shall not compel you to acknowledge this immediately. Whenever you come to understand, it will not be too late. As the elder comforted Tang Xing, he gently embraced him. Tang Xing, upon hearing these words, found it difficult to accept at first. He plunged into the warm embrace of the clan leader, seeking some answers. The leader gently caressed Tang Xing's little head, softly comforting him. In that moment, the two figures, one large and one small, stood quietly together, as if time itself had ceased to flow. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Xing slowly drifted into slumber under the leader's soothing presence. The leader gazed down at the sleeping child in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Carefully, he cradled Tang Xing and made his way toward the room. Just then, Bai Yi entered the room, intending to speak loudly, but was silenced by a shushing gesture from the leader. Bai Yi immediately softened his footsteps. Following the leader into the room, fearful of waking Tang Xing, Bai Yi pulled the leader aside and whispered, "Clan leader, everything has been prepared." The leader, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Let us wait until he awakens before I counsel him properly." Bai Yi could only nod in resignation after hearing this. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was deeply immersed in his dreams, utterly unaware of the world around him. Yet, as he slept, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated from the depths of his mind. "Tang Xing, the celestial holy spear you hold tightly in your grasp harbors immensely powerful techniques. Now, I shall impart to you its fifth technique, known as unparalleled in the world. As for the other four techniques, they are, the first, celestial slashing, the second, radiant brilliance, the third, sweeping away the armies, and the fourth, a spear that breaks demons. These techniques are etched indelibly in your mind, like an indelible brand." After a while, Tang Xing gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, the clan leader, who had been vigilantly watching over him, promptly asked, "Child, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Tang Xing gently shook his head, then looked at the leader with unwavering determination and said, "Grandfather clan leader, please speak your mind. I am listening." The leader hesitated for a moment but ultimately steeled himself, summoning the courage to speak. "Tang Xing, I have gathered all the precious materials needed for you to awaken your bloodline. Are you willing to attempt to awaken the power within you?" Tang Xing declared resolutely, "I am willing." The clan leader was taken aback and quickly escorted Tang Xing to the ceremonial altar. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, Tang Xing silently encouraged himself. He took a deep breath, leaped gracefully, and landed firmly on the altar. The clan leader then activated the altar's energy, causing it to spin rapidly. A powerful force surged forth like a torrent, rushing into Tang Xing's body. Unexpectedly, this formidable energy underwent a complete transformation upon entering him, morphing into countless radiant particles that flowed freely within. Simultaneously, the stone pillars surrounding the altar erupted with dazzling brilliance, shooting beams of light directly at Tang Xing. In the face of such overwhelming stimuli, Tang Xing gritted his teeth and resolutely resisted, clenching his fists tightly. Images of his parents' demise and the need to protect his sister flooded his mind. Tang Xing roared inwardly, "I cannot falter at this moment. I absolutely must not." Fueled by unwavering conviction and indomitable willpower, he successfully withstood wave after wave of onslaught. Empowered by the formidable energies of two treasures, Tang Xing felt as though he were immersed in an infinite expanse of stars. His body radiated a brilliant light, dazzling like the celestial bodies above. As the brilliance intensified, the long-hidden elven bloodline within Tang Xing was finally awakened. This ancestral power surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakening after a millennium, emanating unparalleled majesty and strength. It burst forth from him like a torrential flood, soaring into the heavens, shattering the void and altering the very fabric of reality, causing the world to tremble in its wake. In that moment, Tang Xing appeared to be the epicenter of the universe, his aura evoking profound reverence. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious and profound light, as if perceiving the essence of all things. Each movement he made contained boundless power, capable of instigating earth-shattering transformations with the slightest gesture. The force of this immense power distorted the surrounding space, intertwining vibrant and colorful beams of light, creating a breathtaking tapestry. Tang Xing stood at the center of this masterpiece, resembling a war god descending upon the earth, majestic and imperious. Suddenly, a colossal, magnificent scaled spirit beast emerged from the sky, radiating auspicious light as if sent by the heavens. Its head bore a pair of sharp horns, often adorned with a spherical object, while its large, bright eyes and wide nose and mouth exuded an air of grandeur. The clan leader recognized it instantly. It was indeed a Qilin, a heavenly Qilin. However, from afar came a mournful voice. As it approached slowly, the clan leader's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could this possibly be the legendary Kuiping? I cannot be mistaken." These two spirit beasts knelt before the young Tang Xing like devout followers, seemingly filled with deep respect for him. At that moment, the Qilin suddenly spoke, saying, "Old fellow, you must take good care of this young man. Perhaps one day in the future, he could become our invaluable ally, aiding us in reclaiming all that we have lost. Do you understand? He must not suffer even the slightest grievance." The Kuanping immediately echoed, "In bygone days, the spirit god relied solely on his own strength to vanquish numerous deities in the divine realm, securing a position of prominence alongside the three great enforcers. It is indeed a tragic loss that he fell victim to treachery and met an untimely demise. Old man, you must ensure his well-being." The clan leader, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe and exclaimed with wide eyes, "I shall." Bai felt as though he had gained a new perspective today, having the rare fortune to encounter the Golden Qilin and the Yunmeng Kuanping. Tang Xing distinctly sensed a powerful force surging within him. As he endeavored to harness it, he was astonished to find a pair of resplendent, multicolored wings sprouting from his back, transforming his entire being in a remarkable way. Even more exhilarating was the realization that his soul technique had undergone a wondrous transformation as well. Tang Xing immediately bowed respectfully to the clan leader, expressing his gratitude. "Grandfather clan leader, thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have never discovered the extraordinary powers lying dormant within my bloodline. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently to restore the glorious future of our people." Bai approached with a smile, saying to Tang Xing, "Well, I told you I wasn't misleading you." Tang Xing, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Bai tightly, apologizing, "It was all my fault. I should not have doubted your words. To make amends, let me do something." Before she could finish, Tang Xing suddenly leaned in and gently kissed Bai on the cheek. Bai was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation for several seconds. When she finally regained her senses, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. It is important to note that Bai was no ordinary spirit beast. She was a seasoned practitioner with years of experience. Furthermore, this was her first kiss. Tang Xing inquired again, "Grandfather clan leader, now that my bloodline has awakened, should I not be returned to my original place?" The clan leader hesitated for a moment before responding, "Indeed, Xiaobai, you should take him back. By the way, Xiaobai, you can take this opportunity to venture out and explore the world beyond." Tang Xing gazed at Bai with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Bai, do you truly intend to return to the academy with me?" Bai remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Tang Xing, upon witnessing this, comprehended the situation in his heart. Yet, he could not help but caution, within the academy, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Formidable individuals abound. Should your true identity inadvertently be revealed, the consequences could be unimaginable. Nevertheless, Bai appeared unfazed, gently reassuring him, "Do not worry, I have my own means of support." After hearing this, Tang Xing felt a modicum of relief, yet a sliver of anxiety still lingered in his heart. Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, shattering the silence. Tang Xing and Bai exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they raced towards the source of the sound. Upon their arrival at the scene, the sight before them elicited an involuntary gasp from both. A vast, bottomless pit lay amidst the chaos. Bai stared into the abyss, astonished, and exclaimed, "What kind of entity possesses such terrifying explosive power?" Tang Xing directed his gaze towards another deep pit, where he discovered an injured monkey lying within. Anxious and distressed, he immediately leaped into the pit, carefully cradling the creature as he brought it to safety. Harnessing a newly developed form of healing technique, he devoted himself to saving this unfortunate little being. Bai observed Tang Xing's every movement with rapt attention, and just as he prepared to assist in the healing of the monkey, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pivoted and unleashed a fierce attack aimed directly at Tang Xing's back. Unbeknownst to them, a ferocious soul beast had stealthily appeared, poised to pounce on the unsuspecting Tang Xing. Fortunately, Bai's quick reflexes allowed him to avert disaster with his timely strike. However, the battle was only just beginning. Tang Xing observed Bai Yi launching an attack towards him. His eyes were tightly shut, but soon they opened wide once more as he exclaimed, "Bai Yi, are you doing this on purpose?" However, Bai Yi shouted back, "Foolish Tang Xing, look behind you." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing swiftly turned around and beheld a colossal soul beast standing before him. Terrified, he instinctively recoiled and let out a piercing scream. "Bai Yi, you hold it off for now. I must hasten to revive the monkey before returning to assist you." Bai Yi readily responded, "Understood." Tang Xing hastened the treatment of the monkey, while Bai Yi engaged in a fierce battle with the soul beast. This soul beast was exceptionally cunning. It understood that confronting Bai Yi head-on was futile and thus set its sights on Tang Xing, who was positioned behind him. At that moment, Tang Xing was consumed by anxiety, acutely aware that he needed to expedite the healing process, lest Bai Yi find himself in peril. He focused intently on applying his medical skills, hoping to restore the monkey to health swiftly. Meanwhile, Bai Yi valiantly resisted the soul beast's onslaught, safeguarding Tang Xing's safety. Suddenly, the soul beast opened its maw, releasing a torrent of azure mist that enveloped Bai Yi in an instant. This noxious vapor was highly toxic, seemingly capable of eroding one's very soul, plunging Bai Yi into dire straits. In that critical moment, without hesitation, Bai Yi unleashed his soul technique, channeling immense power that coalesced into a radiant beam, swiftly dispersing the surrounding azure mist. However, the venomous creature, sensing its target exposed, lunged mercilessly toward Tang Xing. As the venomous serpent prepared to strike, Bai Yi darted forward, positioning himself in front of Tang Xing like a bolt of lightning. Tang Xing cried out in terror, "No!" Her voice was laced with worry and fear, dreading the thought of Bai Yi suffering harm. Bai Yi's gaze remained fixed upon the venomous serpent, determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that, in this moment, he must protect Tang Xing at all costs, ensuring she came to no harm. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself for the impending attack from the serpent. Chapter 26, a brief respite in that critical moment. The venomous serpent lunged toward Bai Han like a flash of lightning, sinking its fangs into him with a vicious bite. Bai Han let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Tang Xing wasted no time in securing the monkey and swiftly retrieving the celestial sacred spear. With a flourish of her technique, she executed the first move with great force, striking at the venomous serpent. A resounding whoosh echoed as the sacred spear sliced through the air like a rainbow piercing the sky, instantly vanquishing the serpent on the spot. Tang Xing rushed to Bai Yi's side, her heart racing with urgency. She was met with the sight of his pale complexion and severe injuries. Without hesitation, she employed the sacred light eye, hoping to heal his wounds, yet to her astonishment, it proved utterly ineffective. Distraught, her gaze fixated on Bai Yi's injured hand, and she resolutely decided to tend to the wound herself. However, to her horror, she noticed that the injury on Bai Yi's hand was expanding at an alarming rate, placing him in a dire situation. Time was of the essence, and with no time for contemplation, Tang Xing opened her mouth and began to suckle the wound with fervor. Each time she drew out the toxic blood, she experienced excruciating pain, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Gradually, she extracted the venom, and her efforts seemed to yield results as Bai Yi's wound ceased to worsen. Tang Xing dared not relent, continuously drawing out the poison until the last trace of toxicity was eradicated. Upon awakening, the monkey saved by Tang Xing noticed her treating its wounds in an unusual manner, prompting it to flee. After a while, Bai finally regained consciousness and, feeling somewhat disoriented, inquired, "Tang Xing, what has happened to me?" With a gentle gaze, Tang Xing reassured her, "You were inadvertently bitten by a venomous snake, but fret not. I have employed a special method to expel the toxin from your body. You should be feeling much better now, yes?" Hearing Tang Xing's words, Bai lowered her gaze to her hand and observed that it had been expertly bandaged. At that moment, the monkey approached, carrying a bowl filled with a clear, transparent liquid exuding an extraordinary fragrance, and presented it to Tang Xing. Tang Xing accepted the bowl and, without a moment's hesitation, raised it to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. The monkey, witnessing this, wore an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Tang Xing's boldness in consuming the celestial elixir so decisively. At that moment, Tang Xing realized his actions may have been somewhat inappropriate. When he noticed only half a bowl of the divine liquid remained, he hastily turned to Bai Yi and said, Why don't you have some too? It would be beneficial for your recovery." With that, he offered the bowl to Bai Yi. Although Bai Yi harbored some reservations, he resolutely drank the contents without hesitation. After a brief respite, both regained considerable stamina. Bai Yi then inquired, "So, how shall we deal with this monkey?" Tang Xing pondered for a moment before smiling and responding, I have an idea. Let us simply declare it as your pet. As for a name, how about Golden Hair? Bai nodded helplessly, conceding that it would have to be so. Subsequently, the two strolled into a restaurant. Tang Xing, familiar with the surroundings, chose a spot and called out loudly, Boss, 2 servings of fragrant fish rice, please. The proprietor warmly replied, coming right up, please wait a moment. Tang Xing then turned to Bai Yi with curiosity, asking, by the way, what is your martial soul? Bai Yi answered candidly, my martial soul is the 9-colored spirit deer. Additionally, I possess the ability to seal my own aura and cultivation, unless my opponent is a peerless Douluo of level 99. Even a super Douluo of level 98 would find it difficult to detect me. Whenever I reach a bottleneck in my cultivation, 1 layer of the seal automatically unravels, transforming into my soul ring. After hearing this, Tang Xing felt considerably reassured. Before long, the proprietor approached with the enticing dishes, placing them upon the table. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Upon closer inspection, each dish was a feast for the eyes as well, exquisitely crafted like a work of art. Upon witnessing Bai Yi's eager expression as he gazed at the delectable feast before him, Tang Xing could not help but chuckle softly, gently urging him, please, do indulge. With a faint smile, she chose to say no more. In the spacious and luminous hall, Xiaoming convened numerous experts and core members for a critically important Spirit Sea assembly. In this solemn yet tense atmosphere, everyone was wholly engrossed in Xiaoming's discourse. Without hesitation, he posed a direct question. Wang Qian, what is the current progress of the selection process for the 7 Spirit Masters? Wang Qian, firmly clutching the report in her hands, responded with a serious demeanor and resolute tone. Master, after our meticulous preliminary screening, the number of eligible candidates among the inner disciples is exceedingly limited. At that moment, the elder Shu, seated nearby, offered a slight smile, his expression imbued with wisdom, and softly suggested, Master, if that is the case, why not consider allowing the outer disciples to partake in the selection as well? This might broaden our pool of candidates. Xiaoming, struck by this insight, felt a sudden clarity wash over him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, does Elder Shu have any more specific and advantageous suggestions? Maintaining his composed demeanor, Elder Shu replied gradually, in my opinion, we could dispatch the Vice Master to personally oversee the recruitment in the outer court. If memory serves, we employed a similar method to select talents last time. Xiaoming understood immediately and made a decisive resolution. Rising to his feet, he announced with resounding clarity, very well. The Vice Master shall take full charge of this selection process. I trust he will fulfill his mission and identify the most exceptional 7 Spirit Masters for us. His firm voice echoed throughout the hall, and the crowd expressed their unanimous agreement, brimming with anticipation for the future. Tang Xing and Bai Yi strolled leisurely to the entrance of the academy when they unexpectedly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, Tang Xing realized it was Teacher Wu Xianhong. With great excitement, he exclaimed, Teacher Wu, I'm back. Wu Xianhong glanced at the girl beside Tang Xing, a look of confusion crossing his face. Who is she? He inquired. Sensing the moment, Tang Xing quickly interjected, she is my distant relative, Bai Yi. I brought her here in hopes that you could assist in facilitating her admission into Class 1. After listening to Tang Xing, Wu Xianhong regarded Bai Yi thoughtfully, then nodded and replied calmly, all right, I understand. For now, you may return. I will discuss her admission with the director. At that moment, the director happened to pass by and overheard Wu Xianhong discussing himself. He approached with a somewhat stern demeanor, saying, oh, you still remember me, your director? Very well. Since she is someone you desire, I shall leave it to you. However, the necessary procedures must be followed. Do not create any complications. With that, the director turned and walked away. Tang Xing and Bai Yi exchanged a glance, both releasing a sigh of relief. They understood that, despite the slight hiccups along the way, the matter had ultimately reached a satisfactory conclusion. The next step was to see if Bai Yi could seamlessly integrate into this new family. Wu Xinheng gently addressed Tang Xing, saying, please, follow me. Upon noticing Wu Xinheng's approach, the staff member who was attending to business immediately rose and exclaimed, Teacher Wu, what procedures do you wish to complete here? Wu Xinheng gestured for Bai Yi to join, and she promptly walked over. Looking at the staff member before her, Wu Xinheng stated, yes, I am here to assist her with her enrollment procedures. Upon hearing this, the employee paused momentarily but quickly regained composure and began to diligently carry out the necessary tasks. Before long, he lifted his head, and informed Wu Xinheng, "Very well. Teacher Wu, the process has been successfully completed." Tang Xing pulled by Yi as they walked towards the dormitory. Suddenly, she recalled that the dormitories in the Foreign Studies Department were typically shared by one male and one female resident. She halted her steps and turned to Wu Xinheng, inquiring, "Teacher Wu, are there any special arrangements for the dormitories in our designated class?" Before Wu Xinheng could respond, a staff member interjected eagerly, "Yes, Teacher Wu. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Every student entering the designated class will have a dedicated room, and it accommodates 4 individuals." Wu Xinheng nodded and then said to Tang Xing, "Let's proceed with the arrangements. Tang Xing, please compile a list of the dormitory residents." Tang Xing arrived in the classroom to inquire about everyone's opinions regarding the selection of personnel for the new dormitory. After gathering the feedback, she proceeded to the office of Wu Xinheng with the drafted list of candidates. Wu Xinheng glanced at the list, and upon noticing the members from Tang Xing's group, Lan Xiao, Su Yin, and Bai Yi, could not help but marvel at the ingenious arrangement. Subsequently, Wu Xinheng addressed Tang Xing, stating that the allocation of dormitory rooms should adhere to the principle of balancing male and female students. Upon returning to the classroom, Tang Xing shared the news with her classmates. After an enthusiastic discussion, they finally reached a consensus on the dormitory allocation plan. This time, Tang Xing presented the meticulously organized results to Wu Xinheng, who appeared particularly composed. After reviewing the information, Wu Xinheng nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done this time. Today, you shall have a day off to rest. From tomorrow onwards, prepare yourselves for the special training." Once Tang Xing conveyed this to her classmates, they all eagerly returned to their new dormitories. Meanwhile, Wu Xinheng, glancing at the message in hand, softly read aloud, "In 1 week, we shall begin recruiting the 7 spirit masters. In 1 week, I will demonstrate to you just how exceptional my students can be." At that moment, just as Lan Xiao was about to pose a question to Tang Huang, Bai Yi burst forth like a whirlwind, tightly grasping Tang Xing's hand, and exclaimed, "Tang Xing, I'm so hungry." Tang Xing gently caressed Bai Yi's small hand and softly replied, "All right, my dear, let me take you to find something delicious." Then she turned to Lan Xiao, "Oh, by the way, what were you about to say?" Lan Xiao struggled to suppress the turmoil within, striving to maintain a calm voice. "I just wanted to ask if you have some time now." However, before she could finish her sentence, an untimely growl emanated from her stomach. Tang Xing, being astute, immediately understood and promptly said, "All right, let's go, Lan Xiao. We should fill our stomachs first." Meanwhile, the monkey, who had been quietly resting on Tang Xing's shoulder, let out a long sigh, comfortably settled down, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Lan Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Bai Yi, pondering silently, "Who is this girl? What is her relationship with Tang Xing? Something feels off. Why am I suddenly so concerned about her?" Just as Lan Xiao spiraled into her internal conflict, Tang Xing caught sight of Jinyu and Jiang Hao busily tending to a stall not far away. Without hesitation, she dashed over, exclaiming joyfully, "Sister Jinyu. Brother Jiang Hao, Brother Jinlin, you're all here." Jinyu, taken aback, responded, "Little brother, you actually know my brother?" Tang Xing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes. I met Brother Jinlin by chance when my mother and I were leaving the Tianling auction house." Jinlin, hearing this, quickly chimed in, "That's right, little sister." However, he added with a grin, "By the way, your chicken legs are absolutely delicious." Jinyu shot him a disapproving look, prompting Jinlin to wisely keep silent. Tang Xing smiled slightly and addressed Jinyu, "Sister Jinyu, allow me to take over." Jinyu readily stepped aside, and Tang Xing swiftly took charge of the stall. In a flash, Tang Xing produced 5 or 6 chicken legs as if by sleight of hand. Her hands moved like phantoms, astonishingly conjuring 4 or 5 hands to complete half of the preparation steps at an incredible pace. Jiang Hao, witnessing Tang Xing's technique, could not help but exclaim, as expected of Brother Tang Xing, mastering the methods of the cloud sect with such skill, wow, the aroma is simply irresistible. Jinlin stood to the left, unable to contain his saliva as he was enticed by the alluring aroma. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, akin to an invisible enchantment, drawing people from all around towards its source. Suhi remained rooted in place, muttering, "Brother, why didn't you take me along to enjoy the delicacies?" Humph. Just then, another rich scent entered Su Lu's nostrils, prompting him to exclaim in wonder, "Wow, it smells amazing." Even Su Chuan, who had been playing nearby, was captivated by this fragrance and instinctively followed the crowd. Yuxian clutched her 2 brothers' hands tightly, excitedly joining them in the quest to uncover the mysterious origin of the delightful scent. As they approached, they discovered a newly opened food stall, where the proprietor skillfully prepared various delicacies. The enticing aroma made one's mouth water, transforming the world into a realm of bliss. After a flurry of activity, Tang Xing finally completed her tasks and, upon raising her head, was astonished to see such a large gathering of people. At that moment, Yu Xian also arrived, guided by the fragrant trail. When she beheld the scene before her, she was utterly stunned, for it was a spectacle beyond her imagination. Chapter 27, The Wealthy? Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise, so many people. Her gaze fell upon Tang Xing, who was apologetically explaining to the crowd, I sincerely apologize, dear friends. But our shop is not open for business today. We ask for your understanding. The crowd, hearing this, displayed expressions of confusion and began to inquire, Hey, boss. With such an enticing aroma, what exactly are you doing? Indeed, since you have prepared it, why not sell us some? Faced with their entreaties, Tang Xing appeared somewhat helpless. He pulled Jiang Hao and Jin Yu aside and whispered, Jiang Yu, Jin Yu, please fetch more people, but remember not to bring them all, leave a few behind. Jiang Hao immediately grasped Tang Xing's intent and, without hesitation, dashed off. Tang Xing cleared his throat and addressed the crowd, Dear friends, due to the limited quantity of food available, we can only serve on a first-come, first-served basis. Please form an orderly line. If it happens that there is none left when it is your turn, I sincerely apologize and invite you to return another day. Upon hearing this, the crowd sprang into action, quickly forming a neat line, patiently awaiting Tang Xing's culinary creations, while Jiang Hao hurriedly brought over the ingredients. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing promptly set to work, skillfully preparing exquisite dishes. Under her adept hands, delectable meals were presented to the patrons. Yet, despite a portion of the customers departing in satisfaction, a considerable line of others remained patiently awaiting their turn. At that moment, it was finally the turn of a man wielding a gourd and adorned with a sword at his waist. His arrival sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Jin Lin instantly recognized the newcomer, but chose to remain silent. Pu Xian, intrigued, inquired, Little Chiozi, with your culinary prowess, why not become a chef in the kitchen of Linghai Academy? Tang Xing replied candidly, I can only manage a chicken foot. If I were to go there, I would likely only cause chaos. It's best to diligently fulfill my own modest duties. Now, do take your chicken leg. As she spoke, Pu Xian retrieved 2 golden spirit coins from his pocket, gently placing them on Tang Xing's stall. Observing the coins, Tang Xing remarked, Uncle, you are being too generous. However, Pu Xian simply waved his hand, smiling as he said, Not at all. Consider this payment for my inquiries. Little pair, keep up the good work. Tang Xing promptly informed him, This is the last serving. Please let the others in line know there is no need to wait any longer. Just as he prepared to speak, suddenly, a fan soared through the air, heading straight for the stall. The assailant was none other than Su Chuan. He shouted, I'll take this one. Jin Xiao, witnessing this, scolded angrily, Su Chuan, do not be excessive. Su Chuan, feeling entirely justified in his actions, retorted, How am I being excessive? Clearly, it is you who are in the wrong. I have waited in line for so long. Finally, it is my turn, and you dare to tell me otherwise? Let me tell you, there is only one serving left. Jiang Hao, unable to tolerate this any longer, interjected, Su Chuan, you haven't tea even queued up. Wait until the next time. Tang Xing was quite direct, handing the food to a passerby and urging him to leave swiftly. Then, he shouted at Su Chuan, it's merely a chicken foot. If you possess the skill to defeat me, I shall prepare it for you. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment at his words. Jin Lin, filled with admiration, remarked, What a bold spirit. Su Chuan, undeterred, readily accepted the challenge. They soon found themselves at a nearby open space. Without hesitation, Su Chuan unleashed his second spirit skill, the power of the wind bell. Following that, he swiftly activated his first spirit skill, the blade of the fan, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to his opponent. However, Tang Xing was no ordinary adversary. He immediately activated his spirit martial soul and employed his formidable second spirit skill, the power of the spirit, successfully thwarting Su Chuan's assault. At that moment, Su Chuan pondered, could he also possess a twin martial soul? Why have I never witnessed him employ this technique before? It appears that a swift resolution is imperative. Thus, Su Chuan resolved to exert his utmost power. Unleashing his most potent skill, incantations escaped his lips as radiant light enveloped him. The fourth spirit skill, the earth-shattering transformation of the wind bell was unleashed, followed by the second spirit skill, the power of the wind bell, and the third spirit skill, the gale slash, in rapid succession. In that instant, Su Chuan's strength surged to unprecedented heights, shaking the entire battlefield with his formidable aura. But could Tang Xing withstand such a ferocious onslaught? The ensuing battle promised to be increasingly intense and gripping. Jin Yu, witnessing Su Chuan's unhesitating deployment of his fourth spirit skill, gasped in disbelief and exclaimed in anger. How shameless of you! Meanwhile, Tang Xing, undaunted, boldly retorted, very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Prepare yourself. Third spirit skill, transformation of the spirit light. Second spirit skill, power of the spirit. Fourth spirit skill, spirit light blade. As the two released their spirit skills, powerful energies collided fiercely in the air, emitting a brilliant radiance. Just as these forces threatened to ignite an earth-shattering explosion, Tang Xing and Su Chuan decisively withdrew their spirit powers. However, Su Chuan clearly was not willing to concede so easily. A glint of cunning and defiance flickered in his eyes. Tang Xing perceptively sensed this. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment within, he understood that this battle had not truly concluded, and he might soon face even graver challenges. Su Chuan slowly returned to Su He's side, guilt etched on his face as he gazed at her, his voice low. It is entirely my fault for being incapable of protecting you, dear sister. I am truly sorry. Su He, looking at her somewhat disheveled brother, felt a surge of compassion but managed to muster a reassuring smile, saying, It's all right, brother. This is not your fault. Meanwhile, Tang Xing, through her spiritual vision, discerned the thoughts and emotions that lay deep within Su Chuan. Without hesitation, she approached the stall and began to manipulate the items there. After a flurry of activity, Tang Xing hurriedly approached Su Chuan, cradling a perfectly ripened chicken foot in her hands. With a gentle demeanor, she said, Take this. It has only just dawned on me how far you would go for your sister. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Su Chuan, deeply moved by her words, extended his hands to receive the chicken foot offered by Tang Xing. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, the surrounding clamor gradually fading into the background. Clutching the chicken foot tightly, he felt the warmth and care emanating from Tang Xing. He understood the preciousness of this friendship and was resolutely determined to protect his sister and safeguard this bond. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qian, accompanied by Yi Xian and Huang Quan, arrived at Tang Xing's stall. Jin Lin, observing the trio, expressed his apologies, saying, I sincerely regret to inform you, esteemed guests, that the chicken legs have all been sold out. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but softly inquire, Is there truly none left? Just as her words fell, Tang Xing emerged from behind the stall, eagerly responding, There are some left indeed. At this, an inexplicable surge of joy welled up within Yi Xian. Tang Xing began to bustle about, while Yi Xian sat beside Lin Qian, quietly awaiting the next moment. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu and Li Fei were leisurely fishing by the river, and Jin Yu and Jin Lin were assisting Tang Xing by Yi, perhaps overcome by fatigue, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Before long, Tang Xing emerged with a steaming and aromatic spread, calling out loudly, Dinner is served. The group gathered around the table, which was laden with an array of delectable dishes, featuring not only fish and meat but also exquisite soups. With enthusiasm, Tang Xing introduced the large fish on the table, smiling as she pointed it out. This fish was caught through the joint efforts of Lan Qiu and Li Fei. Everyone, do give it a taste. At her words, the group began to feast heartily. The monkey, gnawing on a chicken leg, savored every bite with a beaming smile of satisfaction. At that moment, Li Fei discreetly pulled Tang Xing aside and whispered, Tang Yun, could you do me a favor and prepare another portion? Tang Xing instantly understood his request and, without hesitation, turned to head back into the kitchen. After a short while, she re-emerged with another fragrant serving, which Li Fei gratefully accepted before hastily departing the scene. Yi Xian then suggested, How about we all head to the auction house together? Hearing this, Tang Xing stepped forward from the crowd and replied, Sure, I would like to join as well. The others readily agreed, and together they set off for the Linghai auction house. On their way, Su Yin suddenly recalled something and remarked, As far as I know, this Linghai auction house is actually a property of Linghai Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing could not help but display a look of incredulity. With a playful smile, he jested, Su Yin, I am beginning to suspect that your family runs a historical museum. How come you possess such an impressive knowledge of history? Su Yin pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes wide and unblinking, with her hands firmly placed on her hips, clearly adopting an air of indifference to anyone around her. Observing Su Yan's silence, Tang Xing gently patted her shoulder, yet Su Yan remained unresponsive. Tang Xing was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly landed himself in a significant predicament. Subsequently, he and the others made their way towards the auction house. However, upon attempting to enter, they were obstructed by a security guard at the entrance. Tang Xing quickly produced his student identification, presenting it to the guard, who then permitted them to enter the premises. Tang Xing and the others found their seats, their gazes fixed upon the items displayed on the auction screen. Sun Yin stood on stage, her voice resonant as she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the renowned Tian Shui Dan." However, after meticulous refinement by our alchemists, this Tian Shui Dan has been transformed into an extraordinary treasure. It not only possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow and purify the spirit, but also harbors two remarkable effects. The first grants eternal youth, albeit for a mere 2 years, during which it cannot be consumed again. The second effect, particularly for the uninitiated, unleashes latent soul power for soul masters. It not only enhances soul power by 1 to 2 levels, but also elevates the quality of their martial souls. Such a precious item is available at the starting price of 5,000 gold spirit coins, with each bid requiring a minimum increment of 500 gold spirit coins. A minute is allotted for this bidding. Let the highest bidder prevail. Now, the auction officially commences. As Sun Yin's words echoed, a cacophony erupted within the auction hall. Whispers filled the air as attendees expressed their keen interest in the miraculous Tian Shui Dan. Some eagerly prepared to bid, while others pondered the pros and cons. In that fleeting minute, the atmosphere grew tense and fervent, heralding the onset of an intense competition. 70,000 gold spirit coins. When this figure was called by the auctioneer, silence enveloped the crowd. Expressions of astonishment painted their faces, soon followed by a flurry of higher bids. 75,000, 80,000, 85,000, 90,000. Bai, taken aback by these figures, could not help but exclaim to Tang Xing, "Tang Xing, these people truly possess immense wealth." Just then, a woman's voice beside Tang Xing interjected. "Such is the nature of these individuals. No need for astonishment. 500,000. As the final minute approached, the price settled at 500,000 gold spirit coins. Sun Yin then presented 5 soul bones, showcasing them to the audience while elaborating on their details. Sun Yin first pointed to one of the soul bones, stating, "This is the right foot soul bone of the K-Mei leopard, ideally suited for agile attack-type soul masters." Following this, she unveiled a grand screen displaying comprehensive information about each soul bone. The second was the left arm bone of Radiance, the third the left arm bone of Rock Barrier, the fourth the right arm bone of Swift Mastery, and the last was the head soul bone of Light. All 5 soul bones originated from formidable soul beasts aged 30,000 years. The starting bid is set at 500,000 gold spirit coins, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 100,000 gold spirit coins. "Please, everyone, place your bids." Sun Yin's voice, crisp and clear, reverberated throughout the auction venue. Tang Xing closed his eyes, immersed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he opened them wide and, without a moment's hesitation, raised the sign in his hand, proclaiming loudly, 1.5 million. His declaration resonated like a thunderclap throughout the auction hall. Everyone was taken aback by Tang Xing's bid, and the once boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The price set by Tang Xing left others in awe. They gazed in disbelief at him. In stark contrast, Tang Xing remained remarkably composed, promptly paying the deposit before distributing the precious soul bone to his companions. "Let us return and fuse it. We are to undergo the assessment by our homeroom teacher tomorrow," Tang Xing stated calmly, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He understood the significance of this evaluation for them. It was imperative to give their utmost effort. His companions nodded in agreement, comprehending Tang Xing's intent. They accepted the soul bone, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. After all, the soul bone harbored immense power, and their success in fusing it to unleash its full potential would directly influence their performance the following day. Tang Xing gazed at the departing figures of his companions, silently cheering them on in his heart. He firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, they would undoubtedly succeed in this assessment and showcase their true capabilities. Chapter 28. The special training of the old class. Lan Qiu tightly clutched the soul bone in her hand, her gaze somewhat dazed, as if she had lost her very essence. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how Tang Xing had acquired such a substantial sum of money. Was he still the brother she once knew? The events of the previous night left her in a state of profound confusion. Upon returning to their dormitory, Tang Xing and his companions fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Tang Xing rose early and roused the still slumbering Li Fei and the others, urging, "Awaken. It is time for class." The four of them proceeded to their classroom, and scarcely had they settled in when Wu Xi and Hung approached, beckoning them to the small forest. Upon their arrival at the small forest, they were greeted by a sight of weighted objects. Wu Xi and Hang stood before them, exclaiming, "Put on these items and run 10 laps around this grove. Should you fail to complete the task, do not expect to partake in lunch. Remember, you are not permitted to use your martial spirits or soul skills during this exercise. Prepare yourselves, we shall commence shortly. Do not harbor any notions of leniency, for I shall be watching your every move." At Wu Xi and Hang's words, Tang Xing and his companions could not help but gasp in trepidation. They exchanged glances, silently lamenting their fate. Yet, faced with such a daunting task, they could only resign themselves to the challenge. After all, Wu Xi and Hung was renowned throughout the academy for his rigorous standards, and none dared to defy his commands lightly. Thus, Tang Xing and his companions swiftly donned the weighted gear, steeling themselves for the arduous trial that lay ahead. Tang Xing unfalteringly employed his mental probing abilities, yet the conclusions he drew left him utterly astounded. Li Fei, noticing Tang Xing's unusual demeanor, hurriedly inquired, "Boss, what has transpired?" Tang Xing revealed to the group, "This vast, boundless forest cannot be traversed in less than an entire day." Upon hearing this, the others felt the weight of the daunting task ahead, perceiving it as an almost insurmountable challenge. However, Su Chuan remained undeterred, swiftly dashing forward, with Su Lu promptly following suit. Tang Xing watched Su Chuan's retreating figure, a peculiar sensation welling up within him. With little time to ponder, he called for everyone to advance together. Soon, however, they encountered a significant issue. The equipment they wore became increasingly burdensome with each stride. As a formidable assault-type soul master, he had not yet grasped this concern. Conversely, the agile and control-type soul masters acutely sensed the growing weight of their burdens, while the support-type soul masters felt as if they were shouldering an immense stone mountain. Lan Qiu called out, "Tang Xing, wait." Hearing the voice, Tang Xing halted and asked, "What is it?" Lan Qiu replied, "They all claim their burdens are too heavy." Tang Xing placed a hand on his armor, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite heavy. Time is of the essence. I will now teach you a set of techniques, so please pay close attention." Wu Xinheng was taken aback by Tang Xing's decision to impart techniques to them. Tang Xing then queried, "Have you understood?" The group responded in unison, "We have understood." Just as Lan Qiu was about to speak, Tang Xing interjected, "Do not worry. If I were to cheat, I would lead the way. Otherwise, Teacher Wu would have intervened long ago." He continued, "Moreover, did Teacher Wu not mention that we are forbidden from using techniques? Let us proceed." Observing this scene, Teacher Wu couldn't help but smile wryly, remarking, "You certainly know how to exploit loopholes." Thus, Tang Xing and the others resumed their rapid pace. Su Qiu shouted from behind, "Brother, slow down." Su Chuan surged ahead, accelerating with fervor, while Sui continuously called out from behind. Witnessing this, Wu Xinheng directly intervened, striking Su Chuan and stating, "I have instructed you not to employ your martial spirits." Su Chuan's face immediately contorted into a look of grievance. Su Lu, noticing this, quickly shielded Su Chuan, addressing Wu Xinheng, "Teacher Wu, we recognize our mistakes." Wu Xinheng huffed lightly, responding, "It is good that you understand your errors." In a lush garden, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that illuminated a scene of tranquility and vibrant life. Lin Lu was wholly absorbed in nurturing the resplendent flowers, her movements light and graceful, as if cherishing a collection of precious lives. However, at that moment, an unsettling aura crept in, heightening Lin Lu's alertness. She subtly turned her head, her keen gaze capturing a figure concealed among the blossoms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Lu softly declared, "Since you are here, come forth." Lurking in the shadows is not the conduct of an honorable person. As her words fell, a man clad in black emerged slowly, his step steady and resolute. As the man approached Lin LV from behind, he paused and softly called out, "LVR." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin LV exhibited little surprise. She calmly turned to face the man before her and asked coolly, "What brings you here?" "I believe our relationship is not yet so intimate, Your Excellency." Xiaoming's expression instantly turned awkward, as the words he had meticulously prepared became lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to articulate them smoothly. Observing his discomfort, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin LV's mouth, and she scoffed lightly before continuing, "If you have no other matters to attend to, I kindly ask you to leave. After all, this is merely a modest garden, ill-suited to accommodate one as esteemed as yourself. A flicker of pain and helplessness crossed Xiaoming's eyes, yet he did not falter. Suddenly, he stepped forward and enveloped Lin LV in a tight embrace. Taken aback by his unexpected action, Lin LV struggled to free herself, only to find her strength woefully inadequate in his presence. Your Excellency, such behavior is inappropriate and unbecoming. Lin LV began, but Xiaoming interrupted her. LV, please refrain from calling me Your Excellency. Address me as Xiaoming, or your fiancé. I acknowledge my past transgressions. I caused you pain, and I truly regret it, LV. His voice trembled, revealing the guilt and remorse festering within him. Listening quietly to Xiaoming's heartfelt confession, Lin LV felt a swirl of complex emotions within her. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she replied, the Lin LV you once knew is no more. I now go by Lin Jin. However, in light of your sincerity, I shall grant you forgiveness this time. Xiaoming held Lin Jin tightly, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. He murmured softly, very well, I shall heed my wife's wishes. Instantly, Lin Jin's cheeks flushed scarlet. Akin to being scorched by fire, her eyes flickered, unable to meet Xiaoming's gaze, and she shyly retorted, how annoying. I have yet to agree to marry you. Attempting to extricate herself from his embrace, she was swiftly pulled back by Xiaoming. Without hesitation, he surged forward and captured Lin Jin's lips with his own. In that moment, Lin Jin was rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate, unable to think. Meanwhile, Xiaoming reveled in the sweetness of the kiss, savoring its lingering taste. Seemingly unsatisfied with this brief encounter, he yearned for more. However, Lin Jin soon regained her senses, forcefully pushing Xiaoming away and fleeing. Noticing her retreat, Xiaoming immediately pursued, the two of them chasing one another in the room, as if engaged in a delightful game. Watching this scene unfold, Man Xian couldn't help but chuckle, casually remarking, she flees, he chases, she has no wings to escape. Tang Xing observed two individuals sprinting swiftly ahead, and a gasp of astonishment escaped his lips. Such remarkable speed. It was almost beyond belief. Moreover, they appeared to be exerting no soul power, a testament to their extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing his exclamation, the two figures simultaneously turned to face him, exclaiming in unison, "Ah, it's the class leader." Surprised that they recognized him, Tang Xing felt a twinge of astonishment. At that moment, Wanning also glanced back and cheerfully called out, "Douluo, Sui. Enough of your frolicking. Our illustrious class leader has arrived." Taken aback by her words, Tang Xing found himself at a loss. Noticing his bewilderment, Wan Ying's lips curled into a gentle smile as she introduced him to the others. Class leader Tang Xing, we are all students from Class 1. Previously, we belonged to two separate classes, but now we have merged into one big family. My name is Wan Ying, and the classmates beside me are Nian Shui, Qingyu, Chu Hao, Meng Yan, ZMO, and Nan Sheng. The two who greeted you earlier are Su Yi and Zhou Luo. Tang Xing courteously extended his right hand, saying, "Hello. It seems you are also here to carry out the tasks assigned by Teacher Wu." They all nodded in affirmation, and Tang Xing led them onward. As they walked, Tang Xing suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the scene ahead. He spotted Su He ensnared in a swamp, his body gradually sinking, while Su Chuan exerted every ounce of strength to rescue him. Just as Su Chuan was about to lose his grip and plunge into the mire himself, Tang Xing swiftly reached out and grasped Su Chuan tightly. At that moment, the name Nian Shui, which he had heard during introductions, flashed through his mind. Her martial soul seemed to possess an ice attribute. Tang Xing anxiously shouted, "Nian Shui, quickly unleash your martial soul and freeze the swamp. I must go over and pull her up." Upon hearing Tang Xing's urgent call, Nian Shui did not hesitate and immediately activated her martial soul. A surge of formidable soul power erupted, transforming the swamp into solid blocks of ice. Upon observing that the marsh had succumbed to frost, Tang Xing ascended without hesitation. Swiftly soaring towards the heart of the mire, he grasped Sui firmly and called out loudly, "Sui, quickly seize my hand." Hearing Tang Xing's voice, Sui immediately extended her hand and clasped his tightly. Tang Xing exerted every ounce of strength to pull Su Lu from the mire. Once Su He was rescued, she gazed at Tang Xing with a face full of terror, momentarily rendered speechless. Tang Xing quickly offered her a few words of comfort, urging her to steady her mind. Subsequently, Tang Xing pressed on, but at that instant, the burden on Ziyuan unexpectedly intensified. Sensing this change, Tang Xing promptly exchanged their burdens and called out to the others, urging them to observe those around them and see if anyone bore a heavier load. If so, they should consider swapping. Thereafter, Tang Xing, accompanied by Lan Qiu and Bai Yi, sprinted forward with unimpeded momentum, while Li Fei cautiously assisted Chong Yin, as they all supported one another in their shared endeavor. However, at that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Someone accidentally fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Tang Xing halted, hoisted the fallen individual onto his back, and continued onward. Tang Xing encouraged everyone, saying, "You must persevere. Once we complete this stretch, I shall treat you all to a splendid feast." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was instantly invigorated, their inner drive ignited. They swiftly harnessed their innate powers, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to this contest of speed and fervor. Douluo and Chu Hao surged ahead, darting forth like arrows released from their bows. Tang Xing followed closely, displaying remarkable explosive energy. Li Fei, unwilling to be outdone, matched Douluo stride for stride, propelling themselves forward with great velocity. In this atmosphere of fierce competition, each individual exhibited extraordinary prowess. They unleashed their energies with abandon, challenging their limits and surpassing themselves. The air around them seemed to ignite, brimming with boundless vitality and enthusiasm. Jiang Hao charged ahead without hesitation, and they circled the small forest a total of 8 times. Tang Xing exclaimed with excitement, "Only 2 laps remain, brothers. Let us give it our all." Jiang Hao, already drenched in sweat, gasped, "Since there are only 2 laps left, why not have a race to see who reaches the finish line first?" Li Fei immediately nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. I'm in." The others echoed their assent. At that moment, Wu Xinheng suddenly appeared and declared, "Allow me to serve as the referee. Get ready, the race begins." With Wu Xinheng's command, everyone shot forward like arrows. Initially, Zhou led the pack, closely followed by Jiang Hao. As they pushed themselves to the limit, Tang Xing sought to employ a clever shortcut. However, his antics did not escape the keen eyes of Teacher Wu, who promptly caught him in the act. Reluctantly, Tang Xing returned to the race, but he found himself very near the end of the second lap. Without hesitation, Tang Xing accelerated, swiftly overtaking Su Yin like a shooting star. Su Yin, bewildered by the fleeting figure before her, couldn't help but voice her confusion. "Class leader, how could you be behind me?" Her tone was laced with surprise, for she simply could not fathom how, given the class leader's strength, he could possibly lag behind her. Tang Xing, upon hearing Su Yan's inquiry, displayed a hint of bashfulness on his face. He scratched his head and, rather shyly, responded, "Haha, in fact, I have already completed my second lap. I noticed you were running quite seriously, so I thought I would follow behind you for a while. However, I must continue my run now, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye." With that, Tang Xing accelerated once more, darting away like an arrow released from its bow, leaving Su Yin in a state of astonishment. She widened her eyes, gazing at Tang Xing's receding figure, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. After a considerable pause, Su Yin regained her senses. She shook her head, striving to calm herself. Yet, as she turned, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if something was watching her from behind. Alarmed, she swiftly glanced back, only to find nothing amiss in the empty space behind her. Furrowing her brow, she silently pondered, "Could it be my imagination?" Yet, the feeling of being observed was undeniably intense. With these thoughts lingering in her mind, she resumed her forward pace, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Chapter 29. The second phase. To her astonishment, Su Yin beheld a colossal serpent. Her body trembled involuntarily and instinctively. She spun around and sprinted away. By this time, others had already arrived at the scene, and Su Yin, in a frantic dash, surged towards them with all her might. Just as she was on the verge of losing control, Huang Quan swiftly stepped forward and caught her. Nearby, the monkey shook his head in resignation and casually peeled a banana to eat. Huang Quan furrowed his brow, pushing Su Yin away with a hint of impatience in his tone. "Su Yin, what on earth are you doing?" Only then did Su Yin snap back to reality, turning to look behind her, only to find that the serpent, which had been there moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Confusion washed over her as she murmured, "Where did the serpent go? How peculiar." Tang Xing called out to her several times before she finally regained her composure and replied, "I'm coming." She then stepped towards the group. At that moment, Wu Xinheng suddenly appeared before them and declared, "You have all completed today's task. Go home and rest well. We shall continue tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Tang Xing led the entire class to the largest restaurant in Linghai City. Sui gazed in astonishment at the magnificent edifice before him, struggling to fathom how the class monitor could possess such wealth. After all, this establishment was renowned as the most opulent and bustling in all of Lingai City, reputed for its top-tier ingredients. Upon entering the restaurant, Tang Xing and her companions were warmly welcomed, with the staff bustling about with great enthusiasm. They swiftly found their seats, and soon, the waiters began to bring forth an array of dishes. The offerings included both fish and shrimp, each plate tantalizingly delectable. Tang Xing exclaimed, "Everyone, indulge in the culinary delights today." As soon as his words resonated, the students eagerly devoured the feast before them, and the table was swiftly cleared of its bounty. Tang Xing was aware that they had just completed a marathon and were ravenously hungry, which explained their rapid consumption. He inquired with concern, "Lan Xiu, have you had enough to eat?" Lan Xiu nodded in affirmation, indicating her satisfaction. Curiously, she then asked, "Tang Xing, where did you acquire such a fortune?" Tang Xing discerned Lan Xiu's concerns and smiled as she elucidated, "I owe my gratitude to that esteemed gentleman for bestowing upon me the golden token. That particular golden spirit coin is of considerable worth, valued in the trillions. Aware that I could not possibly carry such a substantial amount of cash, I entrusted my mother with the task of acquiring 30 black-level cards for me." Lan Xiu gazed at Tang Xing with astonishment, unable to restrain her curiosity. What kind of golden spirit coin could command such an exorbitant price? Her eyes widened in disbelief at the stated value. Tang Xing smiled faintly and explained, "I visited the Celestial Spirit Appraisal Shop, where the staff informed me that this golden spirit coin was utilized 3,000 years ago, possessing immense historical value and significance for research. Therefore, its worth is undoubtedly considerable." He spoke with a semblance of ease, yet a sense of unease lingered within him, as he was uncertain whether such an explanation would convince Lan Xiu. Upon hearing Tang Xing's elucidation, a look of realization dawned upon Lan Xiu's face. She comprehended the origins of Tang Xing's substantial wealth, and her doubts gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, she felt admiration for his adventurous spirit and cleverness. "So that's how it is," Lan Xiu exclaimed. "It seems you truly possess remarkable insight. However, do refrain from taking such risks in the future. What if something were to go awry?" She advised Tang Xing with genuine concern, her eyes betraying her apprehension. Tang Xing expressed his gratitude with a nod, indicating his intention to proceed with caution. He understood that Lan Xiu genuinely cared for his safety, and this concern enveloped him in warmth. Following their conversation, the distance between them seemed to diminish further. Lan Xiu began to comprehend Tang Xing more deeply, while Tang Xing sensed her sincerity and kindness. This experience marked a pivotal moment in their relationship, solidifying the foundations of their friendship. After the group had indulged in their feast, Tang Xing addressed Lan Xiu and the others, stating that they were all well fed. "Lan Xiu, you all may return first. I shall take care of the bill." With that, he rose and made his way to the front desk. Tang Xing approached the front desk and inquired of the cashier, "Excuse me, how much do I owe for the several rooms I booked?" The front desk cashier looked through the records and replied, "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 50,000 gold spirit coins." Tang Xing retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to the cashier, saying, "Please charge this." After the cashier took the card and swiped it through the register, a mechanical voice announced, "Transaction successful." As the cashier respectfully returned the card to Tang Xing, a figure suddenly dashed forward and snatched the card from the cashier's hand. It was none other than Sidiyu, who had previously had a conflict with Tang Xing. Amusedly toying with the card, he mockingly remarked to Tang Xing, "Oh, isn't this Tang Xing? Fancy seeing you here dining, and with a black card no less." Tang Xing shouted in fury, "Sidiyu, return my card to me." Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Sidiyu not only refused to comply, but also smirked disdainfully. He casually tossed the card back to Tang Xing and continued to provoke, "Tang Xing, it has been quite some time since we last met. How about we engage in a friendly spar? I have heard that you have already conquered the 6th level of the Spirit Sea Tower. Let me witness just how much you have progressed." Tang Xing replied without hesitation, "All right, let us go outside and compete." With that, the two exited the restaurant together. Upon leaving, Sidiyu and Tang Xing arrived at a small plaza. Suddenly, Sidiyu halted, summoned his martial spirit, the Moonblade, and launched an attack towards Tang Xing swiftly. Tang Xing sidestepped and grasped the Moonblade with his hand. With a firm squeeze, the blade shattered into countless fragments. Sidiyu was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, "Not bad, you possess some skill. First soul skill, Rain of Blades." As his words fell, the surrounding air seemed to sharpen, and numerous moon blades fell upon Tang Xing like a torrential downpour. Faced with such a dense assault, Tang Xing did not falter. He immediately activated his elven form, emanating a gentle green glow. Simultaneously, he unleashed a skill known as Elven Bulwark, enveloping himself in a layer of formidable shield. The barrage of moon blades struck against Tang Xing's shield, producing a crisp sound. However, the blades could not penetrate his defenses and were deflected away. Tang Xing stood firm, a confident smile gracing his face. Above them, the ethereal Wu Xian Hang quietly observed the fierce battle between Tang Xing and Si-Tu, softly murmuring, Elven Bulwark is indeed an exceptional defensive skill. But what are your limits? Below, Si-Tu and Tang Xing were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to determine a victor. Suddenly, Si-Tu ceased to hold back, proclaiming loudly, "All right, let me show you my third soul skill, Heavenly Blade Cross Slash." In response, Tang Xing, undeterred, slightly curled his lips in a confident smile, declaring fourth soul skill, Spirit Light Blade. Instantly, Tang Xing unleashed a powerful soul skill, effortlessly severing Si-Tu's third soul skill. Confronted with Tang Xing's astonishing prowess, a look of surprise crossed Si-Tu's face. Yet he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "Tang Xing, have you joined a particular sect?" This question pierced Tang Xing's heart like a sharp blade, stirring memories he preferred to keep buried. Nevertheless, Tang Xing did not allow his emotions to sway him. Instead, he suppressively responded, "No, I have not joined any sect. Nor do I intend to." Si-Tu discerned Tang Xing's thoughts and spoke, "Tang Xing, let bygones be bygones. How about joining my sect? My uncle is a super Douluo and could personally instruct you." Hearing this, Tang Xing merely smiled faintly, replying, "Si-Tu, I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to live freely." With no means to sway Tang Xing, Si-Tu turned and departed. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Xing noticed Lan Qiu standing by the entrance of the male dormitory and inquired, "Lan Qiu, why are you here?" Lan Qiu slowly replied, "I heard you had not returned, so I came to wait for you." A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Tang Xing as he said, "Lan Qiu, you really need not wait for me. Return and rest, for tomorrow we shall continue our training." The following morning, under the radiant sun, Wu Xinheng brought Tang Xing to the simulation arena. Curiously, Tang Xing inquired, "Master Wu, what shall we do here?" With a gentle smile, Wu Xinheng replied, "Today marks the commencement of your second phase of training, which entails enduring the onslaught of these wooden figures for 10 minutes. Tang Xing's eyes widened in trepidation as he beheld the multitude of wooden figures before him, yet he mustered the courage to step into the arena. Upon his entrance, the wooden figures immediately sensed his presence and swiftly launched their assault. Tang Xing promptly employed his agility, skillfully evading their attacks while leaping and rolling, searching for an opportunity to counter. However, the sheer number of figures soon overwhelmed him, plunging him into a dire predicament. At that moment, Wu Xinheng's deep voice resonated. "Tang Xing, have you forgotten? You are permitted to utilize your martial spirit and any skills during this training." Enlightened, Tang Xing unleashed his second soul skill, Spirit Body. As the skill activated, his physique transformed, becoming as unyielding as steel. He swung his fist with great force, shattering several wooden figures before him. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, a colossal wooden figure charged from behind, colliding forcefully with his back. Tang Xing cried out in pain, tumbling forward. He quickly scrambled to his feet to continue battling the wooden figures. Despite his valiant efforts, he found himself unable to withstand their relentless assault and was ultimately overwhelmed and knocked to the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu entered the simulation arena and, witnessing Tang Xing's earnest struggle, felt a surge of admiration. She resolved to join him in his training to aid in his fortification. On another front, Li Fei strolled leisurely through the forest when suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. He looked up in astonishment, spotting a flock of rain feather beasts soaring above, their wings creating a melodious sound as they beat against the rain. "Wow, so many rain feather beasts. What a spectacle!" he exclaimed, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The rain feather beasts, having spotted Li Fei, altered their course and surged toward him. Terrified, Li Fei paled and fled, shouting, "Is this really necessary? Must you chase me so fervently? Why is my fate so cruel? Old Su, is it truly appropriate for him to teach Class 1? Yu Yusen furrowed her brow in concern. Old Su, however, dismissed her worries with a wave of his hand, stating, "Wu Xinheng possesses an upright character. I have faith in his capability to undertake this task. Moreover, his own journey has not been easy." He then took a swig from a gourd. Savoring the taste before continuing, "His lineage is remarkable. He was born into extraordinary circumstances. In his youth, he lost both parents and his family met with tragic demise. Had it not been for Pu Xian's intervention, bringing him to the spirit sea, he might have perished long ago. Subsequently, he awakened his martial spirit and has been guided by Pu Xian ever since, leading to his current achievements. Su Lao paused for a moment, his gaze deepening as he slowly remarked, this opportunity for him to teach a specific class serves as a test of sorts. If I recall correctly, the selection for the 7 spirits is next week, is it not? Yi Yusin respectfully replied, indeed, Su Lao. Su Lao furrowed his brow slightly, his tone heavy as he continued, what on earth is Ruoying up to? Upon hearing Zhang Ruoying's name, a look of surprise crossed Yi Yusin's face, and she promptly responded. Ruoying is currently in the inner courtyard, contemplating the profound nature of her martial soul. Su Lao nodded, then continued speaking to Yi Yusin. Yusin, it is time to initiate the Spirit Sea reconnaissance operation. If there are candidates who meet the criteria, they should be allowed to enter and give it a try. Yi Yusin grasped Su Lao's intent and immediately replied, understood, Su Lao. I will arrange it right away. With that, Yi Yusin turned and departed, preparing to handle the pertinent matters. Su Lao watched her retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh as he murmured to himself, I too feel a bit weary. It is time for a proper rest. He then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate his spirit in tranquility. Tang Xing furrowed his brow slightly, noticing that the movements of the 2 wooden figures appeared to be somewhat discordant. He swiftly activated his spirit I martial soul and his sprite martial soul, employing agile footwork to draw the 2 wooden figures closer together. Just as they were on the verge of merging, suddenly, the 2 wooden figures transformed into a singular entity. Tang Xing gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene before him, a sense of surprise welling up within. However, it was not long before the corners of his mouth curved upward and a confident glimmer sparkled in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the opportunities presented by this transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing unleashed his 4th soul skill, the Radiant Blade. A sharp beam of ethereal light sliced through the air, striking the wooden figure with unerring precision. A crisp sound resonated as the wooden figure was effortlessly vanquished, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Tang Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction, exclaiming, done. His voice resonated with a sense of accomplishment, echoing throughout the space. This battle had made him realize that adaptability in the face of diverse situations and the full utilization of one's abilities are essential for achieving victory. In the ensuing period, the students of Class Special 1 embarked on a rigorous and fulfilling journey of training. Under the meticulous guidance and stringent demands of Wu Xinheng, everyone's prowess experienced remarkable enhancement. Xian and Lin Qian, in particular, showcased exceptional performance. After a period of diligent effort, they successfully broke through to level 40. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement. Yet they remained unsatisfied, continuing to uphold their industrious and persevering attitude. Recognizing that Xian and Lin Qian had met the prerequisites for acquiring their 4th spirit ring, Wu Xinheng resolved to personally lead them in search of suitable spirit beasts. After all, for a soul master, selecting an appropriate spirit beast is of paramount importance, as it will directly influence future development. Thus, the trio embarked on a journey brimming with uncertainty and challenges. Along the way, they encountered various formidable spirit beasts. Yet Wu Xinheng, armed with his profound knowledge and extensive experience, skillfully navigated around perilous areas. Perseverance bore fruit, and before long, they discovered a spirit beast ideally suited for Xian and Lin Qian. After a fierce battle, they successfully defeated the Nether Wolf and obtained its spirit ring. This experience proved immensely rewarding for both Xian and Lin Qian, as they not only enhanced their strength further but also accumulated invaluable practical experience. Wu Xinheng, too, was greatly pleased with their performance, confident that they would achieve even greater accomplishments on their future paths. Tang Xing sat quietly in the training ground, cross-legged, diligently striving to stabilize his cultivation realm. Meanwhile, outside the training ground, Bai Yi awaited Tang Xing's appearance with serene patience. Suddenly, Lan Qiu emerged from the training area, her gaze fixed on Bai Yi, revealing a hint of curiosity and perplexity. She inquired, "May I ask who you are to him? Why do you wait for him here every day?" Her voice was melodious yet tinged with an inquisitive undertone. Bai Yi smiled gently, keenly sensing the underlying implication in Lan Qiu's words. He promptly replied, "Dear miss, please do not misconstrue our relationship. Tang Xing and I share merely a sibling bond, devoid of any peculiar nuances. I hope you refrain from overthinking." With that, an expression of innocence graced his face. Upon hearing Bai Yi's explanation, A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lan Qiu's countenance as she recognized her earlier indiscretion. Nevertheless, she could not help but retort, "How many sisters does Tang Xing actually have?" Her tone bore a hint of pride. Bai Yi, observing Lan Qiu's vigilant demeanor, could not suppress a wry smile, thinking how endearing and amusing this girl was. He sighed softly and replied gently, "In truth, we are all Tang Xing's dear friends, and our camaraderie is quite profound." With a playful wink at Lan Qiu, he sought to ease the tense atmosphere. Lan Qiu blushed at his words, realizing she might have overreacted. Feeling somewhat awkward, she scratched her head and murmured, "I apologize. I was a bit hasty just now." She then turned swiftly back to the training ground, secretly relieved that no misunderstanding had ensued. At that moment, Tang Xing exited the classroom and spotted Bai Yi and Lan Qiu standing together. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What brings you both here?" Bai Yi enthusiastically ran forward, exclaiming, "Tang Xing, we came to find you. Sister Lan Qiu has been waiting for you outside for quite a while, right, Sister Lan?" Tang Xing felt a surge of surprise, about to respond when suddenly, a booming voice resonated throughout the campus. "All students, please proceed to Linghai Playground immediately for assembly." Upon hearing this announcement, students flocked towards Linghai Playground, and even Wu Xinheng appeared there. Tang Xing hurriedly moved behind Wu Xinheng, preparing to head to the playground together. At that moment, a figure stood at the center of Linghai Playground, turning to face the crowd, holding a fan and with a gourd hanging at his waist. He bore a serious expression as he addressed the assembly. "Greetings, students. I am Pu Xian, the Vice Master of Linghai Pavilion. I shall now introduce the details of this special assessment. We find ourselves within this tower maze, where each tower emits formidable energy attacks. As Soul Masters, your task is to evade these assaults. Should you unfortunately be struck, you will be eliminated. However, there is no need for concern. A safe zone exists within the central tower, which will not launch any attacks. Be advised, though, that the tower will only activate when 7 Soul Masters arrive simultaneously. Within this tower, numerous walls obstruct the path. However, they are not stationary but rather shift their positions randomly." With that brief introduction, I hereby declare the commencement of this assessment. Having spoken, Pu Xian stepped aside to quietly observe the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy enveloped all the students, instantly transporting them to a simulated arena, where they would undergo a specialized evaluation. Everyone sensed this formidable power, and a sense of astonishment filled their hearts. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, immediately activating his spiritual and martial soul in an attempt to survey the surrounding terrain. However, the moment his mental energy began to probe, it encountered a formidable psychic interference, rendering his detection futile. In astonishment, Tang Xing exclaimed, "I never anticipated that this tower would possess such a powerful mental attack. If every tower is like this." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao found himself in a predicament. He was confronted by Situ Yu and 3 other formidable individuals who obstructed his path. With a sycophantic demeanor, Situ Yu urged Jiang Hao, "Brother Jiang, why don't we discuss this first? You can take the lead, and we can all activate that tower together. What do you say?" A glimmer of disdain flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes as he retorted with a cold laugh. What a beautiful thought. Seeing that flattery had failed, Situ Yu's expression darkened, and he menacingly declared, "Since you refuse our goodwill, do not blame us for being impolite. Attack." With that command, the 4 launched a simultaneous assault on Jiang Hao. On another front, Su Yin encountered a massive spider's web mid-flight, reacting swiftly to evade and narrowly escaping the perilous trap. "That was quite a close escape," Sha Xing murmured, having observed Su Yin's every move from the shadows. Simultaneously, Li Fei encountered a familiar face, Ouyang Yunshin. Their eyes met, and a smile graced Li Fei's lips as he greeted, "Ouyang Yunshin, it's been a while." Ouyang Yunshin, upon seeing Li Fei, exhibited a flicker of surprise and excitement in his eyes. He replied, "Li Fei, I didn't expect you to be gone for so long. Now that you're back, let me see if you have made any progress." With that, Ouyang Yunshin summoned his martial soul, showcasing his formidable prowess. As his martial soul materialized, 4 brilliant soul rings illuminated around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, signifying his status as a 4-ring soul master. Li Fei regarded the configuration of Ouyang Yunshin's soul rings with silent admiration, yet he displayed no sign of trepidation. With confidence, he remarked, "For rings? Quite impressive. But today is perfect for me to test my skills against you and see if I have improved." Without hesitation, Li Fei unleashed his martial soul, preparing for a duel with Ouyang Yunshin. He leaped into the air, crossing his arms, as a resplendent golden light erupted from his hands. He then forcefully swung his arm, shouting, "Lightstorm." In response, Ouyang Yunshin scoffed. "Humph, you remain the same as before." He activated his second soul skill, Celestial Titan Body. As his words fell, a faint golden shield enveloped him. Subsequently, Ouyang Yunshin brandished his sword, swiftly merging 3 sword lights into a colossal luminous blade. His gaze was filled with murderous intent as he bellowed, "Third soul skill, Unity of 1,000 Swords." This strike surged towards Li Fei with unparalleled might. However, at that moment, Li Fei suddenly transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing from the spot. The enormous sword of light struck the wall, producing a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the room. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to find the wall utterly devoid of presence. Ouyang Yunshin instantly grasped the situation. "A doppelganger, perhaps? It seems you have ascended to the rank of Soul Master." "Shadow Moon Slash?" Ouyang Yunshin scoffed, his figure appearing like a wraith behind Li Fei as he swung down his great sword with formidable force. A dull thud resounded as Li Fei's shadowy form was forcefully driven to the ground. Simultaneously, a surge of immense power erupted from her, ensnaring Ouyang Yunshin in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei broke free and, alongside Xian, swiftly fled the scene. After Ouyang Yunshin struggled to escape his bonds, he discovered that Li Fei had vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but scoff, gritting his teeth in frustration. "How dare you flee? No matter. This time you may have escaped, but I shall inevitably capture you." Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself in dire straits. Sha Sheng relentlessly pursued her from behind, shouting, "Do not run. The surroundings have been ensnared by my web. You cannot escape." Su Yin sprinted desperately until she reached a dead end, while Sha Sheng advanced slowly, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Just as the situation seemed most critical, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking directly at Sha Sheng. Startled, he hastily retreated to evade the strike. Following this, a figure emerged slowly. It was Huang Quan. Huang Quan immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderstorm. As countless bolts of lightning fell like rain upon Sha Sheng's web, enveloping it entirely with electricity and deluge. Seeing this, Sha Sheng panicked. But Huang Quan did not afford him any time to react and unleashed his fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm Cross Slash. This blow was immensely powerful, instantly defeating Sha Sheng. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao found himself in a precarious situation. Just as Situyu was about to strike Jiang Hao, a stout staff suddenly descended from above, crashing towards Situyu. Upon closer inspection, Situyu recognized it as the purple gold staff and bellowed, "Sun Xiaokong." Hearing this name, Jiang Hao was taken aback and turned to see Sun Xiaokong's figure. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed, none other than Shang Wanquan had arrived. Sun Xiaokong, upon recognizing his fiancée, could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Oh, is that not Shang Wanquan?" However, before he could finish, Shang Wanquan interrupted him with a sharp command, "Silence." She glared at Sun Xiaokong and declared, "You shall be defeated here today." First soul skill, Cloud Ink Wind. As her voice faded, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, and a powerful gust erupted from her, forming a massive tornado that swept towards Sun Xiaokong. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Sun Xiaokong displayed no signs of retreat. With his hands firmly gripping the golden cudgel, he gazed resolutely ahead. First soul skill, Purple Gold Chaos Strike. Sun Xiaokong chanted, and his body began to emanate a soft purple glow, while the golden cudgel was enveloped in a layer of purple energy. In the next moment, he swung the cudgel, charging toward the tornado with swift and forceful motions, each strike imbued with fierce momentum. However, as the cudgel made contact with the tornado, Sun Xiaokong suddenly felt a tremendous force reverberate back, causing him to stagger back a few steps in surprise. His eyes widened, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Soul Sect. I did not anticipate you had ascended to the Soul Sect. It seems you have invested heavily." Sun Xiaokong exclaimed in regret. Shu Guanwanxue smiled slightly, revealing 2 faint dimples, as beautiful as cherry blossoms in full bloom. "Isn't that so, Sun Xiaokong? Did you think that just because you gained my grandfather's permission, you would achieve your desires? You are but a clown, while Qi Tian and I share true love." "Indeed, Sun Xiaokong, how about this? You shall be my personal bodyguard, and I shall grant you a few requests." Chiafeng Qi Tian suddenly appeared, his voice as clear as sunlight illuminating a tranquil lake, filled with boundless tenderness and charm. Sun Xiaokong found this amusing and smirked slightly. "On what grounds? Do not presume that the Soul Sect can defeat me." Third soul skill, Purple Gold Shadowless. Chiefeng Chi Tian burst into thunderous laughter, his mirth echoing through the air, before revealing his martial soul, the purple radiant scorpion. Second soul skill, purple demon slash. Ding Xin rushed to stand before Sun Shaokong, unleashing her martial soul to shield him from the impending strike. Witnessing Ding Xin's persistence ignited a fiery resolve within Sun Shaokong's heart. He turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Brother Zhang Hao, I require your assistance." Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, reassuring him, "Do not worry." Just as Zhang Hao was about to act, a clear voice rang out. "Zhang Hao, I have finally found you." The voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and distant. Jinyu rushed forward, calling out loudly, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline." Zhang Hao's face blanched in shock as he questioned, "How did you arrive here?" Jinyu, slightly angered, retorted, "Foolish Zhang Hao, I told you that wherever you are, I shall be there too. You abandoned me. Do you still consider yourself a man?" Zhang Hao, embracing her from behind, stood resolute like a mountain. "All right, I acknowledge my mistake. Let us face life and death together." His hand instinctively intertwined with Jinyu's, their fingers laced together, symbolizing the unbreakable bond of their hearts. At that moment, Su Chuan and his companions emerged from the shadows, Su Chuan's gaze sharp as a blade, his voice resonating with authority as he declared, "Zhang Hao, though I see some spirit in you, I shall make an exception and battle alongside you. Let us drive these ruffians away. Everyone, unleash your strongest moves." At this moment, Ouyang Yunshin arrived, and Situ shouted, "Brother Ouyang, you came just in time. Let us vanquish them together." As they unleashed their full power, Ouyang Yunshin executed his most formidable strike, shining like a comet, swiftly resolving the tumult. Chapter 31. The twin martial spirits of the team. The screen reported that Zhang Hao, Jinyu, and the others had been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was immediately incensed, roaring, "Who did this?" His fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Lin Xian swiftly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Tang Xing, do not worry. Perhaps they merely encountered true masters." Although Tang Xing felt a lingering discontent, he could not deny that Lin Xian's words held some merit. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly appeared, accompanied by a girl. Li Fei was covered in blood, his face as pale as a sheet, as if he had endured a life-or-death struggle. Tang Xing rushed to support Li Fei, asking with concern, "Li Fei, what happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" As he spoke, he examined Li Fei's wounds, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The unfamiliar girl stood quietly beside them, her expression tense and somewhat bewildered. Li Fei stammered, "It was Ouyang Yunshin and Sidiyu who conspired together." After uttering this, he seemed to expend all his strength and collapsed heavily into Tang Xing's embrace. Tang Xing, alarmed, shouted, "Xian, hurry, entreat Li Fei." Xian did not dare to delay for a moment. She immediately unleashed her first soul skill to begin healing the injured Li Fei. Meanwhile, Huang Quan was hastily making his way to Tang Xing's location. Upon seeing Li Fei gravely wounded, he unhesitatingly tossed something towards Tang Xing. With keen instincts, Tang Xing caught it and discovered it was a dumpling. Realizing Huang Quan's intent, he wasted no time and promptly fed the dumpling to Li Fei. Huang Quan and Su Yin quickly approached Tang Xing, just as the number of participants on the screen began to dwindle, soon leaving only 14 individuals. Lan Qiu exclaimed in astonishment, "This is it. There are only them left. This is the final showdown." Shangguan Huaque, with a serious expression, contemplated for a moment before resolutely stating, "In that case, let us defeat them all together." Thus, Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, Yang Dong, Lu Gang, Hu Jie, Zhang Shui, and Shangguan Huaque sprinted towards the largest tower. At that moment, a shadow flashed by, and a figure appeared before Tang Xing, wielding a large sword, which he brandished across their path. Li Fei squinted in recognition and exclaimed, "It's you, Ouyang Yunshin." However, his gaze was soon drawn to another figure beside Ouyang Yunshin, prompting him to cry out again, "Bailey Donghua." Tang Xing gazed at Li Fei's astonished expression and couldn't help but ask, "What is the matter, Li Fei? Is Bailey Donghua truly formidable?" Li Fei let out a deep sigh and replied helplessly, "My dear leader, you are utterly oblivious to the happenings beyond our confines." He then proceeded to elucidate the situation for Tang Xing. It turns out that in the present continent, a myriad of factions exists. Among them, the most powerful are the 7 forces of the Stardust Alliance, which include the Baili clan, the Ouyang clan, Qianfengmi, the Sita clan, the Shangguan clan, the Nangong clan, and the Duoba clan. Baili Donghua, in particular, is a figure that instills fear, with a reputation that even eclipses that of Ouyang Yunshin. Tang Xing, puzzled, inquired further, Is it because the Baili clan holds the top rank? Li Fei shook his head solemnly and stated, not at all. It is due to the Baili clan's innate extraordinary physique and unyielding willpower, along with their unique martial souls. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution. Ouyang Yunshin spoke gravely. Li Fei, we observe. Li Fei retorted, Ouyang Yunshin, spare me the pretense. If it is battle, let it be battle. Baili Donghua turned to Tang Xing and asked, You are Tang Xing? Tang Xing was taken aback by Baili Donghua addressing him directly. Baili Donghua took a deep breath as Sidiyu and the others arrived behind him, stating, Brother Tang, I apologize. Yunshin, take action. Ouyang Yunshin unleashed the screen, revealing that Jiang Hao and Jin Yu's 7 members had all been eliminated, which infuriated Tang Xing, who exclaimed, Who did this? Lin Qian, standing nearby, attempted to console him, saying, Tang Xing, do not fret. Perhaps they encountered a formidable opponent. However, Tang Xing found Lin Qian's reasoning unconvincing. Just then, Li Fei, accompanied by Ziyan, rushed to Tang Xing, shouting, Leader, this is bad, a grave situation. Tang Xing supported Li Fei, asking, Li Fei, what happened? Why are you in such a state? Li Fei struggled to speak. It was Ouyang Yunshin and Sidiyu who conspired together. With that, Li Fei collapsed heavily into Tang Xing's arms. Tang Xing urgently called out, Ziyan, quickly, tend to Li Fei. Ziyan, not daring to delay, immediately employed her first soul skill to heal the emperor. Huang Quan was hurrying toward Tang Xing, and upon seeing Li Fei gravely injured, he swiftly tossed dumplings towards Tang Xing. Hearing the commotion, Tang Xing instinctively caught the dumplings, realizing their purpose, and promptly fed them to Li Fei. Huang Quan and Su Yan approached Tang Xing, and suddenly the number of participants displayed on the screen began to dwindle, leaving only 14. Lan Shou remarked in astonishment, It appears only they remain. This is the finals. Shangguan Wanqiyue pondered before declaring, It is just those 7. Let us take them down together. Tang Xing and the others hastily made their way toward the tallest tower. However, in the next moment, a massive sword blocked their path. Li Fei squinted and shouted, It's you, Ouyang Yunshin. His gaze then shifted to Baili Donghua beside Ouyang Yunshin, his astonishment evident. Tang Xing, observing Li Fei's reaction, queried, So Li Fei, is Baili Donghua truly formidable? Li Fei sighed deeply. I must say, Leader, your indifference to the outside world is quite remarkable. Li Fei continued, In this vast continent, various forces abound, particularly the 7 factions of the Stardust Alliance, which include the Baili Han clan, the Ouyang clan, and the Chiafeng clan, as well as the Sima Huan clan, the Shangguan clan, the Nangong clan, and the Tuoba clan. Baili Donghua is even more formidable than Ouyang Yunshin. Tang Xing inquired, Is it because the Baili clan ranks first? Li Fei, somewhat exasperated, replied, No, it is due to the Baili clan's innate extraordinary physique and resilience. Their martial spirits are exceedingly unique, hence one must exercise caution. Ouyang Yunshin spoke in a deep tone. Li Fei, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. His voice carried a hint of coldness and resolve, as if he were already prepared for battle. Li Fei retorted defiantly, Ouyang Yunshin, spare me your pretenses. Show us what you can do. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. At that moment, Baili Donghua turned his attention to Tang Xing, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He asked, Are you Tang Xing? Upon hearing his name, Tang Xing felt a surge of astonishment, though he concealed it well. Just then, Baili Donghua suddenly glanced behind him, where Sima Yu, Chiafeng Qingyang, Tuoba Qiqing, Shangguan Wanqiyue, and Nangong Wenci were approaching. Baili Donghua took a deep breath and said to Tang Xing, My apologies, Brother Tang. Yunshin, strike. With that, his gaze sharpened. Ouyang Yunshin promptly unleashed his third soul skill, one with 1,000 swords. Countless sword energies surged towards Tang Xing and his companions like a torrential downpour. Seeing this, Li Fei shouted urgently, Everyone, take cover. The arriving Sima Yu and the others swiftly joined the fray, combating the onslaught of their adversaries alongside Tang Xing. Soon, a fierce melee erupted, with each individual finding their respective opponent. Tang Xing faced Sima Yu, while Li Fei clashed with Ouyang Yunshin. Lan Xiu engaged Baili Donghua. Ziyan confronted Nangong Wenci. Su Yin challenged Shangguan Wanqiyue. Wang Quan squared off against Qianfeng Qingyang, and Lin Qian met Tuoba Qiqing in battle. An exhilarating confrontation was on the brink of eruption. With a mighty roar, Tuoba Qiqing summoned his martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth. The colossal creature bellowed, advancing with heavy steps, and collided head-on with Lin Qian's rock dragon shield. Lin Qian's expression shifted slightly as he immediately activated his first soul skill, Copper Wall Barrier. However, The force of Tuobachichen's impact was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily dazed and barely able to stand. Seizing the opportunity, Tuobachichen launched another attack, proclaiming, "Such a sturdy shield, let me demonstrate this move. My second soul skill, Mammoth Charge." Sensing the impending danger, Lin Qian quickly unleashed his second soul skill, Indestructible. In this encounter, the clash between the two parties resulted in a tremendous impact, sending Tuobachi flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Shangguan Wanshue's attacks were sharp and relentless, leaving Su Yin with little opportunity to counter. Relying solely on the swift flight of the amethyst butterfly, Su Yin continuously evaded Shangguan Wanshue's onslaught. In a fit of rage, Shangguan Wanshue shouted, "Is dodging all you know? Have the courage to confront me directly." With that, she unleashed her first soul skill, the Cloud Ink Wind. Realizing she could no longer evade, Su Yin resolved to fight back, proclaiming, "If that is the case, let us determine our strengths." She activated the Violet Butterfly's light. Simultaneously, Nangong Wensi launched a fierce assault against Ziyuan, who promptly activated her fourth soul skill, the Star Radiance Shield, successfully withstanding most of the bombardment. Yet, Nangong Wensi did not relent, employing her second soul skill, the Lotus Blade, in an attempt to breach Ziyuan's defenses. Sensing her inability to contain Nangong Wensi, Ziyuan decisively chose to retreat. Concurrently, the battle between Qianfeng Qingyang and Huang Quan raged on with equal intensity. Qianfeng Qingyang, acknowledging Huang Quan's prowess, remarked with a smile, "Not bad. You are worthy of battling me." He activated his second soul skill, the Purple Demon Slash. Huang Quan responded with a light chuckle, "Was that merely a test?" and unleashed his own second soul skill, the Thunderstorm Twin Blades. This exchange triggered a massive explosion, forcing both combatants back a distance. As the fierce battle escalated, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and exhilarating. Ouyang Yunsen, with a mocking expression, turned to Li Fei and said, "Li Fei, you are falling behind. Ziyuan's cultivation has already surpassed yours." Li Fei dismissed his words, retorting with sarcasm, "Her surpassing me is a good thing." Ouyang Yunsen, irritated by this, provocatively urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly unleash your second soul skill." Li Fei, disdainful of the argument, simply replied, "Her surpassing me is indeed a good thing," as he prepared to activate his second soul skill. However, just as Li Fei was about to unleash his power, Ouyang Yunsen abruptly intervened, interrupting his build-up and swiftly releasing his first soul skill, the Nine Heavens Profound Sky Slash. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao and Bailey Donghua were also locked in a fierce duel. Lan Xiao was astonished to find Bailey Donghua's sword intent exceptionally terrifying, seemingly capable of annihilating everything. Bailey Donghua, recognizing the extraordinary strength of the woman before him, praised, "Truly, you possess the strongest beast spirit I am in all." Both combatants were taken aback by each other's strength, but did not falter. Instead, they continued to fight with unwavering resolve. In a fleeting moment, Tang Xing triumphed over Si-Tu, sending him plummeting from the sky. Observing this, Qianfeng promptly caught him and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Si-Tu shook his head, indicating that he was largely unscathed. Yet his countenance bore an air of grave seriousness. With great effort, he spoke, "I am fine. We must gather everyone quickly. We cannot afford any more delays." After uttering these words, he cast a deep, lingering glance at Tang Xing, a flicker of reluctance surfacing in his eyes. Qianfeng and Qingyang exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's gaze. Without hesitation, they turned and signaled to those around them. Qianfeng brandished his spear, calling out loudly, while Qingyang summoned his martial spirit, emanating an overwhelming aura to convey the message of assembly. As their voices resonated, the previously scattered crowd halted, drawn towards the source of the sound. They sensed the familiar presence emanating from Qianfeng and Qingyang, understanding that they were being summoned. Consequently, they dashed towards that direction without a moment's hesitation. In this tense moment, none dared to delay. They were acutely aware of the urgency of time. Failure to regroup swiftly could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they hurried to the designated location, uniting with their comrades. Soon, everyone gathered together, their gazes intertwined, revealing a shared conviction and resolve. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, they remained undeterred. On the contrary, their fighting spirit soared, for they understood that only through unity could they overcome the challenges ahead. Qianfeng and Qingyang proclaimed, "Assemble, prepare for a team battle." His voice was steady and resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of security among the group. The team members responded in unison, swiftly consolidating their ranks and preparing for combat. While Li Donghua unhesitatingly activated his martial spirit, the seven-star night lamp. This enigmatic and powerful artifact radiated a gentle luminescence. With the transition of his martial spirit, a formidable aura enveloped by Li Donghua as he began to channel his full strength to bolster his teammates, enhancing their power and defense. However, when she switched her martial spirit, she noted that her opponents exhibited no signs of surprise. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. But she soon grasped the reason. All members of Tang Xing's team possessed dual martial spirits. This revelation left when she astounded. As she finally comprehended their calm demeanor, faced with such formidable adversaries, she recognized the impending challenge of this team battle. Yet, rather than retreating, she felt a surge of inner resolve. She vowed to give her all, unleashing her full potential to combat the enemy alongside her teammates. In the ensuing team battle, a fierce clash erupted between the two sides. Leveraging their advantage of dual martial spirits, Tang Xing's team demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess. Meanwhile, Qian Feng and Qin Yang exhibited no signs of weakness, coordinating closely and fully harnessing their respective martial spirit abilities. On the battlefield, the brilliance of martial souls flickered and intertwined as various skills collided, creating a magnificent spectacle. Outside, Pu Xian watched in awe, his mouth agape and words failing him. Beside him, Xiaobin was equally astonished, his eyes wide and face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "A team with twin martial souls, this is truly extraordinary." Even the usually composed by Li Donghua could not help but express his astonishment, murmuring to himself, "A team with twin martial souls is quite intriguing." At this moment, the combat in the arena intensified. Wensi swiftly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ice Lotus Tide, while simultaneously enhancing her speed, strength, and soul power, significantly boosting her offensive capabilities. Faced with such a formidable assault, Qianfeng Qingyang dared not delay for a moment, promptly activating his fourth soul skill, Scorpion's Venom Blade. Upon witnessing this, Li Fei gasped in alarm and shouted, "Be careful, there's deadly poison above." He understood that should these poison blades strike their target, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Li Fei's warning, Su Yin acted swiftly, amplifying her soul power to strengthen her abilities. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu executed a golden dragon thrust to deflect the poison blades. However, Tang Xing realized that continuing in this manner was untenable. He decisively addressed Su Yin and Lan Xiu, saying, "Su Yin, Lan Xiu, let us prepare for a martial soul fusion." At that moment, Sidiyu also noticed the situation and urgently shouted, "Quick, stop them." In this critical instant, Lin Qian stepped forward, declaring, "You shall not pass." Third soul skill, Dragon's Roar Barrier. As his voice echoed, a formidable barrier materialized around them, thwarting the enemy's attack. Li Donghua called out, "Break this barrier." Tuoba Chiching charged headlong into it, while Wensi's bombardment proved ineffective. Situ urged, "Continue the assault." Despite his suggestion, the barrier remained resolute. Ouyang Yunsen unleashed his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Mysterious Slash. Chunfei shouted, "No." As he executed his third soul skill, Unified Blades against Tang Xing and his companions. Li Fei yelled, "Quick, evade." As Sidiyu and his 5 comrades rushed to engage Tang Xing in battle. Subsequently, Tang Xing and his companions each selected their opponents. Tang Xing faced Sidiyu, Li Fei confronted Ouyang Yunsen, Lan Xiu battled by Li Donghua. Ziyan challenged Wensi, Su Yin squared off against Shangguan Wanqiue, Huang Quan faced Qianfeng Qingyang, and Lin Qian took on Tuoba Chiching. Tuoba Chiching summoned his martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, charging directly at Lin Qian's Rock Dragon Shield. Lin Qian immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Copper Wall Barrier. The impact from Tuoba Chiching left him momentarily dazed, to which Tuoba Chiching responded, "What a sturdy shield. Let's see how you fare against this." He unleashed his second soul skill, Mammoth Charge. Realizing the threat, Lin Qian activated his second soul skill, Unyielding Fortification, sending Tuoba Chiching flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Su Yin found herself in a tough battle, as Shangguan Wanqiue's attacks left her with no opening to retaliate. Utilizing the flight speed of the amethyst butterfly, Su Yin evaded the onslaught. Shangguan Wanqiue, infuriated, retorted, "Is dodging all you know?" as she activated her first soul skill, Wind of Cloud Ink. In response, Su Yin declared, "If that's the case, let us engage." Unleashing her skill, Light of the Purple Butterfly. Subsequently, Nangong Wensi unleashed a barrage of attacks towards Xian, who promptly activated her fourth soul skill, Starry Shield, successfully deflecting a significant portion of the onslaught. Following this, Xian employed her first soul skill, Celestial Binding. For the moment, Nangong Wensi found herself ensnared, and she laughed heartily. Do you truly believe this can trap me? She then activated her second soul skill, Lotus Blade. Observing that she could not confine Nangong Wensi, Xian swiftly retreated. Qianfeng Qingyang and Huang Quan engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish, with Qianfeng Qingyang chuckling, "Well done. You are worthy of a duel with me." He unleashed his second soul skill, Purple Demon Slash. Huang Quan, with a slight smile, remarked, "Was that merely a test?" He then countered with his second soul skill, Thunderstorm Dual Blades. The resulting explosion forced both combatants to stagger back. Ouyang Yunshin shook his head and said, "Li Fei, you are lacking. Xian's cultivation far surpasses yours." Li Fei, dismissive of the argument, retorted, "Her surpassing me is a good thing. If she wishes to use her second soul skill, then I shall oblige her with my first soul skill, Heavenly Exalted Slash." Ouyang Yunshin swiftly interrupted Li Fei's buildup of energy. In the duel between Lan Xiao and Bailey Donghua, Lan Xiao discovered that Bailey Donghua's sword intent was profoundly formidable. Bailey Donghua, recognizing the extraordinary prowess of the woman before him, remarked, "No wonder you possess the strongest beast martial soul. I have certainly learned a lesson today." The clash between Tang Xing and C2U transpired in an ephemeral moment, resulting in C2U being swiftly defeated and thrust from the battlefield. Observing this, Qianfeng immediately caught C2U and inquired, "Are you unscathed?" CD replied, "I am fine. Call for their assembly. We cannot afford to linger." Qianfeng Qingyang promptly summoned their martial spirits, shouting for everyone to heed the call. Upon hearing the summons, the crowd rushed forth. Qianfeng Qingyang announced, "Assemble. Prepare for a united front." Li Donghua switched to his martial spirit, the Seven Stars Night Lamp, and immediately assisted the others. When Nangong Wensi switched her martial spirit, she noticed that the opposing team exhibited no surprise until they beheld Tang Xing and his team, all possessing dual martial spirits. Outside, Pu Xian stood agape, lost for words, while Xiao Bin's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A team with dual martial spirits. Extraordinary." Even Li Donghua, taken aback, remarked, "A team with dual martial spirits, how intriguing. Let us launch an aggressive offense." Nangong Wensi unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ice Lotus Tides, amplifying speed, strength, soul power, and attack. In response, Qianfeng Qingyang employed his fourth soul skill, Scorpion's Poison Blade. Li Fei, with a visage of terror, shouted, "Be cautious. That weapon is laced with deadly poison." No sooner had he spoken than Su Yin, positioned behind him, instantly intervened to amplify her soul power. Concurrently, Lan Xiao executed a golden dragon stab, sending the poisoned blades soaring away. However, Tang Xing, recognizing the futility of their current approach, anxiously declared, "Su Yin, Lan Xiao, let us prepare for a martial spirit fusion." Upon hearing this, C2U's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, "This is not good. We must stop them." Meanwhile, Lin Qian sneered derisively, "You shall not succeed. Behold my third soul skill, Dragon's Roar Barrier." Li Donghua, gazing at the barrier before him, was engulfed with rage and indignation. He bellowed, "Shatter this barrier." His voice resonated like thunder, causing the very air around them to tremble. Upon receiving Li Donghua's command, Tuoba Chi Chung charged forward without hesitation, colliding with the seemingly indomitable barrier. Yet, the barrier remained unyielding, mockingly rebuffing him. Simultaneously, Nangong Wensi launched a fierce offensive, unleashing powerful waves of energy in an effort to dismantle the barrier. Nevertheless, these assaults proved ineffective, merely rippling the surface of the barrier. In light of this, CTU anxiously urged, "Continue the assault." He was acutely aware of the urgency. If they could not breach the barrier quickly, their progress would be thwarted. Thus, the assembled warriors exerted their utmost strength, relentlessly attacking the barrier, yet the outcome remained disheartening. Despite this, they clung to hope. C2U composed himself, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and he proclaimed, "Everyone, concentrate your power and strike the same point on the barrier. Perhaps that will break it." Upon hearing this, the group swiftly adjusted their tactics, focusing their efforts on a single point of the barrier. At that moment, Ouyang Yunshin unleashed his first soul skill, Nine Heavens Mysterious Slash. A colossal beam of sword light descended from the heavens, imbued with boundless might, and struck fiercely towards the barrier. The strike was astonishingly powerful, leaving all in utter shock. Li Fei, fully aware of the technique's might, widened his eyes and shouted in terror, "No." He feared that this move could trigger unpredictable consequences, potentially jeopardizing the entire team's safety. Yet, it was already too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light cleaved towards the barrier. Chapter 32. The establishment of the seven spirit users. Ouyang Yunz's sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, its light as scorching and bright as the sun, making it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. With a swift motion, a massive blade of light materialized in an instant, hurtling towards Lin Qian with astonishing speed. Seeing this, Li Fei urgently cried, "Hurry, stop him." However, it was futile. Ouyang Yunz's first soul skill, the Radiant Slash, surged forth with an intimidating aura and formidable power, akin to a blazing meteor racing towards Lin Qian. Simultaneously, Huang Quan and the others recognized the imminent danger. They quickly reacted, unleashing their fourth soul skills, the Thunderstorm Cross Slash. In an instant, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. Countless arcs of violet lightning intertwined, forming a colossal cross-shaped bolt, racing towards Ouyang Yunz. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Ouyang Yunz faced Huang Quan and the others' assault without fear. He gripped the sword tightly, channeling all of his soul power into that one strike. The Radiant Slash collided with the Thunderstorm Cross Slash in a thunderous explosion. Yet, Ouyang Yunz's Radiant Slash displayed astonishing might. It effortlessly pierced through the defense of the Thunderstorm Cross Slash and continued its relentless assault towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian's expression turned grave. He exerted all his strength to activate his defensive skill, yet he could not withstand Ouyang Yunz's strike. Ultimately, the Radiant Slash broke through Lin Qian's defenses, striking him fiercely. Lin Qian let out a muffled groan, flying backward as blood spewed from his mouth. At that moment, Shangguan Wanque had gathered her power. Without hesitation, she unleashed her fourth soul skill, the Cloud Ink Sacred Heavenly Slash. Tuo Baqiqing followed suit, swinging his massive mammoth sword with great force. The other five also released their respective fourth soul skills, Water Lotus Tide, the Virtue of Water, and Scorpion's Venom Blade. The scene transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunz activated his fourth soul skill, the Heart of the Heavenly Gang, and swiftly employed his third soul skill, the Unity of 10,000 Swords. At the same time, Sitiyu unleashed his most potent attack. Various soul skills rained down upon their protective barrier, igniting a series of violent explosions. However, just then, a resounding boom echoed. Martial Soul Fusion, Purple Spirit Butterfly Dragon Transformation. The crowd was astonished to see an ethereal shadow manifest in midair, its gaze fixed intently on Bai Li Donghua. This apparition shimmered in golden hues, resembling a radiant star. The golden figure within the light raised a finger, and an immensely powerful beam of golden energy surged towards Bai Li Donghua and the others. In the blink of an eye, Bai Li Donghua and his companions were sent flying, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. As Tang Xing and the others experienced the dissolution of their martial soul fusion, their bodies swayed precariously, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. With remarkable quickness, Li Fei reached out to support Tang Xing, then ascended the tower to press the handprint. The screen illuminated, revealing the figures of the seven. At this moment, the audience in the square erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Pu Xian, brimming with excitement, proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, you seven shall become the new generation of spirit masters." The emotions of the crowd intensified, as if they were about to soar into the heavens. They collectively bore witness to this historic moment, the birth of the new generation of spirit masters. This honor was not a mere coincidence, but rather the culmination of their diligent efforts. Tang Xing trembled with disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Did we win?" Lan Xiu replied resolutely, "Yes, I won." A look of relief graced Tang Xing's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a profound weakness. Tang Xing, barely managing to sustain himself, spoke in a low, feeble voice. "That's good." But before he could finish his words, he collapsed onto the ground. Li Fei and the others, witnessing this distressing scene, hurriedly rushed forward to lift Tang Xing and swiftly departed from the site. They were consumed with anxiety, deeply concerned for Tang Xing's well-being, fervently hoping to find a remedy for his condition as soon as possible. Although this battle had concluded, the profound bond between Tang Xing and Lan Xiu was elevated at that very moment. They had endured the trials of life and death together, supporting one another and offering help. This sentiment transcended all. At this juncture, the entire square was enveloped in a jubilant celebration. The crowd erupted in cheers for the victory of Tang Xing and Lan Qiu, simultaneously filled with anticipation for their future. Tang Xing lay weakly upon the soft form of Lan Qiu, her anxious gaze fixed upon him. Lin Jin promptly shifted Tang Xing from Lan Qiu's embrace to a nearby medical bed, meticulously examining his condition. After a moment, Lin Jin released his hold, smiling reassuringly at Lan Qiu and Li Fei, proclaiming, "Do not fret. He merely exhausted his soul energy and requires a good rest." Upon hearing this news, a heavy weight lifted from the hearts of Lan Qiu and Li Fei, both exhaling in relief simultaneously. Lan Qiu looked at Lin Jin with gratitude and said, "I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Lin." However, Lin Jin suddenly displayed a mischievous smile, softly suggesting, "No need for such formality. But I believe it would be best for you to care for him personally, wouldn't it, Lan Qiu?" Instantly, Lan Qiu's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing her embarrassment, Lin Jin ceased his teasing, chuckling, "All right, I was merely jesting. Let us depart." Reluctantly, Lan Qiu cast a lingering glance back at the ward before turning to leave. Once they had all exited, Bai stealthily infiltrated the room. He gazed at Tang Xing on the bed and silently began to channel his soul energy to heal him. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Instantly, he halted his actions, anxiously scanning for a hiding spot, yet found none suitable within the room. Finally, his gaze fell upon the space beneath the bed. Without hesitation, he crawled under it, silently praying not to be discovered. As the door to the ward creaked open, Bai's heart raced with tension. He fixated on the entrance, watching the individual who entered. Confirming that no one followed, the person gently shut the door. Bai exhaled in relief, thankful to have gone unnoticed. Yet curiosity soon consumed him. Who was this person? And why had they come here? Li Fei hurriedly retrieved the precious Xian Shui Dan from his possession, feeling a pang of reluctance but resolutely stating, "Though this Xian Shui Dan is quite costly today, I deem it worth it. Had it not been for you, Brother Tang, shielding me from that attack, I might have been left crippled. Henceforth, I shall consider you a steadfast friend." With that, he placed the elixir into Tang Xing's mouth. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, startling Li Fei, who swiftly took cover beneath the bed, initially believing this to be a secure refuge. He turned only to find a girl concealed in the same space, nearly prompting a gasp from him. Bai quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Do not make a sound. More people are arriving." The newcomer was Lan Qiu, who regarded Tang Xing on the bed, seemingly at a loss for words, ultimately choosing silence. She performed a brief treatment for Tang Xing before turning to leave. Witnessing this scene, Li Fei could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly what I am witnessing?" As dawn broke, Tang Xing slowly opened his eyes, and Lan Qiu spoke, "You are awake. Come, drink this soup." Tang Xing took a sip from the soup, and he felt a surge of energy stirring within him. Immediately, he seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling this energy to transform it into his own strength. Astonished, Tang Xing exclaimed, "I've actually broken through to level 44. How wonderful." Lan Qiu approached with a smile and said, "Congratulations. Now that you have awakened, let us set forth." Puzzled, Tang Xing inquired, "Where are we going?" Lan Qiu responded, "Do you remember yesterday's selection competition? It was to choose the 7 spirit users of Linghai. Our destination now is the Linghai Pavilion." Realization dawned on Tang Xing as he followed Lan Qiu to the Linghai Pavilion. The pavilion was situated in the most significant part of the academy, to the north. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, it served as a gathering place for the most formidable individuals of the academy. Tang Xing was profoundly astonished by the grandeur of the architecture, which he had never fathomed could exist in this world. Upon entering the Linghai Pavilion, they were further overwhelmed by its imposing presence. As Tang Xing's gaze settled, he spotted Li Fei and approached him alongside Lan Qiu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Pu Xian turned to Xiao Ming and inquired, "Master, may we begin?" Xiao Ming nodded, rising to address the assembly in a deep voice. "Greetings, I am Xiao Ming, the head of the Linghai Pavilion at Linghai Academy. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment and becoming the 7 spirit users of Linghai Academy. Furthermore, due to your valiant performances during the trials, our academy has decided to bestow upon you generous rewards. Additionally, you will represent the academy in the prestigious Continental Elite Soul Duel Tournament to bring honor to our institution. This not only acknowledges your efforts, but also presents a rare opportunity for further growth. I hope you will maintain this proactive attitude in the days to come and continue to enhance your capabilities. Finally, regarding the rewards, I am ready to present them to you now." With that, Xiaoming produced 5 soul bones from his robe and placed them on the table. The soul bones emanated a powerful aura, clearly of exceptional quality. However, Tang Xing frowned and candidly remarked, "These 5 soul bones are not suitable for me and Lan Xiao." His gaze lingered on the soul bones, revealing a hint of disappointment. Xiaoming turned to the boy who had just spoken, smiling as he said, "Indeed. You have not disappointed me. It seems you are the one chosen by Elder Shu. In that case, would you be willing to become his apprentice?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was somewhat taken aback, yet he promptly responded with utmost respect, "If I could receive guidance from Elder Tree, it would indeed be an honor for me as a junior. However, I already have Master Wu as my teacher, and I am truly at a loss as to how to make a choice." Elder Tree, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. "Oh dear, how can you be so naive? Becoming my disciple will not affect your relationship with Wu Xinheng in the slightest. Besides, I am actually Wu Xinheng's Shixiu. Do you truly believe that taking me as your master would be a disadvantage?" Ha. With that, he burst into triumphant laughter. Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback by the words of the old tree, her face betraying an awkward smile as she found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiaoming could not contain his amusement, secretly admiring the old tree's wit and humor. Tang Xing remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Thank you for your kindness, but I still need to contemplate this matter carefully. After all, it is of great significance to me, and I must approach it with due diligence." Upon hearing his response, the old tree's spirit chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed by his refusal. He waved his hand, signaling Tang Xing to relax. Then he slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his garments, and bid farewell to Tang Xing and the others, saying, "It's all right. It's a good thing for the young to have their own thoughts. If you come to a decision, feel free to visit me at Linghai Lake. There will be someone to assist you and guide you to me." With that, the old tree's spirit turned and departed, leaving Tang Xing and his companions with his retreating figure. Xiaoming then took out a translucent soul bone from his pocket and presented it to Tang Xing and the others. This soul bone radiated a gentle light, evoking a sense of mystique. Tang Xing accepted the soul bone and examined it closely, discovering that it contained 5 distinct attributes. However, despite their differences, none of these attributes resonated with his spirit eye martial soul or his elven martial soul. Consequently, Tang Xing handed the soul bone to his teammates with a smile, saying, "These 5 unique attributes are indeed precious, but unfortunately, they do not align well with our martial souls. If anyone is interested, feel free to try it. If you can absorb its energy, it might enhance your strength." Xian immediately discerned the true nature of the soul bone and disdainfully remarked, "This is a head soul bone for mental concentration, clearly more suited for a mental manipulation soul master, which I do not require. Who do you think you are fooling?" Tang Xing, feeling helpless, explained, "It is not that I do not wish to accept it, but rather that my mind seems to be telling me I do not need this soul bone. Moreover, I can sense that there is another soul bone within my mind." The others were taken aback and bewildered by this statement. Xian also found the situation rather perplexing, yet ultimately accepted the soul bone. Tang Xing then turned his gaze towards Li Fei, preparing to speak when Li Fei interrupted him. "Enough? Even if you do not desire this soul bone, we still have Lan Xiao." Lan Xiao revealed a faint smile and said helplessly, "I already possess a right arm bone." Li Fei sighed in resignation, and Xian suggested, "Since we have become the 7 spirit masters, why not establish a ranking?" After exchanging signals, they ranked Lin Qian first, Huang Quan second, Li Fei third, Xian fourth, Su Yan fifth, Tang Xing sixth, and Lan Xiao seventh. Su Yan exclaimed in disbelief, "Lan Xiao, you are so young. It's hard to believe." The 7 of them walking together resembled a vibrant rainbow, reflecting upon the surface of the pond. Chapter 33. Lian Wu Xian Hung looked at Tang Xing and the others with a serious expression, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. You have all met my expectations, and I shall grant you 3 days of leave to relax and unwind." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing and the others felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Bai suddenly dashed up to Tang Xing, beaming with a smile as he said, "Tang Xing, congratulations on successfully becoming a 7 spirit master. Are you free now?" Without hesitation, Tang Xing replied, "Of course I'm free. What's up?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Bai Yi's eyes as she inquired, "Why not seize this opportunity and accompany me to the dust forest?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao approached with curiosity, her brow furrowed in confusion. "The Lingqian forest? What do you intend to do there with him?" Bai Yi noticed the anger etched on Lan Xiao's face and felt a surge of displeasure. Lan Xiao retorted, "What business is it of yours whom I take?" "Sister, perhaps it's best you don't misinterpret the situation." Lan Xiao's frustration deepened, feeling disregarded. She challenged Bai Yi, saying, I will interfere. Why is it that you can call him? Who are you to him? And who is he to you? Bai Yi remained unfazed. Understanding that Lan Xiao was merely envious, she replied, I am his sister. Why shouldn't I have a say? This revelation stunned Lan Xiao into silence, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tang Xing sensed the awkwardness and sought to ease the tension. All right, let's not argue. Why don't we all go have some fun together? Yet, Lan Xiao could no longer restrain herself and posed a sudden question to Tang Xing. How many sisters do you actually have? This inquiry caught Tang Xing off guard, his surprise evident. Just two, Lan Xiao. Are you all right? He responded. Upon hearing his words, Lan Xiao was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself, what is wrong with me? Am I truly developing feelings for him? Noticing Lan Xiao's dazed state, Tang Xing grew concerned and asked, Lan Xiao, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? She snapped back to reality, shaking her head, and declared, I'm fine, really. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Tang Xing and Bai Yi to stand in place, both recognizing that something was amiss with Lan Xiao, yet unsure how to address it. Outside the classroom, Li Fei and Sun Tang curiously peeked in, observing the heated exchange among Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and Lan Xiao. Li Fei whispered, I just heard some explosive news. The commotion is intense. Women are truly formidable creatures. Sun Xiaokong patted Li Fei's shoulder, reminding him, you should be grateful that Xian isn't here. Li Fei, brimming with arrogance, retorted, what are you talking about? Even if she were here, she wouldn't dare raise her voice in front of me. Sun Xiaokong shook his head in exasperation, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Lan Xiao, gradually regaining her composure, spoke with unwavering resolve, then I shall go too. Her gaze was steadfast, as if she had made a decisive choice. Bai smiled and replied, that sounds splendid. The more, the merrier. At that moment, Li Fei abruptly chimed in, excitedly exclaiming, where are we going? Count me in. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and enthusiasm as he looked at the group. Tang Xing, however, fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Fei, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Li Fei questioned, bemused. Tang Xing calmly answered, what do you think? His gaze remained locked on Li Fei. He then elucidated. It was Jean who informed me. Li Fei, perplexed, remained unaware of who Jean was. At that moment, a monkey suddenly emerged from Tang Xing's body, and Li Fei finally came to a realization. It turned out that the golden-haired creature was this very monkey. Tang Xing turned to Bai Yi and inquired, when shall we depart? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi replied, let us set off tomorrow. For today, everyone should return home to rest well. His arrangement was both reasonable and considerate, evoking a sense of gratitude. The morning sun streamed through the clouds, illuminating the earth. Bai Tu led Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and Su Yan as they prepared to venture out. Just as they were about to leave, Su Yan curiously glanced at Tang Xing and asked, where are you all headed? Tang Xing smiled and responded. Bai Tu expressed a desire to visit the Lingshan forest. Upon hearing this, Su Yan exclaimed with excitement, then I want to join too. Bai Yi nodded with a smile, agreeing, certainly. The more, the merrier. However, Su Yan revealed a mischievous grin, and Tang Xing immediately sensed that she was about to embark on a lengthy discourse. He quickly interrupted her, saying, Su Yan, I recognize your vast knowledge, but allow me this opportunity to experience it firsthand. Su Yan reluctantly closed her mouth and followed them as they set off. The quartet, comprising Tang Xing, Bai Yi, and others, journeyed onward without pause. At last, they arrived at Lingshan City. Upon entering, Su Yan was captivated by the sights before her, her eyes sparkling as she excitedly dashed towards the food stalls to select delicacies. Tang Xing shook his head helplessly, glancing at Bai Yi and Su Yan. Before finding a nearby inn to sit down, he addressed the group, saying, we have traveled quite a distance. Let us take a moment to rest. He then approached the innkeeper and inquired, excuse me, could I have 3 rooms? The innkeeper glanced apologetically at the crowd outside and replied, I am sorry, but we only have 2 rooms available. Tang Xing immediately discerned his employer's intentions and smiled as he said, boss, you might be slightly mistaken. Those individuals are my friends, so I kindly request 3 rooms, please. Upon realizing that his little scheme had been uncovered, the boss's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Yet he could not utter another word and had no choice but to obediently hand the room keys to Tang Xing. After receiving the keys, Tang Xing turned to the group and announced, all right, I have secured 3 rooms, now let us allocate them. Suddenly, a boy shouted furiously, what on earth is going on? Where's the key to my room? His voice reverberated, instilling a sense of dread among those present. The staff, equally bewildered, bore expressions of confusion and quickly apologized. I am terribly sorry. Please hold on a moment. I will look into this right away. With that, he turned to investigate. After some diligent searching, the source of the predicament was finally uncovered. It turned out that just moments ago, the employee had inadvertently handed the key to an already reserved room to the young boy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the employee hurriedly approached the boy and inquired, "May I ask your name, sir?" Tang Xing responded, "My surname is Tang." "What exactly has transpired?" The employee promptly elaborated. "It appears that the key you just took is for a room that has already been booked. Might you return it to me? We will certainly provide you with appropriate compensation." Understanding the situation entirely, Tang Xing did not hesitate to reply, "Oh, I see. Very well. I shall return this key to you." As he spoke, he handed the key back to the employee. However, before Tang Xing could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the young man erupted again. "You insolent brat. I do not want your pity. How dare you take what belongs to me so easily? Today, you must either fight me or swiftly remove yourself from my presence. Choose one." With that, the young man confidently revealed his martial spirit and soul rings. 5 luminous rings encircling him, manifesting his formidable prowess and authority. Tang Xing was taken aback to discover that the young man's soul rings numbered an astonishing 5. He had not anticipated that he was facing a soul king, and what's more, a formidable black tiger martial spirit. However, the configuration of his soul rings was quite peculiar, consisting of 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. What an unusual combination. It was truly a source of both amusement and bewilderment. Without hesitation, Tang Xing activated his own spirit martial soul. Upon witnessing this, the young man, Yin Mu, was instantly infuriated. "What do you know?" he exclaimed. "I am Yin Mu, disciple of Elder Yin from the Tianyuan sect. These soul rings were specially sought out for me by my master. Each one is near its limit. How could an outsider like you possibly comprehend this? Come, let us engage in battle so you may witness my prowess." In an instant, Yin Mu clenched his fist and, with a flash of movement, appeared before Tang Xing, his fist descending with the force of a gale. Unfazed, Tang Xing countered with a punch of his own, the 2 fists colliding with a tremendous impact. The force of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, stirring it into a tempestuous swirl, akin to a miniature storm. Yin Mu immediately unleashed his second soul skill, the Black Tiger Shockwave. The darkness surrounding him deepened, blazing like inked flames, as a gigantic black tiger phantom materialized behind him, roaring towards the heavens. With a mighty punch, the phantom tiger opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black shockwave that surged forth directly towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, the Spirit Holy Light Wave. The luminous blade in his hand shimmered with a dazzling radiance, transforming into a resplendent beam of holy light, surging forth like a golden torrent towards Yin Mu. This divine light harbored boundless sacred power as it traversed the space, which seemed to be torn asunder. When the 2 formidable energies collided, the entire realm trembled violently, birthing a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. This tempest of energy was akin to apocalyptic destruction, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Li Fei observed the fierce battle, unable to suppress a smile, murmuring softly, in terms of the relationship of martial souls. "My luminous dagger belongs to the light attribute. Unfortunately, eye level is too low to harness its full potential. Although Lan Qiu's golden dragon martial soul also possesses the light attribute, it concurrently embodies the fire attribute. During the last assessment, even Lan Qiu's light attribute was not sufficiently high." Tang Xing took a deep breath, channeling all the soul power within him to gather the luminous elements into the blade of light in his hand. He swung the blade once more, unleashing a grand wave of sacred light that surged forth with boundless might, directly aimed at Yin Mu. Yin Mu's eyes widened, a flicker of terror flashing within them. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the blow, yet ultimately, he was overwhelmed by Tang Xing's assault and was sent crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Yin overheard whispers nearby, and, upon realizing that Yin Mu hailed from the Ling Tian sect, a wave of curiosity and anticipation welled up within her. She resolved to seek an opportunity to gauge this Yin Mu later, to ascertain whether he truly possessed the merit to be her rival. Tang Xing scoffed, remarking that the so-called Soul Ring King was nothing extraordinary. With an air of nonchalance, he regarded the vanquished foe, his heart brimming with confidence and pride. Beside him, Li Fei spoke up, suggesting, "Boss, how about I sleep alone in a room tonight?" His gaze was resolute as he conveyed his fearlessness of solitude. Tang Xing showed no objection. Instead, He cast an expectant glance towards Bai Yi, hoping for some intriguing suggestions. Observing this, Bai Yi took the initiative and proposed. Then I shall share a room with Sister Su Yan. His tone was calm, yet a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Su Yan nodded without hesitation, affirming sure. I have no objections. She appeared quite pleased with the arrangement, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Tang Xing perceived their intentions with a knowing smile. However, Lan Xiao, feeling somewhat uneasy, interjected, I can't shake off this ominous premonition. She furrowed her brows, casting a worried glance at the group. Su Yan inquired curiously of Bai Yi. Have you heard of the evil spirit soul masters? Or encountered those malevolent soul practitioners? Her voice was low and grave, tinged with an unsettling aura. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yi responded, what you are referring to must indeed be those wicked soul masters. To my knowledge, they typically cultivate by devouring the souls or life force of others, employing exceedingly cruel methods. Su Yan gently nodded in agreement, adding, precisely, and these malevolent soul masters are backed by a mysterious and ancient organization. Just then, a faint knocking echoed from the door. Su Yan whispered, someone's coming. Chapter 34. Entering the core zone, Bai Yi opened the door to find Tang Xing standing there. A look of surprise crossing his face as he asked, Tang Xing, what brings you here? Tang Xing was about to speak when Su Yan interjected, saying, you must be here to inquire about that person from earlier, aren't you? Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yan offered a gentle smile and softly said, please come in. With that, she stepped aside, gesturing for Tang Xing to enter the room. Tang Xing glanced at Su Yan, who noticed his gaze fixed upon her. Are you assessing whether I could serve as your second wife? I remain quite confident in my figure, she remarked. Unfazed, Tang Xing replied, very well, let me discern if you possess such potential. Su Yan, feeling a twinge of apprehension, responded, no, please. All right, you must be inquiring about that man from earlier, aren't you? Tang Xing furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before inquiring. Is his soul ring cultivation technique genuine? Su Yan nodded in affirmation, replying, according to the ancient texts of our family, it can be confirmed as authentic. However, this method of cultivation is exceedingly perilous, thus categorized as a forbidden practice. I never imagined anyone would dare to attempt such a method. Tang Xing slightly frowned and pressed on, what kind of sect is the Ling Tian sect? Upon hearing the name, Su Yan's face contorted with fear and revulsion. She rose to her feet, a shiver running down her spine. She stated, from what I understand, the Ling Tian sect is an ancient and enigmatic establishment. Yet their existence is steeped in malevolence. It is said that the soul masters within their ranks are malevolent beings, and they possess a unique cultivation method, the specifics of which remain unknown to anyone. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Xing remarked, at times, I find myself quite impressed by you. It is truly remarkable that you have journeyed from a humble little earth to your current standing. However, I am curious about your true identity. Su Yan gazed at Tang Xing, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, but she swiftly regained her composure. She softly inquired, are you truly eager to know? Tang Xing nodded, feeling entitled to learn Su Yan's genuine identity. Observing his resolute demeanor, Su Yan finally divulged, I am the little princess of the Su family and a disciple of the Cloud sect. The Su family boasts a rich historical legacy in Tianling. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Yan, utterly taken aback by her noble lineage. Su Yan continued, in truth, our family is steeped in history, with generations of exceptional explorers, archaeologists, and scholars. However, the Prince of the Tianling War Hall holds my talents and potential in high regard, bestowing upon me an esteemed evaluation and elevating my status to just below that of the Sun-Star Dust Alliance. This signifies that my influence and authority within the Tianling War Hall are considerable, and I have effectively become a member of their inner circle. Tang Xing was rendered speechless, his eyes as wide as saucers as he exclaimed, what? Such a prestigious position? Then why do you still refer to yourself as a disciple of the Cloud sect? What manner of sect is this? He was reeling from the unexpected revelation, his curiosity regarding Su Yan's identity intensifying. In the face of Tang Xing's barrage of questions, Su Yan remained composed, responding with poise. As for how I became a disciple of the Cloud sect, it was, of course, due to my successful passage of their tests. You are not familiar with the Cloud sect? Very well, allow me to elaborate. The Cloud sect was established eons ago by Senior Tang Yun. At this revelation, Tang Xing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, jolting him into awareness. His jaw dropped in astonishment. The cloud sect founded by Senior Tang Yin. Su Yin smiled at his incredulous expression, affirming, indeed, it was founded by Senior Tang Yin. At that time, the cloud sect was immensely powerful, on par with the 5 major sects in the Tianling sect, and it was one of the sects most cherished by Senior Tang Tan. Bai brought forth a steaming cup of tea, carefully placing it before Su Yin, and gently remarked, Su Yin, please enjoy your tea. Observing this, Tang Xing could not help but sigh, alas, how distant our bond has become, that even a cup of water is not offered to me. Bai turned to Tang Xing, a playful glimmer in his eyes, teasingly responding, all right, just a moment. He then turned to fetch more tea. Su Yin continued to share the secrets she knew. Let me reveal a secret. It is said that the Cloud sect currently lacks a leader. The highest authority within the sect is the 9th elder, but I hear that the 5th elder has recently returned, leaving the position of leader temporarily vacant. Bai returned with another cup of tea, and Tang Xing accepted it, taking a sip before directing his gaze back to Su Yin. Su Yin informed him, although you have now become a disciple of the Cloud sect, you have yet to truly grasp its strength and resources. Thus, it is imperative that you address this matter promptly. Furthermore, the sect will soon hold a re-election for the sect leader, presenting a rare opportunity. Should you desire to attain greater power and status, you must earnestly seize this chance. However, I have only learned of this news through internal channels. After speaking, Su Yin cast a glance at Tang Xing, seemingly awaiting his response. Bai then chimed in, it is getting late. Perhaps you should just sleep here, as there are plenty of rooms available. Tang Xing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, politely declined, I think it's best if I return home to rest. A sly smile appeared on Su Yin's face as she softly inquired, what do you think? Bai responded with pride, rest assured. I was concerned that the medicine might not be potent enough, so I added extra ingredients to ensure he sleeps soundly, guaranteeing its efficacy. Upon finishing, the two exchanged satisfied glances, both wearing contented smiles. After Tang Xing returned to his room, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and an unbearable heat enveloped his entire body. Staggering, he made his way to the bedside and collapsed onto the bed. At that moment, Lan Qiu was sitting on the bed, observing Tang Xing's unusual pallor. Concerned, she inquired, Tang Xing, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Xing, in a daze, replied, Lan Qiu, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. After uttering these words, he began to unbutton his shirt, seeking relief from the heat. Observing this, Lan Qiu hurriedly approached to support Tang Xing and attempted to help him remove his outer garment. However, at that moment, Tang Xing suddenly exerted his strength, forcefully pushing Lan Qiu onto the bed. This unexpected action startled Lan Qiu, her eyes widened in shock, and her body became rigid, paralyzed with fear. In a state of confusion, Tang Xing felt himself lying atop a soft body, which he recognized to be Lan Qiu. He struggled to regain control, yet his body seemed to act independently. He murmured, Lan Qiu, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Bai and Su Yin were in the adjacent room, observing the scene through the bars of the window. They overheard the exchange between Tang Xing and Lan Qiu, followed by sounds of movement, which prompted them to share a knowing smile. Su Yin chuckled and remarked to Bai, it seems their commotion is quite significant. I hadn't anticipated Tang Xing to be so vigorous. Bai nodded in agreement. The two continued to watch in silence, eager for the unfolding events. The night quietly slipped away. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu exchanged a glance, the latter appearing somewhat shy. Li Fei and the others approached, and Bai examined the map, stating, to reach Lingshan City, head straight west from here. Li Fei inquired, and how do we navigate from our current location? Bai replied after consulting the map. If we take my direction, it would be southwest, and we will arrive swiftly. The group followed Bai as they ventured into Lingshan Forest. Bai activated his sensing ability and instructed, everyone, follow closely and do not stray. Tang Xing hesitated. Bai, could you come with me for a moment? They found a quiet spot, where Tang Xing asked, are you concealing something? Bai, no longer withholding, confessed, yes, my brother's spirit is here. Tang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, why didn't you tell me something so significant? His voice echoed with a hint of reproach, striking Bai like a thunderclap, with a childlike sense of grievance. Bai replied, I feared it would waste your time. Tang Xing pressed on, has your brother taken form? Bai responded, he has, but I am somewhat anxious. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing suggested, then we shall search for him. If he is in spirit beast form, we will devise a story. Subsequently, Bai and Tang Xing rejoined the group, leading them into Lingshan Forest, a place fraught with peril. It was said that ancient spirit beasts and mutated thousand-year spirit beasts often roamed these woods, prompting Su Yin to caution everyone to remain vigilant. Upon hearing about the mutated thousand-year spirit beasts, Tang Xing queried, "Spirit beasts can mutate?" Su Yin explained, "They undergo transformation through special secret methods." Entering Lingqian Forest felt akin to stepping into an enormous green labyrinth, where every step carried the weight of danger. Su Yin's words resonated like a warning bell in the hearts of all present. Tang Xing's inquiries lingered as an enigma, igniting a sense of curiosity about the mysteries that lay within the forest. Tang Xing immediately activated her spiritual martial soul to assist Bai Yi in searching for her brother. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Li Fei, shivering from the cold, exclaimed, "Boss, don't you feel chilly?" Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Tang Xing felt a sudden jolt and indeed sensed a slight chill in the air. She replied, "Now that you mention it, it is a bit cold." Bai Shi employed his perception to investigate the presence of his brother. While Bai Yi discerned an extremely cold soul beast through his own perception, Tang Xing sensed the chilling presence through Bai Yi and cautioned, "Everyone, be on guard." A wave of cold swept in, fierce as a torrent yet frigid as an iceberg, rendering it nearly unbearable. Adapting alongside Li Fei and Lan Qiu, Tang Xing summoned the spirit of the elf. Li Fei emanated a radiant aura, while Lan Qiu called forth the golden dragon spirit. Together, the trio released a wave of light, which spiraled around them like a tornado, whisking them to a specific location. Su Yin opened her eyes to behold the fiery crimson hot spring and the icy blue cold spring, exclaiming, "Could it be?" Chapter 35, The Eye of Ice and Fire. "Is this the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Su Yin gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Tang Xing, intrigued, inquired, "Su Yin, how do you know this is the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Gazing at the extraordinary scene before her, Su Yin trembled with excitement as she replied, "This is a place spoken of by my family. The legendary Eye of Ice and Fire lies within our family's territory, yet its precise location has remained elusive. I never imagined I would encounter it here today." Tang Xing nodded in understanding, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What a remarkable coincidence. Su Yin, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit your home." As their conversation unfolded, an icy aura suddenly surged forth from the spring of the cold spring. In that instant, a woman adorned in a flowing ice-blue robe, her hair cascading to her waist, gradually materialized. Simultaneously, the hot spring began to bubble vigorously, flames erupting forth, revealing a woman clad in a short red skirt with shoulder-length hair amidst the fiery inferno. The appearance of these two women left Su Yin and Tang Xing utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Su Yin immediately recognized the chilling presence emanating from the woman standing by the cold spring. This slender figure, with waist-length hair and skin as fair as snow, wore a delicate light blue gown embroidered with exquisite ice flower patterns, seemingly blending seamlessly with the surrounding chill. Her eyes, deep and mysterious like a tranquil lake, evoked a sense of reverence. The woman by the cold spring spoke, "You have traveled far. Surely it is not merely for this Eye of Ice and Fire." Her voice was melodious yet laced with an icy undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang Xing stepped forward, his tall and imposing figure exuding an air of nobility. His handsome and resolute visage was adorned by a flowing black robe, intricately embroidered with golden dragon motifs, which bestowed upon him an aura of formidable authority. With a respectful gesture, he addressed the two, saying, "Esteemed ones, we have not come here to usurp the Eye of Ice and Fire. I implore you to allow us to depart." His tone was resolute and powerful, his gaze reflecting confidence and dignity. In response, the fiery woman from the blazing sun exclaimed, "Let you leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please? How naive! If you cannot triumph over us today, you shall not escape this place." With that, flames erupted around her, transforming into a roaring sea of fire. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xing immediately reacted, swiftly sidestepping the opponent's attack, while exclaiming, "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle." His gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, as if he aimed to pierce through the very soul of his adversary. He then unleashed his first soul skill, spirit detection, to gain a clearer grasp of the unfolding battle. Li Fei, wielding the radiant dagger, darted towards the fiery woman with remarkable agility, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky. Concurrently, the woman wielding fire cried out, "Sister Binger, are you not going to make a move? What are we waiting for?" Binger responded, "All right, Sister Qian, do not be so hasty." No sooner had she spoken than the ancient flute in her hands produced a melodious tune, and a chilling aura began to permeate the air. She then invoked her first soul skill, frost induction, causing the temperature around her to plummet, resulting in a thick layer of frost forming upon the ground. Following this, she executed her second soul skill, Melody of Cold Sound, where the music resonated with an endless intent to kill and an icy power that sent shivers down the spine. Su Yin was greatly astonished, pondering how ice and fire, opposing elements, could possibly harmonize. Binger replied, "Indeed, ice and fire are fundamentally opposing forces. Yet you shall never have the opportunity to comprehend this." With a commanding shout, Tang Xing, aware that he could not withstand the forthcoming onslaught, urged, "Quickly, come to my side." Tang Xing immediately utilized his third soul skill, Spirit Light Transformation, followed by his first soul skill, Spirit Holy Light Wave. The collision of these two energies generated a formidable shockwave, distorting the surrounding air. However, this force did not entirely thwart Bing Air's assault. Instead, it was consumed by her flames. Bing Air laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, "Haha, with such meager abilities, do you truly believe you can thwart my attack?" Such naivety. She intensified her flames, aiming to decisively defeat Tang Xing and his companions. At that moment, the two ancient figures beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire sensed the commotion above. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the clash between Tang Xing and Bing Air. One of the old men murmured, "To withstand the fifth soul skill of Crimson Flame, this young man is indeed extraordinary." The other elder displayed a glimmer of avarice, remarking, "Hee hee. If we could acquire his soul, we might just break through our own limitations and ascend further." Shui Air, witnessing Tang Xing's ability to repel Bing Air's attack, felt a surge of surprise within her. She realized that his strength surpassed her initial expectations. Thus, she resolved to intervene personally, wishing to demonstrate her prowess to Tang Xing. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Fifth soul skill, Frosty Requiem." As her voice resonated, the temperature around them plummeted, and a thick layer of ice rapidly formed on the ground. Tang Xing and his companions felt a piercing chill that sent involuntary shivers through their bodies. They understood that the adversary they faced was exceedingly formidable, necessitating their utmost effort to confront it. Tang Xing gripped his weapon firmly, bracing himself for the impending assault from Bing Air. The frigid melody of her Ice Soul Requiem possessed the power to subdue even the Soul Emperor, and Tang Xing found it quite challenging to withstand the sheer force of his recent attack. In an instant, Lan Xiu summoned her Golden Dragon Martial Spirit, its deep roar resonating throughout the entire space, causing the Eye of Ice and Fire to begin to boil. She raised her Golden Dragon Spear, and the majestic dragon swirled around her, embodying an aura of authority and strength. Subsequently, Lan Xiu unleashed her fourth soul skill, the Golden Dragon Dance. As she moved, the Golden Dragon began to sway, emanating powerful waves of energy that caused the surroundings to tremble violently. Suddenly, a colossal roar echoed from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and from its depths emerged a massive dragon, entirely adorned in pristine white and radiating an icy aura, unleashing a thunderous bellow. Simultaneously, another dragon, crimson in hue and exuding searing heat, appeared right behind it. Tang Xing was astonished by the scene before him, murmuring to himself, "Could this truly be the legendary Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King?" At that moment, the Ice Dragon King exhaled a chilling breath and, with a gaze filled with curiosity, looked at Tang Xing and spoke, "This familiar aura. Could it be that you are the Golden Dragon?" Tang Xing hurriedly clarified, "No, I am not the Golden Dragon. I am Lan Xiu." At that moment, the Ice Dragon King had acclimated to the auras of Bing Air and Qi Yin, and its gaze softened considerably. Bing Air instantly comprehended the underlying reason and quickly apologized to everyone, saying, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you can forgive us. Please, allow Lan Xiu to stay, and rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions." Tang Xing glanced at Lan Xiu with a hint of concern, yet she nodded and said, "Lan Xiu, please take care of yourself. Remember to come find us after your discussion." Bing Air led Tang Xing, Ain, and the others to a quaint abode and courteously stated, "Everyone, please remain calm here for the time being. My master will certainly have inquiries to make and will not pose any threat to you, so rest assured." The Ice Dragon King scrutinized Lan Xiu from various angles, prompting Lan Xiu to express his impatience. "Predecessor, you are going a bit too far." The Ice Dragon King gazed at Lan Xiu in disbelief, exclaiming, "You must be a soul beast in human form, am I correct?" Lan Xiu, feeling vexed, replied, "Indeed. I am a soul beast in human form. My true essence is that of a golden dragon." The Fire Dragon King, filled with excitement, interjected, "That is it. This aura undoubtedly belongs to a soul beast. How could it possibly emanate from a human? But why are you recultivating? At that moment, Lan Xiao felt like a rare creature under scrutiny, his patience thoroughly exhausted. He retorted with irritation, "Predecessor, you are indeed overstepping." The Ice Dragon King's gaze was laden with incredulity as he fixated on Lan Xiao, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. He softly inquired, "You must be a soul beast in human form, correct?" Lan Xiao's irritation intensified, tinged with a hint of resignation as he stated, "I am indeed a soul beast in human form. My true essence is that of a golden dragon." The Fire Dragon King, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "That's it. This aura is unmistakably that of a soul beast. It cannot possibly belong to a mere human. So, why are you recultivating?" Lan Xiao responded, "For myself, and also to attain divinity." The Ice Dragon King pressed further, "Do you still remember us?" Lan Xiao looked bewildered. "You are not the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King." The Fire Dragon King, filled with joy, replied, "Wonderful. It appears our esteemed master still remembers us." Lan Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his mind flooded with confusion. "When did I become your esteemed master?" The Fire Dragon King lamented, "Then how do you know about us?" Lan Xiao covered his face and replied in a deep voice, "Someone mentioned it just now." The Ice Dragon King discerned, "It seems you have lost your memory. But that is of little consequence. We shall still follow your lead." Lan Xiao's curiosity piqued as he asked, "What is your esteemed master like?" The Fire Dragon King eagerly responded, "Our master is imposing, exuding an aura of dominance, akin to a towering mountain, unreachable and majestic, resembling a brilliant star, radiating an extraordinary light. He is the revered lord of our clan, inspiring awe." Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao remained utterly unmoved. Tang Xing was unable to remain seated, his anxiety palpable as he implored, "I beseech you to report this. I wish to meet your esteemed master." Bai Yi, equally distressed, chimed in, "I too wish to go." Shuai hastily approached the Ice Dragon King, bowing respectfully as she announced, "Master, Tang Xing and the others wish to see you." After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Dragon King replied calmly, "Very well, you may escort Lan Xiao back. I have matters to discuss with him." Ice Air led Lan Xiao back to their humble abode, informing Tang Xing that their master had summoned them. Tang Xing and Bai Yi promptly made their way to the Ice Dragon King, who inquired, "I wish to ask you, how did you acquire your second martial soul?" Tang Xing replied defiantly, "Of course, it is my own." The Ice Dragon King's piercing gaze resembled a chilling blade, fixated upon Tang Xing as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Undeterred, Tang Xing stood tall and unleashed the formidable aura of his spirit martial soul. Realizing the authenticity of this presence, the Ice Dragon King remarked, "Indeed, such an aura cannot be mistaken. Now that I have fulfilled my inquiry, is there anything else?" Bai Yi, like an eager rabbit, interjected, "May I ask, esteemed elder, if you have recently encountered a seven-colored spirit deer?" The Ice Dragon King immediately focused his dragon eye, discerning that this human was also a soul beast. He responded, "Not long ago, I did sense the presence of a soul beast in this vicinity. However, it met an unfortunate demise. As for the remains," the Ice Dragon King conjured an ice coffin, revealing the lifeless form of Bai Yi's brother within. Though Bai Yi had mentally prepared for this revelation, the impact was still profoundly devastating. Wiping away her tears, Bai Yi inquired, "Esteemed elder, who is responsible for this tragic fate?" The Ice Dragon King reflected, "To put it in your terms, it was a group of malevolent soul masters who caused its downfall. Truly a lamentable loss of life." Tang Xing then asked, "Might I take some celestial herbs?" The Ice Dragon King replied, "You may, but leave a root for me." Tang Xing activated his spiritual eyes and, with his profound understanding of divine herbs, selected only those that would prove beneficial to himself and his companions. After obtaining the Ice Dragon King's consent, he began his cultivation at the Eye of Ice and Fire. During this process, a remarkable transformation occurred within the soul rings of his spiritual martial soul. The originally yellow rings suddenly transformed into golden ones, signifying yet another enhancement of his martial prowess. In Chapter 36, upon hearing the commotion, the Ice Dragon King emerged and, upon observing the color of Tang Xing's soul rings, furrowed his brow and remarked, "You ought to conceal that soul ring." Understanding the Ice Dragon King's intent, Tang Xing promptly acknowledged that the brilliance of his soul rings could attract unnecessary attention. Consequently, he activated his soul skill, altering the color of his rings back to yellow. With a smile, he elaborated, "This is my new soul skill, to be precise. It is a technique of my own creation." The Ice Dragon King nodded in approval. Subsequently, Tang Xing presented the Ice Dragon King with a fruit, saying, "Here, open your mouth." The Ice Dragon King obediently complied, and with a swift motion, Tang Xing tossed the fruit into its mouth. Upon swallowing, a surge of formidable energy surged within the Ice Dragon King, prompting it to close its eyes and quietly absorb the transformative power. In a brief moment, a magnificent aura erupted from the Ice Dragon King, its body radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Aware of the benefits bestowed by the fruit, it settled down to deeply contemplate and assimilate this newfound strength. At that moment, the Fire Dragon King burst forth, exclaiming, "What is happening here?" Tang Xing, feigning innocence, replied, "I merely offered it a fruit, and this is the result." The Fire Dragon King's eyes widened, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Give me one too." Without hesitation, Tang Xing tossed a fruit to the Fire Dragon King. After catching it, the Fire Dragon King promptly consumed it, soon entering a meditative state akin to that of the Ice Dragon King. As time passed, both the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King eventually awakened. The Fire Dragon King, his face flushed with excitement, joyfully declared, "Wow, my cultivation has soared significantly. This is simply marvelous. Thank you." He then cast a grateful glance at Tang Xing, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Tang Xing took a deep breath, his gaze solidifying with determination, as if he were silently concocting some significant words in his heart. At last, he spoke, "Esteemed seniors, I have discovered the purpose of my visit here. Now, I humbly request that you allow me and my friends to depart from this place safely." Upon hearing these words, the Ice Dragon King erupted into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the cavern. His laughter was infused with a sense of exuberance and goodwill, instilling a sense of ease in those present. Once the laughter subsided, the Ice Dragon King ceased his mirth and regarded Tang Xing earnestly, responding, "Certainly. We have no intention of preventing your departure. In fact, I have a small request of my own, which I hope you will consider." Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Oh, what request might that be?" The Ice Dragon King displayed a gentle smile, his gaze shifting to the two children beside him. He softly articulated, "I wish to request that you take Binger and Yenner with you to explore the wonders of the outside world. They are still quite young and know nothing of what lies beyond, yet I firmly believe they possess the courage to confront the unknown challenges that await. Might you be willing to accompany them on this journey?" With that, his gaze returned to Tang Xing, filled with anticipation for his response. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Very well, but they must join our sect." He was acutely aware of the extraordinary abilities possessed by these two women. Their inclusion would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the sect. The Ice Dragon King nodded without hesitation, affirming his commitment to the promise. A sense of relief washed over Tang Xing, for he knew he had made a judicious choice. Subsequently, he led the group back to Linghai City. However, just as they were nearing the Yun sect, a massive shadow suddenly surged towards them from the distance, moving with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Tang Xing swiftly blocked the onslaught of the dark mist, yet in the next moment, waves of black energy surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Without hesitation, Tang Xing transformed into her ethereal form and promptly unleashed her first technique, the light of all spirits, purifying the encroaching shadows one by one. However, the remaining dark mist did not relent. It rapidly coalesced around an individual. The cloaked figure let out a chilling laugh, remarking, "Interesting, you can purify my mist. It seems you cannot be allowed to remain." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he surged towards Tang Xing with astonishing speed. Seeing this, Bing Er unhesitatingly released the formidable aura of the Soul King. Simultaneously, Li Fei and his companions prepared to lend their aid. Yet, at that moment, Qi Yan interposed himself, exuding confidence as he declared, "With him alone, you need not intervene. Watch me. Fifth soul skill, Flame Slash." With that, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a blazing inferno and hurtling towards the cloaked figure. Unfazed by the impending strike, the figure invoked his third soul skill, the Fang of the White Wolf. Enormous wolf fangs materialized behind him, exuding a fierce energy as they lunged towards Tang Xing. Just as the fangs were about to close in on her, a bolt of violet lightning descended from the heavens, shattering them into oblivion. Following this, a young man clad in white descended gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. With striking features and an aura of undeniable strength, he fixed his gaze upon the cloaked figure and bellowed, "Fang Yao, do not flee. Today, I shall ensure your capture." The cloaked figure, Fang Yao, upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee, laughing maniacally. "Mo Yun, Let me tell you, capturing me is impossible. We have all the time in the world. Miyun sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He has escaped once more. He then turned his attention to Tang Xing, his eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and caution. Tang Xing stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Mu." Miyun scrutinized Tang Xing, asking bluntly, "May I inquire how you wish to be addressed, sir?" Tang Xing promptly replied, "My surname is Tang." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. But he quickly regained his composure, his tone shifting to one of courtesy. "Ah, so it is Mr. Tang. I beg your pardon. My name is Mu Yun. Might I inquire if Mr. Tang would be willing to befriend me?" Tang Xing inquired, "May I ask what you were just doing?" Mu Yun smiled and replied, "Are you familiar with the Ling Tian sect?" Just as Tang Xing was about to respond, Mu Yun continued, "The Ling Tian sect is a reclusive sect. Yet they practice sinister arts. I must attend to this matter. Mr. Tang, it seems our paths may not cross again." Tang Xing watched as Mu Yun departed, and the surroundings reverted back to their former state. Jinyu, upon seeing Tang Xing and the others, excitedly exclaimed, "Little Xing." Tang Xing immediately noticed Jinyu and responded, "Sister Jinyu, what brings you here?" Jinyu, filled with astonishment, replied, "I am here to fulfill a task assigned by the sect." Understanding Jinyu's intentions, Tang Xing stated resolutely, "Sister Jinyu, regarding your previous inquiry about my interest in joining the sect, I have made my decision. I wish to join." Jinyu was elated by Tang Xing's response, exclaiming, "Wonderful. This way, I can provide a satisfactory report to the higher-ups of the sect." Tang Xing then inquired, "Sister Jinyu, I have 2 friends with me who also wish to join the sect. What do you think?" Jinyu confidently affirmed, "Since they are introduced by you, I wholeheartedly trust your judgment." "Where are they?" Tang Xing promptly summoned them over, and Jinyu asked, "Can both of you unleash your martial spirits and soul rings? I need to make a record." Bing Air and Qi Yin simultaneously released their martial spirits, the cold sound flute and the radiant soul ring, showcasing a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black ring. Jinyu immediately noticed the uniqueness of the woman's martial spirit and inquired, "Is your martial spirit of the fire element?" Qi Yin responded affirmatively, "Yes. May I ask what your martial spirit is?" "My spirit senses a remarkable affinity with yours." Jinyu then revealed her martial spirit, stating, "Mine is the phoenix of fire. While it is currently in a preliminary stable state, the power within is still far beyond my control. It is overwhelmingly vast." Tang Xing stepped forward, presenting a celestial herb into Jinyu's hands, saying, "Sister Jinyu, I prepared this coxcomb phoenix sunflower specifically for you. Please do not decline. It may aid you greatly." Jin Lin, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, "The coxcomb phoenix sunflower. What a treasure. Sister, consume it quickly. I will protect you. Rest assured, this will greatly benefit you." Jinyu immediately ingested the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and her body began to radiate warmth as the power within surged forth. Observing this, Jin Lin swiftly released a divine aura to assist Jinyu. With Jin Lin's support, she successfully transformed that power into her phoenix strength, while the celestial herb provided by Tang Xing enabled her to break through to the Soul King realm. Jin Lin joyfully leaped and stated, "Sister, I will take you to find your 5th soul ring." Jinyu promptly grasped Jin Lin's arm, saying, "Brother, there is no rush. Let us first escort them back to the sect." Jin Lin, knowing he could not argue with his sister, consented, "Very well." Jinyu led Tang Xing and the others to a towering sign at the northeast of Ling High City, where she called out, "Come in." Upon entering, they observed sect disciples engaged in sparring and training. Jinyu addressed Su Yin, saying, "You may head to your room now." Turning her gaze to Lan Xiao and Li Fei, her eyes sparkled with anticipation akin to twinkling stars as she gently asked, "Would you both consider joining our sect?" Without hesitation, Li Fei replied, "Where the leader goes, I shall follow." Jinyu felt a deep sense of satisfaction, her face beaming with a smile, as she patted Li Fei's shoulder, silently conveying that their friendship was as unyielding as steel. He turned to Lan Xiao, his gaze filled with profound anticipation, akin to the depths of a tranquil lake. He softly inquired, "And what of you, Lan Xiao?" After a moment's hesitation, Lan Xiao stammered, "I apologize, but I must consult my master regarding this matter." Jinyu chuckled warmly, "That is indeed wise. Just take your time to ponder it. And you may seek me out whenever you are ready. Li Fei, you are to go to Senior Sister Min. Elder 9 has requested the person you are to bring back to meet her." A disciple conveyed the message. Jinyu led Tang Xing and the others to Elder 9. And upon catching sight of her, Tang Xing was utterly astonished. Elder 9 was none other than Chapter 37, the gift of celestial herbs. Upon a single glance, Tang Xing recognized the woman seated in a lofty position. It was none other than his mother. The ninth elder greeted Tang Xing, saying, "Hello, we meet again." Young Tang Xing gazed at the ninth elder with a sense of astonishment, completely taken aback to discover that his mother was, in fact, the ninth elder of the Cloud sect. This revelation filled him with profound surprise and disbelief. Tang Xing couldn't help but reminisce about his previous encounter with Elder Jiao, where an extraordinary bond had seemingly formed between them. Now, upon discovering that Elder Jiao is his mother, a tumult of emotions swelled within him. He gazed at Elder Jiao, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Although he was taken aback by this revelation, he simultaneously felt a profound sense of comfort and joy at having found his mother. Elder Jiao smiled warmly at Tang Xing, her eyes radiating deep maternal love and concern. She understood the myriad of hardships and challenges he had faced, and now, having finally reunited with him, she felt an overwhelming sense of solace. Tang Xing took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. He resolved to cherish this rare bond of kinship, to engage meaningfully with his mother, and to confront the future together. "Jean, you spoke first. Elder Jiao, I have brought the individuals you requested." With that, she stepped aside, allowing Bing Er and Qi Yin to approach and present themselves before Elder Jiao. The elder scrutinized them closely, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, they are promising candidates. Let them remain. From now on, Insect shall be your home." He then turned to Jin Yu, instructing, "You heir, please escort them to rest and prepare for tomorrow's initiation ceremony." He added, addressing Bing Er and Qi Yin, "Ensure you both rest well and adjust your state. There will be a simple initiation ceremony tomorrow." In unison, they replied, "Thank you, Elder," and followed Jin Yu as they departed. Tang Xing, feeling somewhat at a loss after their departure, found himself uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, Elder Jiao approached him with a smile and inquired, "Star, do you wish to join our Yun sect?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing immediately nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Observing his response, Elder Jiao patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Very well, since that is the case. The sect will soon announce the return of Elder C. You should accompany us." Although Tang Xing did not fully grasp the significance of this, he obediently agreed. Tang Xing inquired with confusion, "The fourth elder? Who is that?" Suddenly, the ninth elder made a shushing gesture towards Tang Xing, speaking in an air of mystery. "That is a secret." At that moment, a sonorous and solemn bell tolled throughout the sect. Upon hearing the chime, all disciples hastened towards a singular direction, ultimately converging at the Grand Assembly Hall. Standing at the center of the platform was the presiding host of the assembly, Ru Jian. With a grave expression and a resounding voice, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence. Today marks the return of our fourth elder to Yun sect. Let us extend the warmest applause and cheers to welcome her home." As Ru Jian's words echoed, the atmosphere became extraordinarily lively. The disciples erupted into applause and cheers, expressing their anticipation and reverence for the fourth elder. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared in the sky, soaring and emitting a melodious cry. In the next instant, it descended into the center of the square, and as the flames dissipated, a man clad in a black robe emerged before the crowd. "Wow, what is that? A phoenix?" The spectators gasped in astonishment, their faces alight with shock and curiosity. Jean Lin disdainfully approached the speaker, a smirk of contempt gracing his lips as he declared, "I am the fourth elder of Yun sect." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly across the square, ensuring all could hear him distinctly. As his words settled, an immense aura erupted from him, akin to an invisible tidal wave that swept outward. This presence was laden with pressure and dominance, evoking a profound sense of awe. Everyone present found themselves overwhelmed by this formidable force, gasping for breath, while Elder Yang, initially intending to speak, was deterred by Jean Lin's intimidating aura. At this juncture, the ninth elder stepped forward and announced, "The matter concerning the fourth elder has reached a conclusion. It can be said to be settled. Furthermore, I have another significant announcement to make." With that, Tang Xing advanced to the center of the assembly hall. The ninth elder's voice grew even more resonant as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, Tang Xing will officially join our Yun sect. Moreover, Tang Xing is under my protection, should I be absent from the sect in the future. Tang Xing shall have the authority to assume my position." "Very well, that is all. Everyone may disperse." As the ninth elder's final words lingered in the air, the Grand Assembly Hall fell into a profound silence. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, stunned and perplexed by this sudden decision. Yet, none dared voice dissent or opposition. for they were acutely aware of the Ninth Elder's esteemed status and formidable power within the Yun sect. Tang Xing stood in the chamber of the Ninth Elder of the Yun sect, addressing Jiang Yu with earnestness. Mother, the matter has been resolved, and I believe it is time for me to return to school. After all, my studies remain of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully and replied, Indeed. That seems prudent. However, do take care of your safety, particularly while traveling. Would you like to rest here for a while before you depart? A trace of concern and affection glimmered in her eyes. Tang Xing smiled, acknowledging his mother's concern. However, he felt that he was not as fatigued as she thought, and thus replied, It's all right, mother. I am not tired at all. Moreover, there is no rush to travel. We can take our time. Seeing her son so resolute, Jiang Yu chose not to press further, but gently advised, Very well, since you have made up your mind, please be careful on the road. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Tang Xing nodded with a smile, reassuringly saying, Rest assured, mother. I will take good care of myself. There is plenty of time, so there is no need for excessive worry. He understood that his mother often fretted over him, and he wished to ease her mind. Afterward, Tang Xing bid farewell to Jiang Yu, leaving the room and preparing for his journey home. He reflected quietly that although his return to Yunzong had been fraught with challenges, fortunately, everything had been resolved. Looking ahead, he was filled with anticipation and confidence that he would achieve even greater accomplishments. Qi Yin and Bing Er observed a senior brother practicing elemental techniques. Qi Yin was captivated, while Bing Er discerned at a glance that the individual possessed an extraordinary martial soul. She remarked, his martial soul must be the elemental fan, capable of wielding the powers of the 5 elements. At that moment, Jin Yu approached them, introducing, Indeed, he is your master, Qianmo. Come over. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin could hardly believe her ears, incredulously asking, He is our master? That can't be right. What is your cultivation level? Without hesitation, Qianmo responded, Soul King. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin displayed a look of disdain, scoffing, A mere Soul King. What is so impressive about that? Qianmo, sensing her attitude, provocatively challenged, What? Do you look down upon me? Care for a duel? Qi Yin's interest was piqued at this proposition, as it aligned perfectly with her desires, and she readily agreed. All right. Let us go. The two swiftly assumed combat stances, and Qianmo suddenly recalled something, smiling as he said, By seniority, you are indeed my junior sister. As your senior, I shall allow you to strike first. Qi Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, responding with a hint of disdain. In that case, be ready to receive my attack. Third soul skill, Heavenly Fire Transformation. First soul skill, Blazing Flame. With that, she danced her hands, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted from her palms, creating a searing ocean of fire that surged towards Qianmo. In the face of Qi Yan's assault, Qianmo reacted swiftly, immediately channeling the water elemental force from his elemental fan, exclaiming, Third soul skill, Roar of Water. Instantly, a surging torrent of water burst forth like a mighty dragon, colliding with Qi Yan's flames. In that moment, the elements clashed, producing a hissing sound akin to boiling water, steam rising into the air. Bing Er, watching the fierce battle unfold, curiously inquired, Sister Jin Yu, is Qianmo's martial soul an ultimate martial soul? Jin Yu gently shook her head, replying, It should not be. However, his martial soul is quite unique, possessing the power of multiple elements, making it a very rare martial soul. Bing Er stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she addressed Qianmo, Brother Qianmo, what if the two of us join forces to defeat you? Her voice was crisp and confident, as if she was thoroughly prepared. Qianmo furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding, If I lose, I will become your personal guardian for a month. But if I win, you must obey my commands. What do you say? His tone bore a hint of provocation, yet it also revealed a profound confidence in his own abilities. Bing Er nodded without hesitation, signifying her acceptance of the condition. She appeared unfazed by the prospect of battling Qianmo, and even seemed to anticipate this challenge with eagerness. Tang Xing, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly approached, his heart racing with excitement as he beheld Bing Er and Qi Yin engaged in a spirited contest. He could not help but shout encouragement, his voice brimming with support, wishing for their triumph. As Tang Xing's cheers echoed, a crowd began to gather, their attention captivated by the unfolding duel. The atmosphere thickened with tension and fervor, each onlooker eager to witness who would emerge victorious from this clash. Shallow Ink summoned the water element, waves surging forth in an attempt to quell Qi Yan's fervor. In swift response, Bing Er conjured her frost flute, her voice ringing out melodiously. First soul skill, frost induction. In an instant, Shallow Ink's water element was transformed into solid ice, resembling a delicate sculpture. Shallow Ink, taken aback, realized Bing Air's martial soul was the ice flute, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, she lives up to her name, as cold and beautiful as ice." Bing Air smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Allow me to settle this with a single move." Second soul skill, melody of cold sound. Fifth soul skill, frosty requiem. Meanwhile, Qi Yin maintained the third soul skill, unleashing a formidable force with his fifth soul skill, fiery slash. Shallow Ink swiftly unfurled his fan, reciting, "Blade of gold, bind of wood, roar of water, burn of fire, berry of earth." His voice resonated like celestial music, imbued with an enigmatic power. The resulting explosion was immense, akin to a volcanic eruption, propelling both Qi Yin and Bing Air outward. Jinyu marveled, such progress. Tang Xing bid farewell to Jinyu and Qi Yin, ascending like a bird back to the grove near the school. Upon seeing Lan Xiu enter the grove, he immediately followed. Ming Yin, overjoyed at Lan Xiu's arrival, exclaimed, "Hurry. While the class leader and Li Fei are away, let's seize the moment to enjoy this." However, a chilling remark pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. Ziyin turned to see the class leader approaching. Tang Xing curiously inquired, "What are you all engaged in?" Ziyin, flustered like a startled rabbit, stammered in reply, "Nothing much." Soon after, Li Fei arrived, and upon seeing the items Ziyin had prepared, he instantly lost his composure, roaring like an irate little lion, "You, Ziyin, have been secretly enjoying barbecue without me. Where's your conscience?" Tang Xing, wearing a wry smile, remarked helplessly, "I thought it was something serious. By the way, Ziyin, I have a splendid Kiro tulip here, perfectly suited for you." Ziyin, taken aback with delight, chirped like a joyful little bird, "Class leader, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I could offer myself in return." Tang Xing, slightly astonished and resembling a startled fawn, stammered, "That is entirely unnecessary. Oh, and Li Fei, I have this dawn gold xiang for you." Li Fei, akin to a greedy little fox, accepted it without hesitation. Tang Xing gazed at Lin Qian and Huang Quan, gently proclaiming, "This extraordinary herb, the Tongdian chrysanthemum, along with the Lei Xiao Yu Ji, is bestowed upon you." Huang Quan, upon beholding the celestial plant, expressed his elation as though he had discovered a treasure, exclaiming, "Thank you." Tang Xing then extended another rare herb to Lan Xiu, warmly stating, "This Juyang Tianhua is most suitable for you." Lan Xiu was utterly astounded by the value of the herb bestowed upon her, repeatedly shaking her head and insisting, "No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Tang Xing persisted gently, "Please, take it." Suddenly, as if by magic, the herb appeared before Lan Xiu, leaving Tang Xing utterly bewildered. Chapter 38. A single strike to victory. Tang Xing gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene before him, murmuring, "The heartbreak amaranth has chosen its master." As a gentle crimson hue gradually dissipated, the once resplendent heartbreak amaranth transformed into a radiant beam of red light, gracefully descending into the hands of Lan Xiu. It seemed to have found its sanctuary, resting quietly as if awaiting something. Lan Xiu, slightly taken aback by the heartbreak amaranth in her grasp, felt an inexplicable wave of emotion surge within her. She tenderly caressed the petals, whispering, "Is it acknowledging me as its master? Very well, if that is the case, I shall cherish and protect you for all eternity." Observing this poignant moment, Tang Xing hastily interjected, "Lan Xiu, now is not the time for sentimentality. You must quickly absorb the nine-sun celestial flower. Only then can its true potency be realized, enhancing your strength." His gaze remained fixed on Lan Xiu, brimming with anticipation and encouragement. Upon returning to school, Su Yin searched diligently for Tang Xing. At last, she spotted him, along with Lan Xiu and others, in the familiar grove. "Ah, class monitor, you have certainly made it difficult for me to find you," Su Yin panted. Catching her breath, Tang Xing looked at her with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Su Yin suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet she summoned her courage to reply, "Nothing. I am truly grateful for the celestial herb you gave me. It has significantly enhanced my soul power." With that, Su Yin impulsively leaned in and planted a heartfelt kiss on Tang Xing's cheek. This unexpected gesture left everyone in stunned silence, especially Lan Xiu. His heart sank in an instant, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. As Su Yan's momentary impulsiveness began to wane, she became acutely aware of her indiscreet behavior. She quickly stood up from Tang Xing, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, "I'm so sorry. I lost my composure." After absorbing the effects of the celestial herb, Lin Qian exuded an imposing aura, as if he had transformed into someone extraordinary. To his astonishment, he discovered that the quality of his martial soul had indeed improved once more. Gratefully, he gazed at Tang Xing and said, "Class leader, thank you. If you ever need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I will give it my all." Tang Xing smiled helplessly and replied, "There is no need for such formality. It's merely my duty. Not only our team, but even our classmates have benefited from this." Upon hearing this, Huang Quan curiously inquired, "Class leader, did you perhaps go herb foraging? So many celestial herbs." His eyes glimmered with intrigue, only to be followed by excitement. "Moreover, my thunderstorm twin blades seem to have gained another level, and their power is even greater than before." Ziyuan chimed in, "Indeed. My mental prowess has also ascended to a new tier. Perhaps I have even surpassed you, class leader." With that, Ziyuan unleashed her mental energy. However, in the next moment, Tang Xing suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, effortlessly breaking through Ziyuan's mental barrier. Ziyuan was astonished to realize the vast disparity between her mental strength and Tang Xing's, leading her to ask, "Class leader, how do you possess such formidable mental power?" Tang Xing smiled slightly and retorted, "Have you heard of the purple extreme demonic eye?" Ziyuan immediately grasped the implication, her excitement palpable as she asked, "Can I join as well?" Without hesitation, Tang Xing responded, "Of course." Just then, Li Fei, who had been nearby, also awakened, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Wonderful! My martial soul has attained a new level, and my soul power feels much more fluid now." At that moment, Sui, who had been listening to their conversation, scoffed, "Oh, I am eagerly anticipating your performances." Tang Xing quickly spotted Sui, and just as she was about to speak, Sui's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Tang Xing marveled, "So swift. His figure is utterly elusive." Lan Qiu inquired with concern, "Tang Xing, are you all right?" Tang Xing regained his composure and remarked, "I am fine. How about you, Lan Qiu?" Lan Qiu replied, "I have made a breakthrough, and now I require a soul ring. Would you accompany me this evening to hunt for one?" Tang Xing readily agreed, "Of course." The others gradually dispersed, leaving only Tang Xing and Lan Qiu, who were preparing to venture into the soul-hunting forest. Meanwhile, Sui reported to the teacher, "Teacher, after consuming the celestial herbs, Tang Xing and the others have significantly enhanced their soul power." Upon hearing this, a smile graced the teacher's face as he replied with satisfaction, Excellent. Let us assign them a more challenging task tomorrow." He then turned to Sui and inquired, "Sui, have you selected the candidates?" Sui respectfully responded, "Yes, teacher. I have made my selections, and everything has been meticulously arranged." His tone conveyed confidence and determination, as if he held unwavering faith in this plan. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Tang Xing gazed intently at a soul beast not far ahead. After careful observation, he remarked, "It appears to be a 5-year-old lightning leopard. What do you think, Lan Qiu?" Lan Qiu nodded in agreement and replied, "It is acceptable." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Tang Xing instantly transformed into an ethereal sprite, deftly subduing the lightning leopard with remarkable ease. Subsequently, Lan Qiu hurried forward to commence the absorption of the lightning leopard's energy. In less than half an hour, she successfully completed the process. However, at that moment, Lan Qiu unexpectedly inquired, "Tang Xing, what type of girl do you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing exhibited a trace of surprise on her face and, with a hint of confusion, questioned, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Lan Qiu gently grasped Tang Xing's hand and shook it softly, her eyes reflecting a pitiful expression as she implored, "Please tell me. I beg you." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, and with a sigh, he remarked, "The woman I admire must be of unparalleled beauty, possessing the grace of a celestial being and the allure to captivate even the fish and the swans." Upon hearing these words, Lan Qiu's expression changed drastically, and she, filled with indignation, exclaimed at Tang Xing, "Well, you, Tang Xing, I no longer wish to engage with you." With that, she turned on her heel, preparing to depart. Tang Xing realized he had misspoken and hurriedly grasped Lan Qiu's hand, anxiously explaining, "Lan Qiu, please listen to me. I was just teasing you." Without a word, Lan Qiu took flight, and Tang Xing swiftly followed. The morning sunlight poured onto the balcony of their dormitory, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As Tang Xing opened his eyes, he felt as if that blinding light could pierce through all things. A wave of excitement surged within him as he discovered that his purple extreme magic had ascended to a new level, achieving the mustard seed tier. This extraordinary ability to perceive the essence of all things filled him with immense exhilaration. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling that it was time for class. He hurriedly gathered his belongings and made his way toward the teaching building. Teacher Wu was, as always, waiting in her usual spot for the students. Before long, the students began to arrive one after another. Observing the lively spirits of her pupils, Teacher Wu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She addressed them with a serious tone. Tang Xing, Li Fei, Su Yin, Zi Yin, Lan Qiu, Lin Qian, and Huang Quan, you 7 have been chosen as the school's 7 spirit bearers, representing the future and hope of our academy. Therefore, I shall employ a unique teaching method to cultivate your abilities, and I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of the elders. Now, I call upon the following students to step forward. Nian Shui, Qing Yu, Chu Hao, Meng Yan, Nan Sheng, ZMO, and Wan Ying. You 7 will engage in a challenge match against Tang Xing and his companions, giving it your all. Nian Shui looked intently at Tang Xing and declared loudly, I ask that the class leader puts forth his utmost strength. Tang Xing, upon hearing their demands, offered a faint smile and promptly unleashed the oppressive aura of her spiritual martial soul. The onlookers were taken aback by the immense pressure, astonished at the remarkable strength of their class leader's mental power. At that moment, Meng Yin stepped forward, her gaze sharpening as she locked eyes with Tang Xing's released spiritual force. Observing this, Tang Xing did not hesitate to amplify her mental output. Suddenly, Meng Yin felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, causing her to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. With wide eyes and a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, such formidable mental power! Beside her, Qing Yu and Chu Hao exchanged a glance, their minds in sync as they charged toward Tang Xing, determined to confront her formidable mental prowess together. In the next instant, Su Yin and Li Fei emerged like indomitable fortresses, blocking their path. Nian Shui intended to rush to their aid, but was halted by a sudden flash of lightning, akin to a ferocious beast preventing her advance. Fully aware of Huang Quan's formidable abilities, she dared not act recklessly. Meng Yin, realizing her minor misstep, had ensnared her teammates in a dire predicament, swiftly activated her first soul skill, Dolphin's Call. Powerful sound waves surged forth like roaring ocean waves, disorienting Li Fei and the others, leaving them with splitting headaches. Meanwhile, Tang Xing appeared to have anticipated this, as Su Yin promptly switched her martial soul and unleashed her first soul skill, Emerald's Echo. The 2 sound waves clashed fiercely in the air, each refusing to yield. Suddenly, a massive fireball shot forth like a blazing meteor towards Su Yin. Xian shouted, watch out. Her voice resounded like thunder across the battlefield. In that instant, she released her 4th soul skill, Starry Shield. A star-shaped barrier materialized before Su Yin, intercepting the fireball. Wan Ying felt a twinge of disappointment, murmuring, phew, you still managed to block it. Then, Lan Qiu boldly challenged, Wan Ying, do you dare to duel with me? Wan Ying responded by unleashing her 2nd soul skill. With the 3rd soul skill, Blazing Flame Manifestation, and the 4th soul skill, Sacred Inferno, she charged towards Lan Qiu. In the meantime, Lan Qiu prepared herself, gathering energy for a decisive strike. Her 4th soul skill, Golden Tyrant Dragon Slash. Wan Ying surged forward, sending shockwaves through the assembly, leaving her classmates astonished. What just happened? Did she take him out in one hit? Come see our class leader. Chapter 39. The Showdown. Training. Tang Xing and Su Yin manifested their martial soul fusion, Purple Spirit Divine Light. Upon witnessing this, Nansheng promptly unleashed his soul abilities. He first activated his primary soul skill, Spirit of the Deer, followed by his 2nd soul skill, Horn of the Crying Deer. Then his 3rd soul skill, Blessing of the Deer Spirit, and finally, his 4th soul skill, Grace of the Spirit Deer. However, the power of Tang Xing and his companions' martial soul fusion was exceedingly formidable, compelling Nansheng to resort to more potent maneuvers. He invoked his 3rd soul skill, Amplification of Soul Power, and subsequently unleashed his 4th soul skill, Force of Enhancement. Tang Xing was taken aback by the scene before him. He exclaimed, I never expected that Nansheng could withstand our soul fusion attack. Truly remarkable. At that moment, ZMO summoned his 2nd spirit and charged towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing swiftly reacted, promptly calling forth the Celestial Holy Spear, and engaged in a fierce battle with ZMO. The 2 were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor for the time being. Unwilling to back down, ZMO immediately unleashed his 4th soul skill, Carefree 9 Heavens. Tang Xing unleashed the technique of the Elven Sacred Spear, the third move, sweeping across 10,000 troops, and the first move, Elven Heaven Slash. Zmo was struck by Tang Xing's assault, collapsing instantly to the ground. With a solemn expression, Chu Hao addressed Qingyu. Qingyu, initiate the spirit fusion. Without hesitation, Qingyu leaped into action, merging her spirit with Chu Hao's. Together, they proclaimed, Spirit Fusion, Divine Light's Judgment. At that moment, Lan Xiu scoffed. Do you truly believe our team possesses only one spirit fusion? Su Yin, however, before she could finish her sentence, Li Fei eagerly interrupted, Wait, allow me. Spirit Fusion, Radiant Shadow Moon. In an instant, Li Fei unleashed his formidable spirit power, his fusion technique striking Chu Hao's with astonishing speed and strength, causing it to shatter and disintegrate. Witnessing this scene, Li Fei exclaimed in excitement, What a thrill! Meanwhile, Wu Xi and Hung wore a satisfied smile, nodding in approval. Well done. You have made progress. As the class leader, Tang Xing must set an example and assist her classmates. Do you understand? Tang Xing immediately grasped Wu Xi and Hang's meaning and respectfully replied, Yes, Teacher Wu, I comprehend. Wu Xi and Hang continued, Very well then, let us proceed. Jiang Hao, your group shall go first. Although Jiang Hao felt somewhat reluctant, he steeled himself for the challenge. He glanced at Tang Xing, offering a wry smile, Star, please go easy on us later. In the meantime, Jiang Hao's team swiftly assumed a battle stance, prepared for combat. Observing this, Tang Xing dared not be complacent and readied herself for the impending confrontation. Thus, an intense duel was on the verge of erupting, as Jiang Hao revealed his spirit ring. The attention of Tang Xing and her companions was immediately drawn to him. Noticing this, Yuxian promptly unleashed a spirit skill, yet Tang Xing and her team reacted swiftly, sprouting a pair of wings from their backs and soaring out of Yi Xian's attack range. However, in the next moment, a fierce gust of wind engulfed Tang Xing and her 6 companions. Tang Xing and Su Yin exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's intentions. Lin Qian swiftly summoned the rock dragon shield, encasing the other 4 in a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Su Yin utilized a counterclockwise motion to mitigate the damage inflicted by the winds. In the midst of this, Tang Xing exerted all his effort to harness the light elements within him, striving to consolidate his own power. Knight Xian, witnessing this alarming scene, realized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed loudly, This is bad. We must stop them at once. Tang Xing successfully transformed into his ethereal form, radiating a resplendent golden light. Clad in golden battle attire, he sprouted a magnificent pair of shimmering wings from his back. Incanting the words, Holy Light Wave of all spirits, he summoned his powers. Observing this, Sun Shakong and Su Chuan immediately dashed towards the whirlwind, attempting to seize Su Yin. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching the tempest, it suddenly erupted with a violent explosion. Su Yin descended from the sky, declaring, Tang Xing, my soul energy has been nearly depleted. Tang Xing resolutely stood behind them and declared, Do not worry. You all shall rest well. The forthcoming battle shall be entrusted to me. At that moment, Li Fei stepped forward and said, Boss, I will accompany you. Lan Xiu rose and added, And I as well. The two then harnessed their inner strength to summon their battle attire, standing resolutely beside Tang Xing. Sun Shaokong nearly lost his grip on the purple gold staff, internally astonished by the formidable power of these 2 individuals. Su Chuan, observing the Spring family in a state of panic, quickly urged, Fear not, everyone. They number only 3. We are many and shall not be intimidated. Yet, he himself retreated to the rear of the crowd. At that moment, Li Fei surged towards the Spring family with a speed that was almost blinding. Jin Yu immediately summoned the Fire Phoenix, engaging Li Fei in a fierce clash. The Fire Phoenix unleashed torrents of flames, while Li Fei wielded his weapon with dexterity, resulting in an intense exchange. Seeing this, Jiang Hao attempted to assist Jin Yu but was halted by Lan Qiu. Lan Qiu released the formidable aura of the Golden Dragon, a resounding roar echoing through the skies, instilling fear in all. Jiang Hao, refusing to be outdone, summoned the 7-colored spirit horse to showcase his own prowess. The 2 powerful auras collided in the air, generating a massive shockwave that left those nearby breathless. With a mighty shout, Jiang Hao summoned the 7-colored divine spear and charged fiercely at Lan Qiu. Though Lan Qiu was formidable, he found himself momentarily flustered by Jiang Hao's sudden onslaught. The 2 exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Tang Xing challenged Sun Shaokong. However, just as he prepared to strike, a fan was launched in a surprise attack from behind. Tang Xing reacted swiftly, evading Su Chuan's assault. Su Lu and He Xian, witnessing the unfolding chaos, promptly advanced to assist Sun Xiaokong and Su Chuan. In this moment, Sun Xiaokong and Su Chuan, invigorated, unleashed their most powerful moves, the Gale Slash and the Purple Gold Staff Strike. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing chanted incantations, Spirit Sacred Halberd. Third form, sweeping through 10,000 armies. First form, Spirit Sky Slash. In an instant, the halberd in his hand danced with vigor, conjuring a fierce gale. Su Chuan and Sun Xiaokong's offensive was swiftly dismantled, and with a subsequent heavy strike, Tang Xing sent them crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Observing this, Jinyu unhesitatingly unleashed the power of the Phoenix, utilizing her fifth soul skill, Gaze of the Phoenix. Li Fei, aware that he was no match for Jinyu, called out loudly, Martial Soul Fusion, Radiant Shadow Moon. Yet ultimately, he could not withstand Jinyu's assault and was eliminated alongside her. Blue Qiu and Jiang Hao engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither yielding ground. Suddenly, Blue Qiu noticed the divine artifact in Jiang Hao's grasp, and a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. This is a divine artifact. Defeating Jiang Hao will not be an easy feat, however. Jiang Hao, brimming with confidence, taunted her. Blue Qiu, you are simply no match for me. It would be wise for you to concede. Undeterred by his provocation, Blue Qiu raised her chin defiantly and retorted, How can I know I cannot defeat you without giving it a try? Fourth soul skill, Golden Overlord Dragon Slash. At that moment, Jiang Hao shook his head with a sigh, then gripped his weapon tightly, unleashing a move known as the remnant soul of the seven-colored spirit horse. The power of this technique was astonishing, and it instantly sent Blue Qiu flying from the arena. Ultimately, only Jiang Hao, Ding Xian, and Tang Xing remained on the battlefield. Observing the situation, Tang Xing called out, Senior brother, let them go first to avoid any ill feelings. Jiang Hao acquiesced. Very well, you may proceed. Thus, Ding Xian and Sui stepped out of the arena together. Now, only Jiang Hao and Tang Xing were left. Jiang Hao lunged forward with a swift leap toward Tang Xing, who countered with a powerful thrust that pushed Jiang Hao back. The intensity of the battle escalated, leaving spectators eager for the unfolding events. Jiang Hao leaped and slashed at Tang Xing, who raised his halberd above his head to defend. It was forced back several paces. Realizing his spear techniques were insufficient, Tang Xing began to invoke Spirit Sacred Halberd, second form, Radiant Brilliance. A blinding beam of light erupted from Tang Xing's halberd, illuminating the entire battlefield. This radiance was as scorching as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Jiang Hao sensed an overwhelming pressure, but did not falter. He raised his long spear, channeling his spirit energy, preparing to confront Tang Xing's assault. A subtle smile graced Jiang Hao's lips, exuding confidence. With a graceful flick of his spear, he unleashed a surge of powerful spirit light, bright enough to illuminate the surrounding air. Like a bolt of lightning, this spirit light rushed toward Tang Xing, colliding with his brilliance in midair. Their lights met with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that stirred the surrounding atmosphere, conjuring a tempest. Tang Xing's radiance was gradually subdued by Jiang Hao's spirit light, ultimately vanishing. In contrast, Jiang Hao's spirit light surged forward, propelling Tang Xing back several dozen meters. Tang Xing spat blood, his body swaying precariously. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. He had never anticipated that Jiang Hao possessed such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly countering his moves. In that moment, he felt his own power diminish to insignificance, as if all his efforts had been in vain. Even his elven form faltered, leaving Tang Xing somewhat at a loss. Jiang Hao mocked him, saying, Junior brother, is this truly all you are capable of? Where is your prowess? Stand up. Tang Xing struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with anger and defiance. He gripped his war spear tightly, poised to launch another assault. However, Jiang Hao offered Tang Xing no opportunity. He swiftly charged towards him, his long spear gleaming with a chilling light. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xing hastily raised his war spear to defend himself. However, Jiang Hao's assault was exceedingly swift, effortlessly breaching Tang Xing's defenses and striking his shoulder. Tang Xing coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body staggering backwards. Jiang Hao remained rooted in place, gazing down at the fallen Tang Xing, a smug smile gracing his face. He mockingly remarked, Junior brother, were you not formidable? How is it that you now seem so feeble? Tang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain as he rose from the ground. He glared at Jiang Hao, his eyes ablaze with fury. He understood that he could not be vanquished so easily. He was determined to demonstrate his prowess. Thus, he took a deep breath and launched another assault. This time, Tang Xing's strikes were even more formidable than before. He wielded his war spear, unleashing a series of piercing beams of light. These rays, akin to sharp swords, darted toward Jiang Hao, seeking to breach his defenses. In the face of Tang Xing's onslaught, Jiang Hao exhibited no fear. He deftly evaded Tang Xing's attacks while retaliating with his long spear. The two engaged in a fierce duel on the battlefield, neither willing to yield an inch. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, Tang Xing stood up once more. Unleashing the primal power of his spirit, martial soul, and the holy celestial glaive, he gripped the glaive tightly and swung it fiercely toward Jiang Hao. Recognizing the moment had arrived, Jiang Hao immediately charged forward to engage Tang Xing in an intense battle. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Jiang Hao noticed that Tang Xing's attacks became increasingly ferocious, each strike amplifying the pressure he faced. Yet, he refused to yield, defending against the onslaught with all his might. At that moment, Tang Xing suddenly spotted a flaw in Jiang Hao's defenses and, without hesitation, thrust the holy celestial glaive towards him. In response, Jiang Hao swiftly shifted into a defensive stance, using the seven-colored divine spear to block Tang Xing's strike. Following this, he summoned his vibrant spirit horse martial soul to stand behind him. Unwilling to be outdone, Tang Xing also summoned his spirit martial soul, facing Jiang Hao defiantly. The two formidable forces collided, emitting a dazzling radiance. The holy celestial glaive in Tang Xing's hand and the seven-colored divine spear in Jiang Hao's created a tremendous reaction. As if they were tearing apart the very fabric of space, their battle intensified, heating the surrounding air to a fever pitch. In this breathtaking duel, who would ultimately emerge victorious? This question captivated the attention of all present, while Tang Xing and Jiang Hao exerted themselves to showcase their utmost strength. Chapter 40. The plan advances. At that moment, the holy celestial glaive, once firmly gripped in Tang Xing's hand, began to tremble violently before flying out of his grasp and into the air. Simultaneously, the seven-colored divine spear in Jiang Hao's hand also broke free, soaring into the sky. The two artifacts began to emanate their respective auras, confronting one another in midair. Surprisingly, the seven-colored divine spear gradually succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the holy celestial glaive, being forced back repeatedly. Ultimately, Jiang Hao himself was also knocked out of the arena. The outcome of this match was indisputable. Tang Xing had secured victory once again. However, an even more unexpected event unfolded. With a flash of light, the holy celestial glaive transformed into the image of a strikingly handsome man clad in resplendent golden armor, his back adorned with a pair of magnificent golden wings, wielding a spear that radiated a mysterious glow. Concurrently, Jiang Hao's seven-colored divine spear morphed into a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a vibrant, colorful gown and holding a staff that emanated 7 hues of light. She gracefully descended to the ground and respectfully bowed to Jiang Hao, saying, "Chitsai, I pay my respects to the young master." Jiang Hao cleared his throat lightly, and Chitsai immediately understood, hastily approaching the holy celestial glaive, exclaiming in delight, "Brother Jinling, is it really you?" The holy celestial glaive slowly opened its eyes and, upon seeing Chitsai, exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Chitsai, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be?" Before he could finish, Jinling quickly activated his spatial powers, concealing their forms and blocking the gaze of onlookers. Jinling looked at Chitsai with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Shouldn't you be in the divine realm? Why are you here?" Rainbow sighed helplessly and remarked, "I initially followed my master to battle in the divine realm, only to encounter the Abyss Lord there. We engaged in an intense struggle, and just as we were about to capture the Abyss Lord, he unexpectedly opened a barrier that transported the entire divine realm into the wilderness of the divine realm, using this as leverage against my master. However, a sudden and powerful spatial turbulence swept in, engulfing the divine realm. To our astonishment, a black hole appeared, drawing both my master and yours into its depths. As for how I ended up here, it was my intention to return and inform my mistress promptly, but upon my arrival, I discovered that my soul had suffered severe trauma, ultimately leading me to a desolate and savage place. After a long passage of time, a merchant brought me back to his auction house. Thus unfolded the tale. "And you?" Wuxin suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, return for now. I shall leave this matter to Tang Xing." Upon hearing this, Jinling found himself at a loss for words, hesitating before responding. "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely clear on the specifics either. However, my master entrusted me to him, which surely carries profound significance. Moreover, the aura emanating from him feels remarkably familiar." After a moment of contemplation, Rainbow said. Jinling, you must exercise caution. Jinling gently patted Rainbow's head, reassuring her, do not worry. There is no one under heaven who can harm me. Subsequently, Jinling opened the barrier and bowed deeply to Tang Xing, saying, Greetings, I am the spirit of the sacred celestial spear, and my name is Jinling Tang Xing. Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, replied in a daze, Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to present you with this red scarf. With that, Tang Xing produced a vibrant red scarf from his person and personally tied it around Jinling's head. At that moment, Golden Hair suddenly leapt forth, exclaiming, Haha, at last. I have a companion. However, Jinling immediately became alert, sensing that Golden Hair was no ordinary being, but rather a ferocious beast. She anxiously cautioned, Be careful. He is a fierce beast. Golden Hair, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, retorting loudly, What of being a ferocious beast? I have not provoked you. Why are you so enraged? Seeing the situation escalating, Tang Xing quickly intervened, extending his arms to separate the two, and shouted, Stop. Both of you, cease this at once. No fighting or arguing, do you understand? Golden Hair looked at Tang Xing, shrugged, and replied, I have no issue, but the key problem lies with him. With that, Golden Hair turned to glance at Jinling. Tang Xing turned to look as well and inquired, And what about you? Jinling sighed in resignation and replied, Very well. I shall agree. Upon hearing this response, Tang Xing felt a sense of relief and turned to Jin Mao and Jinling, saying, That's wonderful. You are all my friends, and let us not behave this way again. At that moment, Lan Xiu approached with concern and asked Tang Xing, Are you all right, Tang Xing? Tang Xing smiled gently as she caressed Lan Xiu's hand, replying softly, Of course I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. But are you worried about me? Lan Xiu playfully punched Tang Xing's chest and feigned annoyance. How annoying. She then slowly nestled into Tang Xing's warm embrace, savoring the tranquility and comfort. Tang Xing tenderly stroked Lan Xiu's hair and whispered, Sweetheart, this isn't the best place to sleep. Let us go home instead. Lan Xiu nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. In a serene courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Zhang Ruiying stood quietly, adorned in a flowing purple dress, radiant like a blooming violet. A gentle breeze tousled her silky hair, which cascaded onto her fair shoulders, swaying lightly and exuding a subtle fragrance. Su Lao glanced over, a flicker of surprise and anticipation in his eyes, and softly said, Ruiying, your presence here signifies the end of your seclusion. Share with me the insights and accomplishments you've gained during this time. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Zhang Ruiying's face, reminiscent of spring flowers. She deeply bowed to Su Lao and respectfully replied, Thank you, Su Lao, for your unwavering concern and guidance. During my retreat, I primarily focused on elevating my soul power to level 75. More importantly, I dedicated myself to comprehending the 9-character mantra. Although I have only grasped the first 3 characters, I will continue to strive. After speaking, Zhang Ruiying lowered her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. Su Lao smiled gently, patting Zhang Ruiying's shoulder. Do not be disheartened, Ruiying. Understanding the first 3 characters is already commendable. After all, this is an exceptionally profound soul technique that requires extensive training and comprehension. The remaining 6 characters may present greater challenges, but with perseverance, I believe you will surely grasp them. Zhang Ruiying nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination. Thank you for your encouragement, Su Lao. I will endeavor twice as hard and not let down your expectations. Su Lao, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked. The 9-character mantra embodies deeply profound principles, the essence of which even I struggle to fully comprehend. However, a rare opportunity has arisen. You may accompany me on a journey to broaden your horizons. Perhaps during this process, you will encounter unexpected opportunities that could serve as a catalyst for your breakthroughs. Initially, our plans may require slight adjustments, but it now appears we must implement them sooner. Her gaze sparkled with anticipation and resolve. As the day quietly passed, Wu Xinheng received a notification from Linghai Pavilion and promptly made her way there. The pavilion was desolate, with only the pavilion master waiting within the vast hall. Upon her arrival, Wu Xinheng said, Pavilion master, I apologize for my tardiness. Xiaoming turned and replied, No matter. I summoned you to inquire about the progress of your 7-spirit practitioner training. Wu Xinheng honestly reported, Pavilion master, they have trained adequately, but their qualifications are lacking. Xiaoming chuckled and said, Well then, have you heard of the Tianhai plan? Wu Xinheng Dao was taken aback. I understand. Xiaoming continued, Indeed. I am preparing to initiate this plan, and you shall be the operative for this endeavor. Recently, there have been subtle stirrings in the southern wilderness, necessitating your leadership alongside the 7 spirit bearers and the heads of the Inner Academy to conduct an investigation. Shortly, the head of the Inner Academy will seek you out. Wuxin Hengdao replied, understood. She promptly returned to her class and addressed Tang Xing. Gather your team of 6 and accompany me. Tang Xing, with little time to ponder, swiftly called upon Lan Qiu and the others, inquiring, Teacher Wu, what is happening? Wuxin Hengdao turned to Tang Xing, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, this is your task. Someone will come to guide you shortly. Please wait over there. I need to procure something first. Huang Quan, puzzled, furrowed his brow and, like an inquisitive child, asked, Tang Xing, what kind of task has the teacher assigned us? Tang Xing was momentarily rendered speechless, shrugging helplessly as he responded. How would I know? However, Teacher Wu did mention that someone would meet us. Tang Xing gazed at Huang Quan, as if observing a perplexed little puppy. She shrugged helplessly and remarked, how could I possibly know? Teacher Wu mentioned that someone would meet with us. In the next moment, Huang Quan's attention shifted to a woman clad in purple, her tall and graceful figure accentuated by her elongated legs. It seemed as though she was smiling at him. Su Yan rolled her eyes at Huang Quan, pouting, what a fickle-hearted fellow. The woman Huang Quan had mentioned approached him, inquiring, hello, are you a student from class 1? Huang Quan, regaining his composure, replied, yes, how may I assist you? The woman simply smiled and stated, I need to speak with your class monitor. Hearing this, Huang Quan felt as if struck by lightning as he pointed at Tang Xing and exclaimed, that's him. Su Yan, who had just taken a sip of water, erupted in laughter, spraying it onto Huang Quan's face and shouting, no way. This is too funny. It's making my stomach hurt, haha. The woman then approached Tang Xing and said, hello, I need to speak with you. May I have a moment of your time? Tang Xing was taken aback, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Chapter 41. The Perils of the Ancient Domain. After Tang Xing followed the woman to a secluded spot, she spoke first. You are Tang Xing, the 7 spirit bearer. Are you not? I have come to seek you out because there is a special mission I must discuss with you. However, before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ruiying, the chief disciple of the Inner Court. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback. What? You are the senior sister. Greetings, senior sister. Zhang Ruiying nodded and continued. This mission is of great significance. You must stay close to me and not fall behind. With that, she led Tang Xing towards the location of their task. Tang Xing, lost in thought, remarked, very well, my teammates are over there. I shall go inform them. Zhang Ruiying grasped Tang Xing's arm and said, you should call them over instead. There are too many onlookers over there. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly strode towards Lan Qiu and declared, I have found the liaison. Please follow me. Lan Qiu cleared his throat, rose to his feet, and called out loudly, everyone, rise and follow me. Tang Xing, seeing Lan Qiu and the others approaching, smiled and said, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce, this is our esteemed senior sister, Zhang Ruiying, the chief disciple of the Inner Academy. Ah, so she is the senior sister. Greetings, esteemed senior sister. Huang Quan exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face as he hurriedly bowed in respect. Zhang Ruiying smiled gently and cautioned, the journey to the southern wilderness is fraught with peril. You must stay close to me, understood? The group nodded in unison, replying, understood. At that moment, Wu Xi and Hang also took notice of Zhang Ruiying. His heart secretly astonished. It is her. Without further ado, Zhang Ruiying summoned a soul-guided vehicle and instructed the group, please, get in. Tang Xing gazed at Zhang Ruiying with astonishment, incredulity evident in his voice as he inquired, can soul-guided vehicles truly be stored in a spatial storage? Zhang Ruiying smiled and nodded, her confidence radiating as she replied, of course, it is entirely possible. My second profession is that of a forger, and naturally, I can craft the objects that I cherish. She brimmed with pride in her craftsmanship. Tang Xing gazed curiously at Zhang Ruiying, a glimmer of perplexity illuminating his eyes. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Senior, what does the term second profession signify? Zhang Ruiying scrutinized Tang Xing intently, as if contemplating the best way to elucidate the concept. She softly replied, you are already in your 3rd year, aren't you? Tang Xing nodded in affirmation. Zhang Ruiying continued to elaborate. The so-called second profession is a more definitive choice regarding your graduation direction. There are numerous types of second professions, such as alchemy, potion making, forging, casting, and design, among others. By the first semester of your third year, you will have the opportunity to determine your second profession, and by the second semester, you will commence your studies related to that profession. It is imperative to understand that admission to the inner academy also depends on the credentials of your second profession, which signifies whether you possess the requisite qualifications and capabilities. Tang Xing gazed thoughtfully at the soul-guided vehicle for a moment, then suddenly the vehicle came to a halt, and a swarm of snakes emerged, startling Ziyin, who exclaimed, "A bunch of snakes. What should we do?" Tang Xing promptly summoned his spiritual eye to survey the surroundings, his expression grave as he remarked, "This area is teeming with snakes. We are ambushed, and these snakes are highly venomous." Li Fei, filled with dread, shouted, "Boss, they're charging at us. They're coming." In a state of urgency, Tang Xing inquired, "Senior sister, can this vehicle fly?" Zhang Ruoying replied somewhat awkwardly, "It shouldn't be able to." Without hesitation, Tang Xing yelled, "Quickly get out of the car, Huang Quan, hurry." Huang Quan swiftly gathered his soul power and recited a spell, invoking his second soul skill, light and agile little flying dumpling. Zhang Ruoying promptly stored the soul-guided vehicle in her spatial storage, causing the snakes to miss their target entirely. Tang Xing pondered in silence. If there are small snakes, there must be larger ones as well. Initiate mental detection. With all his might, he finally located the target. Excitedly, he told Zhang Ruoying, "Senior sister, I've found the Snake King. I estimate its cultivation to be at least 25,000 years. I wish to capture it." At that moment, Li Fei eagerly volunteered to scout ahead, but Tang Xing quickly called out, "Li Fei, come back." In a flash, Li Fei darted towards the Snake King with incredible speed. The dagger in his hand glimmered coldly as he lunged at the Snake King. However, to his astonishment, the Snake King did not evade. Instead, it opened its mouth, and a sluggish beam of light erupted from it, striking Li Fei directly. Instantly, he felt his movements slow down, as if bound by an invisible force. Just then, a massive snake suddenly surged from Li Fei's right, its gaping maw aiming to bite him. Reacting swiftly, Li Fei plunged his dagger into the snake's mouth. But just as he thought he had averted the crisis, an even larger snake lunged from his left, snapping at him with astonishing speed. Li Fei hastily summoned the light dagger to brace against the snake's jaws. Tang Xing witnessed Li Fei in distress and felt an overwhelming urgency within him. Without hesitation, he soared to Li Fei's side to offer his assistance. However, Zhang Ruoying restrained him, saying, "Wait, those are the 3 serpents of the ancient domain. They have a weakness to light, so you must approach with caution." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was enlightened, realizing the reason behind the serpent's presence. He nodded to Zhang Ruoying, acknowledging his understanding. Turning to Li Fei, he shouted, "Li Fei, quickly unleash the aura of your radiant dagger." Upon hearing Tang Xing's call, Li Fei instantly grasped his intention. He focused his energy, fully activating the power of the radiant dagger and allowing its brilliance to flourish. In an instant, the aura of the radiant dagger expanded, forming a formidable luminous shield that illuminated everything in the vicinity. The 2 serpents near Li Fei, sensing the aura, were immediately engulfed in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their once ferocious assaults ceased abruptly, and they collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining serpent attempted to flee underground. However, at that moment, the serpent behind Li Fei began to stir restlessly, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. Observing this, Tang Xing unhesitatingly summoned the celestial holy spear and executed a technique. Second form, radiant brilliance. A dazzling burst of golden light erupted, enveloping everything within a 100-mile radius. This sudden turn of events left Zhang Ruoying in awe, exclaiming, "How astonishing! Has the 4th ring soul sect become this formidable?" Tang Xing swiftly returned to the original location with Li Fei. Upon witnessing this, Huang Quan immediately set to work crafting a detoxifying shrimp dumpling, exclaiming, "Hurry, consume this." Li Fei accepted the dumpling without hesitation and ingested it. As the dumpling descended into his stomach, the toxins within him were expelled with remarkable speed. Li Fei, filled with astonishment, remarked, "This is truly incredible." Zhang Ruoying, observing the martial spirit in Huang Quan's hand, was intrigued to discover it was a dumpling and inquired curiously, "Are you a food-type soul master?" Huang Quan responded, "Quite close." Tang Xing inquired, "Senior sister, how much longer until we reach Nanhuan?" Zhang Ruoying unfurled the map and replied, "Not long now. We will arrive after traversing 2 more mountains." Subsequently, she summoned the soul-guiding vehicle, saying, "Hop on, I shall accelerate." An unsettling feeling stirred within Tang Xing, prompting her to express, "I have a foreboding sense of dread." Suddenly, the vehicle began to shake violently, and Tang Xing, filled with anxiety, questioned, "Senior sister, what is happening? It's shaking so much." Zhang Ruoying, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, "I apologize. The road ahead is rocky. Hence the turbulence." As she spoke, she struggled to maintain control of the vehicle, but the rugged terrain continued to jolt them severely. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. In a sudden realization, Zhang Ruoying spotted a massive boulder ahead. She hurriedly pressed the brake and attempted to steer away from it. However, due to the excessive speed and the treacherous road conditions, the vehicle slipped from her control. In a moment of terror, Zhang Ruoying screamed as the car tilted sharply to one side, throwing its occupants violently against the windows. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu collided with one another, emitting pain groans. Tang Xing lifted her gaze, resting her eyes upon the enchanting visage of Lan Qiu, and could not help but whisper, "Lan Qiu, you are truly exquisite. Like an angel descended from the heavens, you evoke an irresistible desire to draw near, to bask in your gentleness and beauty." Upon hearing Tang Xing's compliments, a delicate blush graced Lan Qiu's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, utterly enticing. She lowered her head, shyly fidgeting with her fingers, unable to meet Tang Xing's gaze directly. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing gently caressed Lan Qiu's cheek and inquired with genuine concern, "Lan Qiu, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell, perhaps feverish? Should we consult a physician?" His tone was imbued with worry and care, enveloping Lan Qiu in a comforting warmth. Her heart raced as she lifted her gaze, shyly meeting Tang Xing's eyes, and softly replied, "I'm fine, really. I might just be a bit warm. Besides, there are others present. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to act this way." Her eyes flickered with unease, seemingly apprehensive about their intimate demeanor being noticed by those around them. Zhang Ruoying shook her head playfully, remarking, "You two certainly know how to have fun. By the way, in 3 years, there will be the Linghai Lake matchmaking event. I assure you, I can arrange a partner for each of you. How does that sound?" The other women chimed in unison, "Senior sister." Huang Quan interjected, "Is it really true that each of us will get a partner?" Zhang Ruoying exclaimed, "Absolutely. My word is my bond, so you need not worry." Suddenly, Zhang Ruoying took an unexpected turn in the conversation. Tang Xing posed a profound question, "Senior sister, do you possess a driver's license?" Zhang Ruoying, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I'll get one when I return." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was utterly dismayed. What? Chapter 42. Encounter in the southern wilderness. Zhang Ruoying navigated the soul-guided vehicle at breakneck speed, traversing both urban landscapes and desolate wilderness, ultimately arriving in the southern wilderness region. As everyone disembarked, Zhang Ruoying stood her ground and stated with gravity, "All right, we have reached our destination. All subsequent actions must adhere to my command." Tang Xing stepped forward in the line. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Senior sister, what exactly is the danger you mentioned earlier?" Zhang Ruoying furrowed her brow in response, stating, "The objective of this mission is to eradicate the lair of the malevolent soul masters. However, according to credible intelligence, they appear to be plotting to capture indigenous people for their nefarious body refinement experiments. Even more concerning is the presence of a formidable soul saint among these evil soul masters, making them exceedingly difficult to confront." Tang Xing continued to inquire, "Then, senior sister, what is your own cultivation level?" Zhang Ruoying paused for a moment, then replied with composure, "As for me, I possess the strength of a soul sage. However, before we set off, we must first visit a place known as the 100 Armories. Stay close to me." With that, she took the lead towards the direction of the 100 Armories. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Wu Xinhing was closely observing every move made by Zhang Ruoying and her companions. He was secretly calculating something, a glint of cunning evident in his gaze. On another front, a group of malevolent soul masters was engaged in the large-scale construction of an altar. One of the servants respectfully reported, "My lord Mu, the altar is nearing completion, but a few unwelcome guests have intruded here." Mu closed the notebook in his hands and calmly replied, "Go find my brother. He will handle this matter." The servant immediately understood his intent and swiftly retreated to carry out the order. Simultaneously, Zhang Ruoying was utilizing radar equipment to search for the 100 Armories. After considerable effort, she finally made a discovery and raised her hand to signal the others to look. Before them lay a pile of stones, prompting Tang Xing to curiously ask, "Senior sister, what is the situation here?" Zhang Ruoying thoughtfully responded, "According to the radar, the 100 Armory should be right here." Lin Qian suddenly contemplated a possibility and spoke up, Could it be that these stones are blocking the entrance? Zhang Ruoying agreed. That is quite possible. Lin Qian, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "You two step aside. Let me give it a try." Tang Xing and Zhang Ruoying quickly moved aside, and Lin Qian unleashed a powerful strike, instantly shattering the stones before him. With a tremendous roar, the stones were dispersed, revealing a bold inscription on the ground, 100 armories. Zhang Ruoying recognized the place at once, her excitement palpable as she declared, "Indeed, this is the spot. Let us hurry inside." Thus, the group ventured into the enigmatic cavern. Upon entering the 100 armories, Tang Xing immediately employed her spiritual vision to probe the depths, exclaiming in awe, "What a profound cave. Even my spiritual vision cannot fully ascertain its depth and size. However, it matters not. I already know the path to take. Everyone, stay close to me." Under Tang Xing's guidance, they skillfully evaded traps along the way and successfully reached the first chamber of the 100 armories. Tang Xing gazed up at the walls, which were covered in inscriptions, and mused, could this be ancient text? The inscriptions densely adorned the entire chamber. Su Yan's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "This is indeed scripture. And it dates back thousands of years. Allow me to try. Give me a moment." With that, she closed her eyes and began to meticulously study the ancient writing. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing endeavored to decipher the ancient texts, yet found them exceedingly perplexing. At that moment, Li Fei approached and gently tapped on several stones, which subsequently revealed a grand door slowly materializing before the group. Excitedly, Li Fei sprinted back to Tang Xing, exclaiming, "Brother Tang, I have discovered the mechanism to open the door." Tang Xing, upon hearing this, promptly instructed him, "Wonderful. You guard the door while Su Yan deciphers the scriptures. Then we shall be able to depart from this place." Li Fei nodded vigorously, positioning himself at the entrance, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. After a while, Su Yan finally opened her eyes, murmuring in astonishment, "This is truly incredible." Tang Xing hurriedly inquired, "What is it, Su Yan?" Furrowing her brow, Su Yan pondered for a moment before responding. "These scriptures recount that this place was once a beautiful paradise, inhabited by villages and tribes. However, one day, a black dragon descended, ravaging the land beyond recognition, leaving it in a state of despair. Later, a man clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, emerged and successfully repelled the black dragon. The locals revered this man as a deity, leaving behind a single character, Ja. But what does this character signify? I require further contemplation to grasp its meaning." Hearing the character Ja, Zhang Ruoying felt a stir in her heart, pondering quietly, "Could this be related to my 9-character mantra?" Su Yan, gazing at the scriptures, expressed her frustration. "As for these scriptures, they exceed my capabilities." Tang Xing gently patted Su Yan's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. You have done remarkably well. Let us proceed." Thus, Tang Xing and his companions ventured deeper into the cave. Upon entering the second cavern, a gesture suddenly appeared on the wall. Zhang Ruoying, upon seeing this gesture, felt a surge of excitement, unable to remain still, and began to mimic the gesture. However, no matter how she gestured, she always faltered at the final step, unable to complete the motion. Su Yan quickly discerned the gesture Zhang Ruoying was attempting and curiously asked, "Senior sister, are you trying to comprehend the 9-character mantra?" Zhang Ruoying replied, "Yes, but I keep failing." Alas, Su Yan consoled her, "Senior sister, with your talent, you will surely succeed. Now let us move on." Tang Xing immediately employed his spiritual martial soul to probe the path ahead, but in the next instant, a formidable mental force abruptly intervened, disrupting his exploration and causing his body to sway. Observing this, Lan Xiu rushed forward to steady Tang Xing, inquiring with concern, "What happened?" Tang Xing frowned, stating, "A powerful mental force is obstructing my probe." Lan Xiu furrowed her brow, regarding Tang Xing with some skepticism, yet ultimately chose to trust him. She nodded gently, saying, "All right, let us proceed to the next cavern and test our luck." As her words fell, a colossal statue silently emerged before them. Tang Xing's gaze suddenly grew resolute, as he felt a powerful conviction surge within him, as if whispering that this statue was the very target he had been in search of. Lan Xiu also sensed the peculiarity and, with curiosity, leaned closer to the statue, meticulously examining its intricate details. Unlike other statues, this one seemed to possess unique qualities. It radiated a brilliant white light, evoking a sense of mystery and solemnity. Beneath the illumination of this white glow, everything around was isolated, creating an independent realm. Tang Xing stepped into the otherworldly dimension without a moment's hesitation. his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. As he entered, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. Suddenly, a statue knelt before him, respectfully proclaiming, "Phoenix Envoy, I pay my respects to my master." A look of disbelief crossed Tang Xing's face as he hastily waved his hands, insisting, "No, I am not your master." However, the Phoenix Envoy remained steadfast in his conviction, earnestly advising, "Master, I assure you, I could not be mistaken. The blood coursing through your veins resonates with me profoundly, proving you are indeed my master." Tang Xing was even more perplexed, bewilderedly inquiring, "What?" Upon hearing that he might be sent away, the Phoenix Envoy urgently pleaded, "Master, please do not cast me away. Allow me to remain by your side, master." Observing the Phoenix Envoy's look of distress, Tang Xing reluctantly acquiesced, "Very well. If that is the case, you may stay. But do you know how to exit this place?" The Phoenix Envoy promptly responded, "Master, rest assured, as long as you concentrate, I will do everything in my power to assist you in finding the way out." With that, the Phoenix Envoy dissipated into the otherworldly space. As Tang Xing emerged from he immediately unleashed a formidable mental force. At that moment, Zhu Keisha activated its own abilities, instantly doubling Tang Xing's mental power. This sudden enhancement left Tang Xing utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such a remarkable breakthrough in his mental prowess. With the amplification of his mental energy, Tang Xing swiftly discerned the direction of the exit and excitedly called out, "Everyone, follow me." The group promptly trailed behind Tang Xing, encountering no dangers along the way. At last, they arrived at the exit, only to be taken aback by the sight of an elderly man quietly resting amidst a mound of grass. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing immediately assisted the elderly man to his feet, expressing his concern with earnest inquiries. "Elder, what troubles you? What has transpired?" The old man, gasping for breath, grasped Tang Xing's hand tightly and implored, "Please, I beseech you, save my grandson." Tang Xing urgently responded, "Could you describe your grandson's appearance?" Trembling, the elder retrieved a photograph from his bosom and handed it to Tang Xing. Taking the photo, Tang Xing examined it closely before turning to Li Fei and the others, his eyes reflecting a question. Li Fei and the rest nodded in unison, indicating their willingness to assist in the search for the old man's grandson. Zhang Ruoying, with unwavering determination, declared, "We have come to eradicate those vile monsters and rescue more souls." The elderly man, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his thanks repeatedly. Subsequently, he detailed the direction in which his grandson had been taken and delineated the route to the altar of sacrifice. Tang Xing and his companions resolved to embark immediately. Intent on locating and rescuing the elder's grandson, they arrived at the grassy stone embankment of the altar, where Tang Xing briefly outlined their mission before everyone swiftly set to work. One by one, the guards fell. Tang Xing ventured deep into enemy territory as if traversing unchallenged grounds. Pondering the ease of their progress, he felt a flicker of unease. Suddenly, Inshui clapped his hands and said, "Tang Xing, allow me to show you something." Inshui pointed to a figure nearby, leaving Tang Xing astounded, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 43. No Way Out. Tang Xing gazed at Inshui and remarked, "Your ability to capture them signifies your formidable strength." Inshui chuckled softly and replied, "Youngster, should you manage to defeat me, I shall release them." At that moment, Su Yin awakened, exclaiming loudly, "Tang Xing, do not engage in a contest with him, please." Tang Xing turned his attention to Su Yin and assured her, "Do not worry, Su Yin. I will certainly rescue you all." With that, Tang Xing pivoted to face Inshui, his gaze resolute. Observing this, Inshui swiftly brandished his weapon, the Nightfall. And in an instant, he appeared before Tang Xing, wielding a battle spear aimed directly at him. Tang Xing reacted with remarkable speed, summoning the spirit's sacred spear to deflect the attack. Inshui unveiled his 6 soul rings, prompting Tang Xing to express his astonishment. "A soul emperor, indeed. Now I am intrigued." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xing vigorously swung the spirit's sacred spear, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Inshui staggering back into the abyss of darkness. Tang Xing subsequently closed his eyes, attentively perceiving the essence of Inshui. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes once more, emanating a sacred aura that instantaneously dispersed the dark mist surrounding Inshui. Witnessing this, Inshui was utterly astonished. "What? The weapon in your hand is an extraordinary artifact. Where on earth did you acquire it?" Tang Xing let out a cold snort and replied, "This is a matter you need not concern yourself with." With that, he brandished the celestial holy spear and launched another attack, proclaiming, "Sweep across the myriad armies." In the face of Tang Xing's assault, Inshui did not dare to be negligent, and promptly unleashed his soul technique, Imperial Qilin Whirlwind. However, this strike was effortlessly shattered by Tang Xing. Inshui had no choice but to summon the Qilin shield to barely withstand Tang Xing's onslaught. Nevertheless, he still suffered significant consequences. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Inshui immediately turned to threaten the hostage. Yet, in the next instant, Huang Quan executed a thunderstorm card slash toward Inshui, causing him to spew blood from the impact of his battle spear. Meanwhile, the hostage had long since been rescued. Tang Xing looked at Huang Quan, excitedly calling out, "Boss." This address filled Tang Xing with an overwhelming sense of familiarity, for he knew that only Li Fei, whom he recognized, would refer to him in such a manner. Tang Xing and Li Fei exchanged a fist bump when Enmu rushed over to assist Tang Xing, exclaiming, "Brother, are you all right?" Tang Xing, spotting a familiar face, exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Enmu? What brings you here?" Enmu glared at Tang Xing, seething with anger, and demanded, "You again? Did you inflict my brother's injuries?" Without flinching, Tang Xing retorted, "Indeed, I did. But if you possess any skill, come and defeat me." "Oh, by the way, I just remembered. You seem incapable of besting me." Inshui rose once more, a glint of ferocity in his eyes, declaring, "I haven't even unleashed my full power yet. Prepare to witness my might." Fourth soul skill, Qi Huang Magic Void Restriction. Tang Xing once again wielded the celestial sacred spear. Unleashing the third move, the sweeping strike against a myriad of foes, a formidable force that sent Enmu staggering backward. At that moment, a figure hurtled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Lan Qiu and Zhang Ruoying were also knocked down by this figure, who happened to be Li Fei. Li Fei let out a pained cry. "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Simultaneously, a floral palanquin slowly glided into their view, and Inshui, with a smug smile, addressed the occupant within. "You are doomed. My lord, please make your appearance." As the words fell, the curtains of the palanquin were drawn back, revealing an exquisitely beautiful woman. She was captivating, yet her demeanor was frigid. This was Qianyu, who coldly declared, "None of you present today shall leave this place." As Tang Xing beheld the appearance of Qianyu, a smile graced her lips, and just as she prepared to speak, Zhang Ruoying abruptly rose, her face pale and her voice filled with urgency as she shouted, "We must flee. A formidable figure has arrived. Everyone, escape." With that, she seized Lan Qiu and turned to flee the scene. An unsettling tension gripped Qianyu's heart, prompting her to unleash her lantern domain in an attempt to obstruct the advance of those approaching. However, at that moment, a fierce sword aura surged toward the lantern domain. Qianyu, with keen perception, sensed an attack on her domain, which began to fracture. As the lantern domain shattered, a familiar silhouette emerged before Tang Xing and the others. Li Fei's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "It's Teacher Wu." Teacher Wu, wearing a grave expression, bellowed, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." His voice resonated with urgency and concern, as if to convey the dire nature of their predicament. Inshui, quick to react, promptly activated a formidable protective barrier that enveloped everyone, shielding them from harm. Meanwhile, Wu Xinhing seized the opportunity to address Zhang Ruoying, saying, "Ruoying, I shall confront the individual wielding the lantern." As Zhang Ruoying engaged in a fierce duel with Inshui, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from her opponent. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What is your martial soul?" Inshui's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "Allow me to enlighten you. Watch closely." With that, he summoned his martial soul, leaving Zhang Ruoying astounded. To her surprise, Inshui's martial soul was the Dark Qilin. Undeterred, Zhang Ruoying summoned her own martial soul in response. Inshui instantly recognized it and marveled. "It is indeed the Holy Light Qilin. Come forth, at last. I can engage in battle." He then unleashed his third soul skill, Night Demon Light. Zhang Ruoying, not to be outdone, activated her first soul skill, Holy Light Deer Qilin Break. With a flourish of her weapon, she unleashed a powerful strike that sent Inshui crashing to the ground. Just as Enmu prepared to assist Inshui, Li Fei suddenly intercepted him, taunting, "Let me have a word with you." With that, he lunged at Enmu with a dagger. However, Enmu reacted swiftly, gently pushing Li Fei's dagger aside with one hand. Following that, he summoned his Black Tiger martial soul, which was ferocious in nature, pouncing directly at Li Fei. Yet, Li Fei was no ordinary opponent. He leaped deftly to evade the assault of the Black Tiger martial soul. At that moment, Zhang Ruoying, witnessing the unfolding scene, unhesitatingly unleashed her second soul skill, Light of the Deer Qilin. As the skill activated, Li Fei felt an overwhelming surge of light elemental power coursing through him, significantly enhancing his strength. Seizing the moment, Mu unleashed his second soul skill, Black Shockwave. The attack was formidable and awe-inspiring. Just as the Black Shockwave was about to strike Li Fei, he remained calm, beginning to gather energy. When the Black Shockwave neared him, Li Fei finally made his move, employing his first soul skill, Radiant Slash. This strike, akin to a blinding beam of light, effortlessly severed Mu's Black Tiger Shockwave. Meanwhile, the battle on Zhang Ruiying's side was drawing to a close. Shui unleashed her sixth soul skill, Eternal Night Realm, along with her fifth soul skill, Qilin Celestial Obliteration. Enveloped within the grasp of Shui's sixth soul skill, Zhang Ruiying suddenly sensed an impending danger from above, prompting her to become alert. In an instant, she summoned her fifth soul skill, Qilin Killing Divine Slash. A fierce blade of energy erupted from the sword in her hand, imbued with an inexorable aura of murder and power, cleaving towards the sky. This strike, akin to a thunderous force, tore open a breach in Shui's most formidable attack. Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed her soul skill being effortlessly dismantled. Her complexion turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground, having lost her support. Simultaneously, Wu Xinheng faced off against Qianyu. Without hesitation, Qianyu unleashed her seventh martial soul skill, True Martial Form. As she recited her incantation, a tremendous aura erupted from her being, causing her figure to swell into that of a colossal monster. Following this, Qianyu activated her fifth soul skill, Cage of Lanterns. A gigantic lantern materialized in her grasp, emanating an eerie radiance. She hurled the lantern towards Wu Xinheng, instantly creating an enclosed space that ensnared him within. Yet, Wu Xinheng remained undeterred by Qianyu's assault. He promptly invoked his seventh soul skill, True Martial Form. With the manifestation of his martial soul, his power surged immensely. Simultaneously, wielding his sword, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Frosted Heaven's Blade. The sword in his hand transformed into a massive blade, radiating an icy chill as it struck down towards Qianyu's lantern cage. A thunderous crash resonated as the colossal sword collided with the lantern cage, producing a deafening sound. In the following moment, countless blades of energy erupted from the giant's sword, cascading like a torrential downpour. These razor-sharp blades mercilessly battered against Qianyu's lantern cage. To her astonishment, Qianyu observed fissures beginning to form under the relentless assault, ultimately leading to its shattering. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xinheng surged forth. Yet Qianyu offered him no respite. She immediately invoked her fourth soul skill, Heart-Piercing Black Lantern Array. An array of black luminescence shot forth from her hands, weaving into a complex formation that ensnared Wu Xinheng within. He felt an overwhelming pressure engulf him, his breathing becoming labored. Nevertheless, he resolutely gripped his sword, bracing himself for Qianyu's impending assault. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing promptly supported Wu Xianhong. A resounding drumbeat echoed in the air, to which Qianyu disdainfully remarked, "Did you not declare you would not attend? How is it that you are here? I had intended to abstain. Yet my curiosity has prevailed," replied the woman seated in the palanquin with a clear voice. Qianyu boldly proposed, "Nayan, let us join forces. We shall undoubtedly prevail against them." Nayan burst into hearty laughter, stepping away from the palanquin, exuding the aura of a soul Douluo. Wu Xianhong placed a hand over her chest, her expression grave as she uttered, "This is troublesome." Nearby, Nayan shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you choose to surrender or face immediate execution?" Zhang Ruiying stepped forward, her determination unwavering as she declared, "Impossible. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on them." Lin Bing Doja. Nayan's face shifted to one of surprise, the 9-character true words? Intriguing. Yet you are still far from mastery. With that, she unleashed her third soul skill, Death's Claw. The ferocity of Nayan's assault was akin to a tempest, shattering Zhang Ruiying's technique effortlessly. She sneered, "The 9-character true words? You have yet to grasp its essence." At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, capturing Nayan's attention. Chapter 44. The cursed Sun Tang Xing and Lan Qiu were about to commence their martial soul fusion when Lan Qiu called out, "Su Yan, come join us in this fusion. We kindly request everyone to provide protection." Upon hearing this, Su Yan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately joined the fusion. Meanwhile, the others around them summoned their soul power, forming a formidable protective barrier to safeguard the trio engaged in the martial soul fusion. Nayan watched the martial soul fusion technique executed by Tang Xing, Lan Qiu, and Su Yan with a flicker of astonishment in her eyes, quickly replaced by a look of disdain. She remarked, "A martial soul fusion technique among three? How intriguing. But do you truly believe this will be enough to vanquish me? No one is permitted to intervene. I am eager to witness the true might of this attack. With her arms crossed, she awaited the trio's assault in silence. Tang Xing, Su Yan, and Lan Xiu united their powers to unleash their most formidable attack, the fusion of their martial souls, transforming into the purple spirit butterfly dragon. With a resonating roar echoing through the air, a colossal golden dragon emerged. This magnificent creature, adorned with shimmering purple hues and majestic wings, exuded an aura of unparalleled authority. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a furious roar towards Na Yun and her companions, as if intent on devouring the very heavens and earth. Following this, the golden dragon charged towards Na Yun with a cataclysmic force. Feeling the immense power of this assault, Na Yun's heart raced with trepidation. After all, Tang Xing was a formidable adversary, and a misstep could lead to her downfall. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she inhaled deeply, channeling all her soul energy in preparation for the impending strike. With a mocking smile, she declared, "Do you truly believe that a mere mudfish like you could defeat me? What a delusion." Activating her fourth soul skill, Eye of Death, her eyes transformed into a dark crimson, emanating a chilling aura. Tang Xing quickly realized the situation and immediately activated his skill, the Might of Gold. As his voice fell, a powerful golden radiance erupted from him, forming a colossal golden dragon. The dragon roared fiercely as it charged towards Na Yun, exuding an unparalleled might. The two skills collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that distorted the surrounding space. Both Na Yun and Tang Xing were jolted back a few steps, but they swiftly regained their footing, continuing their standoff. However, Tang Xing's complexion appeared somewhat pale, as he discovered that his soul power was depleting far more rapidly than he had anticipated. He gasped. The wretched disparity in soul power. Zhu Ke, with a grave expression, said, "Master, I can assist you, but there is inherent risk." Tang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he replied, "Bring it on." Without hesitation, Zhu Ke unleashed the primal fire, continuously infusing it into Tang Xing's body. Lan Xiu and Su Yin felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into them, gradually enhancing their own soul power. Simultaneously, the golden dragon began its evolution. Its once ordinary wings became increasingly magnificent, ultimately transforming into a pair of majestic dragon wings. Its very form underwent a dramatic change, emanating a chilling aura. Na Yun, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in surprise, "How intriguing, such a method exists." She swiftly cast her seventh soul skill, True Spirit Manifestation, followed by her sixth soul skill, Heart Piercing across all realms, attempting to thwart Tang Xing's assault. However, Tang Xing had long been prepared. He immediately unleashed Zhu Ke's primal fire, roaring Phoenix Dragon in 9 heavens. He gathered all the light elements within him, forming a dazzling beam that fused with the primal fire. This strike contained immense power, instantly shattering Na Yun's sixth soul skill. Even her True Spirit Manifestation could not withstand this formidable force, propelling her away. Tang Xing's attack was astonishing, leaving all present in awe. At this moment, the golden dragon's momentum intensified, causing Yin Shui, Yin Mu, and Qian Yu to feel an overwhelming pressure, prompting them to flee in terror. They understood that Tang Xing's strength had surpassed their expectations, and remaining would only lead them into peril. The golden dragon's presence was colossal, its massive form dancing in the air, exuding a suffocating pressure. Li Fei shouted excitedly, "Boss, quickly release the martial spirit fusion." However, the golden dragon seemed oblivious to his words, instead beginning to thrash wildly. Suddenly, it whipped its tail violently, sending Lan Xiu and Su Yin flying through the air. They tumbled before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Xing too began to enter a state of frenzy, his eyes turning crimson, his aura growing ever more formidable. Zhu Ke finally realized the gravity of the situation and anxiously shouted, "This is bad. The primal fire has ignited the master's wrath. We must awaken him quickly. Master, awaken. Do not let the primal fire corrupt your heart." As Tang Xing's consciousness gradually awakened, the golden dragon vanished into thin air. When Tang Xing plummeted rapidly towards the ground, Li Fei leapt up with agility and caught him securely. With urgency, he exclaimed, "Boss! Boss! Tang Xing, please wake up." Zhang Ruoying hurried to Tang Xing's side, took his pulse, and declared, "Fortunately, it's merely a depletion of soul energy. He needs to rest. I will summon the soul-guided vehicle immediately." Li Fei, you stay here to look after Tang Xing. Lan Xiu approached and said, "Senior sister, allow me to care for Tang Xing." Zhang Ruoying nodded in agreement to her request. Subsequently, she led the others in preparation to obliterate the location. At that moment, as Lan Xiu was about to assist, Li Fei interjected. You should also take a break. You've exerted quite a bit of energy. I will tend to the boss. After a moment's thought, he added, I just remembered something. Lan Qiu, could you keep an eye on him for a moment? I'll be right back. With that, Li Fei exited. Lan Qiu gently held Tang Xing's hand, her eyes brimming with emotion as she spoke. Actually, during our recent martial soul fusion, I recalled some past events, some of which I am reluctant to revisit. As she spoke, her eyes moistened once more. With a quivering voice, she continued, Tang Xing, I truly fear the day we might find ourselves on opposing sides. Just then, she sensed someone approaching and quickly wiped away her tears. Moments later, Li Fei entered, carrying a bowl of steaming chicken soup, smiling as he said, I procured this chicken from the nearby indigenous people and simmered it into a delightful soup. Lan Qiu, this is for you. Lan Qiu hurriedly accepted the bowl, took a sip, and exclaimed in delight, this is absolutely delicious. Thank you, Li Fei. Li Fei waved his hand dismissively, smiling, it's just a small gesture. No need to thank me. At that moment, Huang Quan approached, catching the enticing aroma, and excitedly asked, wow, that smells amazing. What is it? Chicken soup? Li Fei replied with a grin, yes, you all returned just in time. Come and taste it. He handed a steaming bowl of chicken soup to Huang Quan, who took it, inhaled the fragrance, and couldn't help but marvel, it smells so good. After savoring a sip, a look of satisfaction spread across his face as he praised, this is truly delicious. Ziyuan, well aware of Li Fei's culinary prowess, felt a twinge of skepticism at Huang Quan's exuberant compliments but was nonetheless curious enough to take a bowl and down it in one go. After finishing, her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Li Fei in disbelief. Zhang Ruiying finished her soup in one gulp and then smiled, saying, I never expected that not only is junior brotherly powerful, but he is also an exceptional cook. This has truly opened my eyes. She licked her lips in satisfaction and continued, all right, we should return to the academy now. This mission has concluded successfully. Rising, she adjusted her attire, prompting the others to stand and prepare to return to the academy as well. Nayan emerged from a pile of rocks and hurried towards the headquarters without pause. As she entered the headquarters hall, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped her, compelling her to kneel upon the ground. A commanding voice resonated. Nayan, you have failed your mission, and yet you dare to return? This was the oppressive aura of the sect leader. Nayan, pale with fear, implored, Master Sect Leader, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me. Seeing her plight, the leader waved his hand in resignation, stating, very well, return and reflect upon your actions, Wu Jin. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Jin appeared, responding respectfully. At your service. The sect leader, observing Nayun's forlorn expression akin to a forsaken kitten, reiterated his command, return and contemplate your transgressions, Wu Jin. With that, Wu Jin immediately manifested, bowing in deference. The leader continued, you shall execute the next plan. Remember to prioritize safety. If danger arises, do not confront it head-on. Retreat if necessary. Remember, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Wu Jin stood tall in the center of the hall, his demeanor serious. Upon receiving the order, he nodded vigorously, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. His right hand rested on his chest, and he bent slightly in a gesture of respect. Turning, Wu Jin's steps were resolute and powerful, each stride imbued with purpose and a sense of duty. As though embarking on a significant mission, his silhouette gradually receded into the distance until it vanished at the doorway. The hall returned to tranquility. Yet Wu Jin's departure left an atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. Those present understood that he would forge ahead, confronting the uncertainties and challenges that lay ahead. In Wu Jin's heart, he recognized the gravity of his responsibilities. He would devote himself wholeheartedly, striving to honor the trust and expectations placed upon him by his superiors. His figure moved swiftly down the corridor, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating his path forward. The sun in the sky intensified, casting the world into a sweltering heatwave. Su Hao sat in the shade, fanning himself vigorously, yet unable to escape the oppressive warmth. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments. This sun is rather excessive today. Su Hao exclaimed in frustration, feeling as though he were ensconced in a colossal oven, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. At that moment, Mu Yao approached, equally drenched in perspiration. Remarking, Su Lao, today's sun is indeed unusual. The elders have already turned on the air conditioning. Su Hao, taken aback by her statement, replied, they are quite prompt with it. Let us join them. With that, he rose, prepared to accompany Mu Yao to the air-conditioned refuge. The two traversed the corridor, passing one room after another until they finally arrived at the cooled chamber. Upon entering, Su Hao was immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze. He inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. In the sanctuary of the air-conditioned room, Su Hao and Mu Yao settled down to rest, relishing the rare moment of coolness. Su Hao sighed, expressing his discomfort with the unbearable weather, remarking that without air conditioning, he could scarcely fathom how to cope. Mu Yao nodded in agreement, her gaze fixated on the blazing sun outside as she silently wished for the relentless heat wave to pass swiftly. After spending some time in the cooled refuge of the air-conditioned room, they felt a considerable alleviation from the sweltering heat. Su Hao contemplated that on such a scorching day, everyone must be suffering. He resolved to seek counsel from the elders to explore potential solutions for mitigating the oppressive heat. Consequently, Su Hao and Mu Yao departed the air-conditioned sanctuary and made their way to the elders' gathering place. Upon their arrival, they discovered the elders engaged in discussion. Su Hao articulated the purpose of their visit and proposed various measures to lower the temperature, such as installing additional shaded structures within the city and providing refreshing beverages to combat the heat. The elders attentively considered Su Hao's suggestions and assured him they would deliberate on their implementation. Both Su Hao and Mu Yao felt a sense of relief, hoping these initiatives would afford the populace a modicum of comfort amidst the sweltering conditions. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoying and Tang Xing were hastening towards Linghai Academy in Linghai City. Tang Xing slowly awakened, rubbing her eyes, and in a moment of confusion, inquired about their destination. Lan Qiu, noticing Tang Xing had stirred, replied, "You are awake. We have departed from the southern wilderness and are now en route back to the academy." Tang Xing appeared momentarily dazed, her gaze reflecting a hint of melancholy as she stared at Lan Qiu's enchanting visage, akin to admiring a finely crafted masterpiece. Observing Tang Xing's lack of response, Lan Qiu waved her hand in front of her face, calling out, "Tang Xing, Tang Xing." Lan Qiu's voice, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, drew Tang Xing back to the present moment. Tang Xing revealed a mysterious smile towards Lan Qiu and said, "I just thought of something amusing." A sense of unease washed over Lan Qiu, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Upon their arrival in Linghai City, Tang Xing and the others were astonished to discover the sun exhibiting peculiar abnormalities. Concentrating his soul power in his eyes, Tang Xing scrutinized the sun like a devoted researcher. He gradually articulated, "This sun has been ensnared by a unique spell, imperceptible to the average observer. However, my purple extreme magic eye has transcended to the realm of the mustard seed, allowing me to see through all illusions. The reason most cannot detect it is that the spell cast upon the sun is exceptionally formidable. It magnifies the sun's flames like a lens, causing it to burn incessantly until it is completely consumed." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions froze, as if struck by an invisible force. Chapter 45. Breaking the spell. Zhang Ruoying swiftly pressed the accelerator, and the soul-guided vehicle surged towards the academy like an arrow released from its bow. "Wu Jin, do you truly believe this will suffice?" Nayan questioned skeptically. A hint of confusion crossed Wu Jin's face as he retorted, "You dare to question me? Are you not aware of the legend when the sun god conjured two suns single-handedly? One sun epitomized goodness, while the other symbolized malevolence. The sun in the sky is the embodiment of virtue, whereas the malevolent sun, deemed too wicked, was personally vanquished by the sun god. And I am that embodiment of evil. Thus, I must personally annihilate the demon god, compelling him to witness the destruction of those detestable humans by his own hand. Only then can I plunge him into despair and anguish." Upon returning to school, Tang Xing was met with a wave of warmth that left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He furrowed his brow and employed his mental faculties to probe the surrounding environment, yet curiously, he sensed no presence of any individuals. A flicker of confusion arose within him as he cautiously took a step forward, only to be abruptly engulfed by a powerful force that transported him inside. When Tang Xing opened his eyes, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. The entire room was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, the chill penetrating to the bone. However, what was even more surprising was the sight of numerous Caucasians joyfully engaging in playful activities. Some were engaged in snowball fights while others skated gracefully, their laughter resonating through the air above the icy surface. Tang Xing blinked, attempting to comprehend the scene before him. Gradually, he regained his senses and murmured to himself, "Is this considered a grand estate? It is rather cool, indeed." As he spoke, he reveled in the frigid air surrounding him, his curiosity about this mysterious and peculiar place intensifying. A strikingly attractive woman approached Tang Xing, her face beaming with a smile as she said, "Senior, would you care to join me for some ice skating?" Just as Tang Xing was about to respond, Lan Qiu suddenly appeared, linking her arm with his and casting a fierce glare at the young woman. She bluntly declared, he is not interested. Besides, if he wishes to skate, I can teach him, right, Tang Xing? Tang Xing, intimidated by Lan Qiu's assertiveness, fell silent, unable to utter a word. Lan Qiu held onto his hand firmly, warning him, you are not permitted to flirt with other girls unless they are acquaintances of mine. Do you understand? Tang Xing stared at her, momentarily at a loss for a reply. Lan Qiu, feeling the intensity of his gaze, blushed slightly but maintained her composure as she reiterated. Do you understand? Tang Xing shook off his daze and asked, why can't I interact with other girls? At this, Lan Qiu's anger flared, and she shouted, then go find your little fairy. I don't care about you. With that, she stormed off, leaving Tang Xing standing alone, bewildered. Within the Linghai Pavilion, the members whispered among themselves regarding the situation with the sun, their voices creating a cacophony. Two elder members sat above, their brows furrowed in distress. Suddenly, Xiaoming slammed the table and exclaimed, everyone, is there no solution? The sun has reached an uncontrollable state. As soon as he finished speaking, a member rose and said, Leader, I have a plan, but it requires your approval. Instantly, another member countered, Third junior sister, please sit down. However, the individual referred to as third junior sister stood her ground and retorted, second brother, please trust me. Aware of her resolute determination, Xiaoming replied, Mu Yao. If that is the case, you must exercise caution. At that moment, Elder Su also stepped forward, expressing his willingness to accompany Mu Yao. Xiaoming looked at them with gratitude, urging, please, both of you, ensure your safety. Subsequently, Elder Su and Mu Yao made their way to confront the sun. Elder Su, drenched in sweat, remarked, it is so hot. Observing his discomfort, Mu Yao said, please lend me your strength, freeze it for 1,000 miles. Elder Su directed a surge of true energy towards Mu Yao. Watching them attempt to break the curse, Wu Jin sneered, you really think you can succeed? Dream on. He then activated the incantation, and as Mu Yao was in the process of dispelling the spell, she noticed the sun gradually melting its icy form. The sun suddenly unleashed a flame that struck Mu Yao, causing her to feel searing heat as she rapidly fell. Elder Su, seeing this, hurried to save her, using his fan to propel Mu Yao to safety before plunging into the sea himself. Hidden in the shadows, Wu Jin reveled in their plight, thinking, they brought this upon themselves. After rescuing Mu Yao, Elder Su promptly summoned Elder Shu. Elder Shu meticulously examined Mu Yao's condition, his brow furrowed in concern. With a shake of his head, he sighed, noting that Mu Yao had lost the previous sensation of burning heat. Yet she had succumbed to the venomous fire of the sun. This particular poison was unprecedented in his experience, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Elder Su, filled with anxiety, inquired, why has this occurred? Elder Shu gazed at him and slowly replied, do you recall the era from which you came? Upon closer inspection, Elder Su was taken aback, realizing the implications. Elder Shu continued, it seems that such venomous fire existed in your time. Elder Su, eager for solutions, pressed on. Is there an antidote? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Shu answered, currently, I lack a definitive remedy. But I have heard that the Yun sect may possess the means to counteract it. Without hesitation, Elder Su relayed the message to the Yun sect, who promptly dispatched personnel for assistance. Elder Shu inquired once more, what news? Elder Su responded, the Yun sect has sent someone. Upon hearing this, Elder Shu channeled his life force again in an attempt to heal the wounds, though it proved to be a mere drop in the bucket. At that moment, Yu Feng hurriedly arrived with news. Elder Shu, Elder Su, the 5th elder and 9th elder from the Yun sect have arrived. Elder Su, somewhat puzzled, asked, the 5th elder? That name sounds familiar. Could it be? Yu Feng nodded, and Elder Su's excitement surged. Quickly, invite them in. Shortly thereafter, Jin Lin and Jiang Yu entered. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Elder Su beamed, Sister Jiang, it has been far too long. Jiang Yu smiled in return, indeed, it has been quite a while. By the way, I heard that the venomous fire has re-emerged. Elder Shu stepped forward, his expression grave. Senior, it is indeed the venomous fire. We are at a loss for how to confront it. Jiang Yu smiled gently and said, there exists a principle of mutual generation and restraint among all things in the world. Elder Shu, do you know how to counter it? Elder Shu looked at her in astonishment, then suddenly enlightened. Could it be that light dispels darkness? Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively, declaring, precisely. I know of someone who can dispel the venomous fire, and that is Tang Xing. While lost in thought, Tang Xing suddenly sneezed and muttered to himself, who is speaking of me? At that moment, a member of Linghai Pavilion hurriedly approached, respectfully stating, Tang Xing, Elder Su requests your presence. Tang Xing paused momentarily before rising to accompany the member to the pavilion. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed in delight, "Mother, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu approached Tang Xing, her face illuminating with a tender smile as she gently caressed his head, whispering, "It has been a long time." Little Tang Xing looked up, his expression filled with confusion as he asked, "Mother, why are you here?" Jiang Yu cleared her throat, her tone turning somber. "My child, the person lying in bed is your senior sister. She is afflicted by a formidable toxin and is on the brink of death. Only you can save her now. Tell me, to what level have you cultivated your spirit form?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing serious as he earnestly replied, "Mother, I have reached the 4th level of spirit form cultivation." Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yu's face broke into a reassuring smile, and she nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Excellent, my child. You must unleash your 4th level skill and do your utmost to heal your senior sister." Jiang Yu had always held high hopes for Tang Xing, who would invariably comply without hesitation whenever she spoke. This instance was no different. Tang Xing promptly set to work, invoking her spirit form ability to commence the treatment of her senior sister. As time ticked away in a seemingly interminable wait, at last, Tang Xing completed the healing. At that moment, Elder Shu approached to take the patient's pulse, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! She has escaped the clutches of death. The poison has been controlled, and with a few days of rest, she shall regain her health." Elder Su, somewhat astonished, remarked, "If he can eliminate the poisonous fire, does that not imply that the solar curse outside may also be within his capacity to unravel?" Jiang Yu immediately grasped the implication. It seems so. Subsequently, Tang Xing led the 6 companions to the location of the sun. Upon their arrival, Tang Xing could not help but exclaim, "It is truly sweltering here. We must expedite our task and return." With that, she commenced the process of dispelling the sun's curse. Meanwhile, a disciple dispatched by Elder Shu had already returned to the academy, reporting, "We have located it." Hearing this, Elder Shu hastily made his way to the stronghold. However, the black gold bird sensed that something was amiss and raced towards the sun's location. Just as Wu Jin departed, Elder Shu arrived at the stronghold. After a thorough search, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, the children may be in peril. I say, they sent us to assist you in breaking the curse. Yet in the end, we have accomplished nothing," Li Fei jested. Lan Shou gazed ahead, an inexplicable tension welling up within him. He furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "Everyone, be cautious." His words resonated like a chilling wind, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Chapter 46, The Great Battle with Wu Jin. Li Fei shouted, "Lin Qian, protect the boss and Huang Quan. The rest of you, come with me to confront the enemy." His voice brimmed with determination and resolve. Yet, Wu Jin merely scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he retorted, "You insignificant wretches dare to challenge me? Such audacity is truly laughable." With that, Wu Jin unleashed his formidable martial spirit, a blazing inferno enveloping him, forming a shield of roaring flames. Wu Jin swung his fist with ferocious intent towards Li Fei and the others, the sheer power of the blow scattering them in all directions. Observing this, Su Yin immediately stepped forward to block Wu Jin's path. Wu Jin glared at her, bellowing, "Step aside. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Su Yin calmly replied, "That is not an option." Her gaze was resolute and fearless, showing no signs of retreat. Seeing Su Yin so obstinate, Wu Jin's fury ignited further. Without further ado, he unleashed his primal power, coalescing it into a fierce attack aimed directly at Su Yin. In response, Ziyin hurriedly activated her 4th soul skill, Starshine Shield. A protective shield enveloped Su Yin, as Li Fei launched a fierce strike against Wu Jin, inciting his wrath to a boiling point. Wu Jin erupted with the essence of a battle spirit, revealing his 8 soul rings, and entered a mode of relentless slaughter. He unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Ziyin, sending her hurtling away. Observing this, Li Fei swiftly caught Ziyin in his arms. However, at that moment, Wu Jin unexpectedly aimed a fatal blow at her. Enraged, Li Fei unleashed a powerful aura of light to suppress Wu Jin, only to be astounded by its ineffectiveness against him. Without hesitation, Li Fei seized the luminous dagger and lunged fiercely at Wu Jin, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Radiant Slash." The strike landed accurately upon Wu Jin's shoulder. Wu Jin, with a cold smirk, remarked, "Not bad. This strike faintly approaches the level of a soul emperor. Yet it remains woefully insufficient." With that, he swiftly grasped Li Fei and hurled him into the air. In the next instant, Wu Jin's left hand pierced through Li Fei's body like lightning, blood splattering in all directions. Tang Yun gazed in disbelief as Li Fei was pierced through the chest by the ominous black light, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with incredulity. With widened eyes and a trembling body, Tang Yun struggled to accept the reality unfolding before him. How could Li Fei perish at the hands of Wu Jin in such a manner? Anguish and fury surged within him, his fists clenched tightly. Nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping from his fingertips. Damn it! Tang Yun spat through gritted teeth, his voice laced with boundless rage and sorrow. His gaze sharpened, becoming resolute, as the fire of vengeance blazed within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. He vowed to make Wu Jin pay dearly for this, to avenge Li Fei's untimely demise. At that moment, Huang Quan suddenly interjected, Tang Xing, quickly break the curse. I will hold him off. With that, he charged towards Wu Jin, his hands glowing with light, intent on thwarting Wu Jin's advance. However, Wu Jin effortlessly breached Huang Quan's defenses, pressing onward towards Tang Yun and the others. Simultaneously, Lin Qian's defenses crumbled under Wu Jin's assault, his complexion pale and sweat beading on his forehead, clearly suffering significant injuries. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Qian's eyes as he wielded his sword, crackling with thunderous energy, unleashing a cross-shaped sword aura towards the foe. The blade sliced through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Wu Jin with formidable might. Yet, in the face of such a fierce attack, Wu Jin remained unfazed. He met the sword aura head-on with his weapon, and with a resounding crash, the cross-shaped aura was shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered in the air. At that moment, Lin Qian suddenly noticed Huang Quan in grave danger. Wu Jin was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, and as the strike neared its target, Lin Qian's heart raced. In the nick of time, a flash of cold light appeared as a massive halberd shot towards Wu Jin with astounding speed, forcing him to stagger back several meters. At this moment, Tang Xing donned a golden battle garb, wielding the celestial halberd of the elves, his gaze unwavering and filled with murderous intent, fixated on the enemy ahead. Wu Jin sneered at Tang Xing, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation, seemingly dismissive of Tang Xing's presence. This only served to enrage Tang Xing further. He gripped the halberd tightly and charged at Wu Jin. Unyielding, Wu Jin adopted a defensive stance, preparing to confront Tang Xing's assault. Tang Xing surged forward with an unparalleled momentum, each stride seemingly intent on trampling the entire world beneath his feet. However, Wu Jin remained composed, effortlessly neutralizing Tang Xing's onslaught. Just as Tang Xing reached Wu Jin, the latter unleashed a devastating inferno fist, instantly repelling Tang Xing. Tang Xing was hurled before the sun, and before he could react, a blazing spear lunged toward him. His eyes widened in despair. He realized he had nowhere to flee, yet he still clung to the hope of a miracle. However, upon recognizing that the assailant was none other than Lan Qiu, his heart plummeted. No! Tang Xing suddenly roared, his voice reverberating throughout the expanse. Simultaneously, his mental state underwent a profound transformation. His previously tranquil expression contorted into one of fierce intensity, and his eyes sparkled with two icy beams of light. Wu Jin, immersed in his own elation, was startled by Tang Xing's sudden shift. He quickly sensed the perilous turn of events and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Tang Xing emanated a formidable surge of mental power, obliterating Wu Jin's psychic defenses in an instant. Wu Jin's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated Tang Xing's immense strength. Yet, at that moment, Tang Xing's gaze turned chillingly cold, as if all vitality had been extinguished from him. This frigid aura swiftly spread, shattering Wu Jin's mental fortitude. Wu Jin gazed at Tang Xing in terror, his heart brimming with dread. He knew that if this continued, he might face the grim specter of death. Therefore, without hesitation, he unleashed his murderous intent, striving to counter Tang Xing's onslaught. As Wu Jin's malevolent aura intensified, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Meanwhile, Tang Xing's eyes radiated a golden divine light, akin to blazing flames, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. Tang Xing wielded the celestial spear of spirits with unparalleled fervor, charging towards Wu Jin with an indomitable presence. Each swing was accompanied by a formidable surge of energy, as if capable of rending the very fabric of reality. The aura of slaughter emanating from Wu Jin intensified, suggesting he was on the verge of unleashing his fury. The distance between Tang Xing and Wu Jin diminishes, their gazes intertwining in the air, igniting a fierce spark. An exhilarating battle is on the verge of unfolding. Who shall emerge victorious in the end? Tang Xing concentrated all his strength into the elven sacred spear in his grasp, his eyes radiating determination and resolve. With a fierce roar, The elven sacred spear emitted a dazzling brilliance, marking its most potent strike, the elven judgment. In that moment, a colossal spirit erupted from the spear, wielding a sword of judgment, exuding an overwhelming force as it struck towards Wu Jin. Wu Jin felt the terror of this assault, his complexion turning ashen, despair flickering in his eyes. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared, intercepting the lethal attack. Enraged, Tang Xing's fury intensified. He bellowed, "No matter who attempts to stop me, it is futile." Elven style. First technique, light of all spirits. In an instant, an overwhelmingly potent aura burst forth from him, akin to a volcanic eruption, radiating outward. This formidable energy not only devastated those who came to assist, but also struck Wu Jin, exacerbating his injuries. Tang Xing's eyes had transformed completely into a blood-red hue, as if his reason had been entirely consumed by rage. His body emanated a formidable aura, seemingly capable of annihilating the entire world. At that moment, Wu Jin gazed in terror at the fearsome man before him, acutely aware that should Tang Xing launch another assault, his demise would be inevitable. Trembling, Wu Jin uttered, "Yiming, thank you." But before he could finish, Yiming appeared and replied, "It's nothing. I too have been injured." I didn't anticipate the ferocity of his strike. Just as he completed his statement, Wu Jin collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, he rushed forward to check on him, feeling his body and giving him a gentle shake, only to find that Wu Jin had succumbed to unconsciousness. In haste, she carried him back to the headquarters. Upon arrival at the headquarters, Yiming carefully laid Wu Jin down in the hall, then recounted the entire sequence of events to the sect leader. Sect leader, this is how it transpired. The sect leader, immediately noticing Yiming's injuries, expressed concern. "All right. I understand. You two are wounded. Come here. I shall tend to your injuries." Subsequently, the sect leader extended his hands, channeling powerful energy into both of them to aid in their healing. Tang Xing clutched Lan Xiu tightly, his eyes brimming with despair and sorrow. His voice trembled as he implored, "No, please don't die. I beg you, please don't leave me. Wake up, quickly." Simultaneously, he exerted himself to lift Li Fei, striving to channel his own life force into them, hoping to save their lives. However, at that moment, Elder Tree suddenly appeared, sensing a formidable life energy dissipating rapidly. He exclaimed in shock, "This is dire. If this continues, he will perish." Tang Xing, disregarding his own safety, relentlessly channeled his life force to Li Fei and Lan Xiu. His complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Tree promptly unleashed his 8th soul skill, Life Blossom. A torrent of majestic and warm life energy surged forth from Elder Tree, akin to a crystalline spring, continuously nourishing Tang Xing. Tang Xing felt an immense vitality coursing through him, a hint of gratitude gracing his countenance. With all his strength, he addressed the ancient tree, saying, "Thank you, thank you. Esteemed tree, please take care of Li Fei and the others. I need to rest for a while." As he spoke, his voice gradually weakened, and his body slowly succumbed to exhaustion, ultimately collapsing gently to the ground. The ancient tree hurriedly stepped forward to catch Tang Xing, reflecting inwardly, "This foolish child, so devoted and loyal. Fear not, I shall not allow you to perish easily." The ancient tree then transported Tang Xing and his companions back, commencing the preservation of Tang Xing's life using the golden ancient tree, while employing the golden fruit to safeguard his heart's pulse. The ancient tree began to unleash its 9th soul technique. Tang Xing's complexion was as pale as paper, and his body had grown exceedingly frail. His breath was faint, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Old Tree's gaze was resolute. He understood that Tang Xing's life had reached a perilous juncture. He had to exert every ounce of his strength to save him. His 9th spirit ability was gradually unleashed, and a surge of potent vitality emanated from him. This 9th spirit ability, known as Life Revival, was a formidable healing skill capable of restoring life's essence. After Old Tree released this ability, Tang Xing's body began to gradually regain its strength. His pallor transformed into a rosy hue, and his breath steadied. Observing Tang Xing's gradual recovery, Old Tree felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that Tang Xing's life had been salvaged. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Tang Xing's complexion turned pale once more. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Old Tree quickly realized that Tang Xing might be unable to assimilate the essence of the golden fruit. Without hesitation, he forcefully transferred the essence to the spirit sea lake, the core of his cultivation and the very essence of his soul. Old Tree hoped that by diverting the essence to the spirit sea lake, he could facilitate Tang Xing's digestion. Yet, The spirit sea lake was unable to fully assimilate the essence of the golden fruit. The essence stirred the surface of the lake, creating golden ripples that radiated powerful energy waves. Old Tree understood that if he could not assist Tang Xing in digesting this essence swiftly, his body might endure even greater harm. He promptly activated his spirit rings, unleashing a formidable soul power. His spirit rings shimmered with a cerulean light, illuminating the entire spirit sea lake. The power of the rings permeated Tang Xing's spirit sea lake, merging with the essence of the golden fruit. Old Tree's soul power intertwined with Tang Xing's, working in unison to assimilate the essence. As Tang Xing began to recover, Jiang Yu and Elder Su arrived at the spirit sea lake. Upon seeing them, Old Tree immediately conveyed Tang Xing's condition. Both Jiang Yu and Elder Su were astonished to learn that Tang Xing could not digest the essence of the golden fruit. Jiang Yu promptly employed the power of Tai Chi to assist in the assimilation. Elder Su also summoned his own martial spirit to aid Jiang Yu. Their combined forces brought a sense of calmness to Tang Xing. With the support of Jiang Yu and Elder Su, Tang Xing's recovery accelerated. His body grew stronger, and his complexion became vibrant once more. Old Tree, observing Tang Xing's gradual restoration, felt a profound relief. He knew that Tang Xing's life had been preserved. He resolved to pay closer attention to Tang Xing's cultivation in the future, ensuring he could smoothly assimilate the essence of the golden fruit. Simultaneously, he was filled with anticipation for Tang Xing's future, believing that with the assistance of Jiang Yu and Elder Su, he would undoubtedly become a formidable cultivator. The perseverance and efforts of everyone did not go unnoticed by the golden tree, which shed a tear upon Tang Xing. In that moment, Tang Xing's body surged with newfound strength, undergoing a dramatic transformation. His soul power surged rapidly, reaching an astonishing level of 48. This sudden influx of strength left Tang Xing himself in a state of surprise, for he understood that it was a gift bestowed upon him by the golden tree. He felt his body becoming increasingly powerful, as if an inexhaustible energy surged within him. His soul power resembled tumultuous ocean waves, crashing upon him in relentless succession, continuously augmenting his strength. Tang Xing closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of this formidable soul power, his heart brimming with gratitude. He recognized this as the golden tree's acknowledgement and support. Under the influence of this potent soul power, Tang Xing's body began to emanate a dazzling radiance. His aura grew increasingly formidable, as though he had become the sovereign of this realm. The onlookers gazed at Tang Xing, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. They realized that he had transformed into a powerful being, his future teeming with boundless possibilities. Elder Su beheld Tang Xing's first soul ring. This talent is truly extraordinary. The first soul ring is a millennium old, and it features a configuration of 3 purple and 1 black. This is his initial martial soul. To think his second martial soul possesses a configuration of 2 purple and 2 black. Who in the entire Douluo continent could boast such an outrageous soul ring configuration? Elder Su exclaimed. Beside him, Elder Shu was equally astonished. Though the increase in soul power is modest, the ability to alter martial soul rings is simply monstrous. Indeed, such talent must be nurtured without delay, remarked Xiaoming, who suddenly appeared behind them. Elder Shu and Elder Su immediately bowed respectfully to Xiaoming. He then inquired, "Have the other elders been notified?" Elder Shu replied, "Yes, they have been informed and should arrive shortly." Xiaoming continued, "What weapon does he excel in?" Elder Shu responded, "It appears to be a long spear." Seemingly resolved, Xiaoming declared, "Very well, I shall personally instruct Tang Xing and Lan Qiu. As for the remaining 5 spirit masters, each of you shall mentor 1 disciple, and if you feel capable, you may take on 2. Su Yin, displaying a discontented expression, remarked, "Master, why not take me? The 3 of us can achieve martial soul fusion." Hearing this, Xiaoming furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he seemed to have an epiphany and said, "Since you can achieve martial soul fusion, why not become disciples of my wife, Lin Jin? Her martial soul bears similarities to your second one." Upon saying this, he turned to Lin Jin. Lin Jin stepped forth from the crowd, an air of authority about her, and sternly remarked, "Who is your wife? How shameless." She then turned to Su Yan, her tone softening slightly. "However, sister, our martial souls do indeed share similarities. If you wish to become my disciple, I assure you that you will not be treated poorly." Su Yan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded, responding, "Very well, Su Yan pays respects to master." Lin Jin displayed a hint of surprise and smiled, saying, "Oh, you are quite agreeable. Then come, let us proceed together." Su Hao's gaze was fixed upon Li Fei, an indescribable expression shimmering in his eyes as he softly inquired, "Li Fei, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Li Fei was immediately overwhelmed with joy and emotion, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. He quickly rose to his feet, approached Su Hao, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Master Su." "No, Master. I am eager to become your disciple. Please accept me as your student." Su Hao smiled gently and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly recalled something and turned to glance at Ziyan, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He enthusiastically suggested to Su Hao, "Master, if that is the case, why not accept Ziyan as your disciple as well? That way, we can pair up and learn martial arts together under your guidance." Su Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Very well, I consent to your request." His voice was warm and resolute, as if bestowing a solemn promise upon Li Fei. Filled with joy, Li Fei nodded, aware that this was not merely an extraordinary opportunity, but also a profound responsibility. From that moment onward, they would embark on the path of martial arts together, hand in hand. Hu Xian gazed at Lin Qian and Huang Quan, a glimmer of expectation illuminating his eyes, as he slowly spoke, "Would you both care to become my disciples?" His voice carried a blend of authority and affection. Huang Quan promptly responded with utmost respect, "Vice Pavilion Master Pu, you honor me greatly, but I wish to study under Sister Ling, if that is permissible." His eyes reflected sincerity and longing. Ling Shuang appeared somewhat taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, that would be wonderful, but why do you wish to join my school?" A hint of confusion crossed her beautiful face. With a warm smile, Huang Quan began to articulate his thoughts eloquently, stating, "It is because I have long admired Sister Ling. Firstly, I am captivated by your beauty. Secondly, I hold immense respect for your artistic prowess. I wish to learn the art of medicine from you, as my second profession is that of a physician, Sister Ling." His gaze was steadfast and fervent, as if ignited by an inner flame. Ling Shuang nodded thoughtfully after a brief pause and replied, "Very well, henceforth you shall be my disciple. Let us proceed." With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Huang Quan, brimming with excitement, hurriedly followed in Ling Shuang's footsteps, his heart filled with delight and anticipation. Together, they vanished into the distance, embarking on a new journey of mentorship. Old Tree slowly shook his head, a hint of fatigue etched across his face. Observing this, Xiaoming hurriedly inquired, "Old Tree, how long will it be until Tang Xing awakens?" Old Tree's gaze remained fixed on Tang Xing as he gently replied, "Soon. He has just absorbed the full effects of the golden fruit. His body now requires some time to recuperate and rest. There is no need for the pavilion master to worry. Tang Xing will awaken by tomorrow morning at the latest. I also encourage you to return and rest." With that, Old Tree gently closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. Xia Ming stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed intently upon Tang Xing's serene visage, silently praying for her swift recovery. The night sky was as clear as crystal, with the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon the shimmering surface of Linghai Lake. On the shore of the lake stood an exquisite beauty. Su Yin suddenly felt a presence and, alert, inquired, "Who is it?" "Lan Qiu." Having heard the commotion and recognizing the familiar voice, responded, "Is it Su Yin?" Su Yin, upon hearing the voice, found it familiar yet hesitated to confirm, "Lan Qiu, is that you?" Lan Qiu chuckled lightly. Who else could it be? A sigh of relief washed over Su Yin as she approached Lan Qiu, her curiosity piqued. "What brings you here?" Lan Qiu countered, "I was about to ask you the same." The two exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware that each had their own purpose for being there. At that moment, the tranquil waters of Linghai Lake suddenly began to churn, waves rising in succession as if something were about to emerge from its depths. Su Yin and Lan Qiu gazed in astonishment at the lake's surface, uncertain of the unfolding event. Abruptly, a figure erupted from the water, enveloped by the surging waves, before breaking free from its aquatic confines. The birth of Tang Xing left both Lan Qiu and Su Yin utterly astonished, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Wow!" Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yin was filled with admiration. As Tang Xing awakened from his coma, he immediately spotted Lan Qiu and Su Yin, and, with a look of confusion, inquired, "What are you doing here?" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lan Qiu excitedly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Tang Xing, why were you so foolish? You actually used your life force to prolong mine. Oh, you truly are a great fool." Tang Xing held Lan Qiu tightly, speaking softly. "Because I cannot bear the thought of losing you, I will do whatever it takes to ensure your survival." Upon hearing his words, Lan Xiao felt a wave of emotion wash over her. With tears in her eyes, she pushed Tang Xing away forcefully and gazed at him, declaring, "Very well. I will not allow you to die either. Do you hear me?" Tang Xing nodded repeatedly, fearful of inciting Lan Xiao's ire, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I understand." Observing their intimate exchange, Su Yin could not help but emit a sound of mild disapproval. Instantly, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao became aware of the awkwardness and quickly distanced themselves. With a beaming smile, Su Yin turned to Tang Xing and declared, "I have delightful news for you, Tang Xing. The master of Ling Hai Pavilion has officially accepted you as his closed-door disciple. Moreover, Lan Xiao has also become the second closed-door disciple of the master. This means that from now on, you and Lan Xiao know. We should refer to ourselves as the 7 spirit practitioners, are finally granted the privilege to enter the inner courtyard." Upon hearing Su Yin's words, Tang Xing inquired in astonishment, "Have you all chosen a second profession?" Su Yin and Lan Xiao nodded vigorously in affirmation. Tang Xing felt a surge of joy within, considering himself exceedingly fortunate, and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed leaders." He understood that without their assistance, he might not have been granted such a precious opportunity. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was quite late and reminded the two that it was time to return and rest. Upon hearing that they would part ways for the night, Lan Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. She shyly gazed at Tang Xing, occasionally lowering her head, as if burdened by something difficult to express. Tang Xing sensed her unease and inquired if she required assistance. Finally summoning her courage, Lan Xiao softly asked, "Tang Xing, may we sleep together?" This question left both Tang Xing and Su Yin momentarily speechless. Su Yin even doubted her own hearing, widening her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Lan Xiao. Tang Xing was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless as he pondered how to respond. Ultimately, he stammered, "Lan Xiao, that might not be very appropriate." Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao immediately pouted, glaring at Tang Xing indignantly, accusing him of finding her unworthy. With that, she turned and walked away, pulling Su Yin along, leaving Tang Xing standing there, at a loss. He realized he had inadvertently upset Lan Xiao, yet he was uncertain how to mend the rift. Tang Xing sat quietly by the lakeshore, his gaze fixed upon the serene surface of Linghai Lake. The water, crystal clear, revealed the depths below, reflecting the sky and the surrounding mountains. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to sense the flow of energy within him. Suddenly, he was taken aback to discover that his soul rings had undergone a transformation. The original purple ring had deepened in hue, while the black ring had grown more intense. Tang Xing opened his eyes with excitement, exclaiming to himself, "My soul rings have surprisingly transformed into 2 purple and 2 black. How is this possible?" He meticulously examined his body, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing within him. He understood that this signified a monumental enhancement in his strength. Subsequently, he observed that his spirit-eye martial soul had undergone astonishing changes as well. The originally purple soul rings had morphed into 3 purple and 1 black, each radiating a chilling aura. Overwhelmed with joy, Tang Xing nearly leapt into the air, murmuring, "The soul rings of my spirit-eye martial soul have actually become 3 purple and 1 black. This is simply marvelous." The morning sun shone brilliantly as Tang Xing arrived early at the Spirit Sea Pavilion, eager to pay his respects to the pavilion master. Upon entering, he was filled with reverence. He bowed respectfully to the master, expressing his willingness to receive guidance. Xia Ming gladly accepted, agreeing to take Tang Xing as his disciple. Ecstatic, Tang Xing promptly knelt to pay his respects. Xia Ming, pleased, helped him up, assuring him that such formality was unnecessary. Afterward, Tang Xing rose and entered the Spirit Sea Pavilion alongside Xia Ming. They exchanged insights and experiences regarding cultivation, and Tang Xing found immense benefit in their dialogue. Xia Ming was equally impressed with Tang Xing's performance, believing him to be a promising talent. Ultimately, Xia Ming invited Tang Xing to share a meal, during which they savored exquisite dishes while continuing their discourse on the path of cultivation. Following their meal, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao made their way to the back garden, where they began to spar. Tang Xing showcased his exquisite spear techniques, while Lan Xiao adeptly evaded the assaults with agile movements. Their battle was intense, yet imbued with camaraderie and a spirit of mutual learning. At that moment, Xia Ming approached quietly, observing Tang Xing and Lan Xiao sparring for a while. He then spoke, "Come over here, both of you." Tang Xing and Lan Xiao immediately ceased their actions and approached him. With a smile, Xia Ming remarked, "Both of you performed commendably, particularly you, Tang Xing. Your spear techniques have shown significant improvement. However, there remains much to refine. Next, I shall impart a new spear technique to you. With that, Xiaoming began to elucidate the essentials and techniques of the spear art in detail. Tang Xing and Lan Chou listened intently, nodding in understanding. As time progressed, Xiaoming's explanations deepened, and their comprehension grew increasingly profound. Ultimately, they mastered the new spear technique and could wield it with proficiency. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, permitting them to return and rest. Meanwhile, Huang Quan diligently studied medicine alongside Ling Shuang. He picked up a herb, squeezed it in his hand, inhaled its scent, and tasted it, frowning as he inquired, "What kind of herb is this? Why is it so bitter?" Concurrently, Lin Xian, munching on an apple, squatted in a horse stance, lamenting to Pu Xian, "Master, how much longer must I hold this position?" Pu Xian, leisurely seated and rocking in his chair, replied, "Just a little longer. Keep it up." On the other side, Li Fei was being tormented by Su Hao's mystic wind formation, struggling to endure the relentless challenge. He shouted, "Su Lao, please do not toy with me in such a manner. This is truly exhausting." At that moment, Mu Yao approached with a smile and remarked, "Li Fei, you should feel fortunate. Even Su Lao does not bestow such treatment upon his own grandson." Upon hearing this, Li Fei became alarmed and exclaimed, "Mu Shiji, this mystic wind formation does not relent for even a moment. I am genuinely on the verge of collapse." Yet, Su Lao remained unfazed, savoring his tea, and encouraged, "Persevere. Li Fei, with your talent, you will surely prevail." Meanwhile, Su Yin was learning an esoteric technique known as the Path of Life under Lin Jin's guidance. Upon discovering this, Lin Jin was astonished and exclaimed, "What? I did not anticipate your talent to be so extraordinary, enabling you to comprehend the Path of Life." Curious, Su Yin inquired, "The Path of Life? What is it?" Lin Jin smiled and elucidated, "The Path of Life represents one of the highest realms of understanding vitality, allowing you to master more potent techniques for harnessing life force." Suddenly, a series of firm knocks echoed from the door. Su Yin opened it to reveal Tang Xing. Su Yin asked, "Tang Xing, what brings you here?" Tang Xing's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as he stammered, I would like to." Tang Xing spoke with unwavering determination, "I wish to visit your home." Su Yin, taken aback by this unexpected declaration, widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "What? Why?" Tang Xing, gazing at her in confusion, inquired, "Did you not mention that your family are adventurers and archaeologists?" It was only then that Su Yin realized, her expression shifting to one of enlightenment. "Oh, I understand what you intend to do now. Please wait a moment. Let us go together tomorrow, shall we?" Excitedly, Tang Xing nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned and departed. After a night had passed, the following morning, Tang Xing called Su Yin out, and the two set off together. Throughout the journey, Su Yin appeared to be searching for something, her eyes darting around. Observing her peculiar behavior, Tang Xing curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" Su Yin, displaying a hint of puzzlement, replied, "Where's Lan Xiu? Why did you not bring her along?" Tang Xing, however, maintained a serene demeanor and calmly remarked, "I am accompanying you to your home to study classical literature. And even if I brought the materials, I may not fully comprehend them. Rest assured, I have already requested leave from the master. Let us hasten our departure." Su Yin, fully aware of the situation, realized that further discussion would be futile and reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, but the journey is quite distant." Tang Xing curiously inquired, "How far is it?" Su Yin playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Xing and cheerfully replied, "It lies at the farthest western edge of Tianling City." Tang Xing was taken aback. "So far? How long will it take to get there?" However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "All right then. Shall we travel by car or by air?" As he spoke, he shook the soul guiding device he had obtained from his senior sister. Upon hearing the word fly, Su Yin expressed her astonishment. "Ah, fly?" Tang Xing promptly clarified, "This is a newly developed flying soul guiding device by my senior sister. It can cover 1,000 miles in a day. Your second martial spirit can also fly, right? Let us see who can soar faster." Su Yin pondered for a moment before responding, "As far as I know, your second martial spirit possesses flying capabilities as well." Tang Xing felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "I merely wish to test the efficacy of this soul guiding device." After a brief silence, Su Yin decisively replied, "All right, let us begin." With that, she swiftly summoned her wings and soared into the sky. Tang Xing, not wanting to fall behind, immediately activated the flying soul guiding device and closely pursued Su Yin. However, Su Yin accelerated further, prompting Tang Xing to unhesitatingly engage the device's thrust mode. As they ascended to a considerable height, the soul-guiding device suddenly emitted an alarm, indicating low battery. Realizing the predicament, Tang Xing hastily removed the device and activated his fairy light wings. Muttering to himself, he said, "I knew this would happen. There's indeed a problem." At that moment, Su Yin flew over and inquired, "What's wrong?" Tang Xing replied with resignation, "Out of power. It's quite a significant issue." Tang Xing felt an unusual sensation in her wings, as if a powerful force was surging within them. Simultaneously, Su Yan's wings exhibited a similar reaction, resonating with Tang Xing's. This prompted her to exclaim in astonishment, "What is happening?" Tang Xing was taken aback, yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed that the tumultuous energy within him had seemingly settled. This unforeseen transformation left him utterly perplexed. Su Yan gazed at Tang Xing with concern and inquired, "Tang Xing, are you all right?" He shook his head to indicate that he was fine and urged, "I'm all right. Let us hasten our departure." With that, he quickened his pace, taking Su Yan along as they left the place behind. Their figures traced an arc through the sky, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. Su Yan guided Tang Xing westward, ultimately arriving at the bustling city of Ziyue, located in the western part of Tianling City. Observing the vibrant scene before him, Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "How lively it is here." Su Yan smiled and replied, "Indeed, Ziyue City is always this vibrant." She then added, "By the way, don't you wish to change your attire?" Tang Xing glanced down at his clothing, puzzled, and asked, "I think this outfit is quite fine. Why should I change?" Su Yan chuckled softly and explained, "It is because I am rather discerning, maintaining an air of frosty aloofness towards everyone. Even when visited by a lord or the ruler, one must still show proper courtesy. The attire I have prepared for you aligns beautifully with my own sensibilities and, I believe, will suit you far better." Tang Xing picked up the garment, and Su Yan eagerly urged him to put it on, exclaiming, "Hurry, let me see." Hesitantly, Tang Xing stepped in front of Su Yan and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Su Yan, what kind of clothing is this? It feels a bit sticky." Su Yan gazed at Tang Xing in the outfit, her eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, how can it look so stunning? If I had known, I should have acted first. Alas, now it seems Lan Qiu has beaten me to it." With a resigned shake of her head, Su Yan said to Tang Xing, "Let us go." She led Tang Xing to her home, pointing at the door and saying, "This is my house. Be a little clever when we go in." Gently knocking, the door surprisingly swung open on its own. Tang Xing stood transfixed by the spectacle, unable to contain his admiration. "Wow, this is truly magnificent." Just then, a figure appeared, smiling as he greeted them. "Oh, Xiaoyan has brought a friend home. Welcome, welcome, please come in." Upon hearing the voice, Su Yan's face displayed surprise and a touch of guilt, silently wondering, "Why is my brother personally welcoming guests today? Is it because he finds the other person too handsome?" Su Ting glanced at the young man beside his sister, a look of curiosity on his face, and inquired, "Xiaoyan, who is this?" Su Yan hurriedly explained, "Brother, this is my class monitor, Tang Xing." Upon saying this, her face flushed a deep crimson. Su Ting immediately understood, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, I see. You must be tired from your journey. Let us talk inside." With that, he turned to enter the house. Su Yan, feeling a bit anxious, pulled Su Ting back and softly cautioned, "Brother, please don't make things difficult for him." Su Ting glanced back at his sister, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he teased, "You, even before crossing the threshold, are already speaking on behalf of an outsider." Su Yan's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she pouted, playfully retorting, "I want to talk to you anymore." At that moment, Tang Xing bowed deeply to Su Ting and respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Su." Su Ting, intrigued, inquired, "How did you know my identity?" Tang Xing elaborated on his reasoning and deductions from his journey, leaving Su Ting utterly astonished. "Lord, I have come to borrow ancient texts. Might I have your permission?" Tang Xing earnestly requested. Upon hearing this, a thought began to form in Su Ting's mind. With a slight smile, he glanced at Su Yan and remarked, "Ah, my sister is quite knowledgeable in this area. If you have any questions, feel free to consult her, right, sister?" Su Yan, caught off guard by Su Ting's comment, blushed deeply, shooting him an admonishing glare as she chided, "Brother, what nonsense are you saying?" She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Su Ting, unable to stifle his laughter, turned back to Tang Xing and assured him, "My friend, feel free to borrow as you wish. If there is anything you don't understand, you can always ask me and my sister. We will do our utmost to assist you." Su Yin hurriedly led Tang Xing to the underground library, saying, "Here, a plethora of unofficial histories is recorded. Take a look for yourself." Tang Xing gazed upon the multitude of books, a sense of awe washing over him. He began to meticulously examine these volumes, hoping to uncover some clues within their pages. Tang Xing found himself immersed in the vast ocean of books within the library, his eager gaze sweeping across row after row of shelves. His fingers delicately turned the pages, as if he were in search of a long-lost treasure. His eyes, filled with focus and determination, missed not a single corner that might conceal the volumes he desperately sought. Time quietly slipped away as he perused, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet his fervor remained undiminished. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon a particular cover, the very book he had yearned for. His heart raced in that instant, joy radiating from his expression. Carefully, he retrieved the book from the shelf, cradling it as one would a precious gem. As he gently opened its pages, a subtle fragrance of ink wafted toward him, enveloping him in a state of enchantment. Tang Xing devoured the words within the book with an insatiable thirst, his thoughts ebbing and flowing with the unfolding narrative. Immersed in the realm of literature, he became oblivious to everything around him. This tome seemed tailored exclusively for him, every word resonating with his very soul. In the tranquil confines of the library, Tang Xing, accompanied by the book, relished a splendid interlude. He discovered not only the volumes he sought, but also a profound sense of peace and fulfillment within himself. The book narrates a tale from a century ago, featuring an unremarkable soul master who ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, he was besieged by 10 formidable adversaries. The soul master fought valiantly against these 10, showing no signs of yielding. Instead, he grew fiercer with each clash, leaving his opponents battered and bruised. In a critical moment, he coughed up blood, and the 10 adversaries, sensing their opportunity, struck together to slay him. However, the soul master unleashed a tremendous surge of soul energy, forcibly taking 5 of his assailants with him. Henceforth, this soul master met his demise in the depths of the fallen soul canyon, a place said to be an inescapable trap. Legends tell that those who enter the canyon seldom emerge alive, including the 10 who had slain the master, who only confronted him in the outer reaches of the abyss, as it appeared that the master had persevered to reach its deepest depths. Tang Xing was profoundly astonished after witnessing the event. He recognized the remarkable determination of the soul master and expressed his admiration, saying, "Such formidable perseverance. If I could possess such tenacity, I too could transcend my current limits." Tang Xing sat before his desk, cradling the enigmatic tome in his hands as he continued to peruse its pages. His gaze was focused and engrossed, as if he were profoundly captivated by the content within. With each turn of the page, a look of astonishment gradually emerged on Tang Xing's face. He realized that this book was not only visually delightful but also contained ancient scriptures that brimmed with intrigue. Tang Xing's curiosity was thoroughly ignited, compelling him to delve deeply into the ancient scriptures within the book. He meticulously read each word and phrase, striving to comprehend the profound meanings embedded therein. Each passage of scripture resembled a riddle, awaiting his unraveling. Immersed in the realm of ancient texts, Tang Xing lost all sense of time's passage. His fingers gently caressed the characters upon the pages, as if engaging in a transcendent dialogue with the sages of old. The wisdom and philosophy contained within the scriptures enriched his understanding immensely, prompting him to pause intermittently to reflect, intertwining the teachings with his own life experiences. In Tang Xing's study, an atmosphere of tranquility and focus enveloped the room, punctuated only by the rustling of pages and the occasional hushed whispers. He was wholly absorbed in the delight of exploring ancient scriptures, relishing these intimate moments of communion with knowledge. As time progressed, Tang Xing's comprehension of the ancient texts deepened significantly. He began to annotate the pages, inscribing his insights and reflections, which would become invaluable treasures, nurturing his growth in both learning and life. In Tang Xing's heart, this tome transcended the realm of an ordinary book. It transformed into a repository of wisdom and a beacon for his quest for knowledge. He resolved to delve further into the ancient scriptures, hoping to extract more revelations and gains from them. Just then, his keen gaze was drawn to an intriguing realization by Zhuge. This book seemed vaguely familiar. Curiously, Tang Xing inquired, "What is it?" Zhuge revealed, "It appears that some of these texts may have been left behind from millennia ago." A surge of astonishment coursed through Tang Xing, for he understood that this signified these texts might conceal significant histories and secrets. He eagerly asked, "Which one?" Zhuge confidently pointed out, "The one in the center of the third tier of the shelf." Without hesitation, Tang Xing approached the central bookshelf and carefully retrieved the ancient volume. As he opened its tattered pages, a wave of intrigue and perplexity washed over him. Zhuge assessed the book and remarked, though it appears worn, the essence within remains intact, indicating that the techniques left behind persist. However, those who have come before could not unlock this door, for it is sealed by a barrier that only those with special abilities or formidable strength can breach. Fear not, my master, for I shall safeguard you, allowing you to meditate upon the techniques within with peace of mind. Tang Xing nodded slightly and approached the door, gently reaching out to touch it. Instantly, he felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from the door, enveloping him completely. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind to begin comprehending the techniques contained within. As time passed, vivid images and texts gradually emerged in his mind, all pertaining to the knowledge hidden behind the door. Meanwhile, Su Yin slowly entered the room. Upon seeing Tang Xing standing before the door, she softly inquired, "Brother Tang Xing, what are you doing?" At that moment, Zhuge, the guardian spirit, immediately conveyed a message to Tang Xing. "Master, Su Yin has returned." Hearing this, Tang Xing's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He understood that if Su Yin discovered his exploration of the techniques within the door, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Just then, Su Yin was nearing the entrance. Preparing to open the door, Tang Xing felt a wave of anxiety, unsure of how to navigate the impending situation. Chapter 49. Heritage. Su Yin gently opened the door to the room and immediately spotted Tang Xing quietly reading at his desk. She tiptoed closer to him, her voice tender as she asked, "How is it? Is there anything you don't understand?" Tang Xing lifted his head, gazing at Su Yin with a smile as he replied, "I'm doing well, though there are a few aspects I find somewhat perplexing." He then extended the book in his hand towards Su Yin. Su Yin-chun accepted the book, scrutinizing the section Tang Xing had indicated, before leaning closer to his cheek and earnestly beginning her explanation. The sudden proximity of Su Yin-chun left Tang Xing somewhat flustered, yet he quickly became engrossed in her elucidation, listening intently. Su Yin patiently articulated her thoughts, her finger gently tracing the words on the page, as if those letters had come to life. Tang Xing was wholly absorbed, occasionally nodding to signify his understanding. Upon concluding her explanation, Su Yin retrieved a small notebook from her pocket and handed it to Tang Xing, saying, "Tang Xing, these are some essential notes I made during my studies. They may prove beneficial to you. Please take them." Tang Xing took the small notebook, opened it, and found it densely filled with various knowledge points and problem-solving approaches. He smiled gratefully at Su Yanchun and said, "Thank you, Su Yin." Tang Xing scratched his head in a moment of bewilderment and said, "All right, thank you, Su Yin." He looked at Su Yin, feeling a surge of emotion within him. At that moment, a faint blush unconsciously crept onto Su Yan's face as she replied, "You should take a look quickly. There will be curfew here once night falls." With that, she turned and hurriedly dashed away, covering her heart with her hand, murmuring to herself, "What is wrong with me? Why is my heart racing so fast? Could it be that I... No, it's impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. Tang Xing is my class monitor. Stop overthinking it, Su Yin." She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Tang Xing breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened me to death. I wonder, is this truly acceptable, Zhuge?" The messenger of Zhuge replied, "My master, this technique was bestowed upon you by serendipity. Others cannot comprehend it, which signifies that it does not belong to them, but rather awaits the arrival of a destined individual. And you, indeed, are that individual of destiny. Therefore, my master, please refrain from pondering over those other tomes." Tang Xing casually flipped through a few books and discovered tales of Tianling City from 10,000 years ago. Once, the Tianqian Empire was a nation of political integrity. While the Grand Master of the Tianling Empire harbored ambitions of unifying the continent, thus establishing the Tianling sect. Tang Xing found it astonishing, yet she continued to read on. The book chronicled that the Tianling sect was a realm rife with malevolent soul masters, who cultivated their power by devouring souls and taking the lives of others, thus earning the title of evil soul masters. Moreover, the sect was backed by the support of the master of Tianqian. Subsequently, the Tianling sect instigated a coup known as the Tianqian Palace Revolution, which precipitated the upheaval of the Four Gates. After finishing, Tang Xing felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and couldn't help but exclaim, "What truly transpired over the course of 10,000 years?" At that moment, Zhuge suddenly interjected, 10,000 years? Tang Xing turned to face it and inquired, "Zhuge, are you aware of what occurred a decade ago?" Zhuge shook its head, indicating a lack of knowledge. Tang Xing sat in the corner of the library, surrounded by a mountain of books. His gaze was both focused and eager, as his fingers delicately turned the pages, seemingly in search of a precious treasure. Suddenly, his attention was captured by an ancient tome. The cover was worn, and the spine slightly loosened, yet Tang Xing sensed an enigmatic energy emanating from within. He cautiously lifted the book, opening its cover to be met by a wave of antiquity. The text inside was densely packed and somewhat indistinct, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to its content. He continued to peruse the pages, each one brimming with wonder and the unknown. The book recounted ancient legends and mysterious tales, transporting Tang Xing into a fantastical realm. Tang Xing's heartbeat quickened, and his breath became increasingly labored. He was wholly absorbed in the world of the book, oblivious to everything around him. Time slipped away unnoticed until Tang Xing finally closed the volume. His eyes sparkled with excitement and satisfaction, as if he had just embarked on a wondrous adventure. Gently, he returned the book to its place on the shelf, then stood up to stretch his limbs. He recognized that this book would become a cherished experience in his life, deepening his understanding and perception of the world. Su Yin re-entered the room and softly said, "Tang Xing, it's time. We must set off now. By the way, you haven't eaten anything today, have you? How about I take you out for a meal before we leave?" Tang Xing, feeling his stomach rumble, smiled sheepishly and replied, "Actually, I am quite hungry right now." Thus, Su Yin took Tang Xing's hand, and together they strolled towards the bustling snack street. Along the way, Su Yin inquired with genuine concern, "Tang Xing, is there anything in particular you wish to eat?" Tang Xing pondered thoughtfully before responding, "How about we indulge in some goosey pork rice? It has been quite a while since I last savored that dish." Su Yin, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded in agreement. "That sounds wonderful. I too have not had goosey pork rice in ages." The two chatted and laughed, seemingly eager to savor their culinary adventure. Seeing her in such distress, Tang Xing offered her words of comfort. "If you wish to indulge, feel free to seek me out at any time. I shall escort you to savor exquisite delicacies." As he spoke, he gently grasped Su Yin's hand. In that instant, a wave of warmth surged within Su Yin, evoking a peculiar sentiment towards Tang Xing. Lowering her gaze, she softly inquired, "Class monitor, what do you think of me? Am I as lovely as Lanqiu?" As she uttered these words, an air of unease enveloped her, and her cheeks gradually flushed, resembling the charming hue of a ripened apple. Tang Xing, upon hearing her question, could not help but feel puzzled and responded, "Su Yin, why do you suddenly inquire about this?" Su Yin anxiously pressed on, "Because I wish to know the answer." Tang Xing replied decisively, "Lanqiu, it is not that I find you lacking in beauty or charm, rather, there is a voice deep within my heart that insists she is the sole one meant for my life. Su Yin, please do not feel disheartened. You possess an equally enchanting allure and a lovely visage. Yet, perhaps I am being somewhat presumptuous, for you are the sister of the Lord of Ziyue City. To be honest, simply knowing you makes me feel as though I am reaching beyond my means." Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, Su Yin gently responded, "Class leader, I am fine. I merely wish to know what the final answer is. Let us set off quickly. I am quite hungry now." Tang Xing and Su Yin arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. Tang Xing, feeling somewhat fatigued from their walk, glanced at the establishment and suggested, "Let us choose this one." Su Yin nodded in agreement. As they entered the restaurant and were about to place their orders, an unexpected exclamation rang out. "Brother!" The voice belonged to Su Yin, her face lighting up with surprise as she waved enthusiastically towards the front. Su Ting, equally astonished, turned around and smiled, saying, "Sister, what a coincidence." Tang Xing turned towards the sound and instantly recognized Su Ting. With a smile, he greeted, "Ah, it's Brother Su. Are you here for a meal as well?" Su Ting nodded and replied, "Indeed, I hadn't anticipated encountering you here." Su Yin, having ordered the dishes, settled beside Tang Xing, quietly listening to their conversation. However, she felt a tinge of shyness, unable to interject. At that moment, an idea struck Su Yin, and she inquired, "Are you both thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a bottle of water." With that, she rose and briskly made her way to the counter. Tang Xing gazed at Su Ting and inquired, "Brother Su, regarding the notion of betrothing Su Yin to me, I find it somewhat inappropriate. After all, my relationship with Su Yin is merely that of classmates, and we are still quite young, with ample opportunities ahead of us. This way, Su Yin would also have greater choices at school, allowing her to discover someone more suitable for her. What are your thoughts on this?" Su Ting chuckled heartily upon hearing this and replied, "How splendid. Since you, Brother Tang, feel this way, I am greatly reassured. If you do not mind, I would like to propose that we become sworn brothers. What do you think?" I am slightly older than you, so if you are willing, allow me to take on the role of your elder brother. Tang Xing promptly nodded and politely replied, Of course, Brother Su. At that moment, Su Yin walked in from outside and happened to overhear their conversation. She smiled at Tang Xing and said, Class monitor, congratulations. Tang Xing was somewhat taken aback by her unexpected remark, managing only an awkward smile in response. Just then, the waiter brought forth steaming dishes and placed them before Tang Xing and the others. Su Yin couldn't help but drool at the enticing aroma, while Su Ting, feeling somewhat distressed, remarked, Sister, mind your image. Tang Xing, grinning, encouraged, Let's eat. Tang Xing devoured the meal on the table with a ferocity reminiscent of a tempest sweeping away the remnants of a storm. His stomach seemed an insatiable abyss, perpetually unfulfilled. After finishing, he returned to the hotel with a sense of contentment, ready to commence his meditation on the day's practices. Tang Xing sat upon his bed, legs crossed, eyes gently closed as he delved into a state of meditation. His breath gradually steadied, and his thoughts began to settle into tranquility. He began to recall the techniques he had practiced that day, reflecting on each movement from the most fundamental to the most intricate. As time passed, Tang Xing's mind grew increasingly lucid, allowing him to discern the deficiencies in his martial arts. He recognized that his execution of certain techniques lacked fluidity and required further practice. He also acknowledged that his grasp of some skills was insufficiently refined, necessitating deeper comprehension. Tang Xing's meditation persisted for an extended duration, until both his body and mind reached their utmost limits. Upon opening his eyes, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body, and his spirit was notably uplifted. He recognized that this meditation had bestowed upon him a fresh understanding of his techniques, elevating his prowess to unprecedented heights. Tang Xing sat quietly in the hotel, attuned to the surging soul energy within him. During this period of cultivation, he was delighted to discover a further enhancement of his soul power. Each session of training felt like a duel with himself, and Tang Xing consistently managed to transcend his limits in these encounters. His soul energy surged like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering against his meridians, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of formidable strength. Simultaneously, Tang Xing sensed a refinement in the power of his bloodline. He could feel a mysterious force coursing through his veins, a power that rendered his body more robust and his reflexes more agile. Tang Xing closed his eyes, immersing himself in the wondrous sensation. He understood that this enhancement was inseparable from his diligence and perseverance. Countless times, he had encountered setbacks during his cultivation, yet he never surrendered, always believing in his ability to transcend adversity. Now, he finally beheld the fruits of his labor. His strength had significantly increased, instilling him with greater confidence to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Tang Xing took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence. He understood that his journey was far from over, yet he was fully prepared to embrace all challenges that lay ahead. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Tang Xiandi, are you asleep? Tang Xing replied, Su De Gu, please come in. Su Ting entered and inquired, Tang Xing Xiandi, you are truly diligent, practicing late into the night. If I may be so bold, how long have you been awake? Tang Xing replied with a smile. I am accustomed to resting late every day. Su Ting remarked with admiration, Indeed, you are young and accomplished. But one must also pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Otherwise, it may hinder the efficiency of your cultivation. Tang Xing nodded, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction with his diligent attitude. He understood that only through relentless effort could he advance further along the path of cultivation. Su Ting, with genuine concern, inquired, Brother Tang, have you encountered any problems or difficulties in your recent practice? If so, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Tang Xing looked at Su Ting with gratitude, conveying that everything was progressing smoothly, yet she still appreciated his concern and support. After a brief conversation, the two continued to engage in their discussion. Tang Xing spoke up, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the cheerful song of a yellow oriole. Brother Su, there is no need for such formalities. You may call me Xiaoxing or Xingxing. Brother Su, it's quite late. You haven't come to seek me out, have you? Su Ting marveled at Tang Xing's perceptiveness, silently pondering how remarkably astute this little one was. You are right, Xiaoxing. I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. I am aware that you have perused the most esteemed ancient texts in the underground library and that you possess my sister's notebook. Allow me to share a secret. My sister is not my biological sibling. She was discovered by my parents amidst the ruins of the former Tianqian Empire. As for her origins, I have made no progress at all. I would like to request your assistance in uncovering her lineage. Or perhaps you could commence your investigation from her martial soul. Here are the findings of my inquiry. Su Ting revealed this truth to Tang Xing. Handing over his investigative results, Tang Xing accepted the documents, her gaze swiftly traversing the contents before she nodded, affirming, I understand, and I will do my utmost. Her voice resonated with a hint of determination and resolve. Tang Xing was acutely aware of the significance of the investigation's findings, as they could hold the key to the entire incident. He understood the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders and was determined to devote himself fully to the task at hand. His gaze conveyed a sense of focus and resolve, as if he had already prepared himself to confront any challenges that might arise. Su observed Tang Xing, sensing his determination and confidence. He believed that Tang Xing possessed the capability to accomplish this mission and would exert every effort to unearth the truth. Gently patting Tang Xing on the shoulder, he encouraged, keep going, I have faith that you will succeed. Tang Xing cast a grateful glance at Su Yi, then carefully tucked away the investigation results. He understood that this was both his duty and his opportunity. He intended to transform these findings into tangible action, employing his intellect and diligence to uncover the truth behind the incident. With resolute and powerful strides, he moved forward, fueled by determination and conviction. Chapter 50, Su Wanshu. Tang Xing and Su Yin walked side by side, stepping through the ancient and formidable gates of Ziyue City. The sunlight cascaded upon them, as if cloaking the youthful figures in a shimmering golden aura. They advanced with buoyant strides towards their school. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed their hair, imparting a refreshing sensation. Su Yin slightly turned her head, her gaze glimmering as she looked at Tang Xing, and softly said, Class leader, may I ask you to accompany me to a place later? Her voice was as melodious as a warbler emerging from the valley, yet imbued with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. He paused, turning to gaze into Su Yan's eyes, which sparkled with a clarity akin to water, and inquired with a hint of bewilderment, where are we headed? However, Su Yan playfully smiled, placing her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, and then, lowering her voice, replied, it's a secret. You'll find out once we arrive. Afterward, she winked, seemingly hinting at something of great significance to Tang Xing. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Xing felt increasingly perplexed. However, seeing Su Yan's unwavering determination, he refrained from further inquiries. Thus, they pressed on, traversing bustling streets and weaving through throngs of people, until they finally arrived at a city named Shuangjiang. As Tang Xing stepped into this unfamiliar locale, an unusual ambience enveloped him. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the air imbued with an ancient elegance, where every structure bore the marks of time. Just as he was about to pose a question, Su Yan, as if divining his thoughts, proactively elucidated, the reason we have come to Shuangjiang is that it is home to the legendary Shujing tree. It is said that if one makes a wish beneath this tree, their desires will be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips. He gazed tenderly at Su Yan's expectant visage and gently replied, very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you. I hope that this magical Shujing tree truly has the power to grant your wish. With that, the two joined hands and made their way toward the Shujing tree, a symbol of countless dreams and hopes. As Tang Xing entered Shuangjiang City, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him like a tidal wave. He could not help but halt his steps, close his eyes, and quietly absorb the peculiar ambience, pondering to himself, why does the essence of this place evoke such a profound sense of affection? It felt as if an invisible force was beckoning me. Just as Tang Xing was immersed in this enchanting sensation, Su Yan guided him to a secluded village on the outskirts of Shuangjiang City. Tang Xing entered the village with light, graceful steps, and in an instant, vivid scenes flashed through his mind like frames from a film. Fragments of once-forgotten memories began to coalesce, forming complete and clear recollections. Upon opening his eyes once more, Tang Xing found himself in another village. Before him lay the original visage of this settlement, where people bustled through the streets and alleys, either toiling industriously or engaging in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At that moment, a carefree little boy bounced into Tang Xing's view, his face beaming with an innocent smile as he joyfully frolicked with his parents nearby. Gazing at this warm and harmonious scene, Tang Xing's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, which flowed uncontrollably. Su Yan stood beside him, gently shaking his shoulder. Her face etched with concern as she asked, Class leader, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Her eyes were filled with worry and confusion. Just then, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, enveloping the two of them in its brilliance. As the light flickered, they seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, vanishing from their spot in the blink of an eye. When Su Yin opened her eyes again, she found herself beneath a massive and ancient Su Wang tree. A mysterious aura pervaded the air, instilling a sense of fear within her, leaving her momentarily in a state of panic. However, before she could fully regain her composure from the shock, a deep and gentle voice unexpectedly resonated. "There is no need for such anxiety, child. I am the spirit of this Su Wang tree. You have merely entered a realm of the soul." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, reverberating in the depths of her mind, imbued with an undeniable authority. Tang Xing gazed ahead, his attention ensnared by a young boy who had just brushed past him. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if time had rewound, transporting him back to his own childhood. As he focused intently, he found himself astonished. The boy bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. At that moment, the scene underwent a wondrous transformation, as if time were regressing to 5 years prior. Tang Xing watched in awe as the little boy immersed himself in the practice of a particular technique. The more he observed, the more he felt a profound recognition of this technique, pondering quietly. The Jade Heart technique. Could it be that he is the legendary senior Tang Yin? This was almost beyond belief. Just as Tang Xing sank into contemplation, a figure, overwhelmingly familiar, appeared before him without warning. Stunned, he stammered, He truly is Senior Tang Yin. But wait, how could this be? The form he presented was that of a spirit, identical to the spirit martial soul he possessed. In an instant, a searing sensation surged from within Tang Xing, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Instinctively, he clutched his chest, groaning in pain. "It's so hot." It felt as though a flame blazed within his chest, causing even the spirit form to become restless. Meanwhile, the figure in the vision focused his attention on the young boy before him, unhesitatingly unleashing the formidable spirit power contained within himself directly towards Tang Xing. In that mysterious and enchanting projection, Tang Yun appeared as a guardian, bestowing upon Tang Xing boundless strength and support. Under his careful guidance, the once tumultuous spirit power gradually settled, becoming as tranquil as a still lake. Tang Xing felt the energy within him gradually restoring order, his heart brimming with surprise and gratitude. At that moment, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the screen above, where the esteemed senior, Tang Yun, stood. Tang Yun wore a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth and concern, as if he could perceive everything. Suddenly, breaking the silence, Tang Yun softly spoke, "Child, my name is Tang Yun, and what is yours?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and, with a hint of shyness, replied, I am Tang Xing." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Yun's face lit up with a satisfied smile, exclaiming, "What a beautiful name. I truly like it. By the way, the technique you have just learned is called Holy Light's Triad. The first move is known as Imperial Saint, Divine Might of Holy Light, a strike of immense power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The second move is named Imperial Ruler, Unrivaled Saint, which exhibits unparalleled dominance. As for the third, it is Imperial Sovereign, Realm of Radiant Light, possessing the might to annihilate the world. These three techniques are incredibly potent and formidable, yet they also demand a substantial amount of soul power. Nevertheless, as your own soul power continually enhances, this shortcoming will be effectively mitigated. Tang Xing's eyes widened, wholly absorbed in the words of his senior, Tang Yun, fearful of missing even a single syllable. He understood that this information was crucial for his future cultivation path, thus silently resolving to devote himself diligently to his training, striving not to disappoint Tang Yun's expectations. Simultaneously, he felt a profound respect and gratitude for this senior whom he had never met. At that moment, Tang Yun on the screen seemed to suddenly recall something of great importance and exclaimed, "Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you that the Holy Light Triad possesses abilities beyond mere combat. It also harbors a unique and powerful auxiliary effect. Moreover, this effect can mutually enhance and complement the elven bloodline. Therefore, you must earnestly and diligently cultivate it." With that, Tang Yun concluded, "All right, that will be all for now. Goodbye, dear Tang Xing." After his words, Tang Yun's figure gradually faded from the screen. Yet, Tang Xing remained frozen in place, as if under a spell, motionless. After a considerable time, he regained his senses, but his face was still clouded with confusion. He murmured to himself, "How can I leave this place?" As he spoke, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, seeking any hint or exit. However, no matter how fervently he searched, the area remained desolate, devoid of any signs of escape. With no other option, Tang Xing resolved to employ the power of his spiritual eyes to find a way out. He shut his eyes tightly, focusing his mind, channeling all his attention into those mysterious, profound orbs. In the next instant, an invisible force erupted from his eyes, commencing a comprehensive search of his surroundings akin to radar scanning. As time ticked away, beads of perspiration began to form on Tang Xing's forehead, yet the results remained disappointing. After a lengthy search, he still could not locate the fabled exit. Just as he began to feel disheartened, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled Tang Yun's mention of the Holy Light Triad. Yes, perhaps he could harness the power of this extraordinary technique to break through his predicament. With a mindset of trial, Tang Xing summoned the surging spiritual energy within him and continuously infused it into the Holy Light Triad. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted, illuminating the entire space. As the light grew ever more intense, Tang Xing's previously anxious heart began to calm slightly. He fixed his gaze ahead, anticipating a miracle. However, to his astonishment, despite the Holy Light Triad unleashing its maximum potential, it ultimately failed to reveal the location of the exit. Faced with such a harsh reality, Tang Xing's hope finally diminished. Since he could not leave through conventional means, he decided to cease his struggles. Thus, with a resigned sigh, he slowly opened his eyes and turned back towards the direction he had come from. At that moment, Su Yin stood quietly beneath the Su Wang tree, resembling a serene and beautiful painting. Suddenly, the tree's spirit emerged slowly from the trunk, softly inquiring, "Dear girl, what brings you to this place?" Su Yin, as if awakening from a dream, quickly responded, I have come to make a wish." Her voice revealed a hint of nervousness and anticipation. The tree spirit gazed into Su Yan's eyes, which were filled with sincere emotion, as if it could fathom her innermost desires. It then gently waved the branch in its hand, and a verdant leaf gracefully floated down into Su Yan's palm. It spoke tenderly. "You need only inscribe your heart's desire upon this leaf." Su Yan cautiously accepted the leaf, feeling its slight coolness and delicate fragrance, while silently invoking the significant name and her wish. Subsequently, she gingerly released the leaf, which bore her cherished hopes, watching it ascend like a dancing butterfly back to the tree. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was unexpectedly transported by a mysterious force. When he opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find himself in the outside world. He eagerly searched for Su Yan's figure and finally spotted her, engrossed in her fervent wish. The tree spirit, noticing Tang Xing's presence, inquired, "Young man, what brings you to this place?" Tang Xing answered without hesitation, "I specifically came to accompany Su Yan. I have heard that Su Wangshu possesses wondrous powers that can turn dreams into reality and even foresee the future. Hence, I have come today, hoping you could divine my fate. I wonder if that would be convenient?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yan happened to conclude her wish and opened her eyes. With a smile, she looked at Tang Xing and teased, "Class leader, I didn't expect you to be interested in such divination matters." Tang Xing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head but resolutely replied, "Why not? Is that not permissible?" His words conveyed a sense of stubbornness and determination. The spirit of the tree did not hesitate and immediately began to calculate Tang Xing's future destiny. It slowly opened its mysterious eyes, penetrating through time and space, focusing on a distant scene. In that vision, Tang Xing found himself in an unfamiliar place with a woman, suddenly besieged by a horde of malevolent individuals intent on pursuing them. Faced with such peril, Tang Xing fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and met a tragic end. Meanwhile, the woman unfortunately fell into the hands of the enemy, forcibly taken away. However, when the spirit of the tree attempted to glimpse what unfolded next, the subsequent image became exceedingly unclear, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Only fragmented and indistinct glimpses could be discerned, suggesting that Tang Xing was ensconced within a dark, profound void, struggling to traverse an interminable flow of time. Witnessing these astonishing scenes, the spirit of the tree was engulfed by tumultuous waves of shock. Unable to regain composure for some time, Su Yin, observing the situation, could not help but ask with concern, "What is it? Did you see something ominous?" After a considerable effort, the spirit of the tree emerged from its profound astonishment and steadied itself, saying, "It is nothing grave, however. This child's future path is fraught with twists and challenges. Fortunately, he is destined to encounter two significant tribulations. If he can successfully navigate through these crises, then his later life will be filled with unparalleled happiness and fulfillment." "Child, may I ask your name?" Tang Xing answered without hesitation, "My name is Tang Xing." Upon hearing this surname, the tree spirit instantly understood much, a gentle smile appearing on its face as it softly remarked, "What a splendid name." "Indeed. One is as their name suggests. I foresee great accomplishments in your future." Xing Yan approached with a light step, her tone resolute as she declared, "I wish to be tested as well." The tree spirit's face lit up with a warm smile, reminiscent of a benevolent elder, as it slowly responded, "Very well, child. Let me take a closer look." The tree spirit then summoned its enigmatic eye of life, intently examining every detail of Xing Yan. After a moment, the tree spirit spoke with profound seriousness, "Your destiny is somewhat more favorable than that of your class monitor, yet you are fated to face a formidable trial. One as arduous as the challenges he encounters. However, if you remain steadfast and persevere, your future will be largely worry-free. Oh, and allow me to also glimpse into matters of romance. If all goes well, you shall soon meet a partner of remarkable caliber, a most reliable support throughout your life." Hearing this, Xing Yan was filled with joy and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear tree spirit, for your guidance. May I ask your esteemed name?" However, in response to Xing Yan's inquiry, the tree spirit appeared hesitant, pausing for a moment before softly replying, "You may call me Wang Jixing." Chapter 51. A misunderstanding. The tree spirit, looking utterly bewildered, said, "I am not even certain of my own name. Perhaps you could simply call me Xiao Wang, or Wang Jixing, for it is a name long forgotten." Realizing her error, Xing Yan quickly apologized, "I am truly sorry." At this moment, Wang Jixing slowly opened its mouth to respond, "No worries. It is time for you to leave." Soon after, Tang Xing and Xing Yan made their way towards the city's exit. As they walked, Tang Xing suddenly discovered that this path led directly to Linghai City. And with excitement, he called out to Xing Yan, "Xing Yan, let us fly straight there. This road leads directly to Linghai City. Come on." Xing Yan nodded in agreement. In an instant, Tang Xing summoned the fairy wings and shot forward like an arrow. Witnessing this, Xing Yan could not help but shout, "Hey, you're being unfair. Wait for me." As she called out, she quickened her pace to catch up. Tang Xing and Su Yin slowly stepped through the gates of the academy, sunlight cascading upon them, casting faint shadows. Just as they were about to part ways, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, obstructing Tang Xing's path. It was Li Fei. His face etched with urgency as he addressed Tang Xing. "Boss, where have you been these past 2 days? We've been quite worried." Taken aback by the question, Tang Xing hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, scratching his head as he replied, "Oh, I've just been at Su Yan's home borrowing some ancient texts." He spoke with an air of nonchalance. Li Fei, undeterred, continued, "You may be unaware, but Lan Qiu has been searching for you all day." This revelation struck Tang Xing like a bolt of lightning, jolting him into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the direction of Lan Qiu. At that moment, Tang Xing's mental faculties reached their zenith. His keen eyes seemed capable of piercing through all mists, discerning the essence of the world around him. With his formidable mental prowess, he could effortlessly scan every corner of the academy, meaning that whenever he wished to locate someone or something, he could achieve pinpoint accuracy in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Yin cast a sidelong glance at Li Fei, a glimmer of skepticism in her gaze. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Li Fei, are you certain that only Lan Qiu has been looking for Tang Xing all day?" Faced with Su Yan's scrutiny, Li Fei appeared somewhat flustered, stammering, "Well, actually, his 2 younger sisters have also been searching for him." Upon hearing this, a wave of intense jealousy surged within Su Yan. She pondered to herself, why does everyone care so much about Tang Xing while she remains overlooked? Is it merely because of his extraordinary talent and strength? With this thought, Su Yan bit her lip tightly, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Yet, she chose not to display her tumultuous emotions. Instead, she silently turned away, walking in the opposite direction of Tang Xing, leaving behind a solitary and resolute silhouette. Tang Xing approached Lan Qiu with exuberance, exclaiming loudly, "Lan Qiu, I have returned." His voice echoed through the air, imbued with boundless joy and anticipation. Lan Qiu, who had been quietly seated, instantly illuminated her face with a radiant smile upon hearing that familiar sound. However, she quickly concealed her smile, feigning a stern expression, and playfully retorted, "Humph, so you remember to come back, do you? Why not continue basking in the sweetness of your little romance?" Her tone bore a hint of mock annoyance, yet it was suffused with an unmistakable concern. Tang Xing displayed an innocent expression and hastily explained, "Lan Qiu, please do not misunderstand. I was merely filled with curiosity about that mysterious ancient scripture. I could hardly contain my yearning and sought out Su Yin to glimpse the tome at her residence. I swear, I truly did nothing else. As he spoke, he raised his hand in an oath-like gesture, his gaze resolute and sincere. Listening to Tang Xing's words, Lan Qiu felt a ripple of emotion stir within her. Though she maintained a semblance of discontent on the surface, she had, in truth, come to believe his statement. She murmured to herself, a faint smile gracing her lips, "All right. I suppose you are off the hook this time. But should you behave thus again, I shall not be so forgiving. Oh dear. How could I forget such an important matter? The senior sister mentioned that you must report to the inner courtyard immediately upon your return." With that, she gently tapped her forehead, seemingly chiding herself for her carelessness. Upon hearing those words, Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The inner courtyard? Of course, I know about it." With that, he opened his arms, feigning an approach for an embrace. Meanwhile, Lan Qiu, standing to the side, was taken by surprise by this sudden gesture, retreating repeatedly, her complexion paling as she exclaimed in terror, "Do not come any closer." Her voice was laced with fear and panic. Witnessing Lan Qiu's reaction, Tang Xing couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "Haha, I was just joking. Look at how frightened you are." With that, he turned and made his way toward the inner courtyard. As she watched Tang Xing's receding figure, Lan Qiu stamped her foot in frustration. Her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Tang Xing, you big fool." Her furious voice echoed in the air, lingering for some time. However, as Lan Qiu recalled Tang Xing's earlier mention of Su Yin, an unsettling feeling surged within her. She furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation as she murmured to herself, "Something feels off," an inexplicable sense of unease washing over her, prompting her to worry. Tang Xing strolled leisurely into the inner courtyard, his gaze sweeping casually until it fell upon Lu Yu, who was bathing in the inner pond. At that moment, Lu Yu had her back turned to him, seemingly unaware of anyone's presence. However, a woman's innate intuition suddenly alerted her to an unusual presence. She abruptly turned her head and was met with the sight of a man staring intently at her. Instantly, a mix of shame and anger surged within Lu Yu, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Who dares to be so shameless? Turn around at once." Yet, at this moment, Tang Xing was utterly entranced, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the flawless figure before him. His gaze fixated on Lu Yu's long, slender legs, slowly tracing the contours upward, eventually resting on her delicate, alluring waist, and further up to her ample, supple bosom. Faced with such a fiery and seductive figure, Tang Xing lost all capacity for thought, completely disregarding Lu Yu's reprimand. Incensed by his audacity, Lu Yu summoned her martial spirit in a swift motion, hurling it mercilessly towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing was taken aback, instantly sensing an imminent danger approaching. Fortunately, his agility and quick reflexes allowed him to execute a series of exquisite footwork, his figure shifting like a specter, narrowly evading Lu Yu's fierce assault. Lu Yu, frustrated by her failed strike, grew increasingly irate. She hastily grabbed a long cloth nearby, wrapping herself up in a flurry, all the while cursing, "Damn lecher. This is infuriating." Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes as she called out, "Arise, my martial spirit. Vermilion bird." As her words echoed, a colossal vermilion bird engulfed in blazing flames materialized in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. Without hesitation, Liu unleashed her fifth soul skill, Skyward Inferno. In an instant, a torrent of searing flames surged forward like a mighty wave. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Tang Xing's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Wait, there's no need for this." However, it was too late to halt the onslaught. Aware that he could not withstand the strike with his current strength, he had no choice but to divert the lethal blow towards a nearby pool. With a thunderous explosion, the pool erupted, sending water splattering everywhere. The droplets, seemingly possessing a will of their own, surged towards Lu Yu. Caught off guard, a few drops splashed onto her skin. Lu Yu shivered violently, a wave of intense unease washing over her. Her eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, "Oh no. This is the water from the Spirit Sea Lake. This is disastrous." It turned out that the water from Spirit Sea Lake was infused with potent spiritual energy. Yet it was highly toxic to ordinary individuals. Upon contact with the skin, it induced unbearable pain and a burning sensation. Sensing the peculiar reaction in her body, Lu Yu's martial spirit rapidly retracted, and the once mighty vermilion bird vanished in the blink of an eye. Deprived of her martial spirit's power, Liu teetered unsteadily, nearly unable to maintain her balance. At that moment, Tang Xing acted swiftly, dashing forward to embrace her tightly. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The cloth enveloping them seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, suddenly unraveling on its own. Tang Xing's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him as he looked at Lu Yu in his arms, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhang Lishuan approached with graceful strides, unhurriedly standing before Tang Xing. Her gaze held a hint of apology, but more so, it radiated determination and confidence. I apologize for the interruption, Zhang Lishuan spoke softly, her voice gentle yet clear. Tang Xing lifted his head, gazing at the senior sister before him, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. He attempted to clarify. Senior sister, you have misunderstood. The situation is not as you envision. Yet, his voice faltered, lacking conviction, as if he were seeking excuses for his own defense. Zhang Lishuan regarded Tang Xing silently, allowing him to express himself without interruption. Her gaze conveyed a sense of understanding and compassion, instilling a modicum of comfort within Tang Xing. I understand you may have your own explanation, Zhang Lishuan spoke softly, but I hope you can confront your inner self with honesty. Tang Xing fell into a momentary silence, then took a deep breath, summoning the courage to speak. Senior sister, I realize my mistake. I should not have. Suddenly, Zhang Lishuan rushed in like a swift gale, carefully carrying Liu into the room, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Xing. A faint smile graced her lips as she playfully inquired, I need to change her clothes. Will you join me? Tang Xing's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as he hesitantly replied, I think I'll wait outside. After a brief pause, the melodious sound of Zhang Lishuan's voice floated from within the room. Come in. Tang Xing, with a perplexed expression, inquired, Master sister, what on earth is happening? After a careful observation, Zhang Ruoying responded, in my opinion, it seems that the waters of Linghai Lake have had a corrosive effect on her. After all, Liu possesses the soul of the vermilion bird, which embodies the utmost fire attribute. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Xing swiftly executed the exquisite holy light reflection skill, instantly evaporating the lake water within Lu Yu's body, and effortlessly declared, all done. Zhang Ruoying's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tang Xing, exclaiming, W what? Simultaneously, Yufeng stepped forward to check Lu Yu's pulse, her face displaying astonishment as she marveled. This is utterly astonishing. The divine fire that seventh junior sister has been painstakingly suppressing has actually fused into her body, becoming her own primal fire. Remarkably, the residual lake water within her has aided her in taking that crucial final step. This is truly wonderful. Yufeng, still in shock, stared incredulously at Tang Xing, her lips trembling as she said, You are truly remarkable. By the way, I am your fourth senior sister, Yufeng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to the song of a nightingale. Tang Xing smiled graciously and responded, I am Tang Xing, a newcomer here. I appreciate your kindness. His gaze was as clear as water, revealing a sense of determination and confidence. At that moment, Liu slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yufeng standing before her, instinctively reached out to grasp Yufeng's delicate hand. However, in the next instant, her attention shifted to the side, where she caught sight of the impertinent individual offending her senior sister. In an instant, a blaze of fury ignited within Lu Yu, as if she wished to incinerate the entire world. With eyes wide and filled with rage, she began to chant incantations, summoning a majestic vermilion bird. The bird spread its enormous wings, enveloped in searing flames, and surged towards Tang Xing like a meteor ablaze. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Tang Xing did not hesitate. He forcefully pushed aside Zhang Ruoying and bravely shielded himself against the fierce attack of the vermilion bird. Seeing this, Lu Yu's heart raced with urgency. She swiftly appeared before Tang Xing, raising her delicate fists, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him like a tempest. Each strike was laden with boundless anger and strength, as if she aimed to utterly vanquish him. Yet, Tang Xing did not yield. He promptly invoked the protective spirit technique, conjuring a transparent barrier that enveloped him securely. Observing this, Zhang Lishuan dashed forward without hesitation, quickly separating the two and calling out, Stop. Lu Yu, cease at once. Upon hearing this, Liu became exceedingly agitated, glaring fiercely at Zhang Lishuan and exclaiming, Senior sister, you cannot favor this scoundrel. He dared to disrespect you, treating you with such insolence. This is utterly outrageous. Zhang Lishuan felt a wave of helplessness and embarrassment wash over her. She hurriedly clarified, Oh, Lu Yu, you misunderstand. He was merely assisting me with my wound. Nothing as you presume. However, Liu would not be swayed, retorting vehemently, "Senior sister, even so, what of the fact that he peered at me while I bathed? And because of him, I fell into the lake and sustained injuries." As she spoke, Liu's eyes glistened with tears, cascading down like a flood. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lishuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she turned to glare at the bewildered Tang Xing standing aside and admonished, "Tang Xing, come over and apologize to your senior sister." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing promptly approached Liu, bowing his head and softly saying, "I am truly sorry, senior sister. I did not mean to offend. I assure you that such a mistake will not happen again. Please, grant me your forgiveness this once." With that, he cautiously lifted his head to gauge Liu's reaction. Liu accepted Tang Xing's apology, stating, "I will forgive you this time, but should you err again, do not expect my leniency." Yu Feng interjected, "Enough? He even assisted you in merging with the vermilion bird's divine fire, and you criticize him instead of expressing gratitude. Is that fair?" Liu Yu, taken aback, immediately checked. "No wonder I feel an increase in strength. That was my mistake. Your name is Tang Xing, correct? You think of yourself as my younger brother, and I will protect you." Chapter 52. The announcement. Liu Yu's gaze was piercing, emanating an imposing aura. With an undeniable tone, she proclaimed loudly, "Tang Xing, stay." Standing beside her, Zhang Lishuan wore a smile reminiscent of a kind and gentle aunt, softly encouraging, "Go ahead. With someone as formidable as Liu Yu as your sister, you will essentially be able to walk with confidence in the inner courtyard. No one would dare to bully you. Rest assured and proceed boldly." Upon hearing these words, warmth and reassurance surged within Tang Xing, yet he simultaneously felt a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, Liu's penetrating gaze fixed intently on him as she straightforwardly inquired, "Tang Xing, no, from now on, I shall call you Brother Xing Xing. Now tell me, what skills do you most yearn to learn?" Confronted with this unexpected question, Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, his previously handsome visage now clouded with confusion as he muttered, "I'm not quite sure." Seeing Tang Xing in such a state, Liu found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. However, amid the silence, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, as if a spark of inspiration had ignited. She excitedly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Of course, how could I have forgotten this? Brother Xing Xing, why not try your hand at casting or forging? You might just discover joy and potential within those realms." As she spoke, Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as though she could already envision Tang Xing excelling in these two fields. Tang Xing, captivated by her words, began to contemplate whether he truly possessed the aptitude for such endeavors. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes flickered with a glimmer of anticipation and resolve. He took a deep breath and said, "Then I shall give it a try." Liu smiled and nodded, then led Tang Xing towards the casting chamber. They traversed a narrow, dimly lit corridor before finally reaching their destination. As Tang Xing stepped into the casting room, the first thing that caught his eye was the figure of Yuan Tianhua. At that moment, Yuan Tianhua was engrossed in his task, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet his expression was notably serious and grave. Upon noticing the newcomer, Yuan Tianhua raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over Tang Xing, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "I must ask, what brings yet another person here? I have made it abundantly clear that it is futile, no matter who it is." Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry. He blinked and hurriedly clarified, "I was sent by Sister Liu Yu to learn from you." Upon hearing the name Liu Yu, Yuan Tianhua's expression transformed instantly. The previously tense muscles began to relax, replaced by a sense of reverence and respect. He immediately straightened his posture, and his tone shifted to one of deference. "Ah, so it is Miss Liu Yu who sent you. My sincerest apologies for the oversight. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to your instruction. Do you wish to learn the art of casting? Then let us first familiarize ourselves with the operation of the electric drill." With that, Yuan Tianhua moved aside to retrieve an electric drill, preparing to demonstrate its use to Tang Xing. Tang Xing's bright and expectant eyes were fixed intently on the metal glimmering electric wood drill in Yuan Tianhua's hands, as if it were a rare treasure. He listened attentively as Yuan Tianhua elaborated on each step and technique, fearful of missing any crucial information. While operating the drill, Yuan Tianhua elucidated the underlying principles and precautions in an accessible manner. His voice, deep and resonant, captivated all who heard it. Tang Xing absorbed this knowledge like a sponge, striving to etch it into his memory. When Yuan Tianhua completed his demonstration and turned to inquire, "Did you understand? Did you grasp it?" Tang Xing nodded without hesitation, determination shining in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I want to give it a try. Though brief, his words brimmed with boundless courage and resolve. Yuan Tianhua smiled slightly, expressing his approval. He recognized that this young man possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. With the right guidance and opportunities, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Thus, he handed the electric wood drill to Tang Xing and patiently instructed him on the proper use of the tool and the safety precautions to heat. Tang Xing grasped the electric drill, feeling its weight, as if it were not merely a tool but a symbol of responsibility and challenge. He cautiously pressed the switch, and the drill emitted a buzzing sound, beginning to spin. As he became increasingly adept at operating it, his speed intensified, and a confident smile adorned his face. Yuan Tianhua stood up without hesitation, swiftly offering his seat to Tang Xing. Without delay, Tang Xing stepped forward and settled firmly into the position, carefully picking up the translucent crystal core and placing it gently on the workbench before him. He took a deep breath, his gaze focused and resolute, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only this task at hand. Then, Tang Xing extended his hand to grasp a sharp electric drill, resembling a skilled artisan. Precisely aligning it above the crystal core, and decisively pressed the start button. As the drill whirred into high-speed rotation, Tang Xing devoted himself to controlling the force and angle, gradually beginning to engrave the surface of the crystal core. Each subtle movement appeared so practiced and effortless, as though he had rehearsed it countless times. Time ticked away, and after a brief while, Tang Xing finally paused his actions. He gently set down the drill, gazing at his freshly completed piece, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Yuan Tianhua stared wide-eyed in astonishment at Tang Xing and the nearly identical masterpiece in his hands, hardly able to believe what he was witnessing. Yuan Tianhua was internally astounded, never expecting Tang Xing to possess such remarkable skill and talent. In less than 5 minutes, he had flawlessly crafted a preliminary piece. The speed and quality were truly unbelievable. At that instant, Yuan Tianhua profoundly realized that he had stumbled upon a rare gem. A surge of intense joy rising within him. He must find a way to keep this young talent firmly within the realm of casting. In the days that followed, Tang Xing devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering casting techniques. He eagerly absorbed knowledge, leaving no detail overlooked. Simultaneously, he continuously experimented with various new methods and skills, striving to elevate his craftsmanship to greater heights. Thus, Tang Xing advanced step by step along the path of casting, gradually revealing extraordinary talent and potential. Li Fei closed his eyes tightly, fully immersed in comprehending the mysterious power contained within the radiant dagger. Murmuring to himself, I seem to faintly sense that my soul power has ascended to level 37, but more remarkably, my martial soul is quietly undergoing a transformation. Could this be the legendary aura of light? How wonderful! I never expected my radiant martial soul to upgrade into the pinnacle of radiant martial souls. I have finally achieved it. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. It was Xian. With a smile on her face, she gently said, "Congratulations, Li Fei. Come and taste the fresh soup I specially prepared for you." Upon hearing this, Li Fei promptly opened his eyes, reached out to accept the bowl of soup that Xian had handed him, and drank it in one gulp. He then expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Xian, I truly cannot thank you enough. By the way, how has your training progressed recently?" Xian nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before responding, "As for me, I have now broken through to level 45, and I have also made significant progress in my second profession." Li Fei's eyes brightened at this news, and he grasped Xian's hand tightly, exclaiming with excitement, "Xian, you have worked so hard. Your dedication and achievements fill me with immense pride. I believe that in the near future, we shall both become the most formidable forces on the continent." Meanwhile, the golden retriever, noticing its owner had not returned for some time, began to wander leisurely around the campus. It strolled with ease, gazing about with unabashed curiosity. When the golden retriever passed by the playground, it suddenly spotted someone playing with a stick. The golden retriever halted, fixated on the stick being waved around, and then shook its head, saying, "Hey, that is not the right way to play." Hearing the voice, Sun Xiaokong turned around, gazing curiously at this unfamiliar yet remarkable being. He scrutinized the golden retriever from head to toe and could not help but ask, "Who are you?" As Sun Xiaokong took a closer look, a sudden realization dawned upon him. "Oh, so you are Star Brother's companion." The golden retriever nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then stepped forward confidently, asserting, "Indeed, the technique you just demonstrated with that stick is not correct. Watch closely, I shall teach you." Before finishing its sentence, the golden retriever swiftly summoned its own mystical weapon, a glowing staff. In an instant, it transformed into a state of combat, wielding the staff with grace and precision, executing an exquisite series of moves. Each strike was imbued with boundless strength and skill, leaving onlookers awestruck. Sun Xiaokong's eyes widened as he focused intently on the golden retriever's actions, silently marveling at the display. After the golden retriever completed its demonstration, it calmly stood still, turning to Sun Xiaokong and inquiring, "Well, did you manage to memorize the techniques I just showed you?" Sun Xiaokong nodded vigorously, a look of admiration gracing his face as he replied, "I have memorized it. Thank you so much for your guidance. Through this lesson, I have gained a deeper understanding of my martial spirit." At that moment, a thought struck the golden retriever, and it pondered aloud. "I have heard that the genius rankings are soon to be reassessed. I presume you intend to participate in the competition for a spot." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaokong's expression dimmed slightly as he sighed and responded, "Yes, but to be honest, I don't feel very confident about being successful. The competition is incredibly fierce." The golden retriever, with its bright and profound eyes, cast a gentle glance at him and replied slowly, "Rest assured. In my opinion, you have a good chance. As long as you can execute my techniques flawlessly, you might very well secure a place in the top 10. Upon hearing these words, Sun Xiaokong's previously tense expression softened into one of determination and confidence. He earnestly replied, "Brother Xing and the other 6 formidable spiritual practitioners have long since ventured into the inner academy, rendering their participation in the outer academy's contest for rankings impossible. Thus, among the outer academy, there are surely no more than 5 individuals who can truly match my prowess." Jin Mao nodded slightly in agreement and then spoke with sincerity. "In that case, I wholeheartedly wish you swift success. I believe that with your strength and resolve, you will undoubtedly shine amidst this fierce competition and achieve remarkable results. Go for it." After delivering these encouraging words, Jin Mao's eyes sparkled with faith in Sun Xiaokong. The Genius Ranking is a fiercely competitive list established specifically for the disciples of the Outer Academy, aimed at fostering a clear awareness of the disparities between themselves and others. Manchi softly elucidated, her tone tinged with seriousness. At that moment, a man suddenly emerged, interjecting, "Indeed. The update of the Genius Ranking serves as a rigorous assessment of their hard-earned achievements. However, it is noteworthy that this year's Genius Ranking will undergo significant rule changes. The contest will be divided into 2 phases. The first round will consist of intense one-on-one matches, while the second round will feature thrilling team battles. Moreover, the higher one ranks in the first round, the sooner they will be able to engage in the second round." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, pondering the unfamiliarity and discomfort this new rule presented to them. Standing upon the stage, Mushi's gaze swept over the crowd below before finally settling on the man. As she softly remarked, "Lu Han, observe the reactions of those below." Her eyes revealed a hint of concern and helplessness. Lu Han furrowed his brow slightly, inhaled deeply, and then unleashed a powerful aura of his martial soul. This overwhelming presence swept through the venue like an invisible storm, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. Everyone felt the weight of Lu Han's authority and pressure. His voice resonated deeply and forcefully. "Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence. I am aware that there are various opinions and controversies regarding this competition, but I hope everyone can approach this event with proper order and attitude. With only 1 hour remaining before the competition begins, I urge all participants and spectators to be fully prepared." His words were succinct, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Under Lu Han's imposing presence, the crowd lowered their heads, refraining from making any further noise. The entire venue fell into a solemn silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the occasional sound of soft breathing and the rustle of leaves in the wind broke the tranquility. Sun Xiaokong approached Lantian with a light step, and upon scanning the area, he spotted Su Chuan, Su He, and Ding Xin standing quietly nearby. The 3 of them gazed solemnly at the azure sky and spoke in unison, "Blue Sky, I request to rejoin the team." A radiant smile blossomed on Blue Sky's face, warm as the gentle sun of spring, as he softly replied, "Ah, splendid. Now our team is finally complete." At that moment, Wanning gracefully approached, her enchanting figure capturing the attention of all. She made her way directly to Nian Shui and spoke gently, "Nian Shui, it seems that participation in this competition requires us to form a team." Nian Shui nodded slightly in agreement and succinctly replied, "In that case, let us form a team." No sooner had her words fallen than ZMO, who had been silent until then, abruptly shattered the quietude. His deep, piercing gaze fixed intently upon Nian Shui as he earnestly remarked, "Do not forget, we are still here. Following his line of sight, Nian Shui noticed Qingyu, Nansheng, Chu Hao, and Ming Yin standing behind him. A surge of gratitude welled up within her, and with a slight smile, she sincerely expressed her thanks. Thank you all. Meanwhile, C2U also approached. He came before by Li Donghua with a serious expression, cautioning. This competition requires us to form a team specifically for the upcoming 2 rounds. However, Bai Li Donghua appeared indifferent, even showing a hint of disdain as he replied nonchalantly, "All right then, let us form a team." It was as if this competition were merely a trivial matter to him. As the first round of the Genius rankings commenced, 3 teams emerged triumphantly, advancing with remarkable momentum, vying for a position in the top 30. Bai Li's team happened to be drawn against Nian Shui's, while the monitoring team had the fortune of sitting out. Outside the arena, Blue Sky approached Nian Shui, saying, "I hear they are quite formidable." Nian Shui responded with resignation, "There is nothing I can do. I will do my best to compete fiercely." Blue Sky informed her. Bai Li Donghua's team has 3 strong members, Bai Li Donghua, Ouyang Yunshin, and Qianfeng Qingyang. Be cautious of these 3. They are exceptionally skilled. Nian Shui, with confidence, replied, "Rest assured, I too possess my own trump card." Chapter 53, The Will Battle. Blue Sky's heart jolted. His face a mask of astonishment as he inquired, "A trump card? What exactly is that?" Nian Shui's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and she softly replied, "That is a secret. Patience, and you shall soon find out." With that, she turned back to the team, her demeanor serious as she instructed, "Listen closely, everyone. Chu Hao will lead the charge and take the field first, and we will proceed according to plan, with me as the final participant. Is that clear to everyone?" The group responded in unison, "Understood." At that moment, Nansheng suddenly stepped forward, saying, "Nian Shui, allow me to go first." However, without a moment's hesitation, Nian Shui firmly rejected, "Absolutely not. If anything were to happen to you, I would be overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. After all, I promised your family that I would keep you safe. The appointed hour has arrived. Everyone shall embark with me." Her words were resolute and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. With a solemn expression, Nian Shui addressed Chu Hao, "As far as I know, they will undoubtedly send you to test your capabilities. Yet the true threat lies in my genuine strength. One must not be complacent." Chu Hao nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then replied with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, I shall confront the challenge forthwith." With that, he stepped towards the center of the arena. At that moment, Situ approached, and upon seeing this opponent, Nian Shui's face lit up with delight as she murmured to herself, "It seems my conjecture was correct." From the sidelines, Lu Han proclaimed loudly, "The competition officially begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Hao and Situ engaged in a fierce clash. Witnessing Chu Hao's form flicker and weave through the air like a specter, Situ immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Sky Blades. In an instant, countless sharp blades rained down on Chu Hao like a torrential storm. Faced with such a relentless assault, Chu Hao reacted swiftly, activating his first soul skill, Phantom Wind Shadow. Simultaneously, he deftly employed the unique footwork techniques of the Cloud sect, rendering his movements even more graceful and ethereal. Astonishingly, Chu Hao's execution of his first soul skill, combined with that exquisite footwork, caused the vast majority of the blades to miss their mark entirely. Nian Shui, watching from the sidelines, could not help but feel a surge of relief, pondering, "Excellent. Chu Hao has made remarkable progress in mastering the illusory phantom with such skills. He is more than capable of defeating Situ." Her gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle, hoping for Chu Hao to triumph over this formidable foe. Situ could no longer tolerate Chu Hao's incessant prattle and entanglement, irritation flaring within him. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he decisively activated his third soul skill, Heavenly Blade Cross Slash. His soul power surged, fists clenched tightly, as he swung forward with great force, unleashing a colossal and razor-sharp cross-shaped beam of light that hurtled towards Chu Hao with formidable momentum. Observing this, Chu Hao's gaze sharpened, though a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding confidence. He knew that this moment was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, he summoned his internal soul power and unleashed his own third soul skill, Verdant Strike. In an instant, a powerful wave of green energy erupted from him, coalescing in his palm to form a dazzling emerald sphere. With a vigorous sweep of his arm, the sphere shot forth like a meteor, directly colliding with Situ's Heavenly Blade Cross Slash. A thunderous roar echoed as the two formidable attacks clashed violently in midair. For a brief moment, light radiated and energy surged, as though the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Yet, astonishingly, Chu Hao's verdant strike withstood Sitayu's heavenly blade cross slash, shattering it with overwhelming force. Immediately, the surge of green energy continued its relentless advance towards Sitayu. His complexion drastically changed, realizing that it was too late to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the vibrant green light struck his body in an instant, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily outside the arena. In that fleeting moment, Nian Shui, who stood nearby observing the fierce battle, felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing her anxiety to swell uncontrollably. She quickly employed her sound transmission technique to convey her concerns to Chu Hao. Chu Hao, do you still possess sufficient strength and endurance for the upcoming contest? If it truly feels unbearable. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chu Hao interrupted her without hesitation. His bright and resolute eyes fixed intently on her direction, as though he could peer through the void to discern her innermost worries. He responded with equal fervor through the sound transmission, his tone resolute and powerful. Rest assured, I am more than capable of continuing this fight. There is no need for concern. His words resonated with an unwavering determination and unparalleled confidence, leaving those who heard them profoundly moved. As snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, blanketing the world in pristine white, Nian Shui transmitted another urgent message to someone special. You must be extremely cautious. Next, it was time for Shangguan Wanxue to take the stage. Chu Hao was acutely aware that he stood little chance against this formidable opponent. Yet he still yearned to test his mettle. Shangguan Wanxue cast a cold, piercing glance at Chu Hao and declared mercilessly, "You are no match for me. It would be wise for you to withdraw." Nevertheless, Chu Hao stubbornly retorted, "How can one know the outcome without experiencing it firsthand?" Shangguan Wanxue felt a flicker of annoyance at his defiance. Resolving not to waste any more words on him, she unleashed her second soul technique, the Cloud Ink Dragon Claw. A powerful surge of soul energy ascended like mist, coalescing into a gigantic and formidable dragon claw that lunged fiercely at Chu Hao. Recognizing the gravity of this contest, Chu Hao understood that to secure victory, he must win the next 2 battles consecutively. Without hesitation, he activated his second soul technique, Wind Control Lift. Instantly, a tempest roared past, lifting him into the air and deftly evading Shangguan Wanxue's fierce assault. Seeing Chu Hao evade her attack, a flicker of surprise crossed Shangguan Wanxue's eyes. Yet, she did not relent. With a swift motion, she leapt into the air like a specter, then unleashed a powerful strike, exclaiming, "Cloud Ink Sky Slash." In an instant, a black sword aura sliced through the heavens, bearing the destructive force of annihilation as it descended upon Chu Hao. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Chu Hao dared not show any signs of complacency. He gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash his most formidable move, the 4th soul skill, Sacred Feather Wind Blade. In an instant, countless sharp wind blades materialized out of thin air, resembling a flock of fierce birds, sweeping towards Shangguan Wanxue with overwhelming force. A tremendous sound echoed as the energies of both combatants collided violently in midair, stirring up clouds of dust that enveloped the surroundings. When the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to find Shangguan Wanxue had been sent flying out of the arena. At this moment, Sui and Douluo, who were observing from the sidelines, were fixated on Chu Hao's remarkable display. Douluo chuckled with pride. Well, it seems he's not doing too badly. This little fellow has finally made some progress. Sui smiled slightly, a proud grin gracing his lips. After all, he is our junior brother. How could he not be extraordinarily impressive? Hearing this, Douluo suddenly understood the deeper meaning behind Suyi's words. Bai's face revealed a look of astonishment as he murmured, This is rather unexpected. Qing Yang, I hope you do not let me down." No sooner had he spoken than Qianfeng Qing Yang's figure flickered and leaped onto the high platform like a specter. As he settled, a powerful and malevolent aura erupted from him, emanating the terrifying pressure unique to the purple scorpion. Chu Hao, standing below the platform, felt as if the world was spinning, his head pounding with excruciating pain. Yet, at that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Qianfeng Qing Yang's eyes, for he understood that this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Purple Scorpion Tail. Confronted with this sudden assault, Chu Hao reacted swiftly, evading the lethal strike with a deft sidestep, barely escaping the onslaught. He wasted no time and immediately activated his 3rd soul skill, Verdant Strike. In an instant, a beam of emerald light shot forth like lightning towards Qianfeng Qing Yang. Undeterred, Qianfeng Qing Yang sneered and activated his 3rd soul skill, Scorpion Possession. Instantly, He was enveloped in a thick veil of purple mist, significantly enhancing his power. He then gripped the hilt of his blade tightly and unleashed 2 successive, razor-sharp slashes, striking towards Chu Hao with a force that was nothing short of overwhelming. With a resounding crash, Chu Hao found himself unable to withstand such a ferocious assault. His body hurtling backward like a puppet with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground outside the arena. Seeing this, Nian Shui was filled with anxiety as she rushed to Chu Hao's side, concern etched on her face. "Chu Hao, how are you? Are you injured? Please answer me." At that moment, Chu Hao lay on the ground, trembling, his complexion as pale as a sheet. He struggled to speak, but only managed to emit a faint whisper, "I'm fine," though it was clear that the recent blow had inflicted severe damage upon him. Nian Shui quickly brought Chu Hao to where Nanxing was. And without a moment's hesitation, Nanxing began to administer treatment for Chu Hao's injuries. On the other side, Qingyu strode towards the high platform and addressed Qianfeng Qingyang, who stood atop it. "Today, I shall demand retribution from Chu Hao." As her words echoed, a formidable aura erupted from her being. She swiftly summoned her inner soul power and shouted, "Third soul skill, Radiant Aura." Immediately following this, she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Spirit Cat Soars the 9 Heavens. Simultaneously, she wielded her 1st soul skill, Rain's Piercing Strike. Faced with such an onslaught, Qianfeng Qingyang understood all too well that he could not afford to confront it head-on. Thus, without hesitation, he executed his 4th soul skill, Scorpion's Poison Blade. In an instant, countless blades, shimmering with toxic light, surged toward Qingyu like a tempest. A series of crisp collisions resonated around them as the poison blades struck fiercely against Qingyu's soul technique. Surprisingly, this seemingly indestructible defense was shattered in an instant, and Qingyu herself was propelled backward by the tremendous backlash. Witnessing this scene, Wanning felt a surge of anxiety. She knew that Qingyu could not afford to press forward recklessly any longer, so she quickly rose and called out, "Meng Yin, do not advance any further. Let me take this chance." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Meng Yin nodded in agreement, relinquishing the opportunity to Wanning. Qianfeng Qingyang observed the figure before him, pondering, "Does this fool not recognize my prowess? How dare he challenge me so recklessly?" With a cold snort, he unleashed his tail, as hard as steel and imbued with venom, striking towards the challenger with the swiftness of lightning. However, to his astonishment, just as he swung his toxic tail, a massive inferno erupted from thin air, hurtling towards his tail with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Qianfeng Qingyang's eyes widened in horror as he desperately attempted to retract his poisonous tail. But it was too late. At that moment, Wanning seemed to perceive Qianfeng Qingyang's intentions, denying him even a moment's respite. With a graceful wave of her hand, she launched 4 or 5 equally fierce and potent fireballs, hurtling toward Qianfeng Qingyang like falling meteors. As the fireballs approached, Qianfeng Qingyang realized the dire consequences of being struck. In this critical moment, he decisively summoned his most powerful 4th soul skill, Scorpion's Poison Blade. Instantly, a dense black mist erupted from within him, coalescing into a razor-sharp, gigantic toxic blade, clashing head-on with the fireballs. Concurrently, Wanting displayed her own resolve, exclaiming as she activated her 3rd soul skill, Blazing Sunday. Suddenly, a radiant and dazzling red sun ascended abruptly, emanating a heart-pounding intensity of heat and light, engaging in a breathtaking duel with Qianfeng Qingyang's scorpion-like poisonous blade. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the soul forces of both parties clashed violently, creating surges of tempestuous energy shockwaves. The entire atmosphere seemed to tremble, the surrounding air becoming searing and distorted. Ultimately, in this fierce contest, Qianfeng Qingyang gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Being forcefully expelled from the arena by the formidable blaze of the fiery sun, Tuoba Chiching arrogantly strode onto the stage, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he mockingly declared, "Humph. If you can breach my defenses, I shall concede you victory. Come, let me see if you possess the skill." His words dripped with provocation and contempt. Faced with such an arrogant opponent, Wanning remained unfazed, standing her ground with unwavering resolve and piercing eyes. With a swift motion of her hands, countless blazing fireballs surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Tuoba Chiching, fierce and menacing like fire dragons. However, Tuoba Chiching displayed no hint of alarm. Upon realizing that Wanning was merely using fireballs for her attack, he let out a cold laugh. "So this is all you have? How utterly disappointing. Do you have no more formidable techniques? Come, let me witness the true power of your 3rd soul skill." At his taunt, a glint of cunning flashed in Wanying's eyes. She inhaled deeply, channeling her soul power with focused intent, preparing to unleash her third soul skill, Blaze of the Fiery Sun. As she whispered an incantation, an incredibly intense energy erupted from her being. Instantly, a colossal fiery wheel appeared in the air, dazzling like the sun, radiating suffocating heat and overwhelming pressure. Tuoba felt the scorching wave hit him, his expression shifting drastically as he involuntarily exclaimed, "It's so hot." He desperately attempted to withstand the heat, but the flames were too fierce, and his defenses crumbled in an instant. Witnessing this, Wanning wore a triumphant smile and exclaimed, "Hee, is that not a breach? Do you dare to underestimate me?" Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable authority. In this moment, she seemed to transform into a blazing inferno, exuding an air of invincibility. Tuoba, feeling deceived, muttered, "Damn it, fourth soul skill, mammoth convergence." Wan Ying's eyes widened as a powerful aura surged, invigorating Tuoba-Chichen's spirit. Without hesitation, Wanning activated her third soul skill, Blaze of the Fiery Sun, sending Tuoba-Chichen off the stage. Nangong Wensi took the opportunity to ascend the platform, launching an unrestrained assault on Wan Shui. However, Wan Shui swiftly discerned the opening and unleashed her third soul skill, Sacred Flame of the Fiery Sun, successfully casting Nangong Wensi out. Ouyang Yun spoke gravely, "You should retreat at once. Given your current state of soul power, you are ill-equipped to withstand the ensuing battle." However, Wan Shui smiled gently and responded, "In the lexicon of my life, the term give up has never existed. Let them come." As her words fell, she unhesitatingly unleashed her third soul technique, Unity of 10,000 Swords. In an instant, countless sword energies surged forth like a tempest, sweeping toward Ouyang Yunshin. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Ouyang Yunshin remained composed. He swiftly reacted, immediately employing his fourth soul technique, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. With a melodious cry of a phoenix, a massive and resplendent phoenix apparition soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with the rain of swords. In that moment, brilliance erupted and the air crackled with energy. Ultimately, through her indomitable will and exquisite skill, Wan Shui successfully shattered Ouyang Yunshin's attack, forcing him back several steps. At that critical juncture, Ouyang Yunshin abruptly grasped his longsword, channeling all his soul power. Moments later, a dazzling light burst forth as he finally unleashed his fourth soul technique, part of the Celestial Gang. This move possessed tremendous power, as if it aimed to tear apart the very fabric of space, hurtling towards Wan Shui with unparalleled pressure. Realizing the peril of the situation, Wan Shui clenched her teeth and resolutely awakened the dormant phoenix fire within her. Simultaneously, she activated her fourth soul technique once more, Sacred Blazing Flames of Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. In an instant, raging flames erupted, colliding fiercely with the heart of the Celestial Gang. The two immensely powerful forces intertwined and clashed, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. This breathtaking duel left all present in awe, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. In the end, due to their evenly matched strengths and the exertion of their utmost efforts, both figures were simultaneously propelled out of the arena. In a pivotal moment, Zemo dashed forward, catching the severely injured Wan Shui with steady arms, expressing concern, "Do not speak. Rest for a moment. I will take you to find a healer immediately." As for Wanning, I entrust her to Nanshang. With that, he hurriedly carried Wan Shui away. Bailey Donghua approached the stage, declaring, "You are no match for me. Step down." Zemo, holding the token, retorted, "How can you be so certain of your victory? Today, whether you are Ouyang or Bailey, I shall still fight." Upon seeing the weapon in Zemo's hand, Bailey Donghua exclaimed, "Is that gun?" Chapter 54. Reserve Team Zemo's lips curled slightly into a faint smile as he replied, "This is my martial soul, named Leisurely Spear." Upon hearing this, Bailey Donghua's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment, "Leisurely Spear? Could it be that you are the son of Bailey Zifeng?" "Bailey Zemo?" Zemo's heart trembled at the words, his face a mask of shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not Bailey Zemo. I am merely Zemo." A flicker of resentment ignited in his eyes as he shouted angrily, "So, are we going to fight or not? Prepare yourself." Before his words could fully settle, Zemo thrust his spear forward violently, akin to a fierce dragon pouncing upon Bailey Donghua. In response to the oncoming spear, Bailey Donghua swiftly summoned a razor-sharp sword, deftly flicking his wrist to deflect the thrusting spear upwards. Zemo adeptly caught the spear that had been sent flying and swiftly executed a fierce slash aimed directly at Bailey Donghua's vital points. Perceiving the imminent danger, Bailey Donghua did not dare to hesitate for a moment, promptly unleashing his first soul skill, the 7 Swords of Freedom. In an instant, countless sword energies surged towards Zemo like a tempest. Yet, Zemo did not falter. He immediately summoned the soul power within him, activating a mysterious card in his possession, thus unleashing the formidable power of his 3rd soul skill, the Copying card. In the blink of an eye, a massive shield materialized, steadfastly blocking Bailey Donghua's onslaught. Concurrently, Zemo bellowed, invoking his 3rd soul skill. Dragon emerges from the spear. As his roar echoed, a resplendent light erupted from the spear, transforming into a ferocious dragon that charged towards Bailey Donghua. Unfazed by the approaching dragon, Bailey Donghua formed hand seals and chanted incantations, executing a remarkably powerful ultimate move, the Water's Virtue. A thunderous rumble resonated as the ground trembled violently, and a formidable earthen wall rose from the earth, acting as a bulwark before Bailey Donghua. The dragon, manifesting from Zemo, collided ferociously with the earthen wall, producing a deafening crash. However, it ultimately failed to breach this formidable defense and was instead repelled back into the arena. Nianxue understood that it was now imperative for her to step onto the stage and confront the immensely powerful opponent, Bailey Donghua. She recognized that this battle held profound significance, entwined with life, death, and honor, compelling her to act without hesitation. Quietly channeling her inner strength, Nianxue awakened the dormant power of the phoenix within her, enveloping her petite form in a radiant glow, reminiscent of a phoenix poised to soar after a rebirth through flames. At this moment, Nianxue focused intently, accumulating her strength to unleash her most potent strike. She tightly closed her eyes, murmuring incantations as her hands formed intricate seals, causing the very air around her to quiver with her formidable aura. Observing Nianxue's actions from across the battlefield, Bailey Donghua remained composed, refraining from interrupting. This seasoned warrior possessed extraordinary patience and confidence, waiting quietly to witness the extent of Nianxue's power. As seconds ticked away, Nianxue completed her final preparations. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, which gleamed with determination and resolve. Then, she forcefully propelled herself off the ground, soaring into the air like an arrow released from its bow. Unleashing a thunderous roar, phoenix dance of snow spirit explosion. With this proclamation, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Nianxue, morphing into a colossal phoenix apparition that lunged towards Bailey Donghua with ferocity. However, in the face of such a fierce assault, Bailey Donghua merely allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. With a gentle flick of his sword, a crystalline beam of sword light flared to life, akin to a nimble dragon, racing towards Nianxue with blinding speed. In an instant, the shadow of the sword collided with the ethereal form of the phoenix, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. With a resounding bang, the illusion of the phoenix shattered and dissipated, while Nianxue was violently propelled away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Bailey Donghua, who, with a sudden movement, unleashed an overwhelming aura of power. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from Bailey Donghua's hand, as if he intended to rend the very fabric of the universe. Jiang Hao marveled inwardly, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary second martial soul. He understood that those who possessed dual martial souls were exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet few could wield the powers of 2 souls with such mastery and formidable might as Bailey Donghua. At that moment, Jiang Hao noted a detail that struck him. Bailey Donghua had been indulging in wine and merriment prior to this confrontation. It dawned on him that this was not mere leisure. Rather, it was a unique method of cultivating his sword intent, gathering his strength for this astonishingly powerful strike. Realizing this, Jiang Hao felt a deep respect for Bailey Donghua. This individual was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also possessed an intellect and strategy that was truly awe-inspiring. Just then, Bailey Donghua turned his gaze towards Jiang Hao, his eyes glinting with resolve and confidence. He spoke, "In my view, let us resolve this with a duel to determine the victor directly." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Hao's face, revealing his anticipation for the impending clash. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement to Bailey Donghua's proposal and responded aloud, "Very well. Let us decide the outcome with this strike." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao focused his mind and began to summon his formidable martial soul. As a brilliant light flared, a long spear imbued with an aura of mystery manifested in his grasp. It was the legendary 7-colored spear, feared across the realm. Gripping the divine weapon tightly, he felt the boundless power coursing through it, then raised his gaze to Bailey Donghua, challengingly asking, "Bailey Donghua, Dare you to match my seven-colored spear? By Li Donghua, gazing at the resplendent spear in Jiang Hao's hand, felt a surge of fierce determination welling within him. He thought to himself, what of your formidable weapon? Today, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. With that, he straightened his posture, clenched his fists, and began to channel his inner spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his most formidable strike. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao remained undeterred, focusing intently on harnessing the energy within him, converging it upon the seven-colored spear. The atmosphere around them became charged, enveloped by the immense aura radiating from both combatants, and the tension in the air escalated dramatically. The crowd held its breath, eyes fixated on the breathtaking climax of this fierce confrontation, eagerly anticipating who would emerge as the ultimate victor. Ba Li Donghua took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he unleashed the astonishing technique known as the highest good is like water. However, in the face of this formidable assault, Jiang Hao remained undaunted. In an instant, he transformed into a swift phantom, as agile and ethereal as a sprite. Following this, Jiang Hao launched a powerful punch, imbued with immense force, directly towards Bai Li Donghua. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as Bai Li Donghua, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily outside the arena. Gasps and cheers erupted from the spectators, all astonished by the spectacle before them. Undoubtedly, this intense contest concluded with Jiang Hao's triumph. At that moment, Jiang Hao stood at the center of the arena, exuding an aura of undeniable prominence. He clutched a mysterious weapon in his hand, which, surprisingly, was not a traditional spirit weapon. Meanwhile, Mushi watched from the sidelines, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, pondering the origins and secrets of the peculiar weapon employed by Jiang Hao. Just then, the previously silent Lu Han finally spoke, congratulating Jiang Hao's team for clinching the championship of the first round. He announced that the second round was about to commence and instructed the contestants to prepare, stating that Jiang Hao's team would be the first to enter the arena. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao led his teammates into the arena, displaying an aura of unwavering confidence. Following closely was the team led by Bai Li and others, who, despite their defeat in the first round, entered the venue with unyielding spirit and determination. Lastly, the team led by Yan Shui entered, each member harboring a strong desire for victory, stepping onto the battlefield with resolute strides. The atmosphere was charged with tension and excitement, igniting anticipation for the upcoming thrilling confrontations. At this very moment, within the spacious and enigmatic forge of Yuan Tianhua, Tang Xing stood before a colossal furnace, intently gazing at the resplendent masterpiece he had just completed, a third-grade artifact radiating brilliant light. Sweat trickled down his determined visage, yet his eyes shimmered with immense pride and satisfaction. Witnessing this, Yuan Tianhua's joy was palpable, a broad smile stretching across his face. He privately mused, I have truly stumbled upon a rare treasure. In just 2 short months, he has achieved the level of 1,000 caste craftsman. It is nothing short of astonishing. I am truly remarkable. Tang Xing walked steadily towards Yuan Tianhua, a smile gracing his face as he softly spoke. Teacher Yuan, I have successfully completed the task. Do you believe I may depart now? Yuan Tianhua nodded with great joy, replying, Of course, my child. However, I hope Yuan Ti vanish without a trace. A hint of shyness washed over Tang Xing, and he quickly waved his hand in protest, saying, How could that be, teacher? After all, you have always been my mentor. He then inquired, by the way, Do you possess any crafts for creating large items? Yuan Tianhua pondered momentarily before responding, Indeed, forging is one such method. Without hesitation, Tang Xing asked, May I learn this skill? Yuan Tianhua's expression turned hesitant, a flicker of unease crossing his face, yet he reluctantly consented, You may. But you must journey to Qidongba. Upon entering this realm, Jiang Hao and his companions were astonished to find themselves within a mysterious virtual simulation. The scene was so lifelike that it felt as if they were truly present, with everything around them appearing remarkably real. Jiang Hao couldn't help but express his feelings, murmuring, How wonderful it would be if Tang Xing were here. His words revealed a deep longing for his companion. At that moment, Yuxin swiftly conducted a brief reconnaissance and reported to the group, From my observations, this is one of the 3 renowned sites in this forest, the ancient name forest. Unfortunately, our current position is quite unfavorable, and it is likely that others will arrive shortly. A hint of concern laced her tone. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. Jiang Hao's spear nearly struck Nian Shui, the abrupt turn of events leaving her both startled and furious. She exclaimed in exasperation, Jiang Hao, how could you be so ruthless? In response to her accusation, Jiang Hao quickly explained, "Please allow me to clarify. I mistook you for an enemy, which prompted my attack." Hearing this, Nian Shui's anger subsided slightly, and she replaced her fierce expression with a radiant smile, softly saying, "Haha, I was merely teasing you. Come over here, Jiang Hao." Thus, Jiang Hao followed Nian Shui to a secluded spot, where they lowered their voices and began to whisper, as if conspiring on a significant plan. Jiang Hao wore a look of disbelief, hesitantly asking, "Is this truly feasible?" Nian Shui shot him a sharp glance, replying with discontent, "What? Do you not trust me?" Sensing the authority in her gaze, Jiang Hao quickly nodded, affirming, "Trust, of course." He continued, "Then let us prepare and act immediately, in a realm both mysterious and perilous." Bali Donghua cautiously explored the path ahead, his stature athletic and his gaze keen, as if he could perceive all hidden dangers. Meanwhile, Nangong Wensi gracefully soared through the air, executing her reconnaissance mission, her agile figure resembling a bird gliding freely. Suddenly, she descended like a radiant rainbow beside Bailey Donghua and softly inquired, "Donghua, do you have someone you hold dear?" Her voice carried a hint of anticipation and shyness. Bailey Donghua, well aware of Nangong Wensi's sentiments, refrained from giving a direct answer. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, "Of course, I do. In fact, that person is right here with me." Upon hearing these words, a blush akin to the brilliance of the evening glow blossomed on Nangong Wensi's cheeks as she playfully retorted, "You are insufferable." Though her words carried a tone of reproach, they could not conceal the joy within her heart. At that moment, Shangwan Wanchue hurried back, her expression grave as she reported to Bailey Donghua, "There seems to be unusual activity ahead." Upon hearing this, Bailey Donghua's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. He turned to Nangong Wensi and commanded, "Quickly relay the message. Instruct everyone to remain on high alert and to proceed with utmost caution." No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of razor-sharp blades came hurtling towards him like a tempest. Undeterred by the sudden assault, Bailey Donghua swiftly evaded and engaged with his sword, effortlessly deflecting each blade. As the onslaught subsided, a figure emerged from the shadows. Bailey Donghua focused his gaze and recognized it was Jiang Hao. A flash of realization crossed his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Jiang Hao, so it is you. Have you come alone?" Jiang Hao laughed heartily in response, "Indeed, it is I. I have discerned a crucial point. If I can capture you, your team will surely crumble." However, Bailey Donghua regarded Jiang Hao's threat with disdain, proudly declaring, "You may attempt it and see if you succeed." His words brimmed with confidence and authority. With a swift motion, Bailey Donghua launched his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that surged towards Jiang Hao like a rainbow piercing the sky. Yet Jiang Hao, undaunted by the terrifying strike, bellowed and summoned all his might to deliver a punch that collided fiercely with the sword energy. The resulting explosion echoed with a deafening roar as the two powerful forces clashed, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy. Then Jiang Hao rapidly invoked his first soul skill, the seven-colored divine fire. In an instant, 7 vibrant flames erupted from his being, resembling 7 fire dragons that charged menacingly towards Bailey Donghua. Not to be outdone, Bailey Donghua immediately activated his second soul skill, the Stellar Extreme Sword. Countless shimmering sword lights cascaded down like a torrential rain, intertwining with the 7-colored divine fire, creating a breathtaking yet heart-stopping spectacle. Just as the two engaged in their fierce battle, Bailey Donghua's comrades arrived at the scene. Among them, Situ Yu carried the severely injured and unconscious Nianxua, glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao as he exclaimed, "Well done, Jiang Hao. I didn't expect you to be so capable, even using her to buy time. Brothers, charge." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the 6 teammates rushed forward, encircling Jiang Hao completely. Faced with the onslaught of enemies, Jiang Hao exhibited no sign of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to withstand the relentless attacks from all directions. Despite possessing a mysterious artifact, he was painfully aware that one pair of fists could hardly contend against 7 formidable opponents. Gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed, and the artifact in his left hand began to tremble slightly. Just then, a deafening cry of a phoenix reverberated from the heavens. Everyone was taken aback, gazing skyward to behold an immense phoenix, engulfed in blazing flames, descending towards Bailey Donghua and his companions. The fiery bird exuded a commanding presence, as if it intended to reduce the entire world to ashes. With its wings spread wide, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames, instantly enveloping Bailey Donghua and his allies. In a state of frantic urgency, Jin Yusen arrived on the scene and immediately spotted Jiang Hao's battered form. Her inner fury ignited to its utmost intensity, as though it threatened to burst forth from her chest. With wide eyes and gritted teeth, she bellowed, second soul skill, Nirvana fire. Third and fourth soul skills, Phoenix's cry in the 9 heavens, and the flames of the 9 heavens. As her words hung in the air, a tumultuous and overwhelmingly powerful surge of fire elements erupted like a volcanic explosion. This fervent and savage force surged forth like a ferocious beast, sweeping towards the 7 adversaries with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, flames soared to the sky, and smoke billowed, engulfing the figures of the 7 completely. Meanwhile, Sun Shaokong faced Qian Fengqing and Tuo Baqiqing without a trace of fear. He unleashed the exquisite techniques imparted by Jin Mao, moving with the grace of a specter and striking with the swiftness of a tempest. His hands radiated brilliance, each strike imbued with tremendous force, leaving his opponents struggling to defend themselves. Ultimately, Sun Shaokong deftly subdued both Qian Fengqing and Tuo Baqiqing to the ground with this remarkable technique. Concurrently, Qingyu, Chu Hao, Nian Shui, and Wanning coordinated seamlessly, collectively executing the martial soul fusion technique, Ice and Fire Dual Phoenix, along with Holy Light's divine punishment. In that moment, the azure and crimson lights intertwined in a dazzling display, forming a radiant beam directed towards Shangguan Wanxue. Despite her utmost efforts to resist, she ultimately succumbed to the terrifying assault, collapsing to the ground with a cry of despair. Seeing the opportune moment, Zimo wasted no time in launching another offensive. Brandishing a long spear with a formidable aura, he executed the dragon emerges from the sea technique, his spear tip glistening with a cold light, resembling a dragon emerging from the ocean. Upon witnessing this, Situyu was struck with alarm. He attempted to evade, but it was too late, and he could only watch helplessly as he was struck down by the spear. At this moment, Su Chuan unleashed his most potent and devastating move, its power earth-shattering and fearsome. Ouyang Yinshin found himself utterly incapable of withstanding such a cataclysmic attack and quickly fell to defeat. Seizing the momentum, Jin Yu immediately invoked her 5th soul skill, Phoenix's Celestial Descent. As she chanted incantations, a colossal phoenix apparition materialized in the air, descending upon the enemy with an overwhelming aura of power. Bailey Donghua, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Is that truly the realm of the Soul King? Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, he harbored no intention of retreating. Instead, he summoned every ounce of strength to unleash his most potent strike. Regrettably, the disparity in their strengths was so great that Bailey Donghua's desperate effort ultimately proved futile, leading to his inevitable defeat. Jin Yu embraced Jiang Hao, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, "You must not do this again." Jiang Hao held her tightly and replied, "I promise." Lu Han announced, "Congratulations to Jiang Hao's team for becoming the reserve team, and I bestow upon you the honor of joining the Spirit Sea Reconnaissance Corps." Chapter 55. The unfortunately Fei. Just as Tang Xing was about to head to the forging department, a figure rushed towards him. It was Lu Yu. Breathlessly, she called out, Xing, you've finally come out. Quickly, come with me." Tang Xing felt a wave of confusion, uncertain of Lu Yu's intentions. Yet he was acutely aware that whatever her purpose, it would likely not bring him harm. Thus, he followed Lu Yu without hesitation. Before long, they arrived at the location of the pavilion master. Upon entering the room, Tang Xing was astonished to find not only the pavilion master but also Li Fei and 4 others named Mei Qiu present. At that moment, Xiaoming stood before them, his expression grave as he inquired, "How is your soul power cultivation progressing?" "Tang Xing, you may go first." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's heart trembled slightly. After a brief hesitation, he responded, "My soul power has reached level 48, and my secondary profession, forging, has also attained the level of 1,000 forges." As he uttered the term 1,000 forges, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Yu, in particular, could hardly believe that Tang Xing had achieved such remarkable progress in a mere 2 months, reaching the seemingly unattainable realm of 1,000 forges. Subsequently, Li Fei and the other 5 companions reported their statuses to Xiaoming in turn. Each spoke with focus and sincerity, recounting their recent experiences, growth, and challenges faced. Xiaoming listened attentively to each account, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement of their words. Once all had reported, a look of satisfaction crossed Xiaoming's face as he proclaimed, "Excellent. You all have performed remarkably well. Here, I have an important announcement to make. The highly anticipated Senior Elite Soul Combat Tournament is about to commence. As 7 spirit holders among the Spirit Sea Scholars, you bear the sacred mission of participating in this grand event. Furthermore, we have meticulously selected an outstanding reserve team. And you will join this team to travel to Tianling City to compete in this momentous tournament. Regarding travel arrangements, you need not worry. All transportation and accommodation expenses will be covered by the organization, ensuring that you have no concerns. Therefore, cast aside all apprehensions and immerse yourself wholeheartedly in the competition. His words resonated with strength, akin to a radiant dawn illuminating the path ahead for all. Tang Xing stepped forward, approaching with sincerity as he inquired, "So, when shall we embark on our journey?" His gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoming, seemingly attempting to glean more information from the latter's expressions and words. Without hesitation, Xiaoming replied with remarkable candor, "This very afternoon. You may commence your preparations forthwith." His tone was resolute and decisive, instilling a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming expedition. Upon hearing this schedule, Tang Xing did not falter and promptly pressed further, "Master, how shall we go about locating the members of the reserve team? This is crucial for the successful completion of our mission." He was acutely aware of the significance of the reserve team members, thus eager for a definitive answer. Xiaoming, equally direct, responded succinctly, "Do not fret. Shortly, Pu Xian will inform you of the pertinent details. This operation will be led by you 4, Pu Xian, Ling Shuang, Wu Xianheng, and Ji Lan. It is imperative to ensure the safety of every student." His eyes conveyed profound trust and expectation. Upon hearing this, Pu Xian and the other 3 responded in unison, "We shall obey." Their voices resonated with strength and conviction, indicating their readiness to lead the team at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Nanxing furrowed her brows, exerting all her healing powers, yet to her astonishment, the toxins within Chu Hao's body not only failed to diminish, but grew increasingly rampant. This bizarre situation caused Chu Hao immense agony, his face contorted in pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, Man Xian arrived in haste. Upon witnessing Chu Hao's torment, his heart raced with anxiety. Just as Pu Xian prepared to take Chu Hao to seek assistance from Old Tree, Tang Xing also reached the scene. Before he could inquire about the situation, Man Xian urgently exclaimed, "Tang Xing, you've arrived just in time. Quickly, help Chu Hao with the antidote." His voice was laden with urgency and hope. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing, not daring to delay for even a moment, immediately invoked the formidable technique of holy light reflection. A dazzling radiance enveloped Chu Hao entirely in an instant, reminiscent of warm sunlight piercing through the clouds to grace the earth, imbued with boundless vitality and healing power. In but a fleeting moment, the dire poison within Chu Hao was utterly eradicated. Beside him, Pu Xian beheld this scene, utterly incredulous. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. After some time, he finally regained his composure, clearing his throat softly before addressing Tang Xing. "Tang Xing, this preparatory team will be led by 2 Jianghao from your class, accompanied by 6 other members. I trust you are already well aware of this matter." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's heart jolted, and she instantly comprehended who the 7 members of the preparatory team truly were. Upon hearing those words, Tang Xing resolutely turned and sprinted in the direction of Jianghao. His strides were vigorous and swift, reminiscent of a tempest sweeping across the land. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuhao was busily packing luggage alongside Jin Yu, preparing to embark on an uncertain journey. Observing this scene, Jin Lin felt a wave of concern wash over her heart. She furrowed her brow and softly inquired, "And Jiang, are you truly at ease letting them go like this?" Her voice betrayed a hint of anxiety and unease. Jiang Yu paused her movements, lifted her gaze, and fixed her determined eyes on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, she gradually replied, "The children have grown. They must learn to confront the challenges and hardships of life independently. If we perpetually shield them, they will never attain genuine growth." Jin Lin listened silently to Jiang Yu's words, yet her heart was tumultuous with unease. She comprehended the wisdom in Jiang Yu's statement, but deep within, she could not suppress her worries for the 2 children. After all, the world beyond was fraught with dangers and uncertainties. After a moment of silence, Jin Lin finally spoke, "But I still find it hard to feel at ease. What if they encounter trouble?" Her eyes reflected profound apprehension. Jiang Yu gently patted Jin Lin's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not fret excessively. Trust in their ability to handle whatever comes their way. Furthermore, this experience serves as a valuable opportunity for them to grow." Only through the trials of tempestuous weather can one emerge stronger and more mature. Jean Lin nodded slightly, yet her expression remained clouded with worry. She understood that she could not alter Jiang Yu's decision, and could only silently pray for the safety and smooth return of the two children. After meticulously organizing his luggage, Tang Xing set off towards the station with a light-hearted stride. He stood quietly, his gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings as if he were awaiting something. At that moment, a familiar figure came into his line of sight. Lan Qiu also approached the station slowly and inquired, "Are you also boarding here?" Tang Xing nodded slightly, indicating her affirmation. And then a subtle smile graced her lips as she said, "Indeed, but in truth, I have been here waiting specifically for you." Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Lan Qiu's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head and gently chided, "What nonsense are you talking about? You mustn't speak so carelessly. You should say we instead. Shouldn't you?" Tang Xing gazed at the bashful and adorable Lan Qiu before him, a warm current surging within his heart. His eyes remained fixed upon her, brimming with mirth and tenderness. In the face of such fervent scrutiny, Lan Qiu found herself increasingly perplexed, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Is there something peculiar about me?" Seizing the moment, Tang Xing decided to tease her, responding playfully, "Indeed, there is." Lan Qiu, even more bewildered, pressed for clarification. "Where? Do tell me." With a gentle gesture, Tang Xing raised his finger, delicately pointing to her rosy cheeks, and softly remarked, "Right here, it's rather endearing." These words caressed Lan Qiu's heart like a gentle spring breeze, rendering her already flushed face even more radiant. With a playful pout, she retorted, "How annoying. I shan't pay you any mind." With that, she turned away, feigning anger. However, this entire exchange did not escape the notice of Li Fei, who had just approached. His expression filled with astonishment. He leaned in excitedly and exclaimed, "Wow, it seems I just overheard a monumental secret. What transpired? Do share." Tang Xing cleared his throat and announced, "The vehicle has arrived. We are 7 in total, understand?" Subsequently, they boarded the car together, with Tang Xing taking a seat inside. Li Fei sat contentedly beside Tang Xing, resembling a docile lamb. Lan Qiu approached gracefully and said to Li Fei, "Move aside. I wish to sit next to Tang Xing." Li Fei, with a face full of reluctance, mumbled, "Why should I? I was here first." Before he could finish his protest, Lan Qiu's fist, as formidable as a hammer, descended upon him like raindrops. Seeing this, Li Fei, startled like a frightened rabbit, obediently vacated his seat and moved next to Su Yan. At that moment, Huang Quan swaggered over and declared, "Clear the way. I want to sit with Su Yan." Li Fei, boiling with indignation, retorted, "Why should I? I arrived first, and besides, Su Yan is not your girlfriend." Suddenly, another fist struck Li Fei's injury like a shooting star, and its wielder was none other than Su Yan. Enraged, she shouted, "Li Fei, what nonsense are you spouting? Get away from here. Huang Quan, come over." At that moment, Huang Quan felt as if he were floating on air, sweetness bubbling within him. Ultimately, Li Fei sat dejectedly beside Wu Xi and Hang, feeling as if he were perched upon a bed of thorns, yearning to make a hasty retreat. Wu Xi and Hung inquired, "Where are you off to?" Li Fei, flustered, replied, "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." Without a word, Wu Xi and Hung dealt him a punch. Cradling his head, Li Fei wept copiously, lamenting, "Teacher, why do you hit me too?" Wu Xi and Hang, with a hint of guilt, chuckled and said, "I merely found it amusing." Observing Li Fei's woeful demeanor, Tang Xing felt a surge of sympathy and gently reassured him, all right. No need for further commotion. We have ample leisure time. Why not share our grand aspirations?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan eagerly took the floor, declaring, "My dream is to become a brave and fearless adventurer, while also striving to become a powerful soul master of unparalleled strength." Her eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, as though she could already envision herself exploring the vast world. Next, Tang Xing turned his gaze to the silent Ziyin and inquired with a smile, "And you, Ziyin, what are your ambitions?" After a moment of contemplation, Ziyin replied thoughtfully, "Well, I aspire to be an exceptional designer, utilizing my unique creativity and talent to craft astonishing works." His words conveyed a profound dedication to the pursuit of art and beauty. At this juncture, Huang Quan, who had been quietly listening, could no longer contain his excitement and interjected, "As for my aspirations, they may be somewhat unconventional, but my greatest wish is to become a doctor who saves lives, and I intend to master the art of healing, becoming a miraculous physician." One could easily sense his intense sense of mission regarding the salvation of lives and alleviation of suffering. Finally, when it was Lin Qian's turn to express his ambitions, he hesitated slightly, as if grappling with some reservations. After a while, he finally mustered the courage to speak. As for myself, due to the rather enigmatic nature of my family background, it would be inappropriate to elaborate further here. However, please believe that I too cherish a fervent heart and will strive relentlessly towards my own aspirations. Upon uttering these words, Lin Qian's face revealed an expression of resolute depth and determination. Tang Xing hurriedly inquired, "No worries, let's consider it mere idle chatter." Upon hearing their aspirations, Li Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Your dreams resemble the twinkling stars in the night sky. They shine brightly yet lack the lofty ambition. Curious, Su Yan asked, then what would your dream be? With unwavering confidence, Li Fei proclaimed, naturally, it is to become the pinnacle of strength in this world, akin to a towering mountain that instills awe. Do you not find this ambition grand? Lan Qiu softly murmured, yet it must possess the possibility of realization. Tang Xing turned to Lan Qiu and asked, what about you, Lan Qiu? Lost in thought, Lan Qiu struggled to formulate a response until a voice thundered like a clap of thunder, to be with Tang Xing forever. This declaration pierced Lan Qiu's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her astounded. She fixated on Li Fei, as if seeking answers etched upon his face. Li Fei, caught off guard by her gaze, promptly fell silent, resembling a startled rabbit. Wu Xinhang gradually opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, yet more so, determination and vigilance. He inhaled deeply and calmly stated, at last, we have arrived. This is the station of Tianling City. Everyone, let us pause here for a moment. Later, you may head to the guest inn for a brief respite, and if time permits, you may explore the city. However, do remember to tread cautiously and avoid provoking unnecessary trouble. For within this Tianling City, there exists a dedicated enforcement team, and these enforcers are no ordinary individuals. Their prowess is formidable, averaging an awe-inspiring level akin to that of a sole Douluo. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone exercises utmost caution. After delivering this counsel, Wu Xinhang surveyed the surroundings meticulously, seemingly assessing for any potential threats. He then led the group towards the guest inn, frequently reminding them to remain vigilant to avert any unwarranted complications. Subsequently, Wu Xinhang guided the group into the Grand Star and Moon Hotel in Tianling City. After a brief and orderly check-in process, Tang Xing exited the hotel alongside Lan Qiu, eager to wander through the various shops surrounding Tianling City and savor the local delicacies. Strolling along the bustling streets, Tang Xing turned to Lan Qiu and gently inquired, what are your thoughts on Tianling City? Lan Qiu slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the throngs of people and the intricately arranged buildings, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, it's quite pleasant, I suppose. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a heavenly melody. At that moment, Tang Xing keenly sensed an unusual presence. He abruptly turned around, only to discover a group of men staring intently at Lan Qiu from a distance. Their expressions were filled with curiosity and admiration, as though captivated by some unique allure emanating from her. A sudden surge of protectiveness welled up within Tang Xing instinctively. He drew Lan Qiu closer, all the while keeping a wary eye on the movements of the men. As the group surged forward like a tide, one man stepped out from the crowd, his voice menacing as he declared, "Kid, hand over that girl." Tang Xing could not help but sigh. It seems that the capital is also plagued by these malevolent beings, rendering the city a den of chaos, akin to hell itself. The man, known as Wu He, brazenly declared, hand over the person, or you shall face the consequences. You will find it impossible to escape unscathed. Chapter 56, The Delay of the Competition. Tang Xing widened his eyes and shouted furiously, she is mine. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I shall see to it. His words seemed to brim with boundless wrath and authority. The dark figure before him curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, deridingly retorting, do you think someone of your caliber can contend with me? Such delusion is laughable. Brothers, advance and teach this arrogant fool a lesson. At his command, a pack of ferocious thugs lunged toward Tang Xing, eyes gleaming with malice. However, in that very moment, a startling transformation occurred in Tang Xing's gaze. The once radiant light of his eyes morphed into a chilling crimson, replete with bloodlust and intent to kill. An aura of dread, akin to a surging tide, erupted from him, enveloping the scene. Suddenly, Tang Xing spread his arms wide, unleashing a mysterious and formidable power. In an instant, the menacing adversaries seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, their bodies frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Terror etched on their faces. Their eyes reflected a profound fear of the unknown power before them. Tang Xing approached Wu Hei with resolute and powerful strides, each step exuding an intangible pressure that rendered those nearby breathless. At last, he stood before Wu Hei, looking down with an air of superiority, his voice cold and piercing. "Leave at once. Should I encounter you again in the future, your fate will not be as lenient as it is today." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a group of stunned and terrified adversaries. Wu Hei urged his companions to hasten their exit. His aura was terrifying. "As if he could obliterate this place," remarked Lan Qiu in astonishment. Tang Xing reassured her, "Do not worry. With me here, they will not harm you." Lan Qiu, maintaining her composure, retorted, "Am I really that weak?" Tang Xing quickly clarified, "That is not my intention." With a smug expression, Lan Qiu whispered, "What a fool he is. Let us return." On their way back, they encountered a group of enforcers. Among them, a burly and stern enforcer approached with steady and powerful strides. His hawk-like gaze swept over the two, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Who among you injured my nephew? It would be wise to step forward and admit it, or you shall face dire consequences." As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing's gaze abruptly sharpened, locking onto Wu Hei beside him. In just a fleeting glance, he discerned the underlying truth. This group had come for him. With this realization, a subtle yet discernible smirk grazed Tang Xing's lips, revealing a hint of icy disdain. He then crossed his arms slowly, resting them against his chest, and with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Oh, Wu Hei, so you're unable to defeat me and yet still summon assistance? And you've called upon enforcers, no less. How truly resourceful of you. I must admit, your ingenuity is commendable." However, Tang Xing deliberately paused, his tone shifting abruptly, turning sharp and incisive. "It is unfortunate that you have misjudged your opponent. Under normal circumstances, you might bully the ordinary citizens with your might. But alas, today, you have encountered me, Tang Xing. Therefore, I advise you to abandon this foolish notion before you invite your own suffering." As the final words left his lips, Tang Xing's smile blossomed. Yet the chill emanating from him deepened, as if it could pierce through the very soul. Subsequently, Tang Xing slightly closed his eyes, a faint glow surrounding him, radiating like the brilliance of stars. He inhaled deeply and unleashed the immense, tumultuous psychic energy from within him without reservation. This formidable mental force surged forth like a tempest, sweeping towards the enforcers with an overwhelming might. The enforcers were immediately engulfed in an unprecedented pressure, their bodies trembling involuntarily as if crushed beneath an invisible mountain. Particularly, the captain of the enforcers stared wide-eyed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He could distinctly feel that Tang Xing's released psychic energy was capable of directly suppressing his own martial soul. It is well known that the martial soul is one of the core sources of power for warriors. Its significance is beyond question. Yet now, Tang Xing had achieved this solely through his psychic prowess, an unfathomable feat. Just as the enforcers revealed their astonishing 8 soul rings, a sharp sword aura erupted suddenly, a gleaming longsword darting towards the enforcer like a shooting star. Faced with such a swift assault, the enforcers dared not delay, instantly activating a powerful barrier to withstand this lethal strike. However, the longsword did not strike the enforcer as anticipated. Instead, it descended with astonishing force, crashing into the ground. As dust swirled around, the enforcer finally discerned the true nature of the sword, exclaiming in disbelief, "The 7 Stars Sword. You are indeed the 7-star Douluo, Pu Xian." Before his words could fully fade, an unparalleled pressure surged from Pu Xian, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space apart. Pu Xian's gaze was icy, shrouded in a frost-like demeanor, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority as he declared, "These 2 individuals are students of my Ling Hai Academy and the cherished disciples of the Ling Hai Pavilion's master. Should you dare to lay a hand upon them today, do not blame me for being merciless." Upon hearing these words, the captain of the enforcers became exceedingly pale, his heart laden with astonishment and dread. He could scarcely fathom that these seemingly ordinary individuals possessed such illustrious backgrounds and identities. The legendary master of Ling Hai Pavilion had a reputation that resonated throughout the realm, and to be his cherished disciple implied an unfathomable level of prowess. In that moment, the captain realized the grave error he had committed and hastily stammered, "I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. I beseech your forgiveness. We shall retreat at once." With that, he hastily led the other enforcers away, fearful of further incurring the wrath of this formidable presence. With a beaming smile, Pu Xin exclaimed, "Ha ha! Enjoying your delicious chicken legs daily cannot be without recompense." Thus, I must offer you some form of return. Otherwise, my conscience would be troubled. Fear not. Hurry back and rest. As long as I stand guard here, I assure you, nothing shall go amiss. He then gently patted his chest, signifying his reliability. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu returned to the hotel. As they entered, they found Wu Xian hung patiently, awaiting their return. With a warm smile, she approached them and said, "Hee, I have already taken care of your check-in procedures. As for the specific allocation of rooms, that is for you to decide. However, do remember, each room can accommodate only 2 individuals." After speaking, she mischievously winked, as if hinting at some delightful occurrence on the horizon. Without hesitation, Lan Qiu reached out and firmly grasped Tang Xing's sleeve, declaring resolutely, "Then I must stay with you." Her gaze revealed a hint of determination and anticipation, as if this had become an irrevocable decision. The surrounding individuals made no attempt to contest or dispute Lan Qiu's choice, seemingly acquiescing to the arrangement. Subsequently, Jiang Hao and Jin Yu naturally entered the same room, while Ziyin and Li Fei proceeded into another. At that moment, a faint blush suddenly adorned Lan Qiu's cheeks, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms in their captivating bloom. She gazed at Tang Xing in a daze, her eyes betraying an indescribable shyness. Tang Xing detected an unusual demeanor in Lan Qiu, prompting a surge of concern within him. "Lan Qiu, what troubles you? Are you unwell, perhaps running a fever?" As he spoke, he reached out to gently touch her forehead, seeking any sign of warmth. However, in response to Tang Xing's inquiry, Lan Qiu appeared increasingly bashful, hastily shaking her head while stammering, No, it's not that. I am not feverish. I just feel a little warm. Yes, just a bit warm." Her voice trembled slightly as her fingers nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, revealing her evident inner turmoil. Tang Xing's gaze fell upon the glaring number 30 displayed on the air conditioner screen, prompting him to furrow his brows and murmur, "Isn't this temperature excessively high? No wonder it feels so oppressively hot." As he spoke, he swiftly reached for the remote control, lowering the temperature to a more pleasant 26 degrees. After completing this adjustment, Tang Xing turned to his companion, Lan Qiu, and gently inquired, "Do you feel a bit more comfortable now?" Lan Qiu responded with a slight nod, indicating her agreement. Observing this, a faint smile graced Tang Xing's lips, and without hesitation, he rose and approached the door. He lightly pressed the switch, plunging the entire room into darkness as the lights extinguished. Under the leadership of Tang Xing and his 6 companions, the group arrived in grand fashion at the venue of the Soul Duel competition in Tianling City. Upon their arrival, Tang Xing was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. The place was teeming with people, a throng so dense that individuals jostled against one another, their myriad forms intertwining to create an extraordinary sea of excitement. Clearly, these individuals had come from far and wide, eager to witness firsthand this highly anticipated event of soul dueling. Tang Xing's gaze swept across the crowd, suddenly catching sight of a group of monks clad in robes. Intrigued, he was about to inquire when the ever-perceptive Wu Xian Hong, seemingly already attuned to his thoughts, preemptively elucidated, "Those are monks from the West, a place known as Shifu." Shifu, or Buddhism, allows its disciples to participate in this grand soul duel tournament. Hearing this, Tang Xing nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention upward towards the Tianling Plaza. There, several figures loomed tall, the most prominent being the individual at the center. This person exuded an aura of authority, radiating a presence that commanded reverence. Tang Xing silently speculated that this must be the sovereign of the realm. At that moment, Su Yin, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and softly remarked, "Indeed. The person standing to the left of the sovereign is the master of Tianling Palace. The one to the right is my elder brother." The revelation left everyone astounded. Even the usually composed Pu Xian's demeanor shifted as he recalled a certain matter, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. The sovereign of Tianling Nation approached with a warm smile, his stature regal and dignified, each step imbued with an air of gravitas. Upon reaching the assembly, he inhaled deeply and, with a resonant and fervent voice, proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, today, warriors from all corners of the earth gather here to partake in this magnificent soul duel tournament. It fills me with immense pride and joy." As his words resonated, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. The people gazed at the sovereign with reverence, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the event. At that moment, a graceful and striking host stepped forward. Adorned in an elegant gown, microphone in hand, she radiated confidence with a beaming smile. Clearing her throat, she addressed the audience. "Dear friends, greetings to you all. I am Jingyu, the host of the Soul Duel Tournament. It is a great honor to assume this significant role. And I sincerely thank you for your support and affection. Jingyu continued, however, today merely marks a dazzling opening ceremony. There will be no actual competition. I hope for your understanding. The number of participating teams far exceeds any previous edition, and we require time for meticulous organization and planning. Therefore, I kindly ask for your patience. Tomorrow, we shall officially commence this exhilarating battle. I assure you, it will be a feast for the eyes and a thrill for the spirit. After delivering her words, Jingyu gracefully leaned forward, akin to a blooming flower. Her exquisite visage reflecting profound sincerity and gratitude, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the hearts of all present. At that moment, the atmosphere ignited like a powder keg, erupting into a cacophony of enthusiastic applause. The sound surged like tumultuous ocean waves, each crescendo higher than the last, resonating through the air without end. The crowd rose to their feet, fervently waving their hands, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. They responded to the heartfelt apologies and gratitude of Jingwei in the most passionate and sincere manner, demonstrating boundless tolerance and support. "We are willing to wait," echoed through the throngs, the voices reverberating in the air, conveying the deep-seated hopes and trust that resided within each individual. There was a collective belief that the forthcoming competition would be nothing short of spectacular, replete with surprises and challenges. Each person harbored immense confidence and boundless enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the exhilarating moments of this pinnacle showdown. After hearing this, Tang Xing joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We can enjoy another day of rest." Wu Xian Heng fixed a penetrating gaze on Tang Xing. Noticing Wu Xian Heng's attention, Tang Xing assured, "Teacher Wu, rest assured, we shall prevail. And our goal is the championship." At that moment, members of the Songming Academy from Linghai Academy scoffed, "With your caliber, you dare to aspire for the championship? How laughable. Do not be deceived into thinking that being first in the Chan League equates to strength. Let us inform you that fortunes shift, and this year it shall be ours." Tang Xing retorted, "Who are you jesters to claim victory? If you wish to seize the championship, be prepared to face us." Unable to counter her words, the Songming Academy members threatened, "You better be prepared. If we encounter you in the competition, it will not bode well for you." Lan Xiao could no longer contain her anger, but Tang Xing quickly intervened. "Lan Xiao, do not be provoked. If we do meet them in the competition, I assure you, they shall not enjoy the outcome." She then added, "Well, yesterday we merely explored the snack street. Today we shall take in the scenery." Upon hearing the mention of scenery, Li Fei eagerly chimed in, "I want to go too, class leader." "No, I mean, boss, take me along." Su Yan stepped forward to Tang Xing, saying, "Count me in as well. It has been a long time since the four of us were together." Xian approached gracefully and softly inquired, "May I accompany you?" Tang Xing's lips curled into a gentle smile as she replied, "Of course, let us go together." "Huang Quan, Lin Qian, what say you?" Lin Qian hesitated, diplomatically responding, "I think I shall pass." Huang Quan echoed, "Indeed, we shall refrain from joining." Tang Xing had not asked the two to take the four to nearby attractions. Suddenly, Tang Xing witnessed a group of individuals assaulting a young girl. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and shouted, "Stop it!" The entire group turned their attention towards him. Among them, a burly man, resembling an adult, stepped forward and addressed Tang Xing, saying, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get lost while you still can." Tang Xing immediately turned his gaze towards him, saying, "You are so formidable. You must be famous. Reveal your name." He retorted, "I am Quan Fong from Songming Academy. These individuals are my schoolmates." The two had just mocked Linghai Academy, with one stating, "I am Tsang," and the other, "I am Ku." Tang Xing instantly recognized them, exclaiming, "So it is you." Chapter 57. Enemies on narrow paths. Tsang and Hai focused intently and quickly recognized the arrogant boy before them, a surge of anger swelling within them. Gritting their teeth, they muttered, "Humph. What a twist of fate." Beside them, Tang Xing furrowed his brow, sighing helplessly, "Alas, what a coincidence. I initially thought you were merely boasting, but it seems you are truly nefarious. Such behavior is utterly intolerable." Tsang, incensed, glared with wide eyes and shouted, "Get out of my way immediately, or you shall feel my wrath." However, Tang Xing showed no sign of retreat. Instead, a hint of a scornful smile graced his lips as he replied, "Oh, is that so? I am quite curious to see what you can do if I choose not to leave." Before he could finish, Tsang swung his fist fiercely, the gust of wind accompanying it rushing towards Tang Xing. Yet, in the face of this vehement assault, Tang Xing remained remarkably composed. He swiftly summoned his formidable mental energy, which surged forth like a relentless tide. In the blink of an eye, this invisible force ensnared Song, rendering him immobile. Song exerted every ounce of strength to break free. But his struggles were futile. He could only watch helplessly as Tang Xing firmly restrained him. In this tense moment, an imposing enforcer strode forward with authority, bellowing, "Stop this at once. How dare you openly attack a participant? Have you all forgotten the rules? Is there no law to uphold?" The sudden roar resonated like thunder, causing everyone present to startle. Upon hearing this commanding voice, Song instantly appeared as if his soul had been siphoned away, standing frozen in shock, his mind blank. After a significant pause, he came to his senses, hurriedly approaching the enforcer with a sycophantic expression. "Ah, my lord, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you." However, before he could complete his sentence, the enforcer shot him a fierce glare, one that seemed capable of taking life, startling Song into silence. The enforcer then directed his attention towards Tang Xing, pointing his finger and coldly commanding, "Take this person away." Before the words had fully left his lips, Li Fei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Xing, steadfastly meeting the enforcer's gaze as he boldly declared, "Who dares to lay a finger on my boss? Just try it." Simultaneously, Lan Xiao and 3 other companions moved forward, forming an unyielding barrier around Tang Xing, their expressions serious, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, seemingly prepared to confront the enforcer at any moment. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a great battle were on the brink of eruption. At that moment, another enforcement team noticed the ongoing apprehension. The captain of this team squinted and, upon recognizing the captured individual, realized it was none other than Tang Xing. His eyes widened in shock, and he bellowed, "Bai Jia, cease your actions immediately." Upon hearing the voice, Bai Jia turned to look, and upon recognizing the speaker, a trace of disdain flickered across his face as he retorted, "Ah, it's you, Hong Jun. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you." Undeterred, Hong Jun straightened his posture, exuding confidence as he replied, "Humph. Very well. Let me impart a truth to you. They are subordinates of the Lord of Linghai Pavilion. Will you still proceed with the capture?" At this pronouncement, Bai Jia's heart sank, and his complexion paled instantly. He had never anticipated that he had provoked such a formidable figure. He hastily turned to Tang Xing and the others, offering a sincere apology. "I sincerely regret this incident. It is entirely my fault. Please, I implore you to forgive me." Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xing did not easily let the matter slide. Instead, he pressed on with a sharp inquiry. "So, does this imply that the enforcers in this place can act with impunity, oppressing virtuous men and women?" His gaze, piercing as a sword, fixated on Bai Jia, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul to uncover his true intentions. Bai Jia, his face flushed with shame, lowered his head and murmured to himself, "It is entirely my fault for neglecting his upbringing, leading to this grave calamity." He then chastised, "You wretched scoundrel, hasten to apologize." At this remark, a flicker of anger ignited in Tang Xing's eyes, yet he restrained himself and responded, "Have you erred? The apology should be directed towards that unfortunate little girl." At this moment, the atmosphere descended into a profound silence, laden with awkwardness. Everyone was acutely aware that the Songming Academy, a prestigious institution, had always held itself in high regard. To publicly bow and apologize to a frail and helpless girl was indeed a daunting task. Nevertheless, under the unwavering and righteous gaze of Tang Xing, they found themselves compelled to relent. Finally, after an interminable pause, a representative from the Songming Academy, steeling himself, approached the trembling little girl. He bowed deeply and softly uttered, "Dear child, we sincerely apologize. It is our fault. Please forgive us." With that, he retreated like a defeated rooster, tail tucked, fleeing in embarrassment. Tang Xing approached the pitiable little girl with a gentle yet resolute gait. He crouched down, his eyes brimming with concern and compassion, softly inquiring, "Are you all right, little sister?" At that moment, the girl had already wept to the point of being a mere bundle of tears, her face streaked with sorrow, as if the very fabric of her world had unraveled. She was utterly exhausted, so much so that she could scarcely muster the strength to utter a single word. Tang Xing seemed to sense the profound pain and helplessness residing within the little girl's heart. Lowering his voice, he spoke gently, like a soft breeze caressing the ear, "Little sister, do not be afraid. Pray tell, what is your name, and where is your home?" The little girl slowly parted her lips, her voice trembling with sobs as she replied intermittently, "I am Zhushudi. I have no family. I am merely an orphan without support." Her cries, filled with sorrow, were heart-wrenching and deeply poignant. Tang Xing gently caressed Zhu Shui's hair, attempting to offer her some solace. In a soft voice, he murmured, There, do not cry anymore, my dear child. Since you find yourself without family at this moment, why not accompany me? By the way, sweet little girl, how old are you this year?" Upon hearing his words, Zhu Shui slightly halted her tears, lifted her head, and gazed at Tang Xing with her swollen red eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, she spoke, "I am 7 years old this year, big brother. Do you truly wish to take me in?" Tang Xing gazed at the unfortunate little girl before him, a wave of empathetic sorrow swelling within his heart. Having endured a similar plight himself, he intimately understood the essence of solitude and hardship. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded affirmatively and declared with unwavering conviction, "Indeed, it is true. I assure you. From this day forth, I shall take great care of you." As he spoke, Tang Xing retrieved a delicate, charming doll from his pocket and presented it to Zhu Shui with a warm smile, saying, "This is a treasured keepsake I have carried with me. I now bestow it upon you, hoping it brings you joy and warmth." Zhu Shui gently shook her head, her voice resolute as she replied, "No, I truly cannot accept it." Her eyes, clear and sincere, revealed an inner steadfastness and refusal. Yet, Tang Xing smiled softly and, without hesitation, grasped Zhu Shui's hand, cradling it tenderly within his own. He spoke gently, "Do not be modest. Please accept it. It is merely a small token of my affection." At that moment, Lan Qiu approached with light, graceful steps. A warm smile graced her lips as she chimed in softly, "Yes, dear Zhu Shui, you should accept it. This is a genuine sentiment from your brother Tang Xing." Upon hearing her voice, Zhu Shui turned to gaze at Lan Qiu, instantly captivated by the beauty of this enchanting woman. Her eyes widened in awe as she exclaimed, "Wow, what a stunning sister." Lan Qiu's eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her skin as delicate as flower petals, and her demeanor exuded elegance and grace, leaving Zhu Shui utterly mesmerized. Faced with such an alluring presence, Zhu Shui felt her defenses gradually crumble. She lowered her gaze, a faint blush blossoming upon her cheeks, and whispered, "Well, if that is the case, I shall accept it. Thank you both. I will cherish and safeguard it dearly." With that, Zhu Shui carefully accepted the offering from Tang Xing, cradling it as though it were an invaluable treasure. Tang Xing tightly grasped Zhu Shui's delicate hand as they traversed the dimly lit corridor, ultimately arriving at the door of Wu Xinheng. He gently knocked, and when the door opened, Tang Xing revealed a slightly ingratiating smile, addressing Wu Xinheng, "Teacher Wu, do you have any vacant rooms available?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xinheng curtly replied, "No." Those two brief yet resolute words fell upon Tang Xing and Zhu Shui like a bucket of icy water, chilling them to the core. The smile on Tang Xing's face momentarily froze, but it quickly returned as he took a deep breath. He turned to Zhu Shui, gazing at her gently, and softly said, "It's all right, Yi. Let us return to my room. Tonight, you can take the bed while I will sleep on the sofa. There is no other way. So don't worry, just rest early." As he spoke, he took Zhu Shui's hand and slowly led her toward his room. Along the way, Zhu Shui silently followed Tang Xing, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, her heart filled with gratitude and guilt. Upon reaching the room, Tang Xing swiftly arranged the bed for her, helping Zhu Shui lie down and carefully covering her with a blanket. He then approached the sofa, sat down with a thud, and attempted to find a relatively comfortable position. However, no matter how he tried, that small sofa could not fully accommodate his tall frame. Yet, Tang Xing refrained from any complaints. He merely smiled at Zhu Shui and wished her good night before closing his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Despite some discomfort, the thought of being able to take care of Zhu Shui made it all worthwhile. Soon after, Tang Xing strode with determination toward the battle arena. He understood that this fight was crucial, for they were about to face the formidable Songming Academy. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he turned to his teammate Su Yan, his eyes sparkling as he inquired, "Su Yan, how long has it been since you last called upon your first martial spirit?" At his words, Su Yan instantly grasped Tang Xing's intentions. Before long, the two arrived at the battle arena. The atmosphere was tense and fervent, with the audience eagerly anticipating this thrilling showdown. The host stood on the central platform, his voice booming as he announced, "Next, we will witness the first fierce battle of this elite tournament. Linghai Academy versus Songming Academy. Competitors from both sides, please take the stage and prepare for combat. The match will commence shortly." As the host's words echoed, cheers and shouts erupted from the crowd, igniting the very air around them. Without hesitation, Tang Xing instantaneously activated his Soul of the Spirit Eye. His teammates understood the implicit message, as Tang Xing had previously advised them before taking the stage in this battle. We must reveal our primary soul, for we possess dual souls, which is indeed our trump card. Following his instructions, the others swiftly activated their respective souls. Upon witnessing their opponent's actions, the team from Songming Academy did not dare to lag behind and promptly unleash their own souls. However, when Li Fei disowned the souls displayed by the adversaries, he was taken aback. Heavens, what manner of souls are these? They are truly terrifying. At that moment, Tang Xing meticulously scrutinized the souls with his unique eye of data and loudly cautioned, "Everyone, be extremely careful. These are all ghostly souls." Before his words had fully dissipated, a strange wisp of ghostly fire shot towards them like a meteor. In response to this sudden onslaught, Lin Qian reacted swiftly, hurriedly conjuring an impenetrable shield formation that successfully warded off the blazing ghostly fire. Simultaneously, Tang Xing continued to engage his eye of data, closely monitoring every move of the enemy, while issuing commands. Li Fei, Lan Xiu, you two will handle these foes, Su Yin, Zi Yin, and Huang Quan. Please assist Li Fei and Lan Xiu to the best of your abilities. As for you, Lin Qian, remain ever vigilant and fortify our defenses. The members of Songming Academy wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Tang Xing and his companion's extraordinary formation, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Some could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens, what an extraordinary combination is this? 3 support-type fighters, 1 dedicated defender, a crucial strategist, and 2 formidable attackers. What a remarkable lineup, indeed." Meanwhile, standing nearby, Wu Hui wore a solemn expression, fully aware of the formidable strength of their opponents. He thus commanded with a grave tone, "Listen well. We must not entertain even the slightest notion of complacency. We must remain utterly focused. The enemy has already initiated a fierce offensive. A moment's inattention could plunge us into irretrievable despair." With that, Wu Hui's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on the front, unwilling to allow even a moment's distraction. The other students, roused by his words, braced themselves, prepared to confront this unprecedented fierce battle. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a storm was on the verge of breaking. Lan Xiu, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Do not divert your attention to assist me. Concentrate all your strength to support Li Fei." The luminous dagger in his hand had transformed into a blade of purest light, and the success of this battle relied entirely on the support he would receive. Li Fei, with unwavering determination in his eyes, replied, "Rest assured. I will give my all and will not bring shame upon our Linghai Academy. Just grant me 2 more minutes." Gripping the dazzling dagger, he seemed to merge with it, radiating an indomitable aura. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by a formidable aura, as everyone felt the unwavering resolve and confidence emanating from Li Fei. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu stood silently to the side, her gaze fixed on Li Fei, silently praying for victory. Just then, the members of Songming Academy finally regained their composure. They shouted in unison, "Charge! We must not allow that guy to gather power." Their voices thundered, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. In the next instant, the 4 powerful figures, Song, Hai, Wu, and Liang, leaped forward without hesitation, aiming to thwart Li Fei's energy accumulation. However, just as they were about to close in on him, a blue figure darted in like a bolt of lightning, positioning herself firmly between them and Li Fei. It was Lan Xiu, her expression resolute and devoid of fear. As she proclaimed, "To pass through here, you must first defeat me." Before her words could fully fade, Lan Xiu wielded her weapon with ferocity, launching a fierce attack directly at the 4 opponents. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Song reacted first, with a flicker of his form. He unleashed his signature move, the spectral horse charge. In an instant, a magnificent steed, exuding an aura of darkness, surged forth, charging towards Lan Xiu with unparalleled might. Simultaneously, Hai, unwilling to be outdone, executed his own ultimate technique, the spectral water surge. A torrent of churning waters erupted like a dragon soaring into the sky, claws bared as it rushed towards Lan Xiu. Meanwhile, Wu, moving with blinding speed, unleashed the spectral wind assault. A howling gale swept through, weaving a net of countless sharp blades, engulfing Lan Xiu with ferocity. Lastly, Liang, showing no mercy, delivered a lethal strike with the spectral ice thrust. Sharp, bone-chilling ice spears shot forth, glinting ominously as they aimed directly at Lan Xiu. In that critical moment, Lan Xiu's gaze sharpened, and with a decisive shout, she invoked Yellow, Second Soul Skill, Golden Dragon Body. Instantly, A brilliant golden light erupted from her, swiftly coalescing into an impenetrable armor that enveloped her form. Meanwhile, the tempestuous assaults from the four attackers descended upon her, yet they were effortlessly deflected by her golden dragon body. However, the four did not relent. They coordinated their efforts seamlessly, intensifying their onslaught against Lan Qiu with unbridled ferocity. Faced with such relentless aggression, Lan Qiu dared not show any signs of complacency. Gripping her golden dragon spear tightly, she engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, showcasing her exquisite spear techniques against her assailants. The clash was electric, with neither side yielding an inch, resulting in an explosive spectacle. Despite Lan Qiu's formidable strength, she ultimately found herself outnumbered, and as time passed, fatigue began to weigh on her, causing her movements to slow. At that moment, one of the assailants seized the opportunity, launching a heavy punch that struck directly against the shaft of Lan Qiu's spear. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as Lan Qiu was propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a surge of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, first casting a potent enhancement spell upon Li Fei, then calling out loudly, "Continue to assist Li Fei. I shall return shortly." No sooner had he spoken than he darted towards Lan Qiu's location like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, an adversary named Song was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen Lan Qiu. In a critical instant, Tang Xing arrived just in time. Seizing Song's wrist with a swiftness that defied perception, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as he coldly declared, "It is this very hand that has harmed her. Is it not?" With that, Tang Xing forcefully twisted Song's wrist and then hurled him violently to the ground. Song, severely injured, emitted a harrowing wail, "My hand." It was as if the entire world could sense the excruciating pain he was enduring in that moment. Meanwhile, Tang Xing stood resolutely in place, embodying an immovable mountain, exuding an intangible aura of dominance. Tang Xing forcefully swung, and the overwhelming force of the sea once again surged towards him. Utilizing the elusive mirage of the Cloud Sect and the mystical purple extreme demon eye, along with the sect's techniques to counter their assaults, Tang Xing's eyes emanated a golden radiance that firmly suppressed the four adversaries in their tracks. In Chapter 58, the Spirit Abyss sword emerges. An immense wave of energy was suddenly unleashed, manifesting into a fierce attack that raced towards Tang Xing like a bolt of lightning. However, in the face of such ferocity, Tang Xing remained remarkably composed. With a flicker of his figure, he employed the wondrous Tai step technique, effortlessly neutralizing the impending strike. Quan Fong could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable captain possessed such profound and enigmatic power. A flicker of fear surged within him, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. He bellowed, "Su Ma Su, give your all to assist me. I shall charge forth to break their control. You all seize the optimal moment to fully support our four comrades." With that, Quan Fong lunged towards Tang Xing without hesitation, engaging in an exhilarating close-quarters battle. Amidst their fierce confrontation, he managed, unbeknownst to anyone, to liberate his four teammates from their bindings. Even the severed arm of Song returned to its rightful place. At this juncture, Su Chong and Siyu recognized that the moment was ripe, and in unison, they shouted, "Go forth, power of the compass, enhance us in every aspect." Instantly, a mysterious and vast energy surged from the compass in their hands, enveloping the entire battlefield, significantly augmenting the strength of everyone present. Witnessing this, Song felt invigorated and roared, "Woohoo infusion." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the other three teammates melded into his martial spirit like phantoms. Song then unleashed another roar, "Woohoo infusion, Song Hai Wu Liang." Accompanied by this bellow, a gigantic and majestic azure dragon materialized, charging towards Tang Xing with a formidable presence that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. In this critical moment, Su Yin keenly perceived the opportune moment to strike. Without hesitation, she activated her soul skill and proclaimed, "First soul skill, Jade Sound." As her voice resonated, a clear and melodious sound erupted, akin to celestial music that uplifted the spirit. She swiftly followed with her second soul skill, Jade Soul Melody. Instantly, the enchanting melody intensified, transforming into a powerful force that rippled through the air. Simultaneously, Ziyin, not to be outdone, matched Su Yin's rhythm and declared, "Second soul skill, Blooming Power." He radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent blossom exuding an enchanting fragrance and formidable presence. Meanwhile, Huang Quan was equally industrious. He inhaled deeply and then bellowed with fervor, "Fourth soul skill, exuberant steam dumpling. In an instant, countless steaming dumplings materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the adversary like cannonballs, imbued with unparalleled momentum and might. Supported wholeheartedly by his comrades, Li Fei felt an unprecedented surge of power welling within him. Gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve as he began to amass his strength. He muttered incantations, invoking a mysterious spell, first soul skill, radiant slash. With the final syllable uttered, a resplendent beam of light erupted from the blade of his sword, transforming into a colossal wave of sword energy that surged forth with thunderous force toward the imposing azure dragon. "You shall not harm my leader," Li Fei exclaimed. His eyes wide with fury, his voice strained with intensity. He infused all his anger, courage, and conviction into this singular strike, vowing to battle the azure dragon to the death. On the other side, Tang Xing displayed astonishing prowess. In a flash, he appeared before his opponent and unleashed the first technique of the elven art, 10,000 radiant spirits. Instantly, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliant hues, the lights swirling around Tang Xing like spirited fairies in a dance. With the enhancement of this magical luminance, Li Fei's strength surged exponentially. His attacks became increasingly fierce and relentless, each swing of his sword wielding cataclysmic force. At last, through his unyielding perseverance, the radiant slash struck the dragon's head, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the arena. The students of the Tsangming Academy were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught. Tumbling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, they gazed in sheer terror at the unfolding spectacle, utterly unable to fathom how they had so effortlessly fallen to their opponents. At that moment, the host, brimming with excitement, seized the microphone and announced with fervor, "Congratulations! Linghai Academy takes the lead." His voice resonated throughout the venue, eliciting a thunderous ovation and cheers from the audience. In that instant, Linghai Academy became the focal point of attention, demonstrating their worth and glory through their remarkable prowess. Tang Xing sat quietly outside the house, lost in contemplation of the events that had just transpired. His brow was furrowed, and a profound sense of guilt was etched upon his face. At that moment, Lan Qiu slowly emerged from within. She immediately noticed the unmistakable discontent in Tang Xing's expression, prompting her to approach him swiftly and inquire softly, "Tang Xing, what troubles you? Why do you appear so despondent?" However, in response to Lan Qiu's concerned questioning, Tang Xing remained silent. He merely gazed into the distance, seemingly immersed in his own thoughts. Observing this, a flicker of worry surged within Lan Qiu. She understood well that Tang Xing was not typically a man of few words. His current demeanor surely indicated he was grappling with something deeply troubling. Thus, Lan Qiu gently seated herself beside Tang Xing and tenderly turned him to face her. With eyes filled with compassion and tenderness, she spoke once more, "Tang Xing, what predicament weighs upon you? If you wish, consider me a willing listener, ready to absorb your troubles and anxieties. Do not let these negative emotions fester within. Such suppression will only lead to greater anguish. Trust me, articulating your feelings can bring solace. Alternatively, you may simply regard me as a trustworthy friend and open your heart to me, if you please." Tang Xing gazed intently at the earnest expression on Lan Qiu's face and softly remarked, "Today's competition was indeed a miscalculation on my part. It is entirely my fault for being overly rash, conceited, and harboring selfish thoughts, which has led you into such a predicament. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing these words, Lan Qiu couldn't help but let out a light chuckle and replied, "Well, this matter cannot be entirely laid at your feet. After all, competitions are inherently unpredictable and ever-changing. Who knows if they had hidden maneuvers in store? Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, you entered the fray to defend my honor, didn't you? Honestly, witnessing you take on 4 opponents was utterly exhilarating. However, Tang Xing, as the captain, you must bear this heavy responsibility. If ever you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall stand beside you, weathering the storms together." With that, a pure, playful smile blossomed on Lan Qiu's face, radiant as the warm sun of spring, as she walked directly towards Tang Xing. In an instant, the gloom that had shrouded Tang Xing's heart dissipated, leaving him with a newfound clarity. Tang Xing gazed at Lan Qiu's smile, which blossomed like spring flowers, illuminating the entire world with her radiance. He could hardly contain his excitement as he embraced her, softly murmuring, "Lan Qiu, thank you." Enveloped in the warmth of his embrace, Lan Qiu felt as if she were surrounded by the gentle rays of the sun. She held him tightly in return and tenderly replied, "It's nothing. If you ever have something on your mind, you must share it with me. Don't keep it bottled up." Tang Xing nodded obediently, like a well-behaved child, affirming, I understand. In the corner, Wu Xian hung stood silently, resembling a guardian angel, and upon overhearing their exchange, he turned away with a contented heart. Lan Qiu gently reminded Tang Xing, it's not too late. Let us return. He inclined his head slightly in agreement. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the preparation area. Tang Xing was engrossed in studying the detailed information about his opponents, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. He murmured to himself, I never anticipated that these 4 individuals would possess the martial soul fusion technique, and their strength seems to surpass that of Tsangming Academy. This revelation struck him like a boulder cast into a lake, sending ripples of contemplation through his mind. He repeatedly whispered, Golden Buddha, Golden Buddha, Golden Buddha, as if those 3 words were imbued with boundless mysteries and challenges. At that moment, a delicate figure approached quietly. Lan Qiu had come to Tang Xing's side. With concern etched on her face, she inquired, What troubles you? You appear so distressed. Tang Xing rubbed his temples, his expression tinged with concern as he remarked, This West Buddha Academy is truly formidable. The Golden Buddha formation they employ is utterly perplexing, indeed a source of great frustration. Upon hearing this, Lan Qiu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of inspiration. She suddenly spoke up, Do you still remember our soul fusion technique? Tang Xing paused, momentarily taken aback. Before recalling the powerful skill they had once executed together, with a hint of confusion, he inquired, Are you referring to that particular move? Lan Qiu nodded vigorously, her tone resolute as she affirmed, Precisely. We have accumulated ample experience in successful soul fusion. Why should we fear being discovered by others? Eventually, we must reveal our capabilities. So it would be wiser to retain some hidden cards and reserve a few ultimate techniques for emergencies. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of enlightenment. Excitedly, he clapped his hands and declared, Indeed, let us proceed as you suggested. This way, we can face the challenges of Shifu Academy with greater confidence. The 2 exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with faith and anticipation, as they stepped into the arena. A place pulsating with fervor, the atmosphere escalated to a palpable tension. The host shouted hoarsely, Teams, prepare yourselves. Unleash your formidable martial souls, and let this thrilling competition commence. Before his words faded, the ambience was akin to a barrel of gunpowder, ready to ignite at any moment. With the signal for the match ringing out, both teams swiftly manifested their unique martial souls. In an instant, dazzling lights intertwined, as if the entire world quivered in awe. Tang Xing's gaze sharpened as he shouted, Concentrate your strength. Eliminate Miaoshan and Xuanda, the 2 pivotal figures. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the air and sending a shiver through the opponents. Caught off guard by such a fierce assault, the adversaries quickly regained their composure. Kan Nan and Wu Ye flickered into motion, positioning themselves before Xuanda and Miaoshan, becoming impenetrable barriers safeguarding their allies. Simultaneously, Lan Qiu gripped a glimmering spear, thrusting it forth with lightning speed towards them. However, Ru Tian displayed remarkable courage and strength, boldly meeting Lan Qiu's strike head-on. In that moment, an unparalleled aura erupted from Ru Tian as he firmly grasped his weapon, resisting the overwhelming force of the golden dragon spear. Meanwhile, Li Fei sought to advance, but was abruptly intercepted by Kong Huai, who, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Wan Yi Fei Hua. Countless fiery streaks blazed across the sky like shooting stars, enveloping Li Fei with suffocating heat. At that moment, the space surrounding Shi Minci appeared exceptionally expansive, as if the world itself made way for him. Without hesitation, Sichuan activated his 3rd soul skill, Kuang Fengshan. A fierce gale erupted, surging towards Shi Minci with cataclysmic force. Shi Minci's expression shifted to one of gravity. He understood the immense power of this move, realizing that a moment's lapse could lead to dire consequences. Acting swiftly, Shi Minci unleashed his 3rd and 4th soul skills, Wan Fo Ji Li and Wan Fo Exin. In an instant, a torrent of Buddhist light erupted from him, forming an unyielding shield in an attempt to withstand Su Chuan's ferocious onslaught. However, everything transpired too rapidly. Even Miaoshan's 3rd soul skill could not be fully deployed to envelop him in protection before being violently cast off the stage by the overwhelming force. Witnessing this scene, Tang Xing's heart sank, and he inwardly lamented. He was acutely aware that the 2 soul skills recently employed by Siemens were immensely taxing, and it was likely that he could no longer continue the fight. Reflecting on this, Tang Xing couldn't help but murmur to himself, what a predicament this is. At this critical juncture, Miaoshan understood that inaction was not an option. she resolutely unleashed her formidable second soul skill, Radiance of the Buddha. A dazzling beam of Buddhist light erupted forth, illuminating the battlefield as if a golden sun had taken residence in the sky. Simultaneously, Xinda, refusing to be outdone, called out with fervor, first soul skill, light of meritorious deeds, and third soul skill, compassion of the Buddha. As his voice rang out, two mighty waves of soul power surged forth. The first beam surged like a golden torrent, imbued with an aura of endless sanctity, while the second transformed into a gentle, warm light, brimming with compassion and empathy. In the blink of an eye, as Tianyin observed Lan Xiao being repelled, he unhesitatingly initiated his third soul skill, Palm of the Great Buddha. In that instant, an enormous golden hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Lan Xiao with the force of a mountain. A tremendous sound reverberated as Lan Xiao was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. However, Su Chuan, witnessing this, attempted to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Tian. Little did he know, Wu Yo had already discerned his intentions and swiftly unleashed his third soul skill, Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a radiant golden shield materialized, encasing Wu Yo within its protective barrier. As Su Chuan's assault struck the Golden Bell Shield, it produced a melodious metallic clash but failed to penetrate its defenses. Moreover, the rebound force sent Su Chuan reeling backward, suffering the consequences of his folly. Meanwhile, Kong Hui seized the moment, launching a powerful punch towards Li with the force of an avalanche. Faced with such an overwhelming onslaught, Li was utterly unable to resist, watching helplessly as he was sent flying far away. In swift coordination, Wu Yo, Miao Huaishan, Kan Nan, and Xinda simultaneously activated their martial soul fusion skills. Golden Buddha Array. In an instant, countless dazzling golden rays intertwined and coalesced, forming a magnificent and towering statue of the Buddha. This colossal figure emanated a heart-stopping pressure, as if it possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. In the depths of his heart, Tang Xing pondered intently, fully aware that the moment of life and death had arrived, and he must unleash a particular technique to seize a glimmer of hope. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon Lan Xiao and proclaimed loudly, Lan Xiao, let us together execute the martial soul fusion skill, Golden Might. As his voice faded, a dazzling golden radiance erupted forth, akin to a resplendent sun ascending the heavens. In an instant, an enormous dragon, radiating brilliant golden light, materialized before the onlookers. This majestic golden dragon exuded an air of authority, its sharp claws glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Its large, bell-like eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit, exuding boundless dominance and majesty. At that moment, the dragon abruptly opened its long-closed third eye, and a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth from it. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the golden dragon fiercely flapped its wings, launching a ferocious assault on the Golden Buddha formation. However, in the face of such overwhelming force, Kanyan merely scoffed disdainfully, remarking, is that all you are capable of? Your so-called martial souls are nothing but trifles. With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations as he prepared to unleash a more formidable spell to counter the dragon's onslaught. Simultaneously, Su Yan resolutely poured all her strength into Li Fei, gripping her staff tightly as she softly recited a spell. Empowered by Su Yan's unwavering support, Li Fei felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, prompting him to consume a euphoric dumpling known as Huang Quan. This extraordinary delicacy could instantaneously awaken latent potential, rendering one exceptionally powerful. After devouring the dumpling, Li Fei transformed dramatically, emanating an unparalleled aura. He leaped into the air, gathering strength, and as time passed, the surrounding air warped and twisted under the strain of his immense energy. Finally, having amassed sufficient power, Li Fei descended like a shooting star, striking down upon the Golden Buddha formation with the force of a thunderclap. This blow, akin to a mountain crashing onto an egg, carried an overwhelming might that left all present in a state of shock. Witnessing the dire situation, Kong Hui knew that should the Golden Buddha formation be breached, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus, he wasted no time and activated the pre-prepared protective barrier, composed of countless runes that shimmered with a mystical light, appearing virtually indestructible. In that critical moment, Tang Xing unleashed a breathtaking and lethal strike. Instantly, the seemingly unbreakable Golden Buddha formation was violently shattered, and a torrent of immense and frenzied energy surged forth like a flood, rebounding upon everyone present. This terrifying force seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, carrying an aura of utter destruction. In that fleeting instant, both Tang Xing and Lan Xiao's martial souls crumbled into oblivion. dissolving into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the ether. Meanwhile, the onlookers were sent sprawling like kites severed from their strings, flung violently across the arena. Yet amidst the chaos, one individual remained remarkably composed, Kong Huai. It was apparent that he had anticipated such upheaval and had activated an immensely powerful defensive shield in advance, successfully evading the calamity. As the situation appeared to stabilize and the host prepared to declare the competition concluded, a sudden roar reverberated throughout the venue. I have not yet been defeated. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, discovering Lin Qian, his face contorted in fury, his gaze fixed intently on Kong Huai. Observing this, Kong Huai could not suppress a derisive chuckle and retorted, "Humph. Do not feign bravado. I expended a considerable amount of soul power merely to withstand the residual shockwave, and given your current condition, I presume your soul power is nearly depleted?" His words dripped with scorn and disdain, as if he were convinced that Lin Qian was incapable of continuing the fight. With a slight upturn of his lips, Lin Qian replied, half smirking, "Who informed you that one cannot defeat you without soul power?" He summoned his second martial spirit, and a sword of obsidian and silver materialized before the spectators, exuding an eerie aura. Lin Qian murmured softly in the depths of the abyss, "Where the celestial spirits remain unknown, the sword is named Lingyuan." No sooner had he spoken than the Lingyuan sword lunged toward Kong Huai like a serpent striking from its lair. Chapter 59. A familiar essence. The sovereign abruptly rose to his feet, disbelief etched across his features, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Could this truly be the fabled Lingyuan sword?" His gaze was fixated on the sword, radiating a mysterious luminescence, as if he sought to unveil the infinite secrets concealed within its blade. Beside him, the hall master, equally astonished, shook his head in awe, exclaiming, "What a remarkable incantation! In the depths of the abyss, where the celestial spirits remain unknown." His eyes glimmered with admiration and reverence as he beheld the Lingyuan sword. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, dense black clouds converging like surging waves to form a heavy shroud above the arena, casting a suffocating pall over the entire scene. This gathering storm seemed to carry an intangible weight, inducing a sense of breathlessness and oppression. In this tense atmosphere, Lin Qian, wielding the Lingyuan sword, stood tall and resolute, his eyes sharp and unwavering. Without hesitation, he swung the magnificent sword with great force toward Kong Huai. The Lingyuan sword traced a dazzling arc through the air, akin to lightning cleaving the night, bearing down on Kong Huai with unparalleled might. Faced with such a fierce assault, Kong Huai was struck with terror. Having already depleted a significant amount of soul power, he found himself utterly incapable of withstanding the sword's lethal edge. A piercing cry echoed, and Kong Huai's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily outside the arena. The abrupt turn of events left the entire assembly in stunned silence, a momentary hush enveloping the crowd. However, the host quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, "After an intense contest, the Linghai Academy emerges victorious." As his words resonated through the air, a resounding cheer and applause erupted, as the crowd fervently celebrated the triumph of Linghai Academy. At that moment, a graceful and enchanting woman fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Qian, whispering softly, "At last, I have found you. I am certain that we shall meet again soon." In her captivating eyes glimmered a blend of determination and anticipation. After uttering these words, the mysterious woman turned and gradually vanished into the vast sea of people. Meanwhile, Lin Qian remained utterly oblivious to this encounter, lost in his own world. As Tang Xing gradually regained consciousness, his mind still felt somewhat hazy. He made an effort to open his eyes, and his vision slowly became clearer. Upon noticing Lin Qian beside him, a surge of joy and anticipation welled up within him, prompting him to eagerly inquire, "Did we win?" His voice bore a hint of weakness, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Lin Qian coughed lightly to clear his throat, then revealed a confident smile as he replied, "Of course. When I take action, victory is inevitable. I decisively determined the outcome with a single stroke of my sword. Alas, at that moment, my soul power was utterly depleted, preventing me from unleashing my formidable soul techniques, which is truly regrettable." As he spoke, he unconsciously caressed the hilt of his sword, as if still immersed in the valiant moments of that fierce battle. Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Tang Xing could not help but roll her eyes and retorted with irritation, "How are you any different from Li Fei? Is arrogance a common trait among you wealthy scions?" Her tone betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness. Lin Qian, upon hearing this, immediately jumped up and vociferously countered, "Oh, come on. Please do not conflate me with that fellow. I am utterly distinct from him. Furthermore, this remarkable victory did not come easily. I exerted tremendous effort to achieve it. Is it too much to ask for you to genuinely commend me a little? As he spoke, his already sizable eyes widened in disbelief, fixating intently on Tang Xing. His expression a portrait of grievance at being so misunderstood. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though she feigned a look of resignation and remarked, "All right, young Master Lin, you are truly remarkable." She deliberately elongated her tone, rendering her words devoid of sincerity. However, Lin Qian chose not to expose her theatrics. He merely sighed softly and said, "Never mind, I won't hold this against you. You must be famished, so allow me to fetch you a meal. You can rest easy here." With that, he turned and made his way to the cafeteria. Before long, Lan Qiu hurried in to visit Tang Xing. Upon entering, she anxiously inquired, "Tang Xing, how are you? Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Xing smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Lan Qiu, I'm quite all right. Just a bit of discomfort in my legs, but I suspect a little rest will remedy it." Hearing this, Lan Qiu's anxious heart finally found solace. Lin Qian approached carefully, balancing a tray laden with steaming, fragrant dishes. He gently placed the tray on the table and smiled at Lan Qiu, saying, "This is the meal I prepared for you. Enjoy it while it's hot." Lan Qiu promptly rose, extended her hand to accept the tray, and expressed her gratitude to Lin Qian. "Thank you so much, Lin Qian. I truly appreciate your kindness." Her face radiated a sincere smile. Lin Qian, a bit bashful, scratched his head and softly replied, "It's nothing, just a small gesture. I'm glad to be of help." With that, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Lan Qiu suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Lin Qian. Let me take care of this." She scooped a spoonful of food from the tray and brought it to Tang Xing, gently saying, "Here, open up." "Ah." Tang Xing looked at Lan Qiu with a sense of helplessness, offering a wry smile as he said, "Oh dear, I am not physically incapacitated. I can feed myself. There is no need to take such care of me." Despite his words, a flicker of warmth and gratitude shone in his eyes. Unperturbed by Tang Xing's protests, Lan Qiu remained resolute in her intention to feed him. She gently coaxed him while persistently bringing the spoon to his lips, treating him as if he were a child in need of tender care. Ultimately, Tang Xing could not resist Lan Qiu's kindness and reluctantly opened his mouth to accept the food she offered. In that moment, the room was enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. With a furrowed brow and an expression of reluctance, Lan Qiu declared, "No, absolutely not. I must personally feed you, or you shall not eat at all." Her steadfast and stubborn demeanor conveyed that there was no room for negotiation. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing, though somewhat resigned, conceded, "All right, fine." He opened his mouth, awaiting the food that Lan Qiu would deliver. Observing Tang Xing's compliance, a look of delight spread across Lan Qiu's face, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, "Now that's more like it." Thus, the two engaged in a delightful exchange of feeding each other, creating an atmosphere that was both warm and harmonious. Once they had completely consumed the meal, Tang Xing suddenly recalled an important matter and inquired, "By the way, which academy will we be facing next?" Lan Qiu gently shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. She then extended the spoon filled with food towards Tang Xing, saying, "I'm not sure." At that moment, Li Fei strode over with confidence, glancing at the list in his hand while muttering to himself, "Let me see who our next opponent is." However, upon seeing the name on the list, he froze in place as if struck by an enchantment. After a brief pause, Li Fei regained his composure and stammered, "My apologies, boss. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue." With that, he hastily turned on his heel, seemingly eager to escape the awkward situation. Tang Xing bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Li Fei, you rascal, come over here at once." Upon hearing this furious roar, Li Fei dashed back like a startled rabbit, respectfully inquiring, "Boss, what do you need from me?" Tang Xing, with an anxious expression, eagerly asked, "Who exactly is our opponent this time?" Li Fei promptly lowered his gaze to examine the list in his hands, then lifted his head to respond, "It's Ling Yuan Academy. However, Lin Qian has stated that he can handle this academy all on his own, so you need not involve yourself." Tang Xing nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something as he remarked, "Oh right, Lin Qian does seem to have some connection with this academy. Well then, since he is so confident, I trust he will manage this matter well. Also, Li Fei, you must do your utmost to assist him. Do not falter." Li Fei patted his chest in assurance, saying, "I understand, boss. Just rest easy and enjoy yourself. Farewell, boss." With that, he turned and swiftly vanished from sight, watching Li Fei's retreating figure. Tang Xing shook his head helplessly, shouting, "Hey, I say, you run faster than a rabbit." At that moment, Lan Xiu once again placed food before Tang Xing and gently said, "Don't mind him. Come, open your mouth." Without hesitation, Tang Xing complied and swallowed the food. Lan Xiu, with a troubled expression, softly addressed Tang Xing once more, "My dear, I fear we may not be able to sleep together tonight. You know your leg is not in good condition and needs proper rest. Therefore, I have decided to sleep in the next room. It will be better for your recovery." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt utterly speechless. He widened his eyes at Lan Xiu and, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "Isn't there just a large bed in this room? Where else could you possibly go?" In response to Tang Xing's inquiry, Lan Xiu couldn't help but reveal a trace of an awkward smile. She gently tapped her forehead and, with a touch of contrition, replied, "Oh dear. How could I forget such an important matter? I truly apologize." As she spoke, Lan Xiu scratched her head, seemingly attempting to mask her inner embarrassment. The following morning, sunlight flooded the campus, as if draping the earth in a golden veil. On this vibrant and spirited day, a highly anticipated confrontation was about to unfold between Linghai Academy and Lingyuan Academy. Following the drawing of lots, the crowd learned that the competition would take the form of a one-on-one wheel battle. This implied that each team needed to dispatch their most formidable contenders in succession for a fierce showdown. Fortuitously, Linghai Academy had drawn the opportunity to attack first. They had to exert every effort to gain an advantage in this intense clash. At that moment, the final member of Lingyuan Academy slowly ascended the arena. He was tall and imposing, emanating a powerful aura that naturally commanded attention. However, when Lin Qian beheld this opponent, he was taken aback. It turned out that this individual was a formidable rival with whom he had previously crossed paths, possessing unfathomable strength. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lin Qian inwardly lamented. Yet simultaneously, a stronger fighting spirit ignited within him. Noticing this, Lan Xiu hurriedly approached Tang Xing and, with concern, inquired, "Tang Xing, can your leg hold up? Do you need to take a rest?" Tang Xing resolutely shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and encouraged, "Don't worry, Lan Xiu. I believe Lin Qian will surely overcome the challenges ahead and achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 7 opponents. Let us cheer for him together." With that, the two clasped each other's hands firmly, their gazes resolutely fixed on the battle-ready Lin Qian. As the crowd awaited in eager anticipation, the final member of Lingyuan Academy slowly removed her hat. In that instant, it was as if a radiant light burst forth into the world, leaving onlookers utterly captivated. Beneath her elegantly arched brows lay a pair of clear, brilliant eyes that sparkled like stars in the deep night sky, shining resplendently. Her petite, delicate lips, naturally adorned in a cherry-red hue, appeared vibrant and alluring, evoking a sense of tenderness. The exquisite shape of her face added an air of graceful beauty. And when she smiled gently, her adorable dimples danced playfully on her cheeks, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, an enchanting sight to behold. Her soft smile was like a spring breeze, instantly rendering everyone present unable to maintain their composure. They rose to their feet, their gazes firmly fixed on this captivating and enchanting lady, filled with curiosity and astonishment. At that moment, she unhesitatingly unleashed her formidable domain power, enveloping herself and another individual beside her, thus creating an independent space. Lin Qian, standing opposite her, gazed at the familiar visage before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by resignation. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "Tianxin, my dear sister, it has indeed been a long time. How are aunt and uncle faring?" Upon hearing Lin Qian's greetings, a radiant smile illuminated Tianxin's face as she responded, "Rest assured, brother. They're all doing well. If it weren't for uncle's admonition, my parents would have likely already ventured into the divine realm." As she spoke, she mischievously winked, seemingly filled with anticipation for the future. Lin Qian sighed in exasperation, stating, "Uncle is also quite helpless in this matter. You must understand. He is not only the supreme enforcer of the divine realm, but also a revered leader among the gods. The weight of responsibility and pressure resting upon his shoulders is unbearably heavy, and the complexities of his plight are beyond our mortal comprehension." He then inquired, "Oh, by the way, how did you happen to arrive here? Does aunt know of this?" Tianxin nodded gently, her tone resolute as she replied, "My mother is certainly aware, and it is by her directive that I have come to seek you out. Now, brother, let us not dawdle. You must go down at once." Lin Qian, taken aback by her words, widened his eyes in astonishment and retorted, "But why?" Tianxin's expression turned serious as her gaze fixed intently on Lin Qian, and she began to elucidate, My arrival is both at my mother's behest and in accordance with my aunt's wishes. They desire for me to challenge your captain." Lin Qian pondered inwardly. So this was indeed mother's idea. After a brief silence, he acquiesced. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall inform my captain immediately. Let us commence this duel." With that, he turned and descended the stairs, his steps appearing heavy, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of determination and resolve. As the mysterious and powerful formation gradually unraveled, a shadowy figure suddenly surged forth from within the arena, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Swiftly reaching Tang Xing's side, Li Fei, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "At last, it's my turn to shine." However, before he could finish, Lin Qian interjected urgently, "Hold on, Captain. This young lady seems intent on challenging you. Given Li Fei's current strength, he would likely find it difficult to contend with her. Only you possess the qualifications to engage in such a confrontation." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing slightly nodded, signaling his awareness of the situation. At that moment, Lan Xiao, who had been standing beside him, displayed a look of concern and softly inquired, "Is your leg injury fully healed? Please do not push yourself too hard." Tang Xing gently patted Lan Xiao's hand, offering her a resolute gaze, reassuringly stating, "There is no need for worry. My injury is no longer serious. I am confident in my ability to face this challenge." Subsequently, Tang Xing strode steadily toward Tian Xion's location. He gazed firmly at the individual before him and gradually spoke. "I have heard Lin Qian mention that you sought me for a matter. Might I inquire as to its nature?" Upon hearing his voice, Tian Xion lifted her head, her gaze settling upon Tang Xing. She scrutinized the man before her, and an unusual feeling surged within her. He bore a striking resemblance to her second uncle. Curiosity overtook her, and she asked, "Could it be that you are the captain they speak of?" Tang Xing smiled slightly and confidently nodded, "Indeed, that is I." As Tian Xion felt the likeness grow stronger, a clever idea sparked within her, and she proposed, "In that case, why not make a wager? If you can defeat me, I shall concede on behalf of the entire academy. Conversely, if I triumph, I ask that you acknowledge your team's defeat. What say you? Do you dare accept this challenge?" Tang Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes glinting with confidence as he readily agreed. "Very well. Let us commence." In the sky, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, thunder rumbling ominously. With a fierce cry, Tian Xion summoned forth a sword, the Tian Bingjian, glistening with an ethereal light and exuding a chilling aura. Her gaze sharpened. She locked onto Tang Xing and swiftly brandished her sword, charging towards him without hesitation. Yet, in the face of this fierce onslaught, Tang Xing remained unruffled. He swiftly channeled his soul power, a soft glow enveloping him, as a mysterious and powerful martial soul gradually manifested. A spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. With mastery over combat techniques and keen insight, he executed the ultimate moves of his spiritual vision, deftly countering Tian Xion's attacks with precision. As the battle intensified, a unique aura began to radiate from Tang Xing, embodying the pure essence of the spirit. This presence was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet its underlying power was formidable. With fluid motions, he coalesced this spirit energy into a formidable beam of light, launching it directly toward Tian Xion's Tian Bingjian. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From her previously suspended position in the air, countless blue tendrils surged forth behind Tian Xion. They were her life spirit. The blue silver grass. These tendrils seemed alive, swiftly entwining around her body and extending along her arm to the Tian Bingjian. Simultaneously, the spirit energy released by Tang Xing appeared to be drawn to these blue tendrils, intertwining in an intricate dance. The sight before her left Tian Xion wide-eyed. Disbelief fetched across her features. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Why does my blue silver grass resonate uncontrollably with your aura?" Yet, the current situation has transcended her sphere of influence. Tang Xing stood in utter disbelief, as if struck by lightning, gazing at the unfolding scene with a dazed expression. She murmured, "This is the aura of a sprite. How can this be? How could you possibly possess the essence of a sprite?" Meanwhile, Tian Xion remained as still as a statue, at a loss for words, simply responding in a dazed manner. "How could I possibly know?" Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Chapter 60, One-on-one battle in an instant. A torrent of overwhelming energy detonated like a bomb. This formidable force swept in like a raging tide, instantly propelling Tian Xion's entire body away. In the blink of an eye, she was hurled out of the arena by this terrifying wave of energy, leaving Tang Xing standing alone in the center of the stage. Tang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. his expression a portrait of incredulity as he stood transfixed by the scene unfolding before him, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He was acutely aware of Tang Xing's formidable prowess. However, he never anticipated her defeat would come so easily. In stark contrast, Tang Xing appeared remarkably composed and serene, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she addressed Tang Xing, saying, "I've lost, and I accept the outcome." With that, she turned and exited the arena. At that moment, the host raised the microphone high and proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Linghai Academy." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Yet, Tang Xing felt no elation in victory. Instead, he was plunged into profound contemplation. He recalled the encounter with Tang Xing, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why had his spirit soul resonated with her blue-silver grass? The sensation was utterly enchanting, leaving him bewildered. Was there an undisclosed secret lurking beneath the surface? With such questions swirling in his mind, Tang Xing thoughtfully departed the competition venue. Just then, Lin Qian hurriedly arrived at the door of the preparation room, where Tang Xing was. He gently pushed the door open and asked with concern, "Sister, are you all right?" His voice betrayed a hint of urgency and worry. Tang Xing, who had been quietly seated in contemplation, looked up at the sound of her brother's familiar voice, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she responded, "Brother, you're here. Come, sit down." She patted the seat beside her, inviting Lin Qian to join. Lin Qian quickly approached and sat beside Tang Xing, his eyes filled with concern as he anxiously inquired, "Are you truly okay? You mustn't hide anything from me." His tone was laced with urgency and care. Sensing her brother's anxiousness, Tang Xing gently shook her head and reassured him, "Don't worry, brother, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for such concern." Then, with a curious glint in her eye, she asked, "By the way, have you ever met our second uncle?" Lin Qian furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a moment before he replied, "I seem to have a vague recollection, but it's not particularly vivid." "Why do you suddenly bring up our second uncle?" A note of puzzlement crept into his voice. Tang Xing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she lowered her voice, saying, "Actually, I've always thought your captain bears a striking resemblance to our second uncle when he was young." After uttering those words, she fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Qian, seemingly seeking confirmation from him. Lin Qian was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "How would you know that?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Xing, however, remained composed, nodding affirmatively as she explained, "Mother often reminisces about our second uncle as childhood, and we have many photographs from those days. Those images do not lie." As she spoke, a sly smile crept upon her lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Tang Xing instinctively reached into the pockets of her clothes and pants. And then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, that photograph is at home. I'll have to wait until after your graduation to help you find it." Then, shifting the conversation, she inquired, "By the way, what is the name of your captain?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qian replied, "Our captain? His surname is Tang, and his given name is simply Xing." Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Tang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way. What an incredible coincidence." Lin Qian, observing her reaction, fell into deep contemplation but soon decisively shook his head, dismissing the thought that had just crossed his mind. He continued, "That is absolutely impossible. He once confided in me that his parents passed away when he was very young. He has been an orphan since childhood. So, even if such a coincidence were to occur, he would have always been by his second uncle's side." All the clues in Tang Xing's possession were ruthlessly dismissed by her brother, Lin Qian. However, she did not lose heart. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she hurriedly said, "When I battled that fellow today, I distinctly sensed a powerful spirit energy surging within him. After all, one cannot fabricate martial souls. Moreover, spirit energy and spirit aura are inherently intertwined, existing as one." Without hesitation, Tang Xing summoned her spirit grass and displayed it to Lin Qian, explaining, "Brother, this spirit grass of mine is a variant of the blue-silver grass born from a spirit. Additionally, Mother once revealed to me crucial information. My second uncle's child mysteriously disappeared somewhere on this vast continent, and we were entrusted to assist in the search. It is said that my second uncle entrusted the child to Tang Zhong's household, who just so happens to be a trusted guard of my aunt. More importantly, many years ago, Tang Zhong had already forged a bond with the Yi family. Thus, when we hurried to Tang Zhong's residence, we were shocked to discover that his entire family had been silenced. Consequently, the whereabouts of the child became shrouded in mystery. I immediately dispatched search parties, with even Aunt Jiang joining the efforts, yet we found nothing. Reluctantly, we had to temporarily abandon the search and adopt a sporadic approach. But even so, we remain without news to this day. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's face was etched with astonishment, and he exclaimed, in that case, it is indeed imperative that we conduct a thorough observation of Tang Xing. If our suspicions are correct, let him return home swiftly to reunite with his family. Qin, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and said, indeed, let us proceed with this plan. However, brother, I have decided to remain here to assist you. Additionally, I kindly ask you to introduce me to the relevant individuals. Lin Qian gazed at Tianxin, his tone resolute as he responded, rest assured, sister. I shall take care of this matter. As evening descended, the sun set like blood, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. Tang Xing sat quietly on a large stone outside, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared into the distance, lost in a myriad of thoughts. He recalled the fierce battle he had experienced earlier that day, particularly the enigmatic woman he had faced, whose presence lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Just then, Lan Xiu approached slowly, her voice filled with concern as she inquired, Tang Xing, what troubles you? Why do you appear so downcast? Tang Xing lifted his head slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and worry as he replied softly, Lan Xiu, do you know? The woman I fought today was exceedingly strange. The martial spirit she possessed bore certain resemblances to mine, yet it was not identical. This sense of familiarity, coupled with an ineffable feeling, leaves me deeply perturbed. I cannot fathom the reason behind it. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiu gently patted Tang Xing's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Tang Xing, if it eludes your understanding, then perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Instead of ruminating here, it would be more prudent to rest well and rejuvenate your spirit. Who knows? Perhaps by tomorrow, everything will become clear. With that, Lan Xiu smiled encouragingly at Tang Xing. Tang Xing silently nodded, feeling a slight sense of reassurance within. Perhaps, as Lan Xiu had stated, excessive contemplation at this moment would prove futile. Only by relaxing his mind and allowing his weary body and spirit to obtain sufficient rest could he hope to uncover the answers he sought. Thus, he took a deep breath, striving to cast aside the distractions swirling in his mind, preparing to embrace the tranquil night that lay ahead. Tang Xing tightly grasped the weighty list in his hands, his brow furrowed, and his lips quivering slightly as he spoke. This truly is a perplexing dilemma, exceedingly difficult to resolve. His deep, anxious voice resembled a chilling breeze, instantly dissipating the previously light-hearted atmosphere surrounding them. Sensing Tang Xing's sigh, Shifei swiftly approached with keen insight, inquiring with genuine concern, Boss, what has transpired? Why do you appear so troubled? Tang Xing slowly lifted his head, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the list that weighed heavily upon him. He then handed it to Li Fei and spoke with a gravity that underscored the situation. The opponents we face this time are one of the top 4 teams from the previous competition. They are formidable, seasoned, and certainly not to be underestimated. However, Li Fei appeared unfazed by this revelation. Instead, he responded with a scornful smirk, Humph. What is there to fear? Let us not forget, we are the illustrious 7 spirits. Are we to be daunted by these so-called strong adversaries? His air of unwavering confidence stood in stark contrast to Tang Xing's apprehension, as if he regarded the impending challenge with utter disdain. The host, microphone in hand, boomed, Now, may the captains of both teams come forth to draw their numbers. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Xing strode resolutely onto the stage, unhesitatingly revealing the slip of paper he held, which prominently displayed the number 2. This outcome signified that the opposing team would possess the first choice, determining the specifics of the match. Meanwhile, Fengye Jiancheng successfully drew the 1 versus 1 individual match format. At this moment, a confident smile graced Fengye Jiancheng's lips as he addressed the host, Esteemed host, may I request a one-on-one duel with their captain? Let this match determine our ultimate fate. What say you, Brother Tang? Do you possess the courage to accept my challenge? Upon hearing the words of Maple Leaf River City, Tang Xing's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He fixed his gaze upon Maple Leaf River City and replied, Haha. Since you were so confident, how could I possibly retreat? However, you must consider carefully that this is not merely a simple individual competition. It is a pivotal battle concerning the honor of the entire team. Are you truly certain you wish to place all your hopes upon this? Moreover, addressing the host, he inquired, Is such an arrangement permissible according to the rules? Without the slightest hesitation, the host resolutely responded, Of course it is. We have deliberately designed this special format to provide contestants with greater opportunities to showcase their strength and courage. Therefore, I urge both of you to prepare thoroughly. With the host's affirmative reply, both teams activated their martial souls, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly grew tense. Every gaze was fixated on the two competitors poised for battle on stage, eagerly anticipating this thrilling confrontation. As the host proclaimed, the match officially begins. The scene seemed to ignite, with the cheers and encouragement from the audience reverberating through the air. Maple Leaf River City's expression sharpened as he unleashed a formidable aura. With a swift flourish of his sword, he executed his first soul technique, the Autumn Sword Song. A brilliant and resplendent beam of sword light danced gracefully like the crimson leaves swirling in the autumn breeze, surging towards Tang Xing with an overwhelming ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing felt a sudden jolt of astonishment within, yet he did not falter. He swiftly summoned his own mental prowess in an attempt to withstand the impending strike. However, to his utter surprise, the swordsmanship of Fengyuan Jiangcheng proved to be remarkably exquisite, effortlessly shattering his mental assault. Tang Xing couldn't help but furrow his brows, pondering to himself, "This fellow is impervious to my mental assaults? It appears I must employ my genuine skills. In that case, allow me to present to you the weapon forged by my own hands." With that, Tang Xing clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations. As an enigmatic energy began to coalesce around him, moments later, a gleaming sword, radiating an icy brilliance, gradually took shape. Tang Xing gripped the hilt of his sword, his form swift as lightning, charging once more towards Fengyuan Jiangcheng. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows with neither willing to yield. Each collision resonated with a thunderous sound, accompanied by dazzling sparks, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of being torn asunder. Observing from the sidelines, Li Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of surprise. Wow, the boss is truly remarkable. He can contend evenly with a master like Fengyuan Jiangcheng. It is important to note that Fengyuan Jiangcheng is a figure of great significance to the Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Palace. The boss is simply invincible. He was overwhelmed with excitement, his gestures animated, filled with admiration for his esteemed leader. Tang Xing's hands danced like ethereal phantoms, instantaneously transforming into an extraordinarily sharp giant sword. The blade shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, seemingly imbued with boundless power. As he swung his arm with great force, an overwhelming torrent surged forth, unstoppable and fierce. This tidal wave roared like a rampaging dragon, sweeping in with an earth-shattering intensity. Simultaneously, the surrounding sharp sword energy, as if drawn by a magnet, converged upon the hilt, rendering the sword even more formidable and majestic. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Fengyuan Jiangcheng felt a tremor in his heart. However, he stood resolute, swiftly grasping the sword sheath at his waist. With unwavering determination in his gaze, he uttered a soft incantation. Second soul skill, sword opens the heavenly gate. Before his voice faded, he abruptly drew his long sword, unleashing a radiant beam of sword light, akin to the first rays of dawn. This brilliant light struck forth with the force of thunder, colliding fiercely with Tang Xing's overwhelming sword intent. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and a deafening explosion resounded, as if the very world were on the brink of being torn asunder. In a flash, Tang Xing's figure soared into the air like a bird taking flight, his long sword gleaming with a brilliant light. Once more, he unleashed a razor-sharp sword energy, piercing directly towards Fengyuan Jiangcheng. Yet, Fengyuan Jiangcheng did not falter. He swiftly wielded his sword, imbued with the essence of autumn, releasing a tremendous force that deftly neutralized Tang Xing's attack. However, after a fierce exchange, Fengyuan Jiangcheng was acutely aware that continuing in this manner would likely lead to his defeat. Thus, he resolved to gamble everything on a single audacious strike. In an instant, Fengyuan Jiangcheng summoned all the soul power within him to execute his fourth soul skill, Autumn Leaves Gradual Array. As he moved, the once ordinary sword began to tremble violently, as if it had come to life. Subsequently, countless swords, vibrant and varied like autumn leaves yet exuding a chilling aura, surged forth from the blade, swiftly coalescing into a vast and intricate sword array. This array was unpredictable, at times ferocious like a tempest, and at others fluid and graceful, making it exceedingly difficult to discern its patterns and weaknesses. Confronted with such an enigmatic formation, Tang Xing dared not underestimate it. He promptly activated his unique spirit eye skill, concentrating intently on observing every subtle change within the array, seeking a means to break through. At that moment, Feng Yuan Jiangxing unleashed an even more potent fifth soul skill. All deaths end slash. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he radiated an unparalleled aura, as if he had merged with the very essence of the universe. With a mighty roar, he swung his sword forward, and an earth-shattering torrent of energy erupted forth, surging directly towards Tang Xing. Feng Yuan Jiangxing's power compounded like surging waves, each crest rising higher than the last, determined to confront Tang Xing in a decisive clash. Yet, Tang Xing too stood firm, his gaze unwavering. He instantaneously executed a technique known as Elven Sword Intent. For movements, 8 desolations. In an instant, the heavens and the earth transformed, the winds and clouds surged, as if the entire world were enveloped by this formidable sword intent. Tang Xing's assault was as swift as lightning, engaging Feng Yuan Jiangxing in a breathtaking clash of titans. The two exchanged blows with unwavering resolve, and for a time, neither could claim victory. However, in a sudden turn of events, Tang Xing unleashed an even more formidable force. His piercing sword intent swept forth like a tempest, striking Feng Yuan Jiangxing with tremendous impact. A deafening roar echoed as Feng Yuan Jiangxing's defenses shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found his vision clouded, and he murmured, "So powerful," before losing consciousness. At that moment, the host, brimming with excitement, seized the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to Linghai Academy for advancing to the top 4. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Tang Li Fei swiftly approached Tang Xing, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Boss, someone has come to see you." Tang Xing offered a subtle smile and replied with calm assurance, "Let her come in." Moments later, a graceful woman emerged from the left side of the preparation area, softly stating, "We meet again." Chapter 61, Star Alliance vs. Spirit Sea. Tang Xing abruptly turned around, and upon recognizing the figure before him, he involuntarily exclaimed, "It is you. The captain of Lingyuan Academy, I see. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" His tone bore a hint of stiffness, as if addressing a stranger. Tian Xin, observing this exchange, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She shot Tang Xing a glare and retorted, "What is it? Must one only seek you out when there is business to discuss? Is it not permissible to engage in a simple conversation, to reminisce?" With that, she took a step forward, reducing the distance between herself and Tang Xing. Tang Xing appeared somewhat bewildered as he stared blankly at Tian Xin, stammering, What exactly are you doing here?" His eyes brimmed with confusion and disbelief. A subtle smile graced Tian Xion's lips, radiating confidence as she earnestly replied, "I have long since communicated with your teacher and received their approval to join your team. Finally, I can fight alongside Brother Lin Xian." Her face beamed with joy at the last words. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to a profound silence. After a brief pause, he seemed to regain his composure and eagerly pressed, "Wait, Lin Xian, is he really your brother? The biological kind?" His incredulity was palpable in his tone. At that moment, Tian Xion's smile blossomed even brighter, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes as she mischievously nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, no doubt about it." She further punctuated her statement with a playful wink at Tang Xing, exuding a sense of pride. Tang Xing pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "But that doesn't make sense. You have the surname Lin, and he has a different surname. How could you possibly be siblings?" Tian Xian regarded Tang Xing with a teasing expression, saying, "I won't tell you, hee. I'm off now." Tang Xing was utterly speechless when, at that moment, Wu Xinheng approached gracefully and inquired softly, "Tang Xing, how have you been lately?" Upon meeting Wu Xinheng's genuine concern, Tang Xing raised his eyes and promptly responded, "Thank you for your care, Teacher Wu. I am doing quite well. What brings you here so unexpectedly?" With a warm smile directed at Tang Xing, Wu Xinheng replied, "I have come to share some news with you. The next 3 days mark the Mid-Autumn Festival. I have specially purchased some mooncakes for you." As she spoke, she placed 2 boxes of mooncakes before Tang Xing. One box, she stated, was for his solitary enjoyment, while the other was meant for him to share with others. Curious, Tang Xing peered at the boxes and was astonished to find that one of them measured an impressive 20 centimeters. He gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, that's enormous." Realizing that the upcoming competition would conclude just after the festival, he momentarily felt a pang of sadness. Reflecting on his lack of family and deciding to check on his mother's well-being later, a hint of melancholy clouded his gaze. Tian Xian swiftly scanned the lengthy list in her hands, her eyes settling on a particular name. Simultaneously, she noticed Tang Xing engrossed in reviewing the relevant materials and remarked, Our opponent this time is the Xingbang Academy from the Western Dojo. I hear this academy is affiliated with the College of Arts and is led personally by its dean. They've reportedly secured third place for several consecutive years, so we must not underestimate them. How confident do you feel about this? With a slight smirk, Tang Xing retorted dismissively. They are merely an obscure institution, daring to join this competition. Rest assured, when I take the stage, I will ensure that these presumptuous challengers understand their limitations and will defeat them soundly. Oh, by the way, you are Tang Xing, correct? He asked. Upon hearing her name pronounced accurately, Tang Xing was initially taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Xing then casually picked up a piece of exquisite mooncake from the table and tossed it gently to Tang Xing, smiling as he wished, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Caught off guard by the unexpected gift and kind words, Tang Xing momentarily fumbled, but quickly regained her composure, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Happy festival to you too." A faint blush crept across her cheeks. "Ah, there you all are," Tang Xing called out to his teammates. "It seems you are all gathered here. Now, listen to me. Our team requires significant adjustments and changes. I will take on the role of the primary attacker. Leading the charge, Lan Qiu, you will also serve as a primary attacker, showcasing your formidable offensive capabilities, Su Yin, as our support. Remain vigilant of the battlefield dynamics and provide necessary assistance. In Jiang Hao, you too shall play a primary attacking role like Lan Qiu, demonstrating your strength. As for Jin Yu, your task is to restrain the opponent's agile attackers, preventing them from exploiting any opportunities. As for Lin Xian, you bear the significant responsibility of defense, seeking the opportune moment to unravel the opponent's control skills. This is a special mission I entrust to you, so it is imperative that you execute it flawlessly. Additionally, Ding Xing, you must devote yourself to assisting me wholeheartedly. Do you understand? Once the battle commences, we shall proceed with our actions according to this formation. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. However, Tang Xing observed that they appeared somewhat lethargic, lacking enthusiasm. With a glint of inspiration, he cheerfully exclaimed, "If we emerge victorious in this battle, I shall treat everyone to an extravagant feast." How does that sound? Does that ignite your motivation? Upon hearing this, the previously listless team members instantly perked up, their eyes sparkling and faces adorned with expressions of excitement. They exchanged glances and responded in unison. "Understood. We shall not disappoint our captain's expectations." Tang Xing ascended the high platform with a resolute and confident stride, his gaze piercing and intense. Fixated upon the figure before him, Situ Qian. His eyes were sharp, as if capable of penetrating the very soul of his counterpart. He spoke, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "You must be the Situ Qian mentioned by my brother, Situ Yu." Situ Qian stood there, tranquil as a steadfast mountain. He regarded the youthful figure before him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I presume you are the esteemed Tang Xing, often spoken of by my less accomplished brother. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you today, and your reputation precedes you." Tang Xing gently nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Situ Qian suddenly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Tang Xing and sincerely stating, "The previous incident was merely the folly of my youth, and ignorance of propriety. I apologize on his behalf. As his elder brother, my failure to provide proper guidance is indeed my dereliction of duty." His words were imbued with a profound sense of guilt and regret. Faced with Situ Qian's humble and courteous demeanor, Tang Xing couldn't help but feel a flicker of goodwill. He quickly waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Let bygones be bygones. However, for the upcoming match, I hope you will give it your all and hold nothing back." With that, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Tang Xing's eyes, as if he was brimming with confidence for the imminent contest. The host strode into the center of the arena with steady steps, raising a gleaming microphone high above his head, his voice resonating powerfully. "Let us welcome the Star Alliance Academy and the Spirit Sea Academy to the stage. May both sides unleash your formidable martial spirits." As his words echoed, the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Tang Xing and his companions, their eyes resolute, radiated a dazzling light as they swiftly activated their unique martial spirits. Meanwhile, Situ Qian and his opponents, equally undeterred, summoned their own martial spirit powers, heralding the onset of a breathtaking battle. At that moment, Tuobachi suddenly emanated an enigmatic glow, transforming into an enormous mammoth. This colossal creature towered like a moving hillock, charging towards Tang Xing and his allies with an overwhelming force. In the face of such a ferocious assault, Lan Qiu, standing beside Tang Xing, widened her eyes in alarm, and promptly unleashed her agility, morphing into a resplendent golden dragon. This majestic dragon, exuding strength, spewed forth torrents of flames as it bravely surged towards the mammoth. In an instant, the two collided with a thunderous crash. The golden dragon, with its immense impact, successfully pushed the mammoth back several paces. However, the battle was far from over. Following this, Nangong Wenqin let out a sharp exclamation, her hands swiftly forming seals to summon a translucent ice lotus. First soul skill, Ice Lotus Explosion. As her voice rang out, the ice lotus began to spin rapidly, releasing countless chilling gusts of icy air. These frigid blasts shot towards the enemy like a rain of arrows, posing a significant threat. Meanwhile, Jin Yu chanted incantations, her hands weaving intricate gestures, and suddenly a searing flame erupted from within her. This was the legendary Phoenix True Fire, its formidable power truly astonishing. The blazing flame soared like a majestic phoenix in flight, carrying boundless authority and might, directly lunging at the icy lotus. In the blink of an eye, the once iron-hard ice lotus began to soften and melt, akin to snow under the scorching sun. At this moment, Situ Ping was equally resolute, swiftly mobilizing his internal soul power to dispatch his formidable warriors, Qianfeng Qitian and Ouyang Yunji, to launch a fierce assault on Lan Qiu. Qianfeng Qitian struck first, executing his second soul skill, the Purple Lotus Slash. In an instant, a beam of violet light cleaved through the heavens, resembling an extraordinarily sharp giant sword, descending upon Lan Qiu with the force of a thunderbolt. Concurrently, Ouyang Yunji unleashed his second soul skill, the Celestial Swordstorm. Countless beams of sword light cascaded from the sky like a meteor shower, enveloping Lan Qiu in an impenetrable barrage. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Tang Xing furrowed his brow but did not falter. In a swift motion, he darted forward, his spear swirling like the wind, akin to a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky. Following this, he bellowed, executing a technique known as the seven-colored illumination. Instantly, 7 resplendent hues intertwined to form a formidable shield, deflecting all the attacks from Qianfeng Qitian and Ouyang Yunji. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Hao's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Grasping his spear, he charged into the fray like a tempest. His movements were agile and graceful, each step imbued with boundless strength. As he neared the foes, Jiang Hao thrust his spear forward with great force, its tip glinting menacingly like a roaring dragon, lunging towards Qianfeng Qitian and Ouyang Yunji. Seeing this, Lan Qiu promptly raised his spear, joining forces with Jiang Hao. The two exhibited impeccable synergy, one on the offensive and the other on the defensive, momentarily placing Qianfeng Qitian and Ouyang Yunji in a precarious position. The battle escalated, both sides refusing to yield, entering a phase of intense confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Li Chanfeng swiftly advanced, unhesitatingly extending his aid to assist Qianfeng Qitian and Ouyang Yunji in overcoming the immediate crisis. Meanwhile, Shangguan Weiniing darted towards Tang Xing with astonishing speed, her onslaught fierce, seemingly intent on overwhelming him in one fell swoop. At this critical juncture, Jin Yu acted with remarkable swiftness, deploying his ultimate technique and bravely engaging Shangguan Weiniing in a fierce clash, the outcome wavering between them. Simultaneously, Nangong Wenlu cleverly opened up a vast expanse, prompting Lin Qian to seize this optimal opportunity, charging towards Nangong Wenqin like an arrow released from its bow. In the face of such a fierce assault, Nangong Wenqin exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a sly and enigmatic smile graced her lips. She swiftly activated her third soul skill, the Lotus Prison. In an instant, countless exquisite lotus flowers materialized, forming an impregnable cage that ensnared Lin Qian within. Lin Qian internally lamented his predicament, fully aware that he had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap, rendering his escape virtually impossible. Just as the situation became dire, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Nangong Wenqin. The mysterious figure struck with lightning speed, instantly executing a remarkably fierce technique known as the Blade Butterfly Spiral, ensnaring an individual on the stage and violently flinging them down. In quick succession, this person launched another assault, as swift and relentless as a tempest, successfully extricating Lin Qian from his predicament. Simultaneously, Tang Xing keenly discerned that Situ Gun appeared to harbor ulterior motives. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Xian, come quickly to assist." Upon hearing Tang Xing's call, Ding Xian promptly responded, swiftly summoning her martial soul, chanting, "Power of the 7 stars, amplify completely." In an instant, a formidable surge of power continuously flowed into Tang Xing's body. With the infusion of strength, Tang Xing's aura surged like a mighty torrent. He stepped forward with great force. His figure evanescent and unpredictable, performing the exquisite Mirage Phantom technique, engaging Situ Qian in a breathtaking clash. As the battle unfolded, Situ Qian gradually sensed Tang Xing's formidable prowess and could not help but marvel inwardly. What an exceptional talent among the sea of spirits. Though not a peerless master, he is certainly no ordinary opponent. While contemplating this, Situ Qian dared not show any signs of negligence, immediately activating his first soul skill, Raining Blades, unleashing countless razor-sharp blades that hurtled towards Tang Xing like a downpour. Subsequently, he unleashed his second soul skill, Breath of the Blades, with a series of lethal edges piercing through the air, directly threatening Tang Xing's vital points. Tang Xing's figure flickered, resembling a specter as he stepped forth, instantly unleashing a formidable wave of psychic energy that surged towards Situ Qian with relentless force. Confronted by this sudden onslaught, Situ Qian's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware that any lapse in concentration could prove disastrous. He immediately fortified his resolve to withstand the terrifying mental assault. Simultaneously, Situ Yu, standing nearby, did not dare to be negligent. He swiftly mobilized his inner essence, executing a masterful flying blade attack. Countless razor-sharp blades swarmed towards Tang Xing like a plague of locusts, descending with lightning speed, leaving no room for evasion. However, Tang Xing remained undaunted by this overwhelming attack. With a steely gaze, he invoked the enigmatic purple extreme demon eye, skillfully evading each deadly blade with his keen insight and extraordinary reflexes. Moreover, he extended an invisible hand, deftly seizing one of the flying blades and hurling it back towards Situ Qian with precision. At that moment, a peculiar shift occurred in Situ Qian's aura. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Tang Xing, accompanied by an ominous sense of impending danger. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Failure to exert his full effort would render him ill-prepared for the looming crisis. Without hesitation, he summoned his long-hidden second martial soul, the spirit martial soul. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from within Tang Xing, as magnificent golden armor materialized around him, enveloping his form. This golden armor seemed to embody boundless strength, bestowing upon Tang Xing an unparalleled aura of authority. Subsequently, Tang Xing clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations as the power within him coalesced. Finally, he bellowed, "Myriad spirits, one holy light wave." As his voice resonated, an enormous and resplendent beam of holy light took shape, imbued with cataclysmic force, and hurtled towards Situ Qian with tremendous impact. In that heart-stopping moment, Situ Qian frantically employed every means at his disposal to shield himself and his companions, but an unforeseen calamity unfolded. In the blink of an eye, the force unleashed was akin to an avalanche, its magnitude beyond comprehension. Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Situ Qian and his allies found themselves utterly powerless. Akin to leaves caught in a tempest, violently thrown aside without the means to retaliate. In mere moments, they crossed the threshold and tumbled to the ground in disarray. Meanwhile, the host at the sidelines, flushed with excitement, exuberantly proclaimed, "Magnificent! I hereby declare Linghai Academy the victor." His voice thundered throughout the arena, reverberating with palpable astonishment. The audience erupted in fervor, cheers and applause soaring to the heavens, as if intent on lifting the roof itself. The intense contest has finally concluded, and Linghai Academy has emerged as the ultimate victor through their astonishing prowess. Chapter 62, The Elite Finals. The Tianling Academy urgently issued a decree, summoning all top-tier warriors to converge swiftly. With a serious demeanor, Princess Tianling addressed the assembly, after enduring several fierce competitions. "I trust everyone has gained a preliminary understanding of the true strength of each academy." Beside her, Ning clutched a thick stack of documents, cautiously approaching the group. She delicately placed the invaluable materials before them and began to elaborate. "According to the intelligence we have gathered, the captain of Linghai Academy is named Tang Xing. He possesses an exceedingly rare and powerful twin martial soul, spirit eye, and sprite." Upon hearing this, the assembled warriors furrowed their brows, exchanging glances filled with concern, for they were acutely aware of the mysterious and rare origins of such a spirit martial soul. At that moment, beads of sweat cascaded down Tian Duisheng's forehead as he trembled and spoke. Could it be that this Tang Xing was deliberately sent by him? However, before his words could settle, Yu swiftly interjected with unwavering conviction, "Impossible. To my knowledge, Tang Xing is a tragic orphan with no family or background whatsoever." At this revelation, the tension in the room eased slightly, though unease lingered. Noticing their anxiety, Yu hastened to reassure them. "As for that spirit martial soul, In my opinion, it likely does not originate from the legendary figure of Ur, thus its power may not be as formidable as imagined. This statement served as a soothing balm, gradually alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Yu Xingtong's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the document in her hand, her face a canvas of astonishment. Her lips trembled as she exclaimed, Lin Qian actually possesses the twin martial souls, rock dragon shield, and record abyss sword. Hearing this, Ling Zhibao was struck with shock and involuntarily cried out, Record abyss sword? Could it be that he truly hails from the fabled Lingnuan sect? If so, this poses an extreme challenge. At this juncture, and Yu continued with his presentation, next, we have Li Fei, who is also endowed with twin martial souls, light dagger and shadow moon dagger, while Huang Quan wields a rather peculiar martial soul known as dumpling. As for Su Yin, her twin martial souls are the emerald phoenix harp and the amethyst illusion butterfly. However, concerning Xian, her martial soul remains rather enigmatic throughout our encounters. I have yet to witness her employ her martial soul. Lastly, he remarked on Lan Qiu, who possesses the resplendent golden dragon as her martial soul. All of these individuals are official contenders in their team. Princess Tianling, with a look of perplexity, inquired, Then who was the individual that made an appearance yesterday? As soon as she finished speaking, and Yu promptly replied, The one who showcased first yesterday was Jiang Hao, whose martial soul is the seven-colored spirit horse. Following him was Jin Yu, with her martial soul being the fire phoenix, and lastly, we had Ding Xin, whose martial soul is the seven-star flower. Upon hearing this, Princess Tianling could not help but exclaim in wonder, expressing her profound sentiments. The competitors in this contest are indeed quite fascinating, particularly those from Linghai Academy, astonishingly. Within the primary team, there are 4 individuals possessing dual martial souls, which is utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, Tang Xing was indulging in a sumptuous feast at an upscale restaurant, his belly round and content. Just as he finished his meal, Su Yin rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency as she exclaimed, Tang Xing, we are in grave trouble. The competition has accelerated significantly, and the official battle is set to commence this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's countenance shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he rose and hurriedly followed Su Yin. Time quietly drifted to the afternoon, sunlight filtering through the clouds, casting dappled shadows. At this moment, the host on stage stood tall and poised, passionately addressing the audience. Dear friends, greetings. We have finally arrived at this exhilarating moment, the semifinals. Due to the tight schedule, I shall refrain from excessive chatter. Now, let us welcome our fair and impartial judges to the stage to elucidate the rules of this competition. As the words left his lips, a dignified and solemn judge stepped forward with measured grace. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a steady and resonant voice, esteemed participants in our enthusiastic audience. This competition marks the crucial semifinals. As in previous rounds, we shall determine victory through single elimination matches. Thus, both sides should prepare thoroughly. Let us eagerly anticipate the commencement of this splendid confrontation. Tianqing cast a cold, piercing gaze at Tang Xing and his companions. Swiftly forming hand seals, he chanted an incantation, and a magnificent, radiant star wheel materialized behind him, emanating a mesmerizing glow. With a thunderous shout, Tianqing propelled the star wheel towards Tang Xing and his group with tremendous force, as if to lay waste to all in its path. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lin Qian dared not hesitate. He immediately unleashed his first soul skill, the copper wall barrier. In an instant, an immensely sturdy golden shield rose, encasing Tang Xing and the others securely within. However, Tianqing's assault was relentless. Despite Lin Qian's utmost efforts to defend, the star wheel continued to batter against the shield, producing resounding booms. Observing this, Tang Xing felt a surge of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that Lin Qian could so easily withstand Tianqing's onslaught. Consequently, he intensified his efforts, channeling a continuous stream of soul power in an attempt to breach Lin Qian's defenses. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could inflict no tangible harm upon Tang Xing and his companions. At that moment, Princess Tianling, who had been observing from the stands, could no longer contain herself. She abruptly rose, exclaiming, Princess Zhao, it is your turn to intervene. Upon hearing this, Princess Zhao nodded slightly, then raised her right hand, gently caressing the gemstones embedded in her bracelet. Instantly, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from the bracelet, infusing the surrounding space. Subsequently, Princess Zhao began to chant softly, with heaven and earth as my guide, the grand array of the starry sky, arise. As her words fell, the entire venue was suddenly engulfed in darkness, as if one were immersed in the vastness of the cosmos. Countless stars twinkled with a faint luminescence, gradually coalescing into an immense and intricate formation. At that moment, the celestial array had taken shape, firmly ensnaring Tang Xing and her companions within. Simultaneously, the other students of Tianling Academy launched their assaults, unleashing a torrent of soul techniques that rained down upon the trapped Tang Xing and her allies. Lan Qiu astutely perceived that within this array, the potency of their skills was significantly diminished. Even Lin Qian's seemingly indomitable defense was being gradually breached. Sensing that the moment had come, Princess Giles' eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning. She once more waved the bracelet in her hand, channeling greater soul power into the array. Instantly, the celestial formation erupted with dazzling brilliance, unleashing a multitude of piercing sword energies that surged towards Tang Xing and her companions. Tang Xing's gaze was as piercing as a beacon. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly unleashed the mysterious and formidable power of his spirit on martial soul. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of brilliance, his voice resonated like thunder. Who, pray tell, has endowed you with such audacious confidence, making you believe that victory is already within your grasp? At that moment, Su Yin summoned her second martial soul without hesitation. Instantly, the world seemed to be enveloped in an extraordinary violet radiance. She murmured an incantation, her hands swiftly forming seals, and then exclaimed, "Martial soul fusion, purple spirit divine light." With that proclamation, a heart-stopping surge of terrifying energy erupted forth, akin to a brilliant violet meteor, soaring directly towards the celestial array above. Princess Giles was suddenly assailed by an unprecedented wave of pressure. Her complexion paled, yet she reacted swiftly, channeling her inner essence with all her might in an attempt to stabilize the faltering celestial array. However, her efforts appeared futile as the formidable energy relentlessly battered the formation. Meanwhile, the other competitors, witnessing the unfolding scene, unleashed their own extraordinary skills in a desperate bid to thwart the assault from Tang Xing and Su Yan. Yet, would Tang Xing and Su Yan yield so easily? The two shared an unspoken understanding, simultaneously releasing a torrent of surging energy, crashing forth like raging waves. With a thunderous roar, the celestial array was obliterated in an instant, shattering into countless fragments that scattered into the air. The backlash of the formation struck Princess Giles, causing her to involuntarily fly backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, the judge proclaimed loudly, "The victors of this round are Linghai Academy." The arena erupted into a frenzy, the audience roaring with delight, celebrating the remarkable display by Linghai Academy. In an instant, the emotions of everyone present ignited, their spirits soaring. The resounding drumbeats reverberated like surging tides, crashing wave after wave against the eardrums of the spectators, while the exhilarating, soaring sound of horns pierced the heavens, striking directly at the heartstrings of all. Li Fei, witnessing this spectacle, marveled, "What a grand scene this is." His voice was filled with awe and reverence. At this moment, the judge soared like a majestic eagle, declaring, "The finals are about to commence. Both competing teams, please prepare for the draw." As his words fell, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the draw. Moments later, the results were revealed. As anticipated, heralding an exhilarating team battle, the judge raised his arm once more. "Teams, adjust your states and give it your all. The first day of the finals team battle officially begins." With this command, the atmosphere of the arena became charged with tension, the air thick with anticipation. Two formidable teams stand resolutely at the ready, their gazes unwavering as they firmly grip their weapons, prepared to confront this life-and-death struggle. Jing Yichen tightly clutches what appears to be an unremarkable object, his fingers exerting a slight pressure. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonates as the object shatters explosively. In an instant, an overwhelming force akin to a torrential avalanche surges forth, reminiscent of a ferocious beast bearing its fangs, charging directly towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing felt as though an immensely heavy mountain was pressing down upon him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He widened his eyes, his face a portrait of astonishment and disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, Jing Yichen, observing the scene, secretly reveled in his perceived success, believing his scheme had triumphed. Without hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to launch a forceful attack, aiming to decisively crush Tang Xing and his companions. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, the situation underwent a startling reversal. Tang Xing and his allies moved with a flash, as if possessed by spirits, executing their strikes with remarkable swiftness. Their movements were as rapid as lightning, each maneuver infused with formidable might. The once ferocious enemies, charging forward with great fervor, found themselves utterly overwhelmed, collapsing in disarray. Jing Yichen watched in disbelief as his meticulously crafted offensive crumbled before his eyes, his expression morphing into one of profound shock and incredulity. He stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Were they not already subdued by my oppressive force?" Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze upon Jing Yichen, declaring, "Umph. Do you truly believe that with your meager tricks, you can suppress us? You are exceedingly naive. Do you think we are easily intimidated?" As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and an unsettling aura emanated from him. Jing Yichen's lips subtly lifted, forming a wicked and somewhat cunning smile, as if concealing boundless schemes and machinations. At that moment, a mysterious and ancient Bagua formation materialized beneath Tang Xing's feet, radiating an eerie glow. Observing this, Lan Xiao unhesitatingly pushed Tang Xing aside, using her frail body to absorb the brunt of the fierce attack. Tang Xing watched in dismay as Lan Xiao was injured while protecting him. His eyes momentarily lost their spark, and a profound sense of despair surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. However, after a brief pause, Tang Xing's gaze regained its focus, now imbued with a chilling and lethal intent, as piercing as the winds of the Arctic. His eyes, filled with hatred, fixated on Zhuge Lin, as if he intended to consume her whole. Confronted with Tang Xing's ferocious stare, Zhuge Lin felt a surge of panic and hastily summoned a colossal Bagua formation, launching it fiercely towards Tang Xing undeterred. Tang Xing chose to confront this formidable assault head-on. Upon recognizing that Zhuge Lin's attack was imbued with poisonous flames, he snorted derisively, "Umph. Not this again." With that, Tang Xing swiftly activated his spiritual eye, unleashing a torrent of formidable mental energy. He adeptly manipulated this power to control Zhuge Lin, compelling her to unwittingly direct the formation against herself. Ultimately, under Tang Xing's masterful guidance, Zhuge Lin was left in disarray, propelled off the stage by her own formation. Tang Xing gazed at them with an indifferent expression, uttering two words, "a nuisance." As his words lingered in the air, a formidable and enigmatic aura erupted around him, surging forth like a raging tide. This presence seemed to possess an inexhaustible force, crashing down upon those individuals with overwhelming intensity. In the blink of an eye, the group had no time to react before being violently hurled away, landing unceremoniously on the ground below. Li Fei, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but gasp in awe, filled with admiration for Tang Xing's prowess, murmuring softly, "Truly deserving of our leader's title. His strength is indeed unfathomable." At that moment, the referee stood in the center of the arena, announcing loudly, "The Spirit C team wins the first match of the finals." Upon hearing this verdict, the members of the Spirit C team erupted in cheers, while their opponents appeared somewhat dejected. Jing Yichen returned to the arena with a sullen expression, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "This is utterly infuriating. But it matters not. We shall reclaim victory in the next match. Fan Xing, the strategy is yours to devise." Mu Fanxing nodded slightly in agreement, then turned to his teammates, his gaze ultimately settling on Yan Yushi. "Go," he said with unwavering resolve. Without a hint of hesitation, Yan Yushi stepped onto the stage with a graceful stride. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was contemplating strategies of his own. Suddenly, he turned to Sun Xiaokong behind him and inquired, "Sun Xiaokong, do you have any interest in giving it a try?" Sun Xiaokong felt a flicker of trepidation and fear but mustered the courage to reply, "I am willing to attempt it." With that, he followed closely behind Yan Yushi onto the stage. As the two took their positions, the referee once again called out, "The match begins." Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena shifted to one of tension and intensity. Yan Yushi's gaze turned steely, and an eerie glow enveloped her as she swiftly entered her netherworld form. Like a specter, she darted forward, her weapon radiating a fierce energy aimed directly at Sun Xiaokong. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Sun Xiaokong dared not linger, swiftly sidestepping to evade the attack. However, just as he barely managed to escape, Yan Yushi appeared behind him as if teleported, launching another strike. Startled, Sun Xiaokong quickly regained his composure and seized the moment, swinging his staff with all his might toward Yan Yushi. A resounding crash echoed through the arena, dust and debris swirling around them. Sun Xiaokong initially believed he had struck his target, but as the smoke cleared, he was astonished to discover it had merely been an illusion. Just as the tension reached its peak, an unimaginable turn of events unfolded. In an instant, 10 identical figures of Yan Yushi emerged, launching a fierce assault from every direction towards Sun Xiaokong. The figures moved with the precision of seasoned assassins, their actions swift as the wind. and their coordination seamless and impeccable. This unexpected turn of events sent a jolt through Sun Xiaokong, amplifying the pressure he felt and leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. However, Sun Xiaokong was no ordinary individual. He was a formidable warrior, battle-hardened and experienced in countless fierce confrontations. In the face of such adversity, he remained composed, instantly channeling the profound energy within him to unleash the unparalleled Purple Spirit Guardian technique. In an instant, a resplendent violet light erupted from his being, resembling a brilliant purple sun that enveloped him in an impenetrable shield. This indestructible violet barrier not only successfully repelled a portion of the oncoming attacks, but also bolstered Sun Xiaokong's confidence immensely. Then, with a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, he brandished his iron rod with all his might, unleashing a strike that soared forth like a dragon breaking from the sea, imbued with an unparalleled force aimed directly at one of his adversaries, Yin Yushi. Sensing the imminent danger, Yin Yushi attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, Sun Xiaokong's iron rod struck her with tremendous impact, producing a deep thud. Contrary to expectations, Yin Yushi did not fall injured. Instead, a sly smile graced her lips as she caught the blow deliberately, taunting, "Is that all you've got? You're not up to par." With that, she unleashed a powerful phantom assault, sending Sun Xiaokong hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the referee announced loudly, in the first round of the individual match, Stardust Academy scores 1 point, bringing the current score to 0-1. Please, Linghai Academy, send forth your next contender. The atmosphere in the arena became charged with tension as everyone eagerly anticipated the forthcoming thrilling duel. Tang Xing gazed intently at Lin Qian and softly inquired, "Lin Qian, do you believe you can handle this battle?" Concern and worry flickered in his eyes. Lin Qian nodded slightly, responding with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, Tang Xing, I will certainly succeed." His voice was steady and powerful, brimming with boundless confidence. He then stepped onto the stage, and with a flourish of his hands, a dazzling light flashed as the Lingyuan sword, shimmering with mysterious brilliance, materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, Yin Yushi summoned her own weapon, bracing herself for the fierce confrontation that lay ahead. Lin Qian initiated the attack, wielding the Lingyuan sword, unleashing a torrent of sharp sword energy that surged towards Yin Yushi like a tempest. Despite her valiant efforts to resist, she found herself overwhelmed by Lin Qian's formidable onslaught, quickly succumbing to a defensive position. Observing this, Lin Qian's internal energy erupted with vigor, a powerful aura of Lingyuan emanating from him. He bellowed, "Lingyuan sword technique, go!" As his words resonated, the Lingyuan sword blazed with radiant light, rushing towards Yin Yushi with unparalleled force. There was no evading such a ferocious strike. With a thunderous crash, Yin Yushi was violently sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the competition stage. Witnessing this, Fan Xing and Fei Chun were instantly consumed by rage, rushing onto the stage, intent on teaching Lin Qian a harsh lesson. However, just then, a sword radiating brilliant starlight, the seven-star sword, struck the center of the stage like a bolt of lightning. An overwhelming, suffocating aura spread through the arena, revealing that Pu Xian had intervened. Pu Xian slowly rose to his feet. His terrifying power at level 98 loomed over the gathering like a mountain, causing all present to struggle for breath. He cast a cold glance at Fan Xing and Fei Chen, his voice deep and authoritative. "Are you so shameless as to resort to a group assault when you cannot win? Do you truly believe that my Linghai sect is without defenders?" His words were laden with authority and dominance, silencing any thought of rebuttal. Chapter 63, a solo dance in the finals. Pu Xian's eyes widened with fury, and his aura erupted once more, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. He thundered, "If you dare to cause further chaos, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Disciples, follow me swiftly." His voice boomed like thunder, instilling fear in all who heard. At that moment, both the Hall Master and the National Sovereign wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixated on the figure they believed to be long deceased, murmuring in disbelief, He is still alive? How is this possible?" It was as if they had witnessed the most inconceivable event. Meanwhile, the referee was consumed by fury, his eyes wide and veins bulging on his forehead as he sternly admonished, "Should there be another act of such disrespect, I shall ensure severe punishment without leniency." His words were imbued with authority and resolve. Seeing this, Ming Fei Chen's eyes flickered with determination as he declared, "Let me take on the next match." Having spoken, he swiftly leaped onto the high platform like an arrow released from its bow. In the meantime, Li Fei, undeterred, exerted force beneath his feet and charged toward the stage like a tempest, loudly proclaiming, "Hold on. Allow me to engage you." Beside him, Su Yan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Li Fei, how can you be so impulsive? Come back." Yet, her cries could not halt Li Fei's advance. At this moment, the referee inhaled deeply, gathering his internal strength, and announced loudly, "The match officially begins." With this command, the atmosphere became charged with tension as the spectators held their breath in anticipation of the fierce confrontation ahead. Li Fei took a deep breath, channeling all his power into the sword in his hand, and unleashed a ferocious wave of sword energy. Simultaneously, Ming Fei Chun, equally resolute, brandished his spear, transforming it into a streak of silver light that precisely countered Li Fei's attack, neutralizing it in an instant. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding, as blades and swords shimmered in a dazzling display. In the blink of an eye, they had engaged in over 10 exchanges, the intensity of their battle escalating. Just then, Li Fei suddenly discerned a subtle flaw in Ming Fei Chen's stance. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and, like a bolt of lightning, lunged at Ming Fei Chen. The speed and precision of the strike caught Ming Fei Chen off guard, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground below. Li Fei landed firmly, a proud smile gracing his lips as he called out, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Before his words faded, a clear voice resonated from the crowd, "Mu Fanqing, here to learn from you." The onlookers turned to see a tall and dignified young man stepping forward. Mu Fanqing ascended the platform, forming hand seals while murmuring incantations. In an instant, a brilliant light surged from him, and a colossal martial spirit gradually materialized. Upon witnessing this, Li Fei felt a jolt of surprise. Such immense power could suppress my martial spirit. He understood that this individual was formidable, yet he felt no trepidation. Instead, it ignited an even greater fighting spirit within him. Once more, Li Fei summoned all his strength to launch a fierce assault on Mu Fanqing. However, Mu Fanqing remained composed in the face of Li Fei's relentless onslaught. He raised his shield effortlessly, fending off each of Li Fei's attacks. Moreover, the shield seemed to harbor a mysterious force. Every clash with Li Fei's weapon produced a powerful recoil, repeatedly forcing Li Fei back. Finally, with a thunderous sound, a tremendous wave of force surged forth like a torrential flood. Li Fei strained with all his might to stabilize his faltering frame, but it was all in vain. Under the onslaught of this ferocious power, he was thrown back like a kite severed from its string, utterly powerless to resist. Meanwhile, a faint smile curled at the corners of Mu Fanqing's lips. His clear and profound eyes sparkled with confidence and disdain, as if the entirety of the world lay within his grasp. He gently parted his crimson lips and spoke in a tone that was both soft yet undeniably resolute. "What now? Will you continue to bellow? Linghai Academy, is this truly all you are capable of? Who else dares to step forward and challenge me?" Though his words were not thunderous, they pierced through the eardrums of everyone present like a sharp sword, resonating clearly in each listener's mind. His voice carried an indescribable authority that inspired a sense of reverence. At that moment, Zhang Lanqiu shook her head gently, a look of determination gracing her beautiful features as she declared, "Tang Xing is injured and should not fight. Allow me to take her place." However, Su Chuan resolutely interjected, raising his hand to stop her, proclaiming, "No, let me handle it." With that, he strode confidently to the center of the arena, facing Mu Fanqing directly. A glint of cunning flashed in Mu Fanqing's eyes as he swiftly unleashed his second soul skill, Tiger Tooth Claw. In an instant, two enormous and razor-sharp claws materialized, surging forward with fierce momentum towards Su Chuan. Undeterred by such a ferocious assault, Su Chuan activated his first soul skill, Blade of the Fan. A dazzling light erupted, transforming into countless sharp blades of wind that clashed violently against the tiger tooth claws. The sound of a piercing metallic clash echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Mu Fanqing was taken aback, surprised by the tenacity of his opponent. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he summoned his soul power once more and unleashed his third soul skill, Demon Tiger Transformation. His body swelled and expanded, muscles bulging, resembling an unparalleled warrior. Simultaneously, he activated his first soul skill, Dark Shockwave, unleashing a wave of black energy that hurtled towards Su Chuan. Seeing such a formidable soul skill from Fanqing, Su Chuan couldn't help but inwardly lament, yet he remained undaunted, asserting, "Just in time." Second soul skill, Force of the Wind Bell. Third soul skill, Gale Slash. No sooner had he spoken than two resplendent beams of light intertwined like shooting stars across the sky, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. However, amid this breathtaking duel, Fanqing ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming force and was the first to falter, being violently hurled away and crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Observing this, Lancio was exhilarated, dancing with joy as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! We've secured a precious point. If we maintain this momentum, victory shall surely be ours." At this moment, Sichuan stood in the arena, his brow furrowed and expression grave, thoughtfully stroking his chin while murmuring to himself, "This situation is precarious." Just as the crowd was still immersed in the thrilling contest they had just witnessed, another competitor from Xingkong Academy stepped onto the stage. Sichuan focused his gaze, only to find that the newcomer was a graceful and strikingly beautiful woman, for reasons unknown. Upon laying eyes on the woman, his body stiffened abruptly and an unusual tension enveloped him. As the competition officially commenced, Sichuan's condition deteriorated further. As if he had succumbed to a disorienting trance, his gaze became unfocused, and his movements grew sluggish and clumsy. Observing this, Jing Yimeng whispered a few words, and Sichuan collapsed as if all his strength had been siphoned away, falling to the ground in a deep unconsciousness. Pu Xian hastily approached, conducting a careful examination before assuring everyone, "Do not worry, he is merely poisoned. His life is not in danger." Upon hearing this, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the referee, with a grave expression, loudly declared, "Linghai Academy, if you fail to dispatch another contestant to the competition, you shall forfeit this match." His words were laced with an unmistakable threat. Tang Xing approached with a grave expression, his voice deep and resolute as he declared, "Linghai Academy has decided to forego the individual competition. Henceforth, we shall devote ourselves entirely to the 5v5 team battle." His gaze swept over the assembled crowd, exuding an air of determination and resolve. At that moment, the referee announced loudly, "Linghai Academy voluntarily forfeits the individual match, and the victors of this round are Stardust Academy. What follows will be an exhilarating 5v5 team battle." His words reverberated through the arena like thunder. Upon hearing this announcement, Tang Xing promptly turned to the referee and requested, "Esteemed referee, may we be granted 5 minutes to discuss our strategy? This is crucial for our team." His eyes conveyed a sense of earnestness and anticipation. However, Anjiro, standing nearby, disapproved of Linghai Academy's actions, questioning sharply, "Are you truly choosing to evade simply because you lost one match? Don't be ridiculous. The referee must not grant them any respite if they wish to fight. Let it commence immediately." Her tone was laced with disdain and anger. Following suit, Gu Shui echoed Anjiro's sentiment with unwavering conviction, stating, "Exactly. We must not allow them a moment to catch their breath. Since we have decided to battle, let us not dally or hesitate. We should engage forthwith." Her eyes sparkled with determination, seemingly eager to embrace the impending clash. The referee, appearing troubled, remarked, "Linghai Academy, your opponents are unwilling to afford you ample time for preparation. This truly places me in a difficult position. Regrettably, I am powerless in this matter. Please prepare yourselves promptly." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing displayed a hint of resignation. Yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to his teammates, exclaiming, "Everyone, this is the situation we face. Nevertheless, we cannot falter. Lin Qian, Huang Quan, Lan Qiu, Su Yin, we must all muster our utmost spirit and be ready to enter battle." At that moment, Wu Xian inquired with concern, "Brother, are you all right? There won't be any issues, will there?" Lin Qian nodded slightly, assuring his sister, "I am fine, there is no need for concern." With Tang Xing's command, the fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Tang Xing unleashed the formidable power of the spirit martial soul, channeling the essence of spirit force towards Jing Yichen with great ferocity. In response to this fierce assault, Jing Yichen merely smiled, unfazed, as he summoned the might of ice and fire from within, countering Tang Xing's spirit force head-on. In an instant, two colossal energies collided violently in the air, emitting a dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, Jing Yimeng, not to be outdone, waved her hands to conjure the blazing infernal fire, sweeping towards the other four beside Tang Xing. Witnessing this, the quartet hastily activated their techniques, attempting to unleash a radiant aura to sever the terrifying infernal fire. However, the power of the infernal fire proved overwhelmingly formidable, making it difficult to fully withstand its onslaught. In a moment of intense frustration, Jing Yimeng exclaimed, "Liner, quickly use your sealing technique to confine them." As the words left her lips, A mysterious and potent force of sealing surged forth. Zhuge Lin's eyes flashed with determination as she uttered, "Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams formation." The instant her voice faded, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from within her, coalescing into a massive 8 trigrams pattern that enveloped the surrounding space. The formation shimmered with enigmatic light, seemingly harboring boundless power. The 4 individuals trapped within felt an overwhelming pressure. They struggled in vain, finding themselves ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. However, at that moment, Huang Quan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Clutching a steaming plate of dumplings, he turned to Lin Qian and said, "Lin Qian, let's go." Upon hearing this, Lin Qian chuckled, his eyes reflecting resolve and confidence. With swift movements, he formed hand seals and chanted, "Brilliant thunder from heaven, spirit abyss, sword unleashed, break." Instantly, dark clouds swirled in the sky, followed by thunderous roars. A formidable bolt of lightning descended, striking directly at the 8 trigrams formation set by Zhuge Lin. With a resounding crash, the once impenetrable formation was violently breached, creating a gaping hole. Zhuge Lin recoiled from the backlash, her body shuddering as she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Simultaneously, Gu Shui employed an illusion technique, trapping Su Yin within a phantasmal realm. Lin Qian and Huang Quan found themselves ensnared in different illusions, unable to escape. Only Lan Qiu, with her keen perceptive abilities, sensed the flaw in the formation and valiantly broke free, racing towards the outside, barely escaping the formation. Lan Qiu had no time to catch her breath before engaging in a fierce battle with the approaching Jing Yiming. Their exchanges were lethal, neither able to gain the upper hand. Su Yin found herself in this dreamlike realm, where everything appeared surreal, yet her heart was as clear as a mirror. She understood that this was merely an illusion, and the hidden adversary had clearly misjudged their target. With this realization, Su Yan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she unleashed her second soul technique, the violet butterfly light. In an instant, a dazzling burst of purple radiance erupted, resembling a swarm of graceful, ethereal butterflies dancing in the air, spreading their mesmerizing brilliance in all directions. The vibrant purple light transformed the space around it, imbuing it with a mysterious allure. However, to Su Yan's astonishment, the violet butterfly light, which she believed would effortlessly shatter the illusion, was abruptly repelled as it reached the boundary of the phantasm, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Witnessing this, Su Yan couldn't help but furrow her brow in confusion. After a moment's contemplation, she decisively resolved to further amplify her soul power while simultaneously activating another soul skill, the Emerald Light. A dazzling green radiance soared into the sky, harmonizing beautifully with the earlier purple butterfly light, intertwining in a magnificent display. These two distinctly powerful lights entwined, converging into an unimaginable surge of energy. Faced with this overwhelming torrent of power, Gu Shui, who had been struggling, began to falter, becoming increasingly flustered and appearing rather disheveled. On the other side, Lin Qian emanated an imposing aura as he unleashed the ancient and mysterious technique of the rock dragon integration. With his movements, a tremendous force surged forth like a raging tide, crashing violently against the surrounding space. In an instant, the entire world seemed to tremble, and the once impregnable barrier of the realm began to show fine cracks that swiftly spread. Ultimately, accompanied by a thunderous roar, this realm shattered entirely. Meanwhile, Gu Shui, confronted with such a terrifying assault, felt overwhelmed and, recognizing her inability to withstand it, turned and sprinted toward Jing Yiming. At that moment, Jing Yiming anxiously observed the battlefield, and her heart tightened upon seeing Gu Shui running toward her. "Brother, they are too strong," she began. But before Gu Shui could finish, Jing Yiming interrupted, urgently asking, "Brother, how long until you can recover?" Just as her words hung in the air, a figure was sent flying from afar. It was Jing Yichen. He had just been repelled by Tang Xing and returned to Jing Yiming's side in a state of disarray. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jing Yichen decisively proclaimed, "Sister, this is the crucial moment." Jing Yiming instantly comprehended her brother's intention and nodded. They clasped each other's hands tightly, summoning the immense soul power within them. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped them, their energies merging, forming a colossal vortex of energy. This was the legendary martial soul fusion. Seeing this, Anjiro dared not hesitate and immediately devoted herself to providing support for the duo. Meanwhile, Tang Xing, observing the scene, smirked with a hint of disdain. "Humph. Martial soul fusion? We can do that too. Su Yin, Lan Qiu, Lin Qian, prepare to execute the martial soul fusion technique with me. Let them witness our true strength. You must protect us. Understood. Lin Qian responded loudly, his gaze resolute. An exhilarating battle was about to commence. Gu Shue's expression darkened upon realizing that Tang Xing was also initiating martial soul fusion. She shouted furiously, "Charge! We cannot allow them to succeed." Without missing a beat, Gu Shui dashed forward like lightning, leading several companions into a fierce assault against their adversaries. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky, followed by a dazzling bolt of lightning that streaked across the heavens, striking fiercely towards Gu Shui and her companions. Accompanying this thunder was a commanding voice that resounded, "You wretched rodents, how dare you trespass?" And Yu's heart raced at the sound, and his astonishment deepened when he recognized the speaker, Huang Quan. What left in Yu even more astounded was the revelation that Huang Quan possessed dual martial souls. He could not suppress his exclamation. What? A team with two dual martial souls? This is akin to cheating. How can we possibly compete? Huang Quan, with an impassive expression, regarded the assembly before him and coldly declared, "Should you dare to take another step forward, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he gestured with both hands and recited an incantation. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar filled the air as a colossal purple serpent emerged from within him, spiraling through the sky and roaring with ferocity. Martial soul fusion. Purple spirit butterfly dragon transformation. Simultaneously, the siblings Jing Yiqin and Jing Yimeng called out in unison, "Martial soul fusion. Nether ice fire domain." As their voices resonated, the surrounding space was enveloped in a peculiar radiance. This light contained the extremes of icy cold and searing heat, warping the very fabric of its laws. In that moment, the fierce dragon charged unhesitatingly into this strange domain. A thunderous crash erupted as the overwhelming energy surged, propelling Jing Yiqin and Jing Yimeng away. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were left in stunned silence. The referee, regaining composure, announced loudly, "Congratulations to Linghai Academy for winning the championship." Upon hearing this news, the students and faculty of Linghai Academy erupted in joyous cheers. With hearts brimming with excitement, they embarked on their journey back to the academy, laughter and merriment filling the air. Meanwhile, the other competing teams could only silently watch their departing figures, reflecting on the intensity and brutality of the competition. At that very moment, the academy was bustling with a grand matchmaking event. The atmosphere was lively and jubilant, filled with laughter as people eagerly awaited the arrival of fate. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the center of Linghai Lake, graceful and elegant, the illustrious master of Linghai Pavilion. Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively recognized that this mysterious woman was Lin Jin, the one he had longed for. Without hesitation, Xiaoming knelt on one knee, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the enchanting lady, and with deep affection, he professed, "Lin Jin, I know in my heart that you are the one. From the moment we met, I have harbored feelings for you, and my love has only deepened. I vow to protect you for a lifetime, unwavering and devoted. Please marry me, and allow me to be your companion, walking hand in hand through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter." His heartfelt confession resonated like celestial music, echoing through the air. Those who had just arrived in the sky were profoundly moved by this touching scene. Tears welling up in their eyes, they gazed silently below, their hearts brimming with blessings and emotions. The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of excitement, their voices rising and falling in fervor. "Marry him! Marry him!" This impassioned cry reverberated through the heavens, as if seeking to immerse the entire world in a sea of love. Amidst the eager anticipation of the onlookers, Lin Jin slowly removed her veil, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness and joy, and her lips curled into a shy smile. Then, she took a step forward, gently approaching Xiaoming, and bestowed upon him a sweet and fervent kiss. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, all gazes converging upon this blissful couple. Before the witnesses, their love flourished in a dazzling display. Even the resplendent moon hanging in the night sky seemed to sense this profound affection, casting down a silvery light that enveloped them like a delicate veil, bestowing upon them endless blessings. Chapter 64. Bullying. Tang Xing's gaze was fixed upon the scene before him, where he beheld his esteemed teacher in the company of a captivating lady. A profound sense of reverence surged within him. Their unwavering love flowed like a crystalline spring, stirring the softest recesses of Tang Xing's heart, causing tears to cascade down his cheeks uncontrollably. In this moment, thoughts of distant family flooded his mind, accompanied by a gentle wave of longing and a subtle sense of melancholy. Just then, a warm hand tenderly grasped his. It was Lan Qiu. She spoke softly, Do not be disheartened. Everything will be all right. Come with me. Hand in hand, Lan Xiu led Tang Xing towards the Linghai Nanyuan. As they walked, a gentle breeze caressed their hair, bringing with it a refreshing aroma. Upon their arrival, Tang Xing was awestruck by the breathtaking beauty before him. The Linghai Nanyuan unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery, a sight too exquisite to behold. Tang Xing quietly admired the scene before him and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. It is indeed beautiful here, but it pales in comparison to your own beauty. His voice was deep and sincere, as if imbued with boundless emotion. Upon hearing these words, a blush of shyness crept onto Lan Xiu's face, radiant and enchanting like blooming peach blossoms. The atmosphere between the two gradually grew subtle yet fervent. The night was exceptionally tranquil and peaceful, with moonlight cascading over the earth like water. Meanwhile, Xiaoming and Lin Jin were reveling in the sweetness and warmth of their wedding night, stepping into their own realm of happiness. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows, as Tang Xing entered the forging room with a light-hearted step. Upon entering, he spotted Yuan Tianhua standing there, his gaze intently fixed on the object in his hands. Seeing Tang Xing arrive, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Yuan Tianhua's face as he spoke. You are here. Splendid. I have made all the necessary arrangements for you. You may proceed to the forging department to showcase your skills. Hearing these words, a wave of gratitude surged within Tang Xing. He quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Yuan Tianhua, and sincerely expressed his thanks. Thank you, master. After bidding farewell to Yuan Tianhua, Tang Xing, filled with anticipation and dreams, made his way towards the forging department. As he stepped into this place steeped in mystery, he was immediately captivated by the array of exquisite forged items before him. At that moment, a mysterious man clad in a black robe, with a stern countenance, appeared before Tang Xing, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, and coldly inquired, Are you Tang Xing? Before Tang Xing could respond, the man casually tossed a few seemingly damaged objects towards him, commanding in a harsh tone, You have 1 minute to restore this little item. Should you fail to complete the task, I expect you to leave immediately. Confronted with this sudden test, Tang Xing hesitated not for a moment. He promptly summoned the power of his spiritual eyes. A faint glow flickered in his eyes, dazzling like stars in the night sky. With unwavering focus, he immersed himself in the repair work, his hands moving swiftly like the wind, each motion displaying remarkable skill and precision. Just as the mysterious man continued to ramble, Tang Xing suddenly exclaimed, I am done. His voice rang clear and vibrant, echoing throughout the forging department, drawing the attention of onlookers. The previously indifferent mysterious man widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the flawless item in Tang Xing's hands, momentarily rendered speechless. Standing firm, the man scrutinized the once damaged object before him, murmuring to himself, It truly can be restored to perfect condition. This is truly astonishing. He then added, You have done exceptionally well. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qi Dongba, the head of this forging department. I shall personally instruct you in the art of forging. However, before we proceed, I would like to know if you have previously studied the craft of casting. Upon hearing the inquiry, Tang Xing nodded without hesitation and replied, Indeed, I have previously engaged with knowledge and skills related to casting. Following this affirmative response, Qi Dongba proceeded to elucidate further. Casting typically pertains to relatively small-sized finished items. However, forging is distinct in that it organically combines numerous smaller components to create larger, more complex finished products. I wonder if you comprehend this concept? In the face of such a detailed explanation, Tang Xing remained remarkably composed, responding with unwavering confidence. I understand perfectly. Rest assured, I can fully grasp the profound significance of it. Seeing Tang Xing's remarkable intelligence and keen insight, Qi Dongba could not help but display a beaming smile, expressing his satisfaction. Excellent. In that case, let us now set forth to attend to matters concerning your workshop. With that, he strode forward with vigorous steps, closely followed by Tang Xing, who mirrored his excitement and anticipation. Upon entering the workshop, Qi Dongba, with an attentive and patient demeanor, began to impart intricate teachings to Tang Xing. The latter listened intently to every crucial detail, his eyes fixed upon Qi Dongba, as if determined to engrave this knowledge deeply within his mind. As time elapsed, Tang Xing became wholly engrossed, seemingly possessing an extraordinary capacity for understanding and insight into a particular aspect. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute as he addressed Qi Dongba, Master. May I attempt it myself? Moved by Tang Xing's boldness and confidence, Qi Dongba nodded without hesitation. Very well. Let us witness your performance. Upon receiving permission, Tang Xing swiftly grasped the tools, skillfully and promptly installing the meticulously designed engraving arrays onto the machine before him. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable fluidity and without a hint of hesitation. Observing quietly from the side, Qi Dongba was left astounded by the scene before him, his expression one of sheer disbelief. He murmured in astonishment, could it be that he has so quickly mastered the essentials and put them into practice? What an extraordinary talent! In his astonishment, Qi Dongba swiftly approached Tang Xing and earnestly stated, young man, with your exceptional gift, should you choose to remain and join our forging department, accepting my personal tutelage, you are destined to become an outstanding master craftsman in the future. What say you? Tang Xing responded, however, I currently find myself amidst the forging department. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Dongba eagerly interjected. What significance does that forging department hold? You would be better served coming to my smithing department. Should you choose to do so, I assure you I can fulfill all your needs. What say you? At that moment, a deep and resonant voice interrupted. Qi Dongba, you have gone too far. To suggest that my disciple should become your apprentice is sheer folly. She is my beloved protege. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Qi Dongba's face as he retorted, Yuan Tianhua. Do you truly believe you are fit to be Tang Xing's master? Unfazed by the challenge, Yuan Tianhua responded resolutely. My forging skills have already ascended to the realm of the sacred forge master. I can guarantee that he will undoubtedly earn the title of divine forge master in the future. In response, Qi Dongba shot Yuan Tianhua a fierce glare and defiantly replied, Humph, you speak with arrogance. Do not forget, I too am a sacred smith and can equally ensure her future as a divine smith. Thus, in terms of qualification, I am the one deserving. At that moment, Yuan Tianhua was seething with anger, wishing fervently to confront the arrogant Qi Dongba. Just then, Xia Ming hurriedly arrived, exclaiming, Gentlemen, I just overheard the demands you have raised. Given that my disciple is exceptionally gifted and possesses immense potential, why not allow him to learn both disciplines? Let us merge forging and casting into a novel profession, the Forge Master. Would that not be a perfect solution? Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Yuan Tianhua experienced an epiphany, grasping the profound implications. Meanwhile, Qi Dongba contemplated inwardly. Indeed, that makes sense. Very well, but this all must be arranged properly in a short time frame. Subsequently, Yuan Tianhua replied, No problem, we can certainly give it a try. Thus, under their meticulous guidance, Tang Xing wholeheartedly immersed himself in this new learning endeavor. As time flowed swiftly by, a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tang Xing, through relentless effort and exceptional talent, saw a continuous elevation in his vocational skills concurrently. His soul power level astonishingly reached a remarkable 50. Li Fei, alongside 5 other spiritual practitioners, embarked on an arduous path of cultivation, toiling day and night with unwavering diligence. Among them, Li Fei, endowed with extraordinary skills and innate talent, held a pivotal position within the inner academy, while Lan Xiu and Su Yin, through their own prowess, earned recognition as the 10th and 11th female disciples of the inner academy, capturing considerable attention. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Ling Tian sect, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. A robust man, his voice deep and resonant, sat upright, his gaze penetrating as he slowly inquired, How goes the progress of our plans? Standing beside him, a woman bowed respectfully, reporting, My lord, all matters have been addressed satisfactorily, and everything is advancing smoothly as per the original plan. Moreover, the Sidhu family and the Si family within the Stardust Alliance have expressed their willingness to align themselves under our banner. Upon hearing this news, the man nodded with satisfaction and replied, Well done. You shall be responsible for managing these 2 prominent families. Ensure that they are wholly devoted to my service, without any deviations. The woman accepted her orders, fully aware of the weight of her responsibilities. Yet she was brimming with confidence as she prepared to face the new challenges ahead. Within the solemn and majestic inner courtyard of Linghai Academy, Li Fei, his face contorted with fury, shouted at the top of his lungs, Hey, you've gone too far, Lestu. His voice reverberated like thunder across the courtyard. Opposite him, Lestu's lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding a sense of disdain as he casually retorted, Humph, did I speak incorrectly? You only gained entry to this inner courtyard because of your connection to Tang Xing. Otherwise, with your own strength, how could you even step foot here? And as for the one you so eagerly refer to as boss, Tang Xing, I suspect he too has resorted to underhanded methods to gain his position, lacking any true prowess. Lestu's words struck like a dagger, piercing deep into Li Fei's heart. Faced with such brazen provocation, Li Fei could no longer contain his rage. He stepped forward forcefully, eyes wide, and bellowed, "All right, let's do. Since you hold us in such contempt, why don't you dare to compete with me? Let us see who is truly superior." However, Lestu merely scoffed, shaking his head as he said, "Ha, you think you can challenge me, crossing over more than 20 levels? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Truly delusional." His tone dripped with mockery and scorn, as if he regarded Li Fei as inconsequential. Liu arrived in a frenzy, her eyes wide with anger as she shouted at Lestu, "Lestu, enough is enough. If you continue to spew such arrogance, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Though Lestu felt a pang of reluctance at Lu Yu's words, he slightly tempered his boisterous demeanor and redirected his provocations towards Li Fei, taunting, "Li Fei, if you have any courage, step forth and face me. Accept my challenge like a true man." Yet, at that moment, Li Fei appeared hesitant, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. Observing this, Lu Yu, aware that Li Fei's current strength was insufficient to contend with Lestu, quickly advised, "Li Fei, heed my counsel and retreat. You are not his match at present. There is no need to take this risk." After speaking, Lu Yu gently patted Li Fei's shoulder, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. Taking a deep breath, Li Fei endeavored to calm the tempest within him, then suddenly opened his mouth, summoning all his strength to shout, "Lestu, today, I shall challenge you to a duel." His voice erupted like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air as if it aimed to shake the very foundations of the world. Standing opposite him, Lestu detected the roar and a subtle smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, barely perceptible. He gently applauded, expressing his admiration for Li Fei's courage, and remarked, "Well done. I truly appreciate your audacity and determination. In light of this, I shall grant you 3 moves." With that, Lestu adopted a relaxed posture, seemingly dismissive of Li Fei's presence. However, Li Fei was not incensed by Lestu's condescension, rather, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. With a cold snort, he defiantly retorted, "Humph, I do not require your pity. Behold my first soul skill, Shadow Moon Slash." As the words left his lips, a multitude of black crescent-shaped blades surged around him, hurtling toward Lestu like a pack of ravenous wolves. These blades gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura that instilled dread. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lestu could not afford to be sluggish. He immediately employed his defensive skill, White Tiger's Protection. In an instant, a colossal white tiger phantom materialized before him, baring its fangs as it confronted the rapidly approaching Shadow Moon Slash. A cacophony of piercing clashes resonated through the sky as their powers collided, intertwining to create a formidable shockwave that radiated outward. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fei vanished from sight, darting towards Lestu like a specter. Grasped tightly in his hand was an exquisitely sharp longsword, its blade shimmering with radiant brilliance, clearly poised for action. Lestu, sensing impending danger, felt a pang of alarm, but it was too late to evade. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and activated his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With a surge of soul power, the White Tiger Phantom unleashed a robust golden beam that surged forth like a roaring dragon, hurtling directly towards Li Fei. The power of this White Tiger's Radiant Wave was astonishing, tearing through the air with a piercing howl. Just as it seemed destined to strike Li Fei, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Li Fei, like a wraith, silently maneuvered behind Lestu and called out, "Shadow Moon Scenery." In that instant, a shadow descended upon Lestu with the ferocity of a tempest. Reacting swiftly to this unforeseen assault, Lestu wasted no time in deploying his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Instantly, a gigantic and formidable White Tiger Phantom emerged behind him, emanating a heart-stopping aura of power. Yet, Li Fei's offensive did not waver. Realizing his initial attack had failed, he decisively shifted his spirit and unleashed his 4th soul skill, Light Transformation. Simultaneously, he followed up with his 1st soul skill, Light Slash. In a moment, a brilliant radiance erupted, as if striving to illuminate the entire world. Sensing the sudden surge of Li Fei's momentum, Lestu felt a jolt within, and his expression grew grave. He dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence and hastily activated his 5th soul skill, the White Tiger Transformation, while simultaneously unleashing his 4th soul skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. In an instant, innumerable shimmering meteors descended from the heavens, bearing an overwhelming force that sought to strike Li Fei with devastating impact. In this heart-stopping confrontation, Lestu's White Tiger Meteor Shower inundated Li Fei's 1st soul skill with an unstoppable torrent. Poor Li Fei was caught off guard and was struck by this terrifying blow, sustaining grievous injuries. Watching from the sidelines, Liu was filled with anxious urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward, lifting the injured and fallen Li Fei into her arms, swiftly evacuating him from the battlefield to a safe haven for urgent medical attention. Yu Feng's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the severely wounded Li Fei, exclaiming in disbelief, "Heavens! What on earth has transpired?" Her voice was laden with astonishment and concern. Standing nearby, Lestu exhibited an impassive demeanor, coldly retorting, "Umph. Who could blame him for being so feeble and easily crushed? It was only natural for me to inflict such damage." His tone dripped with disdain and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng was instantly consumed by fury. She whirled around, fixing an intense glare upon Lestu, and rebuked, "Lestu, even if the Inner Academy does not prohibit private duels, you should not resort to such ruthless measures. Could you not have shown a modicum of mercy?" Her eyes blazed with an inferno of anger, as if she wished to reduce Lestu to ashes. Lestu seemed to recognize the gravity of his actions. Lowering his head slightly in acknowledgement of Yu Feng's words, and conceded, "All right, I understand my error. Please, tend to his wounds quickly." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Yu Feng to attend to the injured Li Fei. Meanwhile, Tang Xing was deeply engrossed in the art of crafting and forging. After prolonged efforts and trials, he had achieved remarkable breakthroughs in both disciplines, now reaching the pinnacle of the Forging King stage. Sensing a rapid enhancement of his soul power, Tang Xing mused inwardly. It seems the time has come to acquire my fifth soul ring. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, he caught sight of a familiar figure outside the door. It was Bai Yi. She stood there quietly, seemingly awaiting something. Intrigued, Tang Xing briskly approached her and inquired, "Bai Yi, what brings you here?" In response to Tang Xing's question, a faint blush crept across Bai Yi's cheeks, revealing her shyness. She lowered her head and softly replied, "Tang Xing, might I ask you to accompany me back for a moment?" Her words carried a hint of earnest entreaty. Chapter 65. Regaining dignity. Tang Xing closely followed Bai Yi's footsteps as they made their way back to the soul-hunting forest. They hurriedly jogged to the doorstep of the village chief's home. Upon entering, the village chief greeted them with palpable excitement, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Child, you have finally arrived." Observing his demeanor, Tang Xing could not help but feel a surge of confusion and concern, and urgently inquired, "Grandfather village chief, what on earth has happened? Why were you in such a haste to summon me?" The village chief took a deep breath, striving to calm his fervent emotions. Yet his words remained somewhat hesitant. "It is our spirit divine tree. For reasons unknown, it has withered overnight. Hence, I swiftly sent word to Bai Yi, asking her to consult you. Child, when might you be available?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing furrowed his brows in confusion, shaking his head to express his lack of understanding. "Grandfather village chief, what is the true purpose of this spirit tree? Why does its decay incite such immense panic?" The village chief seemed to have anticipated these inquiries. He nodded slowly, his expression grave as he elucidated, "This spirit tree is the very pillar of our small world. It has silently safeguarded us all along, ensuring that our elfin kin can thrive for generations. Should we allow this sacred tree to wither completely, our entire clan would likely face annihilation, vanishing forever from this realm." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback, his complexion turning ashen. His eyes widened in alarm as he anxiously pressed, "Grandfather village chief, is there truly no other way to save this tree?" The village chief, with unwavering resolve, gazed intently at Tang Xing and responded with certainty, "There exists a potential solution. Albeit it requires your strength. Only by using your blood as a catalyst and simultaneously awakening the latent elfin power within you may we breathe new life into this spirit tree, thus preserving the very essence of our elfin lineage." With resolute and heavy steps, Tang Xing slowly approached the ancient and enigmatic spirit god tree. Upon standing before the tree, his eyes revealed a profound determination and reverence. Without hesitation, Tang Xing extended his right hand, and with a delicate stroke, his sharp nail effortlessly pierced his fingertip, causing crimson blood to flow forth. He closed his eyes tightly, softly reciting an arcane incantation. "I summon thee with blood. Awaken, O spirit tree. Bestow upon us the power of the spirits." Each word seemed to resonate with boundless strength and conviction. Upon completing the incantation, Tang Xing took a deep breath, channeling the surging spirit energy within him into the spirit god tree before him. As the energy flowed in, the previously silent tree began to tremble, eagerly absorbing Tang Xing's life force and blood, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. Gradually, the tree emanated a powerful aura that quickened the heart, as its once withered branches and leaves rejuvenated, radiating a vibrant emerald glow. The indistinct patterns on its trunk became sharply defined, resembling mysterious runes that shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. The entire tree resembled a phoenix reborn from the ashes, revealing its former majesty and sanctity. However, at this crucial moment, Tang Xing was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, his vision darkening as his body swayed uncontrollably. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and collapsed onto the ground. Standing nearby, the anxious Bai Yi was struck with alarm upon witnessing this, his face draining of color as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure and, without hesitation, propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he reached Tang Xing's side, wrapping his arms around him tightly before sprinting towards the village chief's home with utmost urgency. As he ran, Bai Yi's heart raced furiously, nearly leaping from his chest. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and soaking his garments. Still, he dared not pause for even a moment, fully aware that time was of the essence. Any delay could mean missing the critical window to save Tang Xing, with dire consequences looming. Finally, after a swift and frantic dash, Bai Yi arrived at the village chief's doorstep, cradling Tang Xing in his arms. At that moment, he fortuitously encountered the radiant Qilin, who had come to pay a visit. The Qilin's keen gaze swiftly discerned the gravity of the situation with a mere glance at the unconscious Tang Xing and Bai Yi's embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, it summoned its vast and unparalleled power of light, transforming it into a dazzling and warm beam that radiated with a comforting brilliance. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens like a golden sun, enveloping the unconscious Tang Xing with unwavering precision. Under the continuous nurturing of this resplendent and warm luminescence, Tang Xing, whose pallid visage resembled a blank canvas, began to blush faintly, as if caressed by the gentle warmth of the spring sun. Concurrently, his once rapid and erratic breaths gradually transformed into a steady and prolonged rhythm, reminiscent of a melodious tune that instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Bai Yi gazed intently at the unfolding scene, his eyes unblinking, fearful of missing any subtle changes. As Tang Xing's condition began to improve, the anxious heart that had been suspended in trepidation finally felt a weight lift, akin to a heavy stone settling to the ground, allowing him to relax slightly. He silently rejoiced, thinking, what a remarkable turn of events. I had not anticipated such a formidable presence to offer assistance. With this enigmatic guardian watching over Tang Xing, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to seek demise. At that moment, the light-infused Qilin, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and sanctity, spoke in a deep yet gentle voice. Let him rest in peace. I believe it will not be long before he awakens from his slumber. As the words faded, the Qilin gracefully turned and strode away with elegance and determination, ultimately vanishing into the vast void. Bai Yi quietly observed the retreating silhouette of the Qilin, his heart swelling with gratitude. He then settled gently by Tang Xing's bedside, vigilantly guarding his unconscious friend, his eyes filled with concern and hope, yearning for Tang Xing to soon open his eyes and return to their side. Time ticked away, enveloping the room in a serene and tranquil atmosphere, punctuated only by Bai Yi's soft breaths, which whispered his deep longing for Tang Xing. Within Tang Xing's expansive and profound consciousness, akin to the vastness of the cosmos, a mysterious and indistinct figure began to materialize. This apparition seemed to hail from a distant realm, radiating an ineffable blend of authority and compassion. It called out in a calm, unhurried tone, "Child, awaken swiftly. You must not remain in slumber. It is time to embrace your destined starlight." As the voice lingered in the air, a brilliant surge of golden light erupted from Tang Xing's forehead, reminiscent of the rising sun. This radiant glow, akin to warm sunlight gracing the earth, illuminated the previously darkened space. Tang Xing felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping him, akin to a mother's gentle embrace, instilling a sense of security and comfort. Nurtured by this warmth, Tang Xing's tightly shut eyes began to flutter open, his gaze gradually sharpening. Upon fully regaining consciousness, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "Oh dear, I'm perfectly fine. You really gave me quite a scare." Just then, a white figure darted forth like lightning, revealing itself to be Bai Yi. With an expression of sheer excitement, he exclaimed, "Of course, you will be just fine. You must understand, with our magnificent second prince here, even if you wish to seek death, it would be an endeavor more challenging than ascending to the heavens." Standing nearby, the radiant Qilin coughed gently twice, seemingly disapproving of Bai Yi's overly exuberant remarks. Clearing its throat, it solemnly stated, "Bai Yi, let us not exaggerate. However, on a related note, while I was treating you earlier, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that your soul power has indeed ascended to an impressive 50 levels. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xing momentarily paused, a look of joy illuminating his face. He vigorously nodded in agreement with the radiant Qilin's assertion, adding, "Indeed, that is the case. Moreover, not only has my soul power increased, but my spirit martial soul has also reached the pinnacle of 50 levels. At this moment, I am in urgent need of obtaining the 5th soul ring to further transcend my limits." The radiant Qilin pondered inwardly, perhaps. You should first venture to the mysterious and sacred spirit's sacred pool to complete the crucial second awakening. As for your 5th soul ring, allow me to devise a solution. Hearing this, Tang Xing resolutely advanced towards the spirit's sacred pool. He stepped into the water, slowly settling down, as if immersed in a realm brimming with mystical energies. With Tang Xing's movements, the pure and ethereal essence of the spirits within the sacred pool surged forth like a crystalline spring, swiftly converging upon him. These essences resembled lively little spirits, joyously leaping and dancing, eagerly entering Tang Xing's being. Tang Xing tightly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the profound concentration necessary to summon his inner essence. He endeavored to gather the wildly untamed energies, coaxing them towards tranquility. With his hands forming intricate seals and incantations escaping his lips, faint yet resolute beams of light radiated from his being. Subsequently, Tang Xing began to cautiously channel these energies into his meridians. However, the sheer magnitude and ferocity of these forces were akin to unbridled stallions, rampaging through his body's intricate pathways, inflicting waves of unbearable agony. Despite this torment, Tang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the piercing pain with unwavering resolve. He was acutely aware that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. To falter would mean not only the loss of his efforts, but the potential for even graver repercussions. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. Throughout this arduous endeavor, Tang Xing consistently adjusted his breathing, striving to maintain clarity and composure within. With indomitable will and tenacious spirit, he gradually tamed the wild energies, integrating them into the very fabric of his being. Tang Xing could no longer endure the overwhelming energy that incessantly assaulted his body. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he recalled the vendetta yet to be avenged and resolutely declared, "Concentrate." In response, the surrounding energies began to coalesce into a crimson soul ring, and suddenly, a blood-red soul ring materialized before him. Bai stood astonished, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Even the recently arrived radiant Qilin was rendered speechless by the spectacle, murmuring to himself, "It seems I have greatly underestimated his potential. Perhaps 2 millennia is far from sufficient for him." He realized that he must seek even greater power. After a moment, Bai managed to regain his composure and stammered, "Is this individual truly human? To possess a 5th soul ring and attain a 100,000-year level of strength is a remarkable feat, even among the soul kings." At that moment, Tang Xing's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously unremarkable features gradually became strikingly handsome, with defined angles. He unknowingly grew taller, appearing increasingly slender and imposing. His eyes sparkled like deep, clear lakes, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of all things. Adorned in an elven battle attire that shimmered with golden and silver hues, he exuded an aura of majesty and dominance that was utterly captivating. Tang Xing gradually emerged from his resplendent elfin form, his attire as pure as freshly fallen snow. Dancing gently in the breeze, he stood serenely before Tang Bai, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. At that moment, the radiant Kirin hurriedly returned, and upon beholding Tang Xing's current appearance, it was struck with profound astonishment, for the figure before it seemed entirely transformed. "Master, I have brought the soul beast." The radiant Kirin spoke with utmost reverence. No sooner had the words left its lips than the cloud dream Kuanping beside them shimmered and instantaneously morphed into human form. With unwavering determination, she gazed at Tang Xing and softly proclaimed, "Allow me to become your soul ring." Yet, in an instant, the radiant Kirin was engulfed in confusion, questioning, "Cloud Dream, your abilities do not pertain to the realm of mental control, do they?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing's expression changed dramatically as he urgently exclaimed, "This cannot be allowed. I absolutely refuse." He was acutely aware of the inherent dangers and improprieties involved. However, just as a stalemate ensued among the crowd, Yu Ming suddenly conceived a clever plan. She swiftly imparted her unique abilities to the soul beast and then spoke again. "This soul beast is exceptionally intelligent. It has swiftly comprehended and mastered this newfound power. Master, the new abilities you now possess are derived from my energy. With that, a confident and contented smile graced her face. Tang Xing, with his formidable charm and unique skills, successfully captivated the formidable 10,000-year soul beast. At this moment, Yun Ming was filled with urgency, eagerly inquiring, quickly, can you discern its special abilities? Without hesitation, Tang Xing summoned his signature technique, the spirit dimension. Instantly, the surrounding space warped, enveloped by an enigmatic force. Yun Ming attuned her senses to this power, her face lighting up with delight. Indeed, this sensation is so familiar. However, before she could revel in her joy, Tang Xing abruptly interjected, wait, I believe it possesses another ability. Upon hearing this, Yun Ming's heart raced, prompting her to urge, hurry, reveal it to us. Tang Xing nodded, inhaled deeply, and unleashed all the soul power within him. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from his being, followed by an overwhelming aura that swept through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Ming gasped in awe, her voice trembling. Incredible. It truly lives up to its 10,000-year soul ring, harboring such terrifying power. Surely, with such a potent soul ring, it must also be accompanied by a precious soul bone. Absorb it quickly. Encouraged by Yun Ming, Tang Xing focused intently, channeling all his soul power to attempt the absorption of the external soul bone. After arduous effort, he ultimately succeeded in integrating it into his body. With the fusion of the soul bone, Tang Xing felt an immense surge in strength. As if he had undergone a complete transformation, Tang Xing returned to the familiar academy with a light and buoyant stride. Yet his heart was weighed down by thoughts of the person he held dear, Li Fei. With a heart full of anticipation and longing, Tang Xing made his way directly to Li Fei's room. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find the room completely empty. A wave of despondency washed over him, yet he refused to abandon his search. He anxiously paced the corridor, inquiring with anyone he encountered about Li Fei's whereabouts. Alas, no matter how fervently he asked, the responses were consistently disheartening. No one had seen Li Fei. This only deepened Tang Xing's sense of unease and confusion. Just then, Lan Xiao noticed Tang Xing's unusual demeanor and approached him swiftly, her voice laced with concern. Tang Xing, what troubles you? You seem quite unsettled. Beside her, Xian echoed the sentiment, asking, indeed, what on earth are you up to? Have you encountered some sort of trouble? Upon seeing the two approaching, Tang Xing felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and hastily inquired, have you seen Li Fei? I urgently need to find him. His eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and eagerness, hoping to receive some valuable information from them. Unbeknownst to him, Lan Xiao and Su Yin spoke in unison. What? Such a thing has occurred. After a moment of deep contemplation, Su Yin furrowed her brow and remarked, I have heard some whispers suggesting that Li Fei got into a scuffle with someone, apparently over by Sister Yu. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes flashed with a flicker of anger, but he quickly regained his composure. He perceived this as an opportune moment to ascertain the situation and decisively stated, then let us hasten over to take a look. With that, he led the way towards Yufeng's location, closely followed by Lan Qiu and Su Yin. The trio hurried along, and before long, they arrived at Yufeng's residence. As soon as they entered, Tang Xing's gaze fell upon the battered and bruised Li Fei, and his heart ached with pain. He rushed forward, concern etched on his face, and asked, Li Fei, who on earth has done this to you? Li Fei looked up, and upon seeing Tang Xing, his previously dull eyes sparkled with recognition. He pitifully replied, Boss, it was that detestable Li Si too. That scoundrel had the audacity to insult you in front of everyone, claiming that you only entered our sect through connections. I couldn't stand for it and confronted him. But he was so arrogant and unreasonable, insisting on a duel. Of course, I couldn't back down, but alas, it's my fault for being so weak. I am no match for him, being a full 20 levels higher than I. Upon hearing Li Fei's account, Tang Xing's expression darkened further, her fists clenching involuntarily as she spoke coldly. What audacity from Li Su! How dare he be so arrogant? Without delay, she commanded, Li Fei, take me to find him at once. I wish to witness his capabilities firsthand. Just as her words faded, a figure appeared at the door like a specter, none other than Li Su himself, arriving uninvited. Tang Xing fixed his piercing gaze upon the individual before him, his tone icy as he inquired, Are you the one known as Lestu? A smirk, brimming with arrogance, curled upon Lestu's lips as he nonchalantly replied, Ha, indeed. It is I. Upon hearing such brazen words, Tang Xing's fury ignited. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, Your opinion of me is of no consequence. But you shall not dare to offend my dignity. Before his words faded, Tang Xing unleashed an overwhelming surge of soul power, invoking his fifth soul skill, mental terror. In an instant, an intangible pressure, akin to tumultuous waves, surged toward Lestu, instilling within him a sense of dread. Lestu's countenance paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his voice trembled slightly. What just transpired? Tang Xing, if you possess any courage, face me in a fair battle. Tang Xing, upon hearing this, disdainfully curled his lip, retorting with derision, "Humph, you, an ignorant fool, dare to challenge me? Very well, allow me to teach you a lesson. You worthless wretch who has wormed your way into the inner academy through connections and let you witness true strength." With that, Tang Xing raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he awaited Lestu's response. Lestu furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with contemplation. After a moment of internal deliberation, he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and spoke with resolute conviction. Since events have escalated to this point, let us employ the most direct method, one that truly showcases our prowess, to determine the victor through a soul duel. This battle shall consist of but a single round, with victory decided in one match. Let us exert ourselves fully and demonstrate our true abilities to ascertain who stands as the stronger. With that declaration, Lestu clenched his fists tightly, his entire being radiating strength and fighting spirit. Chapter 66. Exorcism. Tang Xing believed this to be a feasible approach. All right, Lestu, make sure you don't concede too easily. Lestu scoffed, with your abilities, you have to defeat me first. As Lestu activated his martial soul, the White Tiger, Tang Xing discerned the divine aura of the White Tiger emanating from him. Tang Xing then summoned his spirit-eye martial soul, declaring, "Unleash your full power in one strike." Surprised by Tang Xing's audacity, Lestu immediately unleashed his might. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Fifth soul skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Sixth soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation Strike. In response, Tang Xing swiftly activated his fifth soul skill, Elven Holy Light Flash. A beam of golden light struck Lestu, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Fei, Lan Xiu, and the other spectators were captivated by the breathtaking clash between Tang Xing and Lestu, their gazes fixated as though time itself had frozen. When Tang Xing executed that astonishing strike, all present were left speechless, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Li Fei's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "A single move to defeat him? Has the boss truly become this formidable? This is simply astounding." A profound shock surged within him, marveling at Tang Xing's extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Yufeng appeared relatively composed, though a flicker of astonishment shone in her eyes. She murmured, "To contend against a soul emperor with the strength of a soul king, especially when the opponent is such a prodigious talent. It's no wonder he stands at the pinnacle of the seven spirits. It seems Lestu is in for a tougher deal." She was well aware of Tang Xing's innate talent and potential. While the outcome surprised her, it was not entirely unexpected. At that moment, Lestu, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head, his face a mask of resentment and fury. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "How is this possible? I fell in just one move? You must have cheated." Yes, it was cheating. He could not accept the harsh reality of his swift defeat, attributing his failure to the other party's alleged underhanded tactics. However, those around them understood that this battle was conducted with fairness and integrity, with Tang Xing having triumphed through his genuine strength. As Tang Xing observed the obstinate demeanor of his opponent, who refused to acknowledge his mistakes, a surge of indignation welled up within him. In an instant, he channeled the soul power within his body, causing a brilliant radiance to envelop him. Suddenly, 3 purple, 1 black, and 1 red resplendent soul rings materialized around him. This astonishing spectacle left everyone present utterly speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. Even the typically composed Lu Yu and the strikingly beautiful Yufeng were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Lu Yu, particularly, widened her eyes in incredulity as she beheld the dazzling soul rings adorning Tang Xing. She silently mused, "Goodness, I never anticipated that my younger brother, Tang Xing, would possess such immense strength and extraordinary talent, truly a prodigy." Reflecting on their previous quarrels, when she had chastised him for spying on her while she bathed in their frequent bickering, she felt a rush of heat rise to her cheeks and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, she couldn't help but wonder if perhaps it would be better to. However, just then, Liu snapped back to reality, giving her forehead a firm slap. And in a blend of shame and anger, she muttered to herself, "Oh, Lu Yu, what on earth are you imagining? He is my own brother. So what if he is slightly younger than I am?" Le Tu's face was a portrait of disbelief and shock. His eyes were wide, and his mouth agape as he stammered this. "This is absolutely impossible. A fifth soul ring of 100,000 years? How could this be? I'm doomed. I've truly kicked a solid steel plate. Brother Tang, this is entirely my fault. I implore you, show mercy and spare me. I swear I will not breathe a word of this to anyone. Please, grant me clemency. Hearing Lu Si-tu's desperate pleas, Tang Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. And he replied softly, in fact, I rather admired your previous arrogant and dismissive attitude. Now, however, if you can sincerely explain the origins of your martial soul, I might consider showing you some leniency. Gratitude flickered in Lu Si-tu's eyes as he addressed Tang Xing. Actually, I am the second son of the Lu family. In days gone by, our family was renowned across the land. And I had the fortune of becoming the second prince of the White Tiger Hall in the Heavenly Spirit Palace. As for my martial soul, it is indeed quite unique. It was originally intended to be the diamond white tiger inherited from my father, but for reasons unbeknownst to me, it transformed into a pure white tiger martial soul. The mystery surrounding this is truly perplexing. For this reason, I sought my father to uncover the truth. After some exploration, he revealed an astonishing piece of information. My martial soul can actually suppress his. He referred to this phenomenon as martial soul suppression. Unfortunately, that is all I know. Nevertheless, I firmly believe there lies a hidden secret within this matter. At this juncture, Lu Si-tu fell into deep contemplation, as if striving to recollect some crucial clue. Tang Xing did not wish to take matters to an extreme. He spoke softly. Very well, I am not a person of malevolent disposition, nor do I harbor any intent to take your life. I merely hope that you will refrain from bullying other innocent souls in the future. Do you understand? Having said this, Tang Xing produced an object from within his garments and presented it before Lu Si-tu, continuing, you might as well test the efficacy of this item. But rest assured, I shall not cause you any harm. Lu Si-tu regarded him with skepticism, his expression laden with doubt regarding Tang Xing's words. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, he chose to place his trust in Tang Xing and ingested the object without further ado. In an instant, an unparalleled surge of formidable power coursed through Lu Si-tu's being like a tumultuous tide, leaving him utterly astonished. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed a remarkable enhancement of his martial spirit, as if he had undergone a profound transformation, transcending to an entirely new echelon of quality. At this moment, Lu Si-tu could hardly contain his elation, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Thank you, Junior Brother Tang. I solemnly vow that from this day forth, I shall never again oppress another soul. His gaze was filled with gratitude and resolve, evidently moved by Tang Xing's magnanimity and kindness. Tang Xing's face radiated a smile of profound satisfaction as she softly remarked, Recognizing one's own mistakes and possessing the willingness to amend them is indeed a rare and admirable virtue. I sincerely hope you will not only speak your intentions but also steadfastly realize them. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner not far away, Pu Xian silently observed the unfolding scene, murmuring to himself, Indeed, the esteemed disciple of the master, at such a tender age, possessing a fifth soul ring, an astonishing 100,000 years of formidable power. Given time, this individual is destined to achieve extraordinary feats, and the future holds immeasurable potential. At that moment, Lu Si-tu seemed to suddenly recall something of great importance, promptly addressing Tang Xing. Oh, by the way, Junior Tang, there has been something I have long wished to share with you. Tang Xing abruptly halted his advance, turning around to fix a piercing gaze upon Lu Si-tu. Coldly uttering a single word, Speak. Lu Si-tu felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware that the man before him was not one to be trifled with. He quickly responded with utmost respect. I have a request, and I hope you can lend your assistance to Lan Mingxiu and Jian. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing displayed a hint of disdain on her face and inquired, What? Is there truly a matter concerning the two of them? What on earth is happening? Lu Si-tu, sensing the urgency, promptly recounted the entire situation. It is thus. My white tiger martial spirit has long been ensnared in a peculiar state of both clarity and obscurity. Just moments ago, after consuming the item you bestowed upon me, the hidden half of my power has finally been fully unleashed. You must be curious about what this state of both clarity and obscurity entails. In essence, it signifies that I have been afflicted by a particularly troublesome cyan toxin, one that cannot be eradicated. Even the erudite elder tree finds himself at a loss regarding this matter. My companions, Lan Mingxiu, Jian, Lu Yu, and I all share this predicament. I once heard Lu Yu mention that her issue has been resolved and claimed it was your assistance that enabled her escape from adversity. Initially, I was skeptical, but after experiencing this myself, I now realize the truth in her words. Therefore, I earnestly beseech you to extend your benevolence and aid us as well. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing furrowed his brow slightly, sinking into contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Well, since it is thus, I shall commit to this good deed wholeheartedly. You may lead the way. Consequently, Lesida guided Tang Xing forward, and they soon arrived at the location of Lan Mingxiu. At the sight of an outsider approaching, Lan Mingxiu's eyes flickered with a hint of wariness, and without hesitation, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, the Azure Dragon's Annihilation. In an instant, a formidable and fierce aura surged forth, as if intent on tearing everything asunder. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Tang Xing felt an urgent need to act without the slightest hesitation. He promptly activated his spirit dominant skill and shouted, "This is bad. She has succumbed to madness." Before his words could fully resonate, Lan Mingxiu unleashed her fifth spirit skill, the Azure Dragon Abyss Formation, followed closely by her sixth spirit skill, the Celestial Azure Dragon Transformation. In an instant, the surrounding space contorted under the immense power of their soul energy, creating a colossal vortex of energy. Undeterred by such ferocity, Tang Xing resolutely countered with his fifth spirit skill, the Holy Light Flash of the Spirit. A dazzling brilliance erupted instantaneously, colliding and intertwining with the dark forces unleashed by Lan Mingxiu. The resulting clash produced a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. After a fierce exchange of explosive forces, Lan Mingxiu, in her corrupted state, was finally pushed back several meters. However, she was far from finished. Recognizing her precarious position, she swiftly recalibrated her tactics and activated her first spirit skill, the Dragon's Might Descends. Utilizing the unique and formidable mental prowess inherent to her dragon lineage, she sought to impose pressure and exert control over Tang Xing. Tang Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence as he declared, "It is merely a trifling dragon might. Watch how I shall respond." As his words fell, a mysterious and formidable power erupted from within him. It was as if an invisible current had struck Lan Mingxiu's mind, instantaneously igniting all his senses. Subsequently, he found himself plummeting into an endless void, surrounded by an expanse of boundless darkness and chaos. This sensation was utterly chilling, as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only solitude and dread. Yet, just as Lan Mingxiu found himself ensnared in this terrifying space, Tang Xing unhesitatingly extended his aid. He swiftly conjured a spell, unraveling the malevolent energy that had ensnared Lan Mingxiu, liberating him from that dreadful predicament. Under Tang Xing's unwavering assistance, Lan Mingxiu gradually regained consciousness, his vitality rekindling. Miraculously, his previously depleted soul power returned to its peak state, even transcending his former limits to achieve an elevation in quality. Observing the unfolding events with satisfaction, Tang Xing nodded approvingly before turning to the anxious Lesida, who awaited nearby. "We are but a step away. Once we locate Jianhe, we shall complete our mission," he stated, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, as though he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Lesida led Tang Xing toward Jianhe's location, the atmosphere along their journey growing increasingly eerie. Upon their arrival, Tang Xing could not suppress a shiver, feeling an oppressive aura enveloping the surroundings. He could not help but inquire, "Why does your training ground exude such a sinister air?" However, Lesida appeared oblivious, continuing forward in silence, seemingly unfazed by the grim ambience. This only piqued Tang Xing's curiosity further. Resolute, he chose to break his silence, invoking his unique spirit vision technique to meticulously investigate this enigmatic locale. As time elapsed, Tang Xing delved deeper, leaving no corner or subtle detail overlooked. After a diligent search, his perseverance finally bore fruit, and he made a significant discovery. Tang Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, dashing towards his objective without a moment's hesitation, swiftly arriving before Jian. With a beaming face, he exclaimed, "Senior brother Jian, do not be afraid, I am here." Jian was taken aback by the sudden voice, looking at the figure before him with a puzzled expression and inquiring, "Who are you? Why do you appear here?" In response to Jian's questioning, Tang Xing quickly waved his hand to clarify, "Senior brother Jian, do not panic, I am Tang Xing." Upon hearing the name Tang Xing, Jian's previously bewildered gaze began to regain a semblance of clarity. He struggled to recall something for a moment before slowly articulating, "Ah, it is you, junior brother Tang. How did you come to be here?" His words still conveyed a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Jian's expression changed dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he sensed a formidable and malevolent force attempting to invade his mind, as if it sought to devour his very soul. Terrified, he clutched his head tightly with both hands, desperately trying to resist the terrifying encroachment of consciousness. Meanwhile, Tang Xing also recognized Jian's perilous situation. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, shouting, "Spirit of the Elves, awaken!" Instantly, a vibrant green light erupted from him, surging forth like a tumultuous torrent towards Jian. The dense spirit energy pierced through Jian's body like a sharp blade. A refreshing sensation coursed through Jian's being, and the rampant demonic energy, as if confronted by its nemesis, began to recede and dissipate. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing's eyes flickered with a resolute determination. In a swift motion, he darted towards Jian like a specter, unleashing a series of ferocious strikes with unparalleled precision. Each maneuver was imbued with boundless power, vowing to eradicate the lingering demonic energy within Jian's being. After an intense confrontation, Jian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his visage reflecting the joy of survival after calamity. With tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes, he gazed at Tang Xing and expressed, "Junior brother Tang, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have surely succumbed to that wretched demonic force, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. I truly do not know how to express my thanks." Tang Xing furrowed her brows, a look of confusion adorning her face as she inquired, "What on earth has transpired with the four of you? Why do you appear in such a state?" In response, Lan Mingxiu stepped forward, his expression grave as he declared, "This tale is a lengthy one, and it must commence from the very beginning. The three of us possess formidable martial souls, the four sacred martial souls. However, fate can be cruel. During the execution of an exceptionally perilous and extraordinary mission, we fell victim to a most insidious poison. This toxin is exceedingly strange, not only eroding our physical forms but also gradually awakening and magnifying the dark facets concealed within our martial souls. That malevolent force surged forth like an uncontrollable tide, nearly stripping us of our self-control. Had it not been for the sagacity and decisiveness of our leader, who granted us a mysterious sanctuary capable of suppressing the dark power, the consequences would have been dire indeed." At this juncture, Lan Mingxiu could not help but exhale deeply, his eyes betraying a sense of dread and reflection upon past tribulations. Chapter 67. The Maze Adventure. Lan Mingxiu inhaled deeply once more before continuing. "It is this very document that has ensnared us in years of torment. Yet, it is also due to the unwavering support of Junior Brother Tang that we have gradually extricated ourselves from this predicament and rediscovered hope in life." His gaze brimmed with gratitude, as if the recollection of those arduous times still lingered in his heart. Tang Xing furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. "Lestu, does this imply that your past behavior of bullying the weak and oppressing others is merely a manifestation of another facet of your character?" His gaze was fixed intently on Lestu, as if he sought to unearth the truth from the latter's expression. Lestu slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation and bitterness. "Indeed, I was compelled to act in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing pondered briefly before turning to leave, his steps brisk. Observing this, Lestu felt a pang of urgency and hurriedly followed, calling out, "Wait for me." Upon hearing the shout from behind, Tang Xing halted and turned around. When he recognized Lestu, a frown creased his forehead, and he inquired, "What is it that you wish to accomplish here?" At that moment, Lestu's face radiated excitement and anticipation as he quickly replied, "Allow me to be your subordinate, if you would be so kind." Taken aback by Lestu's sudden request, Tang Xing initially froze, then a sheepish smile crept onto his face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that. I already have a subordinate and do not require another." Li Fei, standing nearby, absorbed the entire exchange, and upon hearing Tang Xing's rejection of Lestu's proposal, he felt an inner surge of delight. "Excellent. It seems the boss only has room in his heart for me as his subordinate. No one can usurp my position." With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced Li Fei's lips. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Li Fei, as if he recalled something of great significance. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, swiftly catching up to Tang Xing, and called out urgently, "Boss, wait." The fervent cry instantly shattered the surrounding tranquility. Upon hearing that all too familiar voice, Tang Xing immediately halted her steps and turned around, her gaze fixated on Li Fei, who was rushing towards her. A flicker of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, "Li Fei, what is the matter? Why the haste?" Breathless from his sprint, Li Fei reached Tang Xing and, without pausing to catch his breath, eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, are you aware? A Grand Maze escape event is currently taking place in Linghai City. I've heard it is an exceptionally spectacular and thrilling spectacle. I wonder if you would be interested in joining me to witness it?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a brief moment. Then a subtle smile graced his lips as he nodded in response. Indeed, it is worth considering. Since such an intriguing venture had presented itself, it would be delightful to invite Lan Qiu and Su Yin to join in the amusement, which would undoubtedly enhance the experience. Consequently, Tang Xing and Li Fei turned around and made their way towards the location of Yufeng. Before long, they arrived at their destination. As soon as he spotted Lan Qiu, Tang Xing hastened towards her, a smile illuminating his face as he inquired, "Lan Qiu, Li Fei has just discovered an exceedingly enjoyable place, and we intend to visit together. What are your thoughts on this? And Su Yin, would you care to accompany us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yin readily replied, "Sure, I have nothing else to occupy my time at the moment." Meanwhile, Lan Qiu gently grasped Tang Xing's hand, playfully chiding, "Of course, I shall also be going." Thus, the four of them resolved to embark on this adventure, a labyrinthine escape filled with uncertainties and challenges. Tang Xing gently caressed her slightly disheveled hair, furrowing her brow as she said, "Well, all right, Li Fei, let us set off. However, I must trouble you to lead the way at the front." After speaking, Tang Xing straightened her somewhat wrinkled clothing and fixed her resolute gaze ahead. Standing beside her, Li Fei nodded without hesitation, expressing his willingness to undertake this significant responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back and strode purposefully towards their destination. Tang Xing followed closely behind, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Li Fei, as if entrusting all her faith to this brave companion. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally arrived at the legendary Linghai city. Standing amidst the bustling streets, Tang Xing crossed her arms and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Li Fei, where shall we go next? This unfamiliar place truly leaves one perplexed." Li Fei scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and stammered, "Actually, I've only heard others mention this place. I have a general idea of its location, but the specific route is quite unclear. Nonetheless, it's all right. We can ask someone for directions." With that, Li Fei began to scan the surroundings in search of a suitable person to inquire. Before long, he noticed a graceful woman approaching in the distance. He hurriedly stepped forward and politely said, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I trouble you with a question? Do you happen to know where the popular maze escape manor is located?" However, the woman did not even glance at him. Her eyes filled with disdain and annoyance as she coldly replied, "I don't know." She then walked away without a backward glance, leaving Li Fei and Tang Xing exchanging glances, at a loss for what to do next. Su Yin could not help but chuckle, saying, "Look at you now. Not only did you fail to ask for directions, but you also ended up embarrassed. How mortifying." Yet, Li Fei did not feel discouraged or disheartened by this. With a confident pat on his chest, he replied, "Oh, that was merely a minor oversight, a mere accident. Rest assured, I guarantee that this time I will successfully ask for directions." With renewed determination, Li Fei set out to find another person to approach. Before long, he spotted a kindly old man and quickly walked up to him, politely asking, "Good day, sir. Could you please tell me how to get to the maze escape?" The old man, upon hearing Li Fei's inquiry, responded without hesitation, "Oh, that's simple. First, walk to the right, continue going right until you reach the end. Then turn left, keep going right, then left again, right, left, and finally turn right again." Upon hearing this, Li Fei's heart soared, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. He could hardly wait for the old man to finish speaking and eagerly interjected, "Haha, I understand. Following this method will surely lead us to that grand entrance." However, to his astonishment, the elderly man slowly shook his head, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile as he said, "Not quite, my child. What I refer to is not the exit. Perhaps you truly wish to inquire about how to reach the main entrance of the maze escape game?" It was only at this moment that Li Fei awoke from his reverie, eagerly nodding in agreement. Observing this, the old man ceased his enigmatic demeanor and straightforwardly informed him, "In fact, it is quite simple. Just follow this path straight ahead, and before long, you shall arrive at your desired destination." Filled with exhilaration upon receiving the answer, Li Fei felt as though he were propelled by a powerful force, swiftly turning around and racing back to Su Yan's side. He then struck a pose of arrogance, basking in self-satisfaction, and began to boast, "Look at this. I effortlessly discovered the route." Su Yan rolled her eyes at Li Fei and retorted, "Humph. It was merely luck. Now let us hurry." At that moment, Tang Xing suddenly noticed the entrance before them and exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this is truly remarkable." Just then, a young and beautiful girl gracefully emerged from within the door, smiling at them as she said, "Greetings, I assume you have come for some amusement? Tang Xing promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. May I inquire what conditions are required to complete the registration? The girl adeptly processed their registration and handed them a protective talisman, carefully advising, this is a life-saving talisman. Should you unfortunately encounter unavoidable traps, this talisman will ensure your safe departure. I wish you all good fortune. One more thing to remind you, this place exerts a strong suppressive effect on spiritual souls, so do not overuse it. Now, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. With that, she slightly inclined her body in a gesture of courtesy. Tang Xing, Lan Xiao, Li Fei, and Su Yan, for intrepid adventurers, ventured into the enigmatic labyrinth. As Tang Xing treaded cautiously, her mind was ensnared in contemplation of the mysterious maiden's words. At that moment, Lan Xiao noticed the look of doubt etched on Tang Xing's face and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, don't dwell on those thoughts. Since we have arrived at this place, let us relish this extraordinary adventure." Encouraged by Lan Xiao's words, Tang Xing resolved to set aside her perplexities and walked alongside her companions. As they progressed, Li Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable chill enveloping them from all directions. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Do you feel that? It's rather eerie and cold, isn't it?" Despite his trepidation, Li Fei mustered the courage to step ahead and lead the group. Just then, an unexpected scream shattered the silence. A blood-curdling cry that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, nearly causing Li Fei's spirit to flee in terror. Clutching his head in fright, he shouted, "Stay back, ah!" Witnessing Li Fei's disarray, Su Yan could no longer suppress her mirth. She doubled over, laughter erupting from her as it echoed through the labyrinth, brightening the atmosphere. Once her laughter subsided, she teasingly inquired, "Li Fei, why is your courage so diminutive? With such a timid disposition, how can you dare to venture out? I dare say, more thrilling escapades await us, and you may end up forgetting your own identity in fright." Haha. Despite Su Yan's jests, Li Fei remained shaken. He sighed resignedly and muttered, "It's absurd that I was the one frightened, yet you find it amusing. Truly excessive. But alas, what can I say? I am indeed a coward." With that, he continued to follow the group, albeit with trepidation. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. A white figure suddenly materialized behind Li Fei, floating ethereally like a specter. Su Yan's eyes widened in terror as she pointed and stammered, "Li Fei, behind you." However, Li Fei appeared unfazed, even dismissively retorting, "Umph. Trying to scare me again?" He nonchalantly glanced back at the shadowy figure, jokingly reaching out to touch it, saying, "Well, I must admit, it looks rather convincing." At that moment, the ever-vigilant Tang Xing sensed something amiss and urgently shouted, "Li Fei, be careful. This time it might be real." Upon hearing Tang Xing's warning, Li Fei's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he turned and bolted, his speed leaving Tang Xing and the others astounded. "He's running too fast," one exclaimed. Quick to react, Tang Xing called to the others, urging, "Hurry, do not dawdle." They hurriedly made their way to a secluded corner, where Tang Xing unexpectedly stumbled upon a small hiding place, a concealed nook. At that moment, the enigmatic woman in white remained oblivious to the absence of Li Fei and the others, continuing her solitary advance. Su Yan sensed Li Fei pressing closer to her, and irritation bubbled within her. She furrowed her brow and raised her voice, saying, "Li Fei, could you refrain from crowding me? You're practically on top of me." Just then, an unforeseen incident occurred. Li Fei suddenly lost his footing, his body teetering as he lurched forward and fortuitously fell into Su Yan's embrace. This unexpected turn of events left Su Yan wide-eyed, her expression a mix of astonishment and indignation. Instinctively, she raised her hand and slapped Li Fei's cheek with considerable force, exclaiming in anger, "You shameless scoundrel. Cretin." The sharp sound of the slap resonated in the air, echoing Su Yan's profound fury. In the face of Su Yan's accusations and reprimands, Li Fei appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such reactions. He merely shook his head in resigned acknowledgement, muttering, Yes, I'm shameless. Let us hurry along." With that, he extricated himself from Su Yan's grasp and swiftly departed, leaving her seething in place. Unable to quell the tumult of her emotions, Tang Xing's gaze swept the surroundings with intensity, and suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply as he gravely warned, "Everyone must exercise caution. This place conceals intricate mysteries and is likely fraught with numerous traps." Yet, before his words could fully resonate, he was abruptly seized by excruciating pain, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing his mind, rendering him nearly unconscious. Beside him, Lan Xiao, filled with urgency, rushed forward without hesitation. enveloping Tang Xing in a tight embrace. With her gentle and delicate hands, she tenderly stroked his head in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Under Lan Qiu's soft consolation, Tang Xing's previously strained features began to relax, and his tightly shut eyes gradually opened. He gazed vacantly at Lan Qiu, his voice weak as he inquired, "Lan Qiu, what just transpired? Did you uncover anything new?" Tang Xing took a deep breath, striving to maintain his clarity, and then, without further concealment, candidly confessed, "Just now, I utilized the power of my spiritual eye to probe the surrounding environment, only to be met with an unexpectedly formidable backlash of mental energy. Had I not withdrawn in time, the consequences would have been dire." Lan Qiu tightly embraced Tang Xing, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "It's all right. I'm just relieved that you're safe." Her eyes were filled with concern and relief. However, a subtle unease lingered in Tang Xing's heart as he softly uttered, "I am currently unable to wield my martial soul." Upon hearing this, a faint flush appeared on Lan Qiu's cheeks. She bit her lip, seemingly resolved, and whispered, "How about I carry you then?" Li Fei, who was nearby, was taken aback. His mouth agape in astonishment. He stared wide-eyed at Lan Qiu, incredulously murmuring, "Is this truly the Lan Qiu I know?" Even the typically composed Su Yin could not help but exclaim, "Could this be a Fade?" Tang Xing hastily waved his hand, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile as he replied, "No need for that. Although I cannot use my martial soul, I can still walk normally." Lan Qiu's previously hopeful expression instantly morphed into one of disappointment, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. She sobbed, her voice tinged with a blend of grievance and fear. Then, "Can you carry me? I am truly a bit frightened." Tang Xing suddenly, Li Fei experienced a moment of clarity, as if a flash of insight illuminated his mind. And he swiftly understood the crux of the matter. He approached Su Yin with determined strides and softly inquired, "Have you discerned it?" Su Yin nodded slightly, leaning in to whisper in Li Fei's ear, "Of course, I have. However, their relationship currently appears somewhat unstable. If they wish to progress further, they must find ways to spend more time together and understand one another better." Meanwhile, Tang Xing and Lan Qiu were engaged in a spirited debate. Tang Xing, shaking his head in resignation, ultimately chose to relent and said, "Very well. If it must be so, then I shall carry you. Please hop on." Upon hearing this, Lan Qiu was filled with uncontainable joy, akin to a jubilant little kitten, as she eagerly leaped onto Tang Xing's broad and sturdy back. As Tang Xing discovered the two paths ahead, Li Fei spoke up, "I will take the right side with Su Yin." Thus, Tang Xing had no choice but to proceed along the left path with Lan Qiu. As they walked, Tang Xing sensed something amiss, and suddenly, a deep pit ensnared the two of them. Chapter 68, The Passage. Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he discovered that what appeared to be an ordinary pit was, in fact, a frigid and bone-chilling ice pit. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into it. However, as he attempted to escape the icy depths, he was horrified to realize that it was utterly impossible. No matter how forcefully he jumped, he felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him unable to break free. At that moment, Lan Qiu, who had been observing Tang Xing's actions, was about to speak when a sudden wave of intense cold surged forth, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Lan Qiu involuntarily shivered, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself in a desperate attempt to seek warmth. Yet, the relentless chill continued to assail her, inflicting unbearable torment. After numerous fruitless attempts, Tang Xing finally turned her gaze towards the trembling Lan Qiu beside her, inquiring with genuine concern, "Lan Qiu, what troubles you?" Lan Qiu's body quivered slightly, her voice tinged with tremors as she replied, "Tang Xing, I feel so cold." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing suddenly comprehended, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. The icy pit is exuding frigid air." She quickly urged, "Lan Qiu, hold on to me tightly." Without hesitation, Lan Qiu clasped Tang Xing firmly. In that instant, she felt the warmth emanating from Tang Xing, a warmth akin to the gentle sun on a winter's day, dispelling the chill enveloping her. Like a lifeline, Lan Qiu clung to Tang Xing, unwilling to loosen her grip for fear of losing this precious warmth forever. As time passed, the two remained locked in their embrace, drawing strength from each other to withstand the cold emanating from the icy pit. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had quietly slipped by, yet they remained in their original position, reluctant to part. For in that moment, each was the other's sole pillar of support in life. Only through their mutual closeness could they endure this arduous trial. Tang Xing gazed at Lan Qiu with a concerned expression, his voice soft and gentle as he inquired once more, "How do you feel? Are you more comfortable now?" Lan Xiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples, and she nodded lightly, responding in a hushed tone, "Yes, it has indeed warmed up considerably." Upon receiving Lan Xiao's affirmative reply, a flicker of relief crossed Tang Xing's eyes. He then inhaled deeply, swiftly forming intricate seals with his hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, a dazzling flame of ethereal brilliance erupted from his palm, the fiery tendrils dancing through the air like nimble performers. With a graceful sweep of his arm, the elemental fire struck the hardened objects with precision, astonishingly melting them into a pool of crystalline liquid. Simultaneously, the previously frozen air began to stir, the chill gradually dissipating as the surroundings restored to their former state. Tang Xing cautiously supported Lan Xiao, and the two walked side by side, embarking on an unknown journey ahead. Their figures gradually faded into the vastness of the night. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Su Yin were traversing a tranquil path. The journey was serene, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Su Yin couldn't help but furrow her brow, pondering to herself, "This journey has been rather too peaceful, hasn't it? There seems to be something amiss." Sensing Su Yan's unease, Li Fei turned to her with a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not worry. Perhaps this is a fortuitous sign. Maybe kind-hearted souls are secretly aiding us, preemptively mitigating potential dangers." Though Su Yin still harbored doubts, she managed to force a smile in agreement. Thus, they remained vigilant and steadily advanced towards their destination. Tang Xing emerged slowly from the shadows, a faint yet enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "What else could it be?" His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, carried an undeniable certainty. This unexpected utterance startled Li Fei, who was caught off guard. His body tensed instantly, retreating rapidly like a frightened rabbit until his back met the cold, hard wall, halting his flight. Simultaneously, his right hand inadvertently brushed against an object, producing a sharp click that sent a jolt of fear through him, draining the color from his face as he exclaimed, "Boss, could you possibly give us a heads up next time? You truly are capable of scaring someone to death." At that moment, his heart raced like a drum, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. However, before Tang Xing could offer an explanation, a deep and urgent rumbling echoed throughout the space. The onlookers turned towards the sound, only to witness a colossal stone rolling towards them at an astonishing speed, stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing's pupils abruptly constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Run!" These two words erupted in the air like thunder, resonating with a deafening echo that buzzed in the ears of all present. Li Fei, confronted with such a terrifying spectacle, felt an overwhelming surge of fear. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to react swiftly. He grasped the equally panicked Su Yin by the arm, and, summoning every ounce of strength, they raced desperately toward the exit. Their figures appeared exceptionally diminutive and fragile in the dim light, as if they could be consumed at any moment by the merciless boulder looming ominously nearby. Tang Xing ran desperately forward, keenly observing his surroundings. His gaze was firmly fixed ahead, fearful of missing any subtle clues. At that moment, Li Fei was leading the charge at the forefront of the group. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "Not good. It's a dead end." This unexpected turn of events sent a jolt of anxiety through everyone. Upon hearing Li Fei's call, Tang Xing immediately reacted, shouting loudly, "To the right. Quickly push that door open." Without hesitation, Li Fei dashed towards the right, exerting all his strength to push open the seemingly immovable stone door. As the door slowly creaked ajar, a faint beam of light filtered through the gap. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Fei could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "We are saved." Tang Xing, whose heart had been suspended in anxiety, finally felt a sense of relief as he exhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed, that was truly terrifying." Beside him, Su Yin was also breathless and drenched in sweat, echoing his sentiment, "Absolutely, it was a close call." Once their emotions began to stabilize, Tang Xing commenced a meticulous examination of their surroundings. He observed that the space was remarkably expansive, prompting him to ponder aloud. Could this vast area be a concealed compartment? Li Fei, equally intrigued, surveyed the vicinity and nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, it certainly resembles one." The group fell into deep contemplation, striving to unravel the enigma concealed within this mysterious locale. Tang Xing cautiously touched several areas around him, carefully sensing every subtle difference. Upon reaching certain specific spots, a hint of doubt surged within him. Something seemed amiss. His brow furrowed and his gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, Tang Xing called out loudly, "Li Fei, come here quickly. There seems to be a problem." Hearing Tang Xing's call, Li Fei rushed to his side, his expression tense and focused. "Listen carefully, Li Fei. We will turn this switch together. On the count of 3, 2, 1, we push with all our might." Tang Xing fixed his eyes on the mysterious switch, his tone resolute. Li Fei nodded in understanding. As Tang Xing completed the countdown, the two worked in unison to turn the switch. In an instant, a dull sound resonated, and the previously closed door began to creak open. However, to everyone's astonishment, the scene behind the door left them all speechless. There appeared four distinctly different passages. Faced with such an unexpected situation, everyone momentarily fell into a state of confusion, utterly unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, though, Tang Xing displayed remarkable calmness and decisiveness. He quickly scanned the surroundings, took a deep breath, and began to analyze the current situation. "Everyone, remain calm. It seems we have no choice but to each select a passage to advance. This may be the only way to find a way out." Tang Xing's voice rang clear and strong, as if infusing each person present with courage and confidence. Despite their lingering apprehension, encouraged by Tang Xing's words, the group steeled themselves, preparing to confront the unknown challenges ahead. Li Fei, looking bewildered, asked, "What is going on? Why can't we go together?" His puzzled eyes were fixed on Su Yan, as if seeking answers from her. Su Yan smiled helplessly, gently patting Li Fei's shoulder before pointing to the side. "Why don't you take a look at the sign over there?" Following Su Yan's, Li Fei's gaze landed on the conspicuous sign. It read clearly, "Each participant must navigate through their own independent passage to seek the exclusive treasure chest belonging to that passage. Only when all participants successfully gather the items from the four chests can they return here to activate the door leading to the next level." After reading this, the smile that had adorned Li Fei's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a serious and earnest expression. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Oh, so that's how it is. I understand now." Li Fei and Su Yan stepped onto different passages, their figures gradually fading from view. At this moment, Tang Xing turned his attention to Lan Xiu, his expression grave as he said, "Once inside, exercise utmost caution. If you encounter a formidable enemy that proves too difficult to contend with, remember to shatter the rune and withdraw immediately." Lan Xiu gazed at Tang Xing, concern flickering in her eyes, yet more prominently, there was confidence and resolve. She softly replied, "Rest assured, with my capabilities, handling ordinary situations should pose no problem. However, you must exercise caution and refrain from recklessness." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing felt a surge of defiance welling within him. He furrowed his brow slightly and retorted with a hint of discontent, "Do not underestimate me. While I may not possess strength comparable to yours, I am by no means devoid of ability." His words resonated with affirmation of his own prowess and a fervent desire for recognition. Tang Xing cautiously stepped into the mysterious passage, and as he entered, he was immediately confronted by a raging sea of flames. The intense fire roared like a frenzied dragon, seemingly intent on devouring any intruder. Startled, Tang Xing quickly regained his composure and decisively activated his unique and powerful soul eye martial spirit. With the awakening of the soul eye, his vision sharpened dramatically, allowing him to meticulously explore the fiery expanse. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a glimmering point hidden within the flames. Upon closer inspection, he marveled at the sight of such a precious treasure. Overflowing with excitement, he was eager to acquire it. In a flash, Tang Xing moved with the grace of a swift swallow, deftly avoiding lethal traps. Like an agile leopard, he navigated through the fire, each leap perfectly timed, unaffected by the surrounding inferno. Simultaneously, he sensed a surge of power within him, as if an invisible force was urging him onward. Thus, he found a relatively safe spot, closed his eyes, and concentrated on comprehending this mysterious energy. On the other hand, Su Yan was not as fortunate. Strolling alone by the seaside, she was suddenly engulfed by a surging tide, massive waves crashing down upon her. Terror gripped her heart, and her face reflected profound anxiety. She understood the futility of resisting such a powerful tide, and, in a moment of clarity, summoned her martial spirit, seeking to escape this perilous situation. However, fate seemed unkind. The tide appeared almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing her, no matter how desperately she ran. Despair began to wash over Su Yan, leaving her uncertain of how much longer she could endure. Lan Xiu cautiously entered the passage, and the scene before her left her in astonishment. The once familiar surroundings had transformed into a bizarre and alien landscape, with everything around her solidified into hard stone. A sense of inexplicable tension surged within her, prompting Lan Xiao to heighten her vigilance and scrutinize every subtle change in her environment. At that moment, the stones appeared to be manipulated by some mysterious force, slowly shifting to form a colossal array, seemingly intent on ensnaring her. Yet, undeterred by this sudden threat, Lan Xiao exhibited no sign of fear. In a swift motion, she flickered like a specter, instantly morphing into a formidable dragon. The dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar before crashing into the encircling stones with overwhelming force. However, the stones were not to be underestimated. They rapidly coalesced into an impenetrable wall, resisting the dragon's fierce assault. In an instant, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Fei faced a heart-pounding trial. A violent hurricane swept in, akin to a pack of ferocious beasts relentlessly pursuing him. Li Fei was utterly exhausted and parched, yet he refused to relinquish his resistance. In a critical moment, he unhesitatingly unleashed the second soul skill of the Radiant Dagger, the Radiant Storm. In an instant, countless dazzling beams of light erupted from the dagger, forming a formidable whirlwind that fiercely clashed with the raging tornado. After a grueling battle, the Radiant Storm ultimately succeeded in absorbing all the tornadoes. Breathing heavily, Li Fei descended to the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "Finally, the problem has been resolved." Just as he prepared to take a brief respite, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed in the distance, capturing his attention. Intrigued and expectant, Li Fei slowly approached the source of the golden glow. Upon closer inspection, he joyfully discovered a treasure chest concealed in the shadows. Eagerly, he opened the chest, revealing a key that shimmered with a mysterious radiance. Su Yin pondered silently, acutely aware that she could no longer afford to remain passive. Thus, she gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, "Absolutely not. We must seek the opportune moment to counterattack." Without hesitation, she unleashed her first soul skill, Blade Wings Butterfly Spiral. Countless glimmering, cold-edged wings surged forth like a tempest, striking fiercely at the rising tide. Witnessing the significant effect of this maneuver, Su Yan's confidence surged, prompting her to pursue the offensive. Taking a deep breath, she focused her energy and shouted, once more, "Second soul skill, Purple Butterfly Light." In an instant, a resplendent purple light erupted from her being, akin to a violet sun illuminating the entire sea surface. Following the execution of these two powerful techniques, the previously tumultuous tide began to recede gradually. As the waters pulled back, a mysterious white glow gradually became discernible. Su Yin, keenly aware of this change, wasted no time and swiftly soared forward to investigate. Approaching the white light with caution, she felt no trace of danger. Confirming it to be safe, Su Yin gently reached out and opened the treasure chest before her. To her surprise, the chest contained merely an ordinary-looking key. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Su Yin instantly grasped its profound significance. Lan Xiao found herself ensnared in a dense maze of stones that formed an impregnable fortress around her. However, at that critical juncture, an astonishingly powerful force surged forth from within her. This energy seemed to emanate from an ancient, mysterious source, causing the very air around her to tremble. With a roar, Lan Xiao swung her arm violently, and that immense power crashed into the surrounding stones like a torrential flood. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, as the once indomitable stones crumbled before an overwhelming force, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. At that moment, a brilliant white light suddenly flashed in the distance. A surge of joy welled up in Lan Xiao's heart, and without hesitation, she raced toward the radiant glow. However, just as she was nearing her destination, an unforeseen mass of stones emerged from the shadows, obstructing her path. Unfazed by this sudden impediment, Lan Xiao raised her hand with a graceful flick, unleashing her extraordinary power once more. This time, the stones shattered like fragile glass beneath her commanding wind, reducing them to mere dust that danced in the air. At long last, Lan Xiao successfully navigated through the myriad of obstacles, arriving at the source of the luminous light. There, she discovered a hidden treasure chest, from which the brilliant radiance emanated. With great haste, she opened the chest and found within it a key glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. Seizing the key, Lan Xiao wasted no time and swiftly turned towards the exit. Before long, she returned to her starting point, where Li Fei and Su Yin had been anxiously awaiting her return. Breathless, Lan Xiao rushed to inquire, "Where is Tang Xing?" Li Fei shook his head in resignation, responding, "He should still be inside." Hearing this, Lan Xiao felt her heart leap into her throat, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Clenching her fists tightly, she murmured to herself, "Tang Xing, please be safe." Meanwhile, Tang Xing was awakening. channeling his own energy amidst the omnipresent lava surrounding him. No wonder it's so hot. The lava is all around me, he exclaimed. With a powerful leap, he sprang from the molten confines. Yet, the lava would not relent, coalescing into a formidable fire dragon that surged toward him. In a moment of desperation, Tang Xing activated his spirit form, but he quickly realized the dragon's searing heat was insurmountable. He promptly deactivated his spirit form, narrowly evading the dragon's fiery assault. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xing could not hesitate any longer. He swiftly unleashed his fifth soul skill, Elven Holy Light Flash, successfully vanquishing the formidable fire dragon. As he surveyed the aftermath, a glimmer of white light caught his attention, leading him to discover a treasure chest. Lan Qiu paced anxiously, fearing for Tang Xing's safety, her impulse urging her to rush in. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the passageway, Tang Xing. Without hesitation, Lan Qiu leaped towards him, and Tang Xing gently patted her shoulder, gathering the key before departing from the scene. Chapter 69. A tender approach emerging from within, Tang Xing inhaled deeply, reflecting. The outside world is indeed far more pleasant. Li Fei echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the air here is refreshingly crisp. Tang Xing offered a smile in response, guiding Li Fei and the others slowly toward the grand entrance. Just then, the enigmatic young woman appeared before them, her smile radiant as she inquired, "How are you all enjoying your time here?" Upon hearing her voice, Tang Xing's expression subtly shifted, though he quickly regained his composure, responding courteously, "Thank you for your hospitality. This experience has been remarkable. We shall certainly return for another visit." With that, he prepared to turn away. However, Li Fei sensed an unsettling undercurrent and grasped Tang Xing's arm, whispering, "This girl seems rather peculiar. Should we not exercise caution?" Tang Xing nodded in agreement, prompting both to quicken their pace and departure. Li Fei, intrigued and perplexed by Tang Xing's words, widened his eyes and questioned, "Is that truly the case? Are you certain it is her? She appears to be just an ordinary young lady." Tang Xing nodded thoughtfully and explained, "Indeed, I am quite certain. Although she may appear ordinary, her mental fortitude is remarkably potent, capable of effortlessly thwarting my attempts at mental exploration. This suggests that she is far from a mundane individual. Furthermore, I sense a familiar aura emanating from her, which piques my interest profoundly." Li Fei furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He began to reevaluate the young woman, pondering her identity and origins. Perhaps this girl harbors secrets and powers yet unknown. With this thought, curiosity about her surged within him. Tang Xing continued, saying that they should remain vigilant and not provoke her lightly. After all, their understanding of her was still too limited. Yet, they could not disregard her existence, for she might become either an ally or an impediment in their future endeavors. Li Fei nodded in agreement, fully aware of the complexities and dangers of this world, where even the most seemingly inconsequential individuals could harbor immense power. They resolved to discreetly observe the young girl's movements, striving to learn as much about her as possible. They hoped that through such efforts, they might uncover opportunities for collaboration or, conversely, avoid conflict. Li Fei, astonished, exclaimed, "So terrifying? Truly. It's a world of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I previously thought there were no formidable figures in Linghai City." His expression reflected a mixture of surprise and confusion. Upon witnessing this, Su Yin chuckled teasingly. "Now that you're aware of the hidden masters here, why not dedicate yourself to diligent training and bravely strive to achieve greatness?" Her tone carried a hint of encouragement and anticipation. However, Li Fei fell silent at her words, seemingly touched in some profound way. At that moment, Lan Qiu suddenly conceived an intriguing idea. "How about we play a game?" she suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Su Yin immediately perked up, inquiring, "What kind of game? Do tell us." Her face radiated eagerness. With a mischievous grin, Lan Qiu replied, "Let us see who can reach the academy first." Hearing this, Su Yin felt a tightening in her chest, sensing the familiarity of the phrase as if it had echoed in her memory before. Before she could ponder further, Lan Qiu began the countdown. 3, 2, Su Yin hastily shouted, "Wait, I'm not ready." But Lan Qiu ignored her, boldly declaring, 1. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Yin summoned her second soul and shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Tang Xing, not to be outdone, swiftly summoned his fairy wings and followed closely behind. Although surprised, Li Fei was equally determined and quickly pursued them. Observing their rapid departure, Lan Qiu felt a surge of delight and promptly unleashed various obstacles to hinder their progress. Anticipating Lan Qiu's tactic, Tang Xing smiled slightly and executed a tornado technique, sweeping up the obstacles and hurling them toward Su Yin and Li Fei. Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief at Tang Xing's audacity. A wave of disappointment washed over him, mingled with a tinge of melancholy. Yet, at that moment, a more amusing thought struck him. As Su Yin soared through the air, she suddenly heard a whistling sound, followed by a wooden barrel hurtling towards her. Reacting swiftly, she unleashed her first soul skill, Wing Blade Butterfly Spin. With a powerful flap of her wings, a sharp gust of energy cleaved the barrel in two. "Who is that?" she shouted. Such a lack of civic responsibility. Carelessly throwing things around. No sooner had she spoken than several similar objects came flying toward her. This time, Su Yin remained composed, offering a faint smile as she declared, "Watch me, second soul skill, Purple Butterfly Light." As her words resonated, a radiant violet glow erupted from her being, coalescing into a formidable stream of light that surged towards the objects before her. Under the relentless bombardment of the purple butterfly light, the objects were ultimately reduced to nothingness. However, at that moment, Su Yin suddenly realized she might have been deceived. Swiftly, she turned her gaze towards the distance, where she spotted several figures hastily retreating. Anger surged within her as she recognized the intentional provocation, and without hesitation, she pursued them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the academy stood Tang Huang, Lan Xiao, and Li Fei. Upon landing, Su Yin immediately charged towards Li Fei. Sensing imminent danger, Li Fei hastily concealed himself behind Tang Xing. Su Yin, confronting Tang Xing, called out to Li Fei, "Come out. I promise I won't harm you." Li Fei, still hidden, retorted, "Do you think I'm foolish? I want tea." Su Yin, regaining her composure, insisted, "I truly mean it. Hurry out. I am not deceiving you." Knowing Su Yin all too well, Li Fei replied, "I refuse, boss. You must protect me." Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Yin lunged behind Tang Xing to grasp Li Fei. In a nimble maneuver, Li Fei prompted Tang Xing to pivot, resulting in a dizzying chase around Tang Xing. Overwhelmed by their antics, Tang Xing finally exclaimed, "Stop. Li Fei, come out. No more spinning. I feel like I'm going to faint." With a swift motion, Su Yin seized Li Fei and promptly delivered a thorough thrashing. Meanwhile, Tang Xing and Lan Xiao were engaged in a discussion regarding the outcome of the competition. Curiously, Tang Xing inquired, "Lan Xiao, who do you think among us will triumph in this match?" Nonchalantly, Lan Xiao replied, "Who knows? However, I do know of a delightful cake shop. Would you care to join me in sampling some treats?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Tang Xing eagerly nodded in agreement, "Absolutely." Thus, Lan Xiao and Tang Xing set off towards the cake shop together. Lan Xiao came to a halt, her eyes fixated ahead as she softly asked, "Tang Xing, are these sisters of yours blood-related?" A hint of curiosity and intrigue laced her voice. Tang Xing paused slightly upon hearing Lan Xiao's question, then shook his head gently. He raised his gaze, meeting Lan Xiao's eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his own. With a soft sigh, he replied, "No, there is no blood relation between us." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Lan Xiao's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She grasped Tang Xing's wrist tightly, squeezing it as if seeking to draw strength from him. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, as though she hoped Tang Xing would provide a more elaborate explanation. Tang Xing sensed the palpable tension emanating from Lan Xiao. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, "Lan Xiao, in truth, my sisters and I share merely an ordinary sibling bond. We have grown up together, supporting one another, yet we hold no blood ties. You must believe me on this." His tone was resolute and sincere, evoking a stirring of emotion in those who heard him. As Lan Xiao listened to Tang Xing's words, her doubts gradually dissipated. A gentle smile graced her lips as she replied, "All right, I believe you. However, you must not deceive me." Her smile conveyed a sense of warmth and trust, enveloping Tang Xing in an overwhelming sense of comfort. Tang Xing exhaled with relief, gazing at Lan Xiao with gratitude. "Thank you, Lan Xiao. I will not deceive you," he declared, his voice imbued with sincerity and conviction, stirring deep emotions within. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting profound feelings. Hand in hand, they continued their journey, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Li Fei and Su Yin cautiously concealed themselves behind the bushes, their eyes fixated on Tang Xing and Lan Xiao. Anticipation swelling within them, they whispered encouragement, kiss her, as if cheering Tang Xing on. At that moment, Tang Xing walked ahead, seemingly aware of the gazes from behind, but choosing to disregard them. He softly said to Lan Xiao, "Shall we go?" Lan Xiao nodded slightly, reaching out to take Tang Xing's hand. However, Tang Xing suddenly noticed her gesture and, without hesitation, grasped her wrist, intertwining their fingers slowly. This scene ignited exhilaration in Li Fei and Su Yin, who could not contain their excitement, causing the bushes to rustle in response. Tang Xing immediately sensed something unusual and swiftly turned his gaze, his eyes sharp and vigilant. However, he soon realized that there was nothing amiss. It was merely the rustling of the grass stirred by the wind. Relieved, he took Lan Xiu's hand and departed from the scene, leaving Li Fei and Su Yin to continue their reverie of a beautiful love story amidst the foliage. After watching them leave, Li Fei and Su Yin emerged, Su Yan's face radiating excitement as she joyfully exclaimed, "Did you see that?" The way they held hands. Li Fei nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed. I noticed. They really know how to enjoy themselves," their fingers interlocked. Upon saying this, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Su Yin continued, "Yes. It looks quite sweet. But we should not disturb them, let them relish this moment." She tugged at Li Fei's hand, signaling him to leave together. However, Li Fei felt a twinge of reluctance and said to Su Yin, "Let us follow them and see. Perhaps we might uncover more intriguing happenings." Su Yin frowned, hesitating as she replied, "Let us not. It doesn't feel right. It's almost like stalking. What if they notice us?" After hearing her words, Li Fei acknowledged the validity of her reasoning, yet his curiosity persisted, compelling him to delve deeper. After a moment of silence, he ultimately resolved to abandon the notion, saying to Su Yin, "All right, let us forget it and head back." Su Yin sighed in relief, smiling as she said, "Okay, let us go." Thus, the two turned and departed. On a sunlit day, Tang Xing and Lan Xiu entered a charming cake shop. The interior showcased an array of exquisite pastries, wafting an enticing aroma. Tang Xing gazed at the splendid array of delicacies, his face lighting up with delight. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lan Xiu called out, "Waiter, I would like 4 of each cake." Her voice brimmed with exuberance, as though she intended to procure the entire shop as confections. Upon hearing this, the waiter's face brightened with a smile, thinking to himself that this was indeed a lucrative deal. He responded warmly, "Certainly, madam, please hold on for a moment." Before swiftly turning to prepare the cakes, Tang Xing was somewhat taken aback by Lan Xiu's extravagant order and suggested, "How about I cover the bill this time?" He felt that such expenditure was rather lavish. However, Lan Xiu waved her hand dismissively, asserting with confidence, "No need. I have more than enough funds." Shortly thereafter, a waiter approached with a tray, upon which lay a small receipt. He politely handed it to Lan Xiu, stating, "Good day, madam. Your total expenditure amounts to 80,000 gold spirit coins. As a member, you are entitled to a discount of 40,000 gold spirit coins. Would you prefer the cakes to be packaged separately or together?" Without hesitation, Lan Xiu retrieved a black credit card from her bag and handed it to the waiter, saying, "Please charge this card and kindly package them separately." "Thank you." Tang Xing widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Lan Xiu. "You actually possess such a vast sum of money." He found it utterly inconceivable that an ordinary person could amass such wealth. Lan Xiu scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "Well, it's not that remarkable. Every time I came to find you, they mentioned you were busy in the forging chamber, and I didn't want to interrupt your work. So, I thought I'd engage in some other activities and earn a little extra on the side. I didn't realize I had unknowingly saved up a tiny fortune." Curiosity piqued, Tang Xing pressed on, "So, how much exactly?" Lan Xiu replied candidly, "Oh, just 500,000. Upon hearing this figure, Tang Xing's jaw nearly dropped. 500,000 golden spirit coins. You dare to call this a small amount? Outside the cake shop, Lan Xiu gazed at Tang Xing with a bewildered expression, uncertainly asking, "Is it not so?" Tang Xing, holding some items, sighed and suggested, "Let us talk while we walk." Lan Xiu, appearing contemplative, nodded before abruptly inquiring, "Tang Xing, do you have a girl you like?" This question took Tang Xing by surprise. He paused before responding, "No, Lan Xiu, what's wrong? You keep asking such strange questions today." Lan Xiu's eyes dimmed, her mood noticeably sinking as her voice softened. "Am I not a girl? What do you perceive me as?" Tang Xing looked at her in confusion and retorted, "Of course I know you're a girl, but does that conflict with our relationship?" Lan Xiu huffed, turning her head away, muttering, "Humph, I want to talk to you." Tang Xing raked his fingers through his hair, mumbling to himself, "Great, I've upset her again." Chapter 70. Graduation Ceremony. The sun bathed the Linghai Academy campus in a golden hue, as if draping the ancient and solemn institution in a sacred glow. Within the campus, colorful flags fluttered and flowers bloomed, creating a vibrant scene. On this day, Linghai Academy celebrated the graduation ceremony for the new cohort. enveloping the entire institution in an atmosphere of joy and excitement. Students donned their finest attire, their faces alight with smiles, their eyes reflecting aspirations and hopes for the future. Laughter echoed through every corner of the campus as classmates embraced, capturing moments and photographs to commemorate this significant occasion. In the Academy's playground, a grand stage had been erected, adorned with flowers and ribbons. The graduation ceremony was set to unfold here. With the esteemed elders of Linghai Pavilion seated neatly on one side of the stage, clad in resplendent garments, their faces radiated satisfaction and pride as they gazed upon the graduating students, envisioning the future and hope of the academy. The pavilion master himself attended this grand graduation ceremony. Standing at the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping over each student below. His eyes brimmed with encouragement and blessings as he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Dear students, today marks a significant milestone in your lives. You are about to leave Linghai Academy and step into a broader world. Regardless of where your future may lead you, always remember the teachings of Linghai Academy and courageously pursue your dreams." The words of the esteemed leader resonate like a gentle spring breeze, caressing the souls of each student. They listen intently, a profound sense of mission and responsibility swelling within them. In this moment, they comprehend the weight of their duties and aspirations, further solidifying their resolve to advance. Lestu and Lan Mingxiu stand side by side, gazing at the vibrant scene before them, filled with deep emotion. Lestu gently pats Lan Mingxiu on the shoulder and remarks, "Look, even the leader has come out personally. We certainly did not receive such treatment upon our graduation." Lan Mingxiu shoots him a glance and replies, "Of course, especially since this cohort includes the leader's closed-door disciples and direct apprentices, they naturally receive special attention." Upon hearing this, Lestu's face reflects envy, and he sighs, "Indeed, how wonderful it would have been if I had also been the leader's direct disciple back in the day." Tang Xing could hardly believe how swiftly time had passed during his school years. Graduation was upon him before he knew it. Li Fei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, do you know who is going to host this year's graduation ceremony?" Tang Xing shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Li Fei, feigning mystery, smiled slyly and teased, "You'll find out soon enough." With that, he fell silent, deliberately piquing Tang Xing's curiosity, hoping to provoke him into asking for more information. However, Tang Xing remained remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. Observing Tang Xing's nonchalant demeanor, Li Fei, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you the least bit curious?" He had expected Tang Xing to eagerly press for details, but to his surprise, Tang Xing offered no reaction at all. Li Fei felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering to himself, how can this fellow remain so unfazed? It truly is peculiar. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing displayed a hint of perplexity, and with a touch of astonishment, she remarked, "What is there to be curious about? I have heard of it all. It's merely the senior sister, the elder of Linghai Pavilion, the members, and the pavilion master." As she spoke, she continued to organize the items in her hands. However, upon hearing Tang Xing utter these names, Li Fei felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at Tang Xing, and exclaimed, "Did you truly know this all along? Were you deliberately deceiving me before?" Tang Xing sensed the shift in Li Fei's emotions. She paused her actions, turned to him, and with a gentle smile, explained, "I merely wish to confirm a few things. Please do not be upset. By the way, Li Fei, did you come to see me for a particular reason?" Li Fei observed Tang Xing as she continued to fiddle with her belongings, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. Nevertheless, he feigned nonchalance and replied, "Nothing of great significance. I simply wanted to come and see you." As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of warmth. After accomplishing a multitude of tasks alongside Li Fei, Tang Xing said, "Come, Li Fei. Let us go and meet everyone." With that, she swiftly led Li Fei towards Lan Xiu. There, they found Lan Xiu engaged in light-hearted conversation with several others. Tang Xing approached her directly, presenting a crystal sphere and stating, "Lan Xiu, I have crafted this crystal ball especially for you. You may find it a delightful diversion whenever you feel bored." Next, she produced a magnificent and formidable sword, handing it to Lin Qian, saying, "Lin Qian, this sword is another creation of mine. I have been contemplating a fitting name for it. If you are inclined, perhaps you could bestow it with a suitable title." Lin Qian accepted the sword, examining it thoughtfully. After a moment, he looked up, a spark of excitement in his eyes, and suggested, "Let us call it the Star Abyss Sword." Tang Xing nodded in approval of the name. Subsequently, she retrieved 2 additional items from her spatial ring and presented them to Huang Quan. "Huang Quan, This versatile box is a gift for you. I hope it proves useful. After all, as classmates, we may not have the chance to meet again, Tang Xing said sincerely. Moved by her words, Huang Quan accepted the gift without hesitation. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Captain." Tang Xing then handed a book on cultivating mental strength and a shape-shifting ball to Ziyan. Although surprised, she graciously accepted the two items. Finally, Tang Xing distributed the remaining gifts to Su Yin and Li Fei, which included an adorable little pink pig she had specially made, as well as a pair of shoes custom-fitted to their sizes and preferences. Both Su Yin and Li Fei were thrilled with their gifts and expressed their heartfelt thanks to Tang Xing. Li Fei joyfully donned the shoes, and as he slipped his feet inside, they seemed to come alive, molding perfectly to his shape. A warm energy surged from the soles of his feet, and as he lightly leaped, he discovered an extraordinary boost in his jumping ability, surpassing his usual limits. Each leap brought an unprecedented sense of lightness and freedom, as if he could touch the very edge of the sky. Excitedly, he experimented with various movements, finding that he could effortlessly manage high jumps, long leaps, and sprints. Heights that once seemed unattainable were now easily within reach. Filled with elation, Li Fei cherished these magical shoes as though they were an integral part of him. Tang Xing observed their reactions upon receiving the gifts, and his heart swelled with joy. He understood that these shoes were not merely ordinary items, but rather a heartfelt token of goodwill and blessings. Lan Shou gratefully patted Tang Xing on the shoulder and sincerely expressed, "Tang Xing, thank you. I truly cherish this gift." Her eyes sparkled with gratitude towards him, and Tang Xing smiled in return, saying, "No need to thank me. It brings me joy to see you all happy." In that moment, Tang Xing felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, realizing that bringing happiness to others is a form of bliss in itself. He was confident that these shoes would become steadfast companions in their lives, accompanying them through every remarkable moment. Furthermore, he eagerly looked forward to creating more splendid memories with his friends in the future. Xiaming stepped forward to the center of the stage, his voice resonating powerfully as he proclaimed, "Greetings, fellow students. Today marks the graduation season for the Spirit 7 and Class 1. I solemnly announce that this cohort of Spirit 7 shall forever be enshrined in our Academy's legacy. In the name of the head of Linghai Pavilion, I extend my warmest congratulations to those who have successfully completed their studies." His words brimmed with passion and pride, as if he were proclaiming the achievements of these graduates to the entire world. He continued, "When you entered this academy, you shared a common goal, forming a close-knit bond with one another. You have created a warm and harmonious family, striving together towards the same objective, participating in various competitions, and bringing honor to our school. Here, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you." His gaze swept across the students below, reflecting pride and admiration. He then turned to the soon-to-be graduates of the Spirit 7 and spoke with deep emotion, "You are about to leave this academy, which has witnessed countless moments of sweat and laughter, bidding farewell to the teachers and classmates you have shared your days with. But remember, this will always be your home, and you are welcome to return anytime. May your future be filled with brilliance, and may you forge ahead with courage." Finally, Xiaming bowed deeply, conveying his blessings and respect for all the graduates. As his speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, expressing recognition and appreciation for his words. Subsequently, Xiaming exited the stage, and the host took the microphone, calling out, "Next, let us welcome the leader of the Spirit 7, Tang Xing, to the stage for a speech." As the host's words resonated, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Filled with curiosity and anticipation for this enigmatic and formidable leader of the Spirit 7, Tang Xing slowly ascended the podium, clad in an elegant white robe, his posture upright and his demeanor exuding grace. His gaze was profound and incisive, as if it could penetrate the innermost thoughts of those before him. As Tang Xing took his place at the podium, an immediate hush fell over the audience. All present held their breath, quietly anticipating his words. Tang Xing took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and slowly began to speak. "Esteemed teachers and dear classmates, good morning. I am Tang Xing, the class leader of Class 1, and also the foremost of the 7 Spirit Bearers. Today, I am profoundly honored to stand here and represent all graduates in this speech. First and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude. I would especially like to thank one remarkable teacher, Ms. Su Yi, from the very beginning. It has been her guidance that has enabled me to reach this moment. Furthermore, I must extend my appreciation to Teacher Wu. Your support has helped me surpass my limits and led our team to outstanding achievements. Without the dedicated instruction and selfless devotion of both of you, I would not be the person I am today. Therefore, Please allow me to convey my sincerest respect and heartfelt thanks to these two extraordinary teachers. Tang Xing deeply bowed to them, expressing his respect and gratitude. His gaze was filled with sincerity and determination, as if he wished to convey this sentiment to each individual present. After completing his bow, Tang Xing slowly straightened up, yet he did not immediately depart. Instead, he stood quietly in place, seemingly still immersed in the recent atmosphere. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and looked once more at the crowd, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He then took a deep breath, adjusting his demeanor, ready to forge ahead. He understood that greater challenges awaited him, yet he was fully prepared to confront any difficulties and trials that lay ahead. Tang Xing gripped the microphone tightly, his gaze resolute and filled with gratitude as he spoke, simultaneously. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the esteemed master of Linghai Pavilion for his personal guidance and cultivation. I am truly grateful to you. However, the individuals I am most eager to thank are Brother Jiang Hao and Sister Jin Yu. Had it not been for their generous offer of this rare opportunity to study at the academy, I might never have found myself standing here today. Therefore, I solemnly pledge to cherish this opportunity, to strive diligently, and to repay the academy with outstanding achievements. During my time at the academy, I have also forged bonds with many exceptional classmates. We have laughed, played, and participated together in various competitions, ultimately claiming the championship title. Over the past 3 years, we have weathered numerous storms together, establishing a profound camaraderie. Furthermore, the teacher-student relationship cultivated during these 3 years has deepened our understanding of mutual trust and the importance of gratitude towards others. Tang Xing gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and continued, Now, we are about to embark on a brand new journey, our hearts brimming with boundless gratitude and reflection. In this moment, I can only sincerely extend my most heartfelt blessings and earnest wishes. May all students in our school diligently pursue knowledge and joyfully grow. May our esteemed leaders and teachers enjoy smooth careers and robust health, and may our beautiful alma mater flourish and thrive. My speech concludes here. Thank you all. Just as the host was preparing to commence the next segment, Xiaoming abruptly stood up, his voice resonating with urgency. Let us pause the graduation ceremony for a moment. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Spirit bearers, heed my command. I hereby order you to immediately proceed to the western regions to assist your senior brother, Hukong. He is my earliest disciple and also my foremost apprentice. Currently, he serves in the Heavenly Spirit Hall. But he has recently encountered peril in the western regions and urgently requires aid from our academy. Tang Xing, I earnestly implore you to rescue your senior brother. I beg you. Tang Xing discerned the predicament faced by Xiaoming and assured him, Rest assured, esteemed leader, we shall embark on this quest, shall we not, everyone? The crowd unanimously affirmed, Indeed. Tang Xing proceeded to inquire, What does Brother Hu look like? Xiaoming produced a portrait depicting a strikingly handsome man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance, with clear and resolute eyes. This is your senior brother, Hukong. Xiaoming indicated the image. He is an exceptionally gifted spirit seeker. I hope you can locate him swiftly and effect his rescue. Tang Xing carefully examined the portrait, committing it to memory. We shall do our utmost. With resolve, he led the group on their journey towards the Western realms. Chapter 71. You are quite audacious. After Xiaoming revealed a photograph of Hukong, the group resolved to embark on their expedition to the Western territories. However, shortly after their departure, Tang Xing, appearing perplexed, inquired, Does anyone know the way to the Western regions? At that moment, Li Fei stepped forward and stated, The Western regions lie to our west, specifically to the southwest. Follow my lead. After a moment of contemplation, he began to guide Tang Xing and the others onward. As they traversed dense forests and crossed swift rivers, they finally arrived at a place called Maple Leaf City. Lin Xian gazed down from the sky at the full splendor of Maple Leaf City and couldn't help but exclaim, Maple Leaf City is truly breathtaking. It is the perfect place to spend sweet moments with a beloved partner while admiring the beautiful maple leaves. Su Yan, picking up on his implication, teased, So, Lin Xian, does that mean you already have a girlfriend? Lin Xian, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and quickly clarified, No, I do not have a girlfriend. That was merely a fleeting sentiment. Noticing this, Su Yan chose not to pursue the matter further and quietly set aside her doubts. Shortly thereafter, they arrived above Shuangjiang City, and everyone was in awe. Su Yan was the first to speak. Shuangjiang City is steeped in many mysterious legends, the most renowned being that it is the birthplace of Senior Tang Yun. Additionally, there is a widely circulated tale that within the city stands an ancient wishing tree, whose presence blesses the city, allowing it to thrive for centuries. Xian interjected, in fact, the reason this city has remained unchanged for thousands of years lies in the deep roots of the wishing tree. This tree dates back to a time long forgotten, and its true power is beyond measure. The group was taken aback, with Huang Quan exclaiming, "Does that mean this tree is even older than the one at our school?" Xian affirmed, "It should be, but I cannot be certain." Regaining their composure, they all bowed deeply before the wishing tree and continued their journey towards the western regions. As they reached an open area, dusk began to settle. At this juncture, Li Fei and others landed on the ground and suggested, "The sun is about to set. Perhaps we should rest here for the night." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xing inquired, "How far is it to the western regions from here?" Li Fei confidently replied, "We'll reach it as soon as we exit the city." Tang Xing pondered for a moment before deciding, "Then let us rest here for the night. As for accommodations, Li Fei shall be responsible for finding a place, while we will allocate rooms as previously arranged." Su Yin was deeply captivated by the charming little trinkets around her, leaving Tang Xing at a loss. With a hint of resignation, he asked, "Lan Qiu, shall we take a stroll?" Lan Qiu looked up at the sky, noting that it had not yet fully darkened, and cheerfully replied, "Sure, let us go." Thus, they began to meander through the streets. Tang Xing followed closely behind Su Yin, while Lan Qiu excitedly looked around, eagerly purchasing anything that caught her fancy. Suddenly, Tang Xing sensed that someone was covertly trailing him and Zhong. However, he refrained from alarming them, merely giving Lan Qiu a gentle tap on the shoulder to signal her to be cautious. Understanding his hint, Lan Qiu promptly dashed over to Su Yin, suggesting, "Su Yin, shall we explore together?" Su Yin readily agreed, taking advantage of the moment. Tang Xing employed a secret technique to shield the two individuals. Meanwhile, the person behind her could not help but display a look of astonishment. Just as he was taken aback, Tang Xing darted forward with astonishing speed, prompting him to swiftly react and pursue her closely. Tang Xing was acutely aware that this individual had been trailing her, and she murmured to herself, "Let us see how you can catch up with me. No, I must not allow him to discover our whereabouts." Tang Xing meticulously scrutinized his surroundings with his spiritual eyes and soon discovered a passage that appeared to be a dead end. Without hesitation, he led those behind him into this corridor, which, though seemingly ordinary, was in fact a realm teeming with transformations and peril. Tang Xing's mastery of the art of elusive shadows is utterly refined, leaving those who follow in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of their surroundings. They can only follow Tang Xing blindly, their hearts heavy with fear and anxiety. When these individuals finally realize they have wandered into a dead end, panic begins to ensue. One among them murmurs in disbelief, "How is this possible? Have we truly been led to this place? Is it possible that we have been discovered?" Tang Xing paid no heed to their terror, but instead continued to concentrate on finding a way out. He understood that only by remaining calm could he discover a solution to the predicament. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Xing noticed Su Yin and Lan Qiu waiting for him, and thus inquired, "Li Fei, how is the allocation proceeding?" Li Fei appeared to have anticipated this moment, responding calmly, "Indeed, apart from Lan Qiu and yourself, everyone else has been arranged." After uttering this, Li Fei seemed to recall something suddenly, promptly sealing his lips and falling silent. Tang Xing lifted his gaze towards the window, only to discover that the night had descended, enveloping the entire city in darkness. He then turned to Lan Qiu and softly proposed, "Lan Qiu, shall we share a room tonight?" Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Lan Qiu's cheeks. Yet she did not decline. Instead, she took Tang Xing's hand and together they walked towards the room. Once inside, Lan Qiu gently pushed Tang Xing onto the bed and, in a graceful motion, nestled herself in his embrace. Thus, they lay entwined, spending a tender night together. As dawn broke, the golden sun gradually ascended from the distant horizon, its brilliant rays illuminating the earth. The morning glow painted the sky in hues of crimson, unfurling like a vibrant tapestry before their eyes. A refreshing breeze carried the scent of leaves and the earth, invigorating the air. A troop of mounted soldiers was making their way along the path, the rhythmic sound of hooves resonating like a harmonious symphony, seemingly merging with nature itself. Clad in ornate armor and wielding sharp weapons, they exuded an aura of majesty and strength. However, one horse suddenly went berserk, charging forward as if driven by some enigmatic force. At that moment, Lan Qiu was stepping out of the inn. She walked towards the approaching soldiers, her gaze calm and steady. But as she noticed the uncontrollable horse galloping towards her, a wave of fear surged within her, rendering her motionless. The leading soldier hastily tugged at the reins in an attempt to regain control. Yet he soon realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the frenzied steed. Just as the out-of-control horse seemed poised to collide with Lan Qiu, a familiar figure appeared like a flash of lightning. Tang Xing swiftly grasped the reins, pulling forcefully while simultaneously delivering a kick to the horse's belly, compelling the unruly steed to retreat with vigor. His movements were rapid and decisive, showcasing exceptional equestrian skill and formidable strength. In Tang Xing's eyes flickered a profound murderous intent as he glared at the group of soldiers, bellowing, "Do you not see someone standing here?" His voice resonated with fury and authority, instilling a sense of dread. The soldier at the forefront rose to his feet, asserting it was clearly her who obstructed. Otherwise, how could my horse have been startled? Faced with such audacity, Tang Xing stepped forward, retorting with commanding presence, "Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you brazenly shift the blame onto others. How arrogant of you." The aura exuded by Tang Xing was chilling to the bone, as if it could penetrate one's very marrow, eliciting a wave of dread within the leading soldier. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Tang Xing, his body trembling involuntarily. What do you intend to do?" "I am a soldier of the Imperial Army." The soldier stammered, his bravado a mere fade. Yet, Tang Xing remained unfazed by the threat, a hint of disdain curling upon his lips. "Do you truly believe you are worthy to represent the Imperial Army?" Tang Xing scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. With that, he took a decisive step forward, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The leading soldier, feeling this immense force, paled instantly, his legs weakening as he nearly succumbed to the ground. In desperation, he called upon his martial spirit, seeking to withstand Tang Xing's oppressive aura. A colossal phantom of a white tiger materialized behind him, radiating a fierce energy. As his martial spirit manifested, the soldier's confidence began to return. Yet his gaze remained fraught with fear and reverence. He revealed his cultivation level, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings swirling around him, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was left awestruck. They had not anticipated Tang Xing's formidable strength, effortlessly overpowering a soldier with 5 soul rings. As Tang Xing beheld the formidable Soul King before him, he could not help but silently lament the encounter with such a formidable adversary. At that moment, Li Fei and the others emerged, and upon realizing that they were face to face with the Soul King, Li Fei could not suppress a quiet remark, suggesting that a splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Suddenly, Tang Xing's gaze transformed into one of icy resolve. He raised his hand, and with a subtle gesture, an unparalleled surge of soul power erupted like a tempest. This force, akin to a raging tide, emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure and authority. The soldier's martial soul shattered and dissipated under the impact of this power, as fragile as glass. The abrupt turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. The general, in particular, widened his eyes, his face a canvas of astonishment and incredulity, as though he were witnessing the apocalypse. He had initially perceived Tang Xing as merely an ordinary youth, yet now he grasped the magnitude of his grievous misjudgment. A chill of fear gripped the general's heart, for he had never encountered such formidable strength. Nor could he fathom that this seemingly unremarkable boy possessed such terrifying prowess. Regret washed over him for his earlier decision. Had he not insisted on taking Tang Xing, perhaps he would not find himself ensnared in such an embarrassing predicament. The soldier, now pale with fright, realized the gravity of his actions, having provoked an exceedingly fearsome being. He hastily knelt, bowing his head in apology, his voice trembling as he addressed Tang Xing. "I am truly sorry for speaking so loudly, esteemed one. I did not mean any offense. I implore your forgiveness." Lan Qiu stood to the side, momentarily at a loss, unsure how to navigate the situation. Yet, upon realizing that all of this was orchestrated by Tang Xing, she turned to him with a hint of resignation in her eyes. Finally, she let out a gentle sigh and addressed the soldier, saying, "Very well, let this be a lesson for the future." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing immediately lifted the mental control over the soldier. As the soldier regained his senses, he appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to recall the events that had just transpired. He could only murmur to himself, "What has happened to me?" The general, upon observing this scene, was left utterly astonished. He promptly dismounted and obstructed the path of Tang Xing and his companions, respectfully addressing them. "Greetings, esteemed soul master. I am the general under the Hushin camp. May I inquire where you and your esteemed company are headed?" Upon hearing the other party claim to be from the Hu Divine camp, Tang Xing felt a stir within his heart and pondered quietly. Could they be the subordinates of Brother Hu? He then inquired, Are you the subordinates of General Hukong? General Wang, taken aback by the question, felt a tinge of confusion but politely replied, Indeed. May I ask who you are? Tang Xing promptly responded, I am a junior disciple of General Hukong, here specifically to seek him out. Upon hearing this, General Wang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Realizing that General Hukong had a junior disciple, he scrutinized Tang Xing closely, finding his demeanor to be extraordinary, not resembling that of a liar. He then glanced at the individuals behind Tang Xing and curiously asked, And who are they? Tang Xing, having anticipated this question, quickly replied, They are my friends. Accompanying me to find General Hukong. General Wang nodded in understanding, recognizing that having friends in this world is quite a common affair. Furthermore, the strength of these individuals appeared formidable, unlikely to pose any threat to the military camp. Thus, he smiled and said, Then please, accompany us. We are returning to the camp. With that, he turned and led his soldiers onward. Tang Xing and his friends followed closely, heading towards the military camp. Along the way, General Wang occasionally glanced back at Tang Xing and the others, pondering, what is the true background of this junior disciple of General Hukong? Why has he brought so many friends to seek out General Hukong? Though his mind was filled with inquiries, he kept his thoughts to himself, silently observing Tang Xing and his companions' every move. Tang Xing, in turn, noticed General Wang's scrutiny and understood that the other party might harbor suspicions about him. However, he felt no trepidation, knowing that once he met General Hukong, all questions would be resolved effortlessly. Thus, Tang Xing and his friends followed General Wang's troops back to the camp. Upon their arrival, they garnered the attention of numerous soldiers, yet, under General Wang's leadership, no one dared to approach them. Li Fei and the others trailed quietly behind the army, their curiosity about the unfamiliar surroundings piqued. Simultaneously, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings for any potential threats. Those hiding in the shadows lamented their predicament. This is troublesome. They have left with General Wang. What shall we do now? Just then, Tang Xing, accompanied by General Wang's contingent, entered the domain of the western regions. This formidable troop exuded an imposing aura, with soldiers brimming with vigor and the spirit of battle. Tang Xing rode alongside General Wang on a majestic steed, his gaze resolute and piercing, as if capable of discerning all truths. Chapter 72. The scheme unfolds. Tang Xing's eyes widened in awe as he beheld the magnificent scenery before him, exclaiming, Wow! Is this the western regions? It is absolutely breathtaking. He was overwhelmed by the boundless desert that stretched endlessly, its undulating dunes resembling golden waves cascading into the distance, merging seamlessly with the azure sky and wispy clouds. Sunlight poured down, causing the sandy surface to shimmer with a dazzling brilliance, as if countless diamonds were embedded within. Beside him, Li Fei had long since grown accustomed to such sights and exhibited little astonishment. With a calm smile, he remarked, This is merely a part of the western regions. Countless more wonders await our exploration. With that, he continued onward, leaving Tang Xing still immersed in exhilaration. However, Lan Qiu stood rooted in place, gazing silently at the land, a wave of melancholy surging within her. It seemed as though she could transcend the river of time, witnessing the inequalities and sufferings that had once transpired on this soil. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she sighed softly, as if she could sense the weight and vicissitudes of history. To her, the beauty of this desert concealed endless tales and anguish. She recalled those who had been forcibly uprooted from their homes, enduring oppression. Their tears and sweat had once soaked this land. She understood that although the land appeared tranquil now, the scars of the past remained indelibly etched here. As time progressed, Lan Qiu gradually emerged from her sorrow. Regaining her composure, she reminded herself to cherish the present peace and beauty while striving to make the world a fairer and more just place. Armed with this resolve, she quickened her pace to join Li Fei, embarking together on an unknown journey. General Wang, conversing as he pointed ahead, spoke with a steady and powerful voice that instilled a sense of reassurance and trust. We are nearly there. Everyone, please follow me, he declared. His gaze was resolute, and his strides were confident, as if he held unwavering faith in the destination they were approaching. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. He was eager to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic headquarters and to meet the esteemed General Hu. General Wang, where is the headquarters? Tang Xing could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, his gaze fixed intently on General Wang, yearning for a definitive answer. General Wang smiled gently, regarding Tang Xing with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He recognized Tang Xing as a young man brimming with curiosity and ambition. and thus refrained from reproaching him for his question. The headquarters lies just ahead, not far off. General Hu is indeed within the camp, General Wang replied patiently, his tone calm, devoid of any hint of boastfulness or exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was overwhelmed with excitement. He envisioned himself stepping into that enigmatic realm, meeting General Hu and seeking his counsel on military strategies. The prospect filled him with immense exhilaration and anticipation. As the convoy continued to advance, Tang Xing's heartbeat quickened. He knew that he would soon encounter the legendary General Hu, and that moment was finally approaching. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing remarked, "Very well, General Wang. I shall take my leave." General Wang, with a look of perplexity, inquired, "You are departing? Were you not here to seek your senior apprentice brother?" Tang Xing expressed his gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you, General Wang, for guiding us. We shall continue the remaining journey on our own, so we won't trouble you any further." General Wang furrowed his brows as he regarded Tang Xing, a flicker of confusion and doubt passing through his eyes. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "Very well, since you insist, I shall not impose. However, should you require any assistance or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out." Tang Xing smiled and nodded in gratitude. She then turned to the group behind her and said, "Let us proceed." The company advanced along the mountain path, their figures gradually fading from General Wang's view. Standing still, General Wang gazed towards the direction they had departed, pondering to himself, who are these individuals? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Furthermore, their familiarity with this mountain is noteworthy. It seems necessary to send someone to investigate. Lost in thought, General Wang turned and left, leaving behind a mystery in the mountains. Meanwhile, Tang Xing and her companions continued onward towards their destination. Their adventure was only just beginning. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, his gaze profound as if contemplating a matter of great significance. After a considerable pause, he slowly spoke, "General Wang, please hold on for a moment. I wish to entrust these 3 friends to you, to represent me in paying a visit to General Hu. What do you think?" Upon finishing, he turned his attention to Lin Qian, Zhang Li, and Su Yao beside him, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and trust. General Wang was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze swept over Lin Qian and the others, revealing a flicker of hesitation. After a brief silence, he spoke with some difficulty, "Mr. Tang, you and General Hu share a brotherly bond. It seems rather inappropriate to send others in your stead at this juncture." Tang Xing smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with confidence. He gently patted General Wang's shoulder and softly reassured him, "There is no need for concern, General Wang. These 3 are my friends and trustworthy individuals. I have complete faith in their abilities to fulfill the mission." General Wang hesitated for a moment, but seeing Tang Xing's unwavering determination, he could only nod in resignation. With a sigh, he remarked, "Very well, since you hold such trust in them, I shall defer to your judgment. However, I implore you all to exercise caution and take care along the way." With that, he clasped his fist in salute to Lin Qian and the others, his eyes brimming with expectation and earnestness. Tang Xing and Li Fei stood in place, with Li Fei wearing a perplexed expression as he inquired, "Boss, why aren't we joining them?" Tang Xing sighed helplessly and replied candidly, "Because there has always been someone trailing behind us. You all find a place to hide for now, while I confront this enigmatic figure." Tang Xing led the group to a shadowy corner and suddenly exclaimed, "Come out. You've been following me all this way. Are you not weary?" As the words echoed, a figure gradually materialized. Upon revealing himself, the individual inquired with a hint of confusion, "When did you discover my presence?" Tang Xing replied with a faint smile, "From the moment I set foot in Chiji City, you have been lurking in the shadows, have you not? Now, may I inquire about your identity?" The man chuckled heartily, "Since you have uncovered me, I shall no longer conceal myself. I am Jingyin, the shadow guard of General Hu Kong." Hearing that he was the shadow guard of General Hu Bao, Tang Xing furrowed his brow and pressed further. "If you are indeed the shadow guard of General Hu Bao, why have you been tailing me? What is your true intention?" Tang Xing gazed at Jingyin, seemingly attempting to probe into his essence with her mental faculties. However, she soon revealed a look of trepidation. "How could I not uncover anything? Is this even possible? Could it be that his martial soul possesses a unique capability, or perhaps his cultivation surpasses my own?" Jingyin regarded Tang Xing with a slight smile and remarked, "It is indeed beyond your reach to discern my condition, for my cultivation has ascended to the realm of an 8-ring soul Douluo. Furthermore, I possess certain abilities that can shield against mental-type soul techniques, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. Our purpose for being here today was merely to visit General Hu Kong's senior apprentice. Now that we have fulfilled that objective, consider our mission accomplished. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. He grasped Jing Yin's hand tightly, his gaze resolute and piercing, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his soul through his eyes. In a low voice, he interrogated Jing Yin. What brings you here? Merely to observe? That cannot be the case. Jing Yin inwardly marveled at the astuteness of the leader of the seven spirits, who had effortlessly discerned his intentions, with a hint of surprise. Jing Yin remarked, Indeed, as the leader of the seven spirits, your perceptiveness is truly commendable. Upon hearing the mention of the seven spirits, Tang Xing's wariness surged within him. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Who are you? I have never seen you before, nor do I know anything of the seven spirits. Are you a spy sent by the enemy? Jing Yin smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed. He slowly withdrew a photograph from his bosom and handed it to Tang Xing. The image clearly depicted Tang Xing alongside Li Fei and several others. Jing Yin pointed to the photograph and said, You are quite renowned now. We have received images from your prestigious elite competition. Even our leader, Hu Kong, speaks of you in high regard, showering you with praise. In fact, I was once one of the seven spirits myself. By virtue of seniority, I should be regarded as your second elder brother. However, this title is not permanent. Tang Xing felt a jolt in her heart and, after regaining her composure, inquired, What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? Jing Yin pondered for a moment before swiftly manifesting a symbol exclusive to those of the seven spirits. Tang Xing was taken aback, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Jing Yin gradually spoke, Do you believe now? Tang Xing contemplated internally, realizing that the emblem of the seven spirits was a closely guarded secret, known only to those who had once held the title and sworn to eternal confidentiality. Could it be that he truly was? General Wang, accompanied by Lin Xian, Tang Ying, and Long Chun, approached the military camp. Upon turning to them, General Wang respectfully bowed and stated, Gentlemen, please hold for a moment while I report inside. With that, he hastily entered the tent. Upon entering, General Wang immediately saluted the imposing and formidable Hu General, who sat regally in a tiger-skin chair, exuding an air of authority. General Wang announced, General, 3 individuals wish to see you, claiming to be your disciples. Hu General's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity, yet he replied, Invite them in. Receiving the command, General Wang promptly exited the tent and conveyed to Lin Xian and the others, The general requests your presence. Subsequently, Lin Xian, Tang Ying, and Long Chun followed General Wang into the tent. Upon their entrance, Lin Xian and his companions were immediately struck by the sight of the formidable Hu General. Towering and clad in dark armor, his countenance was stern, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. Lin Xian stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and deeply bowed, saying, Greetings, General Hu. We are here to assist you on behalf of the Spirit Sea Academy. Hu General regarded the trio with a slight smile, his tone warm and inviting. Esteemed guests, I commend your journey. Allow me to arrange a sumptuous feast to reward your efforts. He then turned to General Wang and instructed, General Wang, please make arrangements for the kitchen to prepare an elaborate banquet for these distinguished visitors. General Wang complied, and soon a table laden with delectable dishes was set within the tent. Lin Xian, Huang Quan, and Ziyin, feeling no hesitation, took their seats and began to indulge in the lavish spread. Lin Xian and Huang Quan were filled with excitement, though they had traveled well. Fatigue had not weighed heavily upon them. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude once more, saying, Thank you, General Hu. Under General Hu's hospitality, Lin Xian, Huang Quan, and Ziyin enjoyed a relaxing bath followed by a delightful meal. As Lin Xian lifted his plate, he gestured for Huang Quan to procure a silver needle. Huang Quan produced the needle, inserted it into the food, and after a brief wait, withdrew it. Upon careful inspection, he found no anomalies, allowing them to partake in the feast with ease. However, as they dined, an inexplicable heaviness began to envelop their bodies, their eyelids growing increasingly weighty as if pulled by an unseen force. Ultimately, they could not withstand the force and collapsed to the ground. General Wang, displaying remarkable decisiveness, promptly summoned his subordinates to lift the 3 individuals and cautiously move toward the prison cells. During this process, Lin Xian and Huang Quan gradually regained consciousness. The two shared a profound connection, swiftly taking action to eliminate the guards responsible for their escort. They then began to deliberate on how to transport Ziyin. Huang Quan executed a swift thunderstorm cross-slash, instantly clearing the surrounding soldiers with precision. At that moment, a patrolling soldier in the distance sensed the disturbance and shouted, Someone is escaping. Hearing this exclamation, Huang Quan momentarily froze. Without hesitation, Lin Qian hoisted Xian onto his back and urged urgently, "Let us depart." Simultaneously, Huang Quan hurled a dumpling-shaped object. Lin Qian, quick of hand, caught it and swiftly consumed it. Almost immediately, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. And clutching Xian tightly, he soared away. Meanwhile, Huang Quan brandished his weapon, conjuring a dense mist that obscured the vision of the soldiers, allowing him to make a hasty escape from the scene. Jing Yin grasped Tang Xing's arm firmly, his expression grave as he stated, "The general has mentioned that if you come here, you may directly enter the demon domain forest and utilize my life token." As he spoke, he retrieved a black life token from his bosom and handed it to Tang Xing, fully aware of the significance of this token to Jing Yin. She accepted it without hesitation. However, Jing Yin suddenly pushed the token back toward her, earnestly advising, "You must remember that the terrain of the demon domain forest is treacherous, inhabited by many formidable soul beasts. During your mission, ensure your safety above all else, and do not act recklessly. The objective of this mission is to eliminate the malevolent soul beasts that roam the outer circle of the demon domain forest. Do you understand?" Tang Xing nodded in acknowledgement, signifying her comprehension. Tang Xing instantly comprehended the situation, her gaze sharp as she turned to Jing Yin and remarked, "So it was you who sent the message to the academy." Jing Yin was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry smile and replied, "Indeed, it was I. However, it was a matter of necessity." Tang Xing understood that it was not entirely fair to place the blame on Jing Yin, for he too was a member of the academy. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Very well, I comprehend. I shall find a way to resolve this matter. However, once I have dealt with those spirit beasts in the outer circle, you must offer me some valuable rewards as compensation." Jing Yin was not taken aback by this request. A faint smile graced his face as he replied, "Rest assured, as long as you can manage these troubles, I will certainly provide you with some benefits." The two exchanged a knowing smile and lightly bumped their fists together, signifying the establishment of a small agreement. Chapter 73. The Desert of the Demon Realm. Tang Xing approached the front lines with resolute steps, his imposing presence evoking a sense of reverence among those who beheld him. However, as he attempted to enter the camp, two soldiers promptly barred his passage, anxiously declaring, "This is a restricted military zone. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted." Tang Xing halted, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the soldiers. Slowly, he retrieved a mysterious insignia from his pocket. Upon sighting this emblem, the soldiers' faces transformed into expressions of astonishment. Realizing that it was not an item possessed by just anyone, one soldier swiftly regained his composure and respectfully stated, "Please, do enter." The other soldier quickly nodded in agreement and hastily opened the camp gate, allowing Tang Xing to pass unhindered. Tang Xing was astonished to discover that a mere life token had yielded such remarkable effects. He led his team members into the enchanted forest, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Upon entering the woodland, Tang Xing immediately employed the spirit eye technique, meticulously scanning the surrounding environment. He reported to his comrades, "There is currently nothing amiss in our vicinity, but we must remain vigilant. Li Fei, you shall take charge of reconnaissance. Lan Qiu, you will pave the way. And Su Yin, stay close behind me, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice." As the group ventured deeper, Lan Qiu tirelessly wielded her weapon, striving to forge a path forward. At that moment, Li Fei astutely detected a disturbance ahead and promptly relayed to Tang Xing, "Boss, there is a fierce battle unfolding between a swarm of scorpions and a horde of centipedes directly ahead. Based on their cultivation levels, the average is around 5,000 years, while the most formidable individual appears to be approximately 50,000 years old." Upon hearing Li Fei's account, Tang Xing's mind stirred with contemplation, and he turned to Li Fei to inquire, "Are you certain these creatures are indeed scorpions and centipedes?" Li Fei nodded resolutely, affirming his certainty. Tang Xing meticulously elaborated on his plan to Li Fei and Su Yin, subsequently inquiring, "Do you both comprehend it?" Upon hearing the details, Li Fei expressed profound admiration for Tang Xing's strategy, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Boss, your approach is truly remarkable. I shall commence executing it immediately." Su Yin could not help but remark, "That tactic of yours is quite cunning." Thereafter, Li Fei donned the agile shoes that Tang Xing had provided and swiftly soared out of the forest, making his way to the market to procure a large rooster. He returned with remarkable speed to Tang Xing, joyfully announcing, "Boss, I have successfully acquired it." Tang Xing gazed at the cage full of roosters, a flicker of excitement and anticipation dancing in his eyes. He immediately summoned the ethereal energy within him, channeling it into the birds. As the mystical force flowed through them, The roosters began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Their once ordinary feathers gradually became vibrant and resplendent, while their combs grew ever more crimson and lustrous. What was even more astonishing was the noticeable increase in their size, as their previously petite frames surged into imposing figures. Li Fei and the others stood in awe. Their mouths agape at this extraordinary spectacle, having never witnessed such a marvel. The roosters' cultivation levels surged instantaneously, their strength magnified, showcasing a formidable vitality and power. They could not help but express their admiration for Tang Xing's extraordinary abilities. "Goodness, this is incredible," Li Fei murmured, his eyes glinting with reverence. He understood the immense potential of such a capability. If harnessed and applied effectively, it would yield tremendous benefits and advantages. The other two nodded in agreement, realizing that Tang Xing possessed an extraordinary gift to alter the very essence and prowess of living beings. Haha, these roosters have been successfully refined by me," Li Fei declared, turning to Tang Xing, who responded with a mischievous smile. After speaking, he handed the cage over to Li Fei. Li Fei accepted the cage, opened the door, and gently placed the robust roosters behind the scorpions and centipedes. Upon sighting the insects, the roosters erupted in enthusiastic clucks. "Wow, so many bugs. Brothers, it's time to feast." They opened their beaks wide, revealing sharp beaks, ready to indulge in this lavish banquet. Meanwhile, the leading scorpions and centipedes stared in terror at the approaching flock of roosters, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat. They attempted to flee, but the roosters were too swift, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. Thus began a fierce chase. In this tumultuous battle, most of the centipedes and scorpions failed to escape the relentless pursuit of the roosters, ultimately meeting their demise at the beaks of their assailants. Only a few fortunate scorpions and centipedes managed to evade the onslaught, albeit severely injured. Tang Xing gazed upon the small forest before him and turned to Li Fei and the others, exclaiming, "What a quaint little place." A subtle smile graced his lips as he continued, "However, fret not. This is merely a fraction of what lies ahead. To truly enter the outer realm, we must traverse this forest. Are you all prepared?" His unwavering gaze swept over the group, exuding confidence and determination. Li Fei and his companions nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness. Their expressions were focused, brimming with anticipation for the adventure that awaited them. Observing this, Tang Xing felt a surge of inner satisfaction. He understood that, despite the challenges that lay ahead, unity would empower them to overcome any obstacle. Thus, he led the group into the forest, proceeding with caution, ever vigilant against potential dangers lurking nearby. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that evoked a sense of mystery and tranquility. Yet, they were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely superficial, poised to be shattered at any moment. Meanwhile, Huang Quan, Lin Qian, and Ziyin found themselves enveloped in swirling yellow sands, prompting Huang Quan to voice his confusion. "Where are we?" Lin Qian surveyed their surroundings, frowning as he remarked, "It appears we are in a desert." Huang Quan's heart sank at this revelation, a name flashing through his mind. Could this be the fabled Death Desert? Lin Qian also considered this unsettling possibility, but quickly steeled himself. They still had a mission to fulfill. At that moment, Ziyin stirred awake, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the scene. "This is not the Death Desert," she declared, "but rather the demonic desert of the western regions. The dangers here surpass your wildest imaginations, even more fearsome than the Death Desert. We are indeed in grave trouble." With that, Ziyin sighed heavily, her concern palpable. Noticing the seriousness of Ziyin's demeanor, Lin Qian urged, "Ziyin, you should focus on healing first." He then turned to Huang Quan, gesturing for him to assist swiftly. Huang Quan promptly retrieved a precious healing dumpling from his spatial ring and handed it to Ziyin, saying, "Hurry and consume this. It will expedite your recovery." Without hesitation, Ziyin accepted the dumpling and swallowed it, subsequently channeling her soul technique to mend her injuries. Under the dual influence of these restorative powers, her body began to heal rapidly, and her wounds gradually improved. In a short while, Ziyin stood restored to her peak condition. As if the earlier grievous injuries were but a fleeting illusion, Ziyin slowly rose, surveying her surroundings with a puzzled expression. "How did we end up here? I distinctly remember being in the military camp just moments ago." Huang Quan, clutching his head in frustration, interjected, "You have no idea how ruthless that despicable general who has been towards us. He not only struck us down but even pursued us relentlessly. Bah, what a so-called senior brother. He is nothing but a great demon." Ziyin was taken aback by Huang Quan's words, but shook her head in disbelief. "Surely, Senior brother, who cannot be that heartless? Huang Quan was left speechless, as was Lin Qian, who found himself at a loss for words as well. After a while, Lin Qian suddenly recalled something and exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, if we are truly in the demon domain desert, perhaps we might encounter Captain Tang Xing." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Captain Tang Xing is here as well?" Lin Qian nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes. Tang Xing and I had previously arranged to meet at the outskirts of this desert." Upon hearing this, Xian promptly urged, "Then let us hasten our departure to avoid wasting time." With that, she took the lead and strode forward. After traversing the forest, Tang Xing and his companions finally arrived at the fringes of the desert. Li Fei gazed at the desolate landscape before him and could not help but exclaim, "This place is truly forlorn. Such a barren desert evokes a sense of despair." Upon hearing his words, Tang Xing smiled gently and replied, "Indeed. This realm is utterly unlike the environment we are accustomed to, yet it is precisely this divergence that brims with challenges and opportunities." Tang Xing employed his soul spirit, the Lingmu, to survey the surroundings, confirming the absence of any malevolent soul beasts. He urged his companions to maintain their formation and avoid straying apart. In this uncharted territory, their unity was paramount in confronting any potential dangers that might arise. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared in the distance, silently observing Tang Xing and his companions. This apparition seemed to hail from another realm, exuding an unsettling aura. It fixated its gaze upon them, seemingly filled with curiosity regarding these intruders. Unbeknownst to Tang Xing and his comrades, they had already attracted the attention of this enigmatic being. Tang Xing exerted all his effort to activate his spiritual vision, meticulously scanning the surroundings within a 100-mile radius. Under his scrutiny, a dense cluster of cacti emerged ahead. Immediately sensing potential danger, he resolutely declared to his companions, "Prepare for battle." Upon hearing his command, everyone promptly readied themselves for combat, each awakening their respective martial spirits. Among them, Su Yan showcased her formidable prowess by activating her second martial spirit and swiftly unleashing her first soul skill, Butterfly Blade Roll. As the technique unfolded, a fierce gale surged forth, scattering the cacti aside. Beneath the displaced cacti lay a body, and upon recognizing the figure, Tang Xing's mind conjured an image of someone, prompting him to utter in confusion, "Could he be Senior Brother Wukong?" With curiosity and trepidation, Tang Xing cautiously lifted the unidentified man. Observing this, Su Yan quickly switched to her first martial spirit, employing her healing abilities to tend to the man's wounds. Remarkably, under the influence of Su Yan's martial spirit, the man's injuries began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. Before long, he slowly opened his eyes, astonished to find 4 individuals beside him. "Who are you?" he inquired warily. Li Fei, regarding the unfamiliar man with some displeasure, retorted, "We should be asking you that. What are you doing here?" Wukong sensed no malice from the group and even detected a familiar aura emanating from them. Regaining his composure, he replied, "I am Wukong. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance. Without you, I would likely have perished in this desert." Tang Xing and the other 3 displayed expressions of astonishment. Tang Xing, in disbelief, inquired, "Are you Wukong?" Wukong gazed at the concern etched on Tang Xing's face and asked, "What is troubling you?" Tang Xing found it somewhat difficult to believe, her heart filled with doubt as she inquired once more, "Are you truly Wukong? Do you still remember the Linghai mantra? I will recite the first half, and you shall complete the second half." Linghai Wuyin. Wukong stood tall, his voice resonant and fervent as he replied, "With my heart directed towards the light." At last, Tang Xing confirmed that the man before him was indeed his elder brother, filled with excitement as he inquired, "Brother who? What on earth has transpired? How did you come to be here?" Brother Hu, hearing himself addressed in such a manner, asked, "May I inquire as to who you are? And who is your master?" Without hesitation, Tang Xing replied, "I am Tang Xing, a disciple of the master of Linghai Pavilion at Linghai Academy." Upon learning that the other was affiliated with Linghai Academy and held the esteemed title of disciple of the Pavilion Master, Wukong could not contain his tears and said, "You are from Linghai Academy. How is our venerable master faring?" Tang Xing, witnessing his profound sorrow, promptly consoled him, saying, "Brother Hu, master is quite well. Besides, how could one say master is old?" Brother Hu was taken aback, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment as he hurriedly replied, "Forget I mentioned it." A sense of relief washed over Hu, for in that moment of impulsiveness, he had momentarily overlooked that master cherished hearing others remark on his youthfulness. Tang Xing gently patted Wukong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, Do not fret. Look at you, just escaping peril and already worrying about our master. However, how did you come to find yourself in the desert and in such disarray? Wukong let out a deep sigh and recounted his experiences in detail. It turned out that during the execution of a clandestine mission, he had fallen victim to an ambush by the enemy, sustaining severe injuries. In a desperate bid to evade his pursuers, he was compelled to venture deep into the desert, ultimately becoming disoriented and lost. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "How audacious it is for anyone to dare lay hands on a member of Linghai Academy. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall take it upon myself to address this matter. I will return to inform Master at once, and we shall surely uncover the truth behind this incident." Wukong nodded in gratitude, replying, "I appreciate your assistance, junior brother. However, my injuries have yet to heal, and I find myself unable to move freely. I must remain here for a period of recuperation." Tang Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "All right." Suddenly, a peculiar and grotesque soul beast emerged from the nearby woods, appearing before them. This creature was colossal, its form enveloped in a thick layer of scales that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Its head resembled that of a gigantic lizard, from which it exhaled a plume of black smoke, emanating a pungent odor. Tang Xing and brother, who were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the spirit beast, quickly retreating while vigilantly observing its every move. The spirit beast opened its gaping maw and let out a low, menacing roar, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. In Chapter 74, You Are Playing with Fire, Wukong's face betrayed a flicker of terror upon sighting the creature, and he shouted, "This is bad. It's a mutated lizard. We must flee. I will hold it off." He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the spirit beast, and his heart swelled with apprehension. Seeing this, Tang Xing hastily grasped Wukong's arm and declared, "No, brother Hu, your strength has only just returned. It is unwise to engage in battle. You should allow Li Fei to escort you to safety." With that, he forcefully tossed Wukong onto Li Fei's back. Tang Xing remained resolute in his determination to thwart the formidable and cunning soul beast before him. Undeterred by the challenge, he resolved to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Suddenly, the soul beast fragmented into 3 clones and swiftly entered a state of invisibility, causing a pang of anxiety within Tang Xing. Nevertheless, he remained composed and immediately activated his spirit eye martial soul, endeavoring to pinpoint the precise location and true form of the 4 soul beasts. With the formidable perceptive abilities of his spirit eye, Tang Xing swiftly discerned the traces of the 4 entities. He leapt into action, unleashing his first soul skill, the Elven Sacred Light Wave. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from his hand, striking true at the essence of one of the soul beasts. Meanwhile, the other 3 clones, caught off guard, vanished without a trace. The struck soul beast collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Clearly astonished by Tang Xing's prowess, the soul beast, unwilling to concede defeat, launched another assault. Tang Xing, undaunted, engaged in a fierce battle with it. After several exchanges, he realized that the soul beast was no match for him, prompting him to taunt, "Is this all you've got? You are simply inadequate." Ultimately, the soul beast recognized its inability to overcome Tang Xing and was left with no choice but to flee. Tang Xing cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing soul beast and remarked, "Humph, with such trivial abilities, you dare to trouble me?" He then turned and made his way towards Li Fei and the others, intending to reunite with them. Tang Xing flew over to Li Fei and the others, while Lan Xiu approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and remarked, "It is good to know that you are safe." Tang Xing nodded at her, just as she was about to say something, when suddenly a fireball surged towards them from a distance. Sensing the imminent danger, Tang Xing hastily pushed the 4 of them away, only to find herself ensnared within the fiery circle. Tang Xing gazed at the surrounding inferno, a sense of urgency welling up within him. He endeavored to escape the fiery tempest, yet with each step, he felt the searing heat and the sting of the flames. Just as he prepared to make another attempt, the fire suddenly surged upward, ensnaring him within a larger ring of flames, the temperature escalating to an unbearable degree. Tang Xing could even sense his skin beginning to scorch. Tang Xing realized that she could no longer remain passive and needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. Just then, a group of individuals emerged from all directions, encircling Lan Xiu and her companions, coercing them to surrender something of significance. Seeing the situation unfold, Tang Xing was consumed by a burning urgency, exclaiming, "Release them. If you possess any courage, direct your wrath towards me." Wukong, upon catching sight of him, was taken aback and remarked, "You are Dianling. I never anticipated that it would be at your hands that I would meet my demise." With that, He closed his eyes, seemingly resigning himself to the whims of fate. At that moment, Lan Xiao suddenly discovered that her soul power had been sealed, rendering her utterly immobile. She recognized the dire predicament she was in, yet felt powerless to alter her fate. To make matters worse, one of the guards, casting a lewd glance at Lan Xiao, turned to the leader and declared, "Boss, I want this woman for myself." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing could not contain his outrage, shouting, "Do not lay a finger on her." However, the guard disregarded his warning, instead fixating on Lan Xiao's garments. He gently tugged at her clothing, revealing her shoulder, the smooth, fair skin inciting an involuntary admiration. At this juncture, Tang Xing's fury reached a boiling point, an icy chill emanating from his being. "You are toying with fire," he bellowed, his gaze brimming with an inexorable intent to kill, as if he wished to annihilate the entire world. He advanced with heavy, resolute steps, each stride carrying the essence of death. His stare pierced like a razor-sharp blade, instilling dread in the hearts of his adversaries. Yet, the flames did not wane in the face of his determination. Rather, they blazed more fiercely, striving to impede his advance. Undeterred, Tang Xing employed his grappling technique, skillfully ensnaring the assailant and utilizing their own flames to torment him. The remaining foes fell victim to the overwhelming force of Tang Huang's formidable will, leaving only one leader and a single guard standing. Tang Xing closely followed the leader, advancing step by step. His countenance bore no expression, yet his heart was ablaze with fury and hatred. Dian Ling, witnessing this scene, shouted in anger, "Quick, untie me." His voice resonated with despair and terror, for he understood that should Tang Xing seize him, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, Tang Xing paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, resolutely continuing his advance. His singular aim was to make these adversaries pay the price and avenge the fallen. The subtle breath emitted by Tang Xing instilled fear in Dian Ling. Rising to his feet, Dian Ling promptly cast a counterspell. Tang Xing rushed towards Lan Xiao, shouting, "Golden Retriever, it's up to you now." In an instant, the Golden Retriever leapt forth, swiftly subduing Dian Ling. Tang Xing swiftly assisted Lan Xiao in retrieving her clothing, and she promptly nestled into his embrace, beginning to sob softly. Tang Xing gently patted her, reassuringly stating, There, I am here. If that scoundrel dares to lay a hand on you, I shall ensure he suffers beyond imagination." As he spoke, his gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity, as if he were a predator ready to devour his prey. His eyes were fixed on the guard with a piercing intensity, as if he intended to rend him apart with mere glances. From Tang Xing's perspective, the guard appeared to be engulfed in searing flames, reduced to a wretched state, groaning in agony and pleading for mercy. "Spare me, I beg you." Tang Xing let out a cold snort, disdainfully retorting, "Spare you? Absolutely not. Which hand did you use to touch her?" His voice was laden with fury and menace, sending a chill down one's spine. Tang Xing let out a cold laugh, suddenly exerting force, and with a sharp crack, the guard's arm was rendered useless. The guard cried out in agony, "Kill me, just kill me." Tang Xing snorted disdainfully, "Kill you? That would be too merciful. Let your flames continue to burn." Dian Ling, witnessing such ruthless methods, immediately fell to his knees, bowing his head and pleading, "I beg you, spare me." Tang Xing glanced at him indifferently and inquired, "That depends on whether General Hu agrees." Dian Ling quickly crawled before Hu Kong, his voice trembling with desperation. "General Hu, I implore you." Hu Kong turned to Bing Bing, who regarded him coldly and asked, "Who sent you?" Dian Ling, unable to conceal the truth, stammered, It was Douluo." Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Hu Kong, taken aback by Dian Ling's choice of self-destruction, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a ruthless method." Meanwhile, Tang Xing, having overheard their exchange, curiously asked, "Brother Hu exactly is this Zuoyu?" Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Hu Kong confessed, "Zuoyu is a person assigned to me by the ruler of the Tianling Kingdom, but I never imagined he would turn out to be a traitor. Not only did he arrange for an insider, but he also opened the city gates to let the magical beasts in. Even more despicable, he mobilized 9-souled Douluos to eliminate me." Tang Xing, astounded, responded, "Brother Hu, you actually managed to break free from the encirclement of 9-souled Douluos. That is simply unbelievable." Hu Kong nodded, a glimmer of determination and pride shining in his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing was taken aback, swiftly assisting Hu Kong to a seated position and anxiously calling out, "Su Yin, hurry and continue tending to Hu Kong's wounds." Reacting to Tang Xing's urgent plea, Su Yin wasted no time and immediately channeled the emerald energy of the emerald celestial harp, continuously infusing it into Hu Kong's body to aid in his recovery. Simultaneously, Li Fei was not idle. He quickly searched the surroundings for several fruits. Noticing that Hu Kong had begun to regain some strength, he tossed the fruits to him. Hu Kong deftly caught the fruits and without hesitation devoured them with great appetite, soon leaving no trace behind. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, striking directly towards Hu Kong, who was still consuming the fruits. Tang Xing's expression hardened as he sensed the imminent danger and without a moment's hesitation dashed in front of Hu Kong. Just as he was about to reach him, a man wielding twin daggers abruptly appeared in his path, launching a fierce assault with rapid slashes. Tang Xing reacted with agility, swiftly grasping the daggers with both hands, yet was still pushed back several paces by the immense force. Huang Quan, cease this at once. Tang Xing glared at the man before him, his voice resonating with authority. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Huang Quan's countenance darkened, his eyes flickering with rage, and through gritted teeth, he replied, Tang Xing, I have always respected you as our captain, yet you associate with such despicable scum. This is utterly unforgivable. Today, I must challenge you to determine who the true powerhouse is. Tang Xing was utterly bewildered by the accusations and urgently inquired, what do you mean by little man? Please clarify. Huang Quan, seething with rage, bellowed, enough with the nonsense. Behold my ultimate technique. Realizing that reasoning with him was futile, Tang Xing swiftly resolved to unleash her third soul skill, Spirit Light Transformation. Simultaneously, Huang Quan, unwilling to concede, activated his third soul skill, Power of Thunderstorm. With a ferocious swing of his great blade, he charged menacingly toward Tang Xing. Unfazed by his onslaught, she promptly countered with her first soul skill, Holy Light Wave. However, Huang Quan pressed on relentlessly, immediately employing his fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm Cross Slash. He unleashed a formidable wave of blade energy that hurtled toward Tang Xing undeterred. She faced the attack head-on, her holy light wave piercing through the Thunderstorm Cross Slash and soaring past Huang Quan, striking the distant desert hills. At that moment, Lin Qian rushed in, admonishing, Didn't I tell you to hold back? What on earth is happening? Huang Quan, resembling a chastised child, lowered his head and confessed, I couldn't hold back. Before he could finish, a tremendous sandstorm swept in, causing Tang Xing to furrow her brow and shout, Run for your lives. The group hastily fled outward, yet Huang Quan noticed a troubling issue. His speed of flight was significantly inferior to that of the others. Acting decisively, he fashioned 8 dumplings, tossing them to the faster individuals while urging them to evacuate swiftly. Tang Xing observed this and recognized that this course of action was untenable. She called out to Lin Qian, summon your martial soul. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qian immediately grasped her intent and promptly called forth his rock dragon shield martial soul. The massive shield embedded itself into the desert, rapidly attracting surrounding sand and stones to construct a formidable wall. Huang Quan inadvertently found himself engulfed by the sandstorm, prompting Lin Qian to panic, filled with concern and anxiety. Meanwhile, Tang Xing, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, shouted resolutely, Lin Qian, stay focused. I will rescue Huang Quan. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. Lin Qian, realizing he must remain composed, resolved to utilize the rock dragon shield to manipulate the sand and swiftly erect a sturdy barrier. This would prevent further encroachment of the sandstorm and create a relatively safe environment for Tang Xing. Meanwhile, Tang Xing, driven by urgency, plunged into the heart of the sandstorm. Upon entering, she was astonished to discover numerous other swirling sandstorms. These storms intertwined and spun, forming a complex labyrinth that threatened to disorient her. Tang Xing cautiously navigated through the perilous environment, ever vigilant of the lurking dangers. Each step was fraught with uncertainty, and a moment's carelessness could plunge her into despair. Gripping her sword tightly, she steeled herself to confront any unforeseen circumstances. The sandstorm enveloped her, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, obscuring the path ahead. Relying solely on her instincts and experience, Tang Xing endeavored to ascertain the direction in which to proceed. She meticulously steered clear of the swirling eddies of sand while keenly observing her surroundings, hoping to uncover any trace of Huang Quan. As time slipped away, her heart grew increasingly anxious. Uncertain of Huang Quan's fate or his current whereabouts, she remained resolute in her belief that persistence would ultimately lead her to him. Thus, she pressed onward, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Suddenly, a faint cry for help reached her ears. Instantly, She hurried toward the source of the sound, her heart brimming with hope. As she drew nearer, the voice became clearer, and at last, Tang Xing discovered Huang Quan. In that moment, he lay gravely injured on the ground, unable to move. Tang Xing hurriedly rushed forward to assist Huang Quan, inquiring with genuine concern about his injuries. Huang Quan recounted how, after being swept away by the sandstorm, he had tirelessly sought an escape route but ultimately sustained injuries. Fortunately, he encountered Tang Xing. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Tang Xing consoled Huang Quan, assuring him that she would lead him away from this place. Supporting Huang Quan, she gradually guided him out of the dust storm's reach. After considerable effort, the two finally succeeded in evading the menace of the tempest and returned to safety. Chapter 75. The True and False Wukong. At this moment, Tang Xing was in a state of frantic urgency. She swiftly summoned her spiritual martial soul, embarking on a quest to locate Huang Quan's whereabouts. Empowered by the formidable abilities of the spiritual eye, Tang Xing eventually discerned Huang Quan's figure. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared toward that direction, calling out loudly, "Huang Quan, do not fear, I am coming." Tang Xing hastened to the location where Huang Quan was situated, yet curiously, every time he reached out to grasp Huang Quan, he perpetually fell just short of his target, much to his chagrin. As Huang Quan was on the verge of entering a mysterious graveyard, Tang Xing felt a surge of urgency and accelerated towards him once more, seizing his hand. Subsequently, Tang Xing summoned all his strength, firmly clutching Huang Quan's body, desperately attempting to pull him back from this perilous place. However, just as they were on the cusp of a successful escape, an overwhelmingly potent force erupted suddenly from the graveyard. This force was as weighty as a mountain. Tang Xing inhaled deeply, focusing his mind and channeling the elemental energy within him. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, intoning incantations as a mysterious energy surged around him. With the utterance of his spell, a brilliant light burst forth from his hands, instantly enveloping both himself and his companion. The radiance shimmered, and their figures gradually became indistinct, as if merging into the luminous glow. In the blink of an eye, the light vanished, and Tang Xing and his companion found themselves successfully transported to a location reminiscent of their previous one. They surveyed their surroundings, discovering that they were situated in a vast desert, where swirling sandstorms emanated an air of enigma. Tang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that the transportation had been successful, he turned to his companion beside him, a smile of reassurance gracing his features. Upon spotting Tang Xing emerging with Huang Quan, Lin Qian swiftly employed a magical incantation to open the barrier. Without hesitation, Tang Xing rushed into the protective enclosure. Lin Qian meticulously examined both Tang Xing and Huang Quan, discovering they bore no injuries, and inquired, "Are you both all right?" At that moment, Lan Qiu hurried over, grasping Tang Xing's hand with concern, asking, "Are you unharmed?" Tang Xing gently shook his head, indicating he was fine, and softly replied, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, Huang Quan's heart brimmed with guilt. He produced a large meat dumpling from his pocket and offered it to Tang Xing, saying, "It was my fault earlier. I should not have acted against you. If it weren't for your attempt to save me, you wouldn't have been wounded by those spikes. I am truly sorry." Tang Xing accepted the dumpling, chewed thoughtfully, and smiled as he responded, "You need not feel guilty. I bear you no blame, for we are teammates. Even if you had harmed me, I would not hold it against you. There must have been a reason for your actions, correct? Perhaps you could share what transpired, and we can devise a solution together." Huang Quan was taken aback by Tang Xing's lack of reproach. Instead, he felt understood and accepted, causing his previously resolute heart to waver. However, upon seeing Wukong, his anger ignited once more. Pointing at Wukong, he exclaimed, "It's you. You despicable scoundrel. Is it not enough to have betrayed us? Now you dare to approach our captain. What do you truly desire?" Wukong stood momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, stammering, "What are you talking about? When have I ever betrayed you? Do not make baseless accusations." Huang Quan scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Continue your charade. Captain, he is the one who poisoned me, Lin Qian and Ziyan. If not for my knowledge of medicine, we might have already perished at his hands." Furious at the accusation, Wukong shouted, "I did not. Do not unjustly label me. Tang Xing, please help to mediate this." Tang Xing found himself at a loss, glancing at Huang Quan and asking, "Huang Quan, are you truly certain?" Doubt crept into Tang Xing's mind. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by Huang Quan and Dianling to deceive him? He pressed further, "Huang Quan, do you possess evidence? Do you know the exact time of the alleged offense?" Without hesitation, Huang Quan replied, "I have evidence. Lin Qian witnessed it with his own eyes, and it occurred at night. Upon hearing Huang Quan's words, Tang Xing was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of doubt. She felt as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Yet when she recalled the moment of confronting the Ling Ai mantra, it seemed too genuine to be mere illusion. Thus, she resolved to inquire further from Huang Quan, hoping to unveil the truth. Huang Quan, do you remember the scene when you were being pursued? Did you notice anything unusual about Hukong? Tang Xing asked with a grave tone. Huang Quan furrowed his brow, straining to recollect the events. He envisioned Hukong wielding the Tian Feng sword in pursuit of them, as well as Lin Qian's valiant resistance. At that moment, Hukong, with his profound mastery, exerted immense power to suppress them, rendering them nearly immobile. However, at a critical juncture, Huang Quan harnessed the power of the Oath Time, successfully transcending to the Soul Emperor realm, ultimately driving back Hukong and his companions. Subsequently, they fled to the Demon Domain Desert, but due to insufficient soul energy, they tragically fell into this perilous region. Huang Quan meticulously recounted every detail, hoping to assist Tang Xing in unraveling this enigma. Tang Xing listened attentively to Huang Quan's narrative, sinking into deep contemplation. She realized that the situation might be more intricate than she had previously imagined. She began to ponder how to unravel this enigma and seek the concealed truth lurking beneath the surface. Throughout this journey, she also understood the necessity of remaining vigilant, ever ready to confront any impending crises that may arise. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's heart surged with indignation. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "These people are truly despicable. How could they inflict such cruelty upon a child?" Beside him, Li Fei, equally enraged, leapt to his feet and shouted, "Is this even human? They are nothing but a horde of demons. If I ever encounter them, I will not let them escape. They shall know the extent of my wrath." Su Yin cast a disapproving glance at Li Fei before turning to Tang Xing, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. She spoke softly. "We should venture outside to assess the situation." At that moment, Lin Qian had already dispelled the surrounding formations. Upon looking down, he discovered a plethora of treasures strewn across the ground. Tang Xing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lin Qian, we have struck gold this time. So many treasures." As he spoke, he picked up a soul bone and offered it to Lin Qian with a smile, saying, "This soul bone seems perfectly suited for you." Lin Qian accepted the soul bone and swiftly absorbed it into his body. As time passed, he successfully assimilated the soul bone, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Ultimately, Tang Xing led the group back to the western regions. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, their hearts heavy with rage towards the wicked individuals and sympathy for the victims. Tang Xing silently vowed to uncover the identities of these villains and avenge the deceased child. Tang Xing returned once more to the quaint little establishment, approaching the counter where he addressed the attendant. "Kind sir, I would like the usual, but this time, please arrange for a larger room." The attendant immediately comprehended Tang Xing's request and responded with a smile, "Honored guest, please follow me." Subsequently, the attendant led Tang Xing and his companions to a private chamber, graciously inviting them inside. Shortly thereafter, the attendant swiftly made his way to another room, where he reported to the individual within, "My lord, they have returned and are in the adjacent room." Upon receiving this information, Jing Yin instructed the attendant to withdraw. He then quietly approached the door of the room where Tang Xing was situated and gently knocked. Tang Xing opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Jing Yin standing outside. A smile spread across her face as she said, "Junior brother Tang, you have finally returned. It has indeed been quite a journey." Tang Xing gazed at Jing Yin, reflecting that he had indeed lived up to their agreement. Therefore, Tang Xing resolved to inquire directly, "Could you divulge something to me?" Jing Yin seemed to have anticipated this question from Tang Xing and replied without hesitation, "Certainly." Tang Xing pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts before slowly speaking. "General Hu in the army is an imposter, while the true General Hu is nowhere to be found. Am I correct?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback, their gazes fixed on Tang Xing, eyes brimming with astonishment. Hearing this, Jing Yin broke into a slight smile, unable to contain his applause, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable, Brother Tang. Your keen insight is indeed commendable. Indeed, as you have pointed out. Who is the mysterious figure concealed behind the mask? Might I inquire if Brother Tang is willing to enlighten us?" Tang Xing responded softly, "Naturally. It is the person you wish to see." Jing Yin's hands trembled slightly, the teacup in his grasp shaking incessantly, tears cascading down his cheeks. He rushed forward and tightly embraced the veiled figure. Jing Yin extended his hand to personally remove the veil from the stranger's face, exclaiming with excitement, "Elder brother, I have caused you suffering. Hu Kong also embraced him tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Good brother, I have returned. Huang Quan stood aside, filled with feelings of guilt, and approached Hu Kong, saying, Captain, thank you for being able to forgive me. Tang Xing gently patted Huang Quan's shoulder, offering comfort. We are teammates. We should understand and tolerate each other, and there's no need for excessive self-blame. Now, we must find those who bullied you and take revenge. Tang Xing turned to Jingyin, inquiring, Jingyin, how many people can you mobilize from the Hu Divine camp? Jingyin turned around, brimming with confidence, and replied, I have a team that can command all the soldiers. Tang Xing smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. That is truly wonderful. The show is about to begin. Upon returning to the military camp, Jingyin addressed General Hu, saying, General Hu, your junior brother Tang Xing has come to pay his respects. The false General Hu, now weakened by toxins, appeared feeble but still responded, please let him in. Jingyin called out loudly, Tang Xing, the general requests your presence. Upon hearing the call, Tang Xing entered the camp and immediately spotted General Hu seated within the tent. He spoke, Senior brother, my master has sent me to assist you in eliminating the magical beasts. General Hu instantly donned a beaming expression and warmly said, Tang junior brother, please take a seat. Since the master has sent you to help me, you must possess extraordinary strength and remarkable abilities. May I inquire about your current cultivation level? Tang Xing smiled slightly, confidently revealing his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings shimmered brilliantly around him. He proudly responded, level 75. I have already reached the Soul Sage realm, senior brother. Though Jingyin had not heard of Tang Xing's cultivation level, he knew from the soul fighting competition that he was a soul sect member. Now, seeing Tang Xing has become a soul sage, he couldn't help but exclaim, to have broken through to the soul sage realm in such a short time, your progress is astonishing. General Hu was equally amazed and curiously asked about the identity of the masked individual beside Tang Xing. Upon hearing General Hu mention this person, Tang Xing stood up and said, oh, him? He is someone I rescued on the road. He claims to be an acquaintance of yours. So I specifically brought him to see you. By the way, senior brother, I previously asked 3 friends to come and see you. I wonder where they are now? General Hu gazed at the individual before him, who bore such a striking resemblance to himself, filled with confusion and astonishment. Jingyin discreetly whispered something to him. And General Hu then regained his composure, feigning calmness as he said, they have already gone out. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing finally felt relieved, but remained curious. Asking General Hu, senior brother, do you not wish to know who this person is? General Hu sat upon his throne, gazing contemplatively at the figure lying on the ground. Before calmly replying, I implore you, Master Tang, to unveil his visage. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback, hastening to step forward and cautiously lift the veil of the individual before him. When he beheld the person's visage, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. It turned out that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to General Hu, as if they were 2 halves of the same whole. Tang Xing could not help but exclaim, senior brother, you wouldn't happen to have a sibling, would you? The likeness is extraordinary. As if they were carved from the same mold. How could this be? He murmured to himself, having never encountered someone so strikingly similar. A flicker of surprise crossed General Hu's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Perhaps there is some connection here. Jingyin interjected from the side. Tang Xing nodded, resolute in his decision to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure and his connection to General Hu. First, let's take him down to tend to his wounds. We shall inquire further once he awakens, General Hu commanded. Tang Xing summoned several individuals to carry the mysterious figure away, then turned to General Hu, her eyes filled with confusion. Master, do you truly not recognize him? How can there be someone who resembles him so closely? General Hu fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, this matter is indeed peculiar. Once he awakens, everything will become clear. However, at that moment, General Hu suddenly became exceedingly agitated. He sprang up from his throne, fist clenched tightly, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Then, with a trembling voice, he exclaimed loudly, Impossible. I have no brother. He must be an impostor. This cannot be true. Chapter 76. The Great Battle in the Army. Tang Xing smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as she declared, Very well, senior brother, I shall lend you a hand in eliminating this impostor. With that, Tang Xing unleashed a powerful punch, charging at General Hu seated upon his throne. Simultaneously, Jingyin did not hesitate to engage. Launching into a fierce battle with the disguised General Hu, Jingyin moved with the swiftness of lightning, his strikes imbued with tremendous force. His sword gleamed with a chilling light, piercing towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. The impersonating general who continually dodged and countered, striving to withstand Jing Yin's onslaught. Although the foe general possessed considerable strength, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by Jing Yin's relentless assault. Jing Yin's swordsmanship was akin to a torrential storm, leaving him gasping for breath. Yet, he refused to surrender easily, relying on his indomitable spirit and exquisite martial skills to continue evading Jing Yin's attacks. Jing Yin, what are you doing? The counterfeit general who suddenly bellowed, his voice filled with astonishment and rage. As he desperately defended against Jing Yin's strikes, his eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend why Jing Yin was attacking him, had Jing Yin discovered his true identity? The thought invoked a twinge of fear within the foe general who, nevertheless, Jing Yin remained undeterred by the inquiry. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he pointed at the impostor and proclaimed, "You, fraudulent scoundrel, today marks your demise." His voice resonated with unwavering determination and courage, as if he intended to eradicate the foe before him entirely. Seeing his identity exposed, the impersonating Wukong panicked, hoarsely shouting, "How could I be discovered? No one is leaving. Someone, anyone, where are my men?" He attempted to summon his subordinates, unaware that they had already been captured by Tang Xing and her companions. At that moment, Tang Xing triumphantly remarked, "No need to call. Your subordinates have long been apprehended. Onward." With her command, the group surged towards the counterfeit Wukong. Faced with their collective assault, the impostor, left with no choice, transformed back to his true form. In that instant, Wukong recognized the figure before him as Zhuo, and he bellowed, "Zhuo, it is indeed you. Today, we shall settle this." Just then, Zhuo swung his long sword, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy directed at Wukong. However, Tang Xing unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Wukong, employing her elven body to deflect the sword energy back with force. Witnessing this, Zhuo slammed his hand upon the table in fury. Raising his sword as he lunged at Tang Xing instantly, the two burst forth from the tent, embroiled in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, Zhuo's 9 bodyguards sprang into action, directing their attacks towards Tang Xing. Observing this, Li Fei swiftly carved a massive seam in the air, obstructing their path, and bellowed, "If you wish to pass, you must first contend with me." Just as the 9 guardians prepared to jointly eliminate Li Fei, a dazzling light suddenly flashed, and a colossal golden dragon materialized before them. Following this, 5 figures emerged, with Ziyin leading the charge. She shouted boldly, "Li Fei, fear not. We are here to fight alongside you." Wukong and Jing Yin promptly positioned themselves in front, their expressions resolute as they declared, "Do not be afraid. Wukong and Jing Yin stand with you." However, these 9 guardians are of the sole Douluo rank, immensely powerful, so you must exercise caution. Jing Yin and I will each handle one, and the rest will be up to you. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable challenge ahead. Yet, they remained undaunted, resolved to engage in a life-or-death struggle against their foes. The 6 spirit masters clashed fiercely with the 7 guardians, the leader of whom sported a mocking smile as he taunted, "You mere soul masters dare to challenge us, the soul Douluo? What audacity you possess." He unleashed his 8th spirit ability, Death Crossing, One Dream. Witnessing this terrifying attack, despair flooded Li Fei's heart. What should I do? There is no chance of victory. In that moment, Lan Xiu rose decisively, asserting, "There is but one solution. I will fuse my martial soul with Su Yan, and everyone must lend their full support to me, channeling all our soul power." The group responded in unison, agreed. They understood that they had reached a critical juncture between life and death, and only through unity could they hope for survival. Thus, they concentrated their soul power, directing all their strength toward Lan Xiu, hoping to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Ziyin waved her hands, exclaiming, "Unleash the power of the phoenix." Instantly, a formidable force erupted from her, transforming into a radiant beam of light. Simultaneously, Huang Quan, unwilling to be outdone, focused his energy to conjure numerous dumplings, shouting, "Let us get excited, giant steam dumpling." These dumplings swelled to gigantic proportions, exuding an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu called out, "Li Fei, Su Yan." Without hesitation, Li Fei infused his light power into Lan Xiu. Following suit, Su Yan summoned her strength, executing 3 powerful spirit techniques, Emerald Sound, Emerald Melody, Emerald Light. 3 resplendent beams intertwined, forming a formidable shield. On the other side, Lin Qian also poured all his rock dragon power into Lan Xiu. At this moment, Lan Xiao had transformed entirely into a golden dragon, sprouting a pair of wings from her back, unleashing a thunderous roar as she soared into the sky. The massive dragon circled above before charging directly at the 9-soul Douluo's spirit techniques. Faced with such a tremendous force, the 7-soul Douluo began to struggle. And the second guardian questioned in confusion, why? Why does our spirit technique seem ineffective? Enveloped by the raging golden dragon, Lan Xiao let out a furious roar, unleashing the powerful golden dragon god explosion skill. The tremendous explosion of energy propelled the 7 guardians forcefully back to the ground, while Lan Xiao herself, drained of soul power, felt darkness enveloping her vision as she was on the verge of plummeting to the earth. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing swiftly cast off Douluo and lunged forward to catch Lan Xiao. He embraced her tightly, his heart brimming with anguish and remorse. Yet, Tang Xing's gaze once more turned a deep crimson, and a soul bone emerged prominently upon his forehead. This soul bone possessed a degree of offensive capability, capable of diminishing the cultivation levels of adversaries to match his own. The 7 guards did not succumb to panic. Instead, they collectively shouted, "Form the formation." Great heavenly killing formation. Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. He gently waved his hand and intoned, "Holy light of the elves, shine forth." As his words resonated, a brilliant radiance enveloped the 7 individuals, rendering them all powerless upon the ground. Tang Xing gazed coldly at the scene before him when, suddenly, he noticed Douluo nearby. Startled, Douluo swiftly attempted to intervene and halt Tang Xing. However, Tang Xing's formidable strength effortlessly overpowered Douluo, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing this, Douluo realized that Tang Xing had succumbed to the path of darkness, yet he remained unperturbed, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. "I never expected you would also fall into darkness. Very well, I shall bestow this upon you." With that, he forcibly infused a malevolent essence into Tang Xing's being before turning to flee the scene. Seeing that everyone had fled, Tang Xing focused his gaze on Wukong and Jingyin. He advanced towards them step by step, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Sensing the imminent danger, Wukong rushed forward, embracing Tang Xing tightly and shouting, "Junior brother Tang Xing, regain your senses." Yet, at that moment, Tang Xing had already lost all rationality and could not comprehend a single word. Tang Xing unleashed an unprecedented force, striking both individuals forcefully to the ground. Just as he was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a colossal bell suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping Tang Xing in its embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, the 2 individuals felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. Wukong could not help but exhale in relief, proclaiming, "At last, we are saved." At that moment, a mysterious figure approached, wielding a Buddhist orb, and remarked, "I apologize for my tardiness, gentlemen. Allow me to demonstrate." The man gently struck the bell in his possession. Its resonant chime echoed with an inherent power. Each strike seemed capable of piercing the very soul, causing Tang Xing to experience an excruciating headache. Jingyin stepped forward and inquired, "Yufeng, will this suffice?" Yufeng replied with unwavering confidence, "Indeed, my secret technique is infallible. Witness the heart of the great Buddha." As his words resonated, the malevolent energy surrounding Tang Xing began to dissipate rapidly, leaving him in a state of stupor, frozen in place. Jingyin sensed something amiss and hastily called out to Yufeng, to be cautious not to inadvertently kill him. Yufeng, maintaining an air of tranquility, reassured, "Rest assured, he shall come to no harm." He then proceeded to gradually lift the 10,000 Buddha seal that had been imposed upon Tang Xing. As the seal was lifted, Tang Xing's mental prowess was finally liberated, and he began to awaken from his stupor. Upon awakening, Tang Xing gazed at Yufeng before him, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he inquired, "Who are you? What have you done to me? Why do I feel as if my head is about to split?" Observing the agony etched across Tang Xing's face, Yufeng withdrew a pill from his pocket, extending it toward him with the instruction, "Take this." Without hesitation, Tang Xing accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, a wave of intense heat surged through his body, rendering him unbearably restless. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of nausea washed over him, compelling him to vomit. As he expelled the contents of his stomach, a massive black substance emerged, an embodiment of the malevolent energy that had infiltrated him. A faint smile played upon Yufeng's lips as he waved his hand lightly. The dark entity seemed to be drawn to him by an invisible force, swiftly flying into his grasp. He clenched his fist tightly, and with a resounding thud, the malevolent entity was crushed, dissipating into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. Turning his gaze back to Tang Xing, A flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes as he softly asked, "You should be feeling better now, correct?" Tang Xing furrowed his brow, attentively assessing his condition. And after a brief moment, he shook his head, indicating that he had returned to normalcy. He looked at Yu Feng with gratitude, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for saving my life." Yu Feng's smile widened, poised to respond, but was abruptly silenced by Hu Kong, who hurriedly covered his mouth. Yu Feng struggled momentarily, yet found Hu Kong's grip as firm as iron, rendering him voiceless. His eyes widened as if there were more to say. But a powerful aura constricted his ability to speak. Hu Kong quickly turned to Tang Xing, offering an explanation. "I apologize. He can be like this at times. Please do not take offense. Junior brother Tang, why not rest here for another night? We can continue our journey tomorrow." Tang Xing nodded, feeling somewhat perplexed by the actions of Hu Kong and Yu Feng, yet ultimately decided to heed their counsel. After all, having just endured a fierce battle, he required time to recuperate. Tang Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "All right." As night fell, they gathered around the dining table, relishing their dinner in an atmosphere that was both harmonious and warm. However, at that moment, a mysterious note suddenly appeared in Tang Xing's hand. He unfolded the note, which bore strange symbols and writings, yet he seemed to comprehend their meaning. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, but soon resolved to act according to the instructions on the note. Tang Xing rose from the dining table and followed the direction indicated by the note. Lan Qiu noticed Tang Xing's departure, and a wave of curiosity and concern surged within her. She stealthily trailed behind him, eager to uncover the unfolding mystery. They traversed several streets, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a concealed military camp. The place appeared heavily guarded, with soldiers patrolling the vicinity. Tang Xing stood at the camp's entrance, awaiting silently. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Su Feng. He smiled at Tang Xing and remarked, "Indeed. You have come. We share a connection. Why not join me in embracing the void?" These words plunged Tang Xing into contemplation, leaving him bewildered and hesitant regarding the proposal. However, upon hearing this, Lan Qiu rushed forward and grasped Tang Xing's hand, her voice laced with urgency. "No, if you leave, what will become of me?" Her tone was rife with fear and helplessness, tears glistening in her eyes. Tang Xing turned to face Lan Qiu, and his heart was stirred by the expression on her face. He understood that he could not easily part from Lan Qiu, for their bond ran deep. Tang Xing gently patted Lan Qiu's hand, offering solace. "Do not worry, I shall not leave you. Together, we shall confront the challenges that lie ahead." His tone was both resolute and tender, instilling a sense of comfort in Lan Qiu. Subsequently, Tang Xing turned to Su Feng and declared, "I apologize, but I cannot accompany you. I have my own responsibilities and mission, and Lan Qiu requires my care." Su Feng nodded, seemingly comprehending Tang Xing's decision. With a smile, he replied, "Very well, in that case, I wish you all the best. Perhaps one day, we shall meet again." With those words, he turned and vanished into the darkness. Tang Xing and Lan Qiu exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with steadfastness and trust. Hand in hand, they gradually departed from the military camp, returning home. Although the future remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenges, they believed that as long as they supported one another, they could weather any storm. Chapter 77. Graduation. Yu Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at Tang Xing and inquired, "Is this beautiful lady your wife, or perhaps your girlfriend?" Tang Xing turned to glance at Lan Qiu before responding, "She is merely an ordinary friend of mine." Upon hearing these words, a wave of melancholy and disappointment washed over Lan Qiu. Yu Feng seemed to perceive her feelings, casting a thoughtful gaze in her direction before earnestly advising Tang Xing, "Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Cherish those who are close to you." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Tang Xing and Lan Qiu standing in contemplation. The following morning, as the sun rose and bathed the earth in its golden light, Tang Xing anxiously roused the others, exclaiming, "Wake up, wake up. We must return swiftly." Just then, Yu Feng emerged from the house, calmly stating, "Do not be in such a hurry. They are still unable to awaken." Tang Xing immediately grew apprehensive, questioning nervously, "What have you done to them?" Yu Feng smiled gently, his tone serene as he replied, "Rest assured, they are not in any serious trouble. I am here to assist you." Tang Xing, bewildered by the response, asked in confusion, "Assist me? What are you talking about? I do not comprehend." Yu Feng regarded Tang Xing with a soft gaze, saying gently, "Come away with me. Otherwise, should you return to your sect, you will inevitably face repercussions." However, Tang Xing keenly detected the underlying deceit in his words and resolutely replied, "I appreciate your suggestion, but the academy is my home, and I will not relinquish it easily. Thank you for your warning." Seeing that his persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, Yu Feng sighed in resignation, ultimately deciding to cease his attempts. He looked at Tang Xing, a flicker of regret in his eyes, yet he resolved to respect her choice. Finally, he left her with a parting remark. Very well. Should you find yourself in trouble one day, you may seek me out at Douluo Temple. With that, he turned and walked away. Tang Xing gazed contemplatively at Yu Feng's receding figure, a profound sense of reflection stirring within him. He recognized that Yu Feng was an enigmatic individual of considerable cultivation, and to receive his assistance was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Yet, he also understood that each person is bound to their own path and choices. He must rely on his own strength to confront the challenges that lay ahead. With this thought in mind, he clenched his fist resolutely, silently vowing to become ever more formidable. Tang Xing and Li Fei embarked on their journey home, enveloped in a profound silence. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a series of rumbling sounds. Tang Xing turned his head to discover that Li Fei's stomach was vociferously protesting. Li Fei's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly scratched his head and murmured, "I apologize, boss, I'm a bit hungry." Tang Xing smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's all right. Let's descend and find something to eat." With that, they quickened their pace, in search of nearby sustenance. Tang Xing, accompanied by Li Fei and others, arrived in Maple Leaf City, a vibrant metropolis brimming with life. The streets were lined with shops, and throngs of pedestrians filled the thoroughfares, creating a lively atmosphere. As Tang Xing beheld the bustling scene before him, a wave of emotion surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "What a magnificent city this is!" While he reveled in the city's beauty, he led the group onward. Suddenly, a restaurant appeared ahead, and Tang Xing's eyes sparkled with delight as he declared, "This is the place, let us enter." With that, he stepped into the establishment first. Once inside, Tang Xing selected a table by the window and addressed his companions, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you wish. I am not hungry and would like to take a stroll." "Oh, and Li Fei, please take this black card and use it." He then produced a sleek black card from his pocket and handed it to Li Fei. At that moment, a cheerful male voice rang out, "Brother Tang, we meet again." Tang Xing turned towards the sound and saw a tall and handsome man with a warm smile, none other than Feng Yijiangcheng, the captain from the last competition. He grinned and said, "Ah, it's you, Brother Feng. It has been quite some time." Feng Yijiangcheng rose and replied with a smile, "There is no need for Brother Tang to bear the expense. This meal is on me. Please, everyone, enjoy yourselves and be sure to eat your fill." With that, he clapped his hands, summoning the waiter to take their orders. Tang Xing glanced at Feng Yijiangcheng, then turned to the others and said, "Please, enjoy your meal. I shall have a word with Brother Feng outside." With that, he departed the room alongside Feng Yijiangcheng. Once outside, Tang Xing got straight to the point and inquired, "Brother Feng, what brings you here this time?" Feng Yijiangcheng offered a faint smile and replied, "I am merely here at someone else's behest. If you choose to stay, that would be most splendid. However, if you prefer not to, I shall not impose." Understanding dawned upon Tang Xing, and he responded solemnly, "It was Yu Feng who sent you, wasn't it?" Feng Yijiangcheng nodded slightly, indicating his acquiescence. Tang Xing was filled with perplexity and could not help but inquire, "Why are you so adamantly preventing me from returning to my original world?" He truly could not fathom why these individuals were so resolute in their refusal to allow him to leave. Upon hearing this, Feng Yijiangcheng immediately shook his head, dismissing Tang Xing's conjecture. With a grave expression, he responded, "At times, the unfolding of events exceeds our expectations, much like the natural laws of birth, aging, illness, and death, which are beyond our control. However, there are certain matters that are predestined, unalterable regardless of our wishes. You are one such matter. Therefore, trust in your own strength, for you have triumphed over me before." Tang Xing listened attentively to the words of Feng Yijiangcheng, nodding thoughtfully in acknowledgement of his understanding and agreement. With gratitude shining in his eyes, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your enlightening response. I have come to comprehend." He continued, "I am also grateful for your hospitality. This will undoubtedly become a cherished experience in my life." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Feng Yijiangcheng, conveying his heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, Xiaoming swiftly took action, summoning all the students to gather at the center of Linghai Square, where they awaited in silence. Tang Xing observed Xiaoming standing resolutely in the square's center, and without a moment's hesitation, he descended the steps briskly, joining Li Fei and others to form a neat line, facing Xiaoming alongside the multitude of students and elders. Tang Xing respectfully bowed to Xiaoming, his tone resolute as he declared, "Master, We have successfully assisted brother Hu in completing his task. Upon hearing this joyous news, Xiaoming was overwhelmed with excitement, a radiant smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, I have just received his letter, which informs me that everything has been accomplished smoothly. Esteemed spirit practitioners, I hereby solemnly announce that you have successfully completed your studies at the Spirit Sea Academy. Today, on behalf of the Academy, I declare you graduates. May your future be as splendid as a tapestry, and may you sail smoothly through life's journeys. At this moment, the spirit practitioners were moved to tears, especially Lan Qiu, who rushed towards Elder Shu and wept openly in his embrace. Elder Shu hastily comforted her, saying, Dear child, do not cry. You have graduated, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Should you ever miss me or your master, you are always welcome to visit us. Understood? Lan Qiu softly replied in Elder Shu's arms, I understand. Meanwhile, Tang Xing stood quietly, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. At that moment, Wu Xian Hang slowly approached Tang Xing, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder and smiling as he said, Congratulations on your graduation. From this day forth, you will have the opportunity to step beyond the confines of the campus and explore the vast world outside. Remember to stay safe. If you ever face injustice or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to return and confide in me. I will wholeheartedly support you and stand by your side. Should there be challenges even I cannot resolve, you may seek help from your master. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded gratefully, vowing to remember his teacher's words. Just then, Xiaoming suddenly approached, casting a glance at Wu Xian Hung before turning to Tang Xing, saying, Tang Xing, thus far, you have been my most cherished and satisfactory disciple. As you are on the brink of graduation, I have little to offer you, but this gift has been meticulously prepared, and I hope you will cherish it. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they realized that the gift in Xiaoming's hands was a magnificent sword. Xiaoming continued, This sword is named Tang Xing, imbued with formidable power and an aura of mystery. I trust it will serve as a formidable ally on your future path. Now, I present it to you, hoping that you will wield it to forge your own brilliance. With that, Xiaoming solemnly handed the Tang Xing sword to Tang Xing. As Tang Xing accepted the sword, he felt a profound weight of responsibility and mission. He understood that this was not merely a gift, but a manifestation of his teacher's expectations and trust in him. He silently vowed to diligently cultivate his skills and not to disappoint their hopes. Tears streamed down Tang Xing's face as she choked out her gratitude. Thank you, master. Xiaoming gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. At that moment, a sheep and a phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky, descending gracefully to the ground, transforming back into human forms. Tang Xing squinted in surprise and exclaimed, Brother Jinlin, Mom, what brings you here? Jiang Yu immediately rushed forward to embrace Tang Xing, her heart aching as she asked, Child, where do you intend to go? Perhaps you should return home with me. Tang Xing resolutely replied, Mom, I wish to venture out into the world. My mind is made up. Understanding that she could not sway her son's determination, Jiang Yu could only reluctantly advise, Very well. But do ensure your safety. At that moment, Li Fei stepped forward and declared loudly, Why all the tears? Let us make a pact. How about we meet again in 3 years at Zhuang Academy? Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's eyes brightened, and she excitedly told Li Fei, I must say, that is an excellent idea. It is settled. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, they began to disperse. Lin Qian ran home eagerly, bursting through the door and calling out, Mom, Mom. Hearing the commotion, Qing Xian rushed out of her room and joyfully exclaimed, Brother, you're back. Lin Qian smiled and nodded, asking, Where's Mom? Just then, Tang Xiao emerged from the kitchen, beaming at her son. Qianer has returned. Come here so I can take a good look at you. Oh dear, you've lost weight. Lin Qian walked straight up to his mother and urgently inquired, Mom, do you have a photo of Uncle Air? Tang Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled. I don't, but your Aunt Sen should have one. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Lin Qian was straightforward, saying, Mom, do you remember when Uncle Air entrusted us to find his biological parents? Tang Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, Could it be that you have news? Lin Qian, somewhat uncertain, replied, I have a classmate named Tian Xian. She told me that he resembles Uncle Air when he was young. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao's face displayed an expression of astonishment, and she hurriedly inquired, Tianqing, is what you said truly authentic? Her gaze brimmed with both doubt and anticipation, yearning for a definitive answer. Tianqing gave a slight nod, signifying affirmation, and elucidated, Indeed. It was during this year's Soul Duel competition that I uncovered this secret. The atmosphere at that time was intensely exhilarating, rendering it an unforgettable experience. Chapter 78. A fortuitous encounter. Tang Xiao was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Is that true? Tianxin, please take us to find your mother." With a look of embarrassment, Tianxin replied, "That Anne has already gone home." A sense of disappointment washed over Tang Xiao's face as she murmured, "Then we can only wait." Meanwhile, Tang Xing found himself alone at the cemetery he had painstakingly constructed for his parents. He stood quietly before the gravestone, gazing at the names engraved upon it, tears shimmering in his eyes. Slowly, he knelt down and gently caressed the tombstone, as if he could sense the presence of his parents. Tang Xing's voice was laden with profound sorrow and longing as he choked back tears, uttering, "Father, Mother, your unfilial son has returned to you. I have become a soul master and successfully ascended to the realm of 7 spirits in the Sea of Spirits. Father and Mother, I hope you journey well on the path to the Yellow Springs. Rest assured, I shall seek vengeance for you." With that, Tang Xing slowly rose to his feet, his gaze resolute and unwavering. He turned away, embarking on a path that was uniquely his own, his heart brimming with anticipation and determination for the future. Tang Xing carefully examined the map he had previously borrowed from Jiang Hao, his gaze suddenly brightening as he noted a particular location. "The southern region seems to be a splendid choice," he remarked. At that moment, Jimao unexpectedly leaped off Tang Xing's shoulder, vociferously cautioning, "The southern region is perilously close to the ancient domain. You must exercise caution." Unfazed, Tang Xing retorted with a scoff, "So what? We shall journey to the southern region. Perhaps we may encounter some extraordinary adventures." With that, he folded the map and set off toward the southern region. As the sun slowly descended, the twilight bathed the mountainous terrain in a golden hue, enveloping the world in a warm glow. In the distance, a quaint little shop caught Tang Xing's attention. With a light-hearted stride, he approached the shop's entrance, gently tapping on the door with his fingers and softly inquiring, "Is anyone there?" In response to his knock, the door creaked open slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing eagerly entered the establishment. The shop's decor was simple and unpretentious, exuding an air of rustic charm. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally settled on the shopkeeper. Curiously, he asked, "May I inquire if you are still open for business?" The shopkeeper glanced at Tang Xing and shook his head, responding, "Not yet. We close at 8 in the evening. Are you looking to dine or to find lodging?" Tang Xing regained his composure and smiled as he replied, "Then let us stay at the inn." The innkeeper furrowed his brow slightly and, appearing somewhat impatient, stated, "One room will cost you 3 golden spirit coins." Tang Xing reached into his clothing and moments later produced 3 gleaming gold spirit coins, which he presented to the innkeeper. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the coins, and he couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of this guest. A sense of reverence washed over him, as though he had encountered a person of great fortune. The innkeeper hurried to the counter, retrieved a finely crafted key, and respectfully offered it to Tang Xing, saying, "Honored guest, here is your room key. Please take care of it." Tang Xing accepted the key with a nod and proceeded towards his room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the opulence that greeted him. The room was adorned with exquisite paintings, the floors were covered with plush carpets, and the furniture was crafted from the finest woods. Tang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined a room here could be so lavish. No wonder it cost me 3 gold spirit coins." Tang Xing entered the room, reclined on the comfortable bed, and closed his eyes. Savoring the relaxation of his body and the dissipating fatigue, he understood that tomorrow would be a significant day, and he needed to rest well in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. At this moment, he yearned to quietly relish the tranquility of the present, awaiting the arrival of the morrow. The gentle morning sunlight cascaded softly upon the earth, infusing the world with vitality and vigor. Tang Xing awoke early from his slumber, seated himself on the bed, and commenced the cultivation of his spiritual, martial soul. As his practice deepened, he gradually sensed a formidable force surging within him, as if it were on the verge of breaking free. Tang Xing was taken aback, immediately realizing that this force could potentially lead to unnecessary troubles. He hurriedly summoned his willpower and mental strength, striving to suppress this force with all his might, preventing it from erupting. However, this force proved to be exceptionally tenacious, relentlessly battering against Tang Xing's mental defenses, leaving him feeling greatly strained. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to relinquish control over this formidable force. After a strenuous struggle, he ultimately succeeded in suppressing this power, restoring his tranquility once more. Tang Xing took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through them. He mused to himself, How peculiar. Why has my power suddenly become so restless? Could it be that my recent progress in cultivation has been too swift for my body to adapt? Just then, Tang Xing felt an unusual wave emanating from a distance, seemingly resonating with the power within him. Intrigued, he focused his attention on tracing the source of that wave. Soon, he discerned that the fluctuation originated from a forest beyond the city. Could there be some extraordinary treasure or a mysterious place there? Tang Xing speculated internally, resolved to investigate further. Thus, he swiftly packed his belongings, departed from the quaint shop, and made his way toward the forest outside the city. Along the journey, he meticulously observed his surroundings, remaining vigilant for any potential dangers. As he approached the forest, the wave grew increasingly intense, causing his heart to race. Ultimately, Tang Xing entered the forest, embarking on a quest to uncover the source of the enigmatic wave. As Tang Xing made his way southward, he caught sight of a familiar figure amidst the suffering populace. Clad in white, the individual was meandering through the crowd. Tang Xing approached and greeted him. Yufeng. What brings you here? Yufeng turned around, smiled slightly, and replied, What a coincidence. I was merely wandering about when I stumbled upon these unfortunate refugees in such dire straits, so I decided to pause and offer them my assistance. Tang Xing nodded, feeling a deep sense of compassion. Indeed, these refugees are truly pitiable. We should do our part to assist them. With that, he turned and approached the refugees, beginning to distribute food and water. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him, and Tang Xing could hardly believe his eyes. Brother Maple Leaf, is that you here? Maple Leaf Jiangchen was somewhat surprised and smiled at Tang Xing. Brother Tang Xing, it has been quite some time. What brings you here? Tang Xing replied with a smile. I happened to pass by here and saw these refugees in need of assistance, so I decided to stay and lend a hand. What about you? Fengye Jiacheng responded, I too was merely passing through, but upon witnessing the dire situation of these refugees, I felt compelled to take action and chose to remain and offer my help. Tang Xing gazed at Fengye Jiacheng and Yufeng, a profound admiration swelling within him. They were both kind-hearted individuals, willing to contribute selflessly for the welfare of others. Hence, he proposed, since we are all gathered here, why not collaborate to better assist these refugees? Fengye Jiacheng and Yufeng nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio began to divide their tasks. Some took charge of distributing food and water, others tended to the emotional needs of the refugees, while a few reached out to local relief organizations in search of additional support. Through their concerted efforts, an increasing number of refugees received aid, and the situation gradually improved. As night fell, Tang Xing, Fengye Jiangcheng, and Yufeng sat by the campfire, observing the quiet slumber of the refugees around them, and experienced an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. They understood that, although individual strength is limited, if everyone could offer a modicum of love, the world could indeed become a more beautiful place. Tang Xing, upon hearing Fengye Jiangcheng's words, pondered for a moment and replied, Why does this sound so familiar? I actually came here to seek out the Southern Domain Arena. Yufeng's brow furrowed at this revelation. The Southern Domain Arena? Why do you wish to find such a place? I have gathered from the local populace that this arena is exceedingly perilous. Once one enters, the chances of survival are nearly non-existent. Fengye Jiangcheng concurred, stating, Indeed, there is no need to take such risks. However, Tang Xing resolutely expressed his determination. Perhaps you are right, but I still wish to give it a try. The Southern Domain Arena harbors immense opportunities, and I am truly eager to test my skills. His eyes radiated a tenacity and resolve, as if he had already made up his mind to face any challenges without flinching. Seeing his unwavering conviction, Yufeng suggested, Very well. I shall accompany you along with Brother Fengye. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing felt a surge of gratitude swell within him. Thank you both. Fengye Jiacheng, noticing the multitude of refugees around them, contemplated for a moment before saying, Let us first ensure the safety of these refugees. Yufeng and Tang Xing both nodded in agreement. Through their collective efforts, the refugees were successfully settled in a relatively secure location. Yufeng approached Tang Xing, producing some rations, and softly said, Have a bite. Tang Xing accepted the provisions, savoring them as a warm sense of strength surged within him. The taste is quite delightful. Thank you. Have you eaten? Yufeng, gazing at Tang Xing, revealed a faint smile. I have already eaten. You should enjoy your meal. Fengye Jiacheng, with a serious demeanor, approached Yufeng and solemnly inquired, Are you truly resolved to go? I am well aware of your strength, his gaze shifting to the other individual nearby, revealing a hint of worry and doubt. Yufeng offered a gentle smile, responding with unwavering assurance, "Do not worry. With me here, you will be safe." His eyes brimmed with confidence and determination, as if he was prepared to confront any hardship. Fengye Jiangcheng, observing Yufeng, felt a lingering unease within him. Yet he was inspired by Yufeng's self-assurance. He inhaled deeply and nodded, signifying his trust in Yufeng's abilities. However, his brow remained slightly furrowed, indicating deep concern regarding the peril of their venture. Yufeng reclined quietly on the grass, gazing up at the sky, and sighed. Where in life can one truly find those extraordinary moments? Then, turning to Fengye Jiangcheng, he inquired, "By the way, you have reached level 49, haven't you?" Fengye Jiangcheng nodded slightly, responding softly, "Yes, I just leveled up to 50 yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yufeng's eyes gleamed with surprise before he fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, "Tomorrow, I will take you to seek the 5th soul ring." His voice was resolute and confident, as if he had already charted his course. Fengye Jiangcheng's face lit up with excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation and dreams. As dawn gradually broke, a gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow upon the earth. In the heart of a dense forest, Yufeng, Fengyi, and Jiangcheng were wholly engrossed in the pursuit of a soul beast. Their physiques were nimble, and their movements were swift. However, the soul beast proved to be exceptionally cunning, perpetually evading their attacks with remarkable agility. Yufeng furrowed his brow, his expression a blend of tension and focus. He fixed his gaze upon the elusive creature, mentally strategizing his next move. Suddenly, he discerned an opportune moment and called out to Jiangcheng, "Jiangcheng, be ready. This opportunity is fleeting." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yufeng leaped into action, his arms sweeping with force as a torrent of potent energy surged forth, manifesting as a formidable pressure. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Now!" Fengyi and Jiangcheng, understanding his intent, swiftly responded. The dagger in Fengyi's hand glimmered with a chilling light, shooting forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the soul beast with unerring precision. In that instant, the creature's body quivered slightly, and a mysterious black soul ring began to materialize from its form. Fengyi and Jiangcheng inhaled deeply, settling beside the soul beast, ready to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Their hearts raced with anxiety, for this was their inaugural attempt to absorb a black 10,000-year soul ring. Tang Xing stood silently to the side, observing Fengyi and Jiangcheng without uttering a word. Yufeng approached them, softly reassuring, "Do not fear. I will manage the soul fluctuations." As he spoke, Yufeng unleashed his martial soul's pressure, which gradually coalesced into the imposing figure of a colossal Buddha. Tang Xing exclaimed in astonishment, "The golden Buddha? No, this is the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas." Yufeng shouted with fervor, "Indeed, this is my martial soul. Now, I shall wield it to purify this soul." The radiance of the golden Buddha in Yufeng's grasp intensified, dazzling and resplendent like a golden sun. As he chanted incantations, the light emanating from the Buddha enveloped the soul within its embrace. The luminous aura resembled warm sunlight, piercing through the shadows and illuminating every corner. Under the gentle embrace of the Buddha's light, the soul gradually became transparent, its formerly contorted visage restoring to a serene countenance. Yufeng continued to recite the sacred scriptures, his voice resonating like celestial music, imbued with compassion and strength. With each verse, the soul was gradually cleansed, the dark aura dissipating, replaced by a sense of tranquility and peace. Ultimately, the soul was entirely purified, transforming into a radiant beam of light, vanishing into the void, and entering the cycle of reincarnation. Tang Xing witnessed all of this and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This Yufeng is undoubtedly extraordinary. Possessing such a formidable martial spirit and wielding it with such ease, his strength is certainly beyond that of an ordinary person. However, I trust my instincts. Fengye Jiangcheng should be safe." Tang Xing silently gazed at Yufeng, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. He understood that the successful purification of the soul was entirely reliant on Yufeng's remarkable ability and wisdom. Moreover, he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge from this experience. Perhaps, in the future, when confronted with similar circumstances, he too could navigate them with the same ease as Yufeng. Chapter 79, South Region Arena. Yufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the situation before nodding and remarking, "Indeed, what we can do now is merely to exercise patience." He continued, "By the way, you are a formidable soul king, and it appears you are not far from the soul emperor realm, are you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's expression transformed into one of astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. After a moment, he managed to stammer a response, "Yes. but my soul power level is only at 57. His gaze reflected both pride in his progress and a hint of trepidation regarding the challenges ahead. Yufeng, exuding confidence, turned his attention to Tang Xing, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stated, "Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my earlier deductions." His demeanor radiated an air of composure, as if he had everything well in hand. At that moment, Feng Yi Jiangcheng completed the absorption of his soul rings. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, he proclaimed loudly, "All right, let us set forth. Our destination is the South Region Arena." With that, he took the lead, striding confidently ahead. Yufeng and Tang Xing exchanged knowing smiles before following closely behind, embarking together towards a realm brimming with challenges and opportunities. Tang Xing, Yufeng, and Maple Leaf Jiangcheng arrived at the Southern Domain Arena, where desiccated leaves littered the ground and a grand castle loomed before them. Suddenly, a soldier mounted on a black steed approached the trio, barking, "Outsiders, kindly vacate this place, lest you provoke my ire." Tang Xing merely chuckled, addressing the soldier with a playful tone, "Good sir, might I inquire how one gains entrance to the Southern Domain Arena?" The soldier, disdain etched upon his face, scoffed at Tang Xing, retorting, "Ha, you think it's so simple? You must defeat me first." His gaze swept over the trio, and upon noticing their slight frames, he felt a surge of confidence, thinking to himself that such feeble figures could hardly pose a challenge. Thus, he boisterously declared, "With your puny physiques, you are no match for me. You might as well come at me together." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing and his companions exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. In an instant, they charged towards the soldier, igniting a fierce battle. Fists flew and legs swept through the air. Tang Xing moved with the agility of a specter, deftly evading the soldier's relentless strikes while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Meanwhile, his two allies refused to be outdone. One unleashed a barrage of powerful punches aimed at the soldier's vital points, while the other, with remarkable swiftness, maneuvered behind the soldier for a surprise assault. Initially brimming with confidence, the soldier soon realized he had gravely underestimated the trio's prowess. As they fought in perfect harmony, the soldier found himself increasingly overwhelmed and vulnerable. Ultimately, he was left battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. At that moment, a graceful woman, exuding charm and elegance, approached with poise. Dressed in a resplendent gown, her every gesture radiated sophistication. In a melodious voice reminiscent of a nightingale, she softly commanded, "Enough. Cease this commotion. Gentlemen, please follow me." With that, she turned and sauntered towards the grand doors, prompting Tang Xing and his companions to hastily follow her into the enigmatic entrance. Tang Xing followed the lady through the arena, and she pursed her lips. "I am Lan Yan, the person in charge here. Feel free to ask any questions." Yufeng immediately turned around and inquired, "Could you please explain how the point system works in this arena?" With a hint of amusement, Lan Yan replied, "In that case, allow me to elucidate the rules of the Southern Domain Arena. As the name suggests, this place operates on a competitive basis to earn points and currency. Only through this can one hope to survive and establish a foothold here." Before she could finish, the impatient Feng Yi Jiangcheng interrupted. "So how exactly do we escape this dreadful place?" Lan Yin, unfazed by his rudeness, smiled gently at him and responded nonchalantly, "Anyone who enters this realm cannot leave easily. Should anyone attempt to force their way out, they will face merciless annihilation. The sole means of escape is to participate in the competitive events. Once you accumulate 950 points, you may tread the Southern Spring Road and successfully depart." At this moment, Tang Xing, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "How exactly do we earn points? And how is the scoring calculated?" Upon hearing this, Lan Yan's smile blossomed even brighter. "Our arena employs a point system. Each completed match grants you 10 points. And so forth. Therefore, if you wish to leave here smoothly, you must put in the effort." Yufeng, fully aware of the situation, took a deep breath and said, "Then please guide us to the registration area." Lan Yan smiled slightly, nodded, and led Tang Xing and the others into the inner sanctum of the Southern Domain Arena. Shortly, they arrived at the registration desk within the arena. Lan Yan halted, gestured towards the desk, and softly remarked, "This is the place for registration." Tang Xing, Yufeng, and another companion stepped forward to prepare for registration. Yufeng, taking the initiative, exclaimed, "I wish to register for the competition." The staff member in charge of registrations lifted their gaze, fixing their expressionless eyes upon Yufeng as they stated, "The registration fee is 50 spirit coins. Please make the payment." Upon hearing this, Yufeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not restrain his astonishment as he cried out, What? Is it really that expensive? Boss Tang, I implore you to assist me this time. Tang Xing heard Yu Feng's plea for help. A hint of helplessness crossing his face as he placed his hand over his forehead. He then turned to the side, regarding Lan Yin with caution, and inquired, "Might I ask if these 50 spirit coins can be exchanged for golden spirit coins?" Lan Yin, displaying remarkable patience, smiled and explained, "Certainly. 1 golden spirit coin is equivalent to 10 spirit coins." Upon hearing her explanation, Tang Xing wasted no time. He withdrew a black card from his pocket and handed it to the staff, saying, "Let us proceed with the transaction." The staff accepted the card and gently swiped it on the reader. In an instant, a staggering number appeared on the display, leaving the staff in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes. After confirming once more, they exclaimed, "Heavens! It's actually 100 million spirit coins. I can't be mistaken." Yu Feng remained as calm as a placid lake, his handsome features betraying no emotion as he remarked, "Truly worthy of Boss Tang." Meanwhile, Tang Xing displayed a trace of resignation, sighing as he replied, "There is no choice. The higher-ups insisted that half must be submitted as registration fees for 3 individuals." At this moment, Fengye Jiangchang gazed at Tang Xing, his heart filled with astonishment. Despite his own affluent background, he was taken aback to discover that Tang Xing was even wealthier than he had anticipated, prompting him to exclaim, "My goodness! I always considered myself wealthy. But I never imagined that Tang Xing would surpass me by such a margin." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing's lips curled into a slight smile as he carefully tucked away the card in his hand. At that moment, it became apparent that the card he possessed bore the number 0517. Simultaneously, Yu Feng and Feng Yi Jiangqing each held a card, bearing the numbers 0639 and 0842 respectively. Just then, Lan Yin turned her gaze towards the 3 of them, seemingly on the verge of speaking. However, before she could utter a word, Tang Xing interjected, saying, "Miss Lan Yin, there is no need for further elaboration. We are already well aware of the rules that govern this place, and you need not accompany us." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Lan Yin's face as she coldly regarded them, her voice dripping with contempt. "Humph, you 3 audacious little imps, your courage is quite remarkable. Nevertheless, since that is the case, I shall refrain from meddling further. I hope you truly possess the luck that you imagine." With that, she turned away, leaving behind a figure steeped in indifference. Tang Xing, unhurried and composed, retrieved his exquisite soul guide from his bosom, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation as he began to meticulously tinker with its intricate and sophisticated mechanisms. At that moment, a clear and resounding voice shattered the serene atmosphere. "Contestant 0517, please come to the stage." Upon hearing this announcement, Yu Feng swiftly turned his head, his gaze landing upon Tang Xing, who was fully engrossed in his soul guide. Gently patting Tang Xing's shoulder, Yu Feng offered a reassuring smile, encouragingly saying, "You've got this, brother. Stay calm, trust in your abilities, and you will undoubtedly meet this challenge with ease." Tang Xing lifted his head, nodded in acknowledgement towards Yu Feng, took a deep breath, and gradually rose to his feet, striding purposefully toward the stage. As he ascended, he was astonished to find 5 opponents of varying statures already standing on the platform. Some were tall and imposing, while others were short and agile, each face radiating confidence and determination. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Tang Xing dared not let his guard down. He quickly recalibrated his state, tensing his muscles and entering a heightened state of alertness. With a sharp, piercing whistle, the competition officially commenced. In an instant, the 5 opponents surged forward like arrows released from a bow, each launching an attack from different directions. Yet, Tang Xing merely smiled, betraying no hint of panic. He instantaneously summoned the soul power within him, activating his spirit, a martial spirit. His previously tranquil eyes transformed into depths as profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving every movement and weakness of his foes. However, just as he was about to unleash his soul skill, he was taken aback to discover that, for some inexplicable reason, he was unable to execute it. Nevertheless, Tang Xing did not allow this setback to disorient him. With swift decisiveness, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air and executing a dazzling array of evasive maneuvers, successfully evading the fierce initial onslaught of his opponents. As he landed, an astonishing realization filled him with elation. Although his soul skills were restricted, his elven power and the holy light triad remained fully operational. This revelation undoubtedly bolstered Tang Xing's confidence and resolve. He resolved to fully harness these extraordinary abilities to deliver a resounding lesson to the adversaries before him. Tang Xing observed that the 5 individuals before him possessed distinct attributes as soul masters, and a clever idea began to form in his mind. He seized one of them and hurled him towards the remaining 4, at which point they realized his intent. Tang Xing, having gathered his strength, proclaimed with a powerful voice, "Holy Light Triumvirate, First Triumph, Imperial Holy Light Divine Might." The formidable energy erupted like a dazzling sunbeam, imbued with a semblance of divine authority. Successfully defeating the 5 adversaries, a voice resonated once more, announcing, "Congratulations, 0517 has achieved victory." With a smile on his face, the staff member guided Tang Xing to the area where rewards awaited him. Throughout the journey, Tang Xing was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Upon arriving at the destination, he was awestruck by the array of prizes before him and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly possible to receive all these rewards for winning a single match?" The staff member gently shook his head, maintaining a warm smile as he explained, "Not quite. This is merely the reward for your inaugural battle here. Should your subsequent performances in the matches be commendable and outstanding, you will be eligible for even more generous rewards." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded in understanding, finally grasping the rules. With this newfound excitement, he returned to the waiting room. As soon as he stepped through the door, Yufeng, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, hurried over to Tang Xing and eagerly inquired, "Boss Tang, how did it go? After such an intense battle, do you have any special insights or gains to share?" Tang Xing furrowed his brows, lost in profound contemplation. He slowly remarked, "This place is peculiar. We are unable to utilize soul techniques. We must rely solely on our martial souls and skills to confront the battle. Everyone, please exercise utmost caution." At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated once more. "Contestant 0639, please come to the stage." Yufeng walked onto the stage with a calm demeanor, standing still like a steadfast mountain. The 5 opponents, witnessing this, secretly rejoiced, believing they could employ their previous tactics to easily defeat him. However, they were utterly unprepared for the astonishing spectacle that unfolded next. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Yufeng, and a colossal, majestic Buddha apparition gradually materialized. Following this, an extraordinary event occurred. Yufeng's form flickered, and he astonishingly manifested 18 arhats. Each arhat exuded an air of authority, their presence formidable and overwhelming. Before the 5 adversaries could react, the 18 arhats surged toward them like a tempest. Each arhat moved with agility, their punches fierce and powerful. The sound of dull thuds echoed as the 5 were swiftly sent reeling, utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Yufeng stood leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the fierce skirmish around him, as if it bore no relevance to him. In the blink of an eye, each arhat delivered a decisive blow, sending the 5 opponents flying out of the arena. Witnessing such a breathtaking scene, Yufeng merely clapped his hands gently, smiling as he said, "All done." Tang Xing, astounded, could hardly close his mouth, his face a canvas of disbelief as he murmured, "Is it really this simple? It feels as though Yufeng hasn't exerted any effort at all." At that moment, Feng Yi Jiangqing swiftly approached Tang Xing, lowering his voice to explain. "What you don't realize is that what Yufeng just displayed is not an ordinary soul technique, but the profound and enigmatic Buddhist law. It is often said that the power of Buddhist law is boundless. Its might is indeed formidable." With a relaxed stride, Yufeng returned to the waiting room, a confident smile adorning his face as he casually remarked, "It's not that impressive, quite simple, really. Yet, I wonder where that strange voice originated from?" Upon reflection, it must be from the soul guiding system here. Just then, the mysterious and authoritative voice echoed again, "Contestant 0842, please take the stage." As the words faded, Feng Yi Jiangcheng took a deep breath and steadily ascended the stage. He mirrored Yufeng's earlier demeanor, standing composed. However, the 5 competitors accompanying him were suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition upon witnessing this. They exchanged glances, as if reaching a tacit understanding, and instantly unleashed their ultimate technique. Flying blades. A flurry of glinting, cold blades rushed toward Feng Yi Jiangqing like a tempest. Chapter 80. Pseudonym Feng Yi Jiangqing fixed his gaze ahead, emanating an unparalleled aura of strength, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. He took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his sword with unwavering determination, and then, with a sudden surge of strength, drew the blade with an explosive force. In that instant, a radiant beam of light erupted from the sword, resembling a resplendent sun that illuminated the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tumultuous tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. The once swiftly approaching flying blades under the impact of this formidable presence, instantly lost their velocity and power, forced to veer away. Following this, Jiangxing wielded his sword with decisive grace, creating a web of sword energy that formed an immense force field. With a thunderous bang, this force field detonated like a massive bomb, producing a shockwave that sent 5 individuals hurtling backward, landing awkwardly several paces away on the platform. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Xing rushed over like an arrow released from its bow, his face etched with concern as he called out, "What happened? Is anyone hurt?" Jiacheng, with an air of nonchalance, waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine." Subsequently, the two of them returned to their dormitory together. Once inside, Tang Xing and Jiangxing eagerly shifted their focus to the array of dazzling weapons before them. Tang Xing fixated on the weapons, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if these armaments were treasures awaiting his discovery. Just as he was poised to delve deeper into his exploration, a figure unexpectedly appeared at the doorway Yufeng had entered. With a smile upon his face, Yufeng strode directly towards Tang Xing and said, "Tang Xing, don't just immerse yourself in studying the weapons. Come on, let us go earn some points together." Tang Xing hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but soon nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, but what about Jiacheng?" Yufeng, chuckling, responded, "Haha, you need not worry about him. That fellow has already dashed off to earn points since early this morning." Tang Xing had also made up his mind. "Let us go." Upon arriving in the waiting room, he spotted a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Jing Yiming. What was she doing here? Intrigued, Tang Xing felt compelled to follow her. Jing Yiming sat quietly, exuding an aura of calmness, her demeanor unruffled until the announcement echoed through the venue. "Contestant 0415, please proceed to the stage." At that moment, she stood up and walked towards the platform, her gaze radiating an intense ferocity that seemed capable of annihilating anyone in her path. While the audience was still captivated by the previous fierce duel, the referee's command marked the commencement of the next match. All eyes were now riveted on Jing Yiming. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded as a pair of enormous black wings unfurled slowly from her back. These wings resembled ink clouds in the night, emanating an air of mystery and authority. Witnessing this, Tang Xing's complexion drained of color, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "When did she transform into this?" Those wings. No, they were far from ordinary. They were the legendary phoenix wings. Moreover, it appeared that her wings had undergone another evolution. She was truly formidable. Before Tang Xing could fully recover from his astonishment, Jing Yiming surged toward her opponents like a bolt of lightning. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she was before the 5 adversaries. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, she waved it effortlessly, unleashing a tremendous force that swept through the air like a raging tidal wave. The 5 opponents had no time to react as this terrifying power struck them, sending them crashing to the ground, incapacitated and unable to rise. The arena fell into a profound silence, the audience utterly awestruck by the display of Jing Yiming's extraordinary prowess. Tang Xing stood there, gazing blankly at the scene before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. In his heart, he pondered, "With my current abilities, it seems unlikely that I could ever encounter someone of her caliber. Should fate decree that I cross paths with such a formidable opponent, I would do well to vanish into obscurity at once, for otherwise, I would surely suffer a dreadful defeat." The mere thought sent a shiver down Tang Xing's spine, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Meanwhile, Yufeng approached with a light-hearted stride, his gaze directed at the intensely focused Tang Xing stealthily. He made his way to Tang Xing's side and, with a sudden burst of energy, exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Tang Xing was startled by the sudden roar, his entire body trembling as he nearly leaped to his feet. He turned around, glaring at Yufeng in annoyance, and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? You nearly scared me to death. I must inform you that frightening someone can indeed lead to fatal consequences." Yufeng, however, seemed unfazed, a sly smirk playing on his lips as he playfully replied, "Hee, it's your turn to take the stage. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing snapped out of his daze, realizing his mission, and promptly dashed towards the stage. At that moment, Tang Xing found himself at the center of the stage, confronted by 5 formidable opponents charging towards him. Yet, his demeanor remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of panic. In an instant, he moved with uncanny speed. Akin to a wraith, his swift motions bewildering the onlookers, rendering his trajectory nearly impossible to discern. Just then, seizing the opportunity, Tang Xing unleashed a powerful punch with tremendous force, akin to a thunderbolt, striking one of the women with unyielding intensity. The sound of a dull thud resonated as she was propelled out of the arena by the sheer might of his blow. This breathtaking spectacle caught the attention of Jing Yiming in the audience. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing a hint of admiration as she mused inwardly. This individual strikes with such decisiveness and efficiency, truly impressive. Moreover, to wield such force against a stunningly beautiful opponent without hesitation is indeed intriguing. Tang Xing took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged like a torrential river, radiating a dazzling glow. His gaze sharpened, and with his hands forming intricate seals, he uttered a low incantation, Holy Light Triumvirate. This marked the second occasion he had unleashed such a formidable technique, its potency surpassing that of before. The other four, witnessing this, were filled with astonishment and dread, and they urgently shouted in unison, "Quick, stop him!" Yet, their cries arrived too late. A subtle smile of confidence graced Tang Xing's lips as he declared, "Too late, the first decree, Emperor's holy, divine light's majesty." In an instant, the entire space seemed enveloped by boundless holy light, the overwhelming pressure rendering those present nearly breathless. That familiar scene unfolded once more, however, unlike the previous encounter. This time the divine light's majesty appeared to harbor an even more terrifying power. As the holy light gradually dissipated, the victor was unequivocally clear. Tang Xing emerged triumphant once again. Jing Yiming cast a dark glance at Tang Xing before swiftly departing the scene, her figure gradually vanishing into the throng. Tang Xing descended from the arena, his gaze casually sweeping across his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a modest little shop not far away, where Yu Feng sat quietly. A spark ignited within Tang Xing's heart, and just as he was about to stride towards Yu Feng, an enchanting figure appeared before him like a wraith. "Hello, my name is Jing Yiming, and you are?" The melodious voice rang out, and as Tang Xing focused, he realized that the visitor was none other than Jing Yiming, who had just departed. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment, utterly taken aback that Jing Yiming would take the initiative to seek him out. Was this not akin to walking straight into a trap? In that moment, Tang Xing found himself at a loss for words. Tang Xing reorganized her thoughts and spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Xing. Have you come to seek my assistance?" Jing Yiming appeared somewhat flustered and replied, "May we speak privately?" Consequently, they retreated to an old house. Jing Yiming took the initiative, stating, "I indeed have urgent matters to discuss with you. Might you be of help?" Tang Xing immediately became cautious, questioning, "Why should it be me? What benefit do I derive from aiding you? Furthermore, we are not intimately acquainted, and your uninvited presence raises suspicions." Netherworld envoy. Jing Yiming was taken aback, clearly unprepared for her knowledge of his identity. Regaining his composure, he replied directly, "I am quite surprised that you are aware of me, since you possess such knowledge. I shall dispense with the pretense. To be frank, I have come to seek your companionship on the path to the Yellow Springs. You must understand, this path is no ordinary place. Those who enter may either perish on the spot or suffer grave injuries to emerge, if they are fortunate enough. However, it is said that with sufficient luck, one might acquire domain power. My reasons for approaching you are twofold. Firstly, to embark on this journey together. Secondly, I sense that you belong to my kin. I can clearly perceive that we are of the same lineage, which emboldens me to earnestly implore your assistance." With that, Jing Yiming fixed his fervent gaze upon Tang Xing, his eyes alight with sincerity and anticipation. Tang Xing gazed at Jing Yiming, who was playfully charming him before his eyes, and his heart involuntarily stirred with ripples of emotion. Her delicate and adorable demeanor rendered him somewhat defenseless. He observed as Jing Yiming grasped the hem of his garment with both hands, gently shaking it, her eyes brimming with anticipation and pleading, as she incessantly murmured, "Please, just this once, okay?" Ultimately, Tang Xing found himself unable to withstand this gentle onslaught, and with a resigned sigh, he relented, saying, all right, enough. I promise you. Is this satisfactory?" Upon hearing these words, Jing Yiming immediately burst into exuberant joy, her delight reminiscent of a child receiving candy. A radiant smile illuminated her face, her eyes crescent-shaped with happiness. Witnessing Jing Yiming's elation, Tang Xing could not help but shake his head, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, I truly am at her mercy." Just then, Jing Yiming suddenly turned and departed alone. However, the instant she pivoted, her previously innocent smile vanished, replaced by a sly and somewhat mischievous grin. She slightly lifted the corners of her lips and softly whispered, "Hee hee, men are indeed so easily swayed with just a hint of cunning." With that, she glided away with a light step, leaving Tang Xing standing alone, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Tang Xing furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation as he recalled the recent events. The more he pondered, the more he sensed an unusual peculiarity surrounding the matter, and an ominous premonition began to swell within him. Thus, he dared not delay for a moment, hastily making his way toward that little shop. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately spotted Yu Feng seated with Feng Yijiang Cheng Zhuang, seemingly engaged in a discussion of considerable importance. Tang Xing quickened his pace, breathless as he exclaimed, "So you are all here? How fortuitous! Just a moment ago, the underworld envoy sought me out, claiming to wish to confer about matters concerning Nanquan Road." Upon hearing this, the previously serene countenance of Feng Yijiang Cheng Zhuang shifted dramatically, as his keen intuition warned him that this affair was far from straightforward. He fixed a sharp gaze upon Tang Xing and spoke in a grave tone. "The underworld envoy personally sought you out? Given our current prominence, it is highly likely she will also come looking for both Yu Feng and me. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to act separately for the time being. And when the final act unfolds, we shall unite to present them with a spectacular performance." Tang Xing nodded slightly, signifying her agreement. "Indeed, that aligns perfectly with my thoughts. When the moment arrives, we shall undoubtedly tread upon Nanquan Road together. At that time, we must perform our roles convincingly, pretending to be strangers. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to devise a suitable alias. As for me, I have already informed her that my name is Yu Xing." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Feng blurted out, "Very well, I shall use my Dharma name, Fa Chun." However, Tang Xing unflinchingly pointed out, "That won't do. It's far too conspicuous. Especially with that shiny bald head of yours. It's practically a living advertisement. Quickly, think of another pseudonym." Feng Yijiang Cheng pondered briefly, and after a moment of serious contemplation, he suggested, "Then I shall be called Lin Wan Feng." Tang Xing's expression brightened with approval as she nodded, saying, "That works. It's acceptable." After considerable thought, Yu Feng finally proposed another name. "How about I go by Yang Junwan?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xing's face lit up with satisfaction, and she praised, "Excellent, excellent, that name seems quite reliable." Subsequently, the underworld messenger glanced at Yu Feng and Feng Yi Jiangcheng. After Yu Feng concluded his battle, the underworld messenger, Jing Yiming, approached him and led him to an old house. "Greetings, master. May I inquire about your Dharma name?" Yu Feng responded with composure. "I am but a humble monk. My Dharma name is Fa Zhichen." The underworld messenger further inquired, "Master Fa Chen, might I ask for your name before entering Buddhism?" Yu Feng, wearing a broad smile, replied, "Certainly, I was previously known as Yang Junwan. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed one?" Jing Yiming conveyed his purpose. "I am here to invite you to join us on Nanquan Road. Would you be willing to accompany us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Feng agreed. "Of course, I would be delighted. It is fortuitous to have a companion on the journey." The underworld messenger added, "Indeed. We have a companion who will join us as well. We shall arrange for you to meet later. Farewell." Jing Yiming then turned to Feng Yi Jiangcheng, bringing him into the old place to inquire about his thoughts. At that moment, Tang Xing and Yu Feng were engaged in discussion. "Indeed, she sought me out. And there is another companion. I presume it is you," she remarked. Feng Yi Jiangcheng arrived, stating, "She aims to gather us all to unlock the mysterious powers of Nanquan Road. This matter is unlike any other. We must exercise utmost caution, lest we face irreversible consequences." Tang Xing, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? She actually..." Chapter 81. Nanquan Road. Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What? How could she possibly entertain such thoughts? He never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Xing's astute mind began to race, swiftly devising a brilliant plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Feng was wholly engrossed in the fierce competition. After an arduous battle, Yu Feng distinguished himself with his exceptional prowess and performance, ultimately earning the coveted title of world-destroying high monk. On the side of Maple Leaf River City, the atmosphere was equally charged with tension. Upon witnessing the 5 opponents simultaneously unleash their martial souls, Maple Leaf River City was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "These 5 individuals possess identical martial souls." This rare occurrence instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure, yet simultaneously ignited a fierce determination within him. Maple Leaf River City stood resolutely in place, suddenly perceiving the sword intent within him stirring restlessly, akin to a long captive beast eager to break free and reveal its true power. The 5 adversaries, sensing the formidable aura and eager sword intent emanating from him, felt a tightening in their hearts, speculating whether he would unleash that legendary ultimate move. However, as everyone pondered, Maple Leaf River City flashed forward, drawing his sword with lightning speed. The velocity of that strike defied imagination, rendering the trajectory of the blade nearly imperceptible. An intense sword energy surged forth, laden with overwhelming pressure and murderous intent, causing all present to shudder in fear. This sudden onslaught plunged the five into a state of utter panic. Their eyes widened as they attempted to discern Maple Leaf River City's movements, but all was in vain. Confronted with such a rapid sword technique, they could only rely on instinct to evade, yet even that seemed futile. In the midst of this breathtaking clash, Maple Leaf River City, with astonishing swordsmanship, successfully vanquished his foes, claiming the coveted spoils of the Red Leaf Hunter. At that moment, he stood like a god of war, exuding an aura of majesty, his long sword glinting ominously, as if narrating the tale of his recent triumph. Meanwhile, Tang Xing found herself facing 5 formidable opponents in this competition. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. To her surprise, these 5 possessed elemental martial souls, presenting a considerable challenge. Realizing that if she did not unleash her signature move, she would struggle to navigate the current predicament, she resolutely decided to take a bold risk. Indeed, the 5 appeared well prepared for Tang Xing's renowned technique. As she executed her first move, they were already bracing for defense. However, Tang Xing merely smiled faintly before bellowing. Second absolute, the Emperor's sacred clarity unmatched. In an instant, a piercing cold light flashed, and an enormous sword, imbued with a formidable aura, thrust directly toward the 5 individuals. Witnessing this scenario, the 5 dared not indulge in the slightest negligence. They promptly converged, simultaneously channeling the soul power within them. In unison, they shouted, "Martial Soul Fusion." 5 elements obliteration cannon. As their voices resonated, 5 distinct colors of light erupted from their beings, each representing the elemental martial souls of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These luminous streams swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming a colossal and astonishingly powerful cannon, the 5 elements obliteration cannon. In that fleeting moment, the elemental forces surged forth like untamed stallions, as if intent on devouring and annihilating the entire world. The might of that singular shot indeed possessed the potential to bring about celestial destruction, leaving devastation in its wake, obliterating all in its path. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Tang Xing understood the gravity of the moment. Should he fail to thwart the impending assault of the formidable cannon, the consequences would be unfathomable. In that critical instant, he swiftly produced a mysterious weapon, the Spirit Holy Spear, from his bosom and began to wield it with remarkable agility. As he recited the incantation, fourth style, a spear to break the demons, an overwhelming force erupted from the spear's tip, surging directly toward the 5 elements annihilation cannon. The spear, propelled with the might of thunder, pierced through their martial soul fusion with astonishing ferocity. In that fleeting moment, all present were left utterly astounded. It is known that the martial soul fusion technique of these 2 was deemed indestructible, an existence no one could breach. Yet, at this moment, Tang Xing effortlessly dismantled it. Such a breathtaking spectacle evoked admiration, leading many to muse that Tang Xing was nothing short of a devilish figure, or rather, a prodigy of unparalleled rarity. The Netherworld envoy, having witnessed this thrilling contest, gained profound insight into the formidable prowess exhibited by Tang Xing. He contemplated silently as a mysterious plan began to unfold within his mind. Meanwhile, Jing Yimeng recalled an acquaintance from the past, a person bearing striking resemblances to the present night star. Furrowing her brow, she plunged into contemplation. Could it truly be that individual? Surely not. How could that be? Yet, it wouldn't be long before they might find themselves united. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Jing Yimeng's lips, hinting at deeper implications. Tang Xing, Yu Feng, and another companion triumphed at the card table, their spirits buoyed by the sweet taste of victory. Time swiftly passed, and soon they found themselves at the pivotal moment of the final round. At this juncture, Tang Xing sat calmly at the edge of the bed, his expression as serene as still water, directing his tranquil gaze towards the woman before him. He spoke softly. "You have sought me frequently over the past few days. May I inquire as to the reason, esteemed envoy?" Upon hearing this, the woman addressed as the envoy, Jing Yimeng, displayed a fleeting look of surprise, which quickly faded back to her usual demeanor. With a playful pout, she replied, "I see you toiling away day in and day out, and my heart aches for you. I merely wish for you to take a moment to unwind. Why must you be so stern?" Tang Xing gazed at the clingy woman before him, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He endeavored to extricate himself from her entanglement, only to find himself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Ultimately, he shot a fierce glare at Jing Yimong and, with a tone laced with irritation, remarked, "Enough, enough. Do as you wish. It's the last round after all. Let us begin swiftly." With that, Tang Xing rose and made his way towards the gaming table. Tang Xing gracefully leaped onto the high platform, his gaze instantly captivated by a figure before him. The manifestation of that individual's martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to his own, albeit in a distinctly different hue. A spark of excitement flickered in Tang Xing's eyes as he resolutely launched the first attack. His form flickered like a specter, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, akin to a tempest, rendering his opponent nearly breathless and utterly defenseless. The 5 adversaries staggered under Tang Xing's ferocious onslaught, teetering as though they might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Yufeng, refusing to be outdone, clasped his hands together and chanted incantations, suddenly radiating a blinding light. As the brilliance intensified, Yufeng swept his sleeve with fervor, unleashing a massive wave of energy that roared forth like a tumultuous sea, crashing toward the 5 foes. The force of this strike was astonishing, sending the adversaries flying away. On the other side, Feng Yi Jiangqing also executed a formidable technique. His sword danced like the wind, weaving a resplendent net of maple leaves. With a commanding shout, he unleashed the 12 forms of maple leaves, an array of sword energies crisscrossing into lethal beams of light, surging toward the opposing camp with overwhelming might. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a dazzling glow of sword light. At that moment, Tang Xing took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into a singular point before erupting with a thunderous cry, "Imperial Radiance Sacred Domain." An immense wave of energy surged forth from his being, coalescing into a radiant sphere that hurtled directly toward the enemies atop the platform. Under the impact of this terrifying force, those opponents, already in disarray, could no longer withstand the assault and were sent tumbling off the high platform. However, the battle was far from over. Just as the spectators believed the dust had settled, Lan Yin suddenly reemerged. Close behind her was a man exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. His expression remained inscrutable as he suppressed all his presence. Resembling a dormant volcano, seemingly tranquil, yet brimming with peril. Clad in heavy armor, this man looked down upon Tang Xing and the others, his voice deep and cold as he declared, "I am the master of the South Domain Arena, known as Jioming Luo. I have been observing your performances in the competition over the past few days. I must say, you have indeed distinguished yourselves. After the event concludes, remain here, and I shall bestow upon you corresponding official titles." Upon hearing the plea for her to remain, along with that of Yufeng and others, Tang Xing displayed a serene and composed demeanor. She spoke softly, "I am grateful for your kindness, but I must respectfully decline. To be candid, we harbor no interest in holding official positions. We have resolutely decided to journey to Nanquan Road, and I hope the host can grant us this wish." At this moment, Luo, who stood nearby, could not help but feel a pang of concern. She urged, perhaps it would be best to reconsider and not venture to Nanquan Road. Staying here could be far more beneficial. However, upon witnessing Tang Xing's unwavering gaze, the words caught in her throat, and she could only let out a resigned sigh. Seeing the situation unfold, the host ceased his insistence. With a sweeping gesture, a beam of light shimmered, revealing a mysterious passage before them. The host pointed towards the entrance and said, "This is the gateway to Nanquan Road. Since your minds are made up, proceed with care and may fortune accompany you." With that, he turned and gradually faded from view. Lan Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Luo and the unfolding scene, her heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. It was the first time she had witnessed the lord of the city express such concern for someone named Tang Xing. In that moment, Lan Yan felt a tumult of emotions surge within her, a cacophony of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty sensations intertwining, rendering her nearly breathless. Meanwhile, Luo appeared to sense Lan Yan's unusual demeanor. Turning to her, she spoke gently, "Do not overthink it. It is merely the aura emanating from that child which feels somewhat familiar, though I cannot recall where I have encountered it." After sharing this, Luo's gaze returned to the distant Tang Xing, her brow furrowed as she fell into contemplation. At that instant, Tang Xing and her companions finally arrived at Nanquan Road. Yet, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Both sides of the road were littered with grotesque, blood-soaked corpses, their terrifying visages sending chills down their spines. Not far ahead stood a towering structure, but upon closer inspection, it was not a city wall but rather an enormous soul beast. Suddenly, a herd of brawny water buffalo, resembling small mountains, charged towards Tang Xing and her group with ferocity. Undaunted, Tang Xing swiftly activated her spiritual martial spirit, bracing herself to confront the impending crisis. Tang Xing unleashed his mastery of the mirage brown shadow technique, rendering his form ethereal, as though he had seamlessly melded with the surrounding environment. Although the ferocious water buffalo charged with great intensity, their assaults all fell short, unable to graze Tang Xing in the slightest. However, to their astonishment, the once potent ability of mental detection was abruptly severed without warning. Yufeng had intended to rely on his spiritual insight to navigate the dire situation, yet met with failure as well. It appears we have indeed encountered a grave predicament, Yufeng remarked with a grave expression. Nevertheless, undeterred, Tang Xing and his companions gripped their weapons tightly, resolute in their readiness to engage in a desperate struggle against this formidable foe. Tang Xing gazed at the water buffalo before him, a wave of familiarity washing over him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Why do these water buffalo appear so familiar? Could they possibly be the progeny of the legendary iron water buffalo? I once encountered references to the iron water buffalo in an ancient tome." Beside him, Dai Feng immediately countered, "But just a moment ago, there were some that resembled mice." At this, Tang Xing's astonishment deepened, leaving him speechless. What? If that is indeed the case, then these creatures may very well be the Dark 12 fierce beasts. It is said that each of these beasts is exceedingly ferocious. And if the first encounter reveals rodents, it must surely be the burrowing mouse, skilled in the art of tunneling. If this is its territory, we could find ourselves in grave peril. Just then, Jing Yimong, who had been quietly observing them, suddenly inquired, "You seem quite knowledgeable about these creatures?" Her words struck like thunder, instantly alerting Tang Xing. With a quick shift in his gaze, he devised a plan and began to feign a performance. Yufeng, understanding his cue, swiftly adopted a monk's demeanor, clasping his hands together and saying, "Ba, my good sir, you jest. This humble monk and this brother here are strangers to one another. We now find ourselves in a perilous situation, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Should we fail to unite, we may all meet our demise here, would we not, holy son of light?" Tang Xing smiled faintly and continued in the vein of Yufeng's words, "Indeed, that is the case, O messenger of the underworld. Thus, we must prioritize the greater good. And I hope the esteemed monk of annihilation will graciously impart his wisdom." Yufeng nodded slightly to Tang Xing, reciting, "This humble monk is known as Fa-Chin. Willing to contribute my meager efforts for all esteemed patrons here. I kindly ask for your guidance." Tang Xing was equally cooperative. "I am called Yu Xing." Feng Yi Jiangsheng followed suit. "I am Lin Wanfeng. I humbly seek your guidance." Jing Yiming was momentarily rendered speechless. "Yi Xing. Then you shall take the lead. We three will dutifully heed your commands." Tang Xing's detection seemed to sense something. Beware, it appeared that something had arrived, seemingly something substantial. Jing Yiming felt a disturbance, and with a sudden jolt, she leaped directly into Tang Xing's embrace. Chapter 82. Teasing the Iron Water Buffalo. Tang Xing gazed at Jing Tu Chun with an expression devoid of emotion, his voice calm, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible chill. "Tell me, have you had your fill of embraces?" His eyes were as deep and frigid as a frozen pond, instilling an involuntary shiver in those who met his gaze. Under the weight of Tang Xing's inquiry, Jing Tu Chin's face flushed a vivid red, and in her flustered state, she hastily released her grip, stammering, "Well, I truly didn't mean to. Please, don't misinterpret my intentions." With that, she lowered her head, unable to bear the intensity of Tang Xing's stare. Resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, utterly at a loss. Yet, Tang Xing remained unmoved by her explanations. Instead, he shot her a frosty glance, inwardly reflecting, "Humph. It seems to confirm the adage that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deceit. Even Jing Yiming, who appears so innocent and harmless, is no exception." With this thought, a subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of derision as if he had discerned the hypocrisy and cunning that permeate the world of women. Tang Xing slightly narrowed his eyes. Taking a deep breath as if resolutely making a decision, he swiftly formed several peculiar hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, a gentle radiance emanated from within him, followed by the gradual manifestation of a mysterious and formidable martial spirit. Tang Xing meticulously sensed the transformations brought forth by his martial spirit. Suddenly, a subtle smile graced his lips, illuminating his face with excitement as he murmured, "It appears that something intriguing is on the horizon." At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and a horde of enormous, pitch-black rats burst forth from the shadows, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged forward. Meanwhile, Feng Yezheng stood motionless, resembling a statue. Yet his piercing gaze remained fixated on the menacing swarm of rats, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Without hesitation, Yufeng extended his right hand. And a radiant beam of golden light shot forth from his palm, striking Feng Yejiang. In the blink of an eye, a colossal phantom of a Buddha materialized behind him, emanating an air of solemnity and reverence. Simultaneously, the black rats seemed to be incensed, each one summoning its strength as they charged ferociously towards Feng Yejiang. Confronted with such an overwhelming assault, a glint of cold light flickered in Feng Yejiang's eyes. He swiftly raised his hand, and his sword was instantly unsheathed. Accompanied by a crisp sound of the blade song, a fierce and unparalleled sword aura surged forth. This sword energy swept through the air like a tempest, stirring up sand and debris, causing trees to bend and grass to bow. The once formidable rats found themselves utterly defenseless against the terrifying sword aura, being swept away and hurled far into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Jing Yichen could not help but widen his eyes, his face awash with admiration and awe. However, before he could fully grasp the moment, Jing Yiming gently tapped his shoulder, reminding him to return to reality. Startled back to attention, Jing Yichen quickly refocused his gaze, steeling himself to confront the situation at hand. Tang Xing suddenly sensed an unusual presence, and as his gaze swept around, he discovered that mysterious black water had inexplicably enveloped the surroundings. This black water seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually, slowly yet resolutely advancing towards their location. Tang Xing felt a tightening in his chest, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. In an instant, he summoned his formidable mental strength, activating his spiritual domain and enveloping those around him within its protective embrace. However, the dark waters did not cease their advance. They resembled insidious phantoms, persistently attempting to infiltrate the sanctuary he had constructed. Faced with this bizarre spectacle, a wave of astonishment surged within Tang Xing. Nevertheless, years of surviving countless trials of life and death had taught him the necessity of maintaining composure in such dire moments. Thus, he inhaled deeply, compelling himself to calm down, and quickly devised a strategy. The situation was perilous, for the enemy lurking in the shadows had yet to reveal itself. But Tang Xing understood that passive waiting would lead only to a dead end. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to take a calculated risk. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Lin Wanqiao and Fa Chen beside him, declaring, "Lin Wanqiao, Fa Chen, I will find a way to flush out the hidden foe. You must seize the opportunity and capture it while it is unprepared. It cannot be allowed to escape." With those words, a determined glint flashed in Tang Xing's eyes as he clenched his fists, ready to confront the impending battle. In a swift motion, Tang Xing leaped several feet into the air, soaring like a bird. He shouted, unleashing his soul power, causing his martial spirit to materialize in an instant. A surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from his being, akin to tumultuous waves cascading outward. This formidable force pierced through the darkness, precisely locating a concealed rodent lurking in the shadows. Struck by the impact of this power, the rodent could no longer remain hidden. It emerged in a state of sheer panic, forced from its hiding place. Simultaneously, Yufeng, quick and decisive, unleashed his signature technique, the Golden Bell Shield. A radiant golden light erupted, swiftly coalescing into a massive protective dome that enveloped Fengye Jiancheng. Unyielding, Fengye Jiancheng brandished his sword, unleashing a fierce sword intent that transformed into a dazzling beam of light, slicing directly toward the advancing rodent. Under the onslaught of their formidable attacks, the hapless rodent stood no chance of retaliation. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fear and threat, it turned and fled, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Observing the escaping rodent, Tang Xing suddenly recalled something, realizing with clarity. So this is the legendary burrowing mouse. Truly, its reputation precedes it, timid as a mouse, possessing almost no combat prowess. However, before he could relax, the surrounding environment underwent a sudden transformation. The once tranquil scene morphed into something eerie and unpredictable, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating it all. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Tang Xing and his companions did not dare to let their guard down, promptly heightening their vigilance. Tang Xing took a deep breath, once again channeling his martial spirit with full force. This time, he concentrated intently, leaving no minute clue or fluctuation overlooked. At last, after a thorough exploration, he successfully discerned the direction of the exit. Tang Xing, with a grave expression, cautiously led the other three as they searched for traces of an exit in this mysterious realm. He silently pondered, how peculiar. Where could that door possibly be? How could it have vanished? Could it be merely an illusion? Just then, A thunderous sound of hooves abruptly shattered the brief tranquility. Tang Xing focused his gaze and realized that a herd of enormous water buffalo was charging towards them with fierce momentum. In the face of this sudden predicament, Tang Xing felt as though his head might explode. Meanwhile, Jing Yichen, undeterred, leaped into action, swiftly forming hand seals while chanting incantations. In an instant, a powerful ethereal energy surged from within him, manifesting as an invisible barrier that kept the ferocious water buffalo at bay. However, despite Jing Yichen's utmost efforts, the buffalo seemed undeterred by the deterrent force of the ethereal energy, relentlessly continuing their charge. For a moment, both sides remained locked in a stalemate, unable to advance further. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xing could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He turned to Jing Yichen and said, "Messenger, please withdraw the ominous energy. I have my own methods to deal with them." Jing Yichen nodded slightly and complied, retracting the ominous energy. As the barrier vanished, the herd of water buffalo charged wildly towards the crowd like untethered wild horses. In the blink of an eye, Yufeng, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, seized the chance to hurl the bowl in his hand. The bowl whirled rapidly through the air, emanating brilliant rays of light. In an instant, it transformed into a vast black hole, generating a powerful suction that consumed the entire herd of water buffalo. The once menacing group vanished without a trace. At that moment, an enraged roar reverberated through the skies. The onlookers turned their gaze to the source of the sound, where a massive iron water buffalo, several times larger than an ordinary one, lumbered forward with heavy steps. Its eyes, akin to large bronze bells, blazed with furious flames. Fixating on the bowl in Yufeng's hands as it bellowed, "Wretched humans, release my kin at once. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here alive today. I will ensure you all meet your demise alongside them." Rather than feeling fear at this threat, Yufeng's spirit ignited with stubborn pride. He snorted coldly and swung his fist towards the iron water buffalo. This punch encapsulated all his strength, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that surged towards the beast. The iron water buffalo, seemingly forged from steel, stood resolute and impervious, displaying no sign of pain in response to the attack. Instead of evading, it mockingly retorted, "Ha! Is that all you've got? You're truly pathetic." Before the words had fully escaped its mouth, it swung its own fist with a swift, cutting wind aimed directly at Yufeng. Caught off guard by the formidable strength of his opponent, Yufeng had no choice but to raise his hand to brace for the blow. A dull thud echoed as he was sent stumbling back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Tang Xing, witnessing this, was alarmed and immediately inquired with concern, "Master Fachin, are you all right?" Yufeng, grimacing against the pain, wiped the blood from his lips and replied in a deep voice, "I am fine, though this creature is indeed quite troublesome. Knight, you must exercise utmost caution when you strike." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Tang Xing's eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from his left arm, revealing a translucent white bone that gradually materialized. "Let me show you what I can do against you, brute," Tang Xing declared, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning, the bone morphing into a streak of light as it struck forcefully at the iron water buffalo. The impact was astonishing. The iron water buffalo, caught off guard, staggered back several steps, its eyes widening in disbelief. It could hardly fathom that its proud defenses had been so effortlessly breached, and it inwardly lamented, "If word of this incident spreads, how could I face the world?" The iron water buffalo, this time, dared not harbor even the slightest underestimation. Its muscles tensed, gathering the latent energy within, surging forth like a tumultuous torrent. Charging once again with an indomitable momentum towards Tang Xing and his companions. Observing this scene, Yufeng's expression grew solemn. He was acutely aware of the iron water buffalo's astonishing strength, and at this moment, retreat was not an option. With swift movements of his hands and incantations on his lips, a radiant shield materialized before him in an instant. However, despite Yufeng's utmost efforts to reinforce the shield, the disparity in power was overwhelmingly vast. The shield emitted cracking sounds under the immense impact of the iron water buffalo, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Just then, several stones suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the iron water buffalo's head with pinpoint accuracy. Startled by the pain, it turned in fury to discover Tang Xing orchestrating the mischief from behind. Enraged beyond measure, it swiftly altered its course, abandoning its assault on Yufeng to charge wildly towards Tang Xing. Tang Xing perceived the iron water buffalo charging towards him, and a wave of panic surged within him. Exclaiming inwardly, "Oh no, how has this creature set its sights on me? This is disastrous." Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, summoning the strength to flee. The iron water buffalo, akin to an enraged bull, galloped with increasing speed, the distance between them dwindling rapidly. Recognizing the imminent peril, Tang Xing sprinted while retrieving 3 dark, explosive orbs from his bosom. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, executing a graceful somersault, and without hesitation hurled the 3 explosive orbs with all his might. A cacophony of 3 thunderous explosions ensued as the bombs detonated against the imposing form of the iron water buffalo, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke and fire. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to find that the powerful explosives had merely incapacitated the buffalo momentarily. After a brief shake of its head, it swiftly regained its senses, panting heavily, its robust forelegs pawing the ground, poised to charge once more at any moment. At that critical juncture, Tang Xing desperately wished to speak, but before he could utter a sound, the ferocious iron water buffalo lunged towards them with blinding speed. Tang Xing was so startled by the sudden assault that his face turned pale, and he frantically dodged in every direction. To his surprise, in the midst of his hasty evasion, a vibrant piece of crimson fabric fell from his person. Quick-witted, Tang Xing seized the red cloth. As he scrutinized it closely, the iron water buffalo charged once again, this time without any warning. In an instant, a brilliant idea sparked in Tang Xing's mind. He swiftly divided the red cloth into 3 equal portions and called out to his companions. Listen carefully. I believe this iron water buffalo may be afraid of the color red. If each of us firmly grasps a piece of red fabric and never lets go, we might succeed in vanquishing it. Now prepare yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than the furious iron water buffalo barreled towards them once more, like a bolt of black lightning, with an overwhelming force. Acting swiftly, Tang Xing deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision with the buffalo. The creature then turned its fury towards Yufeng, who, with his nimble agility and swift movements, also managed to evade the buffalo's charge unscathed. The iron water buffalo, with its bell-like eyes, was engulfed in rage and frustration at the seemingly endless barrage of red before it. It thrashed its massive body in a frenzied manner, charging forward recklessly, each impact resonating with earth-shattering force. Meanwhile, Tang Xing and his companions reveled in the spectacle, laughing heartily at the buffalo's chaotic and frenzied display. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Xing, and he called out to the iron water buffalo. Hey there, buffalo. Come over here. The iron water buffalo, upon hearing the sound, turned decisively towards the direction indicated by Tang Xing. At this moment, a singular thought consumed its mind, to shatter those detestable reds. However, as it charged through the crimson cloth unfurled by Tang Xing, it was met by the fiery red maple leaf in Yufeng's hand, resembling a blazing flame. Thus, Tang Xing and his companions commenced an extraordinary relay. Each individual swiftly presented their piece of red cloth before the iron water buffalo, provoking it to futilely charge again and again. Observing this scene from a distance, Douluo could not help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, this iron water buffalo is bound to be toyed with by these few. Standing beside him, Lan Yin gracefully poured tea for Douluo while playfully chiding. This iron water buffalo is indeed the fiercest among the 12 dark beasts. Who would have thought it could be so easily mocked by them? How embarrassing. As she spoke, she leaned slightly towards Douluo, exuding an air of charm. Tang Xing stood silently at the finish line, his gaze fixed firmly ahead as he contemplated how to confront the impending iron water buffalo. He was acutely aware of the creature's immense strength and ferocity, yet he displayed no sign of trepidation. Before long, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, heralding the approach of a massive iron water buffalo, exuding an aura of formidable power, charging towards him like an uncontrollable tank. With each thunderous stomp of its robust limbs, the ground trembled beneath it, as if the very earth were on the verge of being shattered. Nevertheless, in the face of the oncoming beast, Tang Xing remained remarkably composed. His left hand was concealed behind him, shrouded in mystery. Just as the iron water buffalo closed the gap to mere meters, Tang Xing sprang into action. He swiftly withdrew his left hand from behind his back and assumed a poised combat stance. At the same time, his muscles tensed, coalescing into a formidable force. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful left punch, striking the buffalo's head with the force of a thunderclap. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the buffalo's colossal form came to an abrupt halt. It shook its head a few times before collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. Observing this spectacle, Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a blend of disbelief and surprise. Tang Xing gazed contentedly at his masterpiece, a subtle smile of confidence gracing his lips. He gently clapped his hands and murmured to himself, "Done." His words were imbued with a profound affirmation of his own prowess and pride. Chapter 83. United in battle. Ninth Underworld's Douluo initially believed he could easily handle the individual before him. However, upon engaging in combat, he was astonished to discover the immense power possessed by this individual. This revelation instilled within him a heightened sense of anticipation for Tang Xing, as he mused. If this person could be of service to me, he would undoubtedly become a significant ally. Simultaneously, after a fierce battle, Tang Xing found himself utterly depleted of soul power. Fatigued beyond measure, he seated himself upon the ground, commencing a full recovery of his soul energy. Beside him, Yufeng and Feng Yi Jiangsheng steadfastly stood guard. At that moment, Jing Yiming approached slowly, her expression one of perplexity as she inquired, "Why do you remain here? This place is fraught with danger. It would be wise to depart as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi Jiangsheng was about to offer an explanation, but Yufeng, quick-witted and swift, interjected. "We are a collective, united in our endeavors. Having resolved the journey together, how can we so easily forsake one another? Integrity and camaraderie are paramount." Yufeng's words resonated powerfully, leaving Jing Yiming momentarily at a loss for a retort. Nevertheless, she did not relent, and after a brief contemplation, she continued. "You have only just met. How can you place such trust in one another? It is often said that one should avoid excessive interaction with strangers to avert unnecessary troubles. Moreover, each person possesses their own distinct path and aspirations. There is no need for perpetual entanglement." Feng Yi Jiangcheng stepped forth from the crowd, his stride steady and confident, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the envoy. "Esteemed envoy," he began, "your earlier remarks do indeed hold merit. However, it is imperative that you grasp a crucial truth. It is precisely your role as envoy that has gathered us here together. Since we find ourselves united in this moment, there must inherently exist a degree of cooperative relationship among us. Given this foundation, our foremost task is to judiciously align ourselves with one another and wholeheartedly assist each other. Should we disregard this cooperative bond and view our acquaintance with strangers solely from a common perspective, the pivotal principle remains courtesy, the essence of which lies in mutual respect. Only by affording one another due respect can we gradually forge connections and foster communication. Additionally, it is essential to assess the character of the other, determining their trustworthiness. After all, if you genuinely perceive someone's character as flawed or untrustworthy, it is unlikely you would willingly seek their companionship, correct? Jing Yiming, taken aback by his articulate and reasoned response, found herself momentarily speechless, utterly unprepared for their coherent and compelling discourse. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure. Feeling somewhat bashful, and softly replied, "All right, I understand." Tang Xing sat quietly on the ground, surrounded by faint fluctuations of soul energy. As time passed, the once exhausted soul power within him gradually began to revive, akin to a gentle spring flowing over parched earth. Gradually, this soul energy grew increasingly potent, ultimately surging past a threshold, elevating him directly to level 1. In that moment, Tang Xing distinctly felt the transformation occurring within his body. Although he found himself in this peculiar place, unable to wield his soul techniques, the exhilarating sensation brought forth by this breakthrough was enough to ignite his excitement. He mused to himself, "I never anticipated such a boon could be found here. Perhaps this adventure holds unexpected delights in store for us." At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached from a distance. It was Yufeng, making his way toward him. Upon seeing the joy radiating from Tang Xing's face, he couldn't help but smile and softly remarked, "Congratulations, Tang Xing. It seems your strength has indeed increased. So, Night Star, shall we press onward, or take a moment to recuperate before devising our next course of action?" Tang Xing raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the profound passage ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Having arrived here, we might as well press onward. After all, who knows what greater opportunities and challenges may lie ahead? Furthermore, if we retreat now, would not our previous efforts be in vain?" With that, he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his eyes resolute and brimming with anticipation. Leading the group, Tang Xing ventured deeper into this enigmatic realm. At that moment, a low, haunting sound seemed to seep into their ears like a phantom. The voice appeared to emanate from the abyss, exuding an unsettling chill. In an instant, they found themselves frozen in place, as if bound by an invisible spell. Feng Yi Jiangqing widened his eyes, fully engrossed in discerning the origin of this eerie sound. Striving to uncover its source, he furrowed his brow in deep thought, feeling that the voice was hauntingly familiar, yet unable to recall where he had heard it before. In Tang Xing's mind, a fleeting recollection of an ancient text surfaced, detailing a terrifying existence known as the 12 Dark Beasts. With a grave expression, he spoke. I recall a book that meticulously described these 12 dark beasts, each possessing distinct forms and habits. Among them are the burrowing rat, capable of vanishing into the earth, the immensely strong iron water buffalo, the ferocious crimson-faced tiger, the carnivorous meat rabbit, the storm-summoning dawn dragon, the venomous seven-step snake, the astonishingly swift soul-chasing horse, the leading sheep that commands the flock, the ever-changing trickster monkey, the dreamlike phantasm chicken, the frenzied and combative earth-shaking dog, and the elusive, capricious ever-changing pig. As if doused with a bucket of cold water, Jiancheng abruptly awakened, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, if we are to follow your sequence, having already encountered the burrowing rat and the iron water buffalo, does that mean we must now face the legendary crimson-faced tiger? Tang Xing swiftly seized upon Jiancheng's words, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is said that the red-faced tiger is one of the most formidable beings among the 12 fiendish beasts, and it appears we are truly confronting a formidable adversary. Beside him, Yufeng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplative analysis. After a moment, he interjected, given the current circumstances, are we not to venture deep into this den of dragons and tigers? As he spoke, Yufeng lifted his gaze, looking ahead. At that moment, the others also raised their eyes, and they beheld two powerful and imposing characters, Tiger's Den, floating ominously above them. The sight of these characters sent a jolt of alarm through the group, and a palpable tension enveloped them. Worry etched upon each face. They understood that the challenges ahead would be exceptionally arduous. Yet, despite the turmoil within, they harbored no intention of retreat. Instead, they gripped their weapons resolutely, bracing themselves to confront the imminent battle. Tang Xing gazed gravely at the crowd, taking a deep breath before calmly addressing them. Let us not succumb to fear just yet. We must proceed with caution and strive to remain silent, lest we disturb that creature. Upon hearing Tang Xing's words, the previously panicked hearts of the group settled somewhat, and they cautiously began to move slowly towards the direction of the red-faced tiger. Yufeng and Jiancheng crept forward with utmost stealth, as if fearful that the mere snap of a twig beneath their feet might alert the beast. Their movements were light and deliberate, each step taken as though it were the result of careful consideration. Just then, as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A loud sneeze shattered the tranquility emanating from Jing Yiming. In an instant, the red-faced tiger, which had been peacefully slumbering, abruptly opened its eyes, the size of bronze bells, glinting with a fierce glimmer. Tang Xing, Yufeng, and Feng Yijiangcheng simultaneously felt a profound sense of foreboding as a potent aura of danger enveloped them. Almost instinctively, Tang Xing shouted, "This is dire. We must flee." The red-faced tiger, groggily awakening from its slumber, wore an expression of irate indignation, its fearsome visage seemingly ablaze with fury, as it shook its massive head and beheld the two detestable humans before it. The flames of its wrath ignited to an unprecedented intensity. The red-faced tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, its cavernous mouth agape, and in an instant, a dazzling radiance enveloped its form as an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted. Without hesitation, it executed its unique soul technique, summoning a tempest that sent dust and debris swirling wildly. Tang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a portrait of disbelief, as he distinctly sensed that everything around him seemed to be receding. "No, what on earth is happening?" he exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, Yufeng remained remarkably composed. He swiftly retreated while loudly cautioning his companions. "Everyone, be careful. This is the red-faced tiger's special ability, Tiger's Pull. It can manipulate spatial forces within a certain range, creating the illusion of retreat. At this moment, we must promptly prepare our defenses." As he spoke, Yufeng swiftly formed hand seals, intoning, "Golden Bell Shield." A radiant golden barrier materialized instantly before him, enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, Yi did not remain idle. She let out a fierce cry and invoked her defensive soul technique to shield another nearby individual. Faced with the ferocious assault of the red-faced tiger, they dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Yufeng shouted fervently, his entire essence coalescing at his surface as a shimmering golden shield abruptly emerged, expanding rapidly around him. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped both himself and Feng Yi Jiangcheng behind him. This golden bell shield stood like an indomitable barrier, emanating a powerful aura that sent chills down their spines. Upon witnessing this situation, Tang Xing's expression darkened, and he murmured, "It can only be this way. Spirit Guardian." As his words fell, a verdant radiance shimmered around him, and an extraordinary energy surged forth from within, swiftly enveloping his form and manifesting as an ethereal green armor. Without hesitation, Tang Xing dashed forward, arms wide open, and enveloped Jing Yiming in a tight embrace. Jing Yiming was utterly taken aback by this sudden gesture, rendered momentarily speechless. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself firmly held in his arms. In that instant, a wave of warmth washed over her face, a deep blush swiftly ascending to her cheeks. Confronted with this unexpected embrace, Jing Yiming felt a tumult of emotions, at a loss for how to respond. She yearned to extricate herself from Tang Xing's hold, but was reluctant to act out of a sense of propriety, particularly given the pressing danger they faced. Any resistance might jeopardize their safety. Thus, she remained blushing, her body trembling slightly, allowing Tang Xing to hold her. At that moment, despite her embarrassment, Jing Yiming could not help but feel an unprecedented sense of security as she rested against Tang Xing's broad and sturdy chest. She found herself stealing glances at him from the corners of her eyes, inwardly musing, "This fellow appears quite robust, and his arms are remarkably strong. Oh dear. What am I even thinking? How utterly mortifying." However, considering that he was acting to protect her, she decided to allow him this moment of intimacy. With that thought, Jing Yiming closed her eyes, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, and focused on the imminent crisis. Suddenly, the crimson-faced tiger, like a frenzied beast, unleashed a powerful punch, the fierce wind of its strike hurtling towards them. The force of this blow was tremendous, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. With a resounding crash, those struck by the punch were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the crimson-faced tiger's face bore an expression of disbelief. Its eyes widened, fixated on those it had just struck, filled with confusion and perplexity. For according to all logic, those who had endured such a ferocious attack should have collapsed, grievously injured, yet the individuals before it swiftly rose from the ground as if unscathed. Tang Xing took a deep breath, striving to calm the turbulent energy coursing through his body. Although the recent blow had not inflicted severe injury, it left him feeling a momentary tightness in his chest. However, he quickly regained his composure, a glimmer of determination illuminating his eyes as he declared loudly, "Master Fa Chun. Brother Lin, we cannot allow this scoundrel to escape so easily. Let us unite and show him our true strength." Just then, a melodious and clear voice rang out. "Count me in. I wish to join the fray." The crowd turned to see Jing Yiming gracefully stepping forward. With her elegant stature and stunning visage, she wielded a gleaming longsword, emanating an aura of both icy allure and noble grace. The four members of Tang Xing simultaneously awakened their martial spirits, marking the commencement of their battle against a single fierce tiger. The crimson-faced tiger summoned 3 smaller tigers to aid in its endeavor. Without hesitation, Tang Xing invoked his martial spirit and charged at the crimson-faced tiger, declaring, "You may have caused me pain, but today, I shall teach you how to behave like a proper tiger." He delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's claw, only to discover that the crimson-faced tiger was no ordinary foe. Contemplating the situation, he thought, this crimson-faced tiger, undoubtedly the strongest among them, must possess some hidden prowess. Tang Xing immediately activated his spiritual eyes for exploration. Upon delving deeper, he discovered something unusual about the red-faced tiger. A subtle smile graced his lips as he called out, "Yufeng, come help me." Upon hearing the commotion, Yufeng swiftly dealt with the small tiger and teleported to Tang Xing's side, inquiring, "What's the matter, Yixing?" Tang Xing replied straightforwardly, "This red-faced tiger is somewhat different, and it harbors something within. Let us join forces to subdue it." Yufeng, enthused, responded, "All right. You attack from below, and I will strike from above." They promptly separated, with Tang Xing channeling his energy into a powerful punch directed at the red-faced tiger. The tiger, unfazed by Tang Xing's approach, swiftly dissolved the attack. In the next moment, a colossal Buddha handprint surged towards it, prompting the tiger to retreat and emit a fierce roar that sent Yufeng staggering back. Undeterred, Tang Xing launched another punch at the tiger's face, leaving the creature in disbelief, pondering why Tang Xing seemed impervious to its influence. As doubt clouded its mind, Yufeng's Buddha handprint bore down on the tiger once more. After the tiger countered his assault, Tang Xing seized the opportunity to strike at its abdomen. In that fleeting moment, Tang Xing summoned all his strength and delivered a solid blow to the tiger's belly. However, unexpectedly, the force from this strike granted the red-faced tiger the momentum to slip away from their encirclement. Standing nearby, Yufeng witnessed the entire event and let out a long sigh, his face etched with regret. Alas, what a pity, we were so close to capturing it. Yet it managed to escape. Hearing Yufeng's lament, Tang Xing approached him, gently resting a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Don't be disheartened. It's all right that we didn't catch it. We shall press on. Yet, a peculiar sensation lingered in Tang Xing's mind, a nagging feeling that something was amiss. What could such a creature be doing on South Spring Road? Is there some hidden secret lurking here? As he spoke, he unconsciously furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and concern. Just as Tang Xing stood there in indecision, a shadow darted through the inky darkness like a specter. The surroundings were shrouded in pitch black, devoid of any light penetrating the heavy gloom. Startled, Tang Xing wasted no time and unleashed his spiritual eyes once more, striving to pinpoint the elusive figure with his keen perception. His eyes shimmered with an extraordinary glow, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. With the enhancement of his spiritual eyes, Tang Xing finally discerned the silhouette of the shadow. Aha! At last, I have found you. Just as he was about to speak, the shadow launched an unforeseen attack, hurtling towards Jing Yiming. In an instant, Tang Xing unleashed a tremendous surge of mental power, akin to a roaring torrent. Sweeping towards the mysterious shadow, a dull thud resonated, and the once menacing shadow was abruptly quelled on the spot, rendered immobile. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu furrowed her brow slightly, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, as if a thought had dawned upon her, she spoke slowly. In my opinion, these challenges must appear in a specific sequence. If my conjecture is correct, then this level is likely the fabled carnivorous rabbit. Given the speed it exhibited earlier, I fear none among us can match its pace. Jing Yimong, with a furrowed brow and an anxious expression, interjected, is there truly no way to confront this? What are we to do? Just as the group was engulfed in thought, Lin Wanqiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, a fleeting idea illuminating her mind. Tang Xing immediately sensed something and gently cleared her throat before speaking. Yexing, I recall you possess a unique ability known as perception. Why not give it a try? It may prove to be useful. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt a wave of despair wash over her, yet she had no alternative at that moment. With labored breaths, she replied, very well, I shall give it a try. Tang Xing was acutely aware of Lin Wanqiu's intentions and thus hesitated no longer. He immediately focused his mind, activating his spiritual eyes to fully unleash his perception techniques. As his spiritual energy continued to gather, a faint golden light began to shimmer in his eyes, as if he could penetrate all barriers. Under the formidable detection of Tang Xing's golden power, he finally discerned the carnivorous rabbit concealed in the shadows. However, the rabbit, realizing it had been exposed, understood that evasion was no longer an option. Resolutely, it decided to fight to the death. To everyone's astonishment, two additional cunning rabbits emerged beside the first, seemingly having plotted this moment in advance. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the carnivorous rabbit, ready to launch a coordinated attack. In that instant, the three rabbits lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Tang Xing, quick to react, instantaneously activated his martial spirit. In that fleeting moment, an immense wave of spiritual power surged forth, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, forcefully crashing towards the trio of rabbits. A series of dull thuds echoed as the once menacing rabbits were abruptly repelled several meters back by this overwhelming spiritual force. Yufeng's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Tang Xing, his mind racing with thoughts. When did this fellow's spiritual power become so formidable? With such prowess, he could send the ferocious carnivorous rabbit fleeing in panic. Could it be that his spiritual power had undergone a significant enhancement? Tang Xing approached Yufeng at a leisurely pace, simultaneously conveying through thought, this is a unique ability bestowed upon me by the soul bone of my spiritual head, enhanced by my continuous cultivation of mental strength, which grants me such power. You must not let this information leak. Upon hearing this, Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, then shot a fierce glare at Tang Xing, yet could not help but praise. Well done. It seems your strength has indeed advanced, reaching new heights. Shortly after, Tang Xing led the group onward, arriving at what appeared to be a desolate and arid expanse. However, Tang Xing keenly sensed that there was something extraordinary concealed within this barren land. Just as he was about to investigate further, unexpectedly, Jing Yiming suddenly intervened, effortlessly toppling a nearby large tree. As the tree crashed to the ground, it stirred up a cloud of dust, instantly elevating the tension in the atmosphere. Tang Xing's figure flickered like a specter, swiftly subduing Jing Yiming in an instant. His keen gaze swept the surroundings, soon alighting upon the decrepit old tree nearby. With a slight furrow of his brow, Tang Xing knelt down, scrutinizing the peculiar tree, murmuring to himself, "What is this? It appears to have seen many years." At that moment, Lin Wanchuan, hearing the commotion, approached. She gazed in the direction Tang Xing was observing and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, judging by the surrounding scenery, "This place has likely been desolate for quite some time." Bound by Tang Xing, Jing Yiming seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is not my fault. He simply fell on his own." Tang Xing rose to his feet, shaking his head as he remarked, "I have not discovered anything unusual here. Could it truly be that my instincts are mistaken?" With that, he fell into a contemplative silence. Observing this, Lin Wanqiu gently patted Tang Xing's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not be too anxious. At times, our intuition may lead us astray, yet we must also have faith in our own abilities. Since we have not gleaned any insights for the moment, let us take our leave." With that, she turned and departed, while Tang Xing followed closely behind, guiding Jing Yiming. Tang Xing and his companions trudged onward through the arduous journey. As far as the eye could see, amidst the lush greenery of the trees lay patches of parched earth, cracked like the shell of a tortoise. Yu Feng furrowed his brows, lost in thought as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, as if sensing an anomaly, he spoke. "Yexing, for some reason, I can't shake off this peculiar feeling about this place." Upon hearing Yu Feng's words, Tang Xing, who had previously been oblivious to any irregularities, felt a sudden tightening in his chest and quickly shifted his gaze to the large tree not far away. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he murmured to himself, "Why does this tree seem somewhat familiar?" At that moment, Jing Yimeng, who had been trailing behind the group, suddenly appeared, her face a mask of terror. She stumbled towards Tang Xing, clutching the hem of his garment tightly, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Isn't this the very tree that was felled when we passed by before?" Before her words had fully settled, Lin Wanxiu, standing nearby, also turned pale, her disbelief palpable as she gasped, "Heavens! Could it be that we have wandered in circles and returned to the same spot?" In an instant, the group exchanged anxious glances, their hearts brimming with unease and uncertainty. Tang Xing wore a tense expression, his senses alert and attuned to his surroundings. He contemplated the possibility of activating his formidable spiritual eyes, a powerful soul manifestation, to survey the area. However, to his astonishment, no matter how he attempted, he found it impossible to summon them. His brows furrowed with concern as he exclaimed, "This is truly strange. I have already conducted a probe, and I suspect that an exceptionally formidable entity is concealed here, to the extent that my mental energy is experiencing intense suppression." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng immediately closed his eyes, concentrating on honing his perceptive abilities to ascertain their location. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression grave as he remarked, "As expected, we are indeed ensnared within a mysterious formation. However, to be precise, it resembles a thick fog that has ensnared us. At this moment, we find ourselves in a passive situation, and we must devise a strategy promptly." Lin Wanqiu, upon hearing this, focused intently on the scene before her and could not help but exclaim, "Could this possibly be the legendary ghost wall?" At her words, a flash of insight crossed Yu Feng's mind, and he suddenly recalled a method he had heard for unraveling such phenomena. He turned to Lin Wanqiu, his eyes gleaming with confidence, and excitedly said, "You know, your remark has indeed sparked a similarity in my mind. I believe I have just recalled how to break free from this predicament." At that moment, Lin Wanqiu gazed at Yu Feng with a look of rapt attention, as if eagerly awaiting his revelation. However, just then, Tang Xing, who had remained silent until now, was suddenly gripped by a sense of unease, an inexplicable foreboding swelling within him. He furrowed his brows, casting a dubious glance at Yu Feng, murmuring, "For some reason, I cannot shake this unsettling premonition that seems to be drawing nearer." Yu Feng, undeterred by Tang Xing's words, fixed his gaze upon him, and, with unwavering conviction, inquired, "Yexing, do you recall whether you still possess your virginity?" Tang Xing stood there, utterly bewildered, as if his mind were shrouded in a thick fog, rendering him incapable of comprehending what Yu Feng was articulating. With a slight furrow of his brow and a hint of concern etched upon his face, he could not help but inquire, "What exactly are you trying to convey? Could you express it more clearly?" realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth. Yufeng decided to abandon his pretense and spoke candidly. In fact, I wish for you to relieve yourself. I have heard a legend that suggests that the urine of a youth can dispel the strange mist before us. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xing sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at Yufeng, exclaiming loudly, "Why must it be me? Why not you? Do I really appear to be so easily intimidated?" Taken aback by Tang Xing's sudden outburst, Yufeng, though startled, mustered the courage to awkwardly explain, "Oh, come now, my friend, please do not be angry. As a disciple of the Buddhist order, I am bound by numerous precepts and regulations, making it quite inconvenient for me to engage in such matters." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing felt a lingering dissatisfaction in his heart, yet he could not deny that Yufeng's words held a semblance of truth. However, he swiftly thought of another individual and inquired, "What about Lin Wanqiu? Surely he can go, right?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lin Wanqiu, who was standing nearby. Yufeng followed Tang Xing's line of sight, then shook his head and replied, "He is not suitable. He cannot compare to your remarkable abilities. In terms of talent and capability, he falls far short of you. Thus, it is evident that you are the only rightful choice for this position." Tang Xing was utterly bewildered by Yufeng's silver-tongued persuasion, losing all sense of direction. Ultimately, he could only concede with a reluctant, "Very well." After uttering these words, he slowly approached the towering tree, retrieving a small water pouch from his bosom and gently sprinkling some water onto the ground. Once this was accomplished, Tang Xing stood quietly, his heart brimming with anticipation for some miraculous transformation to unfold. However, as seconds turned into minutes, his prolonged wait yielded no signs of activity. Gradually, his eager anticipation morphed into anxiety and confusion. At last, unable to contain his impatience, Tang Xing raised his voice and called out, "Fa Chun, please explain to me what is happening." Upon hearing the call, Fa Chun hurried over, scrutinizing the situation before furrowing his brow and murmuring to himself, "It appears my earlier assumptions were mistaken." After a brief contemplation, he turned to the side, addressing Yixing and Wanqiu with urgency. "Yixing, Wanqiu, prepare yourselves. I am about to activate the formation." Before his words had even faded, Fa Chen swiftly reached into his robe, extracting a mysterious object resembling a soul-guiding device. This item emanated a faint glow, as if it contained boundless energy. With deft movements, Fa Chen inserted it into the earth surrounding the grand tree. As the object penetrated the soil, a formidable force erupted, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, Fa Chun began to chant an ancient and obscure scripture, his voice resonating with purpose. With each incantation, brilliant golden patterns rippled forth from the mysterious object like waves, gradually spreading throughout the area, encircling the great tree. At this moment, Fa Chun was wholly focused on his recitation, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. Under the powerful enhancement of the formation, everything that had previously remained shrouded in darkness began to reveal itself clearly to the onlookers. Tang Xing's nerves instantly tensed as he keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. He urgently exclaimed, "Be careful, that creature is about to emerge." No sooner had his words left his lips than a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by violent tremors of the ground, as a colossal dragon, magnificent in stature, soared into the air from the towering, resilient trees. It opened its cavernous maw, emitting a deafening roar that surged toward the crowd. Standing nearby, Lin Wanqiu's eyes widened in shock, her face a canvas of astonishment as she involuntarily gasped, "Is this truly the legendary drought dragon?" The dragon before them was enveloped in scales as hard as iron, radiating a chilling aura. In an instant, the drought dragon unleashed a massive earthen sphere from its mouth, hurling it at Tang Xing and the others with blinding speed. Undaunted, Tang Xing shouted, raising his fist to strike the earthen ball. However, the moment his fist made contact, an overwhelming force rebounded, causing him to stagger back several steps. Tang Xing felt a sudden jolt of realization. He immediately understood that the assault unleashed by the drought dragon was not an ordinary physical attack, but rather an assault imbued with mysterious elemental power. His expression turned grave as he turned to his companion, Jing Yimeng, and shouted, "Messenger, it seems we must rely on your abilities this time." Jing Yimeng understood his intent with a knowing glance. She swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. And in an instant, a pitch-black, ethereal phoenix materialized, radiating a dim, haunting light. The spectral phoenix unfurled its wings and let out a cry, subsequently unleashing its unique corrosive power, each time the drought dragon launched an attack. Those earthen projectiles or other forms of aggression were entirely eroded upon contact with the ethereal phoenix, vanishing into nothingness. Enraged, the drought dragon immediately purified itself and transformed into its most formidable form, declaring its ultimate strike, the Great Strike, perish. Witnessing this, Tang Xing promptly executed the Sacred Light's three absolutes. The third absolute, Emperor's Radiance, Sacred Domain. A sphere of golden light erupted, ruthlessly bombarding the drought dragon. In this moment, Tang Xing's entire being shimmered with a golden hue, exuding an imperial aura that even Jing Yimeng couldn't help but notice. Yet only Tang Xing was aware that this strike represented his utmost effort, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 85. Deception. Yufeng hurriedly turned around to assess the situation, pondering to himself, indeed, I was correct. He merely overexerted his soul power. A good rest will suffice for recovery. With this thought, Yufeng unhesitatingly channeled his own soul power and carefully infused it into Tang Xing's body. As Yufeng's soul power was injected, the dormant elemental energy within Tang Xing ignited like a spark to gunpowder, boiling into a frenzy. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Xing began to levitate gently off the ground, surrounded by a mesmerizing glow. In the next moment, a stunning scene unfolded as the two conflicting forces within Tang Xing miraculously merged, surging into his being like a flood breaking through a dam. Once everything calmed, Tang Xing landed steadily on the ground. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, radiating an unparalleled aura of authority. He gazed down at his hands, then looked up at the others, and curiously inquired, "What on earth is happening? I feel as though I have been completely reborn." With a smile, Yufeng regarded Tang Xing warmly and replied, "Do not worry, it is nothing of great concern. What just occurred was merely a breakthrough and fusion of the power within you. Now that all is well, let us continue onward. There may be even more unknown challenges awaiting us ahead." With that, Yufeng took the lead, stepping forward, followed closely by the others, while Tang Xing trailed behind. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Tang Xing, Yufeng, and another companion traversed South Spring Road, the atmosphere around them tinged with a palpable tension. Tang Xing furrowed his brow, a peculiar sensation gnawing at him, and finally could not contain himself. "Master, do you not find something odd?" As we journeyed, we encountered an array of bizarre creatures. Could it be that we have strayed from our path? Yufeng, upon hearing this, shook his head in bewilderment. Equally perplexed, I am at a loss as well. We ought to consult the envoy. Beside them, Jing Yimeng was rendered speechless by their inquiries. Unsure of how to respond, "Please don't ask me. I am just as clueless." At that moment, Lin Wansyu's silence broke as she interjected, "Since we have come this far, there is no turning back. Regardless, let us press onward. Perhaps we shall discover a way out as we proceed." Tang Xing, understanding the gravity of their predicament, nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us move forward." As they prepared to step ahead, they suddenly noticed a small girl in imminent peril, confronted by a massive serpent, its gaping maw poised to consume her whole. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Yiqin and Lin Wansyu dashed forward like arrows released from a bow, racing to save the girl. Simultaneously, Tang Xing reacted swiftly, summoning a myriad of glimmering blades that shot forth like a storm towards the serpent. Sensing the impending danger, the serpent attempted to evade, but the blades, fast as lightning, struck its form. In pain, the serpent relinquished its intended prey and fled in disarray. After successfully rescuing the girl, Jing Yiqin gently brushed the dust from her clothes, soothing her with tender words. "Do not be afraid, little sister, it is all right now." The girl, still trembling and pale, began to regain her composure under Jing Yiqin's calming presence, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of weeping. Observing this, Jing Yimeng swiftly enveloped the girl in a warm embrace, softly patting her back while murmuring, there, my little darling, do not cry. If you do, you will cease to be the beautiful little fairy you are." As she spoke, Jing Yimeng gently swayed, striving to soothe the girl as distress. Meanwhile, Tang Xing stood quietly, watching Jing Yimeng patiently comfort the girl. After a while, Tang Xing's own emotions began to settle, and he recalled the serpent they had just encountered, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, that serpent was exceptionally swift." At that moment, Lin Wansu approached with curiosity. "Tang Xing, do you think that serpent could have been a seven-step snake?" Just as Tang Xing opened his mouth to respond, Yufeng interjected, No, I believe that was certainly not a seven-step snake. From what I have gathered, the true seven-step snake typically exhibits a deep brown or chestnut hue, with its head displaying a distinct yellowish-brown color and a clearly triangular shape. However, the serpent we encountered earlier was entirely snow-white, which starkly contrasts with the characteristics of the seven-step snake. Lin Wanqiu attentively absorbed every word spoken by Yufeng and, in a moment of clarity, realized, so it appears that there is not merely one path but two. This complicates matters somewhat. At that moment, Tang Xing strode forward without hesitation and remarked promptly, "What is there to fear? We are a formidable quartet. Aside from Jing Yiming, the three of us can certainly handle the two of them. Logically, it shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Nonetheless, it will not be without its difficulties. And we must carefully devise our strategy." As everyone plunged into contemplation, Jing Yiming approached slowly, cradling her little sister in her arms, her face radiating a gentle smile. "Hee. I have successfully calmed her down. We can set off now." Upon hearing her voice, Tang Xing turned his gaze, and his eyes fell upon the adorable little sister. However, to his surprise, the little girl seemed to harbor a fear of him, instinctively shrinking into Jing Yiming's embrace to evade his gaze. Observing this, Tang Xing felt a twinge of discomfort, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered with mild displeasure, "Oh dear, look at you, little miss. How can you be so stingy as to not let me see? Hey, I say, little sister, can you guess what it is that I am holding in my hand?" Tang Xing gently extracted a beautifully wrapped piece of candy from her pocket and carefully placed it before the adorable little girl. As soon as the child laid eyes on the confection, her eyes sparkled with a brilliance reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. She danced with excitement, circling around Tang Xing, her laughter ringing out in joyful peals. Observing this innocent child, Jing Yiming found herself lost in contemplation. She envisioned a future where she and Tang Xing might indeed come together, perhaps to have a child of their own. A child who could be as lively and charming as the girl before her, laughing and running about carefree. As these thoughts unfolded, a tender and blissful smile unconsciously graced Jing Yiming's face. At that moment, Tang Xing suddenly noticed Jing Yiming gazing dreamily into the distance and called out, "Yimeng, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought." Startled by Tang Xing's voice, Jing Yiming snapped back to reality, her cheeks instantly flushing with a hint of crimson. She hurriedly retorted, "I'm not. Don't say such things." Yet, the flustered look in her eyes betrayed the true sentiments of her heart. As Tang Xing gingerly advanced forward, his hand resting upon his head, his steps revealed a hint of hesitation. Behind him, Yufeng and two others closely trailed, not daring to let their guard down for an instant. Occasionally, Tang Xing would open his spiritual eyes, meticulously scanning the surroundings, as if seeking to uncover any concealed peril. With unwavering focus, he concentrated his mental energy, suggesting he had some inkling of what lay ahead. Just as Yufeng was about to inquire about the situation, the ground suddenly erupted. A colossal python surged forth, baring its fangs and hissing menacingly at Tang Xing and the others. Upon closer inspection, Tang Xing gasped in alarm. "This is bad. It's the very serpent we previously drove away. Everyone, be cautious. I failed to sense its presence earlier, and there may be other threats lurking nearby." Upon hearing Tang Xing's warning, Yufeng's gaze fixated on the massive serpent. Strangely, despite its intimidating demeanor, the python did not immediately launch an attack. It merely coiled itself, motionless. Yufeng, perplexed, remarked, "It appears it has no intention of engaging us in battle." Lin Wanqiu, standing beside him, quickly concurred, "Indeed, Night Star, what do you think?" Just as Tang Xing hesitated, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously inert white serpent suddenly sprang into action, lunging towards Yufeng and another with astonishing speed. Two anguished cries echoed as the pair were violently hurled aside, crashing heavily to the ground. In the next moment, the great white serpent disregarded all others and charged directly towards the child cradled in Jing Yiming's arms. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xing stepped forward, swiftly positioning himself in front of Jing Yiming, using his own body as a shield against the serpent's advance. Gazing at Tang Xing's broad and sturdy back, Jing Yiming felt a wave of emotion swell within her. She had never imagined that, in such a dire moment, Tang Xing would so selflessly protect them. In this instant, Tang Xing's noble spirit was indelibly etched in Jing Yiming's heart. Tang Xing's gaze was piercing, and he muttered incantations under his breath, instantly summoning a formidable spirit armor. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to withstand the imminent deadly strike with all his might. A tremendous crash resounded as Tang Xing firmly absorbed the impact. Yet his body involuntarily staggered backward a few steps. "Ah, my head aches. What manner of serpent is this? How can it be so powerful?" As he groaned in agony, he rubbed his aching head. At that moment, a mysterious yet clear voice resonated from the depths of his mind. This is the White Jade Serpent King, whose cultivation has reached an astonishing 15,000 years. Anyone struck by it will experience dizziness and disorientation. However, it is not without vulnerabilities. Its weaknesses lie in its keen eyesight and acute hearing. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing was taken aback, contemplating, could this be the soul technique manifested by the Eye of Data? It can analyze the enemy with such precision in real time. With this thought, his initial panic began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of confidence and courage. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and strode purposefully toward the White Jade Serpent King. Clad in resplendent golden armor, he resembled a god of war descending upon the battlefield, emanating an imposing aura. His gaze was fixed upon the colossal serpent, revealing a steely determination. Then, with his hands clasped together, he summoned his inner spiritual energy, which surged wildly within him, and suddenly propelled it forward. A brilliant golden light erupted forth, hurtling directly toward the White Jade Serpent King. Meanwhile, Jing Yiming gently placed her younger sister on the ground and tenderly stroked her hair, saying, "Darling, stay here quietly and don't wander off. Sister is going to help brother defeat that fearsome serpent. You can trust me." The little sister blinked her large, watery eyes and nodded obediently, signaling her understanding of her sister's words. Seeing her sister so sensible and compliant, Jing Yiming smiled softly before turning and dashing toward Tang Xing, calling out loudly, "Tang Xing, fear not. I come to lend you my strength." Like a flash of lightning, Jing Yiming plunged into the fray, and in an instant, the entire situation shifted dramatically. The previously stalemated confrontation suddenly tilted in their favor. The seemingly fragile little sister transformed in the blink of an eye into a large serpent. Her body entirely brown, her massive jaws agape as she lunged at Tang Xing with astonishing speed. In that critical moment, Lin Wanqiu cried out anxiously, "Yexing, watch out behind you." However, it was already too late. As Tang Xing sensed the looming danger from behind, realization dawned upon him. I knew it. How could a little girl suddenly appear on South Spring Road? It turns out she is a highly venomous seven-step snake. At that moment, he realized it was too late to evade the serpent's fierce assault. Just as he prepared to abandon resistance, a miracle unfolded. Tang Xing was astonished to discover that he had sustained no harm whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Jing Yimeng had unhesitatingly shielded him with her frail form from the fatal strike of the seven-step serpent. A surge of emotion and guilt intertwined within him as he hurried to support the swaying Jing Yimeng, calling out to Feng Wanqiu, "Wanqiu, I entrust Yimeng to your care. Allow me to handle these adversaries." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Xing unleashed an unparalleled torrent of mental energy, surging forth like an unstoppable flood towards his foes. Simultaneously, his battle armor was rapidly donned, driven by an inexhaustible force. In his right hand, he grasped a colossal and razor-sharp halberd, embodying the very essence of a war deity descending upon the world. Undeterred by the ferocious advance of the seven-step serpent, Tang Xing's eyes glimmered with resolute determination. He executed his ultimate technique, the third form, sweeping across the armies as the halberd transformed into a streak of icy light, sweeping towards the serpent with cataclysmic force. A deafening roar echoed as the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart before him. Astonishingly, the once mighty seven-step serpent was obliterated in an instant by this strike, leaving not a trace behind. Tang Xing slowly retracted the armor that shimmered with a mysterious radiance, his gaze filled with urgency and concern as it settled upon Jing Yimeng, who lay upon the ground. There, Jing Yimeng's complexion was as pale as parchment. Her once lively eyes now tightly shut, her body trembling slightly, clearly enduring the torment of a potent poison. Tang Xing was engulfed in a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach. Had it not been for him, Jing Yimeng would not have found herself in such perilous circumstances. He clenched his teeth resolutely, vowing silently to rescue her. With this thought in mind, Tang Xing resolved without hesitation to wield the formidable skill of sacred light reflection. As he understood, this powerful ability not only replenished one's stamina and strength but also possessed the miraculous capacity to eradicate all toxins. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing summoned all his energy, a vast surge of power commencing to flow ceaselessly from within him, rapidly coalescing in the palm of his hand. As the energy continued to accumulate, his palm began to radiate a resplendent golden light, reminiscent of a nascent sun. He gently placed his hand upon Jing Yimeng's chest, carefully directing the potent energy to flow gradually into her body. At that moment, Tang Xing was wholly focused on manipulating the flow of energy, not daring to let his guard down for an instant. As he sustained the energy transfer, he silently prayed for Jing Yiming to awaken swiftly. Minutes ticked by, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he persevered in his effort to channel the energy. Finally, when the last vestige of energy had been fully infused into Jing Yiming's being, Tang Xing exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, he did not allow himself to relax. His gaze remained steadfast upon Jing Yiming, anxiously awaiting the miracle to unfold. Chapter 86, Metamorphic Sorcery. As Tang Xing observed that Jing Yiming's condition had improved slightly, he hastily gestured for Lin Wanxiu to step forward and carefully lift her onto his back. Once Jing Yiming was settled, Tang Xing took a deep breath and dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. Not long into his run, Tang Xing keenly sensed two figures swaying in the distance ahead. Upon closer inspection, a surge of joy filled his heart. It was the soul-chasing horse and the lead sheep. What a stroke of fortune, saving him the trouble of searching for them. With a focused gaze, Tang Xing summoned his formidable halberd without hesitation. With a roar, he struck down with the weapon, unleashing a thunderous force upon the two creatures. In an instant, blood splattered, and the soul-chasing horse and lead sheep perished without uttering a single cry. After successfully slaying the two beings, Tang Xing did not rush to leave. Instead, he seated himself on the ground to meditate and restore his depleted energy. At that moment, Yufeng approached slowly, furrowing his brow slightly as he regarded Tang Xing. He gently advised, Yexing, although the situation is urgent, you must exercise restraint and avoid excessive depletion of your strength. Tang Xing, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and solemnly nodded in response. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Before long, Tang Xing felt the true energy within him replenishing. His strength fully restored. He rose, stretched his limbs, and turned to Yufeng with a serious expression, saying, Master, we shall now rely on your extraordinary abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Yufeng nodded in agreement. Tang Xing then approached Lin Wanxiu once more, taking Jing Yiming from her back, caring for her tenderly as if fearing even the slightest harm would befall her. Recalling the numerous trials and tribulations faced during the competition, Tang Xing understood that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and challenges. However, he firmly believed that as long as everyone united with determination and courage, they could overcome all difficulties and achieve their ultimate goal. Jing Yiming, standing opposite him, shouted fiercely, Tang Xing, don't get too cocky. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. We shall see. Humph. Tang Xing, even if you have the upper hand this time, don't think you can remain so arrogant forever. Tang Xing, taken aback by Jing Yiming's words, quickly regained his composure, yet his thoughts were far removed from her. He found himself unwittingly reminiscing about another individual, Lan Qiu. I wonder how she is faring now. I truly miss her, he murmured softly, raising his hand to tightly grasp the smooth jade pendant in his possession. His gaze became distant as if, through the jade, he could see the enchanting figure that haunted his dreams. Meanwhile, Yufeng arrived alone in front of the residence of the ever-changing monkey. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Yufeng cautiously approached and summoned his magical powers to unveil his unique Eye of Insight technique, aiming to penetrate the facade of the seemingly ordinary statue before him. After meticulous observation, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, strange. This appears to be nothing more than an ordinary stone statue. Could it be that the legendary shape-shifting monkey is concealed within? It is said to possess unparalleled transformative abilities, unmatched by anyone within the same realm. At that moment, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed from afar, growing ever closer. Yufeng turned towards the sound and beheld Lin Wanxiu approaching gracefully. With a gentle smile, she inquired softly, Yufeng, how are things progressing? Have you made any new discoveries? Upon recognizing Lin Wanxiu, Yufeng relaxed, retracting his earlier defensive stance. He turned to her and shook his head, replying, Wanxiu, regrettably, I have not discerned anything of significance. Aside from this statue and an expanse of open ground, there is nothing else here. We should depart swiftly. With that, he pivoted to leave. However, just as he turned away, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Wanxiu suddenly struck, chanting incantations as a beam of light shot forth from her hand, striking Yufeng directly. He felt a jolt of paralysis surge through his body, rendering him immobile. Only then did he realize that something was amiss, his eyes widening in fury as he exclaimed, You are not Wanxiu at all. Who are you really? It was then that the truth was revealed. It was the shape-shifting monkey. The monkey, taken aback by the ease with which its identity was uncovered, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise, but quickly regained composure and chuckled. Indeed, quite astute. Alas, as a disciple of Buddhism, you cannot simply be allowed to leave. You shall remain here, dutifully. As it spoke, its form shimmered and transformed once more into an exact likeness of Yufeng, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Tang Xing held the jade pendant tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the scene before her, her mind racing with strategies to cope with the situation. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu approached leisurely, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly reassured, Tang Xing, do not worry. We shall surely find a way to leave this place safely. Our immediate priority is to navigate through these obstacles swiftly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing nodded slightly, carefully stowing the jade pendant. Her eyes now filled with unwavering determination as she replied, very well, let us set off. We shall first seek out Yufeng. With that, the two stepped forward together. Just then, Yufeng rushed back, exclaiming loudly, I'm back. Upon seeing Yufeng return unscathed, Tang Xing was instantly overjoyed and hurried to greet him, saying, your timing is perfect. Come, let us confront the shape-shifting monkey together. Thus, the three of them walked side by side, venturing down the uncertain path ahead. Observing the situation, Yufeng quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, oh dear, I just want to check that cave, and I didn't see a trace of the shape-shifting monkey at all. Upon hearing this, Tang Xing furrowed her brow slightly, lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, and then remarked, in that case, we can only proceed step by step. Shortly thereafter, Yufeng led Tang Xing into the enigmatic and ever-changing cave. As they advanced, they found themselves meandering in circles. Yet Tang Xing followed Yufeng's lead without a hint of complaint, unknowingly covering a considerable distance. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu, trailing behind, observed Tang Xing's somewhat fatigued silhouette and couldn't help but call out, Yexing, shall we take a break for a while? Hearing this, Tang Xing halted, turned back, and saw Lin Wanqiu struggling to carry the unconscious Jing Yiming. Nodding in agreement, he replied, all right then, let us rest for a moment. Tang Xing extracted some provisions and water from his satchel and presented them to Lin Wanqiu. Gratefully, Lin Wanqiu accepted the water and drank deeply, while simultaneously devouring the food to replenish her depleted strength. At that moment, Yufeng strolled closer, prompting Tang Xing to immediately rise, his face a mask of suspicion as he queried, Master, do you not feel as though we have been circling in the same spot for some time? Yufeng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with feigned calmness, I am not quite aware of that. However, Tang Xing ruthlessly exposed his facade, candidly stating, come now, your acting is quite poor. There's no need to feign any longer. As soon as the words left his mouth, a peculiar laughter erupted, and the previously concealed shape-shifting monkey suddenly revealed itself, its eyes wide and fierce as it glared at Tang Xing, furiously demanding, Humph, you insolent brat. How did you uncover my scheme? In response to the monkey's inquiry, Tang Xing merely smiled lightly, unfazed, and chose not to answer. Tang Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence as he declared, indeed, it is so. From the very moment you returned, I sensed an extraordinary transformation within my spiritual eyes. They seem to possess the ability to perceive the essence of all things in this world, and you, of course, cannot escape their scrutiny. Therefore, I have remained vigilant in my observation of you, eager to discern your true intentions. Am I correct, shape-shifting monkey? Upon hearing these words, the shape-shifting monkey was momentarily taken aback, but soon a sly smile graced his face, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. I did not anticipate you would see through my ruse. Very well, since you have uncovered my secret. Today I shall seek justice for the soul-searching horse and the lead sheep. With that, he waved his hands, and a brilliant flash of golden light erupted as a massive iron rod materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, Tang Xing, unwilling to be outdone, chanted incantations, summoning a radiant spirit saint halberd that gleamed with resplendent light. Grasping the long halberd, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning toward the shape-shifting monkey. The sound of a tremendous clash echoed as their weapons collided with ferocity, sending forth a shower of sparks. In that moment, the very air around them seemed to warp due to the intensity of their confrontation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Tang Xing and the shape-shifting monkey unleashed their full prowess, engaging in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch. Their movements flowed like a tempest, dazzling the onlookers with their rapidity. Each encounter was accompanied by deafening roars and surging waves of energy. As the fierce battle raged on, the shape-shifting monkey suddenly let out a powerful roar, his form shifting into a colossal and imposing giant monkey. Wielding the Golden Emperor's scepter, he exuded an unparalleled aura of strength as he lunged fiercely toward Tang Xing once more. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Tang Xing did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate skill, instantly summoning his ethereal form. His figure was enveloped in a suit of armor adorned in black and gold, emanating a formidable aura that sent shivers down the spine, as if a deity of war had descended upon the mortal realm. The most striking feature, however, was the pair of enormous wings unfurling from his back, radiating a dazzling brilliance that captivated the eye. In this moment, Tang Xing wielded the celestial spear with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. The long spear danced in his grasp, striking with powerful slashes and sweeping strokes. Each assault imbued with a thunderous force that left the shape-shifting monkey struggling to withstand, retreating step by step. Nevertheless, the shape-shifting monkey was no ordinary adversary. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, its eyes darted, and with incantations on its lips, it swiftly transformed into a horde of monkeys. Each of these agile creatures, with their claws bared and fangs flashing, lunged toward Tang Xing with fervor. Tang Xing focused intently, understanding the situation. They seek to employ this tactic of overwhelming numbers? A futile endeavor. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the third form, sweeping across the armies. As he swung his arm, a formidable force erupted from the Jing Shirtian Ji, surging forth like a torrential flood, sweeping everything in its path. The monkeys stood no chance against this tremendous power. Swiftly falling to its might, the ever-changing monkey, witnessing its strategy fail once more, felt a sense of dread. Yet, refusing to concede defeat, it cunningly transformed, taking on the appearance of Tang Xing. Moreover, it mimicked Tang Xing's earlier movements, bellowing, sweeping across the armies. Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. But soon a subtle smile of surprise and disdain crept onto his lips. Interesting, he mused. Since you wish to emulate me, I shall indulge you in this game. He declared his third move, Waves of the 10,000 Armies, followed by his first move, Celestial Slash. With that, Tang Xing wielded the celestial spear once more, his figure flickering like a phantom as he lunged towards the ever-changing monkey. In an instant, the arena was filled with a tumultuous clash of sword energies and the whirling shadows of spears, both adversaries embroiled in a breathtaking battle. The collision of their powers erupted into a series of deafening explosions, the force radiating outward like surging tides, seemingly tearing the air into countless fragments. Caught at the epicenter of the chaos, the ever-changing monkey bore the brunt of this terrifying force, sustaining numerous wounds from which blood gushed forth. However, to everyone's astonishment, amidst such a devastating blow, the ever-changing monkey gleaned new techniques from this confrontation. Its eyes widened in fury as it bared its teeth in a growl. Humph. Come and taste the might of this monkey. With a roar, it unleashed the heavenly slash of transformation, its weapon erupting in brilliant light, transforming into a razor-sharp stream of sword energy that surged towards Tang Xing. In the face of the ever-changing monkey's ferocious assault, Tang Xing remained utterly unimpressed. With a derisive snort, he executed his own ultimate technique. Fourth move, Spear of Demonic Ruin. In an instant, the spear in Tang Xing's grip roared forth like a colossal dragon, meeting the ever-changing monkey's sword energy with cataclysmic force. A resounding crash echoed through the arena as the two forces collided, unleashing a cascade of sparks and energy ripples. Astonishingly, Tang Xing's strike effortlessly shattered the ever-changing monkey's technique, obliterating its sword energy entirely. Although the ever-changing monkey was taken aback by this turn of events, it refused to concede defeat. Gritting through the pain, it struggled to rise from the ground, roaring defiantly, "I refuse to believe you can sustain your power any longer. Witness my might, a staff to stabilize the universe." With that proclamation, it swung its massive staff, creating a howling wind as it descended fiercely upon Tang Xing. Tang Xing stood resolutely, unflinching in the face of the oncoming blow, enduring the impact with unwavering strength. Despite his formidable prowess, the force of the strike was astonishingly overwhelming, leaving him momentarily reeling. The transformative monkey, noticing the signs of fatigue on Tang Xing's countenance, could not help but feel a surge of triumph within. Sensing an opportunity, it pressed the assault with another strike of the transformative heavenly slash directed at Tang Xing. However, at that moment, a barely perceptible smile grazed Tang Xing's lips, revealing that everything had been meticulously orchestrated into his carefully laid trap. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Third Absolute, Imperial Radiance Sanctuary." Almost instantaneously, an unparalleled and domineering power erupted from within him, illuminating the world like a radiant dawn. This force surged forth with unstoppable momentum, overwhelming the transformative monkey and rendering it utterly immobile. In the heart of the transformative monkey's domain, a place cloaked in mystery and enigma, Tang Xing stood with a grave expression before the trembling creature. "This is a disaster. I truly do not wish to meet my end. The transformative monkey shrieked in terror, its voice quivering with fear. Tang Xing approached slowly, her eyes gleaming with a cold light as she icily inquired, "Where is Yufeng? Speak, and perhaps I may spare your life. Otherwise, there lies only a path to death." Upon hearing these words, the ever-changing monkey seemed to grasp at a final lifeline. Hastily responding, He is within my lair. You are so powerful, and your mental prowess is profound, you will undoubtedly be able to find him." Having said this, it gazed at Tang Xing with a pleading look, hoping that she would honor her promise. Tang Xing squinted slightly, contemplating for a moment before suddenly reaching out to untie the shape-shifting monkey. He commanded sternly, "Very well, now lead me there." The shape-shifting monkey, feeling as if it had been granted a reprieve, dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence and promptly transformed into a docile guide, leading the way with remarkable agility. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the monkey's lair. Upon entering the lair, Tang Xing immediately spotted Yufeng, who was immobilized and unable to move. Observing Yufeng's disheveled state, Tang Xing could not help but tease, "Oh my, how has my great mage fallen victim to this monkey?" As he spoke, he struggled to suppress his laughter, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward. Hearing Tang Xing's words, Yufeng rolled his eyes in exasperation. But being unable to act at that moment, he could only glare fiercely at Tang Xing. With a frustrated flick of his sleeve, he sighed deeply, honestly. To think I would be caught by this monkey. At that moment, Tang Xing turned to the shape-shifting monkey and commanded, "Quickly, dispel the binding spell on him." The shape-shifting monkey nodded vigorously in agreement, and with a swift motion of its hands, a flash of light enveloped the room, finally restoring Yufeng's freedom. Chapter 87. The illusion realm. Tang Xing's gaze was firmly fixed on the shape-shifting monkey before him, his eyes revealing a hint of perplexity and curiosity. He slowly inquired, "Could you elucidate this for me? Why does the outside world label you as the Dark 12 Fiends? Yet, I sense no trace of darkness emanating from you at all. What is the explanation for this? Furthermore, how many more challenges remain until we reach the final destination?" The shape-shifting monkey blinked its expressive eyes and replied leisurely, "In truth, the title of Dark 12 Fiends is entirely a construct imposed upon us by those outside. While it is true that our nature leans towards malevolence, this darkness is deeply ingrained within our very essence, making it imperceptible to the average person. Hence, it is entirely understandable that you do not perceive it. As for the challenges ahead, including the one we just completed, there are a total of 8 remaining for us to conquer." Tang Xing nodded slightly upon hearing this, secretly reflecting that the shape-shifting monkey was indeed quite candid and agreeable. Thus, a subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "In that case, you may take your leave now." With that, he gestured invitingly, indicating for the shape-shifting monkey to depart on its own. Tang Xing's expression grew solemn as he cautiously led the group forward, a flurry of thoughts suddenly racing through his mind. Just as he intended to turn and share these musings with his companions, he was taken aback to discover that, unbeknownst to him, an imposing wall had risen before them, towering into the clouds and completely obstructing their path. Tang Xing silently cursed his misfortune as he suddenly realized that he and his companions had likely fallen into a trap set by their adversaries. In a fit of anxiety, he shouted, "We've been deceived. Where on earth are we? Master, Wanqiu, where are you?" Yet, the only responses to his desperate cries were the hollow echoes and an eerie silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yufeng slowly opened his eyes, astonished to find himself in a strange and enigmatic little world. Observing the peculiar scenery around him, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "Not this trick again. Humph. I am quite eager to see what you intend to do this time." With that, Yufeng took a deep breath and mustered his courage to venture deeper into this peculiar realm. As Yufeng delved further, the memories of Wanqiu, which had been sealed away, began to gradually resurface. Jing Yiming found herself in her childhood. Where am I? Wait, this feels so familiar. This is my childhood home. Little Jing Yichen approached and asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Upon seeing her brother before her, Jing Yiming immediately embraced him, her voice choked with emotion. "Brother, I wish you could stay with me today. Please don't go this afternoon, all right?" Jing Yichen gently patted her back and said, "All right, I will stay with you. I won't go anywhere, just be with you. You're quite the clingy one, aren't you?" Jing Yiming merely huffed softly and nestled in his arms. Yufeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene unfold, a wave of sorrow washing over him. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes reddening, tears welling up. Finally, emotions surged forth like a flood breaking a dam. He could no longer contain his excitement and sorrow, choking back his words. "Dad, Mom. It's truly wonderful to see you still here. Hastening towards him, Yufeng's mother enveloped him in a tight embrace, as if fearing the loss of him once more. She tenderly stroked his hair, her voice laced with tears. My child, poor little Feng, you have suffered so much these years. From now on, our family shall always be together, never to part again. Alas, it is all because of your irresponsible father, accumulating such debts that left us pursued by creditors, leaving us with no way out. At that time, I had no choice but to leave you at the entrance of the Golden Buddha Temple, hoping to find you a way to survive. My child, please do not blame your mother. Upon hearing this, Yufeng was already inconsolable, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. He shook his head vigorously, sobbing, Mom, how could I ever blame you? It is my failure for not being capable enough to protect you, causing you so much suffering. With that, the mother and son wept in each other's embrace, their cries intertwining in the air, evoking deep emotions. Yufeng slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure of his biological father. After a moment of silence, Yufeng took a deep breath, finally summoning the courage to exclaim, Dad, I understand the reasons behind everything, so I do not blame you. You were also powerless, compelled by circumstances. Father, you have now become a formidable soul master. I have avenged all those who once caused us harm. Rest assured, there shall be no one who can bully me again, for I am indeed quite remarkable. Upon hearing these words, tears of joy streamed down the weathered face of Father Yufeng, unbidden. He quavered as he spoke. Good child, you have done exceptionally well. Your brilliance fills me with immense pride and joy. Remember, you must continue to strive forward and never relent. Do you understand? Yufeng nodded earnestly, responding, I understand, Father. Meanwhile, on another side, Lin Wanqiu strolled alongside his younger sister. He lowered his gaze gently, regarding his adorable sister with warmth, and softly inquired, Sister, would you like to stay and keep me company? The little sister raised her innocent face, gazing at her brother's serious yet expectant demeanor, and without hesitation, she nodded affirmatively, saying, Of course, I will always be with you, brother. Seeing his sister's eager agreement, Lin Wanqiu was enveloped by an indescribable joy. The sister then playfully hopped and leaped before launching herself into her brother's warm embrace, resembling a spoiled kitten reluctant to part. Lin Wanqiu cherished this moment, exclaiming, How I wish time could pause at this instant. The sister softly called out, Brother. Hearing her voice, Lin Wanqiu continued to massage her gently. Tang Xing gazed at the familiar scene before him, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within his heart. He widened his eyes, striving to discern the place, murmuring to himself, Where is this? No, this sense of familiarity is so overwhelming. Could it be that this is home? The home of yesteryears? Is all of this truly real? Unable to restrain himself, Tang Xing reached out his hand, yearning to touch the aged wall, as if that simple act could affirm the validity of his conjecture. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, Brother, come quickly. Turning at the sound, Tang Xing beheld Yuxian, her face radiant with joy, standing at the door and beckoning him. Filled with curiosity, he hastened towards her. Upon drawing closer, he was captivated by the enchanting view of vibrant peonies, each blossom vying to bloom in splendid array. The flowers were resplendent, crimson as fire, blush as dawn, and white as snow, transforming the entire courtyard into a veritable paradise. The peonies are truly exquisite, Tang Xing exclaimed sincerely. This year's blossoms are exceptionally beautiful. Immersed in the sea of flowers, he reveled in the beauty bestowed by nature. Subsequently, Yixin took Tang Xing's hand and joyfully dashed to the center of the courtyard, twirling around playfully. Brother, what do you think? Does this dress look good on me? She inquired with a charming air. Adorned in a delicate pink gown that fluttered gracefully, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. The sunlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her flower-like smile, which imbued her with an irresistible radiance. Tang Xing gazed intently at Yuxian before him, captivated by her attire, a resplendent pink dress that clung to her form, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, exuding an enchanting beauty that left one utterly mesmerized. He could not help but exclaim, not merely lovely, but truly ethereal. Yuxian, what inspired you to don such a dress today? With a graceful motion, Yuxian intertwined her arm with Tang Xing's, delicately leaning closer to whisper softly in his ear. I simply wish for my brother to spend more time with me. Is that not agreeable? Her tender voice seemed to possess the power to melt hearts. Upon witnessing her sister's playful antics, Tang Xing, despite feeling a myriad of helpless emotions, found himself enveloped in a sense of indulgence. With a smile, he replied, Very well. I shall grant your wish. but I do have a small request." Upon hearing this, Yixian immediately blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and curiously inquired, "What is your request?" "Brother, please tell me." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xing no longer kept her in suspense and stated directly, "I desire a golden communication card." Upon hearing this, Yixian stifled a laugh, then gracefully produced a gleaming golden communication card from her bosom, presenting it to Tang Xing with a charming smile, saying, "How could this pose a challenge? Here, brother, take it with care." Tang Xing, filled with joy, carefully accepted the golden card and tenderly tucked it away. With concern, she inquired, "Sister, given your attire, are you perhaps attending the grand ceremony today?" Yixian gently nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, so I may return a bit later." Tang Xing hastily consoled, "It's of no consequence, but you must exercise caution on your journey." Night Xian's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance as she softly replied, "Brother, I shall return shortly." With that, she turned and slowly departed, leaving behind a delicate pink silhouette that gradually faded from Tang Xing's sight. After Night Xian's departure, Tang Xing began his investigation, burdened with doubts as he cautiously searched for clues in the secluded courtyard. Upon reaching a remote corner, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There stood Sida Qing and Qianfeng Qingxie, astonishingly flanked by Ouyang Daoxiu. Could it truly be these three who annihilated my entire family? Yet, something felt amiss. If that were the case, why was Mutant present here? Was this place not a tangible reality? Tang Xing pondered silently, suddenly struck by inspiration as he recalled his extraordinary skill, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Without delay, he activated the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, eager to unveil the truth. As his magical energy surged, the scene before him gradually sharpened into clarity, revealing the truth that lay beneath. Indeed, this was merely an illusory dreamscape. With a disdainful snort, Tang Xing unhesitatingly swung his fist toward the void. A thunderous crash resounded as the entire dream shattered, akin to a mirror violently splintering. However, just as Tang Xing believed he had escaped his predicament, he was astonished to find a thick barrier still obstructing his path. Such a formidable barrier? Let me see if I can breach it. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing concentrated all his strength into his palm and charged once more at the barrier. Meanwhile, in this dreamlike world, Fengye Jiangxing remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding changes around him. On the other side, Yu Feng, with his keen perception, sensed two unfamiliar yet powerful presences drawing near. His brow furrowed, and he cast a grave glance towards the source of the energy. The two mysterious figures seemed to have noticed Yu Feng's scrutiny. In unison they inquired, "Little Feng, what troubles you?" Yu Feng did not respond. Instead, he swiftly summoned his inner spiritual energy, and in an instant, his eyes shimmered with golden light as he activated the legendary Buddha Eye. Through this divine vision, Yu Feng finally discerned the true identities of the two figures, leaving him utterly astonished. With an air of nonchalance, a slight smile gracing his lips, Yu Feng remarked, "I must say, you too, my performance has reached its climax. It is time for you to reveal yourselves." Yet, the two remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor tinged with mild reproach. "Child, what nonsense are you spouting? We are your biological parents, Little Feng." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng's brow knitted tighter, impatience growing evident on his face as he raised his voice slightly. "Cease this charade. You are not my parents, but mere phantoms conjured by the demons of my heart. If you do not disperse willingly, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." As soon as the words were spoken, the two individuals exchanged a knowing glance, shedding their pretense. One of them let out a cold scoff and remarked, "Humph. I didn't expect you to see through our disguise so quickly. I must admit I underestimated you. You are indeed clever. That being said, let us part ways for now." With that, a cloud of smoke billowed forth, and when it cleared, the two figures had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only Yu Feng remained, standing alone in place, contemplating the direction in which they had disappeared. Tang Xing, in her sprite form, shattered the dreamscape and discovered the elusive dream fairy. "Indeed, it is you," she declared. "The dream fairy excels at conjuring illusions to befuddle her adversaries. Today, we must bring this matter to a conclusion." The dream fairy, taken aback, responded, "How did you uncover my presence?" Tang Xing smiled and replied, "Naturally, it was your slip that betrayed you. The mushi flower typically blooms only once a year, and in April, it blossoms most beautifully, revealing your path." Tang Xing wielded the great halberd, piercing the body of dreaming princess, causing all dreams to dissipate. Jing Yi stumbled and fell, exclaiming, "I just had a strange dream." Lin Wanxiu echoed, "So did I." Yu Feng, however, returned with a calm demeanor, remarking, "Night Star, you performed admirably." Tang Xing observed their tranquility and reassured them, "As long as you're unharmed, that's all that matters." Chapter 88. Breaking Through Nanquan Road. Tang Xing moved with the swiftness of lightning, standing resolutely before his foes, exuding an aura of invincibility as he triumphantly overcame two formidable challenges with his unparalleled martial prowess. At that moment, he bellowed with fervor, "6 more trials? Then let us advance through them all." Simultaneously, Yufeng, Lin Wanqiu, and Jing Yiming, refusing to be outdone, swiftly recalibrated their strategies and entered a mode of rapid progression. Yufeng clasped his hands together, reciting incantations, and in an instant, a resplendent golden Buddha materialized before them. This magnificent figure radiated an overwhelming pressure, and as soon as it appeared, it lunged towards the horde of ferocious rock mice. Those once formidable creatures were rendered utterly powerless in the presence of the golden Buddha, immobilized by its immense force. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqiu let out a fierce cry as the maple leaf sword in her grasp erupted with dazzling brilliance. With a deft flick of her wrist, she unleashed the sword's most potent attack. The blade sliced through the air like a radiant rainbow piercing the sky, its unmatched sword energy ruthlessly cleaving towards the rock demon. A thunderous explosion ensued as the rock demon's body shattered under the onslaught of her terrifying strike, scattering countless fragments upon the ground. Jing Yiming, with a graceful lift of her delicate hand, summoned a swirling sphere of deep purple flame from her palm. This flame represented her signature technique, the Great Pear Mysterious Fire. With a gentle wave, the fire surged forth like a roaring dragon, engulfing the dreadful venomous insects in its path, incinerating them into mere ashes in an instant. Tang Xing observed their swift actions and remarked, "Let us proceed to the next challenge." Upon entering, he discovered a realm filled with molten lava, where bridges spanned across the fiery expanse. The ground beneath him was a sea of magma, and he immediately sensed something peculiar about this place. "Be cautious. There is an unsettling aura here that I cannot quite articulate," he warned, activating his purple extreme demon eyes. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed a cavern teeming with bats. Tang Xing gently waved her hand and lowered her voice, saying, "Let's keep our voices down. We mustn't disturb them." After a moment of contemplation, Yufeng's eyes lit up as he suddenly devised a brilliant idea. "How about we employ a method of concealment to quietly pass by? That way, those bats will undoubtedly remain unaware of our presence." Upon hearing Yufeng's suggestion, Tang Xing nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "Indeed. It is quite an ingenious plan. We might as well give it a try." At that moment, Jing Yiming, who had been silent until now, seemed to recall something significant and inquired, "But how exactly can we achieve this concealment?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward Lin Wanqiu, who was the focus of their collective gaze. With a smile gracing his lips, Yufeng looked at Lin Wanqiu with anticipation and said, "We will have to rely on Wanqiu to assist us with this." Thus, the attention of the group converged on Lin Wanqiu, eagerly awaiting her response or action. In that instant, Lin Wanqiu appeared to have an epiphany. She immediately understood why Tang Xing had urged Yufeng to silence himself. With an air of mystery, Tang Xing remarked, "Why are you staring at me so intently? Humph. Don't think I am oblivious to the schemes brewing in your minds. But let us not rush. Observe how I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, she slightly narrowed her eyes and allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips before calling out, "Concealment skill. Invisibility." At her utterance, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from Tang Xing, causing her to gradually become translucent, as though she were melding with her surroundings. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern her presence. Jing Yiming was astonished to discover that Lin Wanqiu possessed some remarkably powerful skills, a revelation that utterly took him by surprise. At that moment, Tang Xing boldly stepped onto the bridge without hesitation. She walked cautiously, ever vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. After a while, she halted, turned to the others behind her, and called out, "It appears clear here. You can confidently come over." Hearing her reassuring words, the group exhaled in relief, yet they still proceeded with caution, following her lead onto the bridge. Yufeng closely trailed Tang Xing, not daring to slacken his pace. Simultaneously, the other two also mirrored Tang Xing's movements, as if they had become one with her. However, it was astonishing that Tang Xing had somehow employed a remarkable technique to perfectly mask her presence, rendering even the nearby Yufeng and the others oblivious to her existence. In contrast, Jing Yiming was not so fortunate. Her aura was fully exposed beneath the bridge, akin to a beacon in the night. At that moment, the cluster of bats resting below keenly sensed the unfamiliar presence. In an instant, the once tranquil assembly of bats erupted like a powder keg, causing chaos to ensue. They flapped their wings furiously, surging forth from their nest like a dark torrent, overwhelming and charging at Tang Xing and his companions. As the carefully crafted concealment of the four vanished without a trace, Yu Feng, filled with anxiety, shouted, "Jing Yiming, it's all because of you. We are doomed. Run!" He cried out while hastening his steps, attempting to escape the onslaught of the menacing bats. The dense swarm of bats descended upon them like ominous clouds. Faced with this terrifying horde, Tang Xing's eyes gleamed with determination as he unhesitatingly summoned his formidable spirit martial soul. In an instant, a radiant light erupted from him, dispelling a vast area of bats surrounding them. However, at that moment, Jing Yiming found herself in a perilous predicament, her face pale and filled with dread. She cried out, "Help me! Save me!" Hearing her desperate pleas, Tang Xing, frantic with urgency, rushed toward her with lightning speed. Just as the situation appeared dire, he arrived just in time, his hands weaving as he chanted incantations, and a mysterious and potent force, the light of all spirits, burst forth. This brilliance enveloped both Tang Xing and Jing Yiming like a dazzling sun, providing them a temporary sanctuary. "Let's go. Quickly," Tang Xing urged loudly, focusing his energy to project his formidable mental power outward. As his psychic energy surged, a vast spirit domain began to unfurl. This realm brimmed with vibrant natural energy, resembling a wondrous world independent of the outside. Gazing at the successfully manifested spirit domain, Tang Xing felt a mix of astonishment and joy, exclaiming, "Excellent! The spirit domain has finally been unleashed. Everyone, stay close and don't fall behind." With that, he stepped into the domain first, leading the group towards safety. With a sweeping gesture, Tang Xing unleashed a formidable surge of elemental energy that erupted from his being, instantaneously manifesting into a resplendent domain. This realm was imbued with an enigmatic yet potent force, as if it possessed the capacity to engulf all shadows. The dark bats that had been swirling ominously in the air, their claws poised to strike, were met with this overwhelming power. Upon contact, they shrieked in agony, as if consumed by searing flames, dissipating into wisps of black smoke without a trace. Observing this scene with bated breath, Jing Yiming felt the weight of anxiety lift from her heart, her taut nerves beginning to ease. She let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. Tang Xing turned to Jing Yiming, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and reproach, inquiring, "How on earth did they discover our presence?" Upon hearing this, Jing Yiming's face betrayed a flicker of guilt, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Tang Xing's. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly confessing, "It was the aura emanating from my martial soul pool that attracted their attention, leading to the current predicament. I truly did not intend for this to happen. I am sincerely sorry." After speaking, Jing Yiming lowered her head, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Upon witnessing Jing Yiming in such a state, Tang Xing's lingering discontent evaporated like mist. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side, and none could foresee such unforeseen circumstances. He sighed and reassured her, "As long as you are unharmed, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. However, given the current situation, even if I unleash my full power within the spirit domain, it may not endure for long." With that, Tang Xing lifted his gaze once more to the ominous gathering of dark bats in the sky, his brow furrowed in contemplation of a strategy. Just as Yu Feng was about to speak, Tang Xing interjected with rapid-fire enthusiasm. "But, I have devised a brilliant plan." He continued, "Master, your role will be to divert their attention, while I shall seize the opportune moment to conclude this affair with flair." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng paused in surprise, before erupting into laughter, unable to contain his amusement. With a mock sternness, he replied, "All right then, just make sure your aim is true. If anything goes awry and I inadvertently meet my demise, you shall have to reckon with me." With that, he shot Tang Xing a fierce glare. Subsequently, the enigmatic and formidable domain gradually receded like a tide, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Only Lin Wantiu and Jing Yiming remained, exchanging glances filled with relief and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Yu Feng successfully attracted all the bats swirling like a black tempest toward himself. With agile movements, he navigated through the swarm, his weapon gleaming ominously as he engaged in a breathtaking battle with the dark creatures. At that moment, Tang Xing, who had been lurking in the shadows, seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, she clasped her hands together and began to chant fervently. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from her, akin to a radiant sun. This golden radiance swept forth with tremendous force, obliterating the once fearsome bats in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. After successfully vanquishing the dark bats, Tang Xing and her companions took a moment to regroup before hastening toward the next challenge. As they stepped onto an ancient, narrow stone bridge, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Tang Xing walked lightly yet cautiously across the bridge, her demeanor unusually serene. Occasionally, she would pause, scanning her surroundings with vigilance, before softly stating, "At present, there seem to be no anomalies." Following closely behind, Yufeng felt no sense of danger either, prompting him to quicken his pace toward Tang Xing. Thus, the group gradually approached the bridge's end. However, they were astonished to find a striking message inscribed in blood-red letters upon the bridge. "You push me." The sight of these words sent a jolt through Tang Xing, an inexplicable chill ascending her spine. She gazed at the inscription, sensing an overwhelming bitterness emanating from it. She murmured, "It seems that someone has successfully ventured here before. But unfortunately, one of them may have met their demise at the hands of others." Yet, what kind of deep-seated animosity could lead to such intense resentment? Upon this reflection, Tang Xing furrowed her brow, pondering the myriad dangers that might lie ahead. Yufeng also sensed something amiss. "Night Star, do you detect a peculiar aura approaching?" Tang Xing, employing her spiritual vision, replied, "No, I don't sense anything." "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Yufeng was enveloped in an inexplicable feeling. "I can't shake off this odd sensation." Suddenly, a pair of black wings, shrouded in darkness, and a creature with a head resembling that of an insect revealed itself behind Tang Xing, confirming Yufeng's suspicions. "I told you, it couldn't be wrong," he asserted. Jing Yi, observing the scene, pointed at what lay behind Tang Xing. "Night Star, look behind you." As Tang Xing turned around, he beheld the monstrous creature before him. "What manner of beast is this? We must flee," he exclaimed. The creature charged towards Tang Xing and his companions, prompting him to swiftly invoke the sacred light's triad, repelling the fiend with a radiant force. The holy light triad proved to be remarkably effective for Tang Xing as he unleashed it once more to compel the formidable creature. The Eye of Data provided an analysis. The Darkborn, a ruthless entity responsible for countless deaths, possesses a weakness, a fear of holy light, with its head being a critical vulnerability. Tang Xing mused to himself, "Now that I am aware of your weakness, it would be wise to capture you today. Prepare yourself." He soared into the air, aiming to strike, only to find himself grasping at nothing. Observing the creature's evasion, Tang Xing expanded the realm of the elves. Overwhelmed by the brilliance, the Darkborn revealed its form. Tang Xing's gaze sharpened. "I've located you. Holy Light Triad, the third secret, radiant holy domain." The Darkborn was forcibly restrained, prompting Tang Xing to shout, "Master, its weakness lies in the head, aim for its head." Upon receiving the signal, Yufeng rushed to the scene, activating his martial spirit, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the Darkborn away. Yufeng could not resist boasting, "As expected of me, I am simply too impressive." Tang Xing shot him a sidelong glance. Tang Xing glanced around and suddenly a blaze surged towards him. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the flames, realizing that this peculiar fire was corrosive. "Run! Don't approach this strange fire, quickly!" he shouted. The inferno relentlessly pursued Tang Xing as he sprinted with all his might. No matter how he tried to shake it off, the flames clung to him. Tang Xing immediately shouted towards Lin Wanqiu, "Wanqiu, prepare yourself. Use your maple leaf sword to disperse that ball of fire, and accelerate forward." Trusting Tang Xing, Lin Wanqiu promptly executed a technique called Wind Shadow to blow away the strange flames. However, it wasn't long before the flames returned. Thus, someone settled onto Lin Wanqiu's maple leaf sword, saying, "Hold on tight. I am about to accelerate. The finish line is just ahead." At that moment, Jing Yiming lost his balance and fell off. Tang Xing and Jing Yiming met their untimely demise here. Synopsis: this narrative unfolds the tale of Tang Xing, whose family faced annihilation. Fueled by a sense of injustice, she embarks on a journey to gain strength. As dark forces stealthily invade with the intent to engulf the entire continent, Tang Xing confronts these malevolent entities repeatedly, ultimately culminating in a climactic battle against the Dark Sovereign.